21st century ultimate bachelor, after one night of passion, wakes up to find himself reborn into the body of a fearsome, simple-minded village brute in 1981. The moment he opens his eyes, he frightens the breathtakingly beautiful girl who shared his bed the night before into a dead faint. He had hoped to treat it as a beautiful encounter. In this era where gold lies scattered on the ground, he plans to strive, earn money, and achieve prosperity. But one day they meet again. The girl points to her slightly rounded belly, her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow as she looks at him. Big Bear, you're babies. Twins. Chapter 1. Lust bears a knife above its head. His head felt heavy, his body burning as if on fire. Ugh, I didn't expect Li Huaichang's liquor to be so potent today. No wonder it costs over 100,000 per bottle. Chen Xu hadn't experienced this drunken feeling in over 20 years. Another woman sneaking into bed at midnight? A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Xu's face. As a billionaire tycoon and the ultimate bachelor of the business world, countless women had tried every trick in the book to get into his bed over the years. But none had ever succeeded. Even drunk, he wouldn't let this woman have her way tonight. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he reached out to push her away, but accidentally brushed against something soft. A delicate female voice followed, carrying a natural, innate allure that pierced through his eardrums straight into his heart. He opened his eyes. The room was dimly lit, the night hazy. He couldn't make out the woman's exact features, but he could see the perfect contour of her face like a masterpiece carved by God himself. Chen Xu was a man, a normal man. Ever since a woman had shattered him completely, he hadn't touched another woman in over 20 years. Now, fueled by alcohol and faced with this gentle-voiced beauty, her fragrance invading his nostrils, his usually unshakable resolve began to waver. He reached out and touched her cheek. Smooth, very smooth. It felt like it might bruise and bleed if pinched lightly. Realizing he was losing control, Chen Xu shook his feverish head vigorously. Lust bears a knife above its head. His resolve had remained unbreakable for over 2 decades. How could he possibly succumb to such temptation today? Chen Xu tried to reclaim his remaining rationality, but the girl's pale, soft arms suddenly wrapped around his shoulders. Her tender voice reached his ears. He could clearly feel her smooth hands clinging to his neck. Chen Xu's head throbbed. Under the influence of alcohol, the moral fortitude he'd maintained for decades finally crumbled completely in that instant. The next morning, dawn broke. A shrill scream suddenly pierced the air, jolting Chen Xu awake. He sat bolt upright, instinctively turning toward the sound. In the corner of the old wooden bed, a long-haired girl, slightly disheveled, stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. When she saw the man sitting up his towering, mountainous frame, those sharp, menacing eyes fixed on her, her face visibly turned ghostly white. She fainted instantly, collapsing limply. Hey you! Seeing the girl collapse, Chen Xu instinctively moved to check on her. But before he could act, a searing pain exploded in his head, causing immediate tinnitus. His eardrums filled with piercing noise, and the agony became unbearable. Before he could react, a massive, foreign stream of memories flooded his mind. For a full 15 minutes, the torrent of information raged, only subsiding when the throbbing finally eased. Chen Xu finally understood. He had been reborn. Reborn into Yu Prefecture in 1981, into the body of a man who shared his name Chen Xu. The original owner had lost both parents by age 5, raised almost entirely by his grandparents. At 7, a high fever damaged his brain, severely impacting his intellect. Tall and strong from childhood, with a fearsome appearance and a physical persuasion approach to any minor annoyance. By 13 or 14, he'd already become the scourge of Tangtou village, despised by all. Matchmakers dared not approach. Not until age 23 did his grandfather use nearly all his savings as a bride price to secure a frail wife for him. The following year, the wife gave birth to a daughter but died days later from extreme weakness, leaving the child behind. Now, 27, no one would dare arrange a marriage for him. Until yesterday, his 4th cousin's wedding banquet. Having gone hungry for days, the original Chen Xu barged into the feast, commandeered a table, gorged on food and drink, and after downing copious amounts of alcohol, collapsed unconscious where his memory ended. Then came Chen Xu, the 21st century business titan, ultimate bachelor who had also passed out drunk and been reborn. And thus, the hazy events of last night occurred. Being reborn is bad enough, but why did I have to end up in such a freakish body? If this guy had been reborn in my body, wouldn't my tens of billions in assets just be handed over to this dumb brute? Despite having weathered life's greatest storms in his past life, Chen Xu, now fully aware, couldn't help but curse furiously. his tens of billions in wealth, his peerless looks traded for just one night of passion? Truly, one night of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and lust bears a knife above its head. Chen Xu's heart was practically shattered into a QR code. Just then, the girl on the bed stirred back to consciousness. Opening her eyes, upon seeing Chen Xu in bed, she instinctively averted her gaze, refusing to suffer a second trauma. She quickly pulled the blanket tightly around herself, wrapping up completely. A sudden chill ran through Chen Xu. Looking down, he hastily got up, grabbed his clothes from the floor, and quickly dressed. You. After a brief silence, both spoke simultaneously. The girl couldn't bear to look at Chen Xu's face. Hugging the blanket, she turned away, tears welling in her eyes, yet her voice sounded surprisingly calm. You go first. Though she'd been half drunk last night, she vaguely remembered she had initiated it, willingly slept with this terrifying man. Even though she was petrified and deeply wronged, she refused to cry. Crying wouldn't solve anything. She needed to figure out what to do next. She recognized this man. At yesterday's banquet, he'd monopolized the table, and everyone seemed afraid of him. From what other villagers said, he was an irredeemable bully who harassed virtuous women, mentally deficient. To her surprise, however, from fainting until now, he hadn't touched her again and even hurried to put his clothes back on. That didn't quite match his appearance. Chen Xu looked at the girl's fragile back. Though last night wasn't entirely his fault, a trace of guilt still stirred within him. In this era, especially for women, chastity was valued above life itself. In his previous life, despite his billions, surrounded by countless beauties throwing themselves at him, he had always guarded his purity, kept his resolve firm, and never entered the grave of marriage. He didn't want to be tied down now either, but since he'd slept with her, he had to take responsibility. Chen Xu took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and said, "You girls value your virtue highly. If you want me to take responsibility, I can marry you. But, no need." Before Chen Xu could finish, the girl firmly interrupted, without a hint of hesitation. Even if she remained unmarried for life, Qingyu would never marry a stranger just because she'd lost her innocence. Especially not a man whose mere glance was so frightening it could make her faint. If he became abusive later, her slender frame wouldn't survive a single punch. Marrying him would be like handing herself over to a punching bag. Chapter 2. Blood is thicker than water. Chen Xu wasn't particularly surprised by the girl's firm refusal. Given his current appearance, it was impressive she hadn't fainted again, proof of her mental strength, let alone marrying him. And the fact that this girl had mysteriously ended up in his room last night, anyone could guess it was an accident. In this era, with her looks, what kind of woman would be so desperate as to throw herself at a mentally challenged village bully? Still, the girl wasn't being unreasonable, which relieved Chen Xu. He picked up the clothes from the floor and placed them by the bed. Seeing the faint purple love bites on her pale, infant-like skin beneath her hair, he felt somewhat awkward and guilty. He asked then, "Do you need some other form of compensation for me? I know I can't offer material things right now." He glanced around the bare, impoverished room. "But if you want to vent, you can hit me. If you're not good at hitting, scolding me is fine too." Last night, he thought she was offering herself, and after 20-plus years of pent-up desire, he hadn't held back. Seeing those marks now, he genuinely felt remorseful. Although Qingyu still couldn't bring herself to turn and face Chen Xu, hearing his gentle inquiry, the weichi and resentment in her heart softened slightly. She shook her head gently, her tone more relaxed. "No, I was also at fault last night. It wasn't entirely your responsibility." She remembered too last night. At first, he seemed unwilling, but then she vaguely reached for him. And only then did he. Recalling the night before, Qingyu's fair cheeks flushed crimson. Before Chen Xu could speak, she continued hurriedly, "Let's just pretend nothing happened last night, and don't tell anyone." After speaking, she turned her head, summoning courage to look at Chen Xu, trying hard not to appear afraid. But upon seeing Chen Xu's ferocious, threatening face, her body trembled uncontrollably under the blanket. What on earth had given her the courage last night to force herself on this man? Chen Xu looked at the girl, trembling under the covers yet pretending to be brave, finding it both pitiful and amusing. He deliberately softened his voice, trying not to scare her, and quickly nodded. "All right, don't worry. I won't tell anyone, ever." Turning to the window, he saw daylight had fully arrived. He continued, "It's getting late. Once you're dressed, leave through the back door in the kitchen. No one will know you spent the night in my room." After saying this, Chen Xu walked to the bedroom door, but suddenly remembered something. He stopped, turned back to the girl on the bed, and warned, "By the way, when you get back, make sure to take precautions." They'd done it 5 or 6 times last night. This girl looked barely over 20. He didn't want to ruin her future. Qingyu, hearing Chen Xu's warning, stared at him with wide, innocent doe eyes, quite surprised. This man seemed different from his appearance and the stories she'd heard about him. Seeing the girl's blank expression, Chen Xu thought she didn't understand. He cleared his throat seriously. I mean contraception. Don't let our actions last night get you pregnant, okay? His serious tone, combined with his thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, immediately startled Qingyu again. She nodded rapidly like a chick pecking rice. Okay. Seeing the girl's face turn pale once more, Chen Xu realized his mistake, feeling awkward. He covered his face and coughed, then left the bedroom. He couldn't really blame the girl for being timid. The original owner was genuinely too scary looking. This girl was actually doing pretty well. In the memories Chen Xu had absorbed, village girls her age, widows, and even some timid aunties would run away upon seeing him alone. If he spoke to them for even a minute, they'd often collapse to the ground, sobbing as if he'd committed some heinous crime against them. For this girl to calmly have this much conversation with him today, Chen Xu was already quite surprised. Chen Xu stepped out of the bedroom, closing the door. As his eyes fell on a corner near the stove in the living room, his brow unconsciously furrowed. In the small, roughly 10-square-meter earthen house living room, on a low stool beside the stove, a 3 or 4-year-old little girl was napping face down. She wore an ill-fitting short-sleeved shirt, her bony shoulders exposed to the chilly morning air. Yet the little girl seemed accustomed to it, sleeping deeply. Her cat-like face, mostly hidden by messy hair, mouth slightly open, drooled crystal clear, saliva onto the floor, perhaps dreaming of delicious food. Looking at this emaciated, filthy little mite, an inexplicable fury surged in Chen Xu's heart. He wanted to slap himself hard. No, slap the original owner hard. This was the original Chen Xu's daughter with his late wife. Though she lived with him after her mother's death and the original's descent into idleness, she'd grown up eating irregular, meager meals. The original treated this little girl worse than a dog. Sometimes he'd remember to toss her some scraps sometimes. For days on end, he'd give her nothing. When in a bad mood, he'd drag her over and beat her. And this girl sleeping by the stove in the living room wasn't a one-time occurrence. Suddenly having a daughter created some resistance in Chen Xu, but he couldn't stand seeing her continue to sleep on this hard, rigid bench. Especially now, autumn had arrived, the weather turning cold. Her oversized short sleeve offered no warmth. Although she was by the stove, it only burned wood during daytime use and was extinguished at night. Even as an adult, stepping out he felt a chill. How could this skinny, malnourished child endure it? Without hesitation, Chen Xu strode to the little girl, bent down, awkward and clumsy, as gently and carefully as possible, lifted her into his arms. He was naturally tall and burly, holding this 3 or 4-year-old toddler. She felt tiny and fragile. In his previous life, he'd attended several baby showers and birthday parties for his subordinates' children. Every 3 or 4-year-old was plump, cute, clearly doted on and cherished by their families. Now, looking at the nearly fleshless arms and face of the child in his arms, he didn't know if it was the blood-tie bond stirring within him. Holding her, he only felt profound sorrow and made a firm decision. Since he had been reborn here and unable to return, he would ensure this child never went hungry again. He looked at the little girl in his arms, his gaze resolute. At that moment, Xiaoyue, feeling the warm embrace, unconsciously snuggled closer to Chen Xu, her small hand clutching his shirt front, afraid of losing this warmth. Her lips quivered, sounding weighty and pitiful, mama. In that instant, Chen Xu felt as if bricks had gotten into his eyes, stinging and reddening. His heart melted completely at the sound of that soft, weighty mama. He shifted his arms, letting his daughter nestle even deeper into his embrace. Qingyu had just opened the inner room door and looked up, catching sight of the man's back in the living room. Tall, robust, yet seemingly brimming with infinite tenderness. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him, stretching his shadow long across the floor. Chapter 3. Caught in the act, Qingyu momentarily lost her train of thought, sensing an unsettling feeling within herself. She immediately lowered her head, refraining from glancing at Chen Xu, and hastily departed. Yesterday had been an unexpected turn of events. From this moment onward, she vowed to sever all ties with this man. Having attended the gathering with her cousin, she was familiar with the layout of the house and swiftly navigated to the door on her right, heading to the kitchen and exiting through the back door. Chen Xu, hearing commotion behind him, did not turn around. Although he felt an unprecedented attraction towards this girl, he was aware that he was significantly older than her by 7 or 8 years. Their acquaintance had been rather peculiar, and he was still grappling with his own disheveled appearance. If this girl were to show interest in him, It would indeed be a rare occurrence. As Qingyu left, Chen Xu cradled the little fish in his arms and retreated to his bedroom. Knock, knock. Chen Xu, are you awake? Chen Xu, it's your brother-in-law, Zhang Chong. I need to speak with you. Open the door. Just as Chen Xu reached the foot of the bed, a series of noises emerged from outside. He pulled the blanket over the small child, gently covering her frail form, before turning to leave. In the courtyard, several dark-skinned men stood anxiously at the door, clutching various tools. Chun Qiannan and her husband, Zhang Chong, leaned against the dilapidated wooden door, straining to hear the sounds from within. Why is it so quiet? That fool Chen Xu wouldn't he have harmed the girl, would he? Chun Qiannan glanced at her husband, her expression exaggerated, yet her voice barely above a whisper. I thought I heard a horrific scream just now, and now there's no sound at all. Beside them, a fair-skinned girl with short hair was visibly distressed, stamping her feet in agitation. You all need to open the door quickly. Why are you still standing out here? If something happens to Qingyu, I want to be able to bear it. And her parents will never forgive us, especially since it was me who brought her here for her cousin's gathering. Don't panic, meow meow. I will definitely rescue your classmate. Zhang Chong reassured her before addressing the others in a hushed tone. Listen, I will count to 3. If Chen Xu doesn't open the door, we're going in. The men shared apprehensive glances, aware of Chen Xu's formidable strength and stature. Yet they tightened their grips on their tools and nodded in agreement, even though they knew they would be outmatched. The thought of the young girl being harmed by the brutish Chen Xu, as suggested by his cousin Chen Qiannan, fueled their determination. They resolved to confront the villain, even if it meant risking their lives. Zhang Chong gestured to everyone, raising his hand to count down. 3, 2, 1. Let us go, he shouted, thrusting his right foot towards the wooden door with force. Creak. Before his foot could make contact, the door swung open from the inside, catching Zhang Chong off guard. He stumbled forward, losing his balance and tumbling into the room. Chen Xu cautiously opened the door, only to be met by the sight of a man who had stumbled in, accompanied by a group of armed individuals outside, clearly indicating their ill intentions. Without hesitation, he swiftly shut the partially opened door. Bang! Chen Xu, possessing considerable strength, slammed the door with such force that it sent the already fallen Zhang Chong hurtling back out, crashing into several burly men behind him, who yelped in pain. What are you all trying to do? Chen Xu inquired, his brow furrowed in displeasure as he reopened the door, casting a stern glance at the gathering crowd. Standing tall and robust, with sun-kissed skin and chiseled features, his gaze alone was as piercing as a knife, capable of inflicting fear with a mere glance. The villagers in the yard trembled under his intimidating presence. Although Zhang Chong had recently married into the Chen family, his notorious reputation preceded him. It was said he could fell wild boars with his bare hands. Now, under Chen Xu's fierce glare, he felt his legs weaken and scrambled towards Chen Qian's side, pleading, Dear wife, you speak. You useless fool. Chen Qian shot an irritable glance at the man clinging to her leg before turning to the imposing Chen Xu and quietly asked, I heard a girl's scream coming from your room this morning, and Zhang Chong's cousin has mysteriously gone missing. We thought we should check whether she is in your house. As Chen Qian finished speaking, a trembling voice chimed in. I woke up this morning to find Qingyu missing. The door was ajar, but her shoes were still by my bed. She must have been taken. My cousin said she heard screams from your room, so we had to come over to see if Qingyu is here. Qin Miao's words were laced with a quivering desperation, her fear for her friend's safety overpowering her trepidation towards Chen Xu. The grim possibility of Qingyu falling victim to this brutish man weighed heavily on her mind. She could hardly fathom the consequences, given her frail stature. Upon hearing their words, Chen Xu discerned the unfolding situation. It appeared they were intent on catching him in a compromising position. The original owner of this body was a simpleton, lacking in wit but brimming with brute strength, likely incapable of resisting temptation when he awoke beside a woman. Now, with the prospect of being caught in the act, he realized that if the girl was indeed from the city, her family would not take the matter lightly, potentially condemning him to years of imprisonment and ruining his life entirely. To dismiss this as a mere vile scheme would be naive. However, since the girl had already left, and to protect her reputation, even if he understood the manipulation at play, he could only pretend nothing had transpired. Chen Xu's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on the girl whose eyes were now red with distress. He spoke, Your friend is not here. That cannot be, unless you allow us to come in and check. Chen Qian interjected promptly as soon as Chen Xu's words fell. Zhang Chong also rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. and hid behind Chen Xiannan. Indeed, cousin, we reside in this very house. Your west room and my east room share a common hall in between. Yesterday, my cousin's classmate slept on the second floor of our east room. When my wife awoke in the morning, the door to our east room was still locked from the inside, so that girl could not have left our abode. She must have been taken away through the hall. This morning, we also heard the agonizing screams from your side. Hence, it would not be unreasonable for us to take a look, would it? Chen Xu observed the collusion between his sister-in-law and brother-in-law, who were eager to solidify his guilt. From the recesses of the original owner's memories, he began to recall certain events and surmised who was behind the plot against him. Chapter 4. It is you whom I shall strike. Chen Xu's grandfather, Chen Qingshan, had two sons, his elder brother, Chen Guodong, and his late father, Chen Guoyang. Chen Guodong had 4 daughters, Chen Zhaodi, Chen Lady, Chen Yindi, and the youngest, Chen Qiannan. The other 3 daughters had already been married off, and the youngest, Chen Qiannan, had attracted a remarried man from the town, who was a recipient of government aid. Before their marriage, Chen Guodong and his daughter devised a plan to trick Chen Xu into vacating the house. But Chen Qingshan refused to allow his only grandson to be left homeless, continually delaying any agreement. If the accusation of rape against him were to be established today, and he were imprisoned, wouldn't he that facilitate the transfer of this house? Such cruelty, to not even spare a cousin for the sake of a wretched dwelling. Chen Xu silently cursed, casting a stern gaze upon the two, and inquired, if the person is not in my room, how can you claim otherwise? Zhang Chong, meeting Chen Xu's fierce glare, felt a twinge of fear, but resolutely asserted, she is undoubtedly in your room. My wife heard it clearly this morning. He was certain, as he had personally delivered the girl to Chen Xu's bed. Furthermore, Chen Xu, a fool, had spent the night with a girl resembling a celestial being. Surely, he would have taken the opportunity to torment her further upon waking, especially with that scream. He could now be certain that the girl was indeed in Chen Xu's room. Although Chen Xiannan sensed that Chen Xu seemed somewhat different today, she quickly thought of how the establishment of his guilt would liberate her from this tyrannical, foolish cousin and allow her to claim the west room for herself. She eagerly chimed in, yes, apart from the scream, there seemed to be a few pleas for mercy as well. Upon finishing her statement, she turned to the crowd, declaring, everyone, I can confirm with absolute certainty that the girl is in Chen Xu's room. My cousin must have been brutal. We must hasten to rescue her. Beside her, Qin Miao, anxious for her friend, was beside herself with worry. Without hesitation, she charged toward Chen Xu. You let me in. The villagers, although inherently fearful of Chen Xu, were simple and kind-hearted, and one by one, they gathered with their hoes in hand. Chen Xu, step aside, or do not blame us for being impolite. How could you lay hands on such a small girl? Another exclaimed. Previously, it was one thing to fight and rob, but now you stoop to such unspeakable acts. Hand her over and come with us to face the authorities. Chen Xu regarded the approaching crowd with a fierce glare, raising his hand to block the head of the foremost, Qin Miao. His eyes widened, causing those around him to freeze in shock, as if plunged into an icy abyss. This was bad. Chen Xu was about to unleash his wrath. If a fight broke out, even armed with tools, none of them could withstand a single blow from this brutish man. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xu merely glared for an extended period without making any move to strike. My daughter is sleeping, he declared, casting a narrowed gaze towards Zhang Chong and Chen Xiannan. You may search for someone, but do not disturb her. If she is not found, his voice trailed off, hinting at the severe consequences that awaited them. Chen Xiannan was taken aback by the ferocity in Chen Xu's eyes, yet soon realized that his concern for his daughter was laughable. Who did not know that Chen Xu, this foolish man, valued his daughter less than a mere dog? Now he dared to threaten them about waking her? Surely, he had lost his senses after drinking too much the night before. The girl lying on that bed was not his daughter, but rather a prominent official's daughter with considerable background. If the villagers burst in, Chen Xu's guilt would be undeniable. He would be fortunate not to be dragged off to face the consequences, let alone expect them to shield him. Chen Xiannan, emboldened by the thought of ridding herself of this foolish cousin and claiming the West Room, boldly addressed the crowd. Everyone, feel free to enter and search. For the sake of that poor girl, I, Chen Xiannan, shall uphold justice. Yes, today he may harm another's daughter, but tomorrow it could very well be a girl from our own village. She continued, fear not. We shall go in and find the truth. Let us deliver him to the authorities. The villagers, emboldened by her words, grabbed their tools and surged into the house behind Qingyu. Chen Xu did not intervene. First, he wished for the villagers to confirm the girl's innocence, and second, he intended to conserve his strength for dealing with the vile Chen Xian, Nan, and Zhang Chong. Soon, Zhang Chong and Chen Xian Nan led the way, confidently approaching the bedroom door, ready to expose Chen Xu's alleged misdeeds. However, as Zhang Chong pushed open the door, the crowd, filled with tension and anticipation, was met with an unexpected sight that left them utterly dumbfounded, especially Zhang Chong and Chen Xian Nan, who gazed at the simple bed where the sweetly slumbering little fish lay, their faces etched with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, they exclaimed. Just the previous night, they had personally delivered that girl to Chen Xu's bed. They had even heard her cries in the morning. How could it be that lying on that bed was Chen Xu's daughter, Chen Xiaoyu, who appeared to be sleeping soundly? In that moment, the entire crowd in the room, looking at the peacefully sleeping child, recalled Chen Xu's earlier threat and felt a chill run down their spines. Too terrified to utter a word, their gazes fixated on Chen Xian Nan and her husband. Were these two trying to lead them to their doom? The girl they sought was clearly not in Chen Xu's room, yet they had foolishly followed them into this confrontation. If it weren't for the fear of waking Chen Xu's daughter, they would have relished the opportunity to berate the couple. Zhang Chong and Chen Xian were still unwilling to give up. They even knelt on the ground, meticulously searching every nook and cranny beneath the bed. Yet they found no trace of the girl. They sat back down in despair, questioning their very existence. Where could she be? How could such a substantial person simply vanish? Have you finished checking? If you have, then be quick and get out. The voice from behind startled everyone, causing them to jump. They hurriedly stepped out of the room. One by one, we sincerely apologize, Chen Xu, for this misunderstanding. Uncle has to get back to work, and I will come by another day to make amends. Our intentions were purely to help. Since the girl is not here, we shall assist in searching elsewhere. Me too. Me too. In no time, the villagers rushed out of the room, leaving no trace behind. Qingyu, realizing her misjudgment of Chen Xu, felt anxious to find her friend. She quietly apologized to Chen Xu before hastily leaving the house. Ah, Chen Xu, it seems I was indeed mistaken, haha. Indeed, it is all a misunderstanding. I always said our Chen Xu is not that kind of person. As Qingyu departed, Zhang Chong and Chen Xian quickly followed suit, ready to offer a forced smile and make a swift exit. However, a robust arm, as formidable as a qilin, abruptly blocked their path. Zhang Chong looked up, meeting the darkened countenance of the man before him, his lips twitching slightly. Chen Xu, what do you mean by this? I am your cousin-in-law. Chen Xian swallowed hard. But I am your cousin. Do you dare to strike me? Chen Xu leaned forward menacingly, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I am precisely here to deal with you. Before either could react, he effortlessly yanked them from the room, dragging them outside and slamming the door shut. Chapter 5. The great bear Chen Xian and Zhang Chong attempted to flee, but before they could even rise from the ground, fists as large as sandbags rained down upon them, eliciting cries of agony. Though Chen Xu had always advocated against the use of violence to resolve conflicts in his previous life, he felt no inclination to reason with these two beasts. They had conspired against his dear cousin, intending to ruin the life of an innocent young girl. They were truly less than beasts. Particularly infuriating was the thought that it might have been Zhang Chong who assisted Chen Qian in bringing that girl into the room last night. The mere sight of Zhang Chong ignited an inexplicable fury within Chen Xu. He rained down punches and kicks upon his cousin-in-law, especially targeting the hands that may have touched that girl. Zhang Chong felt utterly humiliated. A group of people had barged in today at Chen Qian's behest, and now Chen Xu was taking it out on him rather than her, directing all his blows at him alone. Chen Xu relentlessly pounded the two of them into the ground for over 10 minutes before finally relenting. Before leaving, he grasped one of their collars, glaring at the bruised and howling duo. If you ever dare to lay a hand on me or my family again, I will break your legs. His expression was grim and terrifying, and though his eyes had previously appeared dull and vacant, they now glimmered with a lethal intensity. Chen Xianyan and Zhang Chong felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling as if they were leaves in a tempest, and they hurriedly nodded in agreement. No, it won't happen again. Chen Xianyan realized that today, Chen Xu was more terrifying than ever before. Zhang Chong was filled with regret, his face marked with shoe prints. His head throbbing, he quickly nodded in acknowledgement, admitting his mistakes to his cousin-in-law. Chen Xu let out a cold snort and forcefully threw the two onto the ground, barking, "Get out!" The two felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and scrambled back to their own east room, hastily securing the door with a series of clicks from the latch. Once they departed, Chen Xu clapped his hands, taking a moment to thoroughly inspect the house. This was a traditional two-story earthen and tiled dwelling typical of the Yuzhou region. In the previous generation, his father and uncle had divided their household. Although they had separated, the family still lived in the same residence, each taking half. The east room along with the two pigsties adjacent belonged to Chen Guodong, while the west room and kitchen were assigned to Chen Guoyang, with the central hall shared equally. However, for convenience, the kitchen and pigsties were sometimes used collectively. After a night of revelry, Chen Xu felt quite famished. He muttered to himself that he would first prepare something to satisfy his hunger before attending to the little one. As he rubbed his belly, he made his way to the kitchen. Yet, upon his arrival, he surveyed the large pot on the stove and the cabinets, only to discover that there was not a single morsel of food, not even a drop of cooking oil or a handful of rice. The only remnant was half a cooked sweet potato, likely forgotten in the pot during a hurried cleanup. It dawned on Chen Xu that the previous owner often pilfered food from Chen Guodong's kitchen, leading to the latter's reluctance to cook there. The previous night's feast had necessitated the use of the large pot, which had swiftly been returned to the east room after the event concluded. Now, the household was devoid of even a drop of oil. Opening the last enamel basin, Chen Xu gazed at its emptiness, feeling a tumult of emotions. Just yesterday, he had dined on an abundance of sumptuous dishes, but now he found himself in this remote mountain village, grappling with basic survival. Nevertheless, although the situation was challenging at the outset, for an astute businessman like Chen Xu, even with nothing to his name, finding a way to secure sustenance would not be insurmountable. Stepping into the courtyard, he looked toward the rear of the house, where terraced fields cascaded up the mountainside, leading to the untouched forests beyond. Surrounded by undulating mountains and layered terraces, he turned his gaze to the entrance of the yard, where a river flowed not far away. Across the river lay the streets of Tengtou village. Today marked the day of the market, occurring every 5 days. Even at just past 7 in the morning, the roads across the river and the banks of their section of the street were already bustling with villagers carrying baskets to the market. Rubbing his chin and drawing upon the memories from both of his lives, Chen Xu contemplated for a moment before formulating a plan. It was now the 9th month of the lunar calendar. Tengtou village was encircled by mountains, and at this time of year, in addition to the ripening crops, many wild fruits in the mountains had also come to fruition. Particularly at the peak of the mountain behind his home, there was a location abundant with August melon vines. It is now the season when the August melons bear ripe fruit, a delicacy highly favored even in rural areas. Farmers are currently preoccupied with the autumn harvest, and students have yet to be on vacation, leaving them with little time to venture into the mountains for gathering. Chen Xu, having just harvested the first batch, is heading to the market to sell them, which will surely yield a significant profit. At the very least, it will ensure that the little fish in his household will not go hungry today. After lingering in the courtyard for a short while, Chen Xu made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the remaining half of a sweet potato from the pot. He then proceeded to the inner room, placing it beside the bed of the little fish, tucking him in snugly before rummaging through some items at home and stepping outside. With a basket on his back and a sickle in hand, he set off towards the back mountain. Although he had not experienced this era in his previous life, he had engaged in commercial simulations spanning from the 1980s to subsequent decades. This particular decade is also a time of abundant opportunity. As long as he fills his belly first, returning to the pinnacle of his previous life is not an arduous task for Chen Xu. The farmers toiling in the fields, upon witnessing Chen Xu ascending the mountain with his basket, exchanged bewildered glances as if they had seen a ghost. Am I seeing things? That lad, Chen Xu, is actually heading up the mountain with a basket? They exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Did the sun rise in the west today? Oh no. Chen Xu's direction is towards my uncle's cornfield. He can't possibly be planning to steal from it, can he? Hurry, we must inform my uncle. His corn is in jeopardy. Earlier this year, every household had just been allocated their plots of land to cultivate, and Chen Xu had lazily avoided farming all year. Now, seeing him headed up the mountain with a basket, they instinctively assumed he intended to pilfer from someone else's field, prompting a frantic rush down the hill to alert others. Meanwhile, the tricycle taxi from Tengtou village was wobbling its way out of the village, emitting a series of thumping sounds and billowing black smoke. Inside the rudimentary vehicle, 5 individuals were crammed onto benches on either side, with 2 fair-skinned, neatly dressed young women drawing the attention of everyone else on board. Among them, one girl with flowing hair and strikingly fair skin, possessing bright eyes and a pure, enchanting demeanor, captivated onlookers as if she were a celestial being descended to earth. Qingyu was accustomed to her friend's charm, though beads of perspiration dotted her forehead as she feigned annoyance and shot a glance at Qingyu. Qingyu, you really should have called me if you had a nightmare. Running out barefoot like that. I thought you. As Qingyu recalled the bully she felt unjustly accused her of, a pang of guilt tinged her thoughts. Thankfully, the bully was in a good mood today. Otherwise, her baseless accusations would have warranted some form of punishment. Qingyu, lost in thought about the events of the previous night, felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She absent-mindedly tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, I was quite startled at the time. Little did she know that she had unintentionally surrendered her innocence to a mountain bully, time and again, 5 times in total. Is that even human endurance? Qingyu looked at Qingyu with a puzzled expression. Qingyu, you're usually so bold. What on earth did you dream about that frightened you so much? Qingyu recalled the imposing figure, along with the menacing gaze and dark complexion that seemed ready to devour, stirring a tumult of emotions within her, and she almost blurted out, a great bear. Chapter 6. Transformation. Chen Xu, possessing a robust physique, ascended from the foot of the mountain to its summit in little over half an hour. Upon entering the lush, verdant expanse of the primeval forest at the peak, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed distinct signs beneath a thicket, and his eyes gleamed with interest. In his previous life, having been born and raised in the countryside, he had been quite adept at hunting game. Just by observing the traces left behind, he could discern that they were likely made by a wild rabbit. Although wild rabbits are exceedingly cautious creatures, they have a peculiar habit of traversing the same path repeatedly, displaying a rather stubborn nature. This tendency makes it easy for them to leave traces, thereby simplifying their capture. Chen Xu scanned the area and ventured a short distance away, where he procured a stick the thickness of his thumb and a vine known as chicken dung. He sharpened one end of the stick, bound the other end with the vine, and fashioned a retractable noose, thus creating a simple yet effective tool. Drawing upon his extensive experience from countless rabbit hunts, he traced the rabbit's path back and forth several times before finally placing the noose along the rabbit's habitual route. With everything in place, he awaited the return of the rabbit to see what fortune the day would bring. Should a rabbit pass by, even if it sensed something amiss, it would likely persist along its chosen path and fall into his trap. Rabbits tend to leap forward, and once ensnared, they will only attempt to flee straight ahead, with their bodies being larger than their heads, causing the noose to tighten as they struggle. Thus, should a hapless rabbit happen to cross its path, he was confident the trap would succeed, promising a hearty addition to his lunch. With the trap set, Chen Xu wasted no time and continued deeper into the forest. His backpack slung over his shoulders. Passing through a grove of cedar trees, the surroundings suddenly opened up, revealing a broader view. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying with it a faint yet delightful fragrance that tickled his nostrils. Chen Xu took a deep breath, following the scent with his gaze. Not far away, a thicket bore clusters of elongated, purplish-red fruits, their contours slightly bursting, with white flesh barely visible within. He had found it. Chen Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he strode purposefully towards the source of the aroma. Upon reaching the thicket of August fruit vines, he beheld clusters of plump, oversized fruits, reminiscent of ice cream or milk, their flesh studded with countless pearl-like seeds. Even as someone who had indulged in numerous mountain delicacies, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. In his later years, such fresh and authentic delights would be nearly impossible to come by. Extending his hand, he plucked a fruit from the vine, peeled away its skin, and took a bite. The taste was succulent and juicy, soft and smooth, imbued with a refreshing hint of mint, leaving a lingering aftertaste. After savoring several pieces of the August fruit and wiping his mouth, although still yearning for more, Chen Xu pressed on, swiftly placing his backpack down and deftly gathering the fruits. Such a delightful treat must be swiftly harvested and brought back for the little fish to savor. The quantity of August melons here is truly abundant. Even though Chen Xu was selective in picking the larger ones, in just over half an hour, he filled more than half of his basket, yet had scarcely gathered a third of the total. Considering the fragility of the fruit, he refrained from overindulgence. And upon reaching a satisfactory amount, he halted his efforts, covering the harvest with several large banana leaves to shield it from the sun's harsh rays. Once the picking was concluded, he hoisted the heavy basket of August melons onto his back. Goodness, it must weigh at least 60 pounds. With the weighty burden secured, he began his descent. Exiting the cedar forest and returning to the spot where he had set his traps, he heard a commotion. Following the noise, he spotted a wild rabbit thrashing about in the trap, and his spirits lifted at the sight. What splendid fortune he had today, Chen Xu murmured to himself, striding forward to extract the spade lodged in the ground, lifting the struggling rabbit with vigor as he hurried home. With a substantial basket of August melons and a rabbit weighing over 2 pounds, this venture into the mountains proved fruitful. The descent was significantly swifter than the ascent. Even with the burden of the melons, Chen Xu reached the halfway point in merely a few minutes. There, he encountered several farmers, familiar faces from the village, who were panting as they climbed uphill. Chen Xu, you. Among them, a middle-aged man with graying hair and sun-kissed skin, who stuttered, called out to Chen Xu, struggling to form a complete sentence. This was his neighbor, Qingyu, known for his speech impediment. Despite his eagerness to return home and prepare food for the little fish, Chen Xu quickly halted his steps upon noticing Chen Youfu's greeting. Uncle Youfu, what is it? Although the onlookers were 90% certain that Chen Xu was merely going to help Chen Youfu harvest corn, they dared not broach the subject directly, intimidated by his reputation. A somewhat younger man beside Chen Youfu glanced at the basket on Chen Xu's back and, sensing the urgency in Chen Youfu's demeanor, asked, Chen Xu, what do you have in your basket? Upon hearing the man's inquiry, Chen Xu comprehended their intentions. They had ventured into the mountains, seeking him out. Yet, this was not surprising, given the original owner's tendency to neglect his land and his reputation as a thief. Thus, it was only natural that they would presume he had gone to pilfer from others' fields. Conveniently, a ridge by the path provided a resting place for his basket. He set it down and, turning around, lifted the banana leaves covering the top, selecting 7 or 8 August melons. Approaching the group, he handed a couple of melons to them, eliciting surprise. These are August melons I picked from the mountain. Please, have a taste, Chen Xu offered. After returning to his basket and securing it once more, he added, I must hurry to the market now. We shall converse later. These individuals had often been recipients of the original owner's visits, and he felt it only right to offer them a few melons as an olive branch. Until Chen Xu descended the mountain, bearing his basket for quite some distance, Chen Youfu and the others, gazing at the August melons in their hands, remained in a state of disbelief. Chen Youfu glanced at the melon he held, turned, and exclaimed, You all see, Chen Xu, this lad not only refrained from pilfering old Chen's corn, but he also ventured into the mountains to gather August melons, and even shared with us. Has the sun truly risen from the west today? A man of similar age to Chen Youfu, clad in a once white vest now faded to a pale yellow, interjected. I never imagined there would come a day when I could receive something edible from this lad Chen Xu. Indeed, another chimed in. Not being robbed by him is already a blessing. Today, he even shares food with us. Am I not dreaming? A sudden loud clap echoed through the crowd. Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? Of course it does, you fool. Then we are not dreaming. This rascal Chen Xu has truly changed for the better. Chapter 7. Is this how we play now? In less than 10 minutes, Chen Xu arrived at the riverbank at the foot of the mountain. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and the riverbank was merely a bridge away from the market. The spacious area had become a venue for trading piglets during market days. Several women, adorned with headscarves and dressed simply, each clutched a few lengths of hemp rope, guiding their squealing piglets as they jostled about. Some of the more exuberant ones, spotting potential buyers eyeing the piglets, hastily called out, Young man, looking to buy a pig? Our piglets weigh at least 6 pounds, well fed, and they're only $1 per pound. As Chen Xu passed by one of the women, he took a closer look at the piglet in her grasp, and her face visibly paled, yet she managed to smile and greet him. Not buying, Chen Xu politely responded, quickening his pace as he wove through the bustling crowd towards the bridge. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Now, a piglet could be purchased for just $5 or $6, whereas in the future, that amount would barely buy a few bottles of water. Crossing the swaying wooden plank bridge and ascending a series of stone steps, Chen Xu arrived at the entrance of Tingto Street. The street was already lined with numerous stalls, carts, and earthen baskets selling locally grown agricultural products. Since last year, Tungto Village had gradually implemented a household production responsibility system. Farmers now owned their land and fruit trees, which had significantly boosted their motivation to work. Many of the more astute farmers brought their homegrown vegetables and fruits to the market to sell, using the profits to improve their living conditions. This group of farmers, possessing more progressive ideas, was among the first to prosper in the rural area. With his basket slung over his shoulder, Chen Xu meandered through the street. At this hour, the prime stalls had already been taken by eager vendors. He finally paused at the entrance of an extended side street, which, though not at the heart of the market, was situated at the gate of Tungtou Primary School. This was the only primary school serving several neighboring villages, and with a considerable number of students enrolled, many vendors had set up shop nearby, selling a variety of fruits. In the eyes of the children at this age, the August melons brought by Chen Xu are an absolute delight. With a basket slung over his shoulder, he found a suitable spot, set down his load, and prepared to sell the melons. Nearby, a simple-looking uncle perched on a yoke instinctively shifted aside, standing up to rearrange the chestnuts in the earthen baskets before him. Although he did not know the tall young man well, he recognized him as the infamous simpleton of Tungtou Street and sought to keep his distance. Once Chen Xu set his basket down and wrapped the lifeless wild rabbit in banana leaves, he exhaled deeply, turned to the uncle, and observed the chestnuts with a smile. Inquiring, "Uncle, your chestnuts seem quite splendid. How much do you sell them for per pound?" The uncle, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Chen Xu's gaze, hesitated before responding with a forced smile. These chestnuts aren't worth much, just 8 cents a pound." The uncle mused, wondering why Chen Xu appeared different today. Not only him, but the surrounding crowd also regarded the unusual behavior of the notorious figure from Tungtou village with perplexity. Just as Chen Xu exchanged a few words with the uncle, a bell hanging in the corner of the second floor of the school was struck, shattering the silence. In a moment, students began to stream out of their classrooms. Some were playing, others were shouting, and many, with pocket money in hand, hurried toward the street. Typically, there were few items for sale in the street, with a bounty of delectable fruits and snacks only available during market days. At this moment, Chen Xu swiftly set the bananas aside, revealing the large, plump, and fragrant August melons nestled within his basket. Soon, several observant students noticed the basket filled with the enticing white melons. "Wow, August melons. They smell amazing." A chubby little boy's eyes widened in delight as he rushed towards Chen Xu. Waving a banana leaf, Chen Xu gently fanned the melons, sending their aroma wafting into the boy's nose, causing his round face to light up with excitement. "How much are your August melons?" the little boy eagerly asked. However, as he realized the owner of the basket was none other than the tall simpleton Chen Xu, his expression shifted, and he instinctively considered fleeing. Chen Xu had previously snatched food from him more than once, contributing to his few extra pounds, and now, upon seeing him, the boy felt an urge to escape. Yet, before he could act, Chen Xu continued to fan the melons with a smile, saying, "I picked these fresh from the deep mountains of Qingyu just last night. They're delicious. If you're interested, they're 2 dimes a pound." 2 dimes? That's enough to buy 4 fried dough sticks. The little boy furrowed his brow, starting to protest, but hesitating, realizing that Chen Xu was indeed a bit of a rogue in his own right. Chen Xu, with an air of casual intent, wafted the fragrant aroma towards the plump child, smiling as he remarked, "You can find fried dough sticks all year round, but my August melons are not available every day. Who knows, the next time the market comes around, they may not be as fresh and delectable as they are now. Especially since I've traveled such a long way from the mountains, and at just 20 cents a pound, how could they be expensive? Just take a look at the August melons you've had in previous years. Have you ever seen them this large and sweet?" Chen Xu had built his fortune on the culinary industry, promoting his products with remarkable flair. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words and gazing at the thin-skinned, meaty August melons, the child inhaled the delightful fragrance, pondering deeply for 2 seconds before finally speaking. "Then, I would like 2 pounds. All right, I'll pack them for you." Chen Xu replied with a broad smile, tearing off a large piece of banana leaf, fashioning it into a funnel, and placing about 10 August melons inside before handing it to the child. "Here you go. I'll throw in an extra 2. If they taste good, bring your classmates and parents next time." The child, captivated by the fragrant and enticing August melons, could hardly contain his excitement. He nodded eagerly and promptly paid for his purchase. "If they're delicious, I'll come back." With that, he dashed off towards the street, carrying his bounty. His ability to buy so much stemmed not only from his family's good fortune, but also from their proximity to the market, allowing him to stock up at home. As the child departed, the surrounding students, who had been watching from a distance, began to approach. Initially hesitant to approach Chen Xu, they were unable to resist any longer after seeing their classmate leave with the August melons. "Uncle, can I have half a pound?" A little girl piped up, looking longingly at the melons in the basket. Despite his stern demeanor, she found the August melons irresistibly appetizing. Chen Xu grinned. "Of course. I'll add one more for you." The little girl's face lit up with joy. "Wow. Thank you, uncle." Witnessing this, a group of students who were still shy about speaking to Chen Xu quickly gathered their money. "Uncle, I want half a pound too." "Uncle, can I have a quarter pound? I only have 5 cents. I only have 3 cents, but I want to eat too." Chen Xu deftly packed the August melons for the eager children and, noticing the distressed expressions of those short on funds, suggested with a smile, "I sell them by half a pound. If any of you don't have enough money, you can pool together to buy half a pound and share it among yourselves. And remember, the more you buy, the more I give, 1 extra for half a pound and 2 for a pound." Several older, more astute children immediately grasped Chen Xu's idea and hurriedly began to rally their classmates to pool their money for a group purchase. The surrounding vendors were left utterly astonished by the scene. Group buying? It could be done this way? Was this tall fellow truly that well-known simpleton from Tungto village? His business acumen was certainly sharper than theirs. As the brief intermission drew to a close, the bell rang, and the students around Chen Xu scattered, clutching their August melons as they rushed back to the classroom. Chen Xu glanced at the basket of August melons, realizing that he had sold over 10 pounds in this round alone. "Mother, it's him. I bought my August melons from him. No time to chat. I'm going to be late. Please save some for me." At that moment, the rotund boy tugged at the ample woman and led her to Chen Xu's basket, barely pausing to greet him before hurrying off to school. Behind them, several other women followed suit. "Be careful, you rascal." The plump woman scolded her son before turning to Chen Xu and inquired, "Chen Xu, how much are your August melons per pound?" Though she found it rather absurd for Chen Xu to be selling goods today, the sight of the melons in his basket, combined with the delightful flavor she had just experienced, compelled her to ask eagerly. These melons were simply delectable. Her son had brought some home, and with relatives visiting, they had vanished almost instantaneously. The mischievous lad had even insisted she buy him 3 more pounds, as other relatives were also interested. "Sister, the price is the same as when your son bought from me, 20 cents per pound, and for every pound, you get 2 extra. The more you buy, the more you receive," Chen Xu replied with a smile, fanning himself with a banana leaf. "That seems a bit pricey, but the flavor is indeed remarkable. I'll take 5 pounds, but make sure you weigh it. Don't shortchange me." The woman feigned seriousness, handing her basket to Chen Xu. Chen Xu accepted the basket and began selecting the melons, assuring her, "Sister, rest assured, my hand is steadier than any scale. You'll receive no less. And if you doubt me, you can weigh it at home." Having been in business for decades, he was confident that his measurements could be accurate to within a few grams. The woman smiled at his words. "All right, if you short me, I will hold you accountable." Chen Xu readily agreed. "If I give you less than a pound, I'll compensate you with an additional pound." He then handed her a generously filled basket. The woman lifted it, raising an eyebrow. "Wow, this is at least over 6 pounds. You're quite impressive, Chen Xu." Satisfied, she paid him. As a fellow merchant, she could gauge weight, and having completed her transaction, the other women who had followed quickly approached. "I'll take 3 pounds. This is great for pregnant women. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth, and I hope she has a healthy grandson, haha. I want 2 pounds, and make sure to pick out the larger ones. If they taste good, I'll be back. I'll take 1 pound as well." In Huaxia culture, there is a fondness for lively gatherings. At that moment, the market was bustling, and many passers-by, witnessing the fervent scene at Chen Xu's stall, eagerly joined in. "Young man, how do you sell these melons?" "I want 2 pounds. They look fantastic. I'll take 1 pound. "Really? I haven't had them in nearly a year. I've been too busy in the fields to pick them from the mountains. Let me have half a pound to taste." Before long, the atmosphere at Chen Xu's stall had transformed into a lively hub once again. Chen Xu found himself busily engaged, akin to an octopus, urging everyone to proceed one by one, ensuring safety and caution against any mishaps. The surrounding fruit vendors observed the vibrant and bustling atmosphere emanating from Chen Xu's stall, filled with a tinge of regret and envy. Had they known earlier, they too would have ventured into the mountains to gather such delightful produce for sale. Even the elderly man beside Chen Xu's stall, who had only managed to sell a few pounds of chestnuts throughout the morning, felt a pang of discontent. He resolved that next time, he would abandon chestnuts for the more lucrative August melons, believing that even a trek into the deep mountains would be worthwhile for such a profitable item. By 11 o'clock, Chen Xu's basket of August melons had been completely sold out. Many students, taking advantage of their break, approached as Chen Xu began to pack up. "Wow, uncle, will you come back this afternoon? I want to buy some," exclaimed one. "Me too. If you're back, I'll save my money." As he hoisted his basket onto his back, a throng of students encircled him. He reached out, ruffling the hair of a few little ones, and replied, "I will head home for lunch now, but I shall return around 3 o'clock. This treat will only be available today, as it is meant to be enjoyed fresh. By the next market day, the children in the mountains will have already tasted it, and those who have satisfied their cravings today spend money on it again." In this era, snacks are a luxury. Survival remains the priority. After conversing with the students, Chen Xu shouldered his basket, waved goodbye to the elderly man nearby, and, feeling the weight of his pocket, made his way into the bustling main street. While selling, he also counted his earnings. Over 60 pounds of August melons had fetched him a total of 10 yuan and 2 jiao. Although such an amount would hardly purchase much in the future, it was quite significant in the present. After all, the average worker's monthly salary barely reached 50 to 60 yuan. With newfound wealth, his first thought was to procure some fine grains to prepare a meal and nourish his daughter. Entering the supply and marketing cooperative, he scanned the shelves, which were predominantly stocked with daily necessities. After a brief inspection of the countertop, he summoned a clerk. Kerosene was priced at 4 jiao per pound, and salt was quite affordable at 1 jiao and 5 fun. Finding little in the way of food within the cooperative, Chen Xu exited and proceeded to a street vendor to purchase several pounds of cornmeal, a few stalks of pickled cabbage, beans, and potatoes, coarse grains cultivated by local farmers. Initially, he had intended to buy better quality food to help bolster his daughter's health. However, after searching the area, he discovered that items such as rice, noodles, and flour were nearly impossible to find. It was understandable, as the village of Tungtou was primarily comprised of farmers who raised pigs and cultivated their own fields. There was no grain management office in the village, nor were there ration tickets for grains or meat. Before leaving home that day, he had rummaged through his belongings and found only essential fabric and kerosene tickets. Noodles and flour, which required grain tickets for purchase, were not inexpensive. And even if one dared to speculate and bring them to the village for sale, the prices would be exorbitant, deterring many from buying. Fortunately, although he could not find fine grains, Chen Xu's basket still contained a large wild rabbit, more than sufficient to enhance the evening's meal. Wandering about the streets, Chen Xu returned home with his heavy basket on his back, a radiant smile illuminating his face. From this day forth, little Yuer would no longer endure hunger alongside him. Chen Xu's home was merely separated from the street by a river, and in just a few minutes, he found himself at the entrance of his courtyard. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Within the yard, several pairs of eyes immediately turned to him, particularly one man in his 50s, whose demeanor was quite unfriendly. Upon spotting Chen Xu, his eyes flared with anger, as if he were ready to commit murder. Zhang Chong, whose face bore the marks of a recent altercation, along with Chun Qiannan, quickly retreated behind the man. Nearby, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a hunched frame frowned deeply upon seeing Chen Xu, coughing uncomfortably as he approached to admonish him. "What on earth have you done to your cousin and brother-in-law?" Chapter 9. No infidelity. Recognizing the familiar faces, Chen Xu immediately identified the two individuals. They were his grandfather, Chen Xingshan, and his great-uncle, Chen Guodong. Since the two brothers of the previous generation had divided their households, Chen Xingshan had been under the care of Chen Guodong's family. Meanwhile, his father, Chen Guoyang, had been responsible for his grandmother, who had passed away several years prior. With Chen Qiannan's south wedding taking place yesterday, it was only natural that Chen Guodong had taken Chen Xingshan to stay overnight at his eldest daughter's home to accommodate guests. The current situation clearly indicated that the two elders had returned, and his brother-in-law was about to report him. In response to Chen Xingshan's inquiry, Chen Xu glanced at the couple hiding behind Chen Guodong before replying, "Grandfather, would I truly strike them if they hadn't provoked me? I am not one to act out of mere caprice." Before Chen Xingshan could respond, Chen Guodong's booming voice resonated through the courtyard. "No matter how they have angered you, they are still your sister and brother-in-law. Is it necessary to resort to such violence, especially so soon after their wedding?" Zhang Chong, noticing his father-in-law defending him, quickly touched his swollen face, muttering, I had heard tales of Qian Nan's cousin being a fighter, but I never expected to witness it on the very first day of their marriage. Am I to endure this daily? Is this the Chen family's attitude towards their son-in-law? Hearing Zhang Chong's words, Chen Xu raised an eyebrow. The moment his gaze fell upon him, Zhang Chong hastily ducked behind Qian Nan, exclaiming, Dad, look. Just one word from me, and he's ready to strike again. Chen Guodong exhaled sharply, placing a hand protectively in front of Chen Xu, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Do you intend to strike my son-in-law in my presence? Is this an insurrection? He had finally secured a son-in-law, one he deemed far more precious than Chen Xu, and he questioned why Chen Xu felt entitled to inflict harm. Chen Qingshan quickly intervened, grabbing Chen Xu's arm. You impudent boy, apologize to them at once. How can family members resort to violence so easily? Chen Xu turned to his grandfather, saying, Grandfather, they do not regard me as family. Early this morning, they invited the villagers into my home, labeling me a criminal. Do they truly consider me family? He then directed his cold gaze at Chen Guodong, asserting, Your precious daughter and son-in-law have wrongfully accused me of being a criminal and intruded into my home. What is wrong with me defending myself? Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong were taken aback, turning in unison to gaze at Chen Qianan and Zhang Chong. Chen Qianan, under their scrutinizing stares, felt a wave of guilt wash over her and hastily attempted to defend herself. I was just anxious, you see. Zhang Chong's cousin, a classmate, was abducted from our home in the middle of the night. We must ascertain who is responsible. Chen Xu scoffed derisively. In a village as populous as Tungtou, rather than seeking help, you storm into my home? This is the first time I've witnessed someone so brazenly smear their own cousin when trouble arises. Moreover, how do you know she was abducted? Were you the one who took her? The onlookers in the courtyard, upon hearing Chen Xu's logically sound and even somewhat profound remarks, were all left in a state of astonishment. Chen Qingshan observed his eldest grandson with a mix of shock and delight, sensing that perhaps his grandson was exhibiting a more rational demeanor today. What was this about abduction? Chen Qingshan turned to glance at his granddaughter and her husband, Chen Qianan and Zhang Chong. Their faces, a mottled palette of colors, turned pale with guilt. Chen Qianan quickly interjected, How could we have abducted her? The girl was found later. She claimed to have sleepwalked or was frightened by a nightmare and ran away. Although she herself was unsure of the true events, it was imperative to keep the scheme involving Zhang Chong and Chen Xu under wraps. Chen Guodong, initially tense, let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Qianan's explanation. However, witnessing the dismal state of his daughter and son-in-law, he still insisted, But Chen Xu, you cannot resort to violence. She is your own cousin. Chen Xu, arms crossed defiantly, retorted, I aimed directly at her. I actually wish I had hit her harder. You. Chen Guodong's face flushed with rage. Yet he realized he was no match for Chen Xu in a physical altercation. Turning instead to Chen Qingshan, he exclaimed, Father, look at your grandson. Now he assaults his cousin and her husband. Who knows what he might do next? Such a person is a liability to the Chen family and should be expelled. A fool like Chen Xu, who only creates trouble, would be a greater burden than his daughters. Despite Chen Guodong's mounting fury, Chen Qingshan remained immersed in the joy of witnessing his grandson's apparent return to normalcy. However, wary of his son's darkening expression, he hesitated to express his elation. Finally saying, Guodong, though this incident is a misunderstanding, Qianan and Zhang Chong have indeed overstepped. Of course, Chen Xu's actions are also inappropriate. As he spoke, Chen Qingshan reached into his pocket, carefully retrieving a piece of fabric. Inside were several neatly folded bills. Though it pained him to part with the money, he approached Chen Qianan and Zhang Chong, extending it towards them. Chen Xu may be thoughtless and heavy-handed, but he is still your cousin. This is all I can offer. Please take it to purchase some medicine and consider it my way of making amends on his behalf. Chen Qianan looked at the money in Chen Qingshan's hand, a flicker of discontent crossing her features. Before she could respond, Zhang Chong's eyes lit up, and he swiftly reached out to seize the bills from Chen Qingshan's grasp. Grandfather, you must educate Chen Xu properly. I am his brother-in-law, and I shall not hold grudges against him. A small amount for medical expenses will suffice. Had it been someone else, he would have already been taken to the police station, facing not only compensation, but also imprisonment. As Zhang Chong spoke, he had already placed the money into the pocket of his shirt. A grimace appeared on Chen Qingshan's face as he acknowledged the situation. Chen Xu observed this scene, his heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. Throughout his life, Chen Xu had resolved numerous troubles for the original owner. As a retired soldier receiving a meager salary of 50 yuan a month, he wore tattered clothing, with patches adorning his garments. And he was at odds with his eldest son, Chen Guodong. Despite residing in the East Wing, he often provided support to Chen Xu. Although he was not afraid of the matter escalating to the police, he refrained from further arguing with those two ruffians, considering the reputation of the young woman involved. Chen Guodong, witnessing his grandfather defending that foolish grandson, felt increasingly discontented. However, since Zhang Chong had declared there would be no further pursuit of the matter, he suppressed his anger, casting a fierce glare at Chen Xu before turning to Chen Xu, stating, "You continue to indulge your precious grandson. He will inevitably end up in trouble." With that, he beckoned Chen Xian and Zhang Chong into the East Wing, slamming the door behind them, showing no intention of inviting Chen Xu along. Chen Xu had long grown accustomed to such behavior. Once Chen Guodong departed, he turned his gaze towards Chen Xu, feigning seriousness as he said, "You, young man, must avoid provoking your uncle in the future. Look, you will go hungry again today, won't you?" In better times, when Chen Guodong was in a good mood, he would occasionally share leftover food with Chen Xu. However, given today's situation, not only would Chen Xu and his daughter go hungry, but it seemed even his old bones would have to endure a meal-less day. What awaited him inside was not food, but the discontent of his eldest son. Chen Xu's gaze lingered on the tightly shut door of the East Wing for a moment before he turned to Chen Xu and said, "Grandfather, come with me to the West Wing. I have something to eat." Given the scorn from the East Wing, it was perfect. This grandfather would be supported by him henceforth. Chen Xu, however, looked bewildered as he gazed at his foolish grandson, asking, "What are we eating? The northwestern wind?" If his memory served him correctly, this foolish grandson had been hungry for more than half a month, having only eaten a satisfying meal just yesterday. A few days prior, he had seen Chen Xu return with a basket on his back, thinking he had brought something worthwhile home, and felt a surge of joy upon seeing him. Alas, he had only brought back empty air. Upon hearing the words, Chen Xu patted the basket on his back, just as a small figure had appeared beside them unbeknownst to them. With tiny, frail hands, the little one earnestly extended half a sweet potato towards him. Her voice trembling as she spoke, "Grandpa, sweet potato, you eat." Chen Xu looked down. Beside him stood a small child, no taller than his knee, with skinny black arms holding up the sweet potato. Her oversized short sleeves hung askew, and her long, yellowing bangs obscured much of her small face. As his gaze fell upon her tiny visage, the little one pouted, trembling as she took a step back, her small hands raised high with the half-sweet potato, as if to prove something, clearly frightened. Little Fish, having not stolen anything, was delivered with the sweet potato, trembling in fear, nearly brought to tears. Chen Xu suddenly recalled a vague memory from the original hostess' mind. It seemed that once, when Little Fish had eaten the leftover half of a baked potato, the original host had returned to find it missing and, without hesitation, had scolded the little one. Only when the child had escaped to hide beneath the bed did the punishment cease. Little Fish had remained hidden there for an entire day and night before daring to emerge. Thus, the sweet potato he had left for her today had become a source of trepidation, making her too afraid to partake in it, fearing he might strike her again. Observing the small, trembling figure, Chen Xu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He placed his basket on the ground and intended to approach. But realizing his current appearance might frighten her further, he crouched down and extended his hand, saying, "Daddy won't hurt you. Come here, let Daddy hug you." How could he bring himself to harm such a small and pitiful creature? Little Fish, clutching the sweet potato, gazed at her unusually gentle father, too fearful to advance. Chen Xu, witnessing her bewilderment, felt a mix of amusement and compassion. With sincerity, he reassured her, "I truly won't hurt you. That sweet potato in your hand is what I left on the bed for you to eat when you woke up. Why would I want to harm you?" Little Fish paused, looking down at the sweet potato. Her small face, mostly obscured by her bangs, expressed surprise. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, her bright, dark eyes peering through the strands of hair as she softly asked, "Did Daddy put me on the bed?" At not yet 3 years old, and influenced by her surroundings, articulating a complete sentence was still a challenge for her. However, her pronunciation was unexpectedly clear. Upon hearing her question, Chen Xu endeavored to display a warm smile, teasingly responding, "Yes, Daddy carried you to bed to sleep." Now that you're awake, you won't let daddy hold you anymore? This statement left little fish even more astonished. Her mouth forming an OAS, she stared blankly at him. Today, her father's gentleness rendered her speechless. Observing her stillness, Chen Xu feigned a hurt expression, saying, I understand. Little fish, doesn't he want daddy to hold her, right? As he pretended to rise, the hesitant child, fearing he might leave, quickly scampered towards him, exclaiming, I want to be hugged. Chen Xu smiled broadly at the approaching little one, extending his arms, and she leapt into his embrace. He enveloped his fragile daughter, softly whispering, I'm sorry. From now on, daddy will never hit you again, though he hadn't been the one to strike her. However, he felt compelled to apologize on behalf of the original owner to this little one. Little Yuer's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet she shook her head and said in a tender voice, Little Yuer was naughty, daddy only scolded me. Upon hearing this, Chen Xu's heart grew heavier with an inexplicable weight. Perhaps this is the nature of children. Regardless of how their parents treat them, they perceive that adults love them. He exhaled softly, gently releasing her, and brushed aside the bangs from her cherubic face. Her petite visage, adorned with large, round eyes, glimmered with dark brilliance at that moment. Perhaps due to her grievances, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, holding back cries that tugged at one's heartstrings. He swiftly composed himself, reached out to wipe away the tears from his daughter's eyes, and spoke softly, Today, we shall not have sweet potatoes. Daddy has brought you many delicious treats. With that, he extended his long arms, effortlessly enveloping little Yuer in his embrace as he rose to his feet. Being lifted by her father, little Yuer felt as though she was floating, as if in a dream. Gazing at her extraordinarily gentle father, she nodded eagerly. Okay. Chen Xu, cradling little Yuer, prepared to lift the nearby carrying basket, beckoning Chen Qingshan to join him in the kitchen to cook. However, as soon as his hand brushed against the straps of the basket, Chen Qingshan, who had been staring at the contents for quite some time, wore an exceedingly grim expression. He looked at him and exclaimed, You little rascal, did you steal this from the street? Although he was baffled by his grandson's unexpected gentleness towards little Yuer, what concerned him more was the substantial haul in the basket. A glance revealed cornmeal, potatoes, beans, and sweet potatoes. He could discern the contents with ease. His grandson's pockets were usually emptier than his own face. How could he possibly afford to buy food? The only plausible explanation was that after filling his stomach yesterday, he had gone out today to pilfer. Faced with Chen Qingshan's inquiry, Chen Xu found himself at a loss between laughter and tears, yet recalling the original owner's circumstances. He deemed his grandfather's suspicion reasonable. Grandpa, rest assured, I bought this. I did not steal it, Chen Xu patiently clarified, hoisting the basket and carrying little Yuer towards the kitchen. Bought it. Chen Qingshan paused, realization dawning upon him, his expression darkening further. You little rascal. You didn't go out to rob someone for money, did you? With that, he hurriedly followed Chen Xu into the western kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, Chen Xu set little Yuer down and began to unload the assorted ingredients from the basket onto the countertop. The more Chen Qingshan observed the items being laid out, the more anxious he became, nearly stamping his foot as he questioned, You little rascal, where did you get the money to buy these things? If you truly stole someone's money, you must return it at once. Otherwise, the police won't show this old man any mercy. Chen Xu, while rummaging through the basket, unveiled a few preserved August melons wrapped in banana leaves. He picked up two, handed one to Chen Qingshan, and, peeling back the skin of the remaining one, remarked, I earned money selling these. He then extended the August melon towards little Yuer, saying, You haven't tried this yet, have you? Give it a taste. It is surely more delicious than your sweet potatoes. Despite being advised against consuming sweet potatoes, this little creature was reluctant to waste any, and soon enough, her cheeks were stuffed full. At that moment, with her cheeks puffed out, little fish caught sight of the August melon that Chen Xu offered, its sweet aroma piquing her interest. She looked up at Chen Xu and asked, Daddy, have you eaten? Her small lips mumbled curiously. Chen Xu felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a gentle smile, I have already eaten. Only then did the little one extend her hand to accept the August melon, swallow the sweet potato in her mouth, and take a bite, her little face instantly lighting up. Wow, so delicious. Chen Qingshan, holding the August melon, stood in a daze for a long while. It wasn't until he heard little fish's voice that he snapped back to reality, his joy overwhelming. Are you saying you sold August melons, earned money, and bought all these things? He asked, unable to contain his excitement. Chen Xu grinned and replied, "Yes. So you can rest easy, Grandpa. I neither stole nor robbed. I earned it all myself." Seeing his grandson, who now resembled a normal person, surrounded by an array of food, Chen Qingshan was beside himself with joy, gleefully slapping his thigh. It must be the ancestors showing their blessings. My eldest grandson has finally wised up. Huh. Chen Xu smiled at the elderly man, who was excited like a child, and said, "All right, Grandpa, let us start cooking. I'll handle everything except for the steamed flour, which is your task." In his previous life, although his hometown was poor, the diet primarily consisted of rice. Here, however, they used dried corn, ground it, and steamed it into flour, a skill Chen Xu did not possess, nor did the original owner. In high spirits, Chen Qingshan cheerfully responded, "Good. Grandpa will steam the flour." Little Fish had finished her August melon and eagerly volunteered, her sweet voice chiming, "I'll help." In no time, the trio in the kitchen busied themselves, particularly the not yet 3-year-old Little Fish, who worked surprisingly adeptly. Chen Xu observed his daughter at the stove, her small hands skillfully adding firewood, and raised an eyebrow while pouring water into the pot, casually asking, "Fish, who taught you to add wood?" Little Fish added another piece of wood, brushing aside her hair that fell over her forehead, leaving a smudge on her cheek as she replied, "Fourth aunt taught me." Her fourth aunt often took her to gather firewood, stoke the fire, and cut pig grass. When she occasionally felt hungry, she would give her something. As Chen Qingshan busied himself with steaming flour, his expression grew somewhat complicated at this point. Noticing the old man trailing off, Chen Xu curiously inquired, "What did she give you?" Little Fish's face broke into an innocent smile, filled with gratitude, as she said, "Fourth aunt gives me pig feed, enough to fill my belly." Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback by her answer, his mind conjuring images of a thick, coarse, and off-putting concoction, causing his expression to darken. "Isn't that stuff what you boil and then mix with grass to feed the pigs?" Looking at Chen Xu's suddenly grim face and then glancing at Little Fish, who was focused on adding wood, Chen Qingshan remarked, "At the very least, that stuff can fill her stomach, preventing her from being picky. Even after I'm gone, she'll still be able to survive. Whom can we blame for this? It is her mother, whose frail health compelled her to bear a son in hopes of securing a lasting place in our family. Alas, the child was born, but the mother did not survive." Chen Qingshan grew increasingly agitated. The discord between him and Chen Xu regarding his wife and her family was profound, causing him to harbor resentment towards this little great-grandson. Chen Xu added water to the pot and, observing his silent daughter who was diligently tending to the fire, turned to Chen Qingshan and said, "All right, Grandfather, those are matters of the past. Let us not dwell on them any longer. From now on, I shall provide for Xiao Yuer." Chen Qingshan glanced at Chen Xu but chose not to respond, instead focusing on moistening the cornmeal with a dustpan as he prepared it for steaming. Chen Xu affectionately patted Xiao Yuer's head and began to prepare the rabbit. Although the original owner's memories of Xiao Yuer's mother had grown faint, he could still piece together a general understanding. When Chen Qingshan sought a bride for the original owner, the matchmaker extolled the virtues of the young woman, beautiful, healthy, and capable. The more Chen Qingshan heard, the more satisfied he became, ultimately spending over 300 yuan, saved from years of frugality alongside Chen Guodong, as a bride price to bring her home. However, after the marriage, it became evident that his granddaughter-in-law was frail, incapable of work, and plagued by constant ailments. Chen Qingshan was understandably displeased and wished to return her. After all, with Chen Xu being a simpleton, he could barely sustain him, let alone a sickly wife. Yet the bride's family was obstinate. They refused to take her back or return the bride price, insisting that a married daughter was like water spilled. Eventually, influenced by her family, the woman, disregarding her own frail condition and Chen Qingshan's objections, became pregnant within 2 months of marriage, hoping to bear a son who would secure her a place. Tragically, she passed away before she could even learn the gender of her child. Despite his reluctance towards this granddaughter thrust upon him, Chen Qingshan swallowed his pride. Borrowing milk and flour from various sources, enduring the disdain of his eldest son's family, while discreetly assisting Chen Xu in managing to raise Xiao Yuer. It was no easy feat. Chen Xu couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. "Daddy, the water is boiling." Xiao Yuer's voice broke through his thoughts. "All right, coming." Chen Xu replied cheerfully, tossing the rabbit into a porcelain basin. grabbing a ladle to scoop boiling water from the pot to prepare for plucking the rabbit's fur. Xiao Yu, curious, stood by and asked, "Daddy, can I help?" Chen Xu smiled. "This task is too hot for you, dear." Seeing that Chen Xu wouldn't allow her to assist, Xiao Yu obediently returned to her spot at the stove, no longer causing a ruckus. Within a mere 10 minutes, Chen Xu skillfully cleaned and cut the rabbit, marinated it, minced garlic, and sliced ginger, all with remarkable efficiency. Chen Xu, observing his grandson's swift movements, was utterly astonished. The ancestors of the Chen family must have blessed him. Not only had his grandson shed his previous foolishness, but his culinary skills had also advanced dramatically. If his grandson were not present, he would have been tempted to kneel and pay homage to his ancestors right then and there, unaware of the elder's excitement. Chen Xu meticulously prepared the rabbit meat and accompanying ingredients. Once the pot was heated, he retrieved a palm-sized enamel jar from his backpack and removed the lid, revealing the glistening white lard within. In the absence of a grain depot on the street, Chen Xu had discreetly purchased this 2 pounds of lard for a considerable sum of 2 yuan and 60 cents from the mother of a chubby child, intending to return it later. Although there was a cheaper option of rapeseed oil, he deemed it necessary to use the best for his family. He scooped a generous spoonful of lard and tossed it into the hot pot. Soon, the distinctive aroma of the lard wafted through the air. Without delay, Chen Xu added the chopped rabbit meat to the pot, stirring it until it released its savory fragrance. He then introduced scallions, ginger, and garlic, allowing them to sauté until fragrant. He poured in dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, stirring vigorously over high heat, releasing waves of tantalizing aromas. The young child, having hardly tasted meat before, was irresistibly drawn to the enticing scent, standing on tiptoe to peer into the pot, yet unable to see anything due to her petite stature. "Daddy, the rabbit meat smells so good." Chen Xu, while stirring the meat, couldn't help but smile at the child's exuberance. "Once it's cooked, I'll let you have a taste." The child's delighted voice responded, "Okay." Not only the little one, but even Chen Xu was captivated by the aroma, standing eagerly beside the stove, longing for a taste. Before long, a pot of fragrant dry-fried rabbit meat was ready. Chen Xu picked up a piece, blew on it gently, and offered it to the eagerly awaiting child. "Here, taste it for Dad, and let me know if the salt is just right." The little one, eyes wide with anticipation, quickly took the steaming piece, blew on it, and eagerly bit into it. Perhaps it was still a bit hot, as she puffed out air while chewing, her eyes widening with delight as she looked up at Chen Xu, mumbling, "Daddy, it's very, very delicious." Chen Xu couldn't help but smile. This was the essence of childhood. Chen Xu, observing the expression on his granddaughter's face, couldn't restrain his own pleasure. In the next moment, a steaming piece of meat appeared before him. "Grandpa, would you like to try?" Chen Xu asked with a grin. "Cough, cough, I'm not a child. I'll wait until we sit at the table," he replied. A few minutes later, the kitchen resonated with the elder's astonished praise. "Oh my, this rabbit meat is truly delightful." Before noon, the modest 8 immortals table in the west room was adorned with a bountiful spread: dry-fried rabbit meat, spicy rabbit heads, glistening stir-fried potatoes, sautéed greens, and sauerkraut bean soup. Setting the bowls and chopsticks, the family of 3 gathered around the table, ready to commence their meal. The little one was already famished, and as soon as Chen Xu filled her small bowl with half a serving of rice and a scoop of rabbit meat, she clumsily grasped her chopsticks, eagerly shoveling the warm rice along with the rabbit into her mouth. "Wow, hot rice, hot meat, delicious," she exclaimed, blowing on the steaming food, her little fingers pointing at the warm dishes, her voice a chorus of satisfaction and joy. Chen Xu gazed at the content expression etched upon the little one's face, a wave of comfort washing over him as he gently ruffled her hair. "Eat slowly, dear, lest you choke." The little fish replied, her head bowing once more as she voraciously dug into her meal, her cheeks instantly puffed up. Chen Xu observed the feast spread before him, particularly his eldest grandson, his eyes inexplicably moist with emotion, overwhelmed by a profound sense of gratitude. To witness his grandson's return to normalcy in the twilight of his life, and to know that his great-granddaughter would not go hungry, filled his heart with solace. This old frame of his could depart this world without regrets. "Grandfather, eat," Chen Xu urged as he served food into Chen Xingshan's bowl. "Ah, very well, I shall." Chen Xingshan took a bite of meat, followed by a mouthful of rice, his face glowing with satisfaction. The dishes prepared by his grandson were simply delightful. Seeing the two relish their meal, Chen Xu joined in. taking a few bites of the noodles and rice. The flavor was a complex tapestry, difficult to articulate, yet it lodged itself in his throat. Struggling to swallow, he turned to the two beside him and said, "Grandfather, little fish, when we go to the market in town the day after tomorrow, I will buy rice. From now on, our family shall dine on rice every day." This was not a daunting task for him, even in this remote mountain locale. He had a plethora of ways to earn a living. Upon hearing Chen Xu's declaration, the little fish wore an expression of bewilderment. "What is rice?" Chen Qingshan, however, regarded his silly grandson with skepticism, wiping a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth. "What are you dreaming about, you little rascal? Here, rice is a precious commodity. During the new year, we are fortunate to feast on a meal of sand-mixed earthworms." Chapter 12 Chen Guodong. How frustrating. Sand mixed with earthworms? Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback, realizing this was a local dialect of the village. Consuming rice mixed with noodles was referred to as earthworms mixed with sand. Once he comprehended, he chuckled and continued, "We shall no longer mix the rice with noodles. From now on, our family will enjoy pure rice every day." Chen Qingshan polished off the rice in his bowl, ladling some pickled vegetable soup, and slurped a mouthful. "You little rascal, I see you are still not fully recovered. Dreaming such dreams is folly. Even the wealthiest family in the village, the Lis, only indulge in mixed rice during festivals. You audaciously claim we will have rice daily. What a dreamer you are." The little fish had not grasped the conversation between her father and great-grandfather. Her focus solely on devouring her meal. What is appetizing about earthworms and sand? The steaming noodles and meat are the best. Meanwhile, in the East Room, Chen Guodong abruptly set down his chopsticks mid-meal, directing his gaze toward Chen Qianan. "Go, call your grandfather for dinner." "Ah, all right." Chen Qianan, upon receiving the command, promptly set down her chopsticks and rose from her seat. The elderly must not be left hungry. Zhang Chong, with a smile, swiftly scooped the last few pieces of fatty meat from the table into his own bowl. These were the remnants from yesterday's feast. The vegetarian dishes were tolerable, but any meat had been scarce for those who were slow to serve themselves at the table. Thus, the more succulent offerings had nearly vanished, particularly the meat, leaving behind only this meager portion. Chen Qianan, having observed her father's expression and dared not eat earlier, now watched Zhang Chong fill his bowl, her countenance darkening as she struggled to voice her discontent. Chen Guodong cast a discontented glance at his son-in-law before shifting his gaze to Chen Qianan, venting his frustration. He barked, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up." Startled by his outburst, Chen Qianan responded with a meek acknowledgement and exited the room. Chen Guodong disdainfully observed her retreating figure before picking up his bowl and chopsticks. Were it not for this fourth daughter being a girl, would he have needed to endure such a useless son-in-law? It was no wonder their mother failed to give birth to a son. Otherwise, the old man would not have been so fixated on that foolish son from the second family. All because he was a precious grandson. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Initially intending to leave some savory dishes for the old man, he found himself unconsciously transferring food into his own bowl. Since he was so preoccupied with that treasured grandson from the second family, Chen Guodong decided that he would provide just enough for his father to eat, nothing more. Meanwhile, as Chen Qianan reached the entrance of the courtyard, she caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Stretching her neck, she sniffed in the direction of her neighbor's home. What was Aunt Lee cooking today that smelled so delightful? She pondered briefly before arriving at Chen Xu's doorstep, where the enticing scent seemed to intensify. However, she thought little of it, considering that Chen Xu's home was adjacent to Aunt Lee's. She raised her hand and knocked on the door of the west room. Inside, little Ewer had just finished a small bowl of rice. As soon as he heard the knock, he turned his head and exclaimed, "Dad, I'll go open it." With that, the diligent little one hopped off his stool and scampered toward the door on his short legs. Chen Xu watched his daughter leave, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This little one, not yet 3 years old, was so thoughtful that it tugged at his heartstrings. Before long, the door swung open. Upon seeing his fourth aunt, little Ewer looked up and greeted her warmly. Fourth aunt. However, Chen Qianan did not spare him a glance, and instead peered into the room. Just as she was about to call out for Chen Qingshan, she was taken aback by the sight of a table laden with glistening meat dishes. How could there be meat in Chen Xu's household, and such a plethora of dishes and noodles? Lowering her gaze, she noticed that little Ewer also had grease all over his mouth. Chen Xu, disregarding Chen Qianan, waved to Ewer gently, saying, "Come back, it's time to eat." Having grown accustomed to her fourth aunt's cold demeanor, little Yuer hurried back to his father's side and continued his meal. Chen Xu, noticing that his grandson had no intention of inviting Chen Qiannan inside, habitually tapped his bowl with his chopsticks and wiped the grease from his mouth before asking, "Qiannan, what brings you here?" Chen Qiannan snapped back to reality, unable to resist inhaling the savory scent of the meat, swallowing hard before replying, "Grandfather, Dad sent me to call you home for dinner." Chen Xingshan recalled the unpleasant expression on his eldest son's face moments ago, tapped his chopsticks again, and picked up a piece of meat, saying, "Tell your father I'm dining at your cousin's house, and 1T be returning for dinner." With that, he popped the rabbit meat into his mouth. Delicious. At this hour, what could he possibly be called back for? There was certainly nothing worth eating at home. His expression suggested he could certainly eat more than enough. Chen Xiannan swallowed hard and nodded slightly upon seeing that Chen Xu had no intention of acknowledging her. "All right, I shall return and inform father," she said before swiftly turning on her heel to leave. Chen Xu, unfazed, continued to tend to the meal with the elderly man and the child. Chen Xiannan made her way back to the east room. Not spotting Chen Xingshan, Chen Guodong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is your grandfather? Still in the west room?" "Yes," Chen Xiannan replied, closing the door behind her, her mind swirling with confusion. How could there be meat and rice at Chen Xu's home? Hadn't the last bit of money the old man had been extorted by Zhang Chong? Chen Guodong snorted disdainfully. If he is still in the west room, he might as well wait there to starve alongside those in the west room. Just as Chen Xiannan picked up her chopsticks, she heard this and quickly shook her head. "Father, that's not the case. Today, there was meat in the west room and a plethora of dishes, all stir-fried in pork lard, shining with grease from afar." The moment these words escaped Chen Xiannan's lips, both men at the dining table were taken aback. Zhang Chong raised an eyebrow. Did grandfather give money to Chen Xu for a special meal again? Chen Guodong glanced at his bruised son-in-law. How could that be? Didn't he use his last bit of private savings to compensate Chen Xu for you? Ever since discovering that the old man secretly supported Chen Xu, Chen Guodong had devised various ways to seize the old man's meager retirement pension of 50 yuan each month. This month, with Chen Qiannan's wedding, he had already drained the old man dry, leaving only a few coins for Zhang Chong. How could they suddenly afford such a lavish meal of both vegetables and meat? Then where did Chen Xu obtain this money? Zhang Chong inquired with curiosity. What could a fool like him possibly do to earn money? Chen Guodong scoffed. What can he do besides robbing? As he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice, fearing the west room would overhear. Let him indulge his precious grandson. Sooner or later, he will end up being an easy target. In the west room, Chen Xu, upon hearing this, merely chuckled dismissively and called out loudly, "Grandfather, little fish, eat more meat. In a couple of days, I will head to town to buy some fine grains for you, and we shall feast on rice every day." Chen Guodong fumed with frustration. Chapter 13. Mistaken medicine. After lunch, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Chen Xu greeted Chen Xingshan and Little Fish, slung a backpack over his shoulder, and ventured back up the mountain. Meanwhile, in Wenxing town, the pharmacy was dimly lit. Behind a traditional herbal medicine cabinet, a young saleswoman clad in a white lab coat was busy packing a dozen prescriptions on the table. Standing at the counter was a young woman wearing a headscarf that obscured most of her face, her dark eyes fixed intently on the herbs on the table. "Will this guarantee I won't get pregnant?" the girl inquired quietly, leaning closer to the saleswoman. While the saleswoman continued her packing, she glanced up to assess the young woman, sighing inwardly at her youth, and replied, "It will ensure you won't conceive, but you can only take it once a year. Excessive use can be detrimental to your health. Young lady, it is important to take care of yourself. Do you understand?" The girl nodded upon hearing the saleswoman's advice. "Thank you." Soon, the herbal medicine was packed, and another saleswoman hurried over to assist with dispensing the medicine. The young woman hastily gathered her medication and exited the crowd, swiftly making her way to the pharmacy's entrance. There, she mounted a parked 28 speed bicycle and turned into an alley, disappearing from sight. A few moments later, the sudden exclamation of a sales clerk echoed through the store. "Oh dear, that girl mistakenly took the wrong medication. She grabbed the medication for sustaining pregnancy instead of the contraceptive. The contraceptive is still on the counter. Quick, we must call someone." Soon, 2 clerks dashed out of the pharmacy, only to find no trace of her. "It's over. That girl doesn't seem to be a regular resident of our town, and she's covering her face. I don't recognize her at all. What should we do?" One clerk lamented. I have no idea. How could she run so fast? Is there any chance she won't conceive? If she hasn't taken the medication. There is indeed a possibility she won't conceive, but if she has taken it. Meanwhile, Chen Xu had spent over an hour ascending the mountain and descended with a substantial basket of August melons. He proceeded directly to the marketplace, where, despite it being past 2 in the afternoon, a considerable crowd remained. Particularly, the women who had missed out on purchasing the August melons in the morning hurried to Chen Xu's stall upon learning he had returned with the fruit, eager to buy half a kilogram or more to treat their children at home. Just as Chen Xu was attending to this wave of customers, the school bell rang, releasing students from their classrooms. They poured out, and upon spotting Chen Xu with his basket of melons, they rushed towards him. Uncle, I want half a kilogram. Uncle, my classmates and I want 3 kilograms. We want 4 kilograms. Before long, Chen Xu found himself surrounded by a throng of eager students brandishing cash and clamoring to purchase the August melons. All right, no pushing. One at a time. I'll pack them for you right away. With a call, Chen Xu efficiently collected money and packaged the melons, busily attending to the crowd. Not only the students, but even a few teachers joined the excitement, each purchasing several kilograms to take home for their families to enjoy. Meanwhile, in a corner of the street, Zhang Chong, sporting a bruised face, overheard his neighbors discussing the scene outside the school. It took him a moment to process the sight before him. No wonder Chen Xu had returned home with a basket. He had gone to the mountains to gather August melons for sale, and it seemed he was doing quite well. From a distance, Zhang Chong gazed at the pile of cash in front of Chen Xu, feeling an insatiable itch. Had he known selling August melons was so profitable, he would have ventured into the deep mountains himself. But it was not too late to act. He decided to return home and enlist his wife to join him in picking the melons from the back mountain. These melons, when left for a few days, would become sweeter and more marketable for the next market day. Muttering to himself, he turned and left, eager to gather his wife for the task. After the school rush, Chen Xu found that only a small portion of his August melons remained. As the crowd continued to dwindle, within less than 2 hours, he had nearly sold out the remaining 20-odd kilograms. Once the melons were almost sold out, Chen Xu pulled out the cash from his pocket and counted it roughly, realizing he had earned a total of 10 yuan and 50 cents. After purchasing goods in the morning and with the remaining 5 yuan and 2 jiao, Chen Xu now has a total of 15 yuan and 70 cents in his pocket. He nodded in satisfaction, stuffing the money into his pocket. Today's August melons have certainly yielded a good profit. However, these fruits only sell well when they are freshly harvested, perhaps at the next market. He might earn a mere 2 or 3 yuan after selling them for just one more day. If others also start selling, he might not even make a couple of coins. Chen Xu stroked his chin, pondering the avenues for future earnings. At this moment, the surrounding vendors of fruits and vegetables, a group of middle-aged men and women, gazed enviously at the bulging pockets of Chen Xu, their eyes glimmering with desire. Particularly, a nearby vendor selling chestnuts regarded his own nearly full basket of chestnuts with mixed emotions, a hint of resentment creeping in. He had spent the entire day squatting here, unwilling to leave for lunch, subsisting on just 2 steamed buns he had brought from home, and had only sold 20 jin, earning a mere bit over 1 yuan. Had it not been for the tall fellow selling August melons beside him, he could have earned at least 3 yuan on this market day. Alas, the more he looked at this tall figure, the more he found him irksome. Just then, Chen Xu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the chestnuts in front of the vendor, and his eyes brightened slightly. He reached for the remaining 2 August melons from his basket, approached the vendor, squatted down, and offered the melons. Uncle, I have some August melons left. Would you care to try? The vendor, initially instinctively preparing to shift aside as the tall man squatted down, paused upon seeing the offered melons. They do taste quite good. Give it a try, Chen Xu continued with a friendly smile. The vendor, taken aback by Chen Xu's genuine yet somewhat unsettling smile, shyly accepted the melons and replied, "Ah, thank you." Having inhaled the fragrant aroma all day, he felt tempted. It would be impolite to refuse now that they were being offered. After receiving the melons, the vendor reached into his basket, grabbed a handful of chestnuts, and offered them back to Chen Xu. Here, you should try some too. It seemed that this tall fellow wasn't he as disagreeable as he first appeared. All right. Chen Xu accepted the chestnuts, promptly peeling one to taste. To his surprise, it was exceptionally delicious, even sweeter than the chestnuts he had tasted in his later years. However, in terms of size, they were considerably smaller. The largest was merely the size of his thumbnail. Nonetheless, The delightful flavor was undeniable. After consuming a few chestnuts, Chen Xu quickly formed a plan and turned to the vendor, inquiring, "Uncle, if I recall correctly, your chestnuts are priced at 8 cents per gene, right?" The vendor, having just swallowed the second August melon, nodded with his cheeks puffed out and seemed to understand Chen Xu's intent. Swallowing the melon, he replied readily, we're acquaintances now. If you want some, I can give you a gene for free." After all, he had to carry back several dozen gene of chestnuts, and it was uncertain whether they would sell at the next market. Giving a pound or two to this tall fellow was no trouble. Although today, the tall man had impacted his sales, he felt it was only fair to overlook that since the man had shared his August melons with him. Chen Xu reached into the earthen basket, grasped a handful of chestnuts, and examined them closely. With a smile, he addressed the elder man, "Uncle, no need to see me off. I will take all the remaining chestnuts you have, at 7 cents per pound." Chapter 14. A New Way to Earn Money. Luo Qingyu, upon hearing Chen Xu's words, glanced at the chestnuts in the basket. There were still over 60 pounds remaining, which instantly invigorated him. He looked back at Chen Xu and inquired, 7 cents per pound? You want them all? If it were just 4 or 5 pounds, he might have considered it. However, taking dozens of pounds all at once meant he would have to offer a more substantial discount. Chen Xu responded readily, lifting his backpack to Luo Qingyu's side. "Yes, uncle. If you are willing to sell, weigh them out and put them in my backpack. I'll pay you immediately." Upon hearing this, the latter was filled with excitement. He quickly grabbed the scale, replaced it with a larger weight, and cheerfully declared, "Absolutely, I will sell." If he did not sell them now, he might not finish selling them at the next market. Since this tall fellow wanted them at a reasonable price, it was best to sell them right away without the hassle of taking them back. The two struck a deal. Within mere minutes, they transferred all the chestnuts from the 2 earthen baskets into Chen Xu's backpack, a total of 63 pounds. Chen Xu pulled out a handful of coins, counted out a stack, and presented it to Luo Qingyu. "Uncle, here is a total of $4.41. Please check." Luo Qingyu's face lit up with joy as he accepted the money, counted it roughly, and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's correct." After saying this, he lifted his vest, pulled out a piece of cloth, turned away to avoid the gaze of others, and carefully placed the money alongside his original stash, wrapping it in the cloth and returning it to his vest pocket. He then turned back to Chen Xu with a smile and said, "Young brother, if you wish to buy chestnuts again in the future, I still have more. My families are definitely tastier than others." Though he was unsure why this tall fellow was purchasing so many chestnuts, it sufficed for him that there was money to be made. Chen Xu was about to discuss his intentions when the other man brought it up. He casually replied, "Uncle, do you have any more that taste similar? I would like around 100 pounds. The elder man paused in surprise. "Why do you want to buy so many all at once?" Chen Xu smiled lightly. "Uncle, just tell me if you have them and are willing to sell." While he was aware that the man might be concerned about him buying such a large quantity, Chen Xu was not inclined to divulge his plans. Seeing that Chen Xu was unwilling to elaborate, Luo Qingyu nodded, "I have them. If you want more, I can offer them at 7 cents per pound." Since this tall fellow appeared confident in his decision, if he did not sell, the man would simply procure them elsewhere. Moreover, he was not solely a chestnut seller. He had to tend to his fields as well. Selling such a large stock at once would afford him more time to cultivate his land and increase his income. "All right then, uncle. Please try to deliver them to me early tomorrow. My home is the first house past the bridge on Half Street." Although Luo Qingyu was not from Tungto village, anyone who frequently visited the market would know about Half Street nearby. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, the elder man immediately understood and replied, "Good, it's settled." After bidding each other farewell, the two individuals returned to their respective homes. Meanwhile, a group of vendors nearby were left bewildered by Chen Xu's sudden purchase of such a large quantity of chestnuts. Could it be that he intended to sell chestnuts at the market on Tungto Street in the near future? The vendors pondered this possibility. Indeed, Chen Xu planned to sell chestnuts, yet not within this village, as most of the transient populace consisted of farmers, making it challenging to earn a profit from their pockets. Coincidentally, the market in Wenxing Town would be held in 2 days, a place Chen Xu had visited not long ago. Typically, such markets attracted families from several neighboring villages, who would flock to the supply and grain distribution centers to procure daily necessities and food, creating a lively atmosphere. Additionally, the town boasted a considerable local resident population, including a middle school and an elementary school, making it an ideal locale for selling roasted chestnuts. The chestnuts, delightful even when raw, would surely be soft and sweet when roasted. Thus, Chen Xu resolved to procure over 100 pounds of chestnuts and test the waters in the town the day after tomorrow. As his thoughts raced, he walked beneath the setting sun, bearing a heavy basket of chestnuts. Passing through the streets and descending the stone steps, the cheerful laughter of children reached his ears. Carefully, he stepped onto the rickety wooden bridge, gazing in the direction of the joyous sounds. Just below the bridge, a few meters wide, a river was dammed by neatly stacked cobblestones. Young boys, around 7 or 8 years old, frolicked in the water, unbothered by their nakedness. Girls of a similar age, clad in tank tops and short sleeves, splashed playfully in the shallow waters, their laughter ringing like silver bells. "Hey, you rascals. It's already cool. Get back home for dinner. Don't make me come get you with a stick to treat you to stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork." The high-pitched calls of women echoed along the stone-paved street. Upon hearing their mothers' voices, the children's expressions shifted, and they quickly grabbed their clothes from the riverbank and scampered away. A smile crept across Chen Xu's face as he quickened his pace, striding homeward. Arriving at the entrance of his yard, he pushed open the gate and stepped inside. A small figure, with short legs, rushed out from the house. Upon seeing his father, the child's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Daddy," the little one called in a sweet voice, and upon confirming that Chen Xu's expression was gentle, she dashed towards him, her little legs pumping with excitement. Chen Xu set down the basket and squatted just in time to catch the child in his arms. With ease, he lifted her and brushed aside her bangs, chuckling. "These bangs keep getting in your eyes. Let us tie them up later." Hom. The little girl nodded eagerly, her tiny hand resting on Chen Xu's shoulder as she pointed towards the west room. "Daddy, great-grandpa has made dinner." With one arm cradling his daughter and the other hoisting the basket, Chen Xu strode towards the door. The enticing aroma wafting from afar confirmed that the little girl and great-grandpa had been cooking. It was 6:30, dinner had been served. Chen Qingshan gazed at the half-basket of chestnuts brought back by Chen Xu, his eyelids fluttering. "Are you planning to sell chestnuts in town?" "Yes. There's a market in 2 days. I want to give it a try." "Grandpa, could you please ask third uncle tomorrow if his cart is available for work the day after? If not, I can rent it for 2 yuan for the day." Chen Xu replied, effortlessly lifting the basket, laden with dozens of pounds of chestnuts, and carrying it into the house. 2 yuan is excessive. 1 yuan and 50 cents for the day is more reasonable, Chen Qingshan murmured, feeling skeptical about Chen Xu's venture into selling chestnuts. He added, "These chestnuts aren't exactly a delicacy. You bought them for 7 cents a pound, and even in town, you'll be lucky to sell them for 10 cents. You might only sell a few dozen pounds in a day. Isn't this a losing business?" Chen Xu emptied the basket of chestnuts into the corner of the west room, asserting, "If I sell them for 10 cents a pound, I want to make a profit. I can sell them for at least 35 cents a pound. The purchasing power in town is certainly higher than in the village. As long as I roast the chestnuts to perfection, charging 35 cents a pound is entirely reasonable." Just as Chen Qingshan was about to interject, Chen Xu hoisted the basket onto his back and reassured him, "Grandpa, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I want to engage in profitable ventures." Seeing Chen Xu's confidence, Chen Qingshan refrained from dissuading him further. Observing the darkening sky outside, he inquired, "What are you up to now?" Chen Xu walked to the corner, picked up a dustpan and a hoe, grinning as he explained, "I'm heading to the riverbank to gather some stones. To sell roasted chestnuts. I need to prepare some stones. When roasting chestnuts, adding small stones ensures they heat quickly and evenly. This method helps maintain the ideal temperature for the chestnuts, allowing moisture to dissipate uniformly, thereby enhancing their rich flavor. It could be said that the addition of small stones in sugar-roasted chestnuts makes them sweeter, more flavorful, and fragrant. This knowledge stemmed from Chen Xu's experience selling roasted chestnuts for several months in his previous life. Nearby, a little girl with 3 crooked braids, obediently listening to the adults, sprang to her feet upon hearing Chen Xu's words. "Daddy, I want to help." Chen Xu, amused by the eager little one, did not refuse her offer. He tossed the dustpan into the basket and, shouldering the hoe, extended his hand with a smile. "All right, let us go, dear." "Okay." Chapter 15. Teacher Yi. Today is the 15th day of the 9th lunar month. The sun had yet to set, but the moon was already gracing the sky. Approaching 8 o'clock, the tranquil village was bathed in a silvery moonlight. Chen Xu had just arrived at the riverbank with the little girl, ready to start collecting stones, when, quite serendipitously, he encountered Chen Guodong returning from the fields with a hoe slung over his shoulder. "Great uncle." The little girl, though somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Chen Guodong, still politely waved to greet him, a lesson well instilled by her great-grandfather, to greet adults respectfully. Initially, Chen Xu had no intention of acknowledging Chen Guodong, but considering he did not wish to set a poor example for his daughter through his own stubbornness, he offered a slight nod. "Uncle." Chen Guodong, observing the dustpan filled with stones, looked at Chen Xu with disdain, assuming the lad was once again acting foolishly. He recalled the ungracious words of that insolent boy Chen Xu from noon, who had shown no kindness to him and his daughter. With a cold snort, he shouldered his hoe and strode away. What a foolish endeavor it was to dig stones in the river at such a late hour. Upon Chen Guodong's departure, Xiao Yuer was met with her father's customary cold demeanor. Puzzled, she turned to Chen Xu and asked, "Daddy, great-grandfather said we should greet uncle and the aunts. Why did they ignore us?" Chen Xu reached out, affectionately tousling the little one's hair, and replied with a smile, "They lack manners. It's best not to concern ourselves with them. You did wonderfully, my dear." Hearing her father's praise, Xiao Yuer instantly brightened, raising her small arms in excitement. "Daddy, I'll help," she exclaimed, rushing to fetch the stones that Chen Xu had just dug up. Straining with all her might, her little face reddened as she struggled. But the stones proved too heavy for her. Amused by her determination, yet concerned for her well-being, Chen Xu swiftly lifted her aside. All right. Let us wait until you've had more to eat and gain some strength. For now, allow Daddy to handle it." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiao Yuer quickly clenched her tiny fists and nodded. "Daddy, tomorrow I'll eat 3 bowls of noodles to grow stronger." "Very well. I'll add more oil and salt for you. Starting the day after, we shall have rice every day," Chen Xu joyfully replied. The father and daughter spent only a short while in the riverbed, managing to unearth over 20 pounds of small stones. After rinsing them in the river, Chen Xu noticed that Xiao Yuer was frolicking joyfully at the water's edge. At her age, even the most obedient child is naturally inclined to play. By the time Chen Xu approached, she had soaked her clothes thoroughly. Realizing her father's presence, she hastily lifted her drenched pant legs and looked up at him, saying, "Daddy." Before he could utter a word, Chen Xu could only smile helplessly at her fearful expression. He scooped her up into his arms. She felt icy to the touch. Maintaining a facade of seriousness, he warned, "You mustn't play in the water like that again, or else I shall have to spank you." Understanding that she had misbehaved and fearing the impending punishment, Xiao Yuer quickly nodded. "I won't play anymore." "Good, let us head back to change your clothes." Chen Xu tightened his embrace around her and walked to the riverbank, shouldering the basket before hurrying home. Upon returning, he discovered that this little one possessed nothing but the clothes she had scavenged from others. After much effort, he finally managed to start a fire to dry her clothes and then took her to bed. As she slept, clutching his hand, Chen Xu contemplated that once he earned money in town, he would immediately have several outfits made for her. The following day, just as dawn broke, Chen Xu was awakened by the arrival of an uncle delivering chestnuts. In the yard, he weighed the 2 large baskets filled with chestnuts, finding them ample. A little over 100 pounds, just as the uncle had mentioned. Setting down the chestnuts, he pulled out some cash from his pocket, counted out 7 yuan, and handed it to the man, saying, "Uncle Luo, here is the payment for the chestnuts. Please verify the amount." The latter broke into a sincere and innocent smile. Although his impression of Chen Xu had significantly improved, he still took the time to carefully count the money in his hand before cautiously tucking it into his pocket. After completing the transaction, the two exchanged a few brief words, and Luo Qinglu happily hoisted his shoulder pole and departed. As for the 2 large soil baskets, Chen Xu chose to keep them for the time being, promising to return them before the next market day. Having already conducted 2 business transactions, Luo Qinglu naturally trusted Chen Xu. Borrowing for a few days, or even 10 days to half a month, posed no issue. After purchasing the chestnuts, Chen Xu found himself wide awake. After starting breakfast in the kitchen, he gathered his tools, took a stool, and began to score the chestnuts at the doorway of the west room. Typically, prior to roasting chestnuts, one must make an incision in their outer shell with scissors. This facilitates quicker cooking of the interior while ensuring even heating. Furthermore, as the chestnuts heat, the insides expand. Without the incision, there is a risk of the shells bursting during roasting, which poses a safety hazard. Thus, making a cut in the shell beforehand not only prevents this occurrence, but also aids customers in peeling them later. As Chen Xu busied himself, the dawn gradually broke. It was the peak of the farming season. The Chen Guodong family had risen early, preparing to head to the fields for the autumn harvest. To prevent Chen Xingshan from following Chen Xu, whom he deemed foolish, Chen Guodong decided to take him along to lend a hand in the fields. Before departing, Zhang Chong, wielding a hoe, glanced at Chen Xu, who was scoring the chestnuts at the west room door, and with a slight grimace, asked, "What are you doing?" "Scoring chestnuts. Can't you see?" Chen Xu replied coolly. Suddenly recollecting something, he stood up and headed to the kitchen. "Is it just because you've made a bit of money selling melons that you think you can flaunt it?" Zhang Chong muttered under his breath, turning away with his hoe, waiting for Chen Guodong and the others to exit. When the next market day arrived, he intended to sell his own August melons, having already prepared cuts in the 2 large baskets. If Chen Xu sold his for 20 cents, Zhang Chong would price his at 18, convinced he wouldn't be outdone by a dim-witted fool. Soon, the family was ready, with baskets on their backs and hoes in hand, prepared to head out to dig for potatoes. Chen Xu emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 freshly cooked ears of corn into the yard. In rural areas, most families typically have only 2 meals a day. At this hour, it was uncommon to eat, as they would wait to return from their farm work and have breakfast and lunch together around 11, leaving just 1 meal for the day. At that moment, Zhang Chong's stomach grumbled with hunger. Spotting the corn in Chen Xu's hands, his eyes lit up with a smile. "Those ears of corn look quite fresh, Chen Xu." "Fresh? But it has nothing to do with you," Chen Xu replied indifferently, handing the corn to Chen Xingshan. "Grandfather, take this to eat on the way." Chen Xingshan felt warmth in his heart as he accepted the corn from his eldest grandson. "Good." Chen Guodong, observing this tender moment between grandfather and grandson, wore a solemn expression. He called out to Chen Qian and Zhang Chong, "Come on, what are you all doing standing around in the yard? Let us get to work." Having spoken, he shouldered his hoe and strode ahead in a huff. Chen Qianman, startled by the shout, quickly followed with her basket on her back. "Wait for me, dear." "Dad." Zhang Chong hurried after him, also carrying a hoe. Chen Xingshan took some corn, greeted Chen Xu with a smile, and stepped out the door. As they departed, Chen Xu turned back to the West House entrance and resumed peeling chestnuts. He did not intend to linger in this village for long. Once he had earned enough money to establish stability elsewhere, he would take the old man away from the Chen Guodong family and live in a more favorable environment with Xiao Yu'er. Before long, Xiao Yu'er woke up. Chen Xu called her to finish breakfast, and the father and daughter resumed their work in the yard. They planned to spend some time peeling the chestnuts today, intending to take them to town for sale early the next morning. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived. Wenxing Town, Wenxing Primary School. The class bell had just rung when a group of rosy-cheeked, bright-eyed students surrounded the beautiful teacher who had come to give them a trial lesson. "Teacher Yi, when will you come back to teach us again? I love listening to your classes." "Me too. I want to hear Teacher Yi's lessons all the time. Teacher Yi is so gentle, has such a lovely voice, and is incredibly beautiful. I want to see her every day." Yi Qingyu looked at the enthusiastic students, a gentle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of snow melting in spring. "Today, I'm only here to try out a lesson. Tomorrow, I must return to the normal school for my studies. I promise to come back and teach you properly after I graduate, okay?" Many students, upon hearing this, gazed at Yi Qingyu with even greater admiration. "Wow, the normal school. I know. My dad says that those who can enter the normal school are the brightest of the bright. Teacher Yi is amazing. I've heard my mom say that getting into the normal school is harder than getting into the first high school. Even if I ranked first in our town, I might not get in. No wonder I understood everything the teacher taught so easily. It turns out she is indeed among the brightest." Although this was the truth, Yi Qingyu felt a bit bashful at their words and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "I'm not that impressive. As long as you study hard, you can also get in." Seeing this, the homeroom teacher quickly stepped in to diffuse the situation, feigning seriousness. "All right, don't scare Teacher Yi away, or she won't come back to teach you anymore." Upon hearing this, the students gradually stepped back, bidding farewell to Yi Qingyu as they escorted her out of the classroom. Before leaving, Yi Qingyu turned back and waved to the innocent and enthusiastic students. Upon reaching the schoolyard, she joined her fellow classmates from the normal school who had come for the trial lessons and walked out of the school with the teachers. After 2 days filled with intense yet rewarding trial lessons, she nearly forgot about the incident that had occurred a few days prior. Following the instructions of that big bear, she had taken her medication and implemented emergency contraceptive measures. That matter would henceforth be treated as if it had never happened. However, she could not suppress her curiosity. Why did that bully, whom the villagers described as lacking in common sense, no to remind her about contraception. Moreover, her temperament does not seem to be as ferocious as she had imagined. Qingyu, I would like to indulge in the wontons made by your grandmother later. If that is permissible? Qin Miao said with a beaming smile, as she linked her arm with Yi Qingyu's. Her thoughts momentarily interrupted. Yi Qingyu feigned annoyance and teased her companion. You only think about going to my grandmother's house for free meals. Not at all. It's simply that your grandmother's wontons are delectable. Besides, I must savor a few bowls today since we are returning to the city tomorrow. Qin Miao pouted playfully while clinging to Yi Qingyu's arm. A smile graced Yi Qingyu's face as she relented. All right, I shall take you. But you must assist my grandmother with some chores in return for the meal. Of course, I would feel guilty if your grandmother fed me without any effort on my part. A heartfelt gratitude to the generous supporters was expressed, especially when many had surprising titles listed on their bookshelves, which deeply touched the author. Chapter 16. The beginning of selling chestnuts in the early hours of dawn. Around 4 o'clock, the village was cloaked in a silvery gray veil of mist. At the street corner of Tengtou, a horse-drawn cart stood still, with Chen Xu beside the old horse, holding its reins. On the cart, 2 large baskets and a backpack filled with chestnuts, along with a large iron pot and a small scoop of coal and stones, were already loaded. At that moment, Chen Xu approached, carrying a stove in one hand and leading his little daughter, Xiaoyu, up the stone steps to the cart, effortlessly placing the stove onto the cart. Come, let me lift you onto the cart, Chen Xu said, slightly bending down to hoist Xiaoyu up. The little one had been eager to accompany him to the town to help sell the chestnuts, since he would be away during the day and Chen Qingshan was also leaving with the Chun Guodong family. Chen Xu was reluctant to leave his daughter alone at home, so he decided to bring her along. Once everything was loaded, Chen Xu walked over to the old horse and took the reins from Chen Qingshan, gracefully leaping onto the cart and saying, Grandpa, it's about time. You should return and catch some more sleep. Although the old man was skeptical about Chen Xu's venture into selling roasted chestnuts, he was quite earnest in ensuring everything was ready at dawn, hastily borrowing a cart from their neighbor Lu Kuanyu. With a furrowed brow, Chen Qingshan looked at his oldest grandson on the cart and cautioned, This horse often goes to town and knows the way. Just hold the reins tightly and be cautious. Chen Xu felt warmth in his heart and replied with a smile, Grandpa, rest assured. With Xiaoyu here, I will certainly be careful. Having exchanged their goodbyes, Chen Xu took the reins and set off with the cart full of chestnuts. Embarking on their journey to Wenxing town, Xiaoyu, having rarely ventured beyond Tengtou village, sat obediently behind her father, her eyes filled with curiosity as she watched the road ahead. However, after just half an hour in the jostling cart, the little one could no longer resist the drowsiness that overcame her. With a small yawn, she leaned against a nearby earthen basket and fell into a deep slumber, her little braids swaying gently with the movement of the cart. At this moment, the horizon was graced with the soft light of dawn, and the surroundings gradually brightened with the day. Chen Xu turned his head and realized his daughter had already fallen asleep. He turned around, adjusting her into a more comfortable position before continuing to drive the cart onwards. As time passed, the morning mist gradually dissipated. The rising sun painted the horizon with hues of crimson, adorning the surrounding dark-hued mountains with golden edges. Along the road, pedestrians began to emerge from various village paths. There were elder sisters with shoulder poles carrying baskets of fruits, and farmers bearing corn, intending to sell their wares in town for a modest meal. Typically at this hour, farmers were hastening to the market to secure their stalls and sell their goods. Occasionally, upon encountering a nearby farmer, Chen Xu would greet them with a smile, only to have them hastily quicken their pace or veer away from the man, who resembled a bandit of the green woods, fearing for their belongings. Along the way, several elderly faces turned pale with fright, and the enthusiasm dissipated, leaving him to silently guide the cart forward. At 6:30, after more than 2 hours of travel, Chen Xu finally reached his destination. He jumped down from the cart, leading the horse as he merged with the crowd on the street. A row of aged wooden houses framed the facade of the street, with small stalls set up at shop entrances, offering a limited variety of goods, primarily simple snacks. Drawing upon the memories of the original owner in his mind, Chen Xu soon led the cart to a third of the way down the street, turning the corner to arrive at the entrance of Wenxing Middle School. By now, around 6 o'clock, clusters of students were emerging from the school gates, seeking breakfast. 2 or 3 breakfast shops had already opened, welcoming the students eager for a bite to eat. Without delay, Chen Xu chose a vacant spot beside a wonton shop that had yet to open and guided his cart there. At this hour, little Yu was still sound asleep. Chen Xu, opting not to wake her, quietly unloaded the items from the cart. He retrieved matches from his pocket, kindled a fire, added kindling, and stoked the coal. Within a span of 10 minutes, Chen Xu had prepared to cook roasted chestnuts, placing them in the pan to begin frying. At that moment, an elderly lady, her hair flecked with gray and dressed simply yet neatly, approached the entrance of the wonton shop. Upon noticing the cart and the tall figure nearby, her brow furrowed slightly. She took a few steps forward, nearing the tall man, and was about to speak when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the thinly clad girl atop the cart. Chen Xu, noticing the approaching figure, turned his head and recognized the elderly lady, eliciting a smile as he greeted her. "Good day, ma'am." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xu was struck by a sense of familiarity in the elderly woman's features, though he could not quite place her resemblance to anyone. Upon hearing the tall man's voice, she looked up. Despite his sincere smile, she was momentarily startled by his formidable visage, hesitating before regaining her composure. "Young man, are you planning to sell something here?" The elderly lady gathered her thoughts before addressing Chen Xu, inwardly pondering the character of this young man, who did not appear particularly amiable. Chen Xu smiled gently at the elderly woman and said, "Indeed, this shop belongs to you, madam. I would like to sell chestnuts nearby. If you would permit me to set up my stall beside yours, I would be willing to pay you 1 yuan a day as rent. Given that rice from the grain depot is only 1.5 jiao per jin, a daily rent of 1 yuan is quite reasonable, especially in such a small town." If the elderly woman still refused, he would have no choice but to relocate. The elderly woman was somewhat taken aback by Chen Xu's words. She had assumed that this imposing figure intended to seize her space, but to her surprise, he not only refrained from doing so, but also offered such a generous rental fee. Her gaze fell upon the tattered clothing of the towering man, and she thought of the frail little child in the cart. Yet, she hesitated to voice her refusal. However, as she still had her business to consider, she pondered for a moment before responding. "How about this? I will rent you this piece of land for half a day for 5 jiao. During lunchtime, when there are more people, I will need to set up additional tables and cannot rent it to you anymore." Since it was still morning, she had no use for the space and decided to rent it to this tall man for the morning. Chen Xu readily agreed. "Great. This location is excellent. If the chestnuts sell well, I should be able to earn a good amount in just one morning." The elderly woman returned to her shop, and Chen Xu began roasting chestnuts. As the clock approached 7, the number of students entering and exiting the gates of Wenqing Middle School gradually increased. The aroma of Chen Xu's roasted chestnuts wafted through the air, enticing several students, who, despite their apprehension towards the tall man, could not resist the tempting scent and approached his stall to inquire about the prices. "Boss, how much are your chestnuts?" one student asked, seeing customers approaching. Chen Xu smiled and replied, 3 jiao 5 fen per jin, sweet and fragrant." "What? That's so expensive," another exclaimed. "With that much, I could buy almost 2 big meat buns." Many students found Chen Xu's prices to be steep. However, he remained unperturbed and responded with a grin. "My chestnuts are far from ordinary, and the processing technique is unique, ensuring they are both fragrant and sweet. This price is quite reasonable." Of course, apart from his exceptional method, he was the only vendor selling chestnuts in the entire town, thus justifying a higher price. If he sold well, it wouldn't be long before others joined in, leading to increased competition and reduced profits. He needed to capitalize on this opportunity while it lasted. Although Chen Xu spoke convincingly and the chestnuts smelled delightful, several students still shook their heads and left for other stalls. Yet, a few, unable to resist their cravings, rummaged through their pockets, pulled out some coins, and said, "I'll take half a jin." "Me too, half a jin, please." "Sure." Chen Xu replied enthusiastically, accepted their money, and retrieved triangle bags he had folded from notebook paper to pack the chestnuts. These bags were made from old notebooks he had purchased from a local vendor for 10 fun, specifically for this purpose. After putting his little one to sleep the previous night, he had folded several bags in preparation for selling chestnuts. Chapter 17. An income that surprises. Upon counting, Chen Xu worked swiftly, and within a few minutes, he had filled several orders for the eager students. They took the chestnuts and noticed that Chen Xu did not use a scale. A few audacious individuals immediately voiced their doubts. Chen Xu, unfazed, borrowed a scale from an elderly lady at a wonton shop and weighed the chestnuts in front of the questioning students. The students were astonished to see that the numbers were nearly identical to what they had purchased. Their gazes shifted from skepticism to admiration for Chen Xu. As the first batch of chestnuts sold, students who were initially reluctant to part with their money requested a few from their classmates, peeling them open and savoring the sweet, fragrant morsels, which filled their mouths with a delightful sweetness that warmed their very souls. Those who had tasted the chestnuts promptly turned around, rushing to Chen Xu's stall to buy more roasted chestnuts. Within a mere 10 minutes, a throng of students surrounded his stall. The location was just around the corner from the main street, and the enticing aroma of the roasted chestnuts soon attracted a number of marketgoers. Observing the bustling scene at the chestnut stall near the school entrance, patrons with bags of chestnuts hurried over to join the crowd. In less than half an hour, there were already 30 to 40 people densely packed around Chen Xu's stall. The bags he had prepared ran out quickly, and he had to fold new ones while simultaneously packing and collecting payments. Fortunately, he was swift and managed to keep things moving without much delay. Little Fish was awakened by the cacophony of voices sitting up in the cart. Upon seeing her father in a flurry of activity, she clumsily tumbled down from the cart and approached Chen Xu's side. She did not interrupt him, but quietly observed as he tore paper to fold triangular bags. After watching a few times, she stepped forward while he was packing chestnuts and mimicked his actions by tearing off a page of paper. When Chen Xu finished packing a pound of chestnuts for a customer and turned to tear more paper, he noticed the little one diligently folding bags beside him. Sensing her father's gaze, she looked up and said, "Daddy, I can help." With that, she proudly handed the folded triangular bag to Chen Xu. His heart melted, and with a smile, he accepted it, exclaiming, "You're amazing." He then plunged back into the whirlwind of packing and collecting payments. Elated by her father's praise, Little Fish grinned widely, revealing her small white teeth, and threw herself into folding more triangular bags with renewed vigor. Nearby, the elderly lady, amidst her busy tasks, couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene of the father and daughter. Her husband, who had just joined her to lend a hand, nudged her arm and asked, "What are you daydreaming about?" The elderly lady, her face radiant with nostalgia, reminisced. In her youth, she was just like this little girl, so sensible, even unsteady on her feet, helping me wrap wontons and with household chores. The old man chuckled at her words, recalling, "Indeed, every time we returned home, she would insist on helping me with the work." In less than 5 hours, Chen Xu sold over 100 pounds of chestnuts, leaving him with none. After completing the sales, he wasted no time, extinguishing the fire, packing up, and loading the cart to clear the space for the elderly lady, paying her $1. "Wait, wasn't he at 50 cents? Why are you giving me so much?" The elderly lady gazed at the small bills that Chen Xu had placed in her hand, perplexed. Although it was evident that everyone in this era was financially strained, Chen Xu appeared to be in a greater predicament than her and her husband. Cradling the little fish in his arms, Chen Xu smiled and remarked, "Were it not for you today, I would have had to seek another spot to set up my stall, and sales might not have been as favorable." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Furthermore, I may trouble you again in the future, offering you a bit more rent each day. What do you think?" This location was indeed exceptional for selling roasted chestnuts, and Chen Xu had noticed that most of the customers purchasing from him today were local residents and students, spending more liberally than he had anticipated. Beyond the market days every 3 days, he could also come to sell here regularly. The elderly woman quickly grasped Chen Xu's intention and promptly withdrew several bills from her hand, insisting without room for refusal, 5 dimes for rent is already quite reasonable. That scrap paper we don't need is worthless, so there's no need for such formality. If you wish to continue renting from me, please do not be so polite." Chen Xu had initially intended to return the money, but upon hearing the elderly woman's words, his outstretched hand froze in midair. It seemed that if he insisted, she might not rent the space to him again. Amused yet exasperated, Chen Xu could only retract the money. "All right, I shall not be polite with you," he conceded. Turning to Little Fish, he asked, "Do you want to eat wontons?" Although the little one had consumed quite a bit of chestnuts that morning, the enticing aroma of the wontons wafting through the air was irresistible. Upon hearing her father's question, she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes. Very well. We shall have wontons for lunch today." Chen Xu responded to his daughter and then turned to the elderly lady. 3 bowls of wontons, please." Since the elderly woman did not charge him excessively, he intended to support her business and bring her gifts during festivals. After spending the morning together, the elderly lady found herself increasingly fond of this young man. and she promptly nodded, inviting them to take a seat while she quickly prepared 3 large bowls of wontons. After a busy morning, Chen Xu had scarcely had the chance to eat a few chestnuts himself. Now he was ravenous, feeling as though his stomach was pressed against his back. As the steaming wontons arrived at the table, he eagerly encouraged little fish to dig in, whether due to his hunger or the elderly lady's exceptional cooking skills. Chen Xu found the wontons to be more delectable than many delicacies he had savored in his past life. After devouring 2 large bowls, he still felt unsatisfied and called out to the elderly lady for 2 more bowls. Little fish, experiencing the delightful texture and exquisite flavor of wontons for the first time, managed to finish an entire large bowl, even slurping up the broth until it was completely empty, leaving her little belly round and full. Grandma's wontons are delicious. The little one, with a limited vocabulary, could only express her delight by imitating her father's praises, giving the elderly lady a thumbs up, which brought laughter to the 2 elderly onlookers. Had it not been for the concern that the little one had already consumed a portion equivalent to an adult's meal, the elderly couple could hardly resist the urge to add another 10 or 20 wontons to her bowl. After finishing the wontons, Chen Xu finally retrieved the money he had earned from selling chestnuts and began to count. Little did he know, the total would astonish him. He sold over 160 pounds of chestnuts for a total of 55 yuan and 65 cents. Even after deducting approximately 15 yuan for costs, his net profit exceeds 40 yuan. In just one morning, he earned more than a month's wages of an ordinary worker in the city. Indeed, the chestnuts were worth selling. Adding the 3 yuan and 99 cents he had left in his pocket, Chen Xu now possessed a total of 59 yuan and 56 cents. In this era, that constitutes a substantial sum. Chapter 18. This is not a bully, but a god of wealth. With a considerable amount of money earned, he could finally purchase some decent items for Xiaoyu and his family. After counting the money, Chen Xu stood up to settle the bill with the elderly lady. However, an awkward situation arose during the transaction. Here in the town, unlike in the village, even for a bowl of wontons, one must not only pay with money but also with food coupons. Although the elderly lady was reluctant to press him over this meal, Chen Xu insisted on giving her an extra 30 cents, equivalent to the cost of 2 pounds of food coupons. In other establishments, without food coupons, one might not be able to purchase any food, even with money. Considering he also needed to buy fine grains from the grain management office, which would require a considerable amount of food coupons, Chen Xu completed his payment and inquired further with the elderly lady. He learned about the only underground food coupon trading platform in town. Temporarily leaving his cart at a corner of the lady's shop, he set off with Xiaoyu to the underground trading platform, commonly known as the black market, for farmers without food coupons wishing to buy fine grains to improve their living conditions. This was the place to exchange food for coupons or to purchase them with money. The current market price for food coupons was 1 dime per pound. Upon arriving at the black market, Chen Xu spent 1 yuan to buy 10 pounds of food coupons. Noticing someone selling meat coupons, he spent another yuan to acquire 5 pounds of them. After securing the necessary coupons, he took Xiaoyu to the town's grain station, presenting 10 pounds of food coupons to the clerk. He purchased 8 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of flour for 1 yuan and 60 cents. After exiting the grain station, he proceeded to the designated meat stall in town. At this hour, fatty meat was no longer available. Only lean cuts were for sale. Chen Xu was indifferent to this and promptly requested the vendor to weigh him a pound of lean meat. Having gathered a half basket of provisions, Chen Xu cradled Xiaoyu and made his way to a tailor shop on the street. In this era, particularly in towns and villages, every household would typically make their own clothes. For families whose wives lacked sewing skills, were lazy, or had higher demands, they would visit the tailor shop to select fabrics for custom garments. Upon entering the shop, Chen Xu instructed the tailor to cut 2 pieces of beautifully patterned cotton fabric. Recalling the styles worn by children in his previous life, he conveyed his ideas to the tailor, who took Xiaoyu's measurements. After making the payment, he left the shop, promising to return the next morning to collect the finished garments. The total cost for the 6 feet of cotton fabric was just over 2 yuan. Exiting the tailor shop, Chen Xu strolled back with Xiaoyu, stopping at a small stall by the street where he bought the little 2 pairs of cloth shoes. Since birth, regardless of the season, Xiaoyu had grown up almost entirely barefoot. As soon as Chen Xu bought her shoes, the little one eagerly slipped them on her feet. After stepping down, she cautiously took a few steps forward, then turned to look at Chen Xu, her eyes sparkling with joy, resembling crescent moons. exclaiming, "Daddy, the shoes are so comfortable." Chen Xu felt as though he were melting under her radiant smile. He stepped closer, wrapping one arm around his daughter, reassuring her that comfort was all that mattered, and promised that when they eventually went to the city, he would buy her even more beautiful shoes. In his previous life, Chen Xu had been consumed by the pursuit of wealth and the allure of high society. However, now, with little Yuer by his side, his efforts seemed to take on a newfound significance. Especially when he witnessed her happiness, he felt that no amount of hardship or fatigue was too great to bear. Yuer clung to her father's neck with one hand, while raising her tiny fist triumphantly with the other, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile as she declared, "When I grow up, I will earn lots of money to spend on Daddy." "That is wonderful," he responded with a smile, gradually transforming into a doting father, embracing his future little financial enthusiast as they rejoined the vibrant market. The father and daughter meandered through the market, and within half an hour, they returned to the wonton shop with a large basket filled with goods. After greeting the elderly proprietors, they climbed aboard their cart and set off for home. 2 hours later, as Chen Xu drove the cart past a secluded house in Longjing village, he stopped by the roadside, dismounted, and picked up 2 large earthen baskets before leading little Yuer up a few steps to the gate of the yard. Just that morning, he had learned that the uncle who sold him chestnuts was from Longjing village. Since he was passing by on his way home, he decided to return the baskets and arrange for future chestnut supplies. However, as soon as Chen Xu entered the yard, a large yellow dog, tied up, began barking fiercely at him and Yuer. It seemed there was no one home. Stretching his neck, Chen Xu called out a few times, but the house remained silent. Soon after, faint sounds emerged from behind the house, and within minutes, Luo Qinglu rushed into the yard, his clothes smeared with yellow mud and soaked with sweat, clearly having been working in the fields. Upon seeing Chen Xu, he scolded the dog, which immediately lowered its head, subdued. After quieting the dog, Luo Qinglu approached Chen Xu and, glancing at the empty baskets, warmly invited him inside. "Oh, you didn't have to bring them back. I was planning to come by in a few days to pick them up. Please, come in and sit down." Chen Xu waved his hand, smiling as he declined. "Uncle, I can't stay. I must hurry back. This time I just happened to pass by to return the baskets and wanted to ask if you still have chestnuts at home. I need over 100 pounds every day from now on." Luo Qinglu paused momentarily, processing the information. After a brief moment, he looked at the 2 empty baskets beside Chen Xu and inquired, "Did you sell all that chestnut stock already? In just half a day? You've sold what usually takes me a month to sell at the market? How did you manage that?" Luo Qinglu has begun to question the meaning of life. Chen Xu, however, had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation, smiling as he replied, "I've sold out, uncle. I'm in a hurry to head back. Do you still have any of those chestnuts?" The latter swallowed hard, taking a moment before responding, "Yes, but I need to pick them fresh. And they must sit for 3 days to achieve that sweetness you desire. If you want them tomorrow, I can arrange for my brother to sell some to you. He has a stockpile, and his home is just over there." Luo Qinglu gestured towards a nearby hillside, where several households were nestled. Chen Xu nodded. "All right, please inform him. I'll come by at 4:30 tomorrow morning to collect 150 jin." After pondering for a moment, he added, "If they can score each chestnut, I'll pay an extra penny per jin, making it 8 pennies per jin." The labor of scoring each jin of chestnuts for a penny is quite a decent sum for the rural folk these days. Luo Qinglu, without a second thought, readily agreed, saying, "That is definitely not a problem." After exchanging pleasantries, the little fish bid farewell to his uncle, and the father-daughter pair departed together. As Luo Qinglu watched the large figure on the cart recede into the distance, he increasingly found him to be remarkable and likable. Fortunately, the day before, the large fellow had come to his side to sell August melons. Otherwise, how could he and his brother have made such a windfall? They would need over 100 jin daily, which amounts to 12 yuan a day. This was no mere village bully. He was a veritable deity of wealth. Chapter 19. No way to refuse before 5 in the afternoon. In the lower street of Tungtou village, a man in his 60s, with hair half gray and dark skin, limped anxiously along the dirt road that wound around the mountainous bend. His cotton shirt was old and yellowed, and his long trousers were muddy and patched in several places. Before dawn, Chen Xunlong had rented out his cargo cart, essential for his livelihood, to his uncle, Chen Qingshan, believing he would use it to haul potatoes for Chen Guodong's family. It was only later that he learned his uncle had actually lent the cart to his grandson, Chen Xu, who had been seen driving it out of the village at daybreak. "Who is Chen Xu?" He is the son of his cousin, a notorious troublemaker in Tungto village, not the sharpest tool in the shed. Chen Xu was almost certain that his cart would not return. If it wasn't he sold for money by Chen Xu, he would turn his name around. Earlier this year, one of the piglets he had raised in his pig pen was snatched away by this fool and sold for a mere yuan. For the past 20 years, Chen Xu had been deeply afflicted by this nephew. Since learning that his horse had been taken by Chen Xu, he could not focus on his own farm work. Running to Chen Guodong's house twice to find him, but he had yet to return from the fields. As the clock approached 5 and darkness loomed, he could no longer sit idly by. He hurried to wait along the path that Chen Xu would take home, ready to confront him. If that rascal dared to sell his horse, he would not let it go without a fight. Chen Xu limped anxiously, cursing under his breath, even envisioning a scene in which he would leap at Chen Xu and deliver a few punches to that fool. This horse cart was not akin to a piglet. It represented his primary source of income, as he, the old cripple, toiled all year round hauling goods for others. If Chen Xu were to sell it, how could he not fight tooth and nail for it? Just then, on the road he had been fixated upon, a familiar figure was slowly approaching. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback. It was his horse. Realizing this, he hurriedly limped forward. A woman emerging from a nearby earthen house, carrying a basin of clothes. Couldn't he help but tease, "Chen the cripple, what good fortune has befallen you? Running so fast on a limp. Mind your own business," Chen Xu retorted, hastening towards his horse cart. At this moment, Chen Xu, who was on the cart, spotted the approaching figure, took hold of the reins, jumped down, and strode towards the man with the horse. "Second uncle," he greeted cheerfully upon reaching him. The little fish on the cart also politely chimed in. Chen Xu gave Chen Xu a nonchalant glance before swiftly grabbing the reins from his hand, inspecting his old horse thoroughly to ensure it was not missing any limbs. Finally feeling a sense of relief. "Thank the ancestors, Chen Xu didn't sell my horse today," he mused, glancing at the coal stove and large pot on the cart, along with the burlap sacks, before leading the horse and continuing towards Tingto Street. Although he was unaware of what Chen Xu had been up to, he was grateful to have his horse returned and the goods delivered home, so he hurriedly led the horse back. As for the rent, Chen Xu did not harbor any illusions that this little rascal would have money to spare. This boy could barely support himself, let alone pay the rent of over $1. Just as this thought crossed Chen Xu mind, 2 1-yuan notes appeared before him. In this era, especially in rural areas, such a large denomination was a rarity. Chen Xu eyes widened at the sight of the 2 bills, following the hand that held the money. He saw his tall and sturdy nephew. Chen Xu froze momentarily, an ominous premonition rising within him as his expression shifted dramatically, and he almost exclaimed, "Chen Xu, did you rob someone?" Chen Xu was at a loss for words. How much misfortune had the original owner caused? Why was it that whenever he earned money, everyone assumed it was through nefarious means? With a quiet sigh, he patiently replied to Chen Xu, "Second uncle, I didn't rob anyone. I earned this from selling chestnuts in town. This is the rent I promised you, 2 yuan a day." As he spoke, he shoved the money into Chen Xu hand. If it were anyone else, he would give them 1 yuan and 50 cents. However, considering the trouble the original owner had caused his second uncle over the years, giving a little extra was no harm. Chen Xu, staring at the money in his hand and then at Chen Xu, could hardly believe it. After a moment, he finally managed to ask, You can sell chestnuts?" Yesterday, Chen Xingshan remarked to him that Chen Xu was no longer foolish, a claim he initially dismissed, suspecting his counterpart had simply lost his wits. However, witnessing his nephew, who could now engage in normal conversation and spoke earnestly about making money, it indeed seemed plausible. Chen Xu smiled and affirmed, "Yes, I earn from selling chestnuts, and I shall go to the town daily to sell them. Second uncle, I will continue to pay you 2 coins daily for the use of your horse cart." Upon hearing this, Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed with surprise and delight. It appeared that his nephew was genuinely no longer simple-minded. Moreover, he was renting his horse cart for 2 coins a day? What a fortunate turn of events. It was worth noting that even when he personally drove the cart to transport grain or goods, laboring under the sun and wind, he could earn no more than 1.5 coins in a day, and such opportunities were rare. Now, this young Chen Xu only required him to provide a cart, and he would receive 2 coins daily. Chen Xu found it impossible to refuse this offer. 2 coins a day amounted to 60 coins a month, surpassing the monthly wages of city workers. In an instant, Chen Xunlong's perception of his nephew shifted dramatically, a smile gracing his face for the first time. Yet, a hint of concern lingered, prompting him to inquire, "Is this venture truly profitable for you? With such a rental fee, do you still have enough earnings left?" In Chen Xunlong's understanding, an average person earning 3 to 5 coins a day was already quite impressive. He feared his elder nephew might still be naive, overpaying for the rental. If necessary, a rate of 8 or 9 dimes would suffice. Chen Xu took the reins from Chen Xunlong, leading the horse forward as he reassured, "Second uncle, rest assured, with the rent I am offering, I am certainly making ample money. From now on, you only need to ensure the horse is well fed and comfortably lend it to me." Upon hearing this, Chen Xunlong felt entirely at ease, nodding with a smile. "All right, I will improve its diet and ensure you can haul an additional several dozen pounds daily." As he spoke, Chen Xunlong could not help but reflect inwardly, marveling at how the Chen family's ancestors seemed to have blessed them. Chen Xu was no longer foolish and had become capable of earning money. Judging by his tone, he must be making at least 10 or 8 coins a day. How promising. The two, uncle and nephew, conversed with laughter, while little Fish was gently placed on the horse's back, obediently listening to the dialogue between his second uncle and father. The women in the earthen houses by the roadside were astonished to witness Chen Xunlong, who today seemed as cheerful as a blooming chrysanthemum, engaging with Chen Xu. What a curious change of heart. Had Chen Xiao truly put aside grievances over lost chickens and piglets from years past, now smiling at his elder nephew? The women dared not greet Chen Xu directly, opting instead to jest with Chen Xunlong. Hearing this, he turned to glance at the woman, retorting, "Mind your own business, and wash your clothes properly." He then merrily followed Chen Xu toward Tingto Street. Chapter 20. The family finally eats rice. Chen Xunlong accompanied Chen Xu all the way to Tingto Street. Once Chen Xu had unloaded the cart, he promptly called for his second uncle to return home for a meal before he could even lead the horse back. Today, Chen Xunlong found himself in high spirits, particularly as he gazed upon his nephew, Chen Xu, whom he increasingly appreciated. When Chen Xu extended a warm invitation, Xunlong readily accepted, tethering his horse beneath the sycamore tree at the school gate for familiar passers-by to keep an eye on, before accompanying Chen Xu back to his home. In this village, where everyone knew one another, it was well understood that the horse and cart belonged to him. Apart from Chen Xu, no one dared to sell it off. However, upon arriving at Chen Xu's residence, Chen Xunlong was astonished to discover that his nephew intended to treat him to a feast of rice. In the kitchen, Xunlong observed as Chen Xu retrieved an assortment of fine grains from a burlap sack, rice, noodles, fried dough twists, and glass bottles of soy sauce, his eyes widening in disbelief. One might assume he was preparing for a festive occasion. Glancing at these delicacies, which he had only sampled once or twice in his lifetime, Xunlong exclaimed dramatically, "In this day and age, particularly for those in rural areas, simply having a meal is a blessing. Such refined ingredients are nearly impossible to procure without ration tickets." Yet, here was Chen Xu, having purchased in abundance. Chen Xu, however, remained unfazed. Once he laid out the provisions, he began to prepare dinner, remarking that they would surely enjoy even finer fare during the new year, and that this was merely a modest improvement to their daily life. Meanwhile, little Yue, noticing her father was about to get busy, eagerly rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Daddy, Yue will help." Chen Xu smiled broadly, replying, "All right. Soon I will teach Yue how to cook rice." Wonderful. Though unsure of how delicious the rice would be, Yue was determined to learn from her father. Feeling somewhat awkward just waiting for the meal, Chen Xunlong approached the stove and chimed in, "Cooking rice requires considerable effort. Allow me to assist." Chen Xu, unbothered by the offer, agreed, and the trio divided their tasks, immersing themselves in the preparations for dinner. They washed the rice, lit the small stove, and began to cook. They sliced potatoes, lean meat, eggplant, tofu, green peppers, and chopped garlic and ginger. With improved conditions and an abundance of seasonings available, Chen Xu found himself more adept at cooking than ever before, producing dishes that were undoubtedly aromatic. Before long, the traditional earthen courtyard was filled with enticing aromas. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the delightful scents into the neighboring yards. "Heavens, whose house is having meat today? It smells divine," someone exclaimed. "Is it from Uncle Chen's house? But aren't they still working in the fields? This aroma is simply irresistible," exclaimed another. "Wow, I've never smelled such a delicious meat fragrance before." Many children, drawn by the enticing scent, hurried indoors to fill their bowls with noodles and tea, squatting at their doorsteps to savor their dinner. Were it not for the fact that the delectable aroma originated near the home of the notorious Chen Xu, they would have rushed over to see if they might snag a piece of meat. However, they dared not approach Chen Xu's vicinity, fearing that their humble bowls of tea-soaked rice would be snatched away by the bully, leaving them with nowhere to weep. As dusk settled, a sumptuous spread was laid out on the table: spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with green peppers, minced meat eggplant, mapo tofu, and a steaming bowl of fragrant white rice. Ever since little fish laid eyes on the large, pristine grains of rice being served, his gaze has remained fixated on the bowl. Just as the meal was perfectly prepared, Chen Guodong and his family returned home, each burdened with a basket brimming with potatoes. Chen Xu, eschewing any pretense of courtesy, promptly exited to invite his grandfather, Chen Qingshan, into the west room, where the family commenced their feast. At the dining table, apart from Chen Xu, everyone else was utterly captivated by the fragrant white rice, especially little fish, who, after savoring a morsel of its deliciousness, began to exhale eagerly while devouring the meat his father served him alongside the rice. The combination of rice and meat was simply the most delectable culinary delight imaginable. "Daddy, it smells so good, it's delicious," the little one exclaimed, his cheeks puffed up, grains of rice adorning his lips and nose, his expression one of pure contentment. Chen Xu reached out to wipe the rice off the tip of the child's nose, smiling as he encouraged, "If it's delicious, eat plenty, but be careful. It's hot. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy even the tastiest of dishes." The child quickly blew on his food, anxious to avoid burning his mouth. "Okay, no burning." Chen Qingshan and Chen Chunlong also relished the sweet, delicate texture of the rice, infused with the savory aroma of the meat. This taste was truly beyond description. It could be said that this meal was the most exquisite and sumptuous they had ever experienced in their lives. They had never anticipated that the most lavish and delectable feast they would ever enjoy would be provided by Chen Xu's hard-earned money. Having subsisted on coarse grains and throat-choking noodles for days, and after enduring such arduous journeys, Chen Xu now gazed at what he once deemed ordinary white rice with newfound appreciation. It appeared both enticing and fragrant. As he encouraged the elders and children to partake, he too indulged heartily in the meat and rice, consuming several large bowls with an appetite that surpassed even the gourmet meals he had savored in his previous life. In contrast to the West Room, where everyone ate with unabashed delight, the atmosphere in the East Room was starkly different, almost frozen in time. The three individuals sat with bowls of leftover potato noodles from lunch, a plate of green beans dipped in chili sauce, and a stir-fried cabbage. Previously, these were items that the father and daughter in the West Room would go days without enjoying. Now, they could only manage a few bites of rice. Accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from the West Room, Zhang Chong squatted at the threshold of the East Room, inhaling deeply the savory scent from the West Room, shoveling in mouthfuls of rice. Once the market day arrived, and he sold the 2 baskets of August melons, he intended to buy some meat in town, sneaking off to cook it for himself. Zhang Chong couldn't help but wonder how Chen Xu, the simpleton, managed to make a decent profit selling chestnuts in town. If not for Chen Guodong being preoccupied with the potato harvest, he would have gone to town himself to inquire about it. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Chen Xu took little fish with him, harnessed the horse to the cart, and set off for Longjing village to collect chestnuts. He aimed to arrive beside the wonton shop before the early morning study session at Wenqing Middle School, where he greeted the 2 elderly proprietors and set up a stall to roast chestnuts. The chestnuts have yet to ripen, yet yesterday, students who had purchased them from him formed long lines, eagerly awaiting their turn. Several fashionably attired women strolled in small groups, drawn by the tantalizing prospect of freshly roasted chestnuts they had yearned for all night. Although the vendor appeared rather intimidating, the irresistible taste of his roasted chestnuts drew customers in droves. As the steaming chestnuts emerged from the pot, a flurry of bills, ranging from small denominations to larger ones, was thrust into Chen Xu's hands. "Boss, I'll take a pound. I want a pound too." "Certainly, I'll bag them up for you right away." Chen Xu responded with a smile, promptly calling upon his little helper nearby to assist with the packaging. The father and daughter duo were bustling with energy, and occasionally, an elderly lady would step in to lend a hand when they found themselves overwhelmed. Nearby breakfast vendors, witnessing the lively scene at Chen Xu's stall, gazed on with envy, their eyes practically glowing with desire. Some of the owners even began contemplating sourcing chestnuts from surrounding villages to sell roasted chestnuts themselves, as it appeared to be a lucrative endeavor. Chapter 21. The little fish gets new clothes. Chen Xu's flurry of activity continued until past 11, when the number of customers gradually dwindled. Seizing a moment of respite, he prepared 2 large bags of chestnuts and insistently handed them to the 2 elderly individuals who had come to assist him. This time, the elders graciously accepted the chestnuts, savoring the treat while praising Chen Xu's roasting skills. Little Chen, you must set up shop here for a while longer, perhaps when my granddaughter returns. She'll have the chance to taste them, the elderly lady remarked, munching on the chestnuts with delight. The old gentleman, carrying a teapot, poured 2 large bowls of tea and approached Chen Xu's stall with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, such a delicious treat is rare to find in the city." Noticing the old man bringing tea, Chen Xu quickly stepped forward to take the bowls from his hands. "No worries, even if I am not here. If you too wish to indulge or share with your family, I will gladly deliver them to your door." The elderly couple beamed at his words, their smiles widening, especially that of the elderly lady, Su Qinglian. Initially, she had perceived this tall figure as somewhat unapproachable, but after 2 days of interaction, she found him utterly delightful. Chen Xu exchanged a few brief words with the 2 elders, offered little fish a sip of tea, and resumed attending to his customers. Just as a few patrons departed, a slender woman with a chic hairstyle, dressed in a light blue dress and carrying a bamboo basket, approached Chen Xu's stall. Without waiting for him to greet her, she looked at the petite little fish beside him and cheerfully asked, "Boss, did you order clothes at Changyan tailoring shop yesterday?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Chen Xu quickly realized her identity, smiling as he nodded. "Yes, indeed, I ordered 2 outfits made from 6 feet of fabric for my daughter yesterday." The one who entertained him was a bespectacled young male proprietor. As soon as this woman approached, she inquired, presumably the wife of the tailor shop owner. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, she promptly confirmed, retrieving 2 lovely outfits from her basket. With a smile, she remarked that she had noticed the exquisite garments made at her home and, after asking a few more questions, realized they might belong to the proprietor. Since she was on her way to buy chestnuts, she decided to bring them along. Almost the entire street is now aware that at the entrance of Wenxing Middle School, there is a man with a fierce appearance who sells delicious roasted chestnuts. The woman is also a returning customer of Chen Xu. When she heard her partner describe a guest with a fierce look accompanied by a child, her immediate thought was of Chen Xu. Upon receiving the clothes from the woman, Chen Xu accepted them with a smile and expressed his gratitude. Little Yuer, seeing the new garments in her father's hands, instantly lit up with delight. Observing the sparkle in the little girl's eyes, the woman suggested, "Why not try them on immediately to see if they fit? If they don't, I can swiftly exchange them for you." Little Yuer, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement and looked up at her father. Chen Xu, fully aware of his daughter's eager anticipation, handed the clothes to her. After exchanging pleasantries with the elderly lady, she was far more enthusiastic than he anticipated, quickly ushering little Yuer into the wonton shop. While little Yuer was changing, the tailor's wife requested 2 pounds of chestnuts. Before handing them over, Chen Xu discreetly added a few extra pieces. "Sister, thank you for bringing these over," he said. The woman accepted the chestnuts with a beaming smile, waving her hand in dismissal. "Oh, it's nothing." Within a few minutes, little Yuer emerged in her new attire, a mix of excitement and nervousness on her cherubic face as she followed the elderly lady to the entrance of the wonton shop. Upon seeing her, Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback, almost failing to recognize her. Her previously tousled hair had been styled into 2 playful little ponytails. She wore a long-sleeved blouse adorned with delicate yellow floral patterns, complemented by a skirted lower half and beige tapered pants. With her face freshly washed and dressed in this outfit, she appeared even more charming and lovely. "Our little Yuer is simply exquisite," Chen Xu exclaimed with a broad smile, showering her with praise. The tailor's wife was equally impressed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, who would have thought that Yuer's father could design such a fitting and beautiful outfit for her? The elderly couple also nodded in cheerful approval, relieved that the little girl did not inherit her father's fierceness. Though somewhat bashful from all the compliments, little Yuer's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She scampered over to Chen Xu, wrapping her tiny arms around his leg and looking up with innocent eyes. "Thank you, Daddy. I love it." Chen Xu lifted her into his arms. "If you like it, then I shall buy you more new clothes in the future." He envisioned not just new outfits, but also sending her to school, purchasing a grand house, and working together to earn substantial wealth. As soon as little Yue donned her new outfit, several slightly older girls, noticing her charm, began clinging to their mother's legs, pleading for similar attire. Before long, several adults, unable to escape the clutches of their children, brought them to the tailor's shop, prompting the proprietor to craft similar garments. This delighted the shopkeeper immensely, who warmly greeted Chen Xu before hastily ushering everyone out. Meanwhile, upon donning her new attire, Xiao Yuer exuded a newfound confidence, even assisting in attending to a few customers later that afternoon. By 2 o'clock, Chen Xu's 150 pounds of chestnuts had completely sold out, yielding a profit of 50 yuan and 75 cents. The rapid sales left many patrons disappointed, unable to procure any. Determined to meet the demand, he planned to bring 200 pounds the following day, aiming to sell until 5 o'clock. After closing his stall, Chen Xu exchanged pleasantries with the elderly proprietors of the wonton shop before taking Xiao Yuer to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some food and daily necessities before heading home. Time swiftly passed, and a week had elapsed. Chen Xu thrived in selling roasted chestnuts in the town, consistently moving at least 170 pounds daily, even after the initial novelty had worn off. Over the course of these 7 or 8 days, his earnings had accumulated to over 300 yuan. While he considered this amount modest, it equated to a substantial sum, roughly half a year's wage for a skilled worker in the city during that era. Nonetheless, Chen Xu did not intend to remain in the town selling chestnuts indefinitely. He was contemplating more lucrative avenues for his growing capital, particularly during his recent endeavors. He noticed many onlookers, and several even approached him for tips on his chestnut roasting technique. Although he merely brushed off their inquiries, it was evident that it would not be long before the town saw the emergence of a second or third chestnut vendor, at which point the profitability of the business would inevitably decline. Today, as was his routine, Chen Xu set out with Xiao Yuer before dawn. However, shortly after they departed, a figure mounted a 2/8 bicycle, making their way towards Tengtou Street. This was Zhang Chong, who had moved to the town through marriage. Witnessing Chen Xu's success, his prosperous lifestyle and indulgent feasting had become unbearable for him. Today, he resolved to follow Chen Xu closely to discern the secret of his profitable chestnut sales. If Chen Xu could earn that money, so could he. This thought reminded him of the 2 baskets of wax gourds he had previously struggled to sell. On the market day, he had carried the gourds to the street only to find every vendor selling the same. Only Chen Xu had not participated, and Zhang Chong's load had fetched a mere 8 cents per pound, resulting in him having to return home to feed the pigs. This time, he could not afford to miss out on Chen Xu's chestnuts, which he had already surreptitiously ordered. Today, he would uncover the method, and tomorrow, he would join in the sales. Chapter 22. Be a bit fiercer. Her temper does not concern her. Today, business at Chen Xu's stall remained as vibrant as ever. In the midst of his busy endeavors, Chen Xu noticed a familiar face, Zhang Chong, in a fried dough stick shop diagonally across from him. His presence did not come as a surprise, as Zhang Chong had originally settled in Tengtou village through marriage into the family of Wenqing town, making his appearance here rather unremarkable. Recently, Zhang Chong had been subtly attempting to cultivate a closer rapport with Chen Xu, likely harboring intentions of entering the chestnut-selling business himself. However, he was not the only one eyeing this lucrative venture. After casting a glance at Zhang Chong from a distance, Chen Xu quickly immersed himself once more in the flurry of transactions and packaging. Inside the fried dough stick shop, Zhang Chong's eyes gleamed with envy as he observed Chen Xu's stall, which was bustling with customers. It dawned on him that this naive young man had been preparing chestnuts daily, digging stones from the riverbank to sell in this town. With such a thriving business, it was no wonder Chen Xu's family enjoyed a daily feast of rice and meat. Zhang Chong could hardly contain his eagerness to set up his own stall and start selling chestnuts immediately. After watching Chen Xu for a while, he approached the fried dough stick shop owner, who shared his enthusiasm, and said with a smile, "Cousin, I have a lucrative business proposition that I wish to discuss with you." Due to the market day, the crowd was particularly dense. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xu had sold all 200 pounds of chestnuts he had brought with him. After closing up shop, he took the little one, Xiao Yuer, to buy some meat and vegetables from the street. The child had grown swiftly over the past few days, and her face had become rounder with the nourishment she received. It was essential to continue providing her with ample nutrition to recover from her previous deficiencies. As they returned home by cart, Chen Xu instructed Chen Chunlong to feed the remaining food to the livestock while he carried a sack and held Xiao Yuer's hand. as they stepped onto the street. Several children, roughly the same age as Xiao Yuer and clad in split-crotch pants, rushed over to her, brimming with enthusiasm and curiosity. Xiao Yuer, did you go to the town again today? I have sweet potatoes, would you like some? I have cornbread. It's delicious, let me give you one. Wow, your dress is so pretty today. Did you buy it in the town? Since Chen Xu had frequently taken Xiao Yuer out, she had quickly befriended the neighborhood children. Although they still held some apprehension towards him, they were quite fond of Xiao Yuer. Chen Xu naturally hoped for his daughter to make more friends, and every time they returned, he would pause briefly on the street. Father and daughter stopped as Xiao Yuer cheerfully accepted gifts from her older peers, responding to them in kind. She then pulled out the candies she had specifically brought back for them, saying in her sweet voice, "These are the candies Daddy bought for me today. I brought some back for you, one for each." After sharing the treats, the delighted children beamed with joy, their faces radiating happiness as they laughed and followed Chen Xu and his daughter down the street. Chen Xu, it seems you've made quite a bit of money today, buying so many things. By the roadside, a woman with a plump figure and charming dimples spotted Chen Xu and greeted him with a smile. During this period, Chen Xu had refrained from his usual antics and had managed to earn some money. Many neighbors, upon seeing him, wore smiles on their faces and occasionally initiated a few friendly exchanges. Chen Xu lifted the items in his hands and replied with a smile, "It's going well. I just want to help little Yuer regain her health." After a brief exchange, the woman continued to gaze at the tall figure of Chen Xu, who was walking away with his daughter. This seemingly foolish Chen Xu didn't appear so bad after all. Although he had a fierce appearance and was without a wife, he was quite adept at making money, especially with that robust physique. Perhaps he excelled in other aspects as well, as the woman pondered Chen Xu's retreating silhouette. Suddenly, a teasing voice from a nearby woman interrupted her thoughts. "What is this, Chui Fong? Have you taken a liking to Chen Xu? Shall I play matchmaker for you? After all, you're both single now. You two would be a perfect match." Wu Cuifong snapped back to reality, contemplating how to refute the woman's words. Yet she found herself genuinely intrigued. Feigning difficulty, she replied, "Aunt, are you joking? I've heard that Chen Xu has quite the temper. Didn't his cousin get beaten black and blue by him recently? What if he were to hit me?" Although she was interested, she knew better than to pursue him too eagerly. At the very least, she had to maintain some decorum, especially considering Chen Xu, someone whom nearly all the women in the village disregarded. The seasoned woman, keenly aware of Wu Cuifong's thoughts, chuckled and said, "Oh, come now. Chen Xu hitting someone? That was just his cousin wronging him by insulting a young lady. Who wouldn't he be furious in his position? I truly believe you two would suit each other. In the next few days, I'll visit the Chun household to gauge Chen Xu's sentiments and see if I can play Cupid for you." Hearing this, Wu Cuifong chose not to argue further, maintaining her modesty as she exchanged a few more light-hearted remarks with the woman before retreating into her home. Setting aside all else, given Chen Xu's current earning prowess, marrying him could ensure a future filled with rice and meat for her and her son. His fearsome looks and temper mattered little to her. After all, in Tiantu village, it was commonplace for men to strike their wives. Upon returning home, Chen Xu had not been settled long when Zhang Chong entered the courtyard. Shortly after, Zhang Chong, having gone to the east room, called out to Chen Xian, and together they headed towards the riverbank. Chen Xu, hearing the commotion, surmised their intentions but paid it no mind, continuing to prepare dinner with his little daughter. If he were to follow the trend and sell roasted chestnuts, he needed to possess the requisite skill. The following day, Chen Xu arrived in town, setting up his stall beside the wonton shop, and was just about to begin roasting chestnuts. Across from him, Zhang Chong and the owner of the fried dough stick shop, having arrived early, hastily set up their own stall to roast chestnuts. The fried dough stick vendor began to call out, "Hey, sugar-roasted chestnuts, just 25 cents a pound, large and sweet." Previously, the man had inquired about the chestnut roasting business with Chen Xu, but Chen Xu had always deflected his questions, never divulging the crucial details. Thus, today, like his cousin, his aim was to usurp Chen Xu's business and draw the clientele to his side. The owner of the Youtiao shop was a local resident, and with a mere shout, coupled with the fact that his chestnuts were priced 1 dime lower than Chen Xu's, many customers who had approached Chen Xu's stall quickly shifted their gaze towards the Youtiao shop. Noticing familiar faces among the crowd, the Youtiao shop owner eagerly called out, "Aunt Zhang, sisterly, my chestnuts are not only larger but also sweeter, and they're just 25 cents a pound. A true bargain." Being neighbors on the same street, the women were swayed by the shop owner's candid invitation and attractive pricing. One plump lady, aware that Chen Xu had a competitor, cunningly turned to Chen Xu and said, "Boss, your chestnuts seem rather small. The ones next door are bigger and only 25 cents a pound. How about you match that price? I'll buy from you." She had grown accustomed to Chen Xu's chestnuts and thought it would be splendid to stock up at a lower price while competition was at hand. Women often relish a good deal, and once one took the lead, others eagerly chimed in, "Yes, boss, if you lower your price by a dime a pound, I'll continue buying from you." "Me too. It feels unfair otherwise. Theirs are just 25 cents a pound and bigger." However, Chen Xu showed no inclination to lower his prices. With a calm smile, he addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've stated from the very first day I set up my stall that my roasted chestnut technique is unparalleled, and the chestnuts I offer are specially treated. At 35 cents a pound, it's already quite reasonable, and I will not reduce my prices." Chapter 23. The cunning grandson Chen Xu was aware that Zhang Chong intended to follow suit and sell chestnuts, but he hadn't anticipated such an audacious attempt to undercut his business. Nevertheless, it was a business that required genuine skill to seize. The art of roasting chestnuts, its timing and technique, could not be mastered merely by observation, especially considering that the raw materials he used were pre-treated and air-dried by the Luo brothers, making them sweet even without roasting. Zhang Chong had only bought his chestnuts the day before and hadn't dried them before roasting. Could they possibly be delectable? The women hoping to take advantage of the situation were taken aback by Chen Xu's resolute refusal, and one after another, they turned to Zhang Chong's stall to purchase chestnuts. The Youtiao shop owner, noticing the influx of customers, called out even more enthusiastically. Many were enticed by the price of just over 20 cents a pound and gradually made their way to the Youtiao shop. In an instant, Chen Xu's customer count dwindled by more than half. However, a number of loyal patrons chose to remain steadfast, especially the students from Wenqing Middle School. Over the past few days, they had become quite familiar with Chen Xu. Recognizing that someone was deliberately trying to undermine his business, they willingly dug into their pockets to buy, despite their limited pocket money. Chen Xu, smiling, made sure to give each student a few extra chestnuts. Little you are sweetly called out brother and sister, melting the hearts of many nearby girls. Meanwhile, the elderly couple from the wonton shop did not remain idle. They brewed tea, prepared medicine, and poured some tea, as Su Qinglian began to greet the students. "Anyone who purchases roasted chestnuts from our little Chun will be treated to complimentary tea at our wonton shop, enhancing the delightful experience." Many students, upon receiving their steaming chestnuts, were enticed by the invitation of the elderly couple and eagerly made their way to the wonton shop to enjoy tea alongside the chestnuts. Observing the kind assistance of the elderly, Chen Xu felt a stir of affection in his heart. While continuing to attend to his customers, he resolved to select some thoughtful gifts and nourishing supplements for the elderly couple come New Year. In contrast, the scene at Zhang Chong's stall was less harmonious. Numerous customers, after unwrapping and tasting the large chestnuts, found their expressions disheartened. Although the chestnuts were sizable, they lacked sweetness and were not at all tender. In the past, they might have tolerated such shortcomings, but having indulged in Chen Xu's chestnuts for several days, their palates had become accustomed to superior quality. A plump woman, who had previously led the charge, consumed a chestnut but quickly lost her enthusiasm and, feeling embarrassed, refrained from returning to Chen Xu's stall. Instead, she grumbled to the fried dough stick vendor, lamenting, "These chestnuts are utterly tasteless." With that, she sulked away, clutching her chestnuts. The others, filled with regret for having opted for the cheaper option at Zhang Chong's stall, felt too embarrassed to return to Chen Xu's stand immediately and left with sullen faces. Many patrons who had been waiting in line, witnessing the discontent of the previous customers, promptly abandoned the queue and turned back to purchase from Chen Xu. "Boss, I'll take a pound of yours. Your chestnuts have a far more enticing aroma," one declared. "I too want a pound. I still find Chen's chestnuts delectable," another added. Within half an hour, the atmosphere at Chen Xu's stall buzzed with its usual liveliness. Zhang Chong, who had just sold a handful of chestnuts, found himself dismayed as a significant number of customers fled from his stall. After a hurried consultation, he and his partner decided to reduce their prices by 5 cents. While Chen Xu's roasted chestnuts retained a loyal customer base due to their quality, Zhang Chong managed to lure away several patrons with his lower prices. Consequently, Chen Xu's business experienced a slight downturn, ultimately selling only 120 pounds by the time he closed his stall at 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong was all smiles. having sold out his entire stock of 60 pounds of chestnuts. After closing up, he quickly hopped on his bicycle to head home and prepare more chestnuts. Before leaving, he cast a provocatively confident glance at Chen Xu, certain that he was well out of reach, and pedaled away as if in flight. Later, around 7 in the evening, when Chen Xu returned home with Xiaoyu, he found Zhang Chong already at home, engaging in chestnut sorting with Chen Qian and her father, Chen Qingshan, who sat on the steps smoking a pipe. Upon seeing Chen Xu, Chen Qingshan greeted him warmly. Chen Guodong, unusually cheerful today. Upon hearing Chen Qingshan call out to Chen Xu, tossed a chestnut into the basket and remarked with a smile, Zhang Chong did well today, selling over 60 pounds of chestnuts. With a bit more skill, he could sell even more in the future. As a son-in-law, he is no less capable than that simpleton from the second family. Chen Qiannan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xu and his father, deliberately raising her voice as she laughed. From now on, Zhang Chong, you need only to focus on roasting chestnuts and selling them. Sell as much as you can. Leave the procurement and pricing to my father and me. Zhang Chong grinned widely in agreement. Absolutely. I'm sure I can sell at least 100 jin tomorrow. Observing the camaraderie among the three, a hint of a sardonic smile crept across Chen Xu's lips. He approached the doorway of the West Room, placing the items and little yuan down before retrieving several yuan notes from his pocket. He walked over to Chen Qingshan and said, Grandfather, here is 5 yuan for you. Yesterday, you helped me fold 50 to 60 triangular bags, so consider this your payment. Chen Qingshan, who was puffing on a pipe, momentarily froze at his grandson's words. 50 triangular bags for merely 5 yuan. Before he could collect his thoughts, Chen Xu pressed the money into his embrace and entered the West Room with little yuan. Chen Qingshan's lips twitched as he grasped the money, taking a moment to process what had just transpired. At that moment, Chen Guodong and Chen Qiannan, who had been preparing the chestnuts, halted their actions. Chen Qiannan looked up at Zhang Chong, visibly displeased. Grandfather gives Chen Xu 5 yuan for a few bags, yet my father and I toil to roast and collect chestnuts, and you only pay us 80 cents each? Although Chen Guodong remained silent, he felt a sourness in his heart. It was evident that as a son-in-law, he could not be compared to one's own offspring. Upon hearing Chen Qiannan's words, Zhang Chong was instantly irked, his lips twitching as he retorted. If it weren't for my bicycle and my relative's store, would you earn even 80 cents a day from your farming? I'm paying you fairly. He was reluctant to part with the money, considering they were his father-in-law and wife. It was already generous of him not to expect them to work for free. Fine. Then you can hire someone else to roast and collect the chestnuts. I refuse to do this anymore. Chen Qiannan exclaimed in anger, tossing down her scissors as she stormed off. Initially, Chen Guodong felt a slight discomfort, but after hearing Zhang Chong's words, he could no longer bear it. With his daughter just having left, he darkened his expression and followed her into the house. Zhang Chong was left bewildered, watching this scene unfold. Chen Qingshan held the 5 yuan in his hand, utterly bemused. The ancestors of the Chen family must have truly blessed him. His eldest grandson had not only shown intelligence, but had also become quite astute. Such a skillful act of sowing discord was something even he, an old man with decades of experience, could not rival. Chapter 24. Off to Rongqing today. As Chen Xu set up his stall, Zhang Chong had already lowered the price of roasted chestnuts to 18 cents per jin, and the owner of the youtiao shop was shouting even more vigorously. Consequently, Chen Xu's business saw a noticeable decline. By midday, while enjoying wontons at the local shop, he contemplated his future plans. With nearly 400 yuan in his pocket now, he realized that the limited foot traffic in this small town capped his earning potential. With capital in hand, it was evident that pursuing greater profits in the city would be far more advantageous. Particularly now, many individuals are still influenced by the remnants of a planned economy, where engaging in business could lead to imprisonment. Even with aspirations, they hesitate to venture into larger cities. Therefore, the city, especially Rongqing, is undoubtedly a land of immense opportunities and prosperity. For someone as seasoned as Chen Xu, it seems that merely stepping into this realm would allow him to effortlessly reap financial rewards. As lunch concluded, Chen Xu savored the last spoonful of soup, solidifying his decision. Tomorrow, he would sell off his stock of chestnuts and officially embark on his journey to Rongqing. After making this choice, he reduced the price of his chestnuts to a mere 0.2 yuan per pound as soon as he set up his stall that afternoon. Upon hearing his enticing shouts of reduced prices, numerous customers flocked to him, eagerly purchasing his wares. Those who had tasted chestnuts from two different vendors knew well that Chen Xu's were superior in flavor and sweetness. With prices now equal, what was there to ponder? Thus, shortly after setting up, his stall was besieged by eager patrons. Many women from the streets, upon learning of the price drop, hurriedly rushed over with baskets in hand. The once bustling scene outside Zhang Chang's fried dough shop instantly turned desolate. In addition to slashing prices, Chen Xu was open and forthcoming with those who approached him under the guise of purchasing chestnuts, seeking to learn about his suppliers and the secrets to roasting chestnuts. This time, he shared his knowledge without reservation, almost as if he were providing a hands-on tutorial. Had Zhang Chang merely followed the trend of selling roasted chestnuts, Chen Xu would have let bygones be bygones. However, engaging in a malicious price war to undercut his business was another matter entirely. Chen Xu, though not one to relish physical confrontations like the original owner, harbored a spirit of retribution. In his previous life, none who attempted to usurp his business left with smiles. By 3 p.m, all 150 pounds of his chestnuts had vanished. Su Qinglian and her husband Lu Aigua, both seasoned individuals, discerned something unusual in Chen Xu's behavior that afternoon. Seizing the moment as he began to pack up with his daughter Xiaoyu, the elderly couple approached him. Su Qinglian, with a slightly melancholic expression, quietly inquired, "Xiaochun, are you planning to cease selling chestnuts here?" Lu Aigua, observing the father-daughter duo, felt a pang of nostalgia. He recognized that a small place like Wenqing Town could not hold someone of Chen Xu's caliber, and he asked, "Are you intending to develop your career in a larger city?" Chen Xu placed his belongings onto the cart and replied with a smile, "That's about right. Tomorrow, I might come back for one more day to clear out the inventory from my supplier. Then I'm off to Rongqing to explore." Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions brightened. Su Qinglian raised an eyebrow. "Rongqing? That's not too far, and my granddaughter studies there." Lu Aigua's face lit up with approval as he remarked, "Indeed, Rongqing is quite suitable for development. It's worth a try." As if recalling something, he turned to his wife. "By the way, if Xiao Chun is heading there soon, shall we pack some of the wontons our granddaughter loves and send them along?" Upon hearing her spouse's suggestion, Su Qinglian quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. That girl mentioned during her last visit that she couldn't find such delicious wontons over there. Now that Xiao Chun is heading there, I shall prepare some to send her." Chen Xu, listening to the elderly couple, wasted no time in responding, "Of course. I plan to explore a bit anyway, so it's perfect for me to deliver them." Particularly, as the elderly couple had shown him great kindness lately, he felt it was his duty to assist. After a brief conversation with them, Chen Xu harnessed the horse to the cart and set off for home with Xiaoyu. On the way back, Chen Xu pondered over the business prospects in Rongqing. Selling chestnuts seemed impractical, given their limited supply and seasonal nature. Selling them would soon come to an end. Thus, he needed to contemplate a product that had a larger supply, was easy to store in bulk, and had a longer shelf life. He remained engrossed in thought throughout the journey. Xiaoyu had intended to inquire about her father's plans for Rongqing, but noticing his deep concentration, she quietly occupied herself by admiring the flowers along the roadside and playing with the hem of her father's clothes. By around 5 o'clock, Chen Xu returned home with Xiaoyu in his arms. At that moment, Chen Qingshan was busy in the yard, wielding a triangular hoe to mash a large basin of steaming hot potatoes. "So many potatoes," Xiaoyu exclaimed upon seeing the overflowing basin, bewildered as to why her great-grandfather needed to mash them. Chen Xu, equally puzzled, approached his grandfather and inquired, "Grandfather, what are you mashing these potatoes for?" Feeling the warmth from the steam, Chen Qingshan paused, straightened his back, and exhaled. "Our village primarily cultivates potatoes and corn. This year, we're not giving any grain to the production team, so we're keeping it for ourselves. With 7 or 8 acres yielding 20 to 30,000 pounds of potatoes, we can't possibly consume it all, especially the smaller ones which don't count toward our grain taxes. So, we'll simply boil them, mash them up, and mix them with pig feed." "What? For the pigs?" Chen Xu glanced at the basin brimming with potatoes and the half-filled hull with more potatoes stacked in the middle. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him regarding his first business venture in Rongqing. He recalled a particular street food that had gained immense popularity from the Yunnan Guizhou Sichuan region to the entire nation, a dish that was incredibly well received. This delicacy was primarily made from potatoes, cut into chunks or wolf-tooth shapes, deep-fried to a golden hue, and tossed with chili, garlic, green onions, and other seasonings. One bite offered a delightful combination of numbing heat and spiciness, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chen Xu remembered this dish being called spicy potato or wolf-tooth potato. He had stumbled upon it once while in a city in southern Fujian and had become utterly captivated, especially now that he had been reborn in the Sichuan-Chongqing region, where people have an innate love for spicy food. This aromatic and flavorful delicacy was simply irresistible. In this era, everyone was struggling with their meals. For such delectable fried foods, it is increasingly difficult to resist. In Tungtou village, households predominantly cultivate potatoes in abundance. Presently, even pigs are generously fed with them. And it is anticipated that when the time comes, many will willingly sell them for merely 2 or 3 cents per pound, with ample supply and low costs. The delightful flavor of the processed product is ideally suited for testing the waters in Rongqing. With this notion in mind, Chen Xu's furrowed brow instantly relaxed as he turned to Qin Qingshan, saying, "By the way, Father, I must travel to Rongqing the day after tomorrow. Could you kindly look after Xiaoyu for a day?" "That is certainly possible," Qin Qingshan murmured, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired. "What do you intend to do in Rongqing?" Chen Xu chuckled, "I plan to take a leisurely stroll and will bring back some delicious treats for you." With that, he embraced Xiaoyu and entered the kitchen in the west wing to prepare dinner. "Xiaoyu, how about we have pork rib and corn soup tonight?" "Sounds great," came the cheerful response from the kitchen, where the father and daughter shared their banter. Qin Qingshan refrained from further questioning, wiping the sweat from his brow, and continued to prepare feed for the pigs. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. At the break of dawn, Chen Xu rose from his slumber, tidied up, and packed the wontons that his grandparents had sent for his granddaughter, along with 2 bags of chestnuts he had set aside. Before heading out the door, he made his way to the town to catch a train to Rongqing. Chapter 25. Delivering wontons in this era. Spring and autumn are the most favorable seasons for traveling on green trains. In the summertime, the mixed scents of chickens, ducks, and piglets, combined with the smell of sweat, could easily overwhelm one. People of this age are quite open to conversing with one another aboard trains, unlike in later times, when a single mobile phone creates an isolated world, often leaving strangers silent. Chen Xu initially believed that the 3-hour journey to Rongqing would be tedious. However, he unexpectedly encountered a bold uncle, engaging in conversation until the train arrived at its destination. At 10:30, Chen Xu, basket in hand, bid farewell to the uncle and joined the throng of passengers, squeezing out of the crowded carriage. Upon exiting, he inhaled a long-awaited breath of fresh air. Stepping onto the platform, he found himself at the northern end of People's North Road, surrounded by traditional architecture of Sichuan's western region. Numerous small stalls lined the streets, offering tea, noodles, and even barbers ready to shave the heads of passers-by. Although regulations for individual businesses had loosened, official documents had yet to be issued, allowing only the bolder entrepreneurs to set up tea houses and noodle shops. The train station bustled with crowds, and even as autumn set in, the tea houses still welcomed many patrons. The noodle shops and other eateries were packed with guests. Furthermore, numerous migrant workers, having recently arrived in Rongqing, squatted on the roadside, consuming their rations while gazing at the vibrant city, their eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Reminded of his task to deliver wontons, Chen Xu wasted no time and made his way to the nearest trolleybus station. Beneath the grand banyan tree at the site, a throng of migrant workers, burdened with an array of bags and filled with eager anticipation, had gathered. Among them stood a few well-dressed young individuals, observing from the sidelines. As Chen Xu entered the crowd, 2 blue and white trams, round and cheerful with 2 wires curling atop, approached. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned their heads in curiosity. As the tram drew closer and had yet to come to a complete stop, many rushed toward the open doors. The moment they swung wide, a fierce scramble ensued. Chen Xu found himself nearly propelled aboard by the crowd, with some young ladies not even touching the ground throughout the entire ordeal. Ultimately, when no more passengers could squeeze in, the conductor struggled to close the doors. With a sharp beep, the tram's motor hummed to life, and it smoothly departed, accelerating toward the next stop. The conductor, navigating through the throng, began to sell tickets. Presently, fares were quite reasonable, 4 cents for 2 stops, 6 cents for 3. As Chen Xu aimed for Renmin South Road, he purchased a 6-cent ticket for the 3-stop journey, which would take over half an hour. Following the crowd, he alighted at his destination and hailed a human-powered rickshaw, traversing the bustling streets and alleys until he finally arrived at the entrance of Rongqing Normal School. The grand red-painted wooden doors stood wide open, with elegant calligraphy emblazoned above, proclaiming the name of the institution. However, compared to universities of later generations, this school appeared to occupy perhaps no more than a quarter of the area. There were only a few buildings. From the gate, Chen Xu could vaguely discern an ordinary teaching block and a comprehensive building. Beside the entrance was a security booth. As Chen Xu approached the booth, the guard, noticing the tall figure, and particularly his imposing demeanor, tensed up. Chen Xu leaned slightly toward the window, offering what he believed to be a warm smile, which startled the guard, causing his face to pale. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask if Qingyu is a student here?" Chen Xu inquired. The guard, initially taken aback, exhaled in relief. It turned out the imposing man was merely looking for someone. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead, feigning calmness as he asked, "Is there something you need?" He was aware of Qingyu, the so-called campus belle of Rongqing Normal School, a remarkably beautiful girl whose outings often attracted young men inquiring after her name. Nonetheless, he typically refrained from divulging student information. Not directly answering Chen Xu's question about Qingyu, he maintained his composure. Chen Xu then lifted the basket in his hands toward the window, stating, "I have come to deliver something for her." The guard, upon seeing the basket being offered, finally relaxed, reaching out to take it. "You can leave it here. I'll give it to her after school," he replied. However, Chen Xu frowned slightly, looking at the guard. "Sir, this contains wontons. If left too long, the meat may spoil. Could you please tell me where her classroom is? I can take it to her right away. Since we have promised to deliver gifts to the elders, it is imperative to expedite the delivery to their hands. Otherwise, if the meat is left for too long, it will spoil, rendering our efforts futile." Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, the uncle contemplated for a moment, just as he was about to speak. He caught sight of a familiar figure outside the door and quickly rose to greet her. "That female classmate, you, please come over here." At the school gate, a girl dressed in a dark plaid dress, upon hearing the call and confirming that the security guard was addressing her, turned and approached. Following the guard into the security office, he pointed to a bamboo basket on the table and said, "This is for classmate Qingyu from the young man outside. Could you please deliver it to her?" Although the guard did not know the girl personally, he recognized her as someone who frequently entered and exited the school with Qingyu, assuming their relationship was amicable enough to trust her with the task. The girl nodded, taking the basket, and instinctively glanced toward Chen Xu. When her gaze met his piercing eyes, she was startled. Observing her pale expression, Chen Xu felt quite helpless and instructed. "Miss, the wontons inside are brought by Qingyu's grandparents for her. The 2 bags of chestnuts are gifts from her grandparents' friends. Please help me deliver them. As long as these items can be sent promptly, having someone assist him would save him another trip." The girl forced a somewhat unnatural smile and quickly nodded. "All right, I'll take it right away." With that, she grasped the basket and hurriedly turned to leave. After ensuring the delivery, Chen Xu called for a human-powered tricycle nearby and set off towards the local black market, intending to procure some food tickets, meat tickets, cloth tickets, and industrial tickets, which he needed for purchasing the ingredients for spicy potatoes. Half an hour later, in the school cafeteria, Qingyu and her friends were savoring the wontons prepared by the cafeteria aunt, complemented by the soft, sweet fried chestnuts, a truly satisfying meal, especially for Qingyu, who was pleasantly surprised to discover that her grandparents knew someone who could make such delectable chestnuts. Qin Miao swallowed a wonton, popped 2 chestnuts into her mouth, and sipped her soup, letting out a satisfied exclamation as she turned to Qingyu. "When did our grandmother become friends with someone who makes such delicious fried chestnuts? I've never heard the elders mention it before." Qingyu peeled a chestnut and sent it to her mouth, finding it sweet to the core, a smile gracing her face. "I'm not sure, perhaps it's one of the grandfathers." She hadn't spent much time in Wenqing town, and those who frequently visited her grandparents were usually of similar age. Referring to the elderly friend who was skilled at frying chestnuts, Qingyu subconsciously assumed it must be another elder. "Qingyu, when you return next time, if those chestnuts are for sale, could you bring me a few pounds? They are simply delightful," said a bespectacled, demure girl, munching on a chestnut. The girl in the plaid dress also eagerly chimed in, "I want 2 pounds, too." As she spoke, she suddenly recalled the man who delivered something earlier that day. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat, sending a shiver down her spine. She casually remarked, "Just now, while I was fetching something for Qingyu in the security office, I was startled by that delivery man. He looked even more intimidating than Teacher Peng." Chapter 26. Your wife misses you really? Is there someone in this world who can be more fearsome than Teacher Peng? A girl teased half-jokingly upon hearing Li Qing's words. Teacher Peng was the most formidable and intimidating figure at their school, a source of dread for the students. Several of her friends had even banded together to voice their objections against her teaching methods in the principal's office. The outcome was that they were all assigned to conduct trial classes at Wenxing Primary School. At this moment, upon hearing the girl's comment, Qin Miao couldn't help but envision a tall, imposing figure, dramatically stating, "I don't know if the man Xiao Qing saw today was truly fearsome. But the last time I returned with Qingyu, I encountered someone who, if compared to Teacher Peng, would make her seem exceedingly gentle and delicate." The other girls, intrigued by Qin Miao's exaggerated expression, leaned in eagerly. Wow, just how fierce was he? Did he have a glare that could make one's legs go weak? More than that, just a glance could take off several pounds of flesh. Qin Miao exclaimed, taking a bite of a chestnut, ready to elaborate more to her friends when a piercing gaze interrupted her train of thought. Qingyu turned to Qin Miao, smiling as she inquired, "Miao Miao, do you think today's wontons and chestnuts are not to your liking?" Startled, Qin Miao hastily pushed the bowl and chestnuts closer to herself, exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious." Afterward, she turned to her friends, grinning. "Actually, there's nothing particularly noteworthy about that man, so I won't dwell on it." Qin Miao suspected that Qingyu was still haunted by the terrifying encounter with the enormous bear from her nightmare in Tungtou village, and ever since, she had been reluctant to discuss anything related to that village, especially concerning the man who bore a resemblance to the bear. Under pressure, Qin Miao continued to focus on her wontons. The other girls quickly shifted to other topics of conversation. Qingyu methodically savored each chestnut, her thoughts drifting back to the events of more than 10 days ago, replaying every word exchanged with the man, musing quietly to herself that while he might appear more fearsome than Teacher Peng, his true nature was likely far gentler. Achu, Achu. In the black market, Chen Xu handed over the food stamps and cash to the ticket vendor, feeling a tickle in his nose that prompted 2 sudden sneezes. The vendor, having efficiently counted the money, looked at the tall young man rubbing his nose and playfully remarked, "Young man, is it your wife who misses you?" Chen Xu chuckled softly, but chose not to engage further with the vendor. He nodded in acknowledgement and pocketed the food stamps before departing. He didn't even have a wife. Who would miss him? This thought led him to reminisce about the chance encounter from over 10 days ago, wondering how that girl was faring now. "It seems that I have not inflicted any psychological trauma upon her, nor will it hinder her future life." After a brief moment of distraction, Chen Xu swiftly redirected his focus to the tasks at hand. Now equipped with a ticket, he decided to wander about, procure some items for his home, and explore the areas in Chengdu that might be suitable for his foray into selling potatoes. Although Chengdu's development lags significantly behind that of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, it is currently experiencing a flourishing period of growth. At this hour, the streets were bustling with activity. Numerous workers were cycling through the thoroughfares, with only the occasional car passing by. Following the flow of the crowd, he arrived at the state-run vegetable market, filled with an array of fresh produce. Chen Xu traversed the market, stopping at the pork stall, the supply and marketing cooperative, and the grocery store, filling his newly acquired cloth bag with assorted ingredients and seasonings. After gathering his items, he hopped onto a tricycle to continue his explorations. Before 4 in the afternoon, Chen Xu returned to the vicinity of the train station, his large cloth bag in hand. After visiting several locations, he concluded that the area near the train station would be ideal for testing the waters with his fried potato venture. The foot traffic was substantial, allowing him to sell potatoes directly off the train with relative ease. He approached the nearest tea house, ordering a bowl of tea. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, served him a bowl before busily tending to the table of a neighboring customer. As Chen Xu sipped his tea, he surveyed his surroundings and, noticing the man had finished his tasks, raised his hand to beckon him over. "Excuse me, could I trouble you for a few moments?" The man, holding a cloth, turned and took in Chen Xu's tattered attire. His heart skipped a beat upon noticing the distinctly unapproachable expression on Chen Xu's face. Initially, he had not paid much attention to this customer, but now, seeing the imposing figure, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Though the man felt uneasy, he was a local and surrounded by neighbors, so he mustered his courage and approached Chen Xu, inquiring, "What can I do for you?" Rising to his feet, Chen Xu produced a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and offered it to the man with a smile, saying, a little goodwill. Though he himself did not smoke, As an outsider seeking information in Qingyu, carrying a pack of cigarettes could prove quite beneficial. Seeing the cigarette in Chen Xu's hand, and sensing no ill intent, the man relaxed and, with a grin, accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. "So, young man, what is it you need?" Chen Xu beamed and replied, "Sir, I wish to set up a stall beside yours to sell some goods." Upon hearing this, the man's smile instantly froze. "What? You want to set up a stall next to my shop? Isn't that clearly an attempt to encroach on my business?" Moreover, given that the individual was an outsider, he could not possibly agree to let someone encroach upon his livelihood right at his doorstep. The man felt quite displeased, even contemplating asking Chen Xu to leave immediately, dismissing the conversation altogether. However, having just accepted a cigarette from someone, he felt a sense of obligation and did not show any signs of displeasure. With a troubled expression, he said, "Little brother, it's not that I don't want you to set up shop, but my tea business has become increasingly difficult during the autumn and winter months. If you were to set up a stall right next to mine, I might as well close up shop." He was not deceiving. As the weather grew colder, it would soon be a challenge for him to earn even a mere 2 yuan a day. How could he possibly allow someone to set up a stall here? Chen Xu, upon hearing the man's words, smiled and replied, "I am willing to pay rent, 1 yuan a day, and I assure you it will not affect your tea house business. In fact, it may even bring you more customers." The man's eyebrows raised in curiosity at the mention of a daily rent of 1 yuan that could potentially increase his business. "What exactly are you planning to sell?" he inquired with intrigue. Chen Xu tucked the cigarette back into his pocket and replied with a smile, "Uncle, just tell me if you agree or not. If you don't, I will go ask the tea house across the street." Upon hearing this, the man cast a glance at the competitor across the way, fearing that Chen Xu might genuinely leave. He quickly said, "All right, but let us be clear. If your stall negatively impacts my tea business, even with payment, I want tea rent to you. Rest assured, that one tea happen. Not only will it not affect you, but who knows how much profit your tea house may gain from it." Naturally, Chen Xu's stall was well suited to be set up beside the tea house. The two quickly reached an agreement. After discussing with the tea house owner and settling the payment for the tea, Chen Xu picked up his cloth bag and bid farewell as he departed. With a plan for setting up his stall in Rongqing, he intended to prepare the potatoes upon returning home, aiming to start selling early the next morning. Chapter 27. Everything in hand when Chen Xu returned to Tungtou village. It was already past midnight. Were it not for the moonlight, he would have likely spent the night at Lu Aigua's home. Having not seen his daughter for an entire day, he found himself missing the little one dearly. Thus, he graciously declined the kind offer of the elderly couple in town, and, taking advantage of the cover of night, made his way back to Tungtou village. Upon arriving at the courtyard and approaching the door of the west room, Chen Xu pushed it open. As he stepped over the threshold, a soft, tentative voice emerged from the dark room. "Daddy?" Surprised to hear his daughter's voice, Chen Xu peered into the pitch-black space and frowned. "You well? Are you still awake?" After speaking, he reached for a match to light the oil lamp. In Tungtou village, there was still no electricity, and at night, one could only rely on oil lamps. However, just as he retrieved a match from his pocket, a series of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a sudden crash. Chen Xu's heart raced, and he quickly drew a match from the box. With a strike, the dark room was illuminated by a faint glow. Not far in front of him, the little one who had just fallen was hastily getting back on her feet, seemingly oblivious to any pain, and rushed towards him. Instinctively, Chen Xu crouched down, and the little one leaped into his arms, her small face nuzzling against him affectionately. In a voice tinged with grievance, she said, "Daddy, you're finally back. I was afraid you might not want me anymore." Hearing his daughter's sorrowful tone, Chen Xu felt a pang of heartache. He lifted the little one into his arms and strode over to the wooden table, lighting the kerosene lamp as he inquired, "Have you been in here all night without sleeping?" Xiao Yuer nestled against his shoulder, her voice muffled, replied, "I want to wait for Papa to come back." Chen Xu felt a mix of tenderness and helplessness, gently patting her back. "All right, Daddy is back now. You can sleep. Wherever Daddy goes from now on, I will take you with me." Although Xiao Yuer appeared obedient and sensible, she seemed to lack a sense of security. Yesterday, upon hearing he was going to Rongqing, she had readily agreed, yet it seemed that this little one was even more dependent on him than he had imagined. Otherwise, she would usually be too sleepy to keep her eyes open by 8 or 9 o'clock, but today she had managed to stay awake until past midnight. "Papa, will you take me wherever you go in the future?" Xiao Yuer's eyes brightened at Chen Xu's words, and she eagerly asked in her sweet, childish voice. Chen Xu nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, I will always take you with me." "Good. I can help Papa earn money." The dimly lit room echoed with the cheerful voice of the little girl. The commotion between father and daughter successfully roused Chen Xu, who had been dozing on a bench in a corner of the room. Upon hearing the noise, Chen Xu turned to see that the old man had not returned to his room. Seeing his eldest grandson back, Chen Xu stretched lazily, feeling reassured. Of course, he could not help but scold Chen Xu a few times for returning so late before yawning and heading back to the east room. Once Chen Xu left, Chen Xu noticed that in just a few minutes, Xiao Yuer had already fallen asleep on his shoulder. With a mixture of helplessness and affection, he gently tousled the little girl's hair, cradled her in one arm, and went to the kitchen to preserve the meat he had brought back before carrying Xiao Yuer back to the bedroom. They would not be going out today. Chen Xu and Xiao Yuer slept soundly until 8 or 9 in the morning. It was not until Chen Xu came to call them that Chen Xu lifted the little one from his chest, which had made it difficult for him to breathe, and sat up from the bed, yawning. "I cooked corn. Let us go eat some," Chen Xu said as he exited the room. Chen Xu roused Xiao Yuer, doing his utmost to braid her hair into 2 crooked little pigtails before they both got up and washed up. In the west room, Chen Xu munched on the corn in his hands, contemplating the idea of selling potatoes tomorrow. Chen Xu sat on the bench at the door, wetting his fingers to expertly roll a cigarette, glancing at his eldest grandson as he asked, "Aren't you going to town to sell chestnuts today?" Yesterday, his grandson had not gone to sell chestnuts, as Zhang Chong had returned, claiming they couldn't compete with others selling roasted chestnuts. Early this morning, he had summoned Chen Guodong and Chen Qianen to assist him. Chen Xu pondered whether his grandson had been bullied by Zhang Chong, who took advantage of his local status, leading him to give up selling. After finishing 1 ear of corn, Chen Xu set it down on the table and said, "I'm not selling chestnuts. I plan to sell something else." Just as Chen Xu lit his cigarette, he turned to Chen Xu and asked, "What do you intend to sell?" Chen Xu grinned widely, pointing to a wooden basin at the entrance brimming with unwashed potatoes, and inquired, "Grandfather, do you have a share of the potatoes from Uncle's place?" Chen Xu remained noncommittal, yet replied affirmatively, "Of course, I participated in the harvest as well." "What's the matter? Do you want some?" "Yes, at 5 cents per pound." "I'd like to have 500 pounds, Chen Xu responded. While he typically offered 3 cents to others, he decided to be generous with his grandfather. Upon hearing his eldest grandson's request, Chen Xu took a moment to process it, his expression turning to one of surprise as he pointed to the basin of potatoes intended for the pigs, exclaiming, "You want to sell these? How could you sell this? Who would pay 5 cents a pound for them? By that time, we might even struggle to find someone willing to pay 3 cents. Indeed, 5 cents a pound. If they sell well, I might procure even more," Chen Xu declared with confidence. Chen Xing's expression shifted to one of concern. "You silly boy, city folk prefer large, premium potatoes. These small ones are only fit for us rural folk, and every household has more than enough. Who would buy these from you?" Chen Xu smiled and replied, "Grandfather, just tell me whether you will sell them or not. If not, I will purchase from elsewhere." Although he had yet to finalize his plans, he was hesitant to assure Chen Xingxian of certain profits. However, knowing his grandfather, he felt certain he would not refuse him. Fearing that his foolish grandson might inadvertently hand over money to others for potatoes, Chen Xingxian, unable to argue against him, sighed. "All right, I'll sell them." If he sold them, and Chen Xu was unable to offload the hundreds of pounds, he could always take them back. Others, however, might not be so accommodating. Upon receiving his grandfather's consent, Chen Xu beamed, promptly placing the money into Chen Xingxian's hand. He then gathered a sack and, along with his daughter, began to busily prepare in the main room. Meanwhile, in Wenxing town, Zhang Chong and Chen Guodong, along with a few others, initially felt elated, believing they had outmaneuvered Chen Xu and could dominate the market for chestnuts, reaping substantial profits. However, as they observed the bustling activity around several chestnut stalls and compared it to their own, which garnered no interest, their expressions darkened. The prices for chestnuts at the neighboring stalls matched theirs, but more importantly, the taste of the chestnuts they roasted was nearly indistinguishable from those of Chen Xu. The individuals operating these stalls were the very same people who had engaged in lengthy discussions with Chen Xu just 2 days prior. Zhang Chong and the owner of the fried dough stick shop began to realize the situation. No wonder Chen Xu had lowered his prices the other day and had spent so much time conversing with them. He had no intention of letting them prosper. Now, with everyone selling chestnuts at the same price, and with the others' offerings proving even more delectable. Even if they lowered their prices, they would still struggle to attract customers. The prospect of making significant profits seemed bleak, especially with the more than 200 pounds of chestnuts they had brought in that morning, alongside the hundreds of pounds Zhang Chong had hastily ordered at a high price the previous day, all of which now threatened to weigh heavily on their hands. Chapter 28. Finding a wife for my grandson during today's lunch, in addition to the customary white rice and pork. Chen Xu exerted considerable effort to recreate a dish of spicy potatoes, drawing from his past experience of crafting countless versions in a previous life. He meticulously blended chili powder, Sichuan pepper, cumin, and salt in precise proportions to create a unique chili mix. He then fried a golden batch of potatoes, generously sprinkling them with his signature chili mix, soy sauce, minced garlic, and chopped scallions, resulting in a vibrant and aromatic bowl of spicy potatoes. Since antiquity, the people of Yuzhou have exhibited an irresistible affinity for spicy fare. They may dine without oil, but never without chili. At the dining table, Chen Xu and little Yue gazed longingly at the enamel basin filled with the enticing spicy potatoes, garnished with bright red chili and fresh green scallions, releasing fragrant aromas that made their mouths water the moment they picked up their chopsticks. The elderly man and the child disregarded the stir-fried green peppers and braised fish on the table, plunging their chopsticks into the steaming bowl of spicy potatoes. As Chen Xu sampled a piece, a radiant expression illuminated his aged face. The delightful blend of flavors, spicy, fragrant, and utterly unique, danced upon his tongue, awakening his taste buds in a way he had never experienced. He had never imagined that these once mundane potatoes could be transformed into something so delectable by his grandson, surpassing even the pleasures of rice and stir-fried meat. Little Yue, too, eagerly picked up a piece of potato and, exhaling warm breaths while fanning her little mouth, chewed with delight, her cherubic face glowing with joy. Wow, so delicious, so very delicious. As a child, the experience of savoring such a delightful dish filled her with exuberance, prompting her to wave her little hands in glee. Chen Xu, savoring a small potato himself, chuckled, proclaiming that this was the first time in his life he had tasted something so exquisite. Throughout his life, from birth until his retirement over a decade ago, Chen Xu had mostly endured hardships. He had thought that the simple fare of white rice and lean meat at his grandson's table was the pinnacle of culinary pleasure. Little did he know that the potatoes he had consumed for half a lifetime could be elevated to such heights by his grandson's culinary talents. Observing the joy radiating from the faces of the elderly man and the child filled Chen Xu with a profound sense of accomplishment. His confidence in the fried potatoes he was preparing to sell the next day soared. Just then, a tiny hand wobbled as it reached for a piece of potato, bringing it close to him. "Daddy, try it, it's so good." Little Yue's bright, twinkling eyes looked up at Chen Xu. With a grin, Chen Xu leaned down and tasted the potato that his daughter offered. It was indeed delightful. Feeding his father a piece, little Yue eagerly stuffed more potatoes into her mouth. As the spiciness began to build, her little face turned red, yet she showed no intention of stopping. The more it burned, the more she craved. Not only little Yue, but even Chen Xu, after a while, found himself sweating profusely from the heat, yet he remained undeterred. Chen Xu attempted to offer gentle advice, but to no avail. He could only pour each of them a cup of tea to alleviate the spice. By the end of the meal, the rice pot and the dishes on the table remained largely untouched, while the enamel basin of spicy potatoes had been completely devoured by the grandfather and grandson duo, accompanied by a teapot's worth of tea. At this moment, little Yue finally became aware of the discomfort in her belly, nestled in Chen Xu's embrace, and began to act coy. "Daddy, it hurts." Chen Xu feigned seriousness as he cast a glance at the little one, gently reproaching her. "Now you feel the pain. Will you eat so much next time?" Startled by her father's gaze, Yue quickly shook her head. "No, I won't eat that much again." Only then did Chen Xu extend his hand to gently rub her belly. At this instant, Chen Xu also found himself with a protruding stomach, seated on a bench, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not only little Yue, but even he struggled to resist the allure of the spicy potatoes. He turned to observe Chen Xu, who was both father and mother to their daughter, tenderly massaging her belly, and suddenly contemplated the matter that Wang Sanyang had mentioned the previous day. Now that his eldest grandson was back to normal, should he not seek another wife for Yue to provide her with a mother? He had some knowledge about the matchmaker Wang Sanyang had suggested, Wu Zuifang, particularly noting her robust figure, which seemed promising for nurturing a family. Unbeknownst to Chen Xu, who was wrapped up in thoughts of potato sales for the following day while still massaging Yuoi's belly, he glanced at Chen Xingshan, Grandpa. Peeling these potatoes is quite time-consuming. Do you have anyone suitable on the street who could lend a hand? Given the original owner's fierce disposition, people tended to avoid him, so he was not well acquainted with the locals. If he were to hire someone, he ought to consult the elder first. Otherwise, he might unwittingly employ someone like Zhang Chong, which would jeopardize his business. Chen Xingshan was pondering how to broach the subject of finding a wife with Chen Xu when he heard Chen Xu's query and immediately came up with an idea. With keen interest, he looked at Chen Xu. Actually, there is someone. Do you know Wu Zuifang from the street? Chen Xu searched his mind but could not recall who it was, asking, which one? He occasionally acknowledged greetings from passers-by, but hardly knew any names. She S, the mother of Xiao Hu, Yu piped up from his arms, having heard the elder address that lady by name once before. Now, with great-grandfather S mention, she had formed an impression in her little mind. Upon hearing his daughter S reminder, Chen Xu finally had a vague recollection. Ah, I remember now. Chen Xingshan sat up straighter on the bench, slightly awkward, and continued speaking to Chen Xu. A few years ago, her husband met with an unfortunate accident, and she has been raising her child alone. They have little land, and she hardly earns much in a year. If you wish to find someone to assist you, you could consider her. It would also help her earn some living expenses. Although he was eager to see his eldest grandson find a wife soon, he was unsure about Wu Zuifang's character. This could serve as an opportunity for the two to spend time together. If they were compatible, affection might blossom, and if not, then it would be dismissed. Chen Xu, hearing the elder's words, did not ponder too deeply and assumed he was simply being kind-hearted, wanting him to support a struggling widow. He readily agreed. Well then, I shall seek her out this afternoon to see if she is interested. Excellent. After the grandfather and grandson concluded their discussion, Chen Xingshan's expression began to shift, and just as Chen Xu finished rubbing little Yuer's belly and sensed something amiss, he was about to inquire when suddenly, bang! With a resounding crash, the door of the west room suddenly swung open, slamming against the wall. Chen Guodong kicked the door open, fists clenched tightly, exuding an air of aggression as he strode into the room. Sensing the escalating situation, Chen Xingshan, enduring the sharp pain in his back, quickly rose from his seat and reached out to stop his eldest son, his voice sharp as he admonished, "To Chen, what are you doing?" Observing Chen Xingshan's distress, Chen Xu quickly understood the gravity of the situation as he noticed Chen Chong and Chen Xianan following closely behind. He gently set Xiao Yu aside, urging her to step into the house. Chen Guodong's ire only intensified upon seeing the composed Chen Xu, and he shot a glare at Chen Xingshan, exclaiming, "Why don't you inquire about your precious grandson and the mischief he has been up to in Wenqing Town? How could your second son produce such a traitorous offspring? Turning against his own cousin?" Just as Chen Xu ushered Xiao Yu into the house, he was taken aback by Chen Guodong's words, his expression freezing in an instant. He strode purposefully toward Chen Guodong, towering over him as he demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 29. She truly found a treasure as Chen Xu's imposing figure approached. His fierce gaze sent a shiver down Chen Guodong's spine. Yet, recalling Chen Xu's actions, he remained defiant. "What do I mean? Is my meaning not clear enough? You refuse to share the secret of the roasted chestnuts with your brother-in-law. Yet you teach it to outsiders, driving down the prices. Now, on this entire street, your brother-in-law's roasted chestnuts are the worst. You've given up. But is it necessary to target him so?" Chen Xianan, recalling the chestnuts that Zhang Chong had smashed in his hands, was equally furious. Glaring at Chen Xu as she scolded, "At least we all share the Chen surname. If you're not making money, must you also ruin our family business? You can't stand to see the Chen family prosper, can you?" Zhang Chong, backed by his wife and father-in-law, was incensed by Chen Xu's tactics. Just as he prepared to voice his grievances, he wilted under Chen Xu's piercing gaze, muttering, "Chen Xu, you're going too far." Chen Xu cast a cold glance at the trio, scoffing, "It is you, Zhang Chong, who maliciously undercuts prices to monopolize the business. You brought this upon yourself, and now you dare come here to stir trouble?" Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Zhang Chong immediately felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, he had initially intended to lower prices, waiting for Chen Xu to falter before raising them again. However, before he could even raise the prices after just one day of profit, Chen Xu had already countered his moves. On their way back, Zhang Chong had refrained from discussing these matters with Chen Guodong. Now, hearing Chen Xu's remarks, Chen Guodong was taken aback but remained obstinate, declaring, "Regardless of how wrong Zhang Chong is, he is still your brother-in-law. Is it necessary to enough? Everyone be silent." Before Chen Guodong could finish his sentence, a commanding voice resonated through the room like a striking bell. The individuals both inside and outside the room, including Chen Xu, were momentarily stunned, their gazes drawn to the figure standing firmly between him and Chen Guodong. Chen Qingshan, usually amiable, now bore a terrifying countenance, his murky eyes radiating an unmistakable authority that commanded respect. He was a hero forged from the crucible of bloodshed. In an instant, the mounting tension that had threatened to erupt dissipated. Even in the scant memories of the original owner, the impression of the old man's anger remains profoundly etched. Typically calm, when he does lose his temper, even the original owner finds it impossible to evade the consequences. Upon witnessing Chen Qingshan's fury, Chen Guodong promptly subdued his earlier bravado, bowing his head. Outside, Zhang Chong was equally startled by the sudden and palpable tension, silencing himself immediately. Chen Qingshan, having gleaned the gist of the previous conversation, commanded the group to cease their chatter and coldly directed Chen Guoyang. "Take your people and return to the East Room to clarify the situation. If Chen Xu is indeed in the wrong, I shall support you." Listening to the elder's words, despite any resentment simmering within him, Chen Guodong dared not utter a sound, clenching his fists as he turned, summoning Zhang Chong and Chen Qiannam to retreat to the East Room in disgrace. Once inside, he shot Zhang Chong a fierce glare before sinking heavily onto a stool, dizzy with indignation. "Dad, that grandfather is too." Silence. Zhang Chong was about to stoke the fire, but was swiftly reprimanded by Chen Guodong's sharp retort. It was one thing for his son-in-law to use him as a pawn, but the old man's unwavering favoritism towards his cherished grandson was intolerable. He pondered how both branches of the Chen family continued to languish and decline, wondering who would ultimately bear the brunt of their misfortunes, the robust youth or the frail, ailing elder. In the West Room, after Chen Guodong and his companions had departed, Chen Xu could not escape a few sharp words from Chen Qingshan. Although aware that Zhang Chong was at fault, no elder relishes witnessing their descendants scheming against one another, resulting in mutual destruction. Observing the old man's evident displeasure, Chen Xu refrained from retorting, lowering his head in a display of contrition. Should a similar situation arise again, he would certainly act with courage, but would ensure that Zhang Chong would not have the opportunity to complain to the elder. Chen Qingshan, astute as ever, could easily discern the thoughts swirling in his grandson's mind. After a brief admonition, he heaved a quiet sigh and exited the West Room, hoping that if there were to be a next time, this troublesome boy would handle matters more discreetly, sparing his eldest son from further uproar. In the afternoon, after accompanying the little fish to a nap, Chen Xu visited Wu Zufang's home to discuss the arrangement of peeling potatoes for a daily wage of 1 yuan. Initially, he anticipated that she might be hesitant to engage with him, yet to his surprise, her eagerness exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this widow truly endured a harsh life. The following dawn, as the first light broke, Chen Xu shouldered 300 pounds of potatoes, bringing along the little fish and inviting Wu Zuifang to embark on their journey to Rongqing. By 7:30 in the morning, aboard the green train destined for Rongqing, Chen Xu delightedly shared the view with the little fish, who, experiencing a train ride for the first time, was enchanted by the passing scenery. Since boarding, she had been eagerly pointing at all the novel sights outside the window, bubbling with curiosity. "Daddy, what is that?" she inquired, pointing at a nearby expanse of golden fields. With affectionate eyes, Chen Xu beamed at the little one in his arms and replied, "That is rice paddies. This area is flatter than ours, and everyone cultivates rice, which is what we eat as our staple." Little fish suddenly realized, oh, so that's how rice is cultivated. Meanwhile, Wu Zuifang glanced at her new attire and then at Chen Xu, who seemed to regard her as mere air, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Were it not for the old man across from her who was casting furtive glances in her direction, she might have doubted her own appearance. After all, why had she chosen to wear something so vibrant today if Chen Xu barely acknowledged her? She had heard tales of Chen Xu bullying and teasing women. Yet here she was, a woman admired by many in Tungtou village, and for several hours he had exchanged scarce words with her beyond work-related matters. In the midst of Wu Zuifang's bewilderment, the train soon reached its destination. Chen Xu instructed her to carry little fish while he hoisted 2 large sacks, weighing over 300 pounds of potatoes, and descended the train amidst the crowd. As Wu Zuifang held little fish and observed the tall and robust figure before her, she couldn't help but feel that Chen Xu was quite an admirable man. Just standing behind him brought her a sense of security. She truly felt fortunate to have found such a treasure. "Auntie, watch where you're going. You're staring at Daddy, and we might trip," Little Fish chimed in, noticing her aunt's fixation on her father. Being a somewhat reserved woman, Wu Zuifang felt a blush rise to her cheeks at the child's innocent reminder and quickly diverted her gaze. "Oh dear, Auntie is just worried about your father tripping." Along the way, she could see how much Chen Xu cherished his daughter. If she were to become his wife, establishing a good rapport with Little Fish was essential. As for marriage, that was a matter for another time. After a brief 10-minute walk, they arrived at the entrance of a tea shop on the main street. Chen Xu greeted the owner and filled a basin with water, instructing Wu Zuifang to peel the potatoes first. These potatoes were freshly harvested and rather small, the largest being only about half the size of Little Fish's fist. Thus, they used broken pieces of bowl to scrape off the thin skin, which was a slower process than using a peeler. However, upon witnessing Wu Zuifang's nimble movements as she peeled the potatoes, Chen Xu's face broke into a satisfied smile. The person his grandfather had recommended was indeed remarkable. Chapter 30. Spicy Potato Trial Day 1. Profitable revenue. Wu Zuifang was assigned tasks, and Little Fish eagerly helped out. Meanwhile, Chen Xu greeted a few acquaintances and headed to a nearby farmer's market to procure pots and utensils. Once Chen Xu departed, Wu Zuifang did not allow herself a moment of idleness. She was determined to be proactive in earning money for her future partner. By 10:30, after nearly an hour of preparation, Chen Xu's stall was finally set up. He had even borrowed 2 8 Immortals tables from the tea shop owner, who felt somewhat displeased but refrained from voicing it, especially since he had accepted 2 of Chen Xu's cigarettes. Within a matter of minutes, a pot of golden, glistening potatoes emerged from the stove. Chen Xu swiftly scooped a large bowl of potatoes, drizzled them with soy sauce, sprinkled on his special chili powder, green onions, and minced garlic, mixing them thoroughly. Soon, a wave of mouth-watering, spicy aroma wafted through the air. Many passers-by quickly shifted their gaze towards Chen Xu, gradually making their way to his stall. As they approached, the rich fragrance tantalized their senses. A young, plump woman who had just arrived was captivated by the enticing sight of the potato chunks coated in bright red chili powder and adorned with green onions. She looked up and inquired, "Boss, how much for your potatoes?" Although the vendor bore a somewhat stern expression in the presence of food enthusiasts, he appeared remarkably cultured and amiable. Upon hearing the woman's question, Chen Xu inserted several slender bamboo skewers into the bowl and replied with a smile, "This generous bowl is just 40 cents. The woman raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "Isn't that a bit pricey? I just weighed some at the state-run market, and it was only 10 cents per pound." The bowl seemed to contain merely half a pound. Even fried, for dimes felt excessive. At that moment, a sweet, melodious child's voice chimed in, "Big sister, my daddy's spicy potatoes are super delicious." Chen Xu presented the bowl closer to the woman, offering her a complimentary taste. The woman, enchanted by the child's call of "big sister," couldn't help but smile, reaching in for a piece of potato. "Oh dear, I'm nearly 30. I should be called Annie." Chen Xu feigned surprise, genuinely not having noticed. The woman beamed even brighter, tasting the potato. After a few chews, she paused, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. It was her first time savoring such delectable potatoes. Without hesitation, she pulled out her money, declaring, "I'll take this bowl." Chen Xu gladly accepted the payment and handed her the potatoes, saying, "There are seats inside. Feel free to sit and enjoy." Soon, the woman entered the shop, cradling her large bowl of potatoes. Observing her reaction, the crowd that had gathered, witnessing her delight as she devoured the potatoes, began to salivate and eagerly approached to make their purchases. The tea shop owner, just returning to his senses after being bewildered by Chen Xu's impressive salesmanship, watched as patrons continuously carried bowls into his establishment. He instantly grew displeased. He had only agreed to let Chen Xu set up a stall outside. When would he allow him to use his tables and chairs to cater to customers? This was simply overstepping bounds. The tea shop owner, already struggling with poor business today, felt increasingly agitated at Chen Xu's audacity and decided to confront him. However, before he could make his way over, the first woman who had entered the shop, flushed and panting, waved at him, exclaiming, "Boss, quickly, bring me a bowl of tea. This is truly spicy, but I love it." The shop owner was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing he finally had customers, he promptly responded, "Sure, coming right up." Just as one bowl of tea was served, another table of patrons called out, "My goodness. It's both numbing and spicy, yet so fragrant. Boss, I want a bowl of tea too." The shop owner's face lit up with a radiant smile akin to blooming chrysanthemums. "Absolutely." Within less than an hour, the tea shop was filled to capacity with delighted customers. In front of Chen Xu's stall, a throng of people formed a bustling crowd, rendering passage nearly impossible. A small group was busily engaged, moving about like spinning tops. The proprietor, with legs nearly exhausted from running, hastily sent someone to fetch his wife for assistance. He finally understood why the young man had confidently claimed he could bring business to his tea house just 2 days prior. Wu Zuifeng had originally intended to peel potatoes in her leisure time today, hoping to cultivate a rapport with Chen Xu. However, with the stall swarmed, she found herself transformed into a relentless potato peeling machine, as Chen Xu tirelessly scooped up the tubers in waves. Yet, each time she observed him stuffing handfuls of cash into his pockets. The thought that he would one day be her husband, and that this fortune would eventually belong to her invigorated her, compelling her to work even harder. Still, she nearly faltered under the pressure. Noticing that Chen Xu was struggling to keep up with the peeling, the proprietor quickly summoned his elderly mother to assist. The more potatoes Chen Xu sold, the more tea he sold in turn, necessitating their collective effort. This bustling activity persisted for several hours. Before 6 in the evening, over 300 pounds of potatoes brought by Chen Xu had been sold out completely. The proprietor's family, having toiled all day, experienced their busiest day since opening the tea house. Once the stall was cleared, the proprietor warmly invited Chen Xu and his daughter, along with Wu Zuifeng, to enjoy dinner at the tea house, even adding a special dish of meat stir-fried with green peppers. This was done not only for hospitality, but also to honor Chen Xu, the benefactor who had brought them such fortune. Just the previous day, the proprietor had earned less than 2 yuan alone, but today, with Chen Xu's help, he had garnered 8 yuan and 64 cents, including the stall fees. The total exceeded 9 yuan, a potential 200 yuan by the end of the month. Who could deny that he was a veritable god of wealth? Please, indulge in more meat. Consider it your own home. Do not stand on ceremony. The proprietor cheerfully encouraged Chen Xu and the others. Turning his gaze to Chen Xu, he added, "Boss Chen, you must come here every day to set up your stall. Feel free to use the tables and chairs as you wish." Chen Xu smiled in agreement while discreetly calculating the day's earnings in his mind. With approximately 320 pounds of potatoes sold, and after accounting for peels and the occasional guest serving, he estimated there remained around 290 pounds. At 8 dimes per pound, that amounted to 232 yuan in his sack. After deducting labor and material costs, he had made a profit of 170 yuan from selling over 300 pounds of potatoes, a remarkable feat that equated to 3 days' earnings from selling chestnuts in town. Moreover, today's peeling supply had fallen short, and he had initially been a bit clumsy, wasting considerable time. However, next time he could easily sell 500 pounds. At the dinner table, Wu Zuifeng gazed excitedly at the bulging sack filled with money, her excitement surpassing even Chen Xu's. She eagerly served her son, little fish, several helpings, saying, "Eat more, darling. You've worked hard today." Simultaneously, she found herself increasingly fond of the towering figure of Chen Xu, who was undeniably her future husband, impressively adept at making money. "Aunt, please stop staring at the potatoes. You've already spilled the dishes onto the table," came the soft, innocent reminder from little Yu. Wu Zuifeng returned to her senses, glancing at the dishes she had carelessly placed on the table. "Dear friends, should you find yourselves here, kindly leave a 5-star rating for our table," she jested. Chapter 31. Had I known he was this wonderful earlier, I wouldn't have avoided him in the past. Dinner concluded at 6 in the evening, and with no trains available for their return journey, Chen Xu decided to take Wu Zuifeng and little Yu to a nearby guest house for the night. Fortunately, the owner of the tea house, Tang Guishan, being a local, managed to procure a letter of introduction for Chen Xu. Otherwise, they might have had to squeeze into Tang's family home for the night. In the guest house room, Chen Xu opened the thermos and poured hot water into a basin. After wringing out a towel, he gently placed it over little Yu's small face, beginning to wash her. Little Yu sat on the bed, tilting her head back, her face being scrubbed by her father, rendering her almost breathless, her tiny body swaying with the motion. Once her face was washed, she finally seized the chance to inhale fresh air and declared to her father, "Daddy, from now on, you will wash her own face. I no longer want you to do it for me." Oblivious to his daughter's disdain, Chen Xu continued with pride, "All right, my little you is quite capable." It must be said that little you displayed a remarkable independence compared to her peers in later generations. Despite occasionally feeling a pang of sympathy, Chen Xu ultimately felt a sense of gratification. This was indeed a positive development for the little one. After a long, tiring day, the father and daughter shared a simple face wash before practically collapsing onto the bed, falling asleep in an instant. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wu Cuifang tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Initially, she had felt exhilarated upon hearing Chen Xu's plan to stay at the guest house, believing it would provide an opportunity for them to deepen their bond. To her dismay, however, the man had unhesitatingly booked 2 separate rooms. As a woman, she found it awkward to address the situation and was now left alone in her room. Frustrated, Wu Cuifang turned over several times in bed, ultimately retreating into her imagination where she envisioned marrying Chen Xu, who would shower her with bundles of money, allowing her to drift into a blissful sleep. Today, Chen Xu had no intention of selling potatoes. Rising early, he took the money from his burlap sack to the bank. Observing the astonished expressions of the bank staff, he instructed them to deposit the money, leaving with a bank book in hand. In this era, without identification, one could only deposit cash in person and receive a bank book, returning to withdraw funds when needed. After securing his savings, he purchased breakfast and returned to the guest house, inviting little Yu and Wu Cuifang to eat. Following their meal, Chen Xu did not rush to leave. His attempt to sell spicy potatoes the previous day had met with great success. However, considering the time required to transport potatoes from Tungtou village, which was approaching noon, he realized that once he sold out, there would be no trains left for their return. Therefore, if he wished to continue selling, he needed to rent a small courtyard near the train station, one that could accommodate people and allow him to store more potatoes, eliminating the need for constant back-and-forth trips and enabling him to sell more frequently. Yesterday, he also mentioned to the tea shop owner about finding a house, and the latter agreed to inquire within the village. Chen Xu, accompanied by Xiaoyu and Wu Cuifang, exited the guest house and meandered along the narrow streets, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the tea house. Inside, without Chen Xu's signature spicy potatoes to entice patrons, Tang Guoshan's business had reverted to its original state. He had opened for over 2 hours, yet aside from those inquiring about the spicy potatoes, not a single customer had graced his establishment, leaving him with ample time to contemplate the growth of small mushrooms on his person. At that moment, Tang Guoshan spotted Chen Xu and his daughter, a pair of fortunate deities, approaching. With a swift motion, he sprang from his seat, exuding an unprecedented warmth as he stepped outside to greet them. "Oh, the deities have arrived. Mr. Chen, welcome." Tang Guoshan's demeanor was imbued with an extraordinary enthusiasm. Wu Cuifang, standing beside Chen Xu, observed the tea shop owner's exuberant welcome with a sense of unspoken satisfaction. In the past, when her late husband was alive, they had visited the city twice and had often been met with indifference and disdain from the locals. However, this time, accompanying Chen Xu, she was not only spared from scorn but was warmly welcomed by the city's proprietor. This was undoubtedly a blessing from her future partner, she chuckled inwardly. Unaware of Wu Cuifang's elation, Chen Xu and Tang Guoshan quickly shifted to the matter at hand regarding Chen Xu's housing situation. Tang Guoshan had done some inquiries after returning home yesterday and learned that a relative in his village had an old courtyard available for rent at a mere 3 yuan per month. The relative could take Chen Xu to see it immediately. Chen Xu was not picky, as long as the house was habitable and close to the train station. He readily agreed to take a look. After their discussion, Tang Guoshan promptly summoned his relative, who took Chen Xu to the nearby Guanyuan village. They traversed a small path and reached their destination in less than 20 minutes. This village was expansive, and Tang Guoshan's relative's courtyard was situated at the village's edge, comprising a 2-story brick house that bore the marks of age. The windows were cloaked in a thick layer of dust from years of neglect, and the wooden door exhibited numerous cracks, likely to split in half with the slightest force in another 2 years. However, aside from its antiquated appearance, the house boasted other favorable attributes, particularly its proximity to the train station, a spacious yard, and several rooms, including a cool and dry little storage shed on the eastern side, ideal for storing potatoes. Cradling Xiao Yu air, Chen Xu toured the premises alongside the landlord, seeking the child's opinion. The little one had no particular demands regarding their living arrangements, prompting Chen Xu to promptly agree to the terms. They would reside here temporarily, and once he earned more, he would contemplate purchasing a property. The landlord initially assumed that Chen Xu's family, based on their modest attire, would be unable to afford the rent, expecting today to be a fruitless endeavor. Yet to his surprise, after inspecting the house, Chen Xu readily accepted the offer and even paid 3 months' rent up front, amounting to 9 yuan. Renting a house was not as cumbersome as it would become in later years. After paying the rent, Chen Xu simply drafted a brief contract, affixed his fingerprint, and the landlord handed him the keys, successfully securing the small courtyard. After renting the house, Chen Xu handed Wu Cuifang 20 yuan, requesting her assistance in procuring some pots, bowls, and bedding, as well as tidying up the interior. Being a man, he was not particularly adept at household chores. Wu Cuifang was efficient and diligent in her work, never resorting to shortcuts. In his previous life, Chen Xu had always appreciated such employees. Once he entrusted the cleaning of the yard to Wu Cuifang, he departed the premises with Xiao Yu, intending to return to the village. With the accommodation in Rongqing settled, he needed to call for a tractor in the town and arrange for a large quantity of potatoes to be brought back to the village. As soon as Chen Xu stepped out of the yard, Wu Cuifang, clutching the money, kissed it fervently several times in excitement. Although Chen Xu had merely asked her to purchase some items, it signified his trust in her, treating her as if she were family. This was a splendid beginning. She was determined to showcase her ability to manage a household and to solidify her relationship with Chen Xu as swiftly as possible. Moreover, aside from the money in Chen Xu's pocket, she had not encountered anyone with such physique, stamina, and the charm exuded by him. Over the past few days, she found herself increasingly drawn to him, eagerly anticipating their future together. If only she had realized sooner how remarkable he was, she would not have avoided him in the past. Blushing, Wu Cuifang muttered to herself before hastily grabbing a broom from the yard, cheerfully cleaning and tidying up. Chapter 32. An unaffordable illness. What? You sold all 300 pounds of potatoes? In the yard, Chen Qingshan was astonished to learn that his eldest grandson had sold out over 300 pounds of potatoes, nearly dropping his smoking pipe in disbelief. It was essential to note that these were no ordinary potatoes. They were substandard, the kind that even the grain depot would not accept. His grandson had managed to sell them all in a single day? Chen Xu smiled and nodded, inquired, "Grandfather, do you have any potatoes left? If you want to sell, I could buy a few thousand pounds from you." Hearing this, Chen Qingshan quickly suppressed his pain, ushering Chen Xu into the west room and closing the door before speaking softly. "Sell what? If you continue selling here, Zhang Chong will have his eyes on you again, hindering your business." Chen Chong, the son-in-law, had never been favored by Chen Qingshan since his eldest son insisted on bringing him into the family. Now, there was little choice but to avoid him as much as possible. Chen Xu, upon hearing the old man's words, did not press further and simply nodded. "All right. I will procure them from elsewhere." He was not intimidated by Zhang Chong. He simply wished to spare Chen Qingshan from unnecessary worry. If he could not purchase from his grandfather, he could always go to his second uncle's house, where a substantial quantity of potatoes had also been harvested this year. He could place a sizable order with them and transport it to Rongqing to sell gradually. Considering that time was of the essence, he realized the tractor he had arranged in the town would soon arrive before he returned to the village. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Qingshan, Chen Yin stepped outside and headed towards the home of Chen Xunlong. Upon hearing Chen Xu's proposal, Chen Xunlong was initially dismayed at the thought of no longer selling chestnuts or using his cart. However, when he learned that Chen Xu wished to purchase inferior small potatoes at 5 cents per pound and in quantities of 4,000 pounds, his entire family was on the brink of jubilation. These potatoes, after all, were not subject to the grain requisition office, and their daily consumption was already overwhelming. With their 2 pigs unable to consume a significant amount, the prospect of Chen Xu buying 4,000 pounds for a total of 200 yuan nearly caused Chen Xunlong to faint from joy. By 6:30 in the evening, Chen Xunlong's family assisted Chen Xu in loading 1,500 pounds of potatoes onto the tractor parked by the roadside. After exchanging a few words with the tractor driver, Chen Xu watched as the vehicle departed for Rongqing. In this era, though the national highways might harbor bandits at night, they typically sought wealth rather than lives. The truckload of inferior potatoes held no allure for such outlaws. especially those in the vicinity of Rongqing who would not even glance at it. Once the tractor driver had left, Chen Xu promptly paid Chen Xunlong the full amount for the 4,000 pounds of potatoes. At the roadside, Chen Xunlong clutched the 20 large bills, 200 yuan, in his hands, feeling their weight profoundly. It was the first time in his life he had ever held such a sum, and to have 20 bills at once was truly remarkable. Chen Xunlong's wife stood nearby, her face lit up with an unrestrained smile, her previous disdain replaced with warmth as she beckoned to Chen Xu. "Xiao Su, why not join us for dinner tonight? I've cooked a dish of pork." Recently, Chen Xu had provided Chen Xunlong with ample work, significantly improving their living conditions. Jiang Finxiang had even finally allowed herself to buy a bit of meat in town. In the past, she would have never permitted this troublesome lad to enter their home. But now, she eagerly wished to keep Chen Xu around. 200 yuan. Their family would need to abstain from eating and drinking for an entire year to save such an amount. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xunlong reluctantly handed the money to his wife and warmly invited Chen Xu. "Yes, come to our home for a meal." Behind Jiang Finxiang, several timid grandchildren who had helped move the potatoes shyly urged him to come in for dinner. Their hesitance was not born of cowardice, but rather from the indelible scars left by their uncle's past misdeeds. Chen Xu, caught in a mixture of amusement and exasperation, thought of his little fish at home likely waiting for him, and with a smile, he graciously declined the generous invitation, choosing to return home instead. The next morning, the tractor would transport over 1,500 pounds of potatoes to Rongqing. Tonight, he would sleep at home, and the following day, he would take his little fish on the train to Rongqing to continue selling potatoes, with plans to return in about 7 or 8 days. In the evening, Chen Xu prepared a sumptuous feast, initially intending to reward Chen Qingshan. However, to his surprise, the elder had retired unusually early, and when Chen Xu went to call him for dinner, he found him already asleep and somewhat irritable, requesting not to be disturbed. With no other choice, Chen Xu could only take Xiao Yuer and make an effort to finish the meal on the table, tidying up the room until 8 or 9 o'clock before retiring early for the night. In the East Room's attic, Chen Qingshan lay rigidly on the bed, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain that is often unbearable for an ordinary person. Wasn't it supposed to be a spinal joint issue? Why does his chest hurt so much as well? Chen Qingshan murmured in complaint, fully aware that this day would come. Yet he never anticipated the pain would be so severe. However, this illness was like an endless abyss, far beyond the means of treatment. The next day, at the break of dawn, Chen Xu placed a bag of the old man's leaf tobacco on the table in the west room, pressing it down with 5 large coins beneath it, and set out with Xiao Yuer. By 9:30, they arrived at Guanyuan village. After a day's effort, Wu Cuifeng had cleaned the entire yard thoroughly, even polishing the windows to a brilliant shine. The potatoes delivered early by the tractor driver were neatly stacked in the warehouse. Chen Xu surveyed the yard briefly and immediately decided to raise the workers' wage to 2 yuan a day. After spending only a short while in the yard, Chen Xu shouldered a sack of potatoes, and the 3 of them headed to the tea house. By the time they arrived, the owner had already prepared his fried potato stall and was ready for business. As soon as Chen Xu arrived, he called upon his wife and mother to help peel the potatoes, demonstrating an enthusiasm that surpassed even his own. Despite having taken a day off, the potato stall was exceptionally busy that day. The first batch of potatoes was quickly devoured by the eager customers waiting in line. The tea house's business returned to its previous bustling state. The group worked diligently until after 6 o'clock in the evening, only stopping when Chen Xu had sold out of chili powder. In total, they had processed over 400 pounds of potatoes, netting a profit of 297 yuan. The Tang family was overjoyed, unable to contain their smiles. The daily revenue had skyrocketed from 1 yuan 50 to 15 yuan. Were it not for the fear of Chen Xu's wrath, Tang Guishan would have considered enshrining him as a deity in their home. Chen Xu's industriousness persisted for over a week, and his spicy potatoes became a signature snack at the train station. Many students from nearby neighborhoods and schools would make special trips via unlicensed taxis or public transport to savor his creation. However, with the surge in popularity of his spicy potatoes, others in the vicinity began to imitate him. Chapter 33. Bad news from the villagers. Although the potatoes sold by others were not as delectable as Chen Xu's, the competition had, to some extent, affected his business. Nonetheless, the overall income remained quite substantial. After a week, deducting costs, The amount in Chen Xu's savings account had accumulated to a remarkable 751 yuan. In this era, this was a significant sum. In Rongqing, a decent second-hand house could be purchased for just over 1,000 yuan. Thus, Chen Xu planned to wait a little longer, hoping to amass more funds before purchasing a home in Rongqing to bring the old man to live with him. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xu finished his stall. Accompanied by the little fish, Chen Xu set off to the nearby state-run market to procure some meat for their midday meal, intending to return around 3 in the afternoon to set up stall again. During this interval, it was Wu Cuifang who took charge of the cooking. Each day, she would return home promptly after finishing peeling potatoes, just in time for Chen Xu to arrive after dismantling the stall at 2 o'clock for their meal. Despite her diligent and efficient nature, Chen Xu found himself vexed by her frugality. She would hesitate to spend the 5 yuan he provided for daily provisions, claiming it could last an entire week. Today, having closed his stall early, Chen Xu decided to weigh the meat himself, hoping to indulge in a better meal. Upon returning home, he found Wu Cuifang's 6-year-old son, Xiaohu, in the yard assisting with the drying of potato slices. As soon as little fish arrived, the two children greeted each other and busied themselves in the yard. After a few days selling potatoes in Rongqing, Wu Cuifang's relatives were unable to help look after Xiaohu, so Chen Xu had taken the liberty of bringing the boy over. It was merely an additional mouth to feed, after all. At that moment, Wu Cuifang, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house. Upon seeing the meat in Chen Xu's hands, her expression turned exaggerated as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, we just had meat the day before yesterday. Are we having it again today?" Chen Xu gestured towards the two children in the yard, explaining, "The kids are growing. They need to eat more meat. I will stir-fry it." Just as he was about to step into the kitchen, Wu Cuifang approached swiftly, taking the meat from his hands. "All right, I will handle it," she declared. And without waiting for Chen Xu's response, she hurried inside. Momentarily stunned, Chen Xu stood there before deciding to join the two children in drying the potato slices. A little while later, at the dining table, little fish gazed at the steaming stir-fried lean meat in his bowl, then glanced at the few plates of meager bean sprouts and greens on the table. Turning to his father, he asked, "Daddy, why is there meat only in my bowl?" Chen Xu felt a surge of frustration, his face turning a shade of green as he looked at Wu Cuifang across the table. He had purchased 2 jin of lean meat, sufficient for several people. Why was it that only little fish received a portion? Sensing his gaze, Wu Cuifang quickly addressed little fish, saying, "You're growing, so you must eat more meat. I will make sure you have meat every day from now on." Chen Xu mused on the cost of a family that dined on meat daily. As a man accustomed to spending freely, he knew she had to be prudent. Since little fish needed the nourishment for growth, it seemed acceptable for her to eat the meat alone. Meanwhile, Xiaohu turned to her with a look of dismay. "Mom, I am also growing. I want to eat meat too." Wu Cuifang playfully tapped Xiaohu on the head. "You little rascal. Eating some vegetables and bean sprouts will allow you to grow just fine. Your sister is younger. She requires more meat." Chen Xu, observing her, found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Eventually, he stood up, disregarding Wu Cuifang's objections, and headed to the kitchen to stir-fry the meat. As he cooked, he pondered that while Wu Cuifang was quite capable, she tended to be overly controlling. Furthermore, being single herself, she often attracted inquiries about their relationship from the guests who frequented their home, and he realized he had been somewhat oblivious to this. In this era, the widow's home was rife with gossip. He resided in the courtyard with Wu Cuifang, a situation that would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation if word spread throughout the village. However, the plight of this orphan and her mother, lacking a stable source of income, was truly pitiable. Consequently, Chen Xu resolved to explore the possibility of training Wu Cuifang in the preparation of various snacks, enabling her to establish a small stall to sell food. Although the earnings may not be substantial, it would suffice for her to sustain herself in Rongqing. A few minutes later, a steaming platter of meat was served, prompting Chen Xu to invite Xiaohu and Wu Cuifang to partake in lunch. After their meal, the group proceeded to a tea house to set up their stall and began selling spicy potatoes. As Chen Xu busied himself, he pondered what culinary skills he could impart to Wu Cuifang that would ensure her success. Just as he finished attending to a few customers and found a moment of respite, a somewhat familiar feminine voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. "Ah, Chen Xu." Upon hearing the voice, Chen Xu looked up to see a robust, plump woman gazing at him with a look of astonishment. He immediately recognized her as the mother of a little chubby boy from the street, the woman who had previously sold him lard. A smile spread across Chen Xu's face as he greeted her. "Sister, are you here to have some fun in the city?" She patted her empty backpack, explaining that she had come to the city to purchase some goods. Glancing at Chen Xu's stall, it dawned on her. "I heard someone mention you were doing business in the city, but I didn't realize you were selling potatoes. Business must be thriving." She had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma from a distance, but was unable to squeeze through the crowd, so she had wandered around before returning. Chen Xu promptly served her a generous bowl of spicy potatoes, beckoning her to join him. "It's not bad. Please, try some on me." She had supported his early endeavors selling August melons and had also lent him a basin when he sold oil. Now that they had crossed paths again, it was only fitting that he treat her to a bowl. The plump woman had initially followed the delightful scent, and Chen Xu's invitation elicited a radiant smile from her as she eagerly accompanied him into the tea house to enjoy the meal. However, just as the potatoes neared her lips, a thought about the Chen family struck her, prompting her to call out to Chen Xu. "Wait a moment." Chen Xu turned to her, curious. "Sister, what is it?" Rising from her seat, the woman took a deep breath and, with a grave expression, asked Chen Xu, "Have you not returned home in a while?" Though somewhat perplexed, Chen Xu nodded in response. "Yes, I've been selling here for 6 or 7 days." Upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow in contemplation before cautiously inquiring, "Are you aware that your grandfather is nearing the end of his days?" At her words, the smile on Chen Xu's face abruptly vanished, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at her. What did she mean? His grandfather was nearing his end? How could that be? Just the night before he left Tungtou village, the old man had gone to bed unusually early, sending a chill through Chen Xu's heart. Chapter 34. Yi Qingyu. This landlady is truly stingy at 5 in the afternoon. Chen Xu and Xiaoyu had already boarded the train bound for Wenqing town. Little Fish sat in Chen Xu's embrace, gazing up at her father's troubled face. Despite her fears, she tenderly reached out her small hand to stroke his arm, softly reassuring him, "Daddy, it's all right. We'll take great-grandpa to the hospital for a shot, and he will be fine." Although she didn't fully grasp the situation, she had gleaned enough to understand that great-grandpa was unwell, and her father was deeply concerned. They hurriedly boarded a train. Upon hearing his daughter's gentle voice, Chen Xu snapped back to reality. He looked down at the understanding little one in his arms, his expression softening slightly as he nodded. "All right. We'll go back and take Grandpa for his shot." The last 2 words were difficult for him to utter. He wished sincerely that a single injection could alleviate all suffering. However, the heavy words from Zhuang's mother weighed heavily on his heart, pressing down on him like an immense stone, making it hard to breathe. He felt an overwhelming guilt. Had he paid more attention to the old man recently, things might not have reached such a dire state. He fervently hoped that the old man would be all right. In his previous life, his beloved grandfather had succumbed to kidney failure, and due to their family's financial constraints, he had been powerless at the tender age of 8, forced to watch the elderly man depart in anguish. Even now, Chen Xu vividly recalled the desperate glimmer of life in his grandfather's eyes. From that moment on, he vowed to earn substantial wealth and become a prosperous man. Now, having traversed time to reclaim such a wonderful grandfather, he would not relinquish this chance lightly. As long as there remained even a glimmer of hope for the old man, he would exhaust every effort to save him. Chen Xu's gaze was resolute. Meanwhile, on the street, it had been over an hour since Chen Xu had left. Wu Cuifang was still busy selling the remaining potatoes, contemplating the situation of Chen Xu's grandfather, Chen Qingshan. She had learned about Chen Qingshan's condition from Zhuang's mother. The cost of treatment was exorbitant, at least several thousand. Moreover, even if treated, there would likely be ongoing medical expenses, a bottomless pit. Thus, the Chen family's stance seemed to be one of inaction, waiting for death. However, having spent several days with Chen Xu, she had come to understand him somewhat. Seeing his anxious demeanor today, it was evident he wished to pursue treatment. If he truly intended to do so, she would have to consider whether to marry him. After all, their potato business was dwindling due to the influx of competitors. With one burden already in the family, adding another financial drain would be akin to leaping into a fiery pit. At that moment, several striking figures approached the potato stall, particularly one girl whose pure and captivating features seemed ethereal. Even Wu Cuifang, a woman herself, was momentarily entranced by the girl's beauty, her thoughts slipping away. She had heard rumors about a girl who resembled a fairy attending a banquet hosted by the Chen family, but had been skeptical. Now, seeing this girl, she believed wholeheartedly. It was indeed possible for someone to be so breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Qingyu turned her gaze towards her elder sister, who was intently staring at her, and politely remarked, "Sister, I've heard that the potatoes from your family are exceptionally delicious. We would like to order 4 servings." A few days prior, they had learned about a particular eatery near the train station, Jiangnan Tea House, renowned for its spicy potatoes. Today being Saturday, after finishing their school commitments, they hurried over. Wu Cuifang, feeling somewhat elated that such a beautiful girl was speaking to her, quickly nodded with a smile. "All right, I shall prepare them for you." However, just as Wu Cuifang began to ready the potatoes, the irate voices of several customers broke through the atmosphere. "Ladies, if you wish to savor authentic spicy potatoes, you should wait for the boss to return tomorrow. The ones this woman fries are dreadful. Indeed, they lack flavor entirely, and she is stingy with the seasonings. You might as well not waste your money." With a sigh, they lamented, "Had we known, we would have waited for Boss Chun to return to buy his fried potatoes." The disgruntled customers grumbled as they exited the shop, leaving Wu Cuifang with a disapproving glare towards them. Do chilies cost money? And they still complain about the quantity. Qingyu and Qin Miao quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that this was not the establishment of the talented fry cook they had heard so much about. Qin Miao immediately raised her hand to halt Wu Cuifang's actions, saying, "Sister, let's not proceed with the order for now. We can come back another day. My apologies." Without waiting for Wu Cuifang to respond, she hurriedly gathered her friends and left, suggesting, "Let us postpone our visit. We should avoid wasting our money." Qingyu felt a pang of disappointment and glanced back at the woman, who was meticulously cautious about adding just the right amount of chili, nodding in agreement. "Then we shall return another time." She couldn't help but think, this proprietress is rather miserly, isn't she? At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the humble abode of Tungtou village, the shadows cast by the kerosene lamp flickered. Chun Guodong sat at the head of the bed, observing the frail figure of the elderly man on the bed, who had been coughing incessantly and had become emaciated in just a few days. The old man, Chen Xu, was anxiously rubbing his scalp, his condition visibly deteriorating. Chun Guodong was aware of the issues with Chen Xing's spine, a chronic ailment that had plagued him for many years, and he had taken him to the town for treatment a few times initially. This was a chronic illness that required long-term medication for management. Despite their family's financial struggles, he had previously purchased traditional Chinese medicine for Chen Xing's condition. However, upon discovering that Chen Xing had been secretly using his salary to care for a foolish individual who only brought trouble to the family, and had even spent money to procure a wife for this person, Chun Guodong, in a fit of anger, ceased to buy medicine for the old man. He had thought that if he let the old man suffer a bit, he would eventually take responsibility for his health and stop wasting money on Chen Xu. As time passed, it became evident that Chen Xing remained steadfast in his support for the West Wing, and, out of spite, Chun Guodong allowed him to continue. He believed that once the old man's health declined significantly, he would realize the need to spend on his own well-being. Yet, Chun Guodong never anticipated that Chen Xing would endure such suffering for several years. It was only a few days ago, when the situation became dire, that he called for a doctor, only to learn that the illness had progressed to its late stages, and the cost of treatment was something they could never afford, even if they were to deplete their entire fortune. Now, all they could do was wait, enduring until the inevitable end. The harsh sound of coughing erupted once more from the bed, as Chen Xing struggled, drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling from the severe pain. Even so, the old man did not utter a single groan, biting down tightly on his jaw. He believed that enduring this pain was his only option. Any spoken word might only deepen the sorrow in his eldest son's heart. Over the years, his guilt towards the second son had indeed led him to favor the West Wing, and now he could not afford to burden his eldest any further. Chen Xing clenched his teeth, his iron-willed resolve, forged in the military, preventing him from expressing his agony. At the doorway, Chen Xianan gazed at the figure of the elderly man on the bed, tears welling in her eyes, her head bowed in silence. Zhang Chong sat on the long bench in the east wing, listening to the persistent coughs from the adjacent room. The oppressive atmosphere in the house left him exceedingly agitated. He sprawled across the bench, wondering when this old man would finally breathe his last. The nightly cacophony of coughs deprived him of a restful night. Zhang Chong grumbled inwardly, restlessly turning over, waiting for Chen Xing to depart this world so he could enjoy a meal. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the gate of the courtyard. Before Zhang Chong could react, the door to the east wing was thrust open. He instinctively sat up, raising his eyes to see a tall figure. Chen Xu, Zhang Chong exclaimed, and without delay, Chen Xu stepped inside, his gaze immediately fixating on the source of the coughs. He strode purposefully towards the room. Inside, upon hearing the noise, Chen Qiannian quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and exited her room, only to see Chen Xu striding past her without a greeting. Entering the sick room, Chen Guodong turned to see Chen Xu, momentarily taken aback. Although he still harbored disdain for his nephew, he surprisingly refrained from displaying his usual domineering demeanor, neither greeting nor rebuking him. He glanced at the ailing elder, who was turned away from him, and sighed quietly, rising to leave the room. Let his beloved grandson keep him company. At this moment, Chen Xu had no inclination to engage with the Chen Guodong family. Upon entering, he beheld the frail, trembling figure of the elderly man on the bed, accompanied by heart-wrenching coughs. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with tears. Grandfather. His voice quivered uncontrollably as he clenched his fists and strode to the bedside. On the bed, Chen Qingshan, startled by the sudden voice behind him, froze, his coughing momentarily ceasing. Had he imagined it? Did he truly hear the voice of his eldest grandson? It wasn't until the imposing figure arrived at his bedside, casting a large shadow in the flickering light of the oil lamp, that Chen Qingshan suppressed his pain and laboriously turned his head. His sunken, bloodshot eyes met the face of his grandson, revealing an unmistakable joy and surprise. Why had this rascal returned so suddenly? At that moment, Chen Xu, witnessing the frail and emaciated state of his grandfather, felt a surge of emotion. He fought to maintain his composure, bending down to support Chen Qingshan, his voice low and earnest. Grandfather, I will take you to the hospital. Outside the door stood Chen Qiannan, who, upon witnessing Chen Xu's actions within, rushed into the room, urgently exclaiming, Do not move like that. Grandfather will feel pain. Chen Xu's hand froze mid-motion, and he quickly withdrew it, turning to gaze at Chen Qiannan in confusion. He had hurried back after hearing from Zhuang's mother that the old man was in poor health, yet he was unaware of the specific details regarding the old man's condition. Sensing Chen Xu's penetrating gaze, Chen Qiannan immediately averted her eyes, adopting an air of indifference as she spoke. Grandfather has suffered from ankylosing spondylitis for a long time, unwilling to spend money on treatment. Now, it has progressed to its late stages, severely affecting various organs and deteriorating rapidly. The doctor has stated that he has only a few days left. As Chen Qiannan voiced these words, despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, she could not help but choke back a sob. Chen Xu stood by the bedside, feeling as if the world was spinning around him, struggling to maintain his balance. How could this be happening? On the bed, Chen Qingshan noticed his eldest grandson's distressed demeanor and, fearing that his condition would alarm him further, quickly stifled the intense pain, weakly uttering, Do not worry, grandfather is fine. This day will come for us all eventually. Chen Xu, observing the old man who was drenched in sweat, yet still putting on a brave front, recalled the countless instances of the old man's meticulous care throughout his life, the scenes of him humbly apologizing and compensating others. A profound sense of reluctance and resentment surged within him. He was still unwilling to accept this outcome. Quickly composing himself, he addressed Chen Qingshan. There should still be a chance, grandfather. I will take you to Rongqing. The medical facilities in this rural area are limited and certainly inferior to those in Rongqing. If we go to Rongqing, there is certainly a glimmer of hope. As soon as Chen Xu finished speaking, a man's nonchalant voice drifted in from the doorway. What good will that do? The doctor has stated that given the old man's current health condition, even if he wishes to struggle, it will cost at least 3,000 yuan, and even then, he may not be saved. Even if he is saved, he could be left in a pitiable state. You could sell the Chen family's land, but I doubt you'd be able to gather even 500 yuan from the neighbors. So, you might as well face reality and stop your futile efforts. Let the old man go peacefully. Once he's gone, there will be one less burden. Zhang Chong's words were harsh, but for the Chen family, they were a grim truth. The moment the doctor indicated that the treatment would require a minimum of 3,000 yuan, it was tantamount to sentencing Chen Qingshan to death, let alone 3,000. Even 300 yuan was a daunting sum for Chen Guodong to procure. The father and daughter accepted Zhang Chong's statement in silence, not uttering a word. However, standing at the door, the little girl, Xiao Yuer, clenched her small fists and struck Zhang Chong's thigh, exclaiming, Bad uncle. Great-grandfather is sick. He needs an injection. Daddy will earn money. You do not want to treat him. Daddy can treat him. Though she was somewhat confused, she could discern that this uncle did not wish for her grandfather to recover, wanting him to remain ill. He was a bad uncle. Zhang Chong, having endured sleepless nights and feeling quite irritable, was taken aback by the audacity of the little girl to confront him. His temper flared instantly. "You, who were born of a mother yet raised without one, dare to strike me?" Zhang Chong bared his teeth and, forgetting his own pain, raised his hand to slap Xiao Yuer across the face. However, before his hand could even graze the face of the young girl, a towering shadow descended. By the time Zhang Chong realized the situation was amiss, a resounding thud echoed as a fist, as large as a sandbag, struck his face with brutal force. The searing pain surged through him, causing him to stagger and crash heavily to the ground, his backside meeting the earth with an explosive thud. Just as Zhang Chong let out a pained cry, Chen Xu had already advanced towards him, seizing his collar with a firm grip. Despite the dimness of the room, Zhang Chong felt as though he were face to face with a figure risen from the depths of hell, fear coursing through him as he desperately sought to escape, yet found himself utterly powerless. Chen Xu's eyes gleamed with unmasked malice as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will tear your mouth apart." He issued a stern warning before disdainfully tossing Zhang Chong back onto the floor. Were it not for the elderly gentleman's precarious condition, he would have undoubtedly beaten this scoundrel into submission. In the room, Chen Guodong and his daughter were equally taken aback by Chen Xu's sudden outburst. However, neither made a move to assist Zhang Chong. Since the diagnosis of Qin Qingshan, Zhang Chong had exhibited a disinterested demeanor, which had long irked the pair. Thus, Chen Xu's thrashing of him brought an unexpected sense of relief to them both. Having dealt with Zhang Chong, Chen Xu wasted no time. He turned and grasped the door panel, effortlessly ripping it from its hinges before carrying it to the bedside. He glanced back at the stunned Chen Guodong and Chen Qian. "Come and lend a hand. Since there is still a chance to save the old man, we cannot give up, regardless of whether it's 3,000 or several thousand. We must get him to the hospital. It is far better than waiting to die here." His tractor, which he had driven from the town, was still waiting for him on the street. The urgency to transport the elderly gentleman to Rongqing was paramount. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Guodong and his daughter quickly snapped back to reality and rushed to assist. However, upon reaching the bedside, Chen Guodong spoke heavily. "We have at most 270 yuan at home. He will certainly want treatment, but if the funds are insufficient, it will only be a futile endeavor for the old man." Chen Qingshan, fearing he would burden the entire family, interjected hastily, "I do not wish for treatment." Chen Xu placed the door panel beside the bed and swiftly climbed onto it, asserting, "Whether you receive treatment or not is my decision." After uttering this, he recalled Chen Guodong's concerns and added, "I currently possess 1,700 yuan. While it is not enough, I will endeavor to gather the remaining funds as quickly as possible." The room fell into stunned silence. What? Chen Xu actually has 1,700 yuan. Especially for Chen Guodong and Chen Qian, the revelation left them utterly astonished and bewildered. They were aware that Chen Xu had gone to the city to sell potatoes intended for pig feed, but they had not anticipated that in just a few days, he had managed to earn such a sum. Amid the astonishment of the father and daughter duo, along with the immobilized Chen Qingshan, Chen Xu had already transferred Chen Qingshan onto the wooden panel and called for the two to help carry him to the waiting tractor. Chen Guodong and his daughter, filled with concern, quickly gathered some belongings before joining Chen Xu and the young girl on the tractor, setting off towards Rongqing. Chapter 36. Reluctance to part ways with Chen Xu due to the elder's unbearable pain. The tractor could not be driven too swiftly, resulting in a laborious journey that lasted over 10 hours. It was not until the early hours of the following day, around 6 o'clock, that they finally arrived at the first hospital of Rongqing, heading directly to the emergency department. Although this emergency department had been operational in the city for just over a year and was staffed by a limited number of doctors and nurses, the overall professionalism of the medical personnel far exceeded Chen Xu's expectations. Upon arrival, Chen Qingshan was swiftly attended to, undergoing a series of preliminary examinations. The chief physician, upon learning of the elderly man's condition, was astonished by his extraordinary willpower to endure such excruciating pain and promptly arranged for the nurses to administer analgesics to alleviate his suffering. By 7 o'clock, Chen Qingshan was resting on the emergency bed, his condition visibly improving as he succumbed to a deep slumber, having endured 5 or 6 sleepless nights filled with agony. The expression on the elder's face softened, and as he drifted into sleep, a heavy burden lifted from the hearts of Chen Xu's family. However, after an hour, a series of test results emerged, and once again, the family's hopes were dashed. At 8:30, in the doctor's office, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat scrutinized the reports, his demeanor grave. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Chen Xu and his companions, somberly stating that the patient was in the advanced stages of ankylosing spondylitis, with additional complications affecting the joints, pulmonary fibrosis beginning, and symptoms of iritis manifesting in his eyes. The prognosis was bleak. Treatment would require surgery along with subsequent expenses, amounting to no less than 3,000 yuan, and ongoing medication would likely be necessary. Would they proceed with the treatment? With that, the doctor tossed the reports onto the desk. It was clear that such a substantial medical expense would be beyond the family's means. Particularly for an elderly individual, many families would opt to forego treatment altogether, resigning themselves to fate. Yet, to the doctor's surprise, the young man standing beside him stepped forward resolutely. When their eyes met, he spoke with unwavering conviction. "Doctor, please treat my grandfather. I will arrange the medical fees as soon as possible." Chen Xu's tone was firm, even infused with a hint of desperation. Beside him, Chen Guodong and his daughter, who had been keeping their heads down, lifted their gazes towards Chen Xu. The doctor was momentarily taken aback and adjusted his glasses, somewhat hesitantly saying, "Are you certain you can gather the funds within a few days? This is 3,000 yuan, not 30. Upon hearing this, Chen Xu immediately retrieved his savings book from his pocket, declaring, "I already have 1,700. I will pay that immediately, and I will gather the remaining amount within 2 days." With the doctor indicating that there was hope, he was determined to do everything in his power to save his grandfather. Chen Guodong observed Chen Xu's almost immediate willingness to part with his money, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Clenching the cloth bag he had brought, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, presenting it to Chen Xu, stating, "I have 280 here as well. This foolish boy understands the urgency of saving his grandfather. How could he, as a son, possibly retreat? Regardless of the outcome, at least he had made an effort." Chen Xu turned to see the bag being offered by his uncle, clearly taken aback. He suddenly realized that his uncle was not as intolerable as he had previously thought. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Chen Xu's gaze, Chen Guodong pressed the money into his hand, insisting, "This is all I can give. If you are determined to pursue treatment, you will have to find a way to cover the rest." With that, he awkwardly accompanied Chen Qian and exited the doctor's office. For the first time, standing on the same side as his nephew felt exceedingly awkward. Watching the man's retreating figure, Chen Xu felt a warm current surge through his previously heavy heart, lightening his spirits considerably. Grasping the bag and his savings book tightly, he turned once more to the utterly astonished doctor and confidently declared, "I still need 1,000 more. I will surely gather it within 2 days." The doctor had not anticipated that this family would possess such resources, united in their willingness to spend thousands to save an elderly man. He stood in stunned silence for a while before regaining his composure, feeling a profound respect for this young man before him. "Very well. Since you wish to pursue treatment, I will do my utmost to assist you and strive to ensure a successful outcome." After leaving the office, Chen Xu promptly went to the billing department to settle the fees. The lead doctor immediately convened the team to discuss treatment plans for Chen Qingshan's condition. The family had placed their hopes in their hands, and they could not afford to let them down. After paying the fees, Chen Xu exchanged a brief greeting with Chen Guodong and his daughter before departing with the already exhausted little Yuer, who had fallen asleep in his arms. Though he had barely slept the previous night, his foremost priority was to gather the necessary funds for treatment and earn some money. At 9:30, Chen Xu returned home. Upon entering the yard, Wu Cuifang, who was peeling potatoes, quickly rose to greet him and inquire about the situation. Chen Xu did not conceal any details, sharing the circumstances surrounding Chen Qingshan with her. After a brief explanation, he carried little Yuer inside. Meanwhile, Wu Cuifang stood in the yard, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Xu's intention to save the elderly man meant that the treatment costs would be no less than 3,000 yuan. Recently, his spicy potato business had been declining day by day. Even if he managed to gather the 3,000, and Chen Qingshan was saved, the elderly man's age meant that he would require constant medication and frequent hospital visits, potentially collapsing the family under the strain. The more Wu Cuifang pondered the situation, the more apprehensive she became, leading her to reconsider her support for Chen Xu. Suddenly, She felt disinclined to continue her relationship with him, especially since they had been living together outside recently. Yesterday, Zhuang's mother had inquired about her relationship with Chen Xu. In the past, she would have eagerly wanted to solidify their bond and hasten their marriage. Now, however, the mere thought of the exorbitant treatment costs and the prospect of a life resembling an endless financial pit weighed heavily on her mind, extinguishing her desire to pursue a relationship with Chen Xu. If she no longer wished to be with Chen Xu, she could not continue living in this courtyard with him. Otherwise, when Zhuang's mother truly returns to the village, what will she say? She will certainly find it difficult to seek out another partner. The more Wu Zuifang contemplated, the more anxious she became. A few minutes later, Chen Xu placed Xiaoyu inside the house and instructed Xiaohu to look after his sister at home. As he entered the yard, he was about to call Wu Zuifang to set up the stall when he noticed her troubled expression. He inquired, "Sister Zuifang, what troubles you?" Upon hearing Chen Xu's voice, she snapped back to reality. Gazing at this man whom she held a certain fondness for, she felt reluctant, but, considering the potential entrapment in a never-ending domestic quagmire if she continued to linger, she hastily spoke, "Chen Xu, after today, I shall no longer work. My aunt mentioned she has found a suitable match for me, and I need to return and see." Wu Zuifang quickly fabricated a reason and tendered her resignation to Chen Xu. Chen Xu had also contemplated dismissing her, but now that she had voluntarily resigned, it spared him the trouble. Without hesitation, he readily nodded in agreement. "All right, then I shall congratulate you in advance." Wu Zuifang was somewhat apprehensive that Chen Xu might insist she stay, but to her surprise, he agreed so readily. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, at least she could leave promptly after completing her tasks today. Whether Chen Xu needed to save his grandfather or grandmother had nothing to do with her. In any case, she absolutely would not marry this man. Chen Xu, lacking profound understanding of women, remained oblivious to Wu Zuifang's inner thoughts. He exchanged a few words with her in the yard before calling her to join him in setting up the stall. Before departing, he reminded Xiaohu to secure the door, ensuring that no strangers could enter. Despite Xiaohu being quite young, he was exceptionally obedient. Given the current circumstances, Chen Xu could only rely on the little one to help watch over Xiaoyu. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Xu arrived at the tea shop. The Tang family had already completed their preparations. Upon noticing Chen Xu and Wu Zuifang's arrival, Tang Guoshan glanced around, puzzled, and asked, "Where is Xiaoyu? She usually comes along every day, but I don't see her today." His already poor mood darkened further at the absence of Xiaoyu. Chen Xu set the potatoes aside and replied, "She didn't sleep well last night, so she's catching up on her rest at home." Hearing this, Tang Guoshan felt a sudden emptiness in his heart, but sincerely nodded in agreement, acknowledging that children must have ample rest. As he spoke, he observed the lively atmosphere at the entrance of his rival's shop across the street and sighed, "Today, without our lucky fish here, our business is likely to be snatched away by them." Ever since Chen Xu's spicy potatoes gained popularity, several shops along the street had followed suit. Since the day before yesterday, when his adversary began to sell fried potatoes, although they could not compare to Chen Xu's, the customers' responses were still favorable, and their lower prices had significantly impacted Chen Xu's business, causing a decline in his tea sales as well. At that moment, the owner of the shop across the street, having sensed Tang Guoshan's gaze, displayed a provocative smile. Tang Guoshan, infuriated, felt his lips twitch in annoyance. What was there to be smug about, with the tea house following his lead and the potatoes imitating Chen Xu's sales? Chen Xu had also long noticed the situation across the street. Upon hearing Tang Guoshan's lament, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you have paper and a pen?" "Huh, yes, I have some. What do you need it for?" Tang Guoshan, perplexed, inquired. Chen Xu instructed Wu Zuifang to peel the potatoes first and welcomed Tang Guoshan into the tea house. After about 10 minutes, amidst the bewildered gazes of Tang Guoshan's family, Chen Xu emerged from behind the stall, carrying a small paper bundle in an enamel basin. Setting the basin aside, he began frying the potatoes. Soon enough, the aroma wafted through the air, drawing numerous customers to the stall. Just as one customer placed an order for spicy potatoes, Chen Xu cheerfully announced that he was hosting a promotional event to give back to both new and loyal customers. For anyone purchasing 2 servings of spicy potatoes, they would be eligible for a lucky draw. Upon hearing about the lottery, the customer's interest was piqued. What were the prizes? Chen Xu smiled and immediately offered 2 servings of spicy potatoes for free, presenting a 1 in 10 chance of winning. The customer's eyes sparkled at the prospect. 1 in 10 was indeed a favorable odds, especially considering how delicious Chen Xu's spicy potatoes were. One serving was often insufficient. The notion of potentially receiving a free meal prompted many customers to eagerly approach his stall. "I'll start with 2 servings. Who knows, I might win a free meal. Haha, I'll take 2 as well. Count me in. I hadn't planned on packing 1 for my husband, but now with this lucky draw, I'll get him a portion." Although the prizes weren't extravagant, this lottery-like purchasing method significantly heightened the customer's desire to buy. Particularly after one lucky customer won 2 servings for free, the previously hesitant onlookers quickly flocked over, igniting waves of purchasing fervor. Such is the nature of business. Wherever there is excitement, customers will congregate. In less than half an hour, the entrance of Tang Guishan's tea house was once again bustling with activity. While Tang Guishan and Wu Zuifang were busy, they were also deeply impressed by Chen Xu's marketing strategy. They had not anticipated that Chen Xu not only excelled at frying potatoes, but also possessed remarkable ingenuity, especially Wu Zuifang. If it weren't for the 2 burdens in Chen Xu's family, she would have eagerly considered marrying him right away. However, for now, it was best to hold off. If Chen Qingshan could not be saved, or if he were to pass away in a year or so, she could reevaluate her feelings for Chen Xu when his circumstances improved. Today, the bustling business of spicy potatoes was exceptional, driven by the promotional lottery. Chen Xu worked diligently, yet maintained a respectful distance, ensuring he did not overwhelm the customers with excessive enthusiasm. Many female customers accompanied by their children received a few extra potato pieces silently added by Chen Xu. Everyone appreciates a bargain, especially married women. Seeing Chen Xu generously add extra potatoes without prompting them to return next time would undoubtedly make them think of him first when they craved a snack. Today, Chen Xu had no intention of resting much. Even during lunch, Wu Zuifang had to bring food from home, hastily consuming a couple of bites before returning to attend to the patrons. She was nearly as exhausted as Chen Xu, deeply realizing the extent of his determination to save the elderly gentleman. Fortunately, she had already resigned, and tomorrow she would be free. Tang Guishan's business was thriving, yet the family was wearied, spinning like a top without a moment's respite. Despite the bustling trade, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he observed Chen Xu, who, though bearing dark circles beneath his eyes, greeted customers with remarkable vigor. Tang Guishan was aware of some of the challenges Chen Xu faced at home. The intensity of his efforts today left no doubt that he was desperately striving to care for his elderly relative. Pouring several cups of tea for the guests, Tang Guishan contemplated for a moment, then turned to approach the woman busy wiping tables, wearing a conciliatory smile. "Dear, I wish to discuss something with you." Chen Xu had worked tirelessly from 10 in the morning until 9 at night, selling every last potato and extending his hours beyond the usual. Wu Zuifang, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto a stool, nearly overwhelmed by fatigue. Yet Chen Xu seemed oblivious to his weariness, packing up while mentally calculating the day's earnings. By day's end, he had sold approximately 610 pounds of potatoes, generating around 450 in revenue. If he pushed a bit further tomorrow and stayed open longer, selling over 500, he could nearly gather the funds required for the surgery. After tidying up, he wiped the sweat-soaked fabric of his shirt, exhaling deeply. Just then, a figure approached him. A stack of cash was thrust into his hands. Looking up, Chen Xu recognized the person as Tang Guishan, the owner of the tea house. "Uncle, what is this?" Chen Xu asked, somewhat surprised. "Tang boss, I am aware of your circumstances. While this 100 yuan may not seem substantial, it is a small gesture of support. Consider it a loan for your immediate needs," Tang Guishan replied, pressing 10 crisp bills into Chen Xu's hands. Over the past days, they had developed a bond that transcended mere partnership. They had become friends. Now, faced with a friend's hardship, he was eager to lend assistance within his means. He admired Chen Xu's selfless dedication to seeking treatment for his elderly relative, an audacity and capability he had lacked at that age, having been powerless to stop the departure of his own elders. Now, with the ability to help, he chose to do so. As Chen Xu held the stack of cash, a warm wave of gratitude washed over him. He was not one to enjoy being indebted, yet the urgency of his situation overshadowed any reluctance. Grasping the 100 yuan tightly, a smile broke through his weary visage as he replied, "Uncle, thank you." Tang Guishan awkwardly ruffled his hair and laughed. No need for such formality. After wrapping up, Chen Xu spent only a brief time at the tea house before taking Wu Zuifang back to their rented apartment. Upon returning home, Chen Xu settled Wu Zuifang's wages. totaling 18 yuan over the past few days, along with an additional 2 yuan as a bonus, and handed the entire amount to her in one go. In the living room, after completing the payment, Chen Xu began counting the day's earnings with Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer, who could only count up to 50, was responsible for sorting the small bills, stacking them in bundles of 50 for Chen Xu. Meanwhile, Chen Xu deftly organized various denominations of notes in his hands, counting the money with remarkable skill and efficiency. Beside them, Wu Cuifang clutched her wages, observing Chen Xu as he meticulously calculated the income. His increasingly attractive profile and reassuring physique made her feel a twinge of reluctance. However, contemplating the future circumstances of Chen Xu's family, she ultimately steeled herself, greeted him, and turned to return to her room. At her age, emotional ties were not the sole determinants of her choices. She was determined to marry a man who could provide a good life for her and her child, ensuring they could live comfortably in their later years, rather than enduring hardships out of a sense of familial loyalty. Moreover, she had noticed that throughout their time together, Chen Xu seemed to show no sign of regret over her departure, which was rather disheartening. Soon, Chen Xu finished counting the cash. The earnings combined with the funds provided by Tang Guishan amounted to a total of 558.25 yuan. If he could earn another 500 tomorrow, he would have enough for his grandfather Chen Qingshan's surgery. Xiao Yuer, aware of her father's efforts to raise money for her great-grandfather's medical treatment, gazed at the substantial sum with innocent excitement and asked, "Daddy, with so much money, we can buy many injections and medicines to help great-grandfather recover." In the world of a child, getting better from an illness simply required a few injections and medicines. Chen Xu, smiling at his naive daughter, gently ruffled her hair and replied, "We still need a little more. Earning a bit tomorrow should suffice." Xiao Yuer felt a flicker of disappointment, but quickly rallied. Raising her small arm and clenching her tiny fist earnestly, "Daddy, tomorrow I want to help earn money too, to help great-grandfather." Chen Xu was amused by his adorable and earnest little girl, responding with a smile. "All right, with Xiao Yuer assisting, our business will surely thrive tomorrow." After counting the money, Chen Xu took Xiao Yuer back to the inner room to rest. With Chun Guodong and his daughter taking care of things at the hospital, he didn't need to go there every day. More importantly, he had not slept for 2 days and nights. Exhausted from the relentless hustle, he needed to rest to rejuvenate himself for another day of selling potatoes. Moreover, during their journey to Rongqing with the elder yesterday, he had arranged for Chun Chunlong to help collect the potatoes, which should arrive early the next morning. Once inside the room, Chen Xu lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. Xiao Yuer, with clumsy yet careful movements, pulled up the blanket and gently covered her father. Watching him in his fatigued state tugged at her heartstrings. At the tea house, when her uncle was tired, her aunt would massage his shoulders. Many of the uncles who came to buy potatoes did so to bring home for their wives. Great-grandfather often spoke of her mother, that is to say, the wife of father, who had passed away, leaving father without a spouse. Poor father, all alone. Little Fish extended her tiny hand, covering Chen Xu with a blanket once more. She was determined to earn money to pay for grandfather's treatment and to find a wife for her father. Ideally, someone akin to the lovely older sister who had once given her candy. Little Fish reclined on the bed, her small head reminiscing about the day at her cousin's house during the banquet, when the beautiful older sister had gifted her sweets, filling her heart with warmth. If only that enchanting older sister could become a wife to her father, she would surely bring him candy and massage his shoulders, alleviating his sorrow. Sweetly murmuring to herself, she nestled her small head on her hand, curled up tightly in Chen Xu's embrace, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 38. Indeed, all good men marry young. The next day, as the tractor driver delivered potatoes to the entrance of Chen Xu's courtyard and called him to wake up, Wu Cuifang had already departed. Leaving the yard empty, Chen Xu gave it little thought, assisting the driver in unloading the potatoes into the house. By 9 o'clock, he set out with Little Fish to their stall. Although Wu Cuifang was absent, Tang Guishan had worked through the night to find 2 nimble young workers for Chen Xu. They were children from impoverished families, and their efficiency was hardly inferior to that of Wu Cuifang. Today, Little Fish was particularly energetic, enthusiastically assisting her father in selling potatoes. Her soft and sweet voice, calling out to brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, brought joy to the customers, who were eager to purchase more potatoes just for her sake. Coupled with a lottery event, the day's business was exceptionally prosperous. Time passed swiftly amidst the hustle and bustle. Before long, night fell over the vibrant city. illuminating countless homes with lights. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Chen Xu sold the last portion of potatoes and took little fish, who had accompanied him throughout the day, back home. It was only on the way back that Chen Xu noticed the little one, having shouted tirelessly all day, had become somewhat hoarse. Feeling a pang of sympathy and guilt, he resolved to be more attentive the next day, ensuring that this little bundle of joy would not exert herself so much. Upon returning home, the father and daughter counted the day's earnings. The total revenue significantly exceeded Chen Xu's expectations, amounting to 513 yuan, adding yesterday's 506. They had finally gathered enough for Chen Qingshan's remaining medical expenses. After counting the money, Chen Xu let out a heavy sigh of relief, his taut nerves easing somewhat. He grabbed the sack, took little fish out of the village, and hailed a human-powered rickshaw to the hospital. By the time they arrived at the hospital, it was already past 11 o'clock. The young lady at the inpatient billing desk, idly sitting at her post, was dozing off. Suddenly, a sack appeared at the window, followed by the shadow of a tall figure looming at the cash register. Upon seeing her, he broke into a smile. The young lady was instantly startled, her face turning pale, her legs weakening, and she became alert, her mind racing with the thought that a robber had come to town, ready to steal. However, contrary to her expectations, the man did not utter a word about robbery. Instead, he pushed the sack towards her window, saying, "Sister, payment for the orthopedic ward. Bed 1 in room 302, Chen Qingshan." The latter, upon hearing Chen Xu's words, was momentarily stunned, taking a second or two to respond. Okay, all right. After speaking, she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and hurriedly accepted the sack. It was then that she realized the hospital had been buzzing for the past few days about a young man from the countryside who needed to spend 3,000 yuan for his grandfather's treatment. In this era, anyone with savings exceeding 10,000 yuan was considered a rarity among the wealthy in the city. Therefore, the news of Chen Xu's willingness to spend such a substantial sum to save his grandfather, who had already surpassed his 60s, had spread throughout the hospital in just 2 days. Now, as the young nurse looked at the hefty sack of money, she was utterly astonished. There must be at least 1,000 yuan in that sack. Thus, in merely 2 days, this young man had earned 1,000 yuan and returned to pay the bill. Instantly, the way the nurse looked at Chen Xu changed. Tall and robust, he might appear fierce at first glance, but he was not unattractive. On the contrary, he grew increasingly appealing the longer one looked. As the nurse counted the money, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Not only was he capable of earning money, but he was also handsome, and his temperament seemed quite pleasant. She wondered if he was married or how long she would have to wait to see her great-grandfather. From beneath the cashier's window, a soft, sweet voice interrupted her daydreams. "Big brother, how much longer until we can see great-grandpa?" Chen Xu reached out and ruffled the little one's hair, saying, "No rush. We'll go see great-grandpa as soon as the lady finishes counting." Okay. The father-daughter conversation reached the young nurse's ears, and beneath her seemingly focused demeanor, her heart shattered into a million pieces. She yearned for such a remarkable husband and a delightful daughter. Chen Xu waited at the payment window for nearly half an hour. The total treatment cost for Chen Qingshan amounted to 3,106 yuan. After settling the bill, only a few dozen yuan remained in Chen Xu's pocket. However, the swift reduction in his wallet did not dampen his spirits. On the contrary, he eagerly embraced his little fish and headed towards the hospital ward. At this hour, though it was nearing midnight, Chen Qingshan lay on the hospital bed, devoid of any inclination to sleep. His grandson was spending thousands on his frail body. And while he felt touched, guilt washed over him for burdening 2 families, leaving him discontented over the past 2 days. Chen Guodong, seeing the old man awake and knowing he was not good at offering comfort, could only sit silently on the stool beside the bed, locked in a silent exchange of glances with his father. After a lengthy silence, he finally said, "Dad, it's late, you should sleep." "I can't sleep, you go ahead," replied the old man. "Oh, I can't sleep either. I'll just sit here," Chen Guodong said lightly, his eyes bearing the weight of fatigue. Following their brief exchange, silence fell upon the ward once more. Suddenly, a commotion at the door caught their attention. Chen Xu and his little fish gently pushed the door open and entered the ward. Through the dim light of the room, Chen Xu immediately noticed 2 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. Chen Xu was somewhat taken aback. He pulled the switch of the lamp beside him, illuminating the room, and looked at the 2 individuals present. "Grandfather, uncle, why are you still awake?" Unbeknownst to him, His weary appearance caused a wave of concern to wash over the two in the hospital room. Little Yu, sensing the moment, hurriedly scampered to the bedside, her tiny hands gripping the edge of the bed as she strained to rise on her tiptoes. Upon seeing her great-grandfather's significantly improved complexion, she beamed, revealing her small white teeth. Great-grandfather has had his injection. He will be well soon. After a long day of entertaining guests, her voice was still a little hoarse. Chen Xu, initially startled by his eldest grandson's fatigued visage, grew increasingly somber upon hearing his great-granddaughter's words. As Chen Xu approached the bedside, Chen Xu feigned displeasure and directed a reproachful gaze at him. "You little rascal, why bother with treatment?" Saying this, he attempted to sit up despite the excruciating pain, declaring, "I don't want any more treatment. Don't bother gathering any medical fees. I want to go home. Quickly return the money you've paid." He did not wish for his frail body to burden his eldest grandson and great-granddaughter. Even though he remained silent, Chen Qingshan's pale countenance was alarming. Chen Xu felt a tightening sensation at the back of his head and quickly stepped forward to halt the old man's movements, insisting, "Grandfather, I have already gathered and paid the treatment fees. You need only focus on your recovery." It was evident that the old man feared he would be unable to procure the necessary funds, prompting his desire to return home. Now that the money was secured, Chen Xu was resolute in ensuring that his grandfather would not leave. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, both individuals in the hospital room were momentarily stunned, gazing at him in disbelief. Chapter 39. The absence of Chen family men and the imposition of rules. Could it be that Chen Xu had managed to gather the remaining 1,000+ in treatment fees within just 2 days? Before Chen Guodong could recover from his astonishment, Chen Xu had already turned his attention to him, inquiring, "Uncle, what did the doctor say these past 2 days?" He had been so preoccupied with raising funds that he hadn't visited the hospital and was unaware of any developments from the doctor. Only then did Chen Guodong regain his composure. After a brief pause, he replied, "The doctor mentioned this afternoon that the surgical plan has been finalized. Once the funds are complete, the surgery can be scheduled at any time." He still couldn't fathom how Chen Xu managed to gather money with such ease. 1,000 yuan was a sum they would have to toil for years to earn without sustenance. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's remarks, Chen Xu's weary eyes instantly sparkled with hope. He immediately turned to Chen Qingshan and said, "Grandfather, now that we have both the funds and the treatment plan, you must cooperate and recover swiftly." Little Yu, grasping the situation to some extent, wore a serious expression, urging, "Great-grandfather, you must take your medicine and listen to the doctor. Get better soon." Though Chen Guodong remained silent, he fixed a steady gaze on Chen Qingshan, his eyes conveying more than words could express. Chen Qingshan, observing the fervent and resolute gazes of the three before him, felt an unprecedented warmth in his heart. He finally relinquished his stubborn desire to return home and allowed a smile to grace his weathered face. "All right, I will cooperate fully and strive to recover quickly." Did he not wish to live a little longer and witness the growth of his descendants? With Chen Qingshan's agreement, Chen Xu engaged in further conversation with the old man before preparing to leave with little Yu, ensuring that they did not disturb the two as they rested. He cradled the little fish in his arms and stepped out of the hospital room, turning back to close the door. Suddenly, a somewhat stiff voice from within the room broke the silence. "Be careful not to overexert yourself." Chen Xu paused in his motion to shut the door, exchanging a glance with the little fish in his embrace. Neither had quite caught the full meaning of the words. However, it seemed that Chen Xu had gleaned the gist of it, albeit uncertainly, and looked at Chen Guodong with a questioning expression. "What?" Chen Guodong's aged face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "I mean, don't let taking care of the old man wear you down. If that happens, we in the East Room won't take responsibility for you." Chen Xu couldn't help but smile at this, responding affirmatively with a cheerful "all right," before closing the door and leaving. On the hospital bed, Chen Qingshan sensed the subtle shift in the relationship between them, and it felt as if his ailments had diminished significantly. A smile of contentment spread across his weathered face. This is what it means to be a family. The following day, Chen Xu made a trip to the hospital and, upon learning that the attending physician would perform surgery on Chen Qingshan at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hurried back to his rented apartment to gather potatoes and set up his stall. With Chen Guodong taking care of the old man in the morning, he could sell potatoes until noon and then return in the afternoon. Although the current medical expenses were covered, there would be numerous upcoming costs. The more he could earn, the better. Meanwhile, the tea house across the street had also jumped on the bandwagon, initiating a lottery event inspired by Chen Xu's success. Initially, they imitated his two-ticket draw, but their potatoes paled in comparison to Chen Xu's delectable offerings. Customers were reluctant to purchase 2 portions from them, and after over an hour of business, they had little success. Shortly after, the proprietor of the tea house began announcing that even a single portion could enter the lottery, boasting a higher chance of winning, which quickly drew a crowd of customers to their stall. Consequently, Chen Xu's business visibly suffered as a result. Nevertheless, this did not significantly dampen Chen Xu's spirits. His primary concern was the impending surgery for Chen Xingshan. The hours of the morning flew by, and by noon, after a simple lunch, he hurriedly packed up, taking the little fish with him as they boarded a rickshaw to the first hospital of Rongqing. Upon arrival, preparations for Chen Xingshan's surgery were nearly complete. They spent a brief moment in the ward, offering words of comfort to Chen Xingshan before he was wheeled away into the operating room. This was a major surgery. Particularly given Chen Xingshan's condition, it would take several hours, and the risks of failure were notably high. From the moment the old man was taken into the operating room, Chen Xu, his daughter, and Chen Guodong anxiously awaited outside. Meanwhile, in Tungtou village, Chen Xiannan had just finished feeding the pigs. After returning to the east room, she sat for a short while before a wave of unease washed over her. It had been 2 days since her return, and she was left wondering if Chen Xu had managed to gather enough money. How was grandfather's health? Though she often resented the old man's favoritism towards Chen Xu, blood ties ran deep. Now, with Chen Xingshan at a critical juncture, she found it impossible to settle her mind at home. She thought of going to the city, but if she left, no one would tend to matters at home. Zhang Chong only cared about his own needs, leaving the chickens, ducks, and pigs to go hungry. Reluctantly, Chen Xiannan had no choice but to remain at home, restless and anxious. Zhang Chong reclined on a stool, crossing his legs, his gaze fixed upon the woman who had worn a gloomy expression for the past 2 days. His irritation flared as he scolded, "Your grandfather is not dead. Why do you persist in wearing such a morose countenance every day?" Chen Xian, already burdened with worry, felt her anger ignite at Zhang Chong's sudden utterance of such ominous words. She rose abruptly, retorting sharply, "Zhang Chong, could you not speak with a modicum of decency? Are you not afraid of retribution?" Regret coursed through her heart as she lamented her choice in marrying such a heartless man. And she further cursed her impulsive decision to heed his seductive words that nearly transformed Chen Xu into a criminal. Barely a month into his marriage into the Chen family, Zhang Chong had already received 2 thrashings from Chen Xu, leaving him in a state of simmering frustration. Now, with Chen Xian pointing an accusing finger at him, the pent-up rage within him surged forth. With the men of the Chen family absent, his inhibitions vanished. He leapt to his feet, advancing menacingly towards Chen Xian, declaring, "Do you dare to curse me, wishing for my swift demise?" Chen Xian, taken aback by Zhang Chong's terrifying expression, sensed the gravity of the situation and stumbled back a couple of steps. "Who gave you the right to speak ill of my grandfather?" she muttered quietly, turning to flee. Presently, Zhang Chong appeared utterly fearsome. Yet, before she could escape through the threshold of the eastern room, a hand seized her hair from behind, dragging her back inside. "You dare insult me and think you can run? Today, I shall teach you a lesson that will leave you reeling," he snarled. Previously, his wife had been thought to have died of illness, but in truth, she could not endure his violence and had leapt into the river. How else could one explain why he would descend into this desolate rural town? With the men of the Chen family absent, he was determined to establish dominance over this woman. Chen Xian had never anticipated such a side of Zhang Chong. She struggled to break free, but against his rage-fueled strength, her efforts proved futile. "Zhang Chong, if you dare to strike me, my father will not spare you," she threatened, her voice trembling with fear and laced with the onset of tears. Yet Zhang Chong remained unperturbed, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he yanked her into the inner room. Raising his hand, he delivered a resounding slap across her face, sending her reeling to the ground in disarray. Moments later, his cold voice echoed ominously, "I shall see how you report this to your father." As his words lingered in the air, the door to the inner room was forcefully shut from within, followed by the harrowing cries of the woman that reverberated through the room. Meanwhile, Chen Xingshan's surgery extended for over 4 hours. At 6:30 in the evening, the lights outside the operating room dimmed, and the door swung open. Chen Xu and Chen Guodong rushed towards the doctor, their hearts heavy with concern. "Doctor, how is my grandfather?" Chen Xu inquired with urgency. The attending physician, though visibly fatigued, couldn't help but smile upon sensing the concerned gazes of the three individuals present. He remarked, "Although the procedure was exceedingly challenging, we successfully completed the surgery. The patient's willpower was remarkable, and he cooperated exceptionally well. The operation was a resounding success." Hearing these words, Chen Xu and Chen Guodong felt the weight that had hung over them for several hours finally lift, allowing them to exhale in relief. The surgery had succeeded. That was all that mattered. Happy Dragon Boat Festival to everyone. Chapter 40. That young girl is unfit. She's too thin. Although Chen Qingshan's surgery had been a tremendous success, he was not yet entirely out of danger and required a few days of observation in the intensive care unit before being transferred to a standard ward. Chen Guodong had no intention of returning home. He chose to stay until Chen Qingshan recovered and could be discharged together. Over the course of the few days spent together, Chen Xu's perception of his uncle had improved significantly. In fact, he even rented a nearby guest house for him, allowing Chen Guodong to stay updated on Chen Qingshan's condition while providing a comfortable environment for rest. With Chen Guodong looking after matters at the hospital, Chen Xu wasted no time. For the next few days, he diligently set up his stall to sell spicy potatoes. Despite many people on the street following his lead and the tea house across the way employing various tactics to steal business, the unique flavor of Chen Xu's potato stand won over many loyal customers. Students from several nearby high schools and universities often took the tram to buy multiple portions to share with their classmates. Numerous factory workers in the vicinity also made it a point to stop by Chen Xu's stall daily for a serving or two. Although the profits were not as explosive as before, they had stabilized. After a week, Chen Xu calculated that his average daily earnings were around 200 to 300 yuan. Even with his grandfather Chen Qingshan's daily expenses of 20 to 30 yuan, this income was more than sufficient to support the family and allowed for some savings for future needs. Today marked the first day that Chen Qingshan would be transferred from the intensive care unit to a regular ward after a week. At 6 in the evening, Chen Xu closed his stall early, carrying with him the pigeon soup he had simmered at the tea house for the better part of the day, accompanied by Xiao Yuer as they made their way to the hospital. In the hospital room, Chen Qingshan reclined on the bed, savoring the sweet and savory pigeon soup. His spirits lifted. Free from the torment of illness, he appeared emaciated due to dietary restrictions post-surgery, yet his complexion was rosy and robust. Notably, his smile seemed more abundant than ever before. After finishing 2 bowls of pigeon soup, Chen Qingshan handed the bowl back to Chen Xu with a sense of pride, declaring, "Your culinary skills in preparing dishes and soups could rival even the most renowned chefs in all of Huaxia." Chen Qingshan was not merely flattering. The same dish, when prepared by his eldest grandson, undeniably surpassed any other version. The seasoning was meticulously chosen. Take today's pigeon soup, for instance. He noticed slices of ginger and traditional herbs, which lent it a delightful sweetness without any hint of fishiness. Xiao Yuer, hearing her great-grandfather's praise, nodded in agreement, enthusiastically voicing, "Daddy's cooking is delicious, even better than Aunt Chui Fong's." Aunt Chui Fong's cooking resembled boiled dishes, with her stir-fried green peppers and meat consisting solely of a few strips of meat and green peppers. The rice was overcooked to a mushy consistency. Although they had only lived together for a short while, Wu Chuifeng's culinary skills left a lasting impression, akin to that of pig feed. Upon hearing the conversation between the elder and the young, Chen Xu placed his bowl back on the table and smiled, suggesting that he would take over the cooking at home from now on. Having once built a career in the catering industry, his passion for food and its preparation was evident, along with his love for wealth. Since both the elder and the little one enjoyed eating, he looked forward to preparing meals for them every day. At that moment, Chen Qingshan, upon hearing the mention of Wu Chuifeng by the little one, began to contemplate his grandson's prospects of finding a wife. "By the way, Suer, how has Wu Chuifeng been doing with you?" After spending days in the intensive care unit, Chen Qingshan had found it challenging to meet Chen Xu, let alone inquire about this matter. Now presented with an opportunity, he was eager to ask. Chen Xu began to tidy up the table and casually replied, "Sister Chuifeng has already gone back. She isn't working with me anymore." "What? She left?" Chen Qingshan was taken aback. Hadn't the matchmaker mentioned that Wu Chuifeng was interested in being with Chen Xu? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized something, furrowing his brow. He turned to Chen Xu and asked, "She didn't leave right after I arrived in Rongqing, did she?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xu felt a sense of unease. It seemed that his grandfather was overly concerned about Wu Chuifang, especially since he had just exited the intensive care unit and began inquiring about her. The little one, with her head resting on the bed, noticed her father's hesitation and, thinking he was struggling to recall when Aunt Chuifang had left, chimed in, "I know. She left the day after great-grandfather came to Rongqing." Her memory was exceptional. She could easily recall such details after a brief mental review. Upon hearing this response from the little girl, Chen Qingshan's expression darkened almost instantaneously. It was indeed true. Because of his illness, his grandson's potential bride had slipped away. He wasn't angry at Wu Chuifang for leaving Chen Xu at this moment. After all, he recognized himself as a burden. Who would want to marry into the Chen family at such a time, especially when it meant working alongside Chen Xu to cover his medical expenses? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. Nearly 3 years had passed, and just when someone showed interest in his grandson, his illness scared her away. Now, with Chen Xu burdened by the little one and himself, how would he ever find a wife? At this point, Chen Xu also reflected on the matter of Wu Chuifang and finally grasped the situation. He looked at Chen Qingshan in surprise and asked, "Grandfather, you're not suggesting that Sister Chuifang?" Chen Qingshan sighed heavily, expressing his frustration. "What good does it do to wish? Look at me now. My illness has chased away any prospects of a daughter-in-law." Chen Xu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his grandfather's sudden despondency. He had been unaware of the elder's intentions. Had he known, he would have nipped that thought in the bud. Do not meddle in matters of the heart. Chen Xu remarked with relief. Fortunately, she has departed. Otherwise, it would indeed be troublesome. Chen Qingshan lifted his gaze, asking, "Do you not fancy Wu Chuifang?" Chen Xu promptly responded, "Not at all." Ever since he had been wounded by a woman in his past life, he had become indifferent to romantic affairs, particularly regarding the incessantly chattering Wu Chuifang. Noticing Chen Xu's resolute reply, Chen Qingshan felt a slight sense of relief, but curiosity piqued within him as he inquired. "I have met Wu Chuifang. She seems nurturing and capable. How can you not like her? What is it that you desire?" In Chen Qingshan's old-fashioned perspective, a suitable bride was one who was plump and capable, and he found it perplexing that this young man did not appreciate her. At the mention of preferences, Chen Xu's mind unexpectedly conjured the image of a girl who, despite her apparent fear, maintained an air of composure. Little Fish, keenly interested in her father's search for a partner, chimed in with a sweet voice, "Great-grandfather, Daddy surely likes pretty big sisters." Both Chen Qingshan and Chen Xu were taken aback by the child's sudden outburst, casting a glance at the small cherub by the bedside. Chen Xu, thoroughly bewildered, asked, "Which beautiful big sister?" Chen Qingshan, reigniting hope, quickly inquired, "Which big sister?" Little Fish's eyes sparkled brightly as she replied with a grin, "The big sister who gave fishy candy." Chen Qingshan paused momentarily, soon recalling the kind-hearted girl who had given Little Fish sweets, finding her both lovely and benevolent. However, upon realizing who the child was referring to, he glanced up at his tall and sturdy grandson, who, while not unattractive, could hardly be deemed handsome. Reflecting on the delicate and refined appearance of the young lady, he furrowed his brow and looked at Little Fish, stubbornly asserting, "That one won't do. She is too slender." After all, how could such a girl possibly take an interest in his grandson? Beside him, Chen Xu was left utterly perplexed. Who are they even talking about? Chapter 41. A reunion a few days later. In Tungtou village, 2 resolute men clad in military uniforms inquired among the villagers and made their way to Chen Qingshan's home. In the main room, as Zhang Chong opened the door, he was startled to find the 2 uniformed men at his doorstep, his legs weakening at the thought that Chen Qian's mother might have reported him for domestic violence. To his surprise, they were there to inquire about Chen Qingshan. Zhang Chong quickly regained his composure and informed them, he is not at home right now." One of the men pressed on, "Where is he then?" Sensing the gravity of their demeanor, Zhang Chong wondered if Chen Qingshan's past actions had come to light, and hurriedly replied, "He is ill, at the first hospital in Rongqing." The 2 men exchanged alarmed glances, and without further ado, bid farewell to Zhang Chong and swiftly departed. As the 2 departed, Zhang Chong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Heaven knows what misdeeds this old man may have committed in the past. He only hoped he would not be ensnared by them. Just as he closed the door, Chun Qianan rushed out from the inner room, her attire disheveled, her cheeks swollen, and the flicker of hope in her eyes extinguished in an instant. She had thought it was her father and grandfather returning. Upon seeing Chun Qianan emerge, Zhang Chong's countenance darkened. grasping a thick bamboo stick from the corner. He strode towards her, striking her fiercely with the rod while snarling. "Damn it, didn't I tell you to stay inside? Did you think your father or grandfather had returned, prompting you to come out and complain?" Instinctively raising her hands to defend herself. Chen Xiaonan felt the bamboo strike her arm, sending a jolt of pain through her, yet she could only stifle a moan, clutching her arm and glaring at Zhang Chong. Once her father and grandfather returned, she vowed to report this man and seek a divorce. Zhang Chong, perceiving her thoughts, let out a derisive laugh and swung the stick again. "When those men from the Chen family come back, if you dare to complain about me, don't think I want to expose your involvement in the scheme to frame Chen Xu for rape." Chen Xiaonan, shrinking back against the wall, gazed at the man before her in disbelief and began to cry out. "But that was your idea. You told me that girl had an intricate background. It was all your plan." With a cold snort, Zhang Chong's strikes grew more vicious, his visage contorted in a terrifying grimace. "Was it my idea? Wasn't he your cousin involved as well? If you dare to report me and make my life difficult, I'll reveal this matter, and the entire Chen family will be ruined." He knew well that if Chen Xiaonan reported him, he would not escape unscathed. He had leverage over her, and with nothing to lose, he found her timid disposition all too easy to intimidate. Hearing Zhang Chong's words, Chen Xiaonan's face drained of color as she cowered in the corner, biting her lip and refraining from uttering a word. She endured the man's irrational fury, her body aflame with pain. Regret consumed her. Why had she succumbed to his manipulations and engaged in such foolishness? If Zhang Chong were to expose her, even if Chen Xu had not done anything with that girl, her father and the others would not spare her. Moreover, if that girl truly had a powerful background, then the repercussions would not only ensnare her, but likely implicate her father and grandfather as well. Seeing Chen Xiaonan silent, Zhang Chong realized his threats were effective. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he raised his hand and snapped the bamboo stick in two, casting it aside. He barked, "Aren't you going to prepare me some food?" Startled, Chen Xiaonan trembled, disregarding her pain. Bracing herself against tears, she quickly scrambled to her feet. "I'll go right away." With that, she hurriedly fled the scene. Zhang Chong, having vented his anger, felt a sense of satisfaction and comfort. He turned and sprawled on the long bench, awaiting his wife to prepare his meal. Ever since Chen Xingshan arrived in Rongqing, Chen Xu had devoted all his attention to him, especially in these recent days since he moved to the general ward. He has been closing his stall unusually early to deliver nourishing soup to the old gentleman. However, today he heard from Tang Guoshan that several young ladies had been visiting his stall for several consecutive days without being able to procure his spicy potatoes, each time returning disappointed. Today, he deliberately set up his stall early, at 6:30, intending to remain open longer than usual. After tidying up, he planned to call up Xiao Yuer from the nearby noodle shop to visit Chen Qingshan at the hospital. At this age, it is indeed a time for play. Yet, he had been so busy recently that the little one had no companions, and he could only have her assist him at the stall. Now that business had stabilized, and since the noodle shop owner's daughter was of similar age, he decided to let her play together more often. Before closing, he estimated his sales. Although he had operated for an extra half hour today, he sold 70 to 80 pounds more potatoes than yesterday. This increase was not merely due to the extended hours, but rather because it was the middle of the 11th month in the lunar calendar and the festive season was approaching, prompting an increase in consumer spending. Chen Xu began to ponder whether he should venture into other businesses to capitalize on this surge in consumption before the new year. However, what could he sell that would be particularly profitable before the holiday? As he cleaned up, he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, at the North People's Road bus station, several striking figures disembarked and hurried towards Guanyuan Street. Qin Miao, linking arms with Yi Qingyu, urged her forward, gritting her teeth. That infuriating old Peng. He always keeps us waiting so long after class. Today, I must treat my dear Qingyu to those steaming hot spicy potatoes. The bespectacled girl walking beside Yi Qingyu shared her concern. I wonder if the boss has closed up already. We've come here several times in vain these past few days. The allure of the dish had been too compelling. Even a few cold pieces had captivated them. The thought of savoring a bowl of freshly prepared potatoes had been on their minds for days. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed over right after class. Though Yi Qingyu was not usually gluttonous, her appetite had been particularly poor lately. Hearing Qin Miao and Yin Shaoqing rave about the deliciousness of the spicy potatoes piqued her interest, prompting her to join them after class. However, as soon as they got off the bus and walked a few steps, she felt a bit lightheaded. She suspected it might be due to low blood sugar from not eating much in the past few days. A taste of those potatoes should alleviate her discomfort. Strangely, just thinking about the spicy, numbing potatoes made her crave them even more. Had she been infected by the appetites of Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing? With their minds set on the potatoes, the trio walked swiftly. Guanyuan Street was not far from North People S Road, within 10 minutes. They arrived at the entrance of the tea shop. At that moment, Chen Xu had just finished his stall and was carrying the stove back to the shop. Qin Miao and her companions rushed to the stall, gazing at the empty table and the tall figure retreating with the stove, their faces filled with discontent and gritted teeth. Although Qin Miao sensed a familiarity about the individual, her eagerness for potatoes left her no time to ponder. Seizing the opportunity before the proprietor took the stove inside, she quickly slapped the table, exclaiming, "Wait, boss." At the same time, Qingyu's gaze fell upon the man's back. A wave of inexplicable emotion washing over her as she felt an overwhelming sense of recognition. That silhouette had been indelibly etched in her mind since the day she left Tengtou village. Unconsciously, she took a deep breath and tightened her grip on her skirt, even contemplating an immediate retreat. However, at that moment, the tall figure paused, hesitated, and slowly turned around while still holding the stove. The trio at the shop entrance froze in shock upon catching sight of the man's features, especially Qingyu. As memories that had begun to fade a month prior rushed back in a torrent of mixed emotions, her heart racing after a momentary halt. What a remarkable coincidence. As Chen Xu turned around and spotted the group at the stall, he opened his mouth to speak, only to be struck dumb by the familiar figure among them. Could it be that girl? The two, who had thought they would never meet again in this lifetime, now found themselves locked in astonished gazes. Their expressions a blend of surprise and shock. In that instant, the intensity of their emotions overwhelmed Qingyu, causing her complexion to drain of color. She hastily sought to escape the awkward situation. Qin Miao, too, was taken aback to discover that the proprietor of the spicy potatoes was none other than the village bully she had wrongfully accused. Yin Xiaoqing was genuinely startled, feeling that the man was even more intimidating than their homeroom teacher, Miss Peng. Turning to observe Qingyu and Qin Miao, she noticed Qingyu's face had turned pale. Before she could speak, Qingyu, clutching her skirt, turned to flee. Yet, before she could take a step, she felt her legs give way, her vision darkening as she collapsed backward. "Hey, Qingyu!" Yin Xiaoqing instinctively reached out to catch her, but lost her balance and tumbled alongside her. Hearing the commotion, Qin Miao quickly extended her hand to help. Chen Xu, acting on instinct, dropped the stove and hurriedly made his way to the stall, stretching out his long arms to catch Qingyu before she hit the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing, already unsteady, lost their grip on one another and fell to the ground. Thud, thud. Chapter 42. This brother seems a bit biased. Chen Xu had no time to attend to the two others. Cradling the unconscious Qingyu, he felt somewhat at a loss. Had she fainted again from his fright? He glanced around, realizing it was peak hours for human-powered rickshaws, with not a single empty vehicle in sight. Moreover, the nearest hospital was a half-hour ride away. Considering the necessity of not allowing her to remain unconscious for too long, Chen Xu swiftly cradled Qingyu and carried her into the tea house. He called out to the approaching couple, Tang Guoshan and his wife, Old Tang, "Quickly, go summon a rickshaw. I will administer first aid." The couple, startled, hurriedly exited the shop to fetch a vehicle. The surrounding crowd soon took notice of the commotion and began to gather, chattering amongst themselves. Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing scrambled to their feet, enduring the pain in their backsides and bodies as they rushed into the shop. By this time, Chen Xu had already seated the girl on a long bench within. One arm wrapped around her as he gently pressed his thumb against her philtrum. Unsure of how to provide proper first aid for someone who had fainted, he resorted to mimicking what he had seen in news reports from his previous life. Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing quickly approached, calling out her name. When Chen Xu heard them utter Qingyu, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. However, he had no time to ponder this. As sweat began to bead on his forehead from the tension, he silently urged himself, "I must not let this girl suffer any complications." Fortunately, it was not long before the girl began to stir. Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the man whose brow was furrowed in concern. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Chen Xu felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he was also anxious not to frighten her again into unconsciousness. So he quickly gestured for Qin Miao to take over and released her. Qin Miao and Yin Shaoqing were nearly beside themselves with fear. As Qingyu awoke, they rushed to support and embrace her, tears streaming down their faces. Qingyu, you scare me to death. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Miao began, then glanced at Chen Xu, unable to finish her thought, as it appeared that he had inadvertently frightened her into fainting. Chen Xu, feeling embarrassed, instinctively turned away. He had never anticipated that he would instill such a profound psychological impact on her as to cause her to faint. As Qingyu regained her composure and noticed Chen Xu turning away, an inexplicable emotion surged within her, prompting her to explain, I'm not sure. Perhaps I haven't been eating properly these past few days, leading to low blood sugar. She cast a glance at Chen Xu and whispered, it has nothing to do with external factors. She had not expected to encounter this man so suddenly, and her emotions had been somewhat heightened at the moment. However, her mental fortitude was not so fragile as to faint twice from the same individual. It was merely a coincidence. The key point was that she had a certain understanding of this man. Though he appeared fierce, he was, in fact, quite gentle. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, Chen Xu felt a surge of joy. He turned back to her, leaning in to ask, you truly weren't frightened by me? Qingyu, under his gaze, felt an unaccountable warmth spread across her face and dared not meet his eyes, softly replying, really, I wasn't. Observing her now flushed cheeks, Qin Miao realized the cause of her distress and finally let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was merely low blood sugar from not eating enough. Well, that is easily remedied. Qin Miao steadied Qingyu, tilting her head upward to glance at Chen Xu. Despite her heart racing with trepidation, she cautiously inquired, brother, the truth is, Qingyu came specifically to enjoy your spicy potatoes today. Otherwise, could you fry some for her? A little nibble might alleviate her hypoglycemic symptoms. Although she too had a desire to indulge, she chose to forego it, as Qingyu had fainted. At this moment, Qingyu's well-being took precedence. She could not afford to lose consciousness again. Yin Shaoqing, upon hearing this, immediately nodded in agreement, timidly addressing Chen Xu, brother, could you please prepare another serving for her? Lately, she has little appetite for anything else but your spicy potatoes, yet she has left empty-handed each day. What? Coming every day? Chen Xu was taken aback by their words, turning his gaze towards Qingyu in astonishment. It dawned on him that these were indeed the several young ladies Tang Guishan had mentioned who visited daily. Qingyu, witnessing her two friends lamenting on her behalf, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The stall had already closed. There was no reason to plead for more food now. Moreover, encountering this bear of a man had completely dampened her appetite. Just as she prepared to speak, a surprisingly gentle inquiry reached her ears. Miss, do you wish to eat? If so, I will fry some for you right away, Chen Xu asked, his voice imbued with kindness. He was determined not to frighten her again. And feeling a sense of guilt towards her, he resolved to satisfy her craving for his renowned spicy potatoes. Qingyu lifted her gaze to meet Chen Xu's warm, smiling eyes. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, perhaps stirred by her yearning for spicy fare. She found herself nodding in agreement without uttering a word of refusal. Very well. Then please wait a moment, Chen Xu replied with a subtle smile before moving aside to disperse the onlookers and commence his preparations. The tea house had little business at this hour, and it would take mere moments to heat a pot on old Tang's stove and fry a few servings of potatoes. As Qingyu observed the bear-like figure of Chen Xu busily at work, her inner foodie was undeniably winning. In this awkward scenario, she had chosen to stay and relish the potatoes. Qin Miao and Yin Shaoqing both rested their chins on their hands, intently scrutinizing Chen Xu. I must say, his voice is rather pleasant. When he spoke with Qingyu just now, it sent shivers down my spine, Yin Shaoqing murmured, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Indeed, he seems quite amiable, Qin Miao concurred. Particularly, she recalled the last time she had wronged him. He had not taken offense and had instead offered her a fist the size of a sandbag. Qingyu noticed the two girls gazing intently at Chen Xu, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. When Tang Guishan and his wife returned with a human-powered tricycle to the shop, the girl who had previously fainted was now joyfully indulging in the aromatic spicy potatoes alongside her friends, exhaling contented sighs as if she had not eaten for several meals. Tang Guishan stood in stunned silence, mechanically turning to look at Chen Xu, who couldn't help but smile at the endearing sight of the girl enjoying her food. As the couple Tang Guishan returned, they approached him and discreetly handed him 50 cents, whispering that the person was fine but had fainted from hunger. instructing him to give the money to the driver. Beads of sweat adorned Tang Guoshan's forehead. At this moment, Qingyu had finished her bowl of potatoes and glanced up at Chen Xu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had devoured a large bowl already. Asking for another would seem rather inappropriate, especially given the awkwardness of their relationship. It felt absurd to sit down and eat even one bowl, let alone request a second. Chen Xu, sensing the gaze directed at him by the girl, smiled and inquired if she wanted more. She quickly responded with an enthusiastic yes. "All right, I shall serve you another bowl," he cheerfully replied as he went to fill her bowl with more potatoes. Qin Miao and Yin Shaoqing hastily lifted their empty bowls, exclaiming, "Boss, I want more." "Me too. It's so delicious." "Ah, we have run out of potatoes. You'll have to come back next time," Chen Xu responded, serving Qingyu a generously filled bowl of potatoes, placing it before her with a smile. Qin Miao and Yin Shaoqing exchanged glances, perplexed. What is going on? Why does it seem like this big brother is favoring her immensely? Even if there are no more potatoes, can't he spare a bit of the overflowing bowl for us? Sweet romance is about to begin, dear readers. Chapter 43. The identity of the elder. After consuming 2 large bowls of spicy potatoes, Qingyu finally felt some strength return. However, just as she had filled her stomach, she greeted Chen Xu, insisted on paying, and hurriedly left with Qin Miao and Yin Shaoqing. The encounter had already been awkward enough, and to have eaten 2 bowls at his place seemed even more so. Qingyu herself felt her actions today were quite out of line. Chen Xu didn't dwell on it. Once they left, he resumed packing up, preparing to leave. It was unlikely she would return anytime soon. Qingyu joined her 2 friends in the vehicle, still feeling a lingering dizziness and slight nausea that had not significantly diminished. This worried her, making her wonder if something was wrong with her health. On the electric bus, Qin Miao turned to see that Qingyu appeared unwell again. She gently touched her forehead and asked with concern, "Qingyu, are you still feeling unwell?" Yin Shaoqing leaned forward, peering between them and adjusting her glasses, suggesting, "Shall we go have a look? Isn't there a good traditional Chinese medicine clinic near the school?" Feeling increasingly dizzy, Qingyu rubbed her temples and replied, "All right, let us go check it out." Although she was a quick learner, this persistent discomfort would undoubtedly hinder her studies. Qin Miao wrapped her arms around Qingyu, unusually soft-spoken. "Lean on me and rest for a bit. We'll wake you when we arrive." "Okay." When Chen Xu arrived at the hospital, he found 2 tall men in military uniforms standing outside Chen Xingshan's ward. Holding Xiao Yu in his arms, he approached them to inquire, learning that these 2 were accompanying a leader to visit Chen Xingshan. At that moment, several individuals inside heard the commotion and quickly called Chen Xu in. Today, Chen Xingshan's hospital room was bustling with activity and quite the spectacle. In addition to a few individuals clad in official uniforms, even the director of Rongqing Hospital was stirred. Within the room, a tall, middle-aged man, exuding a commanding presence in his uniform, looked at Chen Xu and immediately broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Ah, truly a descendant of Guoyang and Shen Lu. Just looking at you is invigorating." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xingshan took the initiative to introduce. He first turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Xiao Zhong, this is my grandson, Chen Xu, and my great-granddaughter, Xiao Yuer. Sir, you may call him Uncle Zhong, and Yuer can address him as uncle." Chen Xu politely greeted the man. Although Xiao Yuer was momentarily startled by the imposing aura of the man who bore a resemblance to her father, she obediently followed suit upon Chen Xingshan's introduction and greeted him as uncle. The father and daughter then exchanged pleasantries with the others present, each appearing to wield considerable influence, though they seemed to be subordinates of Zhongzhen. Upon hearing the adorable call from the little one, Zhongzhen felt his heart swell with joy, yearning to embrace her, yet hesitant to frighten her away. He recalled Chen Xu's efforts in treating the old commander and strode over to Chen Xu, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Xiao Chen, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might have regretted it for a lifetime." Considering the perilous situation with Chen Lu that he did not disclose to us, he had also noticed that Chen Xingshan had not come to collect his salary on time this month, as well as the family allowances for Chen Guoyang, and grew concerned about Chen Xingshan's well-being. This prompted him to discreetly investigate in Tungtou village, revealing that the old commander had been hospitalized. Upon arriving today, he learned from the director about Chen Xu's treatment of his grandfather, feeling both grateful and relieved. After the previous incident, A war hero of the old commander's caliber would normally be settled in a retirement facility within the capital's military district. However, out of consideration for this foolish grandson, the old man chose to return to Tungto village, even opting to minimize his retirement pension. He hadn't even mentioned his illness. Zhong Zhun felt a surge of anger, but knew better than to express it in front of the elder. Thankfully, his dutiful grandson had saved the old commander from danger. At this moment, Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback by the mention of Chen Lu, clearly surprised. He knew that his grandfather had retired from the military, but had not realized he was a commander. After a brief moment of astonishment, he regained his composure and replied, "It is merely our duty as younger generations. Uncle Zhong is being overly complimentary." The director, standing nearby, felt a sense of trepidation and remarked with a smile, "Truly, Chen the hero has raised such an exceptional grandson." Fortunately, the doctors at their hospital were diligent and did not delay the old hero's treatment. Otherwise, if the commanding officer beside him were to be displeased, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. After a few exchanges, Chen Xingshan noted that time was of the essence and urged Zhong Zhun to take his people back, advising against making such a grand spectacle. Now he is merely an ordinary retired soldier. Zhong Zhun dared not disobey the orders of the old brigade commander. He stood at attention in front of the sickbed, saluted with the utmost formality, and then withdrew from the room. Before leaving the hospital, he made sure to remind the director not to neglect this illustrious old hero. Once Zhong Zhun departed, only the Chen family remained in the room. Chen Xingshan hurriedly retrieved several large bills from beneath his pillow and handed them to Chen Xu, saying, "This is my salary from last month, along with your father's family subsidy. Take it." Upon seeing the old man give money to Chen Xu, Chen Guodong felt his previous resentment dissipate. During this illness, had it not been for Chen Xu, the few hundred yuan he had saved would not have sufficed for the medical expenses. Chen Xu did not refuse. He accepted the money with an outstretched hand. It was not that he lacked funds, but rather that Chen Xingshan had always been troubled by the weight of the enormous medical costs. If he had declined, the old man would surely have felt even more despondent. Observing Chen Xu accept the money, Chen Xingshan could not help but reminisce about his fallen son, his expression turning somber. After a moment, he asked Chen Xu, "Suer, do you harbor resentment towards me?" Chen Xu, having just placed the money in his pocket, was puzzled. "You are my grandfather. Why would I harbor any hatred for you?" He sensed that the old man's mood was somewhat off today. "If I had not allowed your father to enlist, perhaps he would not have sacrificed himself, and your mother would not have." Chen Qingshan's words trailed off into a sigh, his thoughts heavy with regret. Had Chen Guoyang not perished, Chen Xu's mother would not have suffered such grief that she followed him into the river. Chen Xu would not have fallen ill and remained simple-minded for over 20 years. Throughout these 2 decades, despite his son's contributions to the country, Chen Qingshan often felt guilt towards his grandson, believing he had inadvertently destroyed Chen Xu's family. Thus, he lavished affection on this eldest grandson from a young age, striving to make amends. Today, holding his son's allowance, he could not help but recall these memories. At this moment, Chen Xu finally discerned the underlying sentiment in the old man's tone, his expression turning serious as he replied, "Grandfather, what are you thinking? If my father had not wished to enlist, would you have forced him?" Speaking of this hero, Chen Xu felt a deep respect and continued, "My father surely volunteered to join the army, and I admire him greatly. Without brave ancestors like you, shedding blood for our nation, how could we enjoy the peace of the New China today? I am proud of you." With that, Chen Xu stood at attention and saluted the old man. In his 2 lifetimes, he relished the hustle of the business world. However, for those who had made sacrifices for their country, Chen Xu held genuine respect and admiration. Little Fish mimicked him, raising her tiny hand, her voice sweet. Fish too, though she did not grasp much of what her father said. She understood that grandpa and great-grandpa were heroes. Chen Qingshan, sitting on the sickbed, felt a wave of emotion, his old eyes glimmering with light, yet he feigned annoyance. Waving his hand, all right, once I can get out of bed, I'll teach you all properly. Saluting like that is hardly professional." Beside him, Chen Guodong felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, as if it were weighed down by bricks, and he quietly wiped away a tear. It was only at this moment that he fully comprehended the situation. Ever since the loss of his second brother, his father, Chen Qingshan, had shown an unusual concern for the West Room. Yet, he had consistently focused on the contradiction regarding Chen Xu's gender, believing his grandfather to be biased towards males. In truth, the elder's actions were more reflective of guilt over the loss of his second son. As the eldest son of Chen Xu, Chen Guodong realized he had been short-sighted, fixated solely on trivial family matters. Now, a torrent of emotions surged within him: guilt, self-reproach, and deep regret. Even with a profound understanding of his missteps, he, who was not adept at expressing himself, could only stand aside and observe the warm interaction among the grandfather and grandchildren. Feeling a lump in his throat and forcing a smile. "Uncle, I've prepared extra soup today. You should come and have some." "All right." Chapter 44, Young Lady. Congratulations at the Yuanda Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Even though it was already past 8 in the evening, the place was bustling with patients. Qingyu had waited in line for quite some time before hearing her name. Rising from her seat, she entered the consultation room. Qin Miao had gone to a nearby shop to buy her some candy, and Yin Shaoqing could no longer contain herself and had gone to the restroom. Alone, she stepped into the consultation room, where a kind-faced, silver-haired old doctor greeted her with a smile and invited her to sit down. After inquiring about her condition, he began to take her pulse. This old physician was renowned for his exceptional medical skills, capable of curing even the most perplexing ailments that the first hospital of Rongqing could not resolve. Therefore, the patients who came to see him placed their complete trust in him, including Qingyu. After a while of examining her pulse, the old doctor's expression suddenly darkened. He furrowed his brows and moved his fingers, as if trying to confirm something. Seeing his reaction, Qingyu couldn't help but feel her heart race. With such a serious demeanor, could she possibly be suffering from a terminal illness? Everyone fears death, especially a girl of her age. Watching the old doctor's increasingly grave expression made her breath quicken unconsciously. Fixing her gaze on him, she finally mustered the courage to ask softly, "Doctor, is my condition serious?" The old doctor had fully confirmed his findings by this point. Hearing the young woman's inquiry, he couldn't help but break into a wide smile, saying, "It's not something to be overly concerned about." Qingyu was baffled by the sudden brightness of the old doctor's smile. Why was he laughing so joyfully all of a sudden? With her brows slightly furrowed, she looked at him in confusion and asked, "Doctor, what exactly is wrong with me?" The old doctor peered beyond the curtain and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Where is your husband?" At this moment, Qingyu was thoroughly perplexed by the old man's behavior. "Doctor, please stop with the riddles. Am I ill or not?" For reasons she could not fathom, the old doctor continued to withhold the diagnosis, which made her feel inexplicably irritated. Had it not been for her upbringing and environment, she might have lost her temper. The seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner observed the young girl and noted the signs of emotional upheaval, a common occurrence during this phase due to hormonal influences. With a gentle smile, he addressed Qingyu, saying, "Congratulations, my dear. You are nearly 2 months pregnant, and it appears to be twins." At the moment the words left his lips, Qingyu was rendered utterly speechless, as though she had been struck by lightning. Pregnant? With twins? Her mouth agape, she struggled to find her voice, eventually shaking her head in disbelief, her complexion paling as she murmured, "No, it cannot be. There must be some mistake. I have been on contraceptive pills. How could I possibly be pregnant?" Noticing the absence of joy on her face, the old doctor's expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed the irresponsible young man who had led this charming girl into such a predicament, leaving her frightened and bewildered. Yet, the fact remained that they were twins. His own excitement was now overshadowed by a sigh of resignation as he stated, "I assure you, my diagnosis is accurate. If you share a close bond with your partner, it would be wise to consider marriage." The doctor's continued chatter fell on deaf ears, as Qingyu was overwhelmed by the shock of this unexpected revelation, leaving her feeling anything but joyful. How could this happen after she had taken precautions? As she exited the consultation room, she felt as though she were in a daze. "Be careful as you walk." The old doctor called out anxiously, "What a calamity. The young man should be here supporting you, not leaving you alone in such a state." At that moment, Yin Shaoqing emerged from the restroom, her hand resting on her belly. Spotting Qingyu, she rushed over, "You're done? What is the situation?" Meanwhile, Qin Miao had already arrived at the clinic with candies and hurried to her friend, "Qingyu, I got the sweets. Are you still feeling dizzy?" However, Qingyu was far too consumed by her own turmoil to engage with her friends. Her spirits plummeted as she quietly suggested, "Let us go back to the dorm." With that, she pushed past them and left the clinic, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. This revelation had come so suddenly. She had never imagined that taking medication would not prevent pregnancy. For someone just turning 20, with dreams and aspirations yet to unfold, this was an insurmountable burden. She adored children, but at her current age and circumstances, motherhood was not something she had ever contemplated. Moreover, her relationship with the father was tenuous at best. It was not entirely his fault. She recalled his insistence on contraception. Qingyu's mind was a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. Sensing her distress, Qin Miao and Yin Shaoqing exchanged worried glances and hurried after her, their hearts racing with concern. What if their friend was facing something dire? Meanwhile, Chen Xu remained blissfully unaware of the impending life-altering news. He continued his daily routine of selling potatoes at the market, pondering what products would yield the highest profits as the year drew to a close. "One order of potatoes, please." In front of the stall, a woman clad in a bulky cotton coat smiled as she ordered a serving of potatoes from Chen Xu. As she handed over the money, the smooth fabric stitched at the cuff became strikingly apparent. Chen Xu extended his hand to receive the currency, greeting her warmly before commencing to serve her the potatoes. Beside the woman stood a lively little boy of about 5 or 6, brimming with joy. "Mom, after we eat the potatoes, can we go shopping?" The woman affectionately patted her son's head, responding, "Yes, the new year is approaching. We need to prepare some festive goods and buy some fabric to make you new clothes." It is a tradition among the Huaxiao people that as long as the family's circumstances permit, every member must don new attire for the new year. "Wow, Mom. I want a garment that won't wrinkle." Last year's new clothes became all crumpled after just one morning. The little boy eagerly expressed his wish. A hint of helplessness flickered across the woman's face, but not wanting to dampen her child's spirits, she readily replied, "All right. I will do my utmost to make you something that won't wrinkle." Yay! At that moment, Chen Xu finished packaging the potatoes. The mother and son took their meal and began to stroll down the street. Observing their departing figures, particularly the woman's patched-up cotton coat, Chen Xu felt a spark of inspiration regarding the impending consumer frenzy before the new year. The woman's earlier expression of helplessness was lost on the child, but as an adult, he could discern the underlying sentiment. It wasn't a matter of financial constraint. Rather, in Qingyu, the prevalent fabrics were mostly coarse cotton and dull-colored materials that were prone to wrinkling and deformation. In his previous life, during commercial forecasting, Chen Xu had vividly recalled a fabric that had taken the Huaxiao market by storm in the early to mid-1980s, a fabric known as tycoon. This material was distinct from traditional cotton. It retained its shape without wrinkling, did not shrink, dried quickly, maintained its form, and was resistant to mildew. Although this fabric had begun gaining popularity since the 1970s, its production had been limited due to technological constraints, resulting in high demand that far exceeded supply, especially in rural areas where it was reserved for mending worn spots on clothing. A few years prior, there had even been severe stampedes in the Magic City as citizens scrambled to acquire the newly released tycoon, underscoring its immense popularity. What thrilled Chen Xu was the recollection that this year, in 1981, due to the efforts of the authorities, substantial equipment had been deployed to ramp up production of this fabric, leading to its burgeoning popularity in rapidly developing cities like the Magic City. If his estimates were correct, within a year, tycoon would flood into Qingyu, igniting a buying frenzy. His plan was to seize the opportunity before the widespread distribution of tycoon, capitalizing on the consumer surge leading up to the new year by procuring a batch of the fabric for sale. Given its scarcity and high profit margins, he was certain that he could make a considerable profit before the holiday season. With a newfound idea for making money, Chen Xu was not overly anxious. He glanced at the potatoes in front of his stall, pondered for a moment, and then turned to Tang Guoshan. "Old Tang, I need to discuss something with you." At that moment, Tang Guoshan, who had recently hired 2 young workers for the tea house and felt considerably relieved, immediately smiled and approached Chen Xu. "What is on your mind?" "I've been thinking about embarking on a different project and intend to find someone to partner with to take over my stall. I'll also teach them the art of frying potatoes and the precise ratios of seasonings. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Tang Guoshan's interest was piqued. He was well aware of how much profit Chen Xu's stall generated daily. It was the most successful one on Guanyuan Street despite the many competitors. With a minimum net profit of 200 each day, it made him envious enough to bubble with excitement. The stability of Chen Xu's business relied on his exceptional frying skills and the perfect blend of seasonings. Naturally, the prospect of a partnership thrilled him. However, Tang Guishan quickly regained his composure and scratched his head, asking Chen Xu, "Isn't your potato business doing quite well? What else do you want to pursue? Over 200 a day, that's several thousand a month. Is there any other venture more profitable than this?" "Impossible." Chen Xu merely smiled at Tang Guishan's inquiry and replied, "Old Tang, just tell me if you're willing. If you are, I'll share the recipe and techniques with you, and we can split the net profits 30 to 70. Although he had a good relationship with Tang Guishan, business was business. If it were anyone else, he would demand a 40 share. However, with Tang Guishan, he decided to keep it at 30. As for his plans to sell the cotton fabric, that was still in its infancy. He needed to assess the situation in Guangqing first. If that didn't pan out, he had other projects that could be more lucrative than the potatoes. Seeing that Chen Xu was not inclined to elaborate further, Tang Guishan wisely refrained from pressing him. Indeed, a significant part of his silence was due to the attractive terms Chen Xu had offered, with a steady increase in regular customers. If Chen Xu was willing to share his recipe and techniques, Tang Guishan would gladly accept the 30 to 70 split. After all, with a minimum daily profit of 200, even a 50 to 50 split would net him 100, while his tea house only earned a meager 17 or 18 a day, leaving him exhausted. Without much hesitation, Tang Guishan readily agreed, even suggesting a higher share for Chen Xu. However, Chen Xu remained firm on the 30 to 70 split. Once he passed on the knowledge to Tang Guishan, he intended to step back and simply enjoy the profits. A 50 to 50 or 60 to 40 split might initially seem appealing to Tang Guishan, but over time, feelings of imbalance could arise. By offering Tang Guishan a larger share, it would encourage him to manage the stall more vigorously, and in turn, Chen Xu would benefit from increased earnings. Throughout the afternoon, Tang Guishan devoted himself to learning diligently. It seemed that the men of Yuzhou possessed a certain innate talent. In matters of culinary comprehension, his abilities surpassed those of women. Chen Xu explained the preparation of chili powder to Tang Guishan several times. After a few attempts, the latter managed to achieve a flavor that, while still lacking, approached an admirable level of proficiency. One was eager to teach, while the other was keen to learn. Before they realized it, evening had descended, and the clock approached 6. At that moment, two striking figures approached Chen Xu's stall. "Boss, we would like 3 servings of spicy potatoes," Qin Miao called out, her expression heavy with concern. Chen Xu, who had been discussing seasoning combinations with Tang Guishan, looked up upon hearing her voice. He paused momentarily before recognizing her, his gaze instinctively scanning the area beside them, but finding no sign of Yi Qingyu. However, he refrained from inquiring and greeted them with a smile. "Of course. I'll prepare that for you." It was rather awkward between him and Yi Qingyu. Her previous visit, where she managed to consume a serving of potatoes, had been quite surprising. If he were in her position, he would likely feel embarrassed to return. Yan Shaoqing, standing at the stall, pushed up her glasses and observed the bustling scene of patrons enjoying tea, deep in thought. She turned to Chen Xu and asked, "Boss, you must be quite skilled at cooking, right?" Chen Xu shook the bowl of potatoes and replied casually, "It's not bad. I've loved experimenting with food since I was young. Otherwise, my spicy potatoes wouldn't attract so many customers, still being the most popular spot on the street." The sisters perked up at his response, exchanging glances. And Qin Miao eagerly inquired, "Then, besides spicy potatoes, what else can stimulate the appetite?" Chen Xu continued his task, asking nonchalantly, "Are you not feeling well?" Yan Shaoqing quickly waved her hands. No, it's not about us. It's about Qingyu, the girl who fainted, or rather, got dizzy from hunger when she last visited. She seems to be quite ill, and it appears to be serious." Qin Miao cast a pleading glance at Chen Xu. "She can't eat anything else. Only wants your potatoes, but she occasionally vomits them back up. Today, when I asked her what she wanted, she insisted on your potatoes. But I fear she might vomit again, causing her to cry. She can't keep eating such spicy food." In recent days, that girl had solely relied on Chen Xu's potatoes, and whenever acquaintances came by, they would ask her to bring some along. Upon hearing the sisters, Chen Xu paused his movements, a surge of inexplicable emotions coursing through him. He looked up at them and asked in a grave tone, "What is going on?" In a matter of minutes, Chen Xu gathered a general understanding of Yi Qingyu's current situation. However, after listening to the two girls' descriptions, both he and Tang Guishan felt that something was amiss. Dizziness, nausea, and vomiting at the scent of cooking oil. This situation seemed reminiscent of pregnancy, particularly for Chen Xu. He involuntarily tensed, his scalp prickling. If she were truly pregnant, there was no need to ponder further. it had to be his. Considering that day had marked her first time, as Chen Xu pondered, his anxiety grew more pronounced. Although he had not personally experienced such a situation, he had indeed attended to pregnant female clients before, who often craved sour and spicy foods. At this moment, Chen Xu found it difficult to focus on anything else. His expression turned grave as he directed his attention to the two young women and inquired whether they had visited a hospital for a checkup. He recalled advising the young lady to take precautions against pregnancy when she left that day. Moreover, she did not strike him as someone careless, especially regarding matters with such serious consequences. Tang Guishan, aware that these young women were students, shared Chen Xu's suspicions, believing that one of them might indeed be pregnant. However, it would be inappropriate to ask directly if she was unmarried. After Chen Xu voiced his concern, Tang Guishan's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation as he fixed his gaze on the two young women. Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing, both innocent and inexperienced, lacked the knowledge in this domain compared to Chen Xu and Tang Guishan. They glanced at the two men, whose suddenly serious expressions left them somewhat perplexed. Particularly, Chen Xu's stern demeanor was far more intimidating than that of their class teacher. Unconsciously leaning towards Qin Miao, Yin Xiaoqing whispered, "Yes. We accompanied Qingyu to see a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor, who said she had some gastrointestinal issues." Qin Miao, typically bold, felt her voice diminish in volume as she addressed Chen Xu. "Uncle, brother, is this issue very serious? Why are you both so solemn?" Initially, they had feared it was a grave illness, but upon further inquiry, they learned from Yi Qingyu that it was merely a gastrointestinal concern. "Oh, it's a gastrointestinal issue?" The expressions of Tang Guishan and Chen Xu softened instantly upon hearing their words. Especially for Chen Xu, the weight he had been carrying lifted from his heart. It was a relief that she was not pregnant. It was not that he disliked children, but rather that the young woman was at most 20 years old. With no emotional connection between them, the prospect of an unplanned pregnancy resulting from a single night of unexpected intimacy could inflict considerable harm on her physically and mentally. Nonetheless, Chen Xu still felt a twinge of unease and pressed the two again, asking if the old doctor was reliable and whether he might have misdiagnosed the issue. After all, the symptoms the young woman exhibited bore a striking resemblance to those of pregnancy. Moreover, he had just arrived in this world and was still trying to acclimate. The experience had been overwhelming, and the likelihood of them having conceived was not negligible. If indeed she were pregnant, he would undoubtedly assume responsibility, doing his utmost to accommodate her decisions and choices. Noticing Chen Xu's skepticism regarding the old doctor's medical skills, Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing bristled at once. Though they were intimidated by him, they took turns defending the doctor's reputation. Tang Guishan, who had initially harbored doubts, swiftly dismissed them upon hearing the old doctor's esteemed name. He recalled his son, who had just entered university the previous year, and smiled as he said to Chen Xu, "So it's Master Yi. He would never misdiagnose. He cured my son when he was gravely ill." With Tang Guishan's endorsement, Chen Xu finally felt reassured and exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he had suspected as much. The young lady must certainly be aware of the gravity of the situation and will undoubtedly take precautions. It is a relief that she is not pregnant. Allowing one to fully relax, Chen Xu stroked his chin, contemplated for a moment, and then stated, "Please wait for me a moment. I shall prepare a serving of spicy and sour noodles for her, and you can take it back to see if she can eat it." They had enjoyed the very same noodles for lunch today, with some remaining ingredients available, so he could easily whip up a portion for her. Particularly, his rendition of the dish was delightfully rich yet not greasy, with a piquant and invigorating flavor that tantalized the appetite. If it were someone else, he might not have bothered. However, in the case of this young woman, perhaps due to their previous intimacy, even though their paths would not cross again, Chen Xu was aware of her current plight and could not simply turn a blind eye. Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing were already concerned about Yi Qingyu's condition. Now, seeing Chen Xu willing to assist by cooking for her brought them immense joy. Not only did they eagerly wait, but they also promptly offered to help him. Chen Xu worked swiftly, and within a mere 10 minutes, a fragrant bowl of spicy and sour noodles was ready. In this day and age, one typically brought their own bowl from home to package such soupy dishes, as there were no other suitable containers. To facilitate the two ladies' transport, Chen Xu directly placed the noodles into an enamel basin, covered it, and secured it tightly with twine before handing it to them. Qin Miao and Yin Xiaoqing took the noodles and potatoes, paid promptly, and expressed their sincere gratitude to Chen Xu before hurriedly departing. Once they left, Chen Xu returned to the potato stall to continue instructing Tang Guishan in the craft. Yet, his thoughts could not help but wander back to the young woman and her troubles. Before long, Tang Guishan's plaintive voice drifted over. Ahem, Chen Xu, did you not just add cumin? Must we add it again? Chen Xu snapped back to reality, putting down the cumin. Just one addition is sufficient. As a seasoned individual, Tang Guishan merely smiled in silence, understanding without needing to voice it. After nearly a day of learning and practice, Tang Guishan had nearly mastered Chen Xu's technique for the spicy potatoes, though his movements were still somewhat uncoordinated and slower. Chen Xu decided to accompany him for another morning of selling tomorrow, allowing him to acclimate before fully entrusting the stall to him. Once the potato stall matters were concluded, he would pick up Chen Qingshan in the afternoon and return to Tungtou village. The old gentleman's surgery had been remarkably successful, and the subsequent treatment had proceeded smoothly. He would be discharged tomorrow, able to return home and recuperate at a leisurely pace. Although he wished to keep the elder in Rongqing, Chen Qingshan seemed to prefer the village, and Chen Xu did not wish to impose. The elder's happiness was paramount. After closing up, Chen Xu bid farewell to Tang Guishan and went to the nearby noodle shop to find Xiao Yuer. Lately, this little girl had become inexplicably enamored with learning, following her brother, who had just started kindergarten, every day. In the vibrant city of Rongqing, several kindergartens have recently opened their doors. Yet enrollment requires a minimum age of 3. Little Yuer will not reach this milestone until January of next year. Otherwise, he would fulfill the wishes of the little milk dumpling and attend kindergarten, testing whether this spirited child can remain seated. Upon entering the noodle shop, Chen Xu was greeted by the shopkeeper, a woman of similar age, whose face brightened at the sight of him. She approached him and pointed to little Yuer, who was diligently seated at a table, scribbling away with impressive focus. With a thumbs up, she whispered, Boss Chun, your little one is remarkable. Chapter 47. Should we find a mother for Yuer? Upon hearing her words, Chen Xu turned to glance at the earnest child, oblivious to his presence, and chuckled, remarkable? Perhaps just a fleeting interest. How many children truly love learning from an early age? He himself had not been one of them, although he persevered through college in his previous life to improve his circumstances. As for the original owner of this body, he had long discarded his textbooks from elementary to middle school, using them as toilet paper shortly after classes commenced. The shopkeeper waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, a fleeting interest? My child can barely sit still in class, and after many days of learning, can only manage a crooked one. Your Yuer has only been here for 2 days and can already write a 5. How impressive. Is that so? Chen Xu murmured, glancing at the little milk dumpling in surprise. Go take a look for yourself. The shopkeeper urged with envy sparkling in her eyes. Intrigued, Chen Xu strode over to where little Yuer was seated. At that moment, the child was holding a pencil, meticulously crafting the number 5 on the page. A little boy across from him, who had been secretly observing Yuer's writing, recoiled in fear at the sight of Yuer's father, hastily diverting his gaze and beginning to scribble on his own paper. It was at this moment that little Yuer noticed the shadow cast upon the table. He paused, turned around, and upon seeing his father, his obsidian-like eyes sparkled into crescent moons as he exclaimed, Daddy. Chen Xu reached out and effortlessly lifted the little one into his embrace. Grabbing the notebook from the table, he generously praised, Your writing is truly impressive, Yuer. Beaming with delight at her father's compliments, little Yuer pointed to the boy across the table, declaring, Brother Binbin taught me. Hearing this, Xiao Bin's cheeks flushed crimson, and he quickly protested, It's not like that. I just explained how the teacher taught, and she understood on her own. He had yet to master writing too. How could he possibly teach little Yuer to write 5? Chen Xu affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, smiling as he remarked, Well, Binbin is quite clever too, able to remember everything the teacher says and teach it to Yuer. Flattered by Chen Xu's praise, Xiao Bin felt a surge of pride. Just as he was about to shyly downplay his contribution, a playful slap on the back of his head interrupted him. Ouch! Mom, why did you hit me again? I'm hitting you because you deserve it. The shopkeeper retorted, before turning to Chen Xu with a smile. Oh, if only my little rascal had half the sense of little Yuer. At this point, I wish I could just tuck him back in. Recreate a daughter as understanding as little fish. Humph. Little fish is sensible because she lacks a mother, and she has never faced a mother's wrath. Unlike you. You fierce tigress, who strikes out daily. Xiao Bin, in his innocent candor, spoke without restraint. The shop owner, taken aback by her son's sudden utterance, glanced at Chen Xu and his daughter, hastily grabbed a feather duster, and prepared to chastise him. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Little Fish nestled in Chen Xu's embrace, her previously buoyant spirits suddenly dampened. She had intended to gently persuade her aunt not to scold Xiao Bin. But recalling Xiao Bin's painful remark about her lacking a mother, her emotions surged uncontrollably, and tears began to spill from her eyes. Fearing that the adults would notice her sobbing, she quickly buried her face in her father's chest. Chen Xu had not anticipated Xiao Bin's abrupt comment, nor did he foresee its emotional impact on Little Fish. He swiftly intervened, calming the shop owner, and hurriedly took Little Fish out of the noodle shop. On the way home, the little one kept her face hidden in his embrace, clutching his collar tightly, unwilling to let go. Chen Xu felt a mix of pain and helplessness. After walking a short distance, he paused, gently patting the little one's back, and softly inquired, "Are you feeling sad, Little Fish?" With her face still buried against him, it took her a moment to respond with a muffled mm. Though she may not comprehend many things at her tender age, she had always envied the neighborhood children who had both a father and a mother. Each time she saw them, a wave of sorrow washed over her for her own lack of a mother. Xiao Bin's words had stirred those emotions within her. Chen Xu affectionately ruffled her hair, soothingly assuring her, "Little Fish has a mother too. She simply watches over you from the stars above, growing alongside you. There is no need to be sad." He could not conjure a mother for her, so he could only offer such comfort. Little Fish rubbed her eyes against him, and after a long while, managed a soft, albeit reluctant, response without uttering more words. Chen Xu's brow furrowed involuntarily as he began to ponder whether, even if he wished to evade the entrapments of matrimony, he should seek out a kind-hearted mother for Little Fish. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Rongqing Normal University, Qingyu devoured a bowl of sour and spicy noodles, followed by an abundant serving of spicy potatoes, feeling rejuvenated. Her sudden and astonishing appetite left her dormitory mates utterly astonished. Qin Miao suddenly realized that her dear Qingyu wasn't unwell. Rather, she was simply craving Chen Xu's delectable creations. Yan Xiaoqing adjusted her glasses, reflecting on Chen Xu's tall and handsome figure, her cheeks flushing slightly as she remarked, "That older brother is truly impressive. Qingyu won't eat anything else, yet she can devour everything he makes." Qin Miao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Even a simple bowl of sour and spicy noodles surpasses anything from state-run eateries." The other girls, intrigued by their conversation, gathered closer, exchanging words of curiosity. It was only upon hearing Qin Miao and Yan Xiaoqing that Yi Qingyu discovered that the scrumptious noodles had been prepared by Chen Xu himself. She glanced at the enamel basin, thoroughly emptied by her, and curiously inquired of the two, "Does that older brother still sell the spicy and sour noodles? How come I didn't notice before?" Qin Miao immediately waved her hand. No, he didn't sell them. He heard you had a poor appetite and specially made them for you." It was indeed peculiar. She recalled that when they initially asked if there were any appetizing dishes, the older brother had appeared quite nonchalant. Yet upon learning of the poor appetite of Xiaoyu, he suddenly assumed a rather anxious demeanor and even went out of his way to prepare the spicy and sour noodles for her. Wasn't that favoritism rather overt? Upon hearing this, the other girls in the dormitory, except for Yan Xiaoqing, immediately began to tease, half-jokingly, one after another. Yi Qingyu felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment. The big bear had actually gone out of his way to cook spicy and sour noodles for her. For the past few days, her appetite had dwindled, and she had occasionally found herself cursing him inwardly. After all, the two little beings causing her such turmoil were his doing. Although she had initiated things in a daze that day, she had also turned him down on several occasions afterwards. Yet he was so adept. She had found herself mistaking it for a dream. Even though she felt the dream was absurd, she was unable to resist his advances, and the entire night passed in a blur. As Yi Qingyu unconsciously recalled those hazy and ambiguous moments, her face flushed deeper. Meanwhile, Qin Miao, noticing the rosy hue on Yi Qingyu's cheeks, widened her eyes in disbelief and tilted her head, tentatively asking, "Qingyu, could it be that you actually have feelings for that older brother due to these spicy noodles and potatoes?" Since knowing Yi Qingyu, countless boys had sent her love letters and trinkets, yet she had never blushed like this. Why was it that now, when discussing that older brother, she reacted so strongly? Qin Miao regarded her ethereal friend, contrasting sharply with the robust and fierce-looking man. Her heart recoiled at the thought. How could their little cabbage be tempted by a mere delicious dish to be courted by that big bear? No way. Absolutely not. Not only Qingyu, but even the other two girls who had met the potato vendor shook their heads in disapproval. It wasn't that the older brother was unattractive. On the contrary, he became more appealing the longer one looked. However, they appeared completely mismatched. Yin Shaoqing felt a surge of inexplicable anxiety rising within her as she fixed her gaze on Yi Qingyu. Under the scrutiny of her peers, Yi Qingyu, though devoid of such thoughts, felt an unfounded sense of guilt and hurriedly denied, "What are you all thinking? I was just feeling spicy. I'm going to wash the dishes and return the bowl to him tomorrow." With that, she quickly took the bowl and dashed out, eager to escape the probing eyes of her friends. Chapter 48. The unusual Chen Qian. The following day, Chen Xu busied himself in the tea house for the entire morning. Tang Guishan was nearly accustomed to managing the potato stall. After Chen Xu handwrote a collaboration agreement, they signed it simply, and Chen Xu officially handed over the spicy potato stall to Tang Guishan. With the potato stall affairs settled, he accompanied the old man home from the hospital. The next morning, he would promptly head to Guangqing to seek reliable sources for quality fabric and quickly procure stock for sale. Upon returning home and having a simple lunch, Chen Xu took Xiao Yuer to the hospital to assist Chen Guodong in completing the discharge procedures for Chen Qingshan, gathering his belongings for the journey back to Tungtou village. Perhaps due to his lengthy stay in the hospital, which lasted over half a month, today marked the joyous occasion of his discharge. And Chen Qingshan could hardly contain his delight, grinning from ear to ear throughout the journey. The group hurried back, and by the time they arrived home, night had already fallen. However, the news of Chen Qingshan's discharge had spread among the familiar neighbors in Tungtou Street, who eagerly emerged with lanterns to greet them. This excitement was also fueled by the fact that Chen Xu had spent over 3,000 yuan to secure his grandfather's treatment, a tale that had circulated throughout the village. Additionally, during this time, Chen Qunlong had assisted Chen Xu in collecting a considerable amount of potatoes from the street, making the local uncles and aunts particularly fond of Chen Xu. Upon hearing that the family had returned, they felt compelled to extend their greetings and become better acquainted with him. At that moment, Wu Cuifeng was inside the house, mending clothes for Xiao Hu. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she peeked out, surprised to hear Chen Qingshan's spirited voice as he exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors. She had anticipated that he would remain in the Rongqing hospital for a considerable time before being discharged. So she was astonished to learn that he had come home so quickly, and judging by his voice, he seemed to be in good spirits. Furthermore, returning to Tungtou village for recuperation suggested that his health had significantly improved. Wu Cuifeng suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she known this, she wouldn't have rushed away so hastily. Now that the old man was well, she needed to act swiftly and ask Aunt Wang to help arrange a marriage proposal. Seizing the moment while the neighbors were busy greeting Chen Xu's family, Wu Cuifeng hurriedly made her way to Aunt Wang's house in the dark. Considering Chen Qingshan's health, Chen Xu did not linger on the street for long, exchanging a few words with the neighbors before leading Chen Qingshan back along half the street. The Chen family courtyard was particularly lively today, prepared to welcome Chen Qingshan home. Chen Guodong's 3 married daughters had also returned for the occasion. When they arrived, they found 2 tables made from 8 immortal tables combined, laden with an abundance of dishes. 3 oil lamps were hung high above the entrance to the main hall, casting a reasonably bright light. Zhang Chang and the Chen sisters rushed forward to greet the elders upon their return, urging them to take a seat. The eldest sister, Chen Xiaodi, also called out to Chen Xu and Xiao Yuer, inviting them to join. "Yes, sister, you two should sit," Chen Xu replied with a smile, taking a seat on the stool with Xiao Yuer. His eldest cousin, who had married into the Li family at the street's end, was quite amiable in his memory, and they would often exchange greetings. Just as Chen Xu settled down, his cousin Chen Yindi, impeccably groomed and dressed, discreetly pushed Chen Xiaodi aside and took a seat beside him, radiating an unprecedented warmth. "Chen Xu, your grandfather's recovery is largely thanks to you. I heard you earned that money from selling potatoes, right?" she inquired eagerly as soon as she sat down. Chen Xu had just noticed that Chen Qianyan's gait seemed somewhat off when he heard her voice beside him and turned to look. She was his third cousin. Among the 4 Chen sisters, she was the most beautiful and the most materialistic. Previously, whenever he encountered her, she never graced him with a pleasant expression, let alone engage in conversation. Chen Xu offered a distant smile, remarking that it was merely his duty. "But third sister, you and brother-in-law are usually quite busy, aren't you?" It has been nearly half a year since we last met. What brings you here today? As per the original owner's recollection, ever since this cousin married and moved to the neighboring town, she rarely returned, even during festive occasions. When she did come back, she would leave in a huff, especially due to her brother-in-law's demeanor. Chen Xu could hardly recall what he looked like. Upon being queried by Chen Xu, Qingyu offered a stiff smile before responding. It is simply that your brother-in-law has been overly occupied with work. My responsibilities at the supply and marketing cooperative are demanding as well. It seems one colleague is either having a baby or falling ill, making it nearly impossible to take time off. This job was secured through your brother-in-law's connections. I dare not ask for leave frivolously. In this era, securing a position at a supply and marketing cooperative was akin to possessing a solid job, comparable to the civil service of later generations. The boisterous second sister, Chen Lady, seated across the table, tossed a piece of cold pig's head meat into her mouth and remarked with interest, "Among us sisters, it is truly the third one who is clever." Having directly poached her classmate's partner and found a brother-in-law with connections, securing a position at the cooperative for herself. When will you arrange similar opportunities for us? Unbeknownst to her, the moment Chen Lady spoke, Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong's faces darkened immediately. Chen Yingdi cast a disdainful glance at Chen Lady, second sister. Do you not possess any discretion in your speech? My relationship with Hui Ming was based on mutual affection. Do you understand nothing of that? Furthermore, you are in your 30s. Must you eat before the elders have even begun? Realizing her faux pas, the second sister hastily set down her chopsticks, muttering under her breath, "If you can manage. Why would you be displeased? The matter of poaching was known to outsiders. Why act coy among family?" Chen Yingdi, infuriated by her sister's foolishness, felt her face flush with anger. Rising, she scolded, "Is it not your foolish chatter that invites scrutiny from others?" With a loud clap on the table, Chen Guodong could no longer endure the commotion, startling the women in the courtyard. "Today marks your father's discharge from the hospital. If you wish to argue, take it outside. This is truly bothersome. We have only just sat down." Upon hearing Chen Guodong's admonition, both Chen Yingdi and Chen Lady lowered their heads in silence. Chen Lady, however, could not bear to leave the table laden with delicious food. Chen Yingdi was equally reluctant to remain in this impoverished household, but her curiosity regarding how Chen Xu, the seemingly foolish one, had managed to amass wealth through his potato business kept her interest piqued. Did she truly wish to partake in this sparse fare? Zhang Chong, witnessing his father-in-law's outburst, quickly rose to mediate. "All right, Dad, no need to be upset. It is a rare occasion for the family to gather. Let us eat first." With that, he discreetly kicked Chen Qianan, who had been silent. "We are nearly starving, yet these women continue to bicker." Chen Qianan glanced timidly at Zhang Chong, quickly rising to serve rice to Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong. "Grandfather, father, it's getting late. Let's eat first and avoid any unpleasantness." The more Chen Xu observed Chen Qianan, the more he sensed something amiss. Her figure appeared significantly more slender than before, and even in the dim light, her complexion seemed rather poor. Zhang Chong, noticing Chen Xu's unwavering gaze upon Chen Qianan, felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. He hastily picked up the wine jug, forcing a smile as he approached Chen Xu to pour him a drink. However, just as the jug reached Chen Xu, he firmly pushed Zhang Chong's hand back and turned to Chen Qianan, asking, "Fourth sister, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Have you been having a difficult time at home lately?" At the dining table, upon hearing Chen Xu's words, everyone's attention immediately shifted to Chen Qianan, and they soon realized she indeed appeared much thinner, and there were bruises on her face. Instantly, the atmosphere at the table became tense, particularly for Chen Guodong and Chen Qingshan. Zhang Chong, feeling the collective gaze of the family upon Chen Qianan, despite having previously greeted her, felt his temples throb with guilt. Chen Qingshan squinted at the bruises on Chen Qianam's face, his expression darkening as he rose to inquire, "Tell me, child, what happened to your face? Do not be afraid. I can protect you." Just moments ago, the second and third brothers had been arguing, giving him a headache. Now, hearing Chen Xu's remarks, he realized with concern that the fourth sister had indeed suffered greatly and appeared injured. If it turned out she had endured any injustice during his absence, he would certainly seek retribution for his granddaughter. Though Chen Guodong remained silent, his hands clenched into fists on the table, waiting for his daughter to speak. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly tense. Chen Qianan, feeling the scrutiny of the Chen family upon her, and recalling the grievances and bullying she had endured at Zhang Chong's hands, longed to voice her suffering. Yet, as she opened her mouth to speak, the weight of a piercing gaze bore down on her. Thinking of the potential repercussions of accusing him, she swallowed her words and forced a smile instead. Oh, this? I accidentally fell yesterday, right onto the doorstep, she feigned nonchalance. Lately, I've been preoccupied with concerns for grandfather and haven't had much of an appetite, and before I knew it, I lost some weight. It's fine, really. I used to think I was a bit overweight. Now that grandfather is well, and with eldest sister bringing over half a pig's head, I feel I could devour 2 large bowls today. With a playful gesture, she filled a bowl of noodles, cheerfully calling out, Grandfather, Father, please eat. Chen Xian's words flowed naturally, her expressions and actions meticulously managed. After all, if her collusion with Zhang Chong against Chen Xu were to be exposed, not only would Zhang Chong face retribution, but she too would not escape unscathed. Should the situation escalate, it was likely that Chen Qingshan and her father, Chen Guodong, would also be entangled in the fallout. She had previously known that the girl had powerful connections, but she never anticipated they would extend all the way to the capital. Had she known earlier, she would undoubtedly have refrained from embarking on such a self-destructive path. At that moment, Zhang Chong cast a sympathetic glance at Chen Qianna and lamented, Qianna, you ought to eat more. Your slender frame not only pains me, but also worries Dad and Grandpa. As he spoke, he served a piece of meat into Chen Qianna's bowl. The feigned concern in Zhang Chong's words immediately sent shivers down her spine. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, she hesitated for a moment before responding, quickly placing more meat onto Zhang Chong's plate, insisting, you should eat too. The carefree second sister, Chen Lady, grinned widely, exclaiming, ah, the brother-in-law from a second marriage is indeed better. He knows how to cherish and care for his wife more than a first husband. Ha ha ha. Chen Indi curled her lip disdainfully. This foolish second brother. If Zhang Chong were in his first marriage, would he be willing to relocate to this desolate village? Though Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong still sensed something amiss, their attitudes had been sufficiently evident, and since Chen Qianna hadn't complained, they felt it inappropriate to voice any further concerns. Primarily, with the entire Chen family gathered, if Zhang Chong had truly overstepped, Chen Qianna's character would surely have compelled her to seek retribution. This fourth brother, while lacking in many respects, had always excelled at reporting grievances since childhood. Seeing Chen Qianna remain silent, Chen Xu refrained from probing further and promptly encouraged Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong to enjoy their meal. Were it not for Chen Qianna being part of their family, he would have been indifferent to her previous treatment of the original owner and Xiao Yu'er, even if it meant ignoring her plight entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Indi had long grown accustomed to the meager rice noodles, and glancing at her bowl of dry noodles, she frowned. After a prolonged hesitation, she managed to lift a piece of pork from the table, the best dish available. Were it not for her preoccupation with Chen Xu's affairs, she would have been quite reluctant to dine in this household. After chewing a few bites of the dry noodles, Chen Indi seized an opportune moment and gazed eagerly at Chen Xu. By the way, Chen Xu, would you mind if I joined you in your potato business? If you don't mind, I could resign from my position at the supply and marketing cooperative and follow you into the trade. Although her job at the cooperative was a stable one, yielding a monthly salary of around 60 yuan, she had heard that Chen Xu's potato venture could amass 1,000 yuan in medical fees within just 3 days, even without ambitious expectations. If she learned from him and eventually ventured out on her own, earning 200 yuan in a single day would equate to more than 3 months of her current salary. Chen Xu took a bite of his dish, slightly tilted his head, and met Chen Indi's eager gaze, responding, I wouldn't mind. Instantly, Chen Indi's excitement surged. She hastily set down her chopsticks and leaned closer to Chen Xu, smiling warmly. When will you next go to Rongqing? I'd like to accompany you to learn on site. Her foolish cousin, no, her wonderful cousin, truly was remarkable. Chen Xu placed some spicy and sour cabbage into Xiao Yu'er's bowl, then, with a hint of regret, remarked, Third sister, while I don't mind, I must inform you that I am no longer in the potato business. I have transferred the venture to someone else. Chen Indi's smile faltered abruptly. What? The business has already been transferred? In that instant, she felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her from head to toe. Not only Chen Indi, but the others at the table were equally taken aback. Wasn't Chen Xu doing remarkably well with his potato business? Why did he suddenly decide to relinquish it? Chen Indi's expression immediately darkened, her tone losing its fervor as she inquired with confusion, What is going on? Why are you abandoning such a lucrative venture? Surely it could yield at least 1,000 a month? Chen Xu, preferring not to engage too deeply with her, maintained a polite distance with a smile. I have my own plans, and business can be quite unpredictable. Sister, you should hold tightly to your secure job. Chen Indi's lips twitched, and she lost interest in further conversation with Chen Xu. She had once thought that the fool from the West Wing had finally become astute and capable of making money in business. Little did she know he would so easily let go of a thriving potato enterprise. He was still a simpleton, if he could not manage the potato business. She certainly needed to cling to her own stable position. Chen Qingshan had intended to add a few words, but upon reflection, he realized that his eldest grandson was quite the individual. To abandon the potato business so abruptly likely indicated he had other ideas, though he felt it was a pity. He refrained from further comment and urged everyone to continue their meal. Zhang Chong, on the other hand, was well aware that Chen Xu had ceased operations with the potato stall. He couldn't be more delighted, laughing heartily as he devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Previously, he had usurped Chen Xu's chestnut business, and Chen Xu had retaliated. Now, regarding the potato venture, it was clear that he had encountered a formidable local rival in Rongqing and could no longer compete. Meanwhile, the usually taciturn eldest sister, Chen Zhaodi, furrowed her brow upon hearing the news of Chen Xu's withdrawal from the potato business. Although she was savoring the rare treat of pork that had been specially brought over, it felt as unpalatable as chewing wax. Chapter 50. This is the little cotton-padded jacket. The meal concluded with a semblance of harmony. After dining, the sisters tidied up the table and dishes, with the second sister, Chen Lady, and the eldest, Chen Zhaodi, returning home to their respective families. Chen Indi, with a stern countenance, headed to the East Wing attic to arrange her bedding. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known Chen Xu would abandon that business, she would never have come back to endure this misery. Meanwhile, Chen Xu returned to the West Wing with the little fish, preparing to bathe her. This trip to Guangxing would take a full 2 days just for the train journey, and should he seek out the textile factory, he would likely be gone for 3 days at least. Bringing the little one along was indeed inconvenient, but leaving her at home made him uneasy. Chen Qingshan was still unwell and required care. He couldn't count on Chen Xianan or Zhang Chong. It was precisely because of Zhang Chong that Chen Xu felt particularly anxious. He harbored a constant concern that this man lacked any moral boundaries. Leaving the little fish at home, there would inevitably be moments when Chen Guodong and the others would not be attentive, and he simply could not rest easy. By the hearth, Chen Xu sat on a stool, cradling the little fish as he skillfully dressed her. The little one, her hair still damp, was warming herself by the cozy fire, obediently cooperating with her father as he dressed her. As the year drew to a close, the weather grew increasingly cold. Chen Xu layered several garments upon the little fish until he felt somewhat satisfied with the ensemble. Over the past month, little fish has been eating and sleeping well, and her cheeks have become quite plump. Now, with her hair styled in 2 adorable buns and clad in a thick cotton coat, her large, round eyes radiate charm and vivacity. Chen Xu couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheeks, gently saying, "Little fish, tomorrow you will accompany Daddy to Guangxing." Little fish turned around, her tiny hands reaching towards the warmth of the stove, and sweetly inquired, "Daddy, are you going to work?" He gazed at her little head and nodded, "Yes. And I'll take you along for some fun." Little fish withdrew her warm hands and, turning back, placed her small, chubby palms against Chen Xu's slightly cold face. The gentle warmth spread from his face, enveloping his heart. How comforting this little cotton jacket is. After applying her warmth to his face, she softly declared, "I won't go." Why not?" Chen Xu asked, puzzled. Brother Bin's mother said that adults at work should not be disturbed by children. The little one continued, her big eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. "Daddy, I will wait for you at home." Little Fish's reasoning was quite simple. Every time Brother Bin interrupted his aunt while she was working, she would become very upset. However, Brother Bin's father would help out. Since her own father had no one to assist him, she believed she should not disturb him. Chen Xu, looking at this warm-hearted and sensible little bundle in his arms, felt his heart melting. However, bringing little fish along this time would indeed be inconvenient. Yet, he couldn't bear to leave her at home alone. After a moment of contemplation, he soon devised a compromise. He planned to take a train to the town the next day, and by the time they arrived, the wonton shop would be open. Not wanting to leave little fish home alone, he decided to ask Lu Aigua and his wife to take care of her for a couple of days. Though he had not spent much time with the elder couple, they got along well, and he felt quite at ease with their kind nature. Of course, if it turned out to be inconvenient for them to take her, he would simply bring little fish to Guanqing. Having made this decision, Chen Xu promptly shared his thoughts with the little one. Upon hearing that they would be visiting Grandpa Lu and Grandma Su, little fish couldn't contain her joy, eagerly nodding. Okay, I want to eat the wontons Grandma makes. Great, then it's settled. We'll wake up early tomorrow, he replied. Hom. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tinto village, at the Li family's courtyard, Chen Zhaodi had been standing at the courtyard entrance for quite some time, her legs numb from the cold. She could only rub her hands together as she paced back and forth, occasionally craning her neck to peer into the yard. At that moment, a commotion suddenly arose from within the courtyard. Chen Zhaodi paused, her heart racing with anxiety as she looked towards the entrance. Soon, the courtyard door swung open from the inside. A man with a square face and short hair, his cheeks flushed, stepped out. Upon spotting Chen Zhaodi at the entrance, a smile brightened his face. You're back, my dear. I was just about to go fetch you, Li Dijian said. Approaching Chen Zhaodi and reaching into the pockets of her coat. After rummaging through 2 pockets, which were as clean as his face, he straightened up and inquired. Where's the money you borrowed? Chen Zhaodi lowered her head and turned briskly towards the courtyard, murmuring, Chen Xu has ceased his potato business. I haven't borrowed anything. Upon hearing this, Li Dijian's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly pursued her, exclaiming, What? He has stopped his business? What about that half-pig's head? Did you give it away to the Chen family for free? Chen Zhaodi quickly shut the courtyard door and replied, When Dad returns, the meat will be on the table. How could I possibly retrieve it? Li Dijian was infuriated, his lips twitching in anger. So, I lost the pig's head, and I couldn't borrow the money. What will my brother use for his wedding? Their commotion soon caught the attention of Zheng Chunmei, who rushed into the courtyard, astonished. You couldn't borrow the money? And the meat is gone? Chen Zhaodi, upon seeing her mother-in-law, immediately hung her head, saying, No. When we were eating, Chen Xu announced he had stopped his business. He was busy treating grandfather. Oh my, how could you be so foolish? You should have clarified before you compensated for the meat. I suspect you did this on purpose. Fearing your brother-in-law would marry. Chen Zhaodi, for the first time, retorted boldly, Why should my cousin pay for my brother-in-law's wedding? His money doesn't come from thin air. Zheng Chunmei, visibly enraged, accused Chen Zhaodi vehemently, her face oscillating between shades of blue and white. Were it not for her consideration of Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong, she would have relished the opportunity to discipline this financial burden. Li Dijian's disdain for his wife grew, and instead of defending her, he joined in the tirade. As Chen Zhaodi endured the barrage of insults, her eyes began to redden, and thoughts of divorce resurfaced. However, the repercussions of divorce, being the subject of village gossip and bringing disgrace to the Chen family, deterred her. Lacking skills to support herself, she ultimately extinguished that notion. The following day, Chen Xu arrived early at the wonton shop with Xiao Yuer. Lu Aigua and his wife were overjoyed at the prospect of having Xiao Yuer stay with them for a couple of days. Su Qinglian cheerfully served Xiao Yuer several wontons, exclaiming, Oh, not just 2 days, but even 2 years here would be a delight. This little one is so sensible, adorable, and charming. Naturally, her father was equally endearing. Lu Aigua, retrieving some candies from the drawer, handed them to Xiao Yuer with a smile, saying, From now on, you'll be at Lu Tei's home every day, and I'll give you candies, all right? The little one had no resistance to sweets. Hearing Lu Aigua's words made her heart flutter. She quickly glanced at Chen Xu and asked, Can my daddy also stay at Tei's house? She wanted the candies, but she also wanted her father. Her innocent request brought laughter to the elderly couple. Why not? A few candies have won us a treasured granddaughter and a capable grandson. It's worth it. Lu Aigua chuckled. Su Qinglian playfully teased Chen Xu. Did you hear that, Xiao Su? From now on, you are part of our family. Chen Xu was also amused by the conversation, nodding in agreement. Well, that's not bad. I've gained 2 warm-hearted grandparents for nothing. Ha ha, that's quite a bargain. After chatting with the elderly couple in the shop and finishing 2 large bowls of wontons, he finally set off to catch the train to Rongqing. By the time he arrived in Rongqing, it was already past 11 in the morning. He did not linger, quickly purchasing another ticket and joining the crowd on the train bound for Guanqing. It was just past noon when he reached the potato stall. Qingyu stood in a daze, clutching a porcelain basin, before finally turning to Tang Guoshan and asking, So, he won't be coming anymore? In Chapter 51, she felt like a young wife whose husband had gone on a long journey. Today, Qingyu had come to return the basin and wanted to express her gratitude to Chen Xu. She also wished to discuss her pregnancy. She was utterly indecisive regarding the life growing within her. Bearing the child seemed utterly unrealistic, especially since she was not yet married and still in school. However, the thought of terminating the pregnancy had haunted her. She had approached the hospital twice, but could not bring herself to enter, haunted by the thought of the two tiny lives inside her. Moreover, even if she chose not to keep it, she felt she needed someone to accompany her for the procedure. She dared not confide in her close friends about this matter. Thus, she sought Chen Xu's opinion, even though that day had been under duress. Now, learning from the potato stall owner that Chen Xu no longer sold potatoes, the words she had rehearsed countless times on her way there turned to dust, leaving her heart inexplicably hollow. Tang Guishan noticed the visible disappointment on the young girl's face and was quite astonished. He had presumed that Chen Xu might have an interest in her, a sentiment that seemed one-sided. After all, it was hard for a man not to be captivated by such a beautiful and graceful girl. Yet, it appeared that she was also quite invested in Chen Xu. Now that she knew he would not be returning to sell potatoes, her forlorn expression resembled that of a young wife whose husband had departed on a long journey. He set aside what he was holding and hurriedly offered her some comfort. "Don't be sad, young lady. He will come by occasionally. When he does, I can have your classmates relay messages to you. How does that sound? Many students from Rongqing Normal University come to buy potatoes here. If Chen Xu happens to come, I can easily pass along a message." However, upon hearing Tang Guishan's words, Qingyu shook her head in refusal. "No, thank you. I was just asking. By the time he comes, I might already be at the hospital. Why should I bother him?" With the surge of hormones during her pregnancy, she found herself overwhelmed with a wave of resentment towards Chen Xu. Qingyu politely nodded to Tang Guishan, clutching the basin as she turned to leave. "Hey, wait." Tang Guishan watched her retreating figure, unable to hide his disappointment, and his raised hand fell back to his side. Sigh, wasn't she just here to return the basin? And now she's leaving with it. He mused to himself, feeling a genuine admiration for Chen Xu, thinking that if he had stayed a bit longer, perhaps he could have developed a deeper connection with the girl. After all, this young lady possesses a beauty that is truly unparalleled, undoubtedly surrounded by classmates and friends who are wealthier and more handsome than Chen Xu. Yet, it is peculiarly fated that she has taken a liking to him. One can only attribute this to his remarkable charisma. Not only this enchanting girl, but several other young women who frequently come to purchase potatoes have expressed their disappointment upon learning that Chen Xu would not be coming. Alas, it is regrettable. This young man is still too immature to fully appreciate such opportunities. What a pity. Tang Guishan sighed and returned to his tasks. On the train to Guangqing, having just passed a stop, Chen Xu suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose and sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he shifted into a more comfortable position, closing his eyes to rest once more. Before long, a sweet, melodious voice broke the stillness beside him. "Brother, I've been standing for several hours. My legs are so sore. May I sit beside you for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xu opened his eyes to see a girl standing in the aisle. Her back turned to him as she spoke to someone across the way. She wore a rare wool coat of this era, her legs long and straight, with slightly curled long hair, impeccably styled. Seated across from her was a stout man, who, upon hearing the request from such a beautiful girl, could not help but smile broadly and eagerly offered, "No problem. Miss, you can sit." The girl, seeing the man rise, gently placed her delicate hand on his arm, smiling innocently as she replied, "Oh, brother, you don't need to give up your seat. I can just squeeze in beside you." The stout man, captivated by her sweet smile, seemed momentarily entranced. "Ah, well, then, please sit beside me." With that, they both settled into their seats, the man's face radiating uncontainable joy and excitement. Spring had indeed arrived for him. Chen Xu observed this scene for a moment, particularly noting the exuberant expression on the stout man's face, before shaking his head and closing his eyes once more, opting to avoid unnecessary involvement. Particularly in this era, it is wiser to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Moreover, even if he wished to intervene, the stout man had already taken the initiative. Not long after they sat down, the stout man and the girl began to engage in conversation. The girl exuded an air of refined elegance, her speech soft and delicate. Throughout the exchange, the stout man could hardly contain his smile, proudly discussing his work. "Xiaomei, you must have heard of Haiji Textiles, right? I'm responsible for sourcing raw materials there. Guangqing has long been dubbed the Little Shanghai. Haiji Textiles is one of the largest textile factories in South China, and working there is a source of immense pride for its employees. much like the now-renowned Taiha steel mill. The local saying, men marry into Haiji, and women wed into Taiha, has become quite popular. Upon hearing the words of the overweight gentleman, the young woman gasped in admiration, her face lighting up with awe. Wow, you are truly impressive. The gentleman, feeling somewhat buoyed by her praise, humbly responded, oh, it's nothing really. I just work a bit harder than others. Diligence can make up for a lack of talent. At that moment, Chen Xu, who had been drowsy, suddenly found himself wide awake, slowly opening his eyes. However, he chose not to interrupt their conversation. As an hour passed, the train was about to make a stop at an intermediate station. The young woman promptly sat up, her face beaming as she addressed her companion. Thank you so much for today. I'm leaving now, let us keep in touch. The gentleman carefully noted her phone number. Standing up and gesturing a phone call, his expression tinged with reluctance. All right, I will call you, he promised. With a shy smile, she waved goodbye and joined the throng of departing passengers. The gentleman stood in the aisle, watching her retreating figure, tightly gripping the notebook containing her number as if it were his lifeline. Chen Xu, observing this foolishness, rubbed his temples and stretched his legs. Suddenly, while the gentleman was lost in thought about the young woman, he felt a sharp kick to his leg, igniting a surge of anger within him. He turned to see the source of the kick, only to find someone who appeared rather formidable, which tempered his fury somewhat. Nonetheless, he exclaimed, "Why did you kick me?" Usually, confronted with such a tall figure, he would have backed down, but the prospect of parting from his newfound crush had already left him irritable. The unexpected kick only added fuel to his frustration. Chen Xu's gaze fell upon the gentleman's pant pocket, and he cautioned, "Beware, a thief lurks nearby. You might want to check your pocket for missing belongings." Hearing this, the gentleman momentarily glanced at the crowd of departing women, and then realization struck him. He hastily rummaged through his left pocket only to discover it was completely empty. In a panic, he rushed towards the crowd, shouting, "Thief! That girl! No, wait. The woman over there is a thief. She stole several hundred yuan from me." "Ah, a thief? Where? Which one?" came the chorus of shocked voices, urging others to apprehend the thief. Chaos erupted in the carriage, drawing the attention of the conductor stationed at the train's exit. Upon hearing the gentleman's cries and spotting the woman hastily exiting, the conductor promptly intervened. After a brief commotion, the thief was apprehended with the stolen money in hand. As the passengers preparing to disembark discussed the incident, the gentleman returned to his seat, his demeanor deflated, mourning the brief encounter that had ended before it truly began. Finding Chen Xu's seat across the aisle empty, he sat down, forcing a wry smile. "Thanks, brother. If it weren't for your timely warning, the 350 yuan in my pocket would have vanished along with my heartfelt intentions." Although Chen Xu was not privy to the precise details of the incident, he had heard the commotion that ensued after the thief was apprehended. Turning to the portly man across from him, he inquired with curiosity, "You let her go without calling the police?" If it were him, he would have summoned the authorities without hesitation. The man rubbed his face in frustration, lamenting, "I wish I could have, but she was in tears, begging me not to report her, claiming she had younger siblings at home. After conversing for so long, I couldn't bring myself to do it." Chen Xu mused, perhaps this is what future generations refer to as the submissive dog trait. He exchanged a few more words, noting the man's evident distress, and chose not to press further. Half an hour later, the man's spirits had noticeably lifted. Before Chen Xu could speak, he initiated a conversation, asking, "By the way, do you work in Guangxing as well?" Chen Xu replied with a smile, "No, I run a small business on my own." The man's face lit up with admiration as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're impressive." With the recent easing of regulations for individuals, many are still hesitant to engage in business, fearing the consequences of capitalism. Those who venture into business now are truly bold. "What do you sell?" Chen Xu, who was in the raw materials trade and always quite loquacious, responded modestly, "I deal in a bit of textile fabric, just enough to make a living. It's not as remarkable as you think." "Ah, what a coincidence. I happen to work at a textile factory." The man, whose name was Lu Hong, grinned widely and extended his hand. "What is your name?" "Chen Xu," he replied, shaking Lu Hong's hand, and curiously added, "I overheard part of your conversation with that girl. Is it true that your factory is struggling with excess unsold fabric?" Lu Hong nodded, "Indeed. Recently, a trend has emerged from Port City, with Guangxing and surrounding areas embracing styles like tapered pants, bell-bottoms, and batwing shirts. The once popular Dacron fabric has quickly fallen out of favor. Even though the factory has been trying to offload it, we still have a considerable stock. He continued, when Dacron first hit the market in Guangqing and nearby cities. It was a frenzy. However, with the rise of bell-bottoms and fitness pants, Dacron has swiftly cooled in these prosperous cities. Trends can rise and fall just as rapidly. Moreover, Zhihai Textile has always been at the forefront of the industry, and our factory is now producing other more profitable and popular fabrics, rendering Dacron nearly obsolete. Upon hearing this, Chen Xu's interest peaked. What is the price per meter for Dacron at your factory? Although Guangqing, being a developed city, had begun to phase out Dacron, the fabric remained a rarity in Rongqing due to the era's transportation limitations. Compared to the pricey bell-bottoms that could cost dozens, Dacron was far more accessible in Rongqing. Lu Hong was quite familiar with the prices of fabrics. Upon hearing Chen Xu's inquiry, he promptly replied, 2 yuan per meter, a roll would be around 60. Brother, are you interested? Chen Xu, upon hearing this price, felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet his expression betrayed his hesitation. He remarked, if I could procure the fabric from Highway Textile, it would undoubtedly be superior to what the smaller factories offer. However, even at a clearance price, 2 yuan per meter seems a tad excessive. He was aware that the price for polyester in Rongqing was 8 yuan per meter. With Highway Textile selling at 2 yuan, the profit margin for reselling would be exceedingly attractive. Naturally, if he could negotiate a lower price, his earnings would be significantly enhanced. Lu Hong furrowed his brow, grappling with the dilemma. This is the price set by the factory. I have no authority to alter it. Otherwise, I would certainly offer you a discount. Had it not been for Chen Xu, he would have been blinded by the few hundred yuan he lost to that young thief, Mei. If he could assist Chen Xu, he would undoubtedly do so. Chen Xu leaned closer to Lu Hong and said, with the new year approaching, these goods will stagnate in your warehouse, depreciating in value. It would be wiser to liquidate them promptly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong nodded, recognizing the validity of this assertion. Chen Xu pressed on. My ideal price is 1 yuan 70 per meter, 51 per roll, but I only require 25 rolls for my initial order. With a shift in thought, he continued, I will only negotiate this business with you. If I pay you 1 yuan 70, the price you secure from your factory is your concern. His capital was limited to a mere 1,300 yuan he had saved recently, and given the small quantity needed, he could hardly approach the factory manager of Highway directly. Even if Lu Hong facilitated an introduction, the manager might only grant Lu Hong a courtesy meeting, without any guarantee of a transaction. Thus, having Lu Hong, an insider at the factory, negotiate on his behalf was the most prudent course of action, of course, with an incentive for Lu Hong to ensure he would put forth extra effort. At Lu Hong's age, securing a position dealing with raw materials at Highway was commendable. Aside from occasionally getting distracted by matters of the heart, he was sharp and astute in business affairs. Upon hearing Chen Xu's proposal, he quickly grasped the implications, smiled knowingly, and nodded in agreement. Sure thing, brother. He had initially contemplated introducing Chen Xu, especially since Chen Xu had rendered him significant assistance that day. However, now that he understood Chen Xu's intentions, he felt invigorated. 25 rolls might not seem substantial to Highway, but any additional profit from his negotiations would be his alone. If he could exert himself and negotiate the price down to 1 yuan 50 per meter, he would earn 6 yuan per roll. That would amount to 150 yuan for 25 rolls. Considering his monthly salary at Highway was only 90 yuan. Facilitating this deal for Chen Xu would yield him a handsome profit, nearly equivalent to 2 months' wages. Who would turn away from such financial gain? The two men quickly reached a mutual agreement. Chen Xu successfully secured a source for polyester, still from Highway Textile, allowing him to relax. Soon, he and Lu Hong engaged in lively conversation, passing the dull moments on the train. Chapter 53. Is Chen Xu going to sell cloth again? As the train came to a halt, the announcement echoed through the air, signaling their arrival at Guangqing Railway Station, where the clock read past 4. The two men flowed with the crowd, exiting the station, and were immediately greeted by the expansive square before them. In stark contrast to the train station in Rongqing, Guangqing Station was at least 10 times larger. Turning back, they beheld the neon lights adorning the station's facade, illuminating the phrase "Unify the Motherland." Revitalize China in bold crimson letters. This slogan bore the imprint of the era, and standing at the station's exit, gazing at the vibrant characters, their spirits soared. As they traversed the square, a few middle-aged men and women brandishing signs quickly approached them. 2 young gentlemen, looking for accommodation? Our establishment offers special services. Would you care to stay the night? No, thank you. Chen Xu replied almost instinctively, dismissing their offer and moving on. In this age, the security at train stations was far from adequate. Following such offers could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even losing their clothes. Lu Hong, having traversed the country over the years, had faced his share of misfortunes. With a firm refusal, he quickly caught up with Chen Xu. Although Chen Xu was not well acquainted with Guangqing, Lu Hong, a long-term resident, was well versed in the local transportation routes. The Haiji textile factory was approximately 20 kilometers away, and they hailed a cab to take them there. In this era, many establishments' guest houses were state-owned, clean, hygienic, and frequented by business travelers or relatives of employees, ensuring a sense of security. The guest house at the Haiji textile factory, where Lu Hong worked, offered exceptional value, often accommodating distant guests when the factory employees' homes were insufficient. By the time they arrived at the guest house, it was already past 5. Chen Xu proactively paid the 3 yuan for their lodging, and the receptionist handed them the key, guiding them to an upstairs room. Once inside, both men, utterly fatigued, promptly plopped onto their respective beds, exchanging casual greetings before succumbing to sleep. Although Lu Hong was not scheduled to work that day, he was preoccupied with discussions regarding the cotton deal at the factory. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lu Hong awoke to the brightness of the morning sky outside. He hastily climbed out of bed and dressed, aware that successfully conducting the business deal could yield him at least 150 yuan, almost equivalent to 2 months' salary, thus necessitating a proactive approach. Just then, Chen Xu emerged from the restroom, only to find Lu Hong donning a suit, preparing to leave. "Hey, I was just about to call you," Chen Xu remarked. "Of course. We must be proactive when it comes to making money," Lu Hong replied, fastening his suit jacket. "Brother Xu, there's breakfast downstairs. Remember to grab some." With that, Lu Hong hurriedly exited. Chen Xu, now devoid of sleepiness, splashed his face with warm water, ready to head downstairs in search of a morning meal. 2 hours later, Lu Hong returned to the guest house, his face aglow with excitement. "Brother Xu, the business deal has been secured. 25 bolts of cloth at 51 yuan each. And I'll earn 20 cents per meter. I can take you to collect the goods shortly." Although he had engaged in considerable negotiation with the factory director and even gifted a package of Red Pagoda Mountain cigarettes worth 3 yuan, the successful completion of this order would yield him a direct profit of 150 yuan. The price remained at Chen Xu's ideal figure of 7 yuan, albeit he had initially quoted the director 6 yuan, thereby securing a swift profit of 150 yuan. Elated, Lu Hong gazed at Chen Xu, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Gu was truly his fortuitous star and benefactor. Not only had he retrieved over 300 yuan from the hands of a thief, but he had also enabled Lu Hong to earn over 100 yuan in one go. Chen Xu, observing the jovial rotund figure of Lu Hong, smiled in return and suggested, "That sounds great, but before we procure the goods, let us first enjoy a meal. Lifting those several hundred jin of goods is laborious work. One must eat well." "Absolutely. There's a commendable state-run restaurant nearby. I shall take you there." By the time Chen Xu accompanied Lu Hong to the factory, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. With 25 machines collectively weighing at least 500 jin, it would be quite a challenge for Chen Xu to transport them alone. Taking advantage of the lunchtime, he asked Lu Hong to assist in finding a man of similar stature to himself, who could help carry the goods back to Rongqing, at a rate of 3 yuan per day, plus a round-trip fare of 15 yuan. The trio entered the factory premises and navigated to a corner of the warehouse where Lu Hong retrieved a piece of fabric from the shelf and handed it to Chen Xu, saying, "Look, our Haiji's polyester is certainly superior to that produced by many textile factories on the market." Chen Xu accepted the fabric, ran his hand over it, noting its vibrant color and smooth texture, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was impressive. It was no wonder that Haiji had emerged as a leader in the textile industry. The quality was undeniable. Initially, Chen Xu had intended to sell it for 8 yuan per meter, but after inspecting the material, he resolved to sell it for 10 yuan instead. Once the inspection was complete, Lu Hong summoned 2 workers to begin packaging. Chen Xu opened his coat and took out several bundles of cash from his inner pocket, promptly settling the payment of 275 yuan. Lu Hong, beaming, accepted the money while counting, exclaiming, "Su Gu, do remember to come to me for fabric purchases in the future." Chen Xu replied with a smile, "Of course." After the transaction was finalized and the fabric was secured, Chen Xu wasted no time and called over the sturdy man, De Zhuang. directing each of them to carry over 200 jin of goods as they officially departed. Lu Hong, fearing that Chen Xu might struggle to hail a taxi with the load, eagerly accompanied him out of the factory grounds, helping him secure a ride and warmly bidding farewell to his benefactor. By the time Chen Xu and De Zhuang arrived at the Guangqing train station, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Without delay, Chen Xu purchased 2 train tickets, and after a wait of over half an hour, he signaled De Zhuang to board the train with the fabric, heading back to Rongqing. De Zhuang was indeed strong, yet rather taciturn. The lengthy journey of over 10 hours grew somewhat tedious. Chen Xu attempted to initiate several conversations, but each was curtailed within 3 sentences. Are you married? No. What type of girl do you like? The tall man scratched his head shyly, replying, just a woman is fine. Chen Xu probed further, what are you thinking about? You seem lost in thought. Oh, nothing, just daydreaming. I see. The next day, at 9 in the morning, the train finally arrived at its destination. Chen Xu called to De Zhuang, shouldered the goods, and followed the crowd off the train. After a brief 10-minute walk, they arrived at the entrance of the tea shop. Tang Guoshan had just finished attending to a wave of customers when he spotted Chen Xu returning, burdened with a sizable load. He quickly abandoned his shovel to assist. My goodness, Chen Xu, what on earth do you have in there that is so large? He inquired while helping Chen Xu place the items down on a clean patch of ground. After setting the items down, Chen Xu turned to assist Da Zhuang in unloading his own burden, exhaling deeply and wiping the sweat from his brow. This is 25 bolts of fabric. It seems that Rui Street has been quite lively lately, so I decided to bring these over this afternoon to gauge the market's condition. Tang Guoshan was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xu's words. What? You're selling fabric again? And how did you acquire this? Chapter 54. Frenzied competition. Tang Guoshan inquired about the circumstances surrounding the fabric, utterly astonished by the mere sight of the 25 bolts. In less than 3 days, Chen Xu had made a trip to Guangqing and managed to procure high-quality cotton from Haiji Textiles. Not to mention, the cost of this fabric could easily be 5 or 6 yuan per meter with such a small quantity. He would not even have been allowed through the doors of Haiji Textiles. With no time to spare for idle conversation, Chen Xu handed Da Zhuang 10 yuan for transportation and labor, packed a portion of potatoes, and sent him on his way. Feeling parched, he made his way to the neighboring noodle shop to order a bowl of noodles. At the noodle shop, Chen Xu was savoring his meal when Tang Guoshan, having finished with another group of patrons, suddenly recalled the matter of Yi Qingyu. He quickly approached Chen Xu, clearing his throat awkwardly. Now that you're back, should you perhaps visit Rongqing Normal University to find that girl named Qingyu? The memory of Yi Qingyu's disappointed expression, tinged with a hint of resentment, stirred an inexplicable sympathy within him for the young lady. With Chen Xu's return, it seemed only right for him to meet her, allowing their relationship to develop further. If it were anyone else, he might not have cared, but when it came to his family's fortune, he felt compelled to intervene. Having finished his bowl of noodles and even consumed the rich bone broth, Chen Xu looked up at Tang Guoshan, perplexed by the inquiry. What do you want me to go see her for? What else could it be? Don't you wish to marry again? This girl has a lovely disposition, and you both seem to have mutual feelings. Why not seize the opportunity? Tang Guoshan was almost more anxious than Chen Xu himself. If he had been given such an opportunity in his youth, with a beautiful girl showing interest in him, he would have prioritized winning her heart over any financial endeavors. Chen Xu, upon hearing this, rose and playfully tapped Tang Guoshan's forehead. Old Tang, are you feeling unwell? Why are you spouting such nonsense? What do you mean by mutual interest? While I may have a slight fondness for her, given her beauty and amiable character, it's a stretch to think she would like me. Though I am not unattractive, I certainly do not fit the type that younger girls fancy. There is no need to entertain such unrealistic fantasies. After exchanging a few words with Tang Guoshan, Chen Xu found no interest in continuing the conversation. He paid the bill and borrowed a pair of scissors from Tang Guoshan's wife at the tea shop, shouldering a sizable bundle of cloth before bidding farewell to the couple. He made his way towards the bus station on North Renmin Road. It was still not yet 10 o'clock. Within a mere 5 kilometers from Rongqing Normal University, on Ruei Street, stood a substantial supply and marketing cooperative along with a grocery store. With only 35 days remaining until the Lunar New Year, the local residents of Rongqing, along with those traveling from various towns to purchase festive goods, would invariably congregate at this bustling locale. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the most vibrant time of the year, and he needed to sell his merchandise swiftly. There was no better place than here. If business flourished, He might even seize the opportunity to procure additional stock before the new year, potentially earning a handsome profit for a prosperous celebration. After more than an hour of navigating through the crowds, Chen Xu finally arrived at the vicinity of Ruyi Avenue. The wide street was already teeming with people, predominantly those visiting the supply and marketing cooperative for their New Year shopping. Although urban management officials occasionally patrolled this area, numerous stalls had sprung up along the sidewalks due to the overwhelming foot traffic, allowing vendors to earn a decent profit even for a brief period. As noon approached, Chen Xu, burdened with over 200 pounds of goods, wandered around for a while before discovering a vacant spot next to a noodle stall. He set down his load, exhaled a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from his brow before cutting open the burlap sack containing his fabric. As soon as he unfurled the contents, the bright red and vibrant blue cloth stood out strikingly amidst the sea of blue, black, and gray attire surrounding him, quickly drawing the attention of passers-by. "Oh, is this Decilio? How much is it?" asked a curious voice. "This color looks even more vivid than that in the supply cooperative." Indeed, particularly the red fabric was exceptionally festive for making New Year garments. "Young man, how much do you charge per foot for this cloth?" Several women approached Chen Xu's stall, their faces lighting up with interest. With a warm smile, Chen Xu replied, "It's 3 yuan and 3 jiao per foot, since 1 meter equals 3 feet. His price of 10 yuan per meter translated to approximately 3 yuan and 3 jiao per foot. That's rather expensive. It's only 2 yuan and 6 jiao at the cooperative." One woman's face fell upon hearing Chen Xu's price. The others nodded in agreement, voicing their concerns that his cloth was indeed too costly. Undeterred, Chen Xu confidently held up a piece of fabric and declared, "Ladies, I trust you can discern that my cloth is not only more vibrant than what is available in the market, but also smoother to the touch. This high-quality fabric is produced by Guangqing Haiji Textile, specifically supplied to Haiqing and Gangqing, making me the sole vendor in Rongqing. The garments crafted from my Decilio will undoubtedly be both bright and comfortable. Furthermore, purchasing fabric from me requires no fabric coupons. And 3 yuan and 3 jiao per foot is quite reasonable." In this era, acquiring fabric necessitated not only money but also fabric coupons. Each household was allocated only 6 feet of fabric coupons annually, which was hardly sufficient, leading to garments being patched and mended year after year. As soon as the local women heard that fabric could be purchased without ration tickets, especially given the exquisite and vibrant hues available, their faces lit up with delight. "Is it true, dear sir, that no fabric tickets are required? Can one purchase as much as desired?" Chen Xu smiled gently, affirming, "Indeed, there are no limits on supply." "Then I shall take 1 yard of the red fabric," exclaimed a robust woman standing at the stall. Her family was notably plump, and each year, their ration tickets fell short, leaving them clad in patched garments, unable to afford new attire. They wore new clothes only once or twice a year, and the durable fabric, though slightly pricier, was worth the investment. "Very well, 1 yard for 33 yuan. But for you, dear lady, just 32 yuan. The woman initiated the rush, prompting those around her, who had hesitated, to swiftly approach the stall as well. "I'll take 6 feet. I need to make new garments for my 2 grandsons. I'll take 2 yards. Please give me a discount. I'll take 1 yard as well." In no time, Chen Xu's stall was surrounded by eager customers, each vying to place their orders. As the crowd surged, Chen Xu found himself at the center, bustling like a fish caught in a net. Waves of patrons continued to arrive, and the seller of the durable fabric joyfully departed, spreading the word. In less than an hour, the 13 bolts of fabric Chen Xu had brought were nearly depleted, leaving only a few bolts of blue and white. The red fabric had been completely snatched up, yet the enthusiasm remained high, with more women arriving in frenzy. At this moment, Qingyu and several of her friends rushed over to Ruyi Road upon hearing the news. Learning that durable fabric could be purchased without tickets, the fashion-conscious girls seized their lunch break to join the excitement. Of course, Qingyu, who was never lacking in clothing, was persuaded by Qin Miao and her friends to come along. Upon reaching Ruyi Road, the group inquired among passers-by and soon spotted the bustling stall surrounded by a throng of eager buyers. "Look, so many people are carrying fabric. It must be over there. Let us hurry before it's all gone. Wow, that fabric looks stunning. Let us go, we must secure some." However, as Qingyu observed the crowded scene, she instinctively placed a hand protectively over her belly, contemplating the safety of her 2 little ones, and hesitated. "You all. Oh, Qingyu, why are you dawdling? Hurry. Let us grab some fabric before the ants snatch it all up, urged her friends, pulling her along toward the stall and into the nearly impenetrable crowd. Isn't it true that those reading this book have also enjoyed the narratives around the dining table? Many have commented, eagerly following several similar tales. Chapter 55. How could this girl be so breathtakingly beautiful? Though the girls lacked the strength of the numerous local women, they were equally determined when it came to seizing opportunities. Especially Qingyu, who, leveraging her size, tugged Qingyu through the throng of women to the front of the stall. Qingyu squeezed her way through the crowd, her mind solely focused on her stomach. It wasn't until she reached the stall that she hurriedly patted her abdomen, letting out a sigh of relief. Just then, as the two of them steadied themselves, a crisp ripping sound of fabric reached their ears. Glancing up, they saw a man behind the stall holding a piece of white cloth and handing it to a customer. As soon as they recognized the familiar figure, they were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness! Isn't that big brother? What on earth is he doing selling fabric? Qingyu exclaimed almost instinctively. She had heard that Chen Xu had stopped selling potatoes, but she never expected that within a few days, he would be selling cloth instead. It felt like magic. Qingyu was equally astonished. She thought she might never see this man again, yet here he was, just days later. However, beyond the surprise, seeing Chen Xu seemed to instantly revive her spirits, which had felt a bit hollow these past few days. Chen Xu had just torn off a piece of fabric when he heard the girl's exclamation. Following the sound, he instinctively ignored the overly dramatic Qingyu and focused his gaze on Qingyu, recognizing her at once. He was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing her noticeably thinner cheeks, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It had been over 10 days since he last saw her, and she appeared to have lost considerable weight. Feeling Chen Xu's gaze upon her, Qingyu suddenly felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. Just as she was about to greet him, a pair of hands waved in front of her, breaking their eye contact. Chen Xu turned in the direction of the hands and realized that this girl had come as well. Qingyu, ecstatic that Chen Xu finally noticed her, stomped her feet in excitement. Big brother, I've been calling you. Hurry, give me 6 feet of cloth. At that moment, Yan Shaoqing and several other girls squeezed in. Noticing that Qingyu seemed to be familiar with the cloth seller, and quickly raised their hands to greet him. Big brother, I want some too. I want 6 feet. I want 8 feet. Though they knew cutting in line was impolite, the allure of the beautiful fabric had driven these young girls to abandon their sensibilities, especially with Qingyu leading the charge and emboldening them. The surrounding women, however, looked on disapprovingly at the girls who had pushed their way forward. Some, with more fiery tempers, were ready to scold them. Yet, before the women could voice their grievances, Chen Xu spoke up first. You girls came later. Please wait a moment while I tend to the customers who arrived first. His words left the group of girls momentarily stunned, particularly Qingyu. Wow, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? She was not only an old acquaintance of Chen Xu, but her cousin was also Chen Xu's cousin-in-law, which should have afforded them some familial consideration. How could he refuse them so decisively? The other girls were equally surprised, having expected that at their age, they would receive some leniency when shopping. Yet, this big brother seemed immune to such charms. The disgruntled women, upon hearing Chen Xu's statement, found their rising anger dissipating. Oh dear, the boss is a principled man. I was initially going to buy 6 feet, but now, I'll take a whole yard. I want a yard too. I'll take 6 feet. The elderly women chattered as they squeezed toward the various stalls. Qingyu, already slender, found herself teetering at the front without any support. As the crowd surged unexpectedly, fearing to step on the fabric of Chen Xu, she felt herself losing balance. Suddenly, a plump woman pushed forward, her ample bosom propelling Qingyu outwards. In an instant, she stumbled, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm, and instinctively, she reached to protect her abdomen. Chen Xu, who was preparing to cut fabric for a customer, noticed Qingyu toppling toward the stall. A rush of adrenaline surged through him, and without a moment's thought, he tossed aside what he was holding and hurried toward her. Qingyu braced herself for a fall, but to her surprise, a tall figure approached swiftly, grasping her arm firmly but without restraint, causing her to gasp in pain. Realizing the distress in the girl's voice, Chen Xu instinctively eased his grip, helping her regain her footing. Are you all right? He asked, releasing her. His instinctive reaction to save her had inadvertently caused her discomfort. Finally stable, Qingyu looked up and met his anxious gaze. A warmth blossomed in her heart as she gently shook her head. I'm fine, thank you. A smile unconsciously graced her lips, reminiscent of the thawing of ice and the emergence of pearls. Despite having faced countless hardships in her previous life, this simple smile stirred something deep within Chen Xu, rippling the calm waters of his heart. How can someone be so beautiful? He mused inwardly, captivated. The surrounding women were equally astonished, not just by Qingyu's beauty, but by the impressive speed with which the fabric seller reacted. Just moments ago, he had been cutting fabric, and in the blink of an eye, he was at her side. Qin Miao, who had been slow to react, now observed the duo and felt an inexplicable sense of harmony between them. "Oh dear, the fabric has been soiled," a voice called from the crowd, filled with concern for the pristine cloth. Chen Xu snapped back to reality, glancing down to see a large footprint marring a piece of fabric. In his haste to assist, he had overlooked this detail. However, he felt no regret. He simply picked up the fabric and set it aside, saying, "It's all right. The main thing is that you're safe." He could tell Qingyu wasn't there to purchase fabric, especially given her attire and the exquisite Lady Shanghai watch adorning her wrist, a coveted item from the bustling metropolis. "Come over here, otherwise you'll get jostled again," Chen Xu said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Qingyu paused, a peculiar feeling washing over her, yet she said nothing and obediently moved to his side. As she settled beside him, Chen Xu resumed his cheerful demeanor, addressing the elderly woman who had been buying fabric. "Sister, you were looking for a yard, right?" The woman, pulled from her reverie, replied, "Ah, yes, yes." How peculiar it seems that the tall proprietor appears remarkably well matched with the young lady by his side. Qin Miao and her friends were utterly entranced by the scene, unable to shake off their astonishment. Particularly, Chen Xu, who usually bore a fierce demeanor, exhibited an extraordinary gentleness towards Qingyu. In his presence, she seemed to transform, revealing a side of herself that was distinctly different from her usual self. Even the bold and outspoken teacher Peng found herself obediently standing by Chen Xu, which was utterly astonishing. Chapter 56. He looks quite handsome when not fierce. As Qingyu stood beside Chen Xu, she did not remain idle. Noticing his struggle, she extended her hand as he prepared to cut fabric for the guests, offering her assistance. Chen Xu accepted her help with a smile, handing her the scissors while cautioning her to be careful and not to injure herself. With Qingyu's assistance, Chen Xu was able to cut the fabric much more swiftly. In less than half an hour, the remaining fabric was completely snatched up, including even the piece that had been previously stepped on by him, which was now eagerly claimed. In this era, people were not as particular as in later times, especially when it came to fabric that was both vibrant and in high demand. By the time Chen Xu sold out of fabric, Qin Miao and her companions had not managed to acquire any, leaving them filled with resentment. As soon as Chen Xu finished his stall, Qin Miao stood to the side, visibly upset, and remarked, "Oh dear, some people are exceedingly biased. They treat Qingyu one way and us another. We weren't even allowed to cut in line." While Qingyu was whisked away without a second thought, as if the dirt from stepping on the fabric didn't matter at all. Upon hearing her friend's complaints, Qingyu shot them a sharp glare. "Do you think you have a right to complain about cutting in line? If you hadn't tried to cut in, those aunties wouldn't have been so agitated, and I wouldn't have nearly fallen." This girl even harbored grievances. Chen Xu affected a serious expression. "If it weren't for you all trying to cut in, I wouldn't have stepped on that fabric and nearly lost the sale." Qin Miao noticed his expression darkening and, recognizing her fault, immediately wilted, muttering under her breath, "Such a perfect match, indeed." Chen Xu did not hear this, but Qingyu caught every word. Her cheeks flushing crimson, she discreetly pinched Qin Miao, prompting her to exclaim softly, "Ouch." "Qingyu," as she rubbed her arm. She glanced at Qingyu's fierce glare and Chen Xu, who clearly favored Qingyu, feeling both furious and powerless. Once Chen Xu finished packing up, he prepared to leave. Observing the girls' disappointed faces, he smiled and reassured them, "Well, not selling you fabric today means that someone else has taken away the less desirable materials. You are all regulars at my potato stall. I will certainly reserve the finest for you. I still have red, blue, white, and some lovely light yellow fabrics available. Let me know which colors you desire, and I will set them aside for you this afternoon." Having navigated the market for decades, Chen Xu spoke with ease and composure, his heart steady and his face unflinching. Moreover, had the girls truly attempted to cut in line, he would have lost his credibility, and some of the more temperamental aunties might have resorted to confrontation. He merely wished to engage in business, without any desire for bloodshed. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, the frowns on the faces of Qin Miao and her companions dissipated instantaneously, and they eagerly gathered around him. Is there really still fabric? Qin Miao's eyes sparkled as she inquired of Chen Xu. In truth, she bore no resentment towards him. Her criticisms were merely verbal, for she recognized her own missteps. Now, upon hearing that Chen Xu had specifically reserved fabric for them, she felt an overwhelming joy. Aside from Yin Shaoqing and Yi Qingyu, the other girls chirped excitedly, bombarding Chen Xu with questions. After all, this fabric was truly exceptional, a rarity in their eyes. They had not anticipated that this gentleman would not only refrain from selling fabric to them, but would instead save the finest for their use. Chen Xu found their enthusiasm rather unsurprising. The last time this fine fabric had been in high demand in the metropolis, it had caused a serious stampede, resulting in casualties, all of whom were women, including a teacher. This underscored the fabric's immense popularity in this era. He dedicated a few minutes to tallying the colors and quantities of fabric needed by the girls. Very well, I shall set aside this fabric for you. You can collect it from Old Tang at the potato stall after school, he announced. The girls erupted in joyous cheers, nodding enthusiastically. Thank you, big brother. You are truly wonderful, they exclaimed. Indeed, it's impressive. To procure such fine fabric, especially from a sea weave, is no small feat. The supply and marketing cooperative here cannot even obtain sea weave materials. As they conversed with Chen Xu, their impressions of him underwent a significant transformation, influenced by his demeanor and words. Despite their youthful age, they felt a certain distance, as he neither sought to pander nor ingratiate himself. His speech was coherent and clear, and he exhibited a commendable sense of principle. Particularly when he smiled, he appeared less intimidating and quite handsome, growing increasingly appealing with each glance. Yi Qingyu had initially intended to wait for Chen Xu to finish his tasks before broaching the subject of her pregnancy. However, upon witnessing the smile that illuminated his face, an indescribable feeling surged within her. He truly looked quite charming in his gentler moments. Oblivious to the girl's sentiments, Chen Xu, a perennial straight man, concluded his interactions with them. Noticing the time, he contemplated returning to count his money, and with a smile, he addressed them. All right, I must be off. Remember to collect the fabric later. He then turned to Yi Qingyu, stating, I'm heading back now. Huh. Yi Qingyu snapped back to reality, realizing Chen Xu was about to leave. She felt a sense of urgency, as she had yet to discuss her pregnancy, but surrounded by classmates, how could she discreetly pull him aside? Before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Miao had already taken her hand, glancing at her watch in shock. There are only a few minutes left until class starts, and it's with old Peng. The other girls, upon hearing this, also turned pale with alarm. Hurry back, or we'll certainly regret it, they exclaimed. Oh no, we were so caught up in the fabric. As they voiced their concerns, the girls quickly bid farewell to Chen Xu and dashed towards the school. Having suffered under teacher Peng's strictness before, Qin Miao reacted swiftly, already pulling Yi Qingyu away. Yi Qingyu was in a state of dual urgency, being pulled away by Qin Miao, yet she glanced back towards Chen Xu. Observing her swift departure and lack of attention to her surroundings, Chen Xu, fearing for her safety, silently urged her to watch where she was going. It was only upon noticing his anxious expression that she turned around, hastening after Qin Miao. However, the sight of Chen Xu's worried demeanor elicited an involuntary smile from her lips. Next time, she vowed to share this with him. As Chen Xu watched the girls depart, he hoisted a sack and made his way toward the tram station. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Had he perhaps become overly invested in this girl? Nevertheless, he rationalized that he might never encounter her again, and if they did, it would likely be a brief exchange, much like today. For now, his focus should remain on earning a living and providing for his future family, steering clear of sentimental distractions. Soon enough, Chen Xu boarded the tram and returned to the tea shop. His first order of business was to tally the day's profits. Although he had a rough estimate in mind, the actual figure brought him a rush of excitement. 13 pieces of fabric, totaling 390 meters, averaging out to 9.91 per meter. The total earnings amounted to 3,861 yuan. After deducting costs of 672 yuan, his net profit stood at an impressive 3,189 yuan. Truly, a bountiful harvest. In a discreet corner of the tea house, Chen Xu counted the money, feeling quite pleased with his earnings from the morning. It was no surprise, given the pre-New Year shopping spree. Selling goods felt as effortless as picking up money. He calculated that his sale of 25 pieces of fabric would yield at least 6,000 yuan. With about a month remaining before the new year, he anticipated at least another round of sales. After a quick lunch, he planned to call Lu Hong to arrange for another batch, intending to return to Guangqing the following afternoon with a truckload of goods. Just as Chen Xu secured the money in his cloth bag, a steaming bowl of beef noodles was placed before him. "Your noodles are ready," Tang Guishan said, his brow furrowed with concern. "Chen Xu, is your fabric business really safe?" He had observed Chen Xu counting money throughout the morning, and the sheer volume startled him. Having lived through a planned economy, Tang Guishan was astonished by the amount Chen Xu had sold and worried that he might be caught in the pitfalls of capitalism. Earning a few hundred yuan in a day made him uneasy, and Chen Xu's earnings could very well reach 1,000 or 2,000. Chen Xu understood that Tang Guishan meant well. Picking up his chopsticks, he smiled and reassured him, "Old Tang, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. In this era, it's the bold who thrive, while the timid perish. In my previous life, when I began to earn money, every industry was already saturated, and I took the risks. Now, it's a different landscape altogether. Just be careful," Tang Guishan advised. Tang Guishan was well aware that he could not persuade Chen Xu, so he merely offered a reminder before returning to attend to the guests. A smile graced Chen Xu's lips as he picked up a chopstick full of beef and vermicelli. Bringing it to his mouth, the texture was delightfully smooth, and the meat was plentiful. In this era, not only were there many simple-hearted people, but the portion sizes of these flour-based delicacies were also generous and the flavors authentic. He suddenly felt a wave of gratitude for being reborn in this era as an individual from the post-80s generation. After finishing his meal, Chen Xu did not linger. He made his way to a public telephone booth on the street and called Lu Hong, requesting that he reserve over 100 meters of Deculiang fabric for him. Lu Hong on the other end was overjoyed. After all, securing that quantity of fabric meant a profit of 300 to 400 yuan. Selling such a significant amount of unsold goods would elevate his standing at the factory. An order worth several thousand yuan was certainly no small matter. "Brother Su, rest assured, I will ensure the quality of each meter and expedite the packing for you." Lu Hong's enthusiastic voice came through the phone. "All right. I expect to come by the day after tomorrow. If you have the resources, please assist me in arranging a Dongfeng vehicle," Chen Xu calmly instructed. "Certainly." With the call concluded, Chen Xu exited the booth and returned to the tea house, collecting the remaining fabric before heading to Rui Street. By 3:30 p.m., upon arriving at his designated stall on Rui Street, he found a considerable crowd had already gathered. Judging by their attire, they were predominantly locals from Rongqing. As soon as Chen Xu appeared, several women recognized him immediately. Hey, it's him. He's the fabric seller. Wow, he really came. It doesn't look like he has much fabric, though. Boss, I was here first. Can I get 2 zhang of red fabric? I got here earlier. I want 1 zhang. I need 6 feet. No sooner had Chen Xu paused than a throng of women surged toward him, surrounding him and causing quite a commotion. Were it not for Chen Xu's fierce demeanor, which he deliberately emphasized with a few stern glares and shouts to deter the advancing women, he might have been trampled beneath their feet. In under an hour, the city management received reports of a disturbance and hurried over to apprehend the fabric seller. However, by the time they arrived, Chen Xu's stock had been completely sold out, leaving them with nothing but an empty scene to contend with. Departing with grim expressions, the city officials found that Chen Xu had already begun selecting goods at a local grocery store to take back to Wenqing Town. By purchasing his items now, he could still catch the last train back home to Wenqing Town, eager to see his elderly parents and daughter. After days apart, he yearned intensely for his little cotton-padded jacket. After browsing the grocery store, he weighed out 3 kilograms of candy, 5 kilograms of biscuits, 5 cans of preserved food, and 3 cans of malted milk powder, some of the more upscale treats of this era. Notably, the malted milk powder cost 3 yuan a can, equivalent to nearly a week's worth of expenses for an average family in this city. Initially, the shopkeeper's attitude had been rather brusque, but upon seeing Chen Xu's substantial purchases, a smile brightened her face. As he departed, she waved and exclaimed, "Brother, please come again." Chen Xu did not respond. Of course, he would return, though not to shop at her establishment. After purchasing some side dishes, Chen Xu went to the nearby meat stall to buy a few pounds of meat and ribs. With his arms laden with bags, he hopped onto a human-powered tricycle and hurried towards the train station. It was 8:30 in Wenqing Town, where Su Qinglian and her husband were busy packing up their stall in preparation to return home. While she worked, Su Qinglian couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Chen Xu had not returned for several days. Yet, Mindful of not disturbing her daughter Xiao Yu's mood, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Lu Aigua, assisting his wife, brought the stove inside and pondered aloud, "Dear, perhaps I should make a trip to Rongqing tomorrow?" Su Qinglian instantly understood, glancing at her husband. What good would that do? He not in Rongqing, but in Guangqing. Lu Aigua paused, then sheepishly scratched his head. Ah, right, how could I forget? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had been counting the days on her little fingers, felt a sense of unease. Today marked the 4th day, and as night fell, she wondered if her father would return at all. Lost in thought, she gazed out at the dimly lit street, when suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, walking towards her. "Wow, Daddy!" The little girl's face brightened as she called out in her sweet, childish voice, immediately dashing towards the entrance of the wonton shop. Hearing her, Chen Xu looked up to see his daughter rushing towards him, and fearing she might trip, he called out, "Slow down." Seeing Chen Xu return, Lu Aigua and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out to greet him. "Oh, you're finally back. Have you eaten? I'll prepare something for you right away." As Chen Xu lifted his daughter into his arms, he smiled at the elderly couple and stepped inside. Realizing he was indeed hungry and eager to enjoy the wontons cooked by Su Qinglian. "All right, I'll cook them for you right away. You sit and rest." Su Qinglian replied, quickly getting to work. Chen Xu settled down with Xiao Yu and placed the bags on the table in front of Lu Aigua. "Grandpa Aigua, I wasn't sure what you and Grandma would like, so I bought a variety. Please see if there's anything you fancy." Lu Aigua looked over the assortment of items, particularly the canned goods and maltose syrup, feeling both touched and a bit pained. "Oh dear, why buy so much?" Su Qinglian chimed in with a teasing smile. "You silly boy, we can't possibly finish all this. Please don't waste so much next time." She then took out the maltose syrup, saying, "Let me prepare some for you to drink." This delightful beverage, sweet and refreshing, was quite popular in those times. Lu Aigua picked up a can of maltose syrup and smiled. "I remember that Qingyu, your granddaughter, loves this too. She'll be on winter break soon. And I was planning to buy some in the city, but now there's no need." Chen Xu chuckled at this, but soon felt a sense of unease creeping in. The elderly couple's granddaughter was named Qingyu. It took him a moment to realize the connection, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He had completely forgotten her name after delivering the wontons previously. It has only just dawned on me that the young lady with whom he shared an intimate connection is also named Qingyu and is studying at Rongqing Normal University. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he heard her friends call her name upon encountering her in Rongqing. As Chen Xu pondered this, he raised his gaze to Su Qinglian and, upon observing her features, which bore a striking resemblance to Qingyu's, his heart sank with certainty. This is a disaster. He had indeed slept with her. The granddaughter of the esteemed elders was now sobbing over her writing at the dining table. Did the adults know the reason behind her tears? The score had plummeted from 92 to 68. Even nightmares could not conjure such a dreadful rating. With a wail, she broke into tears again. Gratitude to the esteemed Xiao Di for the support. The crying continued. Chapter 58. How wonderful. Daddy needs a wife. Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Su Qinglian called out several times before Chen Xu snapped back to reality. Upon realizing he had finally responded, Su Qinglian reached out and pushed a steaming enamel cup closer to him. "What are you thinking about, my dear? The malted milk is ready. Drink it while it's hot." Chen Xu looked at the kindly, gentle face of the elder and felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over him. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, lifted the enamel cup, and took a whiff, responding, "It smells quite good." A cup of fragrant malted milk had also been placed before the little girl, whose small nose was twitching as she inhaled the enticing aroma, her eager eyes fixed on the steaming concoction. "Wow, it really smells delicious. This is the first time I've encountered something so fragrant. It's far more appetizing than the wontons made by Grandma Su." Su Qinglian poured another cup for her husband, Lu Aigua, and cheerfully remarked, "During the summer vacation, Qingyu would brew us a cup every day to share. However, this delicacy is quite expensive. Even in Rongqing, it has been out of stock for several months. Now, as the new year approaches, some supplies have finally arrived. Only you, Xiao Su, would rush to buy such delightful treats for us after earning a bit of money." As Su Qinglian spoke, a fleeting hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Lu Aigua, who had just brought the enamel cup closer, felt his expression dim slightly upon hearing her words. He then turned to Chen Xu with a smile, saying, "It's all right. From now on, Xiao Su is part of our family, like having another grandson." Su Qinglian's face brightened once more. Yes, Xiao Su, you err. Do try the flavor. All right, I shall taste it, Chen Xu replied, taking a sip of the malted milk. However, his thoughts lingered on his entanglement with Yi Qingyu. Although the concoction was decent, it held no allure for him. He contemplated whether to come clean to the elders and offer an apology. Despite being coerced into the situation, he felt a sense of guilt towards them. Yet, he was uncertain whether Yi Qingyu would be willing if he were to confess. It was a predicament. By the way, Xiaosu, how did your trip to Guangqing go? Lu Igua inquired after sipping the malted milk, recalling the matter. Chen Xu had left in haste that day and had not elaborated on the specifics of his trip, but Lu Igua could surmise that it was related to business. Setting down the enamel cup, Chen Xu grinned and responded, I went to Guangqing to procure a batch of cotton fabric for trial sales, and it went relatively smoothly. I plan to return to Guangqing tomorrow to acquire more stock. Chen Xu gazed at the little one, who was engrossed in her drink, before turning his attention back to the elderly couple. He continued, It appears that I may need to trouble you both to look after Xiaoyu for a few more days, not to mention the long journey to Guangqing for supplies. Even upon returning to Rongqing to sell, those fervent aunties clamoring for goods were quite a formidable sight. He was robust and unafraid, but for little Xiaoyu, with her slender arms and legs, it was simply not feasible to take her along. Thus, he had to impose on the elderly couple once more. Xiaoyu, who was thoroughly enjoying her drink, felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing her father was leaving again. Despite her maturity, she could not suppress her feelings, and with a smudge of cream around her mouth, she cast a look of sorrowful reproach at her father. Why must you leave again so soon after returning? Seeing the expression on his daughter's face tugged at Chen Xu's heartstrings. He reached out to gently caress her cheek and reassured her. Daddy will be busy just for a little while longer. After that, I promise I will be here to celebrate the new year with you, all right? Su Qinglian, noticing the little one's attachment to her father, approached and affectionately patted Xiaoyu's head. Darling, didn't you want Daddy to find a wife soon? If he works hard to earn more money, he can find you a lovely mother. Recently, they had asked the little one what she wanted to be when she grew up, and she had fervently declared her intention to earn money to help her father find a wife, which had nearly brought the elderly couple to fits of laughter. Lu Igua stepped forward, offering Xiaoyu some candies. Yes, if Daddy earns more, he can find you a beautiful mother sooner. The elderly couple, in their attempts to console the child, exaggerated their words to the utmost. Chen Xu sat beside them, bemused, caught between laughter and tears. However, upon mentioning the prospect of finding a wife for her father, Xiaoyu immediately perked up, eagerly pressing, Daddy, can you find a wife before the new year? Huh? Chen Xu looked at his daughter, his expression riddled with difficulty. With just over a month until the new year, how could he possibly find someone suitable in such a short time? He contemplated a firm refusal, but seeing her expectant gaze, he ultimately found himself unable to decline. He reached out to wipe the remnants of cream from her face and managed a smile. All right, Daddy will do his best. Of course, finding a suitable mother for the little one before the new year was an impossible task. First, he needed to soothe her feelings. Upon receiving her father's promise, Xiaoyu beamed with delight, exclaiming, Daddy, she must be a beautiful big sister. Chen Xu was left bewildered. Who exactly was this beautiful big sister? Regardless, he decided to acquiesce for the time being. All right, Daddy will have a wife. Understanding that the prospect of his marrying before the new year brought her such joy, Xiaoyu could hardly contain her excitement. She waved her little hands jubilantly and finished her milk drink in one go, no longer lamenting her father's need to earn money. The more money Daddy makes, the better treats he can buy for the beautiful big sister. After finishing her drink, Chen Xu, under Su Qinglian's warm invitation, enjoyed 2 steaming bowls of wontons before joining the elderly couple and closing the door as they headed home. The home of the elderly couple is situated on another street in the town, characterized by a charming courtyard that embodies the quintessential architectural style of Sichuan and Chongqing. It is meticulously maintained and boasts numerous rooms. Upon returning to the courtyard, the 2 elders eagerly set about preparing a room for Chen Xu. It is evident that visitors are a rarity in their home, and the arrival of a guest has infused the atmosphere with a sense of joy. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Rongqing Normal University, the lights have been turned off. Except for Qin Miao, the other girls are nestled in their beds, engaging in light-hearted conversation before succumbing to slumber. Lying beside Yi Qingyu, with her hands under her head, Qin Miao expressed her wistfulness, remarking on how swiftly time passes. With the winter break merely 10 days away, Yi Qingyu, her delicate hand resting on her abdomen, silently echoed the sentiment. Indeed, time flies. Her baby has already been growing for over 2 months. Suddenly, from the adjacent bed, Yan Xiaoqing seemed to recall something and leaned over to address the occupant of the lower bunk. By the way, Xiaoru, today on Rui Street. They were selling some excellent fabric, and the proprietor had bright red cloth. Isn't your brother getting married? Perhaps you should mention it at home, so he can get some material to make new clothes. Zhou Ru, somewhat exasperated, raked her fingers through her hair and sighed heavily. Don't even mention it. I took the afternoon off because of this very issue. The girl's parents came to confront us today, claiming that my brother got their daughter pregnant and threatening to charge him with statutory rape. The other girls in the dormitory reacted with shock. Qin Miao turned to peer over the edge of her bed, exclaiming, statutory rape? With the current stringent enforcement, would he even survive such a charge? Yan Xiaoqing, initially startled, quickly realized something was amiss and added, but wait, isn't your brother in a consensual relationship with her? If they are compatible and she's pregnant, shouldn't they just get married? Though Qingyu remained silent, her heart raced with concern. Could one truly be charged with statutory rape for such circumstances? Zhou Ru's voice broke through again. My brother initially thought the same. He wanted to marry her before her pregnancy became too apparent to preserve her reputation. However, her family insists that he must provide a sewing machine, a bicycle, a radio, and a watch, along with 200 yuan as a bride price, or they will proceed with the statutory rape charges. Zhou Ru's frustration escalated as she continued. Those 4 items wouldn't cost less than 600 yuan altogether. And with the added 200 for the bride price, even if they were sincere, such demands are utterly unattainable for an ordinary family. The girls in the dormitory expressed their indignation. Goodness, why doesn't her family just resort to outright robbery? Exactly. Only affluent families in Rongqing could possibly meet such a bride price. Besides, your sister-in-law is already pregnant, and her family doesn't care about her reputation? What kind of people are they? As Qingyu listened, her heart tightened further. If her family were to discover her pregnancy, her maternal grandparents might handle it well. But what about her father? Would he also label Chen Xu as a statutory rapist? The thought was unbearable. She sat up in bed and looked over at Zhou Ru, asking, so, what your sister-in-law's family means is that as long as the male party can provide the money and the bride price, they will agree to the marriage and refrain from pressing charges? Zhou Ru remained non-committal, affirming that marriage indeed establishes a legal union, and it is entirely natural for the couple to have children. As she whispered marriage, Qingyu's mind conjured a bold thought. After a brief moment of distraction, she turned to her side, retrieving a bundle of cash from beneath the mattress, and handed it to Zhou Ru, saying, I have enough money. Take this 100 yuan to help your brother in an emergency. Ah, this. I can't accept it, the latter replied, somewhat taken aback. Do not feel embarrassed. Take it. It's a matter of life and death. With Qingyu's words, several other girls from the neighboring beds spoke up as well. I have 5 yuan. Zhou Ru, this is for you. I only have 3 yuan. Please don't turn it away. Every little bit helps. I have 10 yuan. I'll give it to you too. Zhou Ru's eyes reddened, her voice quivering as she responded. Thank you all so much. Chapter 59. The woman who appeared out of nowhere the following day. Early in the morning, Chen Xu boarded a train to Guangqing. After nearly a day of travel, he arrived at his destination shortly after 4 in the morning. Just as he exited the train station amidst the crowd, a voice called out to him. Brother Xu. Chen Xu turned to see a jovial figure waving at him from within the crowd, a rotund man grinning broadly. He nodded in acknowledgement and strode over. You came all this way to pick me up? Aren't you busy? Lu Hong, beaming with delight, replied, Nothing is more important than you. Brother Xu, you are my fortune. This time, Chen Xu had placed an order worth over 6,000 yuan, a significant sum indeed. Lu Hong felt it was imperative to personally ensure his benefactor was well taken care of. Observing the eager demeanor of the portly man, Chen Xu jested, Well, I feel quite honored. Oh, you mustn't say that, Lu Hong continued. It's still early. Let us have breakfast first. There is a wonderful place nearby. Lu Hong led Chen Xu out of the square and hailed a taxi. Having traveled a long way, Chen Xu was quite hungry and, not wishing to be finicky, nodded in agreement and joined Lu Hong in the vehicle. The people of Guangqing take great pleasure in morning tea. With ample time today, Lu Hong took Chen Xu to a grand restaurant renowned for its breakfast offerings. An array of exquisite dim sum quickly adorned their table. Brother Xu, last time you visited, you were in a rush, and I didn't have the chance to properly thank you. This time, You must savor the local delicacies of Guangqing. This is a crab roe bun, and here are crystal shrimp dumplings. The flaky egg tart is also delightful. Lu Hong enthusiastically introduced each dish. The table was filled with distinctive Cantonese morning tea delicacies. A meal here would easily cost 50 to 60 yuan. Typically, he would not dine in such establishments alone. He only indulged in such feasts when accompanying factory leaders for project discussions. Today, however, he had spared no expense, treating Chen Xu to a taste of the region's specialties. His motivations were twofold: to express gratitude for the 300 yuan Chen Xu had helped him retrieve, and to ensure a continued fruitful partnership with his benefactor in the future. Chen Xu did not reject Lu Hong's generous intentions. He smiled and engaged in conversation while leisurely enjoying his meal. However, one cannot deny that the flavors of the present era surpass those of the future. Lu Hong initially assumed that Chen Xu was visiting a grand restaurant for the first time, given his attire, which was decidedly less refined than that of a mere textile worker. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Xu savored the dim sum with remarkable composure, displaying an understanding of which items required dipping sauces and how to consume them, surpassing even Lu Hong's own knowledge, as if he were indulging in a familiar home-cooked meal. Lu Hong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared that Brother Su was not inexperienced but rather discreet, having partaken in morning tea before. After enjoying the dim sum, Chen Xu accompanied Lu Hong to the factory. Over 120 bolts of fabric were already loaded into the cargo compartment of the Dazhongfeng truck. Once the goods were inspected, Chen Xu wasted no time, bidding Lu Hong farewell before following the truck driver as they departed for Rongqing. Compared to taking the train, the journey via National Highway would take significantly longer, at least 2 days, and the risks were considerably greater. In the 1970s and 1980s, highway bandits and road thugs were characteristic of the century. Truck drivers, earning a handsome income, were undoubtedly part of a high-risk demographic. During the day, the presence of patrol teams provided some assurance, yet at night, robbers roamed freely. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Xu chose to accompany the truck driver on this shipment of fabric back to Rongqing. Should any mishap occur during transit, it would result in a substantial loss. Not only Chen Xu, but the truck driver also remained on high alert, for he was transporting a significant load of fabric. Although encounters with bandits typically resulted in the safety of the cargo, it was evident that this truckload represented the entirety of the owner's assets. Otherwise, he would not have risked traversing the perilous national highway alongside Chen Xu. Fortunately, the first night passed without incident, allowing both men to breathe a sigh of relief. At dawn, they stopped at a roadside eatery to take turns resting. Only during the day, with the assurance of the patrol teams, could they afford to sleep with some peace of mind. The subsequent journey was marked by a series of stops and starts. The truck driver, a loquacious individual, frequently engaged Chen Xu in conversation, adding a measure of enjoyment to the otherwise monotonous drive. After 2 days and nights, the vehicle finally entered the outskirts of Rongqing. By this time, twilight had descended, and Chen Xu and the driver remained vigilant. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose that night, the cargo would safely reach its destination. The first half of the night unfolded serenely. Just past 2 in the morning, the sky began to lighten gradually. The driver glanced at Chen Xu with a smile, saying, "Boss, it seems we've had quite the stroke of luck. The journey has been smooth thus far." Chen Xu, however, remained steadfast, keenly observing the surroundings and responding, "It's not yet fully light. We must not let our guard down." The driver chuckled in response, "Oh, boss, you're still too young. I've been driving the national highway for over a year, and typically, nothing happens at this hour." Yet, as his words trailed off, a shadow suddenly darted into the illuminated path ahead, cast by the truck's headlights. The driver promptly slowed down, squinting to take a closer look. To his astonishment, it was a woman. In the middle of the road stood a disheveled figure, clad in tattered clothes, her hair in disarray, with tear-streaked cheeks. Casting a desperate glance in their direction, she hugged her arms against the biting cold, shivering uncontrollably, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. "Please, help me," the woman cried out hoarsely from the center of the street. Seeing her distress, the driver instinctively reduced his speed. However, Chen Xu interjected without hesitation, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Ignore her, accelerate, and drive past." "What?" The driver glanced at Chen Xu, bewildered. "Trust me, don't stop, just go." Chen Xu urged again with urgency. The driver, sensing the gravity of Chen Xu's demeanor, hesitated, though he found it hard to believe. Yet, The thought of stopping and potentially losing everything made the decision clear. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator, the truck rumbling ominously as it surged forward. The woman, startled by the approaching vehicle, darted to the roadside just moments before the truck thundered past her, leaving her in a state of confusion. From the nearby bushes, several burly men emerged, their expressions one of disbelief. "Damn it, we just started using this trick a few days ago, and it has worked every time. Why has it failed now? This time, we might have encountered someone astute." As the truck drove away, the driver glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed the men watching them intently. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he turned to Chen Xu. "Boss, how did you figure that out? I've encountered various robbers, but I've never seen a scheme like this before. I didn't expect this young man to be so perceptive." Chen Xu let out a sigh of relief, closing his eyes momentarily before explaining, "In the middle of nowhere, a woman traveling such a distance with her shoes intact and hardly a speck of mud. Does that seem normal?" The driver felt a flush of embarrassment at this observation, realizing he had been too distracted by her tearful visage to notice the details. "No wonder you're so successful at such a young age. You truly have a keen eye. I still have much to learn from you," he admitted, his face reddening. Chen Xu smiled. "You're too kind, uncle." As the commotion settled, daylight gradually broke, and the remainder of the journey proceeded smoothly. By around 9 in the morning, the truck reached Rongqing. Easing into the entrance of the village of Guanyuan and halting at the gate of the courtyard rented by Chen Xu, he opened the door, stepped out, and stretched his stiff limbs before making his way to the courtyard gate. "Uncle, could you help me unload this cargo? Would an extra 2 yuan for the labor be acceptable?" Chen Xu called out to the driver who had just disembarked. Without a moment's thought, the driver nodded enthusiastically. Of course, his journey yielded a mere 20 in earnings, excluding fuel costs. Nevertheless, this sum is commendable compared to the average individual's wages for 3 days. However, a mere 2 yuan for unloading a shipment is substantial, particularly when it consists of just over 100 bolts of fabric. The driver agreed to the task, and without delay, the two collaborated to gradually transport the neatly packaged textiles from the truck to the courtyard. Occasionally, a neighbor or two from the village would pass by and lend a helping hand. Although Chen Xu had not resided in the area for long, he was warmly accepted, likely due to Tang Guoshan's good reputation among the villagers. The locals treated him as one of their own, displaying great enthusiasm. In return for their assistance, Chen Xu generously offered each helper a pack of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes, embodying the spirit of reciprocity. Within an hour, the unloading was completed, and the fabric was neatly stored in the small courtyard. By the time they finished, it was already past 10. Chen Xu invited the driver for a few sips of tea before they both climbed back into the vehicle to seek breakfast in the nearby street. Since the truck driver was eager to return for another load, Chen Xu quickly found a soy milk and fried dough stick shop, finishing breakfast within a matter of minutes before sending the driver on his way. Just before the truck set off, the driver leaned out of the window, grinning broadly, revealing a set of yellowing teeth stained by tea. "Boss, if there's more cargo next time, be sure to call me." Chen Xu waved his hand affirmatively. "Absolutely. All right then, I'm off. Take care." After bidding farewell, the jovial truck driver drove away. Chen Xu, having seen him off, did not rush home but instead turned towards a nearby bicycle shop. By around 10 in the morning, he was riding a brand new human-powered tricycle, arriving at the village entrance. After earning a considerable sum over the past 2 months, he recognized the necessity of a reliable mode of transport to increase his earnings. However, the tricycle did not come cheap. Despite haggling with the owner for half the day, he still spent 230 yuan to acquire it. While it stung a bit to part with that amount, the convenience it afforded for selling fabric would be invaluable. Most people in Yuzhou possess a peculiar habit. During mealtime, instead of dining at a table, they hold their bowls and squat at their doorsteps. This was especially true for the residents of Guanyuan village. At this hour, as lunchtime approached, the aunts and uncles were seated at their doorsteps, enjoying their meals. Upon seeing Chen Xu return on his tricycle, their faces lit up with delight. One uncle wiped his mouth and exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Chen, that's impressive. You've even bought a tricycle. That must not have been cheap. Have you eaten lunch? If not, come eat at my place." An aunt chimed in, tapping her chopsticks against her bowl. "It must have cost at least 250 or 260, right? Amazing, Xiao Chen. Come dine with us. What luck for old Tang to have such a capable partner like you. Look, in just over a month, you've already bought a vehicle. Come eat at my house. We'll feast on some meat today." In this era, Owning a bicycle was akin to acquiring a luxury car in later times. As soon as Chen Xu arrived, he became the focal point of greetings from the aunts and uncles, who eagerly invited him inside for a meal. Chen Xu slowed down his vehicle, greeting everyone with a smile. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, but I won't be staying for dinner. I have matters to attend to at home. I'll take my leave now, let's chat next time." With a wave, he pedaled away swiftly on his tricycle. Just as Chen Xu departed, one of the aunts reacted, wiping her mouth with a cheerful expression. "Oh, that lad must be hurrying home to accompany his girlfriend." Another aunt, licking crumbs from the corner of her mouth, inquired curiously, "Is that ethereal girl truly his girlfriend? Why wouldn't she be? Young Chun is quite handsome, and few in Rongqing can match his capabilities. He clearly has a promising future, and not only is the girl beautiful, but she also possesses excellent judgment in choosing companions." Unaware of the aunt's discussions, Chen Xu pedaled quickly, turning at the edge of the village. Upon looking up, he noticed a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the courtyard he rented. The girl had long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her cream-colored wool coat accentuated her delicate curves. Her slender, elegant legs stood together, exuding an air of grace. Even from a distance, one could sense the scholarly aura emanating from her. At that moment, the girl seemed to notice the commotion, turning her head in his direction. Upon recognizing Chen Xu, she took a deep breath and waved her fair hand, greeting him warmly. Chen Xu instantly recognized her. Seeing her initiative made him raise an eyebrow and quicken his pace toward the courtyard entrance. "What brings you here?" he asked, stopping his tricycle at the gate and jumping off. Qingyu looked at him with innocent eyes, blinking twice. "May I come inside the courtyard?" "Oh, of course." Chen Xu, realizing the situation, scratched his head and hurriedly opened the gate, concerned that she might be apprehensive about being alone with him. As they entered, Chen Xu instinctively closed the gate behind them. Turning around, he found Qingyu already facing him, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, her expression seemingly unsettled. Chen Xu furrowed his brow and stepped closer, softly inquiring, "What's wrong?" As Chen Xu's tall figure drew near, Qingyu contemplated the words she needed to convey. Feeling her heart race and a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks, biting her lip, she finally looked up at him. "I have something to tell you." She gazed up at him, her inky lashes fluttering gently, her eyes shimmering, and her fair, exquisite face tinged with a rosy hue, captivating anyone who looked upon her. It stirred ripples in his previously tranquil heart. His gaze was ensnared by her beauty, and it took him a moment to respond. "Yes, go on." In that instant, Chen Xu felt as though thunder had struck above him as she uttered the words, "I am pregnant." Even after experiencing the extraordinary event of traversing time and reincarnation, she was utterly stunned by the news. She was pregnant? How could that be? Hadn't Qin Miao and the others said there was no possibility of that? Chen Xu's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and it took him a moment to blurt out a thought that barely grazed the surface of coherent reasoning. "Is it mine?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he sensed something amiss. The girl before him immediately changed her expression. In an instant, tears welled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back. With a mixture of resentment and fury, she cast a glance at Chen Xu, her delicate hand clenched into a fist, and, as if venting her frustrations, she struck him in the chest. Without waiting for Chen Xu to react, she turned away in a huff and strode off. This insufferable bear. Let him be infuriated. Chen Xu, momentarily stunned by the impact of her small fist, took a moment to gather his wits before slapping his forehead in frustration and hurriedly chasing after her. "Qingyu, wait up. Be careful not to trip." Chapter 61. The marriage proposal approaches with his long legs. Chen Xu quickly caught up with Qingyu. Hesitant to make physical contact, he stepped forward to block her path. "Don't be angry. I spoke thoughtlessly just now." Qingyu had calmed down somewhat, but was still irritated. As her way was obstructed, she cast him a sorrowful glance and, without allowing him to finish, ducked her head and nimbly slipped under his outstretched arm, continuing her brisk departure. Chen Xu, however, noticed that she seemed less furious than before. Observing Qingyu's determined stride, he hesitated to block her again, disregarding everything else, and reached out to grasp her wrist. The delicate, smooth sensation of her skin momentarily took him aback. When Qingyu felt her wrist suddenly seized, she glanced back at Chen Xu. The warmth of his palm enveloped her skin, causing her temperature to rise sharply, and soon her face was flushed. No longer able to harbor any anger, her heart raced wildly. Chen Xu, shaken from his brief moment of distraction, tilted his head in bewilderment, and quickly checked Qingyu's complexion. Noticing the rosy hue of her cheeks, he raised an eyebrow and reached out to touch her forehead. "You're so flushed. Are you running a fever?" Throughout his previous life, he had encountered many women, most of whom eagerly approached him. He had never witnessed a girl blush before. Qingyu gazed at the earnest, anxious expression of the person probing her forehead, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. She swiftly grasped his hand from her brow and, despite her conflicted feelings, retorted, "I'm not feverish, you just made me angry." At her words, Chen Xu retracted his hand, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. "I admit, my previous remarks were inappropriate. Let us not be upset anymore, all right?" Qingyu had also regained her composure. Indeed, sulking was futile. She had come to resolve an issue. She quickly gathered her emotions and said to him, "Aside from discussing this matter, there is something else." Chen Xu promptly nodded, encouraging her to continue. Since they were facing the reality of her pregnancy, it was a shared responsibility between them. Regardless of Qingyu's thoughts, he would do his utmost to cooperate. However, Chen Xu felt a tinge of fear at the prospect of her uttering the words about termination. In a past life, he may have felt little impact from being unmarried and childless. However, after the arrival of the little fish in his life, he has come to realize that the small child is indeed the most adorable creature in the world. He cannot bear the thought of losing this precious bond. Yet, the decision rests with Qingyu, especially at her tender age, where if she is unwilling, he cannot compel her to bring the child into the world. As he gazes at the girl before him, Chen Xu's heart is increasingly unsettled. Yet, the words that Qingyu uttered next left him momentarily speechless. She lifted her gaze and fixed it on him, her delicate voice flowing like a gentle spring. "Chen Xu, let us marry." At that moment, Chen Xu's mind went blank. Qingyu wishes to marry him? He stared at her in disbelief, astonished by her declaration. A gentle breeze brushed by, tousling the fine strands of hair beside her face, accentuating her stunningly fair visage, a sight that was utterly breathtaking. She reached up to tuck the hair behind her ear, observing the expression on Chen Xu's face, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Does his reaction imply that he does not wish to marry her? Had he initially urged her to take precautions to avoid pregnancy out of fear that she might come to him seeking responsibility? In mere seconds, countless thoughts raced through Qingyu's mind. Her eyes grew increasingly uncertain, and as she noticed Chen Xu's prolonged silence, her brows knitted together in worry. "Do you not want to marry me?" she ventured. Unexplainably, a wave of vulnerability surged within her as she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Seeing that he was on the verge of making her cry, Chen Xu quickly shook his head. No, it's just a bit sudden." He had thought Qingyu was asking him to accompany her to terminate the pregnancy. How could he have anticipated that she would suddenly propose marriage? "Will you marry me or not?" Qingyu gazed at him with a glimmer in her eyes, her tone carrying a trace of sorrow. After all, she had many admirers at school. If she mentioned marriage, they would eagerly rush to her side. Why did it feel as if she were pressuring Chen Xu? However, if she did not marry him and her pregnancy became apparent, he could be accused of misconduct, and she would bear the burden of guilt. The sudden prospect of pregnancy and marriage left Chen Xu somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, having lived 2 lifetimes, he quickly composed himself and began to clarify his thoughts. Since Qingyu wished to marry him, it was likely because she could not bear to terminate the pregnancy and wanted to provide the child with a complete family. However, what she did not know was that he had been married once before. Although he currently had no wife, he did have a daughter. Chen Xu had no intention of concealing this fact. Of course, it was not appropriate for Qingyu to remain standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He tilted his head slightly and asked gently, "Why don't you come inside? I can explain everything to you." Upon hearing his invitation, Qingyu looked up at the tall figure tilting his head to regard her, finding an inexplicable charm in his demeanor. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances at him before softly nodding. "All right." With that, they walked back into the courtyard, one in front of the other. Now, Chen Xu is acutely aware that there is a little one growing inside Qingyu, and he is consumed with anxiety, closely trailing behind her throughout. Whenever they approach a step or threshold, he feels compelled to promptly voice a warning. The remnants of Qingyu's resentment dissipate entirely upon sensing Chen Xu's concern for the baby. She had initially feared that he might not cherish the little ones, but it seems he is even more enthusiastic than she is. As they enter, Qingyu suddenly recalls something and turns to Chen Xu, her eyes glimmering with mirth. "Eager to share? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Habitually, she caresses her abdomen and continues, it's twins. Chen Xu's breath catches in his throat. His gaze fixated on her belly, a wave of indescribable joy surging within him. Two at once. How wonderful. He steps forward, reaching out to touch her. But recalling their somewhat awkward relationship, he graciously withdraws his hand, coughing lightly to mask his excitement. That's splendid, two at a time. Qingyu observes his every action, finding his bear-like demeanor increasingly endearing. She turns back and walks into the room, her cheeks slightly flushed as she remarks, "You can't really tell I'm pregnant yet. I can't even touch it. We should at least wait until my belly is more pronounced." Chen Xu quickly steps forward to open the door for his future wife, adding, "Honestly, I wouldn't have noticed you were pregnant if you hadn't said anything. Be careful of the threshold, although they are still strangers." Having spent a night together has fostered a sense of familiarity between them. Their interaction now bears a resemblance to a typical newlywed couple. Once inside, Chen Xu hurriedly invites her to sit down and pours her a cup of tea. However, when he sees her reaching for it, he feels it inappropriate and swiftly replaces it with a glass of water. "You should avoid tea since you're carrying a baby. Just settle for some water." With that, Qingyu's previously furrowed brow smoothens as she accepts the water and takes a sip. Subsequently, she resumes her proposal of marriage, asking him, "So, what are your thoughts on us getting married?" Initially, it felt somewhat awkward to broach this topic, but after repeating it a few times, she finds it flows more easily. Chapter 62. Taking you back, the little one couldn't be happier. Chen Xu gazes at her, his expression contemplative as he takes a sip of tea. Gathering his thoughts before responding, "I have no objections to marriage, but there are circumstances I must disclose." "Go ahead," Qingyu encourages, nodding in agreement upon hearing his willingness to marry. With a serious demeanor, Chen Xu candidly shares, "I have been married before. My wife passed away after giving birth to our daughter. I now have a nearly 3-year-old daughter. Would that bother you?" He lays it all out in one breath, feeling an inexplicable anxiety. Surely, having a daughter from a previous marriage would raise concerns. As he anticipated, Qingyu's expression shifts to one of surprise upon hearing his revelation. "You were married?" For a moment, she finds it hard to process. If Chen Xu was married, did he still harbor feelings for his late wife? Is that why he hesitated when she proposed marriage? Upon contemplating this, Qing's eyes dimmed momentarily, and an inexplicable turmoil stirred within her heart. She had assumed that with Chen Xu's poor reputation in the village, he would be unable to find a wife. To her astonishment, he was not only married but also had a daughter. She hastily took a sip of water to steady her nerves before raising her gaze to inquire, "So your hesitation in marrying me is due to lingering feelings for your late wife?" Chen Xu was genuinely taken aback by her sudden question. He had presumed she was more concerned about his previous marriage or the existence of his daughter. The direct inquiry regarding his feelings for his late wife caught him off guard, and he took a moment to process her words. Moreover, being scrutinized by Qing inexplicably stirred a sense of urgency within him, awakening his primal instincts for self-preservation. "Well, at the time of our marriage," Chen Xu gestured to his head, "I was rather ignorant about matters of love and relationships. However, I am grateful to her for giving me a thoughtful daughter." Though he held no memories or emotions towards his deceased wife, it was she who had brought such an adorable and considerate child into the world. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Qing paused momentarily, then fixed her gaze on him and asked, "Were you really foolish back then?" Although Chen Xu was reluctant to admit it, he nodded, revealing that a childhood fever had affected his cognitive abilities. Qing recalled the domineering and gluttonous Chen Xu during the banquet, a figure that instilled fear in the villagers. Her thoughts then drifted back to that night, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she nervously inquired, "So, during our encounter, were you still foolish?" The more she spoke, the redder her face became, rendering her too embarrassed to meet Chen Xu's eyes. Especially in this era, despite being educated, discussing such matters at her age made her feel exceedingly bashful. Not only Qing, but even Chen Xu's demeanor became somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and remarked, "Interestingly, when you appeared in my bed, I became quite normal. Initially, I had intended to refuse." At this point, he glanced at the girl opposite him, only to realize that Qing had turned as red as a boiled shrimp, her earlobes nearly crimson. Qing recalled how she had leaned on Chen Xu's shoulder, her face burning as if set ablaze, hastily covering her heated cheeks with her hands. Embarrassed, she stammered, You shouldn't say that. I was drunk at that time. If there were a crevice in the ground, she would have instantly sought refuge within it." How utterly humiliating. Chen Xu, observing her flustered demeanor, found her unexpectedly endearing. He finally discerned that Yi Qing was indeed shy. Smiling as he nodded in agreement, all right, I won't say anything further. This girl transformed completely when intoxicated, appearing like two different people. Now, she blushed at the mere mention, yet her delicate voice from that night still lingered in his memory, leaving him enraptured. Otherwise, he would not have been so fervent throughout the night. After some time, Yi Qing managed to regain her composure, taking a couple more sips of water to calm herself before stating, regardless, we cannot bear to terminate the pregnancy, nor can we allow our children to be the subject of gossip. Now that you are single, if you don't mind, let us proceed with the marriage. Chen Xu, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, what is there for a grown man like me to be concerned about? Besides, I previously stated my willingness to take responsibility. It was you who hesitated. He was well aware that this young woman intended to marry him primarily for the sake of their child. Moreover, little Yuer had expressed a desire for a beautiful mother. Bringing this girl home would undoubtedly be a more appealing choice than the so-called lovely older sister she had mentioned. Yi Qingyu did not dispute Chen Xu's words. After all, had it not been for the child, she would not have considered marrying at her age, even if she had met someone she fancied. Upon hearing Chen Xu's agreement, she pondered for a moment and then said, I have a little over a week off. When my vacation begins, I will take you to meet my family. Since they were to wed, it was only natural to introduce him to her relatives. Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback and asked, who will I be meeting? Your grandparents? My grandparents live in Wenxing Town. I'll take you to see them first. Yi Qingyu replied casually. Before Chen Xu could respond, she continued, by the way, when the day comes for us to visit the elders, I will explain their preferences to you. This way, they might be more inclined to accept you and agree to our marriage. Compared to her father and paternal grandparents, she was more concerned about whether her maternal grandparents would approve of Chen Xu as their grandson-in-law. She wished to ensure their satisfaction. Chen Xu had initially intended to mention his relationship with her grandparents, but seeing Yi Qingyu's earnest demeanor, he decided to hold back, nodding in agreement. He did not spend much time with them and was not entirely familiar with their preferences, so getting to know them better through their beloved granddaughter seemed reasonable. After discussing this, Yi Qingyu recalled his daughter and inquired, does your daughter have any particular likes? What kind of foods does she enjoy? What sort of mother does she wish for? Since she had chosen to marry Chen Xu, it was essential for her to accept his daughter as well. Furthermore, she had a fondness for children, especially those around 2 or 3 years old. Upon hearing Yi Qingyu's question, Chen Xu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before responding with a smile. As for her, she enjoys everything when it comes to food. And regarding a mother, he turned his gaze toward the girl beside him, his eyes lingering on her beautiful and delicate features. She wishes for someone as lovely as you. With this compliment, Chen Xu found it increasingly difficult to divert his gaze from her face. Yi Qingyu, taken aback by his praise, felt an inexplicable surge of happiness but playfully scolded him. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Xu remained unfazed, replying earnestly, it's true. Before I came here, she asked me to find her a beautiful mother. He glanced at his future bride without reservation, adding, when I bring you home, the little one will be overjoyed. Yi Qingyu, flustered by his straightforward compliment, felt her cheeks warm and quickly handed him her empty bowl, saying, I still need more water. She needed to send him away for a moment. She could not withstand such blunt admiration with her bashful nature. Immediately, Chen Xu reached out to take the bowl. All right, I'll go fetch it for you. I'll prepare lunch for you afterward. After a moment's thought, he lowered his head and asked, how about I make you some sour pickled vegetables over rice? That should be quite appetizing. In this moment, Chen Xu felt an indescribable discomfort upon realizing that Yi Qingyu's slender figure was due to the little one growing within her. He wished fervently to remedy her condition. When Yi Qingyu heard the mention of sour green beans, she found it impossible to refuse, nodding obediently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. All right, may I add some chili as well? No problem, as you wish. Chapter 63. Through wind and rain, yet reluctant to meet the girlfriend? At noon, Yi Qingyu was at Chen Xu's home, finally indulging in the most satisfying meal she had had in days. In this era, most people's appetites were considerable, with bowls roughly the size of a palm. Today, she managed to consume an entire bowl brimming with sour green bean rice. With such a substantial meal, her spirit was instantly revitalized, exuding a newfound vigor. After placing the last grain of rice into her mouth, she set down her chopsticks and, with a polite yet contented tone, expressed her gratitude. Thank you for today's meal. Chen Xu had already finished his meal and, upon hearing Qingyu's formal thanks, felt a twinge of displeasure. He swiftly collected the bowls from her side and remarked, "Why be so polite with me? We're engaged, after all." Moreover, considering her delicate condition as she was carrying his child, it was imperative to ensure she was well nourished and gain some weight. The sight of her face, having grown so gaunt, was distressing to him. Having tidied up the tableware, Chen Xu stood up, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Qingyu and instructed, "Come for dinner at my place tonight. I will cook for you daily from now on. Aren't you quite busy? It would be troublesome to cook every day." Qingyu replied as she rose and reached for the bowl in Chen Xu's hands, saying, "Let me wash this. I feel bad for having eaten at your expense." Although she had never lacked for food or clothing in her upbringing, she still felt uneasy about taking advantage of others. Chen Xu lifted the bowl out of her reach, maintaining a gentle yet firm gaze upon her. "I insist, no need for politeness. I will be cooking for myself daily anyway, so I might as well prepare an extra portion for you. It won't be a burden." He merely needed to adjust the flavors to suit Qingyu's palate by making more appetizing dishes. As Qingyu gazed up at the bowl in Chen Xu's hands, her brows furrowed slightly. Yet, seeing the earnest expression on his face, she found herself unable to resist and nodded. "All right then, I won't be polite anymore." It was fortuitous, as she had little appetite for other foods and was concerned about the nourishment of the two little ones. Chen Xu's face lit up with satisfaction. That's more like it. Although it was Saturday, Qingyu still had 1 or 2 classes at school. After finishing their lunch, she did not linger at Chen Xu's home and accompanied him to the North Road tram station. They waited briefly before the tram arrived, and Chen Xu ensured that his future bride boarded safely. As the vehicle approached the stop, a reminder of safety resonated through the air. Chen Xu, ensuring that the last passenger was safely aboard, turned his attention back as the crowd swiftly filled the bus. Once it departed, he calculated that there was still ample time for him to return home and fetch some goods to sell on Rui Street. Yet, just as he reached his doorstep, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Rushing into the courtyard, he sought refuge beneath the eaves. With a swift motion, he brushed back some damp hair, observing the relentless rain that showed no sign of abating. Deciding to retreat indoors, he acknowledged the fatigue from the past few days of hauling goods. With the rain persisting, there was little choice but to take a restorative nap. The rain continued unabated throughout the afternoon. Upon awakening, Chen Xu stretched lazily, noting that the downpour had not ceased. He made his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Approaching a rustic earthen jar in the corner, he lifted the lid, releasing a tangy aroma into the air. Reaching inside, he retrieved 2 pieces of pickled cabbage, wringing out the excess moisture before placing them into an enamel basin. After rinsing them in cool water, he returned to the kitchen to ignite the stove, readying a pot of water. He crushed garlic, chopped the pickled cabbage, and added 2 dried chilies. Knowing that she had a penchant for both sour and spicy flavors, the small stove began to simmer as he uncovered the enamel jar, scooping out a piece of pork and adding it to the pan. The rich scent of sizzling meat wafted through the air, followed closely by the garlic and chilies. Once fragrant, he tossed in the chopped cabbage, stirring it into the mixture. As the water in the larger pot began to boil, he fetched a couple of bowls, filled them with hot water, and poured it into the frying pan, allowing the flavors of the pickled cabbage to meld together. A sprinkle of salt and other seasonings led to the creation of a perfect base for the sour soup. Seizing the opportunity while the water continued to bubble, he added a handful of noodles, watching as they danced in the pot. A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of pickled cabbage noodles was ready, carefully placed in the enamel jar and covered. Outside, the rain persisted, showing no signs of relenting. Without delay, Chen Xu sealed the container, placed it into his usual basket, covered it with a burlap sack, and hurried out, vanishing into the curtain of rain. Given the intensity of the downpour, it would be inconvenient for Qingyu to navigate the crowded bus. He resolved to deliver the noodles before her class ended. As he made his way to Guanyuan Street, fortune smiled upon him as he effortlessly hailed a rare, 3-wheeled motorcycle with a canopy. Settling into the vehicle, he greeted the driver, and they sped toward Rongqing Normal University. Unlike the bus, the motorcycle offered a direct route, and within an hour, Chen Xu arrived at the security office of the university. Upon his arrival, the security personnel recognized him almost immediately. However, compared to his previous visit, they noted a significant change in his demeanor, particularly the reduction of the roughness that had once characterized him. Chen Xu had just arrived at the security window when the guard noticed the item in his hand from a distance and inquired, "Bringing gifts again?" Chen Xu smiled, deftly retrieved a half-pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, and replied, "Yes, uncle. Would you like a smoke?" The guard's face brightened upon seeing the cigarette offered by Chen Xu. He extended his hand to accept it and cheerfully remarked, "This must be for classmate Qingyu again, right? Leave it with me. I'll personally deliver it to her after class." Chen Xu chuckled knowingly and placed the items on the counter, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, uncle. No need to be polite." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the security guard, Chen Xu bid farewell, hurried to his tricycle, swung his leg over, and signaled the driver to depart. The guard, glancing at the contents of the basket and watching the tricycle fade into the rain, pondered, "This tall fellow is quite generous. The fare for this tricycle must start at 30 cents. And he specifically took a cab to deliver food. What a thoughtful gesture." Not long after Chen Xu departed, school was dismissed. The guard, having tidied up, prepared to take the items to find the recipient. At that moment, Qingyu, holding a silk umbrella, arrived at the school gate. The guard, about to step out, recognized her and waved. "Classmate Qingyu, I have something for you." "Oh, really?" Qingyu, eager to head to Chen Xu's home for a meal, was somewhat reluctant but nonetheless strode over. "Uncle, what's the matter?" she called out, attempting to raise her voice above the patter of the rain. The guard presented the basket to her, saying, "This is from Chen Xu. It's still warm. Likely something to eat." Qingyu paused, then realizing what it was, reached out to accept the gift, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the school gate. "He has already left. You should hurry back to enjoy it before it gets cold," the guard advised perceptively. "All right," Qingyu replied, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washing over her. She politely thanked the guard, then turned to leave with her belongings. The guard observed her reaction with surprise. "What is going on?" Not seeing him seems to have dampened her spirits. This young lady, could there be something between her and that tall fellow? No way. Really? The guard felt he had stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The rain persisted relentlessly for 2 full days, preventing Chen Xu from going out to set up his stall. He remained at home, punctually preparing meals and soups to send over to Qingyu. Unsure whether she would mind her classmates knowing about their relationship, he opted to deliver everything directly to the security office, asking the guard to relay any messages. For the past 2 days, the guard had quietly observed the unfolding events with astonishment. If there was nothing between the tall fellow and Qingyu, he would gladly write his name backwards. However, he hesitated to inquire further, choosing instead to silently digest the information. He pondered whether he should subtly suggest to the tall fellow that his girlfriend seemed eager to meet him. Furthermore, the guard found himself puzzled. How could he have such a beautiful girlfriend while others would be eager to keep watch over her every day? The tall fellow is quite something, braving the winds and rain, yet reluctant to linger and meet his girlfriend. How curious. Although the rain has not ceased today, it has finally lessened somewhat. With the new year approaching, Chen Xu finds himself burdened with unsold goods due to the incessant downpour of the past 2 days. If he does not hasten to sell them, this year may prove quite challenging for him. Chen Xu, eager to avoid further delays, set out early in the morning to purchase a large piece of waterproof tarpaulin, loading his tricycle with 20 bolts of fabric as he ventured into the streets. Chapter 64. How flattering it has become. The damp weather has deterred many pedestrians today, and the streets are devoid of vendors. It seems that the recent proliferation of stalls on Rui Street has drawn the scrutiny of the city management enforcement team, who have been confiscating goods and imposing fines. After several days of crackdowns, coupled with the rain, the vendors have ceased their operations here. Chen Xu learned of this situation only after inquiring at nearby shops. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to make the best of it. Surely the enforcement team would not be on duty in such inclement weather? This location is perfectly suited for selling his goods, and despite the risks, he felt compelled to set up shop here. He secured the waterproof tarpaulin to 4 wooden poles, creating a small canopy that shielded 3 sides while leaving one side open to the street. The rain was light today, but the wind was brisk. To prevent the fabric from being drenched by rain blown in by the wind, Chen Xu maneuvered his tricycle further under the shelter. As the rain fell and the cold wind blew, passers-by hunched their shoulders against the chill, eager to purchase their necessities and return home swiftly. However, amidst the sea of dark cotton garments, the vibrant fabrics displayed on Chen Xu's tricycle were undeniably eye-catching. A woman, huddled under an oil paper umbrella and clutching a basket of vegetables, hurried past his stall. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition sparked within her, prompting her to swiftly return to the stall. Upon seeing the familiar vendor and the dazzling array of fabrics, her face lit up. "Ah, little Chen, you've finally returned," she exclaimed, promptly folding her umbrella and stepping into the tent. Gawking at the splendid fabrics, she joyfully remarked, "I've been coming by every day and hadn't seen you. I thought you weren't coming back." The last time she had visited, she had not brought enough money, only managing to take a yard of fabric, which she quickly used to sew new clothes for her children overnight, much to their delight. Her husband had seen it and urged her to buy more fabric so that each family member could have a new outfit for the new year, celebrating in style. However, in the following days, her attempts to find the vendor had been in vain. Not only she, but many neighbors were inquiring around, having not seen him. They had begun to think he would not return, so the sudden sight of him today, along with a fresh stock of goods, brought her immense joy. Chen Xu, wiping the rainwater from the fabric, greeted her with a smile, explaining, "I just returned with new stock a few days ago, but the heavy rain made it difficult to set up shop. Now that the rain has lightened, I hurried over, knowing you all wish to buy fabric for new clothes to welcome the new year beautifully." Chen Xu's words brought a delightful smile to the auntie's face. She immediately chimed in, "The garments made from the fabric produced by young Master Chen are indeed exquisite. Today, I will take 2 lengths for my entire family, as we all rely on your fabric for our new clothes this new year. Certainly, I shall cut you a little extra, and any surplus can be used to make a backpack for the children," he replied. Everyone loves a bargain, and since his fabric is reasonably priced, he could afford to give a bit more, ensuring that customers would happily refer him to others. "Oh, thank you so much." The auntie, known for her loud voice, engaged in conversation with Chen Xu, catching the attention of passers-by. Upon seeing the vibrant fabrics on the tricycle, their eyes lit up, and they rushed over to him. "Look, isn't that young Master Chen? At last, he has arrived. Oh, so this is the reputed seller of the fine fabric. It truly does look impressive. No wonder my daughter has been crying for days, envious of the beautiful clothes next door. Indeed, my son has been insisting on a new outfit just like the one he saw on Dog Sheng's boy at the village entrance. After some inquiries, I discovered that this fine fabric is sold here, but I hadn't spotted anyone until today. Sir, it's 3 yuan and 3 jiao per foot, correct? I'll take 1 length. I want 3 lengths." Although the price of Chen Xu's fabric was not the cheapest, it had the advantage of being available without fabric coupons and was unrestricted for purchase. With the festive season approaching, everyone was eager to spend a little more on new clothes, wanting to wear this trendy fabric while visiting relatives, a matter of pride. In no time, his stall was surrounded by a throng of customers, the once quiet street suddenly bustling with life. From 8 in the morning until 10:30, the stream of buyers showed no signs of abating. At that moment, the loud auntie rushed up on her bicycle, quickly dismounting and calling out to Chen Xu, "Young Master Chen, the enforcement team is coming. Hurry, hurry." The auntie, being loyal, felt compelled to warn him after he had generously provided her with fabric. Upon hearing her urgent warning, Chen Xu swiftly reacted, skillfully beginning to pack up his stall. "Everyone, the enforcement team is here. I shall return another day to sell." Many of the women, anxious not to see him apprehended, hurried to assist him. "Oh no, please come back tomorrow." "Yes. Where else will we find you if you don't? We're counting on your fabric for our new clothes." Several women efficiently helped Chen Xu dismantle the tent, completing the task in just a couple of minutes. Chen Xu was already seated on his tricycle, pausing for a brief moment before turning back to say, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, at the end of Guanyuan village, at the house with the large tree in the yard, that's where I'll be. If you want fabric, come over." He then waved to the auntie on the bicycle. "By the way, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." "Oh, it's nothing. Hurry and be on your way." Chen Xu greeted the aunts and swiftly departed on his human-powered tricycle. As soon as he left, the crowd dispersed in a flurry. When the captain of the enforcement team rushed over with his men, the vendor had vanished without a trace, leaving them with nothing but disappointment. Among the group, a tall man with prominent brows and bright eyes, radiating righteousness, wore a grim expression. After a prolonged silence, he raised his hand and commanded sharply, "Fall back. Tomorrow morning, we will stake out here directly." They had received 2 consecutive reports from the public regarding the vendor's disruption of market order, yet both attempts to apprehend him had been fruitless. This severely undermined the enforcement team's authority and disappointed the well-meaning citizens. Tomorrow, he would not wait for further reports. They would be there to catch him red-handed. and he would see how he could escape this time. As the group turned to leave, one of the men following the captain involuntarily shivered. "Captain, if it rains again, should we still come early tomorrow to stake out?" The captain shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. It was raining today, yet he still set up his stall early. Why should we not brave the rain to catch him? We cannot allow the will of a common citizen to outweigh ours. How can we remain in the enforcement team and serve the people otherwise? The man fell silent, realizing the captain's admonition was somewhat misplaced. Were they not supposed to apprehend the vendor? Why was he praising him instead? Chapter 65. He arrives after closing up shop on Rui Street. Chen Xu hurried back to the village. Upon reaching his courtyard, he jumped off the tricycle, wheeled it inside, and shut the gate. He dashed to the eaves, wiped the rain from his face, and then stepped inside the house to change out of his drenched clothes. The icy fabric clung uncomfortably to his skin. After spending a few minutes in the inner room, he quickly donned a fresh outfit, feeling significantly more comfortable, albeit slightly underdressed. He wore a sweater layered over a shirt and a pair of dress pants, new clothes purchased by Chen Xu for the previous owner last autumn. With the sweater knitted by his elder sister, Chen Xu. The original owner had found them uncomfortable and hardly wore them. Thankfully, he still had this outfit. Otherwise, he would have been left without clothes to wear. After several days of incessant rain, his previous attire had yet to dry, and now he was soaked again. Walking directly from the main room to the kitchen in the east wing, Chen Xu grabbed a basin and retrieved the pickled sour radish from the earthen jar to prepare lunch. Today's meal featured refreshing sour radish soup, stir-fried black fungus with cucumber, and sweet and sour water eggs. Fortunately, it was winter, making food preservation easier. Chen Xu always prepared the ingredients for the next day in advance to avoid wasting time and ensure that Qingyu and her little one would not go hungry. However, today's vendoring had indeed caused a delay. By the time Chen Xu finished cooking, it was already late. His rented accommodation lacked a clock, and watches were a rare commodity, hardly available for purchase in Rongqing. He promptly packed the dishes and soup into several glass jars, sealed them, and placed them into an aluminum box. As he closed the lid, he noticed the words "serving the people" inscribed on it, prompting an involuntary smile. This is not an act of serving the people. Rather, it is an endeavor to please his future bride. Having prepared the delicacies, Chen Xu wasted no time. He hoisted the dark green straps of the food box onto his shoulder, grasping an oil paper umbrella, and hurried out the door. Upon arriving at the entrance of Rongqing Normal University, he learned from the school security that it was already 10:58. Without hesitation, he followed the usual routine, offering a cigarette to the security guard and placing the food box down with a brief explanation before attempting to leave. However, just as he set his belongings down and was about to step away, the guard's anxious voice broke through. "Big guy, you come here so punctually every day to deliver meals. Don't you intend to meet your girlfriend? Especially today, dressed in that sweater and trousers. You exude a certain mature charm." Taken aback, Chen Xu turned to the security guard. "How do you know she is my girlfriend?" The guard replied, "Am I blind? You deliver meals while she remains unseen, and that sense of loss can only mean one thing." Yet, the old guard was puzzled. How could this big guy be so adept in social matters, yet so oblivious when it came to his romantic life? With a sigh, he continued, "Regardless of how I know, it seems your girlfriend has something on her mind that she wishes to discuss with you. Since classes are about to end, why not wait for her here and have a few words before you leave? You two are likely in that exciting phase of a new relationship. It would be a shame not to relieve the longing by just talking." The old security guard, no longer content with merely observing, took on a more active role in this young couple's affair. Amused by the old man's assumptions, Chen Xu chuckled. "What are you speculating about? Just convey whatever she wishes to tell me." The guard, taken aback, began to doubt what it was that the young lady saw in such a dense fellow. In all his years, he had never encountered a man so oblivious to romance. The notion that a mere old man could mediate the words of young lovers, was that even plausible? With a silent sigh, the guard looked down, seriously addressing Chen Xu. "I am merely conjecturing. Every time she doesn't see you, she seems rather unhappy. Perhaps there is something she wants to communicate that I cannot relay." Chen Xu pondered for a moment and concluded that Qingyu might indeed wish to discuss something concerning the child she was expecting. "Very well, I shall wait for her." Meeting occasionally at the school gate while maintaining a respectful distance should pose no significant issue. As long as no students are aware of our relationship, it should not cause her any distress. Despite his confidence, Chen Xu was aware of the complexities of their situation. As a man with a past, having previously been a village troublemaker, He feared that if her peers discovered their connection, it might negatively affect her, especially for a young girl. Such matters would likely weigh heavily on her mind. In his previous life, while working part-time at a market stall during college, his girlfriend had expressed disdain for him, concerned that others would learn of their association and undermine her reputation. She would often pretend not to recognize him when walking with her classmates, avoiding any conversation after accompanying them to shop. His thoughts drifted, momentarily lost in reflection. Within mere minutes, as the school bell rang, groups of students began to exit the gates. Qingyu, accompanied by her friends Qin Miao and a couple of others, strolled towards the security office, parasols in hand. The girls, intrigued by the identity of the person who daily brought Qingyu her meals, had followed for a couple of days, yet had seen not a single glimpse of him. Alongside Qingyu and Qin Miao was a male classmate of similar age. His meticulously styled hair was parted neatly, his features handsome, clad in a trendy sweater layered over a shirt, complemented by a fashionable suit that exuded an air of sophistication. Holding an umbrella in one hand, and with the other tucked into his pocket, he gazed past Qin Miao towards Qingyu, a confident smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Qingyu, thanks to your guidance as the top student, I managed to secure second place in the recent test. Since we have ample time at noon, may I treat you to a meal outside? Wow, may we bask in Qingyu's brilliance as well?" exclaimed the girls, their excitement palpable as they realized that the academically gifted Qin Junsheng was inviting Qingyu to dine together. It was common knowledge that Qin Junsheng was the son of the deputy director of the Rongqing meat processing plant, and his family was reputed to be among the few affluent households in the area. Moreover, Qin Junsheng was recognized as a scholar at Rongqing Normal University. Although Qingyu had never explicitly disclosed her background, her attire suggested she hailed from a well-to-do family. Clearly, Qin Junsheng harbored feelings for Qingyu, and while they might not have a chance, the girls reveled in the gossip. Qingyu, however, paid little heed to the raucous teasing from her friends. A subtle smile graced her lips, yet she maintained her distance as she replied, "I'm sorry, Qin Junsheng, but I already have someone bringing me lunch today." Qin Miao, harboring an inexplicable animosity towards Qin Junsheng, forced a smile as she added, "Indeed, someone has been delivering meals to Qingyu every day lately, and the food is exceptionally delicious, especially prepared with great care. Not long ago, Qingyu couldn't eat much at all, but now she eats even more than I do. If given the choice, Qin Miao would certainly support the considerate gentleman who cooked for Qingyu daily rather than the arrogant Qin Junsheng." Although Qingyu had yet to reveal the identity of her benefactor, she had mentioned it was someone she knew. The other girls, upon hearing Qingyu and Qin Miao's exchange, expressed their envy. "Oh yes, there is someone who brings Qingyu meals daily, always presenting unique dishes, and it arrives right on time. I'm tired of saying how envious I am. I just wish I knew who it was. When will you introduce him to us? Qingyu, I want to meet him too." As the conversation continued, the excitement amongst the girls grew. They could all sense that Qingyu favored this daily meal delivery. Surely, he must be an attractive and thoughtful young gentleman from a wealthy family, right? However, Qin Junsheng's expression quickly shifted from sunny to overcast, a cloud of gloom settling upon him. His family was relatively prosperous in Rongqing, considered one of the affluent households. He excelled in all aspects and was among the top students in the school. Why did Qingyu dismiss him so readily, seemingly favoring some other wealthy suitor in Rongqing? As Qingyu overheard several female classmates expressing a desire to meet Chen Xu, a wave of frustration washed over her. She too wished to formally introduce them. Yet the circumstances were not conducive. Even the prospect of meeting him was fraught with difficulty. At that moment, the security guard noticed Qingyu and her companions approaching and promptly rose from his seat, making his way to the entrance of the security office to greet them from afar. "Qingyu, there's someone waiting for you outside." "Huh? Who?" Qingyu, momentarily taken aback, inquired. The security guard smiled broadly. "You should hurry out. Your meal has arrived, and someone is eagerly waiting for you." With a sense of accomplishment, he relished the feeling of having done something noteworthy. Qingyu paused for a moment, then, driven more by instinct than thought, dashed into the gentle rain. "Oh no, Qingyu. Your umbrella." Qin Miao, belatedly realizing, hurriedly grabbed the umbrella and chased after her. Chapter 66. Claiming ownership. Chen Xu, having heard the security guard calling out to Qingyu, also opened his umbrella and made his way toward the school gate. After taking just a couple of steps, a familiar figure emerged from the school, her face lighting up upon spotting him. completely disregarding the persistent drizzle as she approached. Noticing that Qingyu was without an umbrella, Chen Xu furrowed his brow and rushed toward her, extending the umbrella over her head. He contemplated brushing the droplets from her hair, but, considering they were at the school entrance, he hesitated, retracting his hand. With a serious expression, he asked, "Why aren't you using an umbrella? What if you get cold?" Qingyu, taken aback by Chen Xu's authoritative tone, finally registered the situation. She patted the moisture on her clothes and smiled. "It's just a light drizzle. I'm dressed warmly enough, so I'm not worried." Only then did she realize that Chen Xu had positioned the umbrella over her, leaving a significant portion of his own body exposed. Instinctively, she grasped the umbrella handle, shifting it towards him and inching closer. "You're wearing a thin shirt. You shouldn't get soaked." It was only in this proximity that she noticed how distinctly different Chen Xu appeared today. Tall and upright, adorned in a dark sweater paired with a white shirt, he exuded an elegance that radiated from within. His sharply defined features and strong facial structure conveyed maturity and restraint, especially when his gentle gaze met hers, as if peering directly into her heart. Her heart raced uncontrollably. How could he look so captivating today? Noticing that Qingyu seemed slightly ill at ease, Chen Xu assumed it was due to their closeness and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Regaining her composure, Qingyu shifted the umbrella back toward him, moving closer while curiously asking, "Are you afraid I might bite?" Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback, then found himself amused by her comment. It struck him as if a small prey was playfully challenging a hunter. Suppressing a laugh, he glanced toward the school gate, where Qin Miao and several other students were holding umbrellas, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity as they observed the scene. Returning his gaze to Qingyu, he remarked, "This is your school entrance. After all, we must be cautious. What if someone thinks I'm your boyfriend and it affects you?" Qingyu, upon hearing Chen Xu's words, found herself momentarily perplexed. She leaned in closer, questioning why this would affect her. After all, she was on the verge of marrying him. What was there to fear? Moreover, he was not someone to be ashamed of. Chen Xu, strategically retreating, steadied his heart in the face of her striking beauty and inquired, "Aren't you concerned that being associated with me might impact you?" Although he had undergone a transformation, restoring the wealth and grandeur of his previous life was merely a matter of time. However, the notorious reputation he had earned as a foolish bully over 20 years in Tungtou village would not dissipate overnight, especially considering his previous marriage. While he was indifferent to the gossip, he worried about the potential embarrassment it might cause her among her peers. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Qingyu took a moment to process them. So, this stubborn bear had been avoiding her for days out of concern for her feelings? Inexplicably, at that moment, the frustration that had accumulated over the past few days due to Chen Xu dissipated. She had also noticed the piercing gazes directed at them and, upon hearing his words, looked at him intently. "Why should I be concerned about any impact? I am set to marry you, after all. They are my classmates, and I intend to introduce you to them properly." Since they were to be wed, she had no intention of hiding. As Chen Xu gazed into her clear, bright, and resolute eyes, her words struck a chord within him. She genuinely did not mind. In his previous life, his ex-girlfriend had insisted on breaking up due to his determination to sell goods at markets, disregarding their relationship from high school through college. Yet, his current circumstances were no better than before. How could this girl be so unconcerned? At that moment, having already heard a shocking revelation, Qin Miao, unable to contain her overwhelming curiosity, burst forth from the school, holding an umbrella aloft. "Wow, Qingyu, what is going on between you and Brother Chen?" Her voice echoed before she even arrived. The other girls and Qin Junxing hurriedly approached, their expressions a mix of shock, disappointment, and blazing anger. Particularly Qin Junxing, who, despite being taller and seemingly formidable, could not suppress the fury in his eyes as he observed the proximity between Chen Xu and Qingyu. As the girls drew closer for a better look, they confirmed that this was indeed the owner of the fabric stall. Today, clad in his current attire, he exuded an air of composure and restraint. However, it was evident that there was something more between him and Qingyu. Chen Xu, snapping back to reality from his brief moment of excitement, greeted the approaching group with a natural and gracious smile. Qin Miao glanced between Chen Xu and the almost inseparable Qingyu, suddenly enlightened. "So, Brother Chen is the one who has been delivering meals to you, Qingyu?" Yan Shaoqing's expression darkened, and she quietly asked, "Are you two dating?" At this, Qin Junxing's forehead twitched, and he shot Yan Shaoqing a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Impossible." He scolded sharply, taking a step forward to stand before Qingyu, his tone suddenly softening. "Qingyu, this man does not seem like a good person. Do not be deceived." Qingyu belonged to him. How could she possibly be interested in this man of no background? There were not many wealthy individuals in Rongqing. He was familiar with most of them. This man was a complete stranger. It was clear he lacked the credentials to match Qingyu. Chen Xu narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Qin Junsheng, particularly noting the way the latter looked at Qingyu. An inexplicable anger surged within him, compelling him to warn the man immediately. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain of Qingyu's thoughts. Just then, Chen Xu felt a stir in his arm. His heart tightened, and he looked down. The girl's delicate hand had slipped past his arm, her smooth fingers intertwining with his, their palms pressed closely together. Qingyu grasped Chen Xu's hand, her face now shrouded in frost, her tone icy as she addressed Qin Junsheng. "I know better than you whether my fiancé is a good person." Noticing the girl's movement, a smile almost instantly spread across Chen Xu's face. He tightened his grip on her small hand and turned his cold gaze towards Qin Junsheng, stating, "My affairs with my fiancé are none of your concern, classmate. Please remember your place." At that moment, all those present were rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief, particularly Qin Miao and her friends. This man was actually Qingyu's fiancé. Chapter 67. What had she missed? Are you two getting married? Qin Junsheng was taken aback by the revelation, his face darkening as he stared at the couple for what felt like an eternity before managing to utter a single sentence. With no more reservations, Chen Xu naturally drew Qingyu into his embrace, smiling with an air of composure and elegance. "Yes, since you are a classmate of Qingyu's, I will certainly invite you to the wedding banquet and treat you well." Qin Junsheng thought to himself, how could he possibly eat that? Initially skeptical, upon hearing Chen Xu's words and witnessing how he held Qingyu close, the sight of their intimate demeanor felt like a stab to his heart, making it even harder to accept. He, a local wealthy individual in Rongqing and one of the finest youths at Rongqing Normal University, could not believe he had lost to someone like this. Qin Junsheng scrutinized Chen Xu from head to toe. Although his looks were unremarkable, the aura he exuded was a level of maturity and restraint that surpassed those of their age. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through to one's very soul. The only criticism that could be made was that his ordinary clothes, accentuated by his tall stature, appeared far less than ordinary. Altogether, his attire likely cost less than $6. How could such a pauper possibly be worthy of Qingyu? He was infuriated, yet he could not confront Qingyu or challenge the man at that moment. After all, if he were to act violently, Qingyu would surely resent him, and he might end up worse off. Having navigated the school social scene, Qin Junsheng was, of course, quite astute. Realizing that remaining here would only lead to disgrace in front of his peers at the school gate, he clenched his fists, suppressing the fury that surged within him. With a disdainful snort, he turned on his heel and strode away. Naturally, he could not let this matter rest. He intended to investigate the origins of this pauper who dared to compete with him for a woman, thereby embarrassing him. The group of students, who had paused to witness the unfolding drama, along with Qingyu and her friends, gazed at Qin Jun's furious departure. They then turned around, still in a state of confusion, to observe the harmonious couple before them. Initially, they had merely assumed that Chen Xu was Qingyu's boyfriend, but they never anticipated that he was, in fact, her fiancé. Among the girls, Zhou Ru, who had met Chen Xu once when he brought Qingyu wontons, suddenly came to a realization. No wonder this gentleman had delivered wontons to Qingyu. He was her fiancé. However, compared to their first encounter, this gentleman appeared significantly less intimidating, especially in his current attire, which transformed his demeanor entirely. It is often said that clothes make the man. One of the girls stepped forward, feigning annoyance, and exclaimed, "Why didn't you inform us of your relationship sooner?" The others who had previously met Chen Xu soon grasped the situation as well. "No wonder you were so generous when we bought fabric the other day. It turns out Qingyu is your fiancé. Hadn't brother Chen also gone out of his way to prepare hot and sour noodles for Qingyu not long ago? We should have figured it out sooner." Yan Shaoqing scrutinized the pair, recalling Chen Xu's special treatment of Qingyu from the moment they met, and a wave of grievance washed over her. Silently, she lowered her head and stepped back. At that moment, Qingyu's thoughts were entirely focused on the sturdy figure embracing her from behind, particularly the warmth of his broad chest, which made her heart race with excitement. Noticing Qin Jun's departure, Chen Xu took a step back. gently placing a hand on Qingyu's shoulder. With a warm smile, he said, "It was wrong to keep this from you all. Once you're on break and your appetite returns, I would love to treat you to a meal." His words flowed naturally and graciously. The girls were elated at the prospect of a treat from Chen Xu, each eagerly insisting on dining at the state-run restaurant. Chen Xu readily consented, eliciting astonished gasps from the onlookers. The campus belle, Qingyu, had a fiancé. Even more bewildered was Qingyu's close friend, Qingyu, who wore a look of utter disbelief. Spending every day with Qingyu, how had she not known that Chen Xu had become her fiancé? Had she missed something significant? As the rain intensified, Chen Xu, concerned that Qingyu might be cold outside, promptly inquired if she had anything else to say. After she shook her head, he handed her the food container, urging her to return to school with her friends. Qingyu accepted the box from Chen Xu with a radiant smile. The security guard in the booth, arms crossed, beamed with pride, harboring a wealth of experience and reputation. In the afternoon, after returning home and having lunch, Chen Xu had just finished washing the dishes when a commotion erupted in the yard. "Knock, knock, knock. Is Boss Xiaochen at home?" Outside the courtyard, the shrill voice of a woman resonated. "Ah, here they come." Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Xu called out, wiped his hands on a cloth, and stepped outside. As he emerged, the rain that had persisted for days had finally ceased, leaving the surrounding air refreshingly crisp. He inhaled deeply, stepped out of the courtyard, and opened the door. At this moment, 4 or 5 women stood at the entrance of Chen Xu's home. As soon as the door swung open, their excitement was palpable upon recognizing him. "Ah, Mr. Chen, good afternoon. Have you eaten? We hope we aren't disturbing you," one of the women exclaimed. Chen Xu recognized her as someone who had purchased fabric from him earlier that day and greeted her with a smile, saying, "Aunties, how could this be a disturbance? Please, come in and take a seat." He stepped aside, welcoming them inside. "Mr. Chen, your words are always so pleasant. We are fortunate to have found you. Otherwise, my family would have to watch others wear beautiful new clothes this year," exclaimed the talkative woman as she followed Chen Xu into the house. "Indeed, it's fortunate that Guanyuan village is not far from ours. It's just a short walk," another woman added. Inviting the women further in, Chen Xu remarked, "Given that you have traveled such a distance, I shall offer you a discount on the fabric today. Originally priced at $3.30 per foot, he reduced it to $3.20. The price for a yard, originally $33, was now $32. During this season, the purchase of fabric was primarily for making new clothes for the new year, and every household required a minimum of 1 yard. Upon hearing of Chen Xu's price reduction, the women were overjoyed and eagerly approached him, urging him to cut the fabric swiftly. Just as a wave of satisfied customers departed, more women arrived in small groups. After all, this fabric was in high demand, and they feared missing out and seeing their families adorned in the vibrant new attire of others while they remained empty-handed. Chen Xu was occupied for several hours, and by 4 in the afternoon, the number of guests in his courtyard showed no signs of dwindling. The women, drawn in by the news, nearly filled the entire yard, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Xu found himself spinning like a top, and he realized he would be unable to deliver dinner to Qingyu that evening due to the sheer number of guests. It would be impractical to keep so many waiting. Fortunately, a woman from Rui Street came by, and Chen Xu promptly cut her some extra fabric, requesting that she convey a message to the school. In this era, people were generally sincere and warm-hearted, often agreeing without a second thought, especially when someone like Chen Xu was generous enough to offer them fabric. "Rest assured, young man, I will certainly deliver your message. And I'll make sure the girl eats well," the woman replied cheerfully as she accepted the fabric and waved goodbye to Chen Xu, turning to leave. Wherever women gather, gossip flourishes. As soon as the last woman departed, the interior of the house erupted with playful banter. "Oh, I was just saying how wonderful my niece is and thinking of introducing her to young Chen as a potential match, but it seems there is no opportunity now," one of the women jested. "Indeed, the young lady had visited our village once, and she was remarkably beautiful. To my surprise, she was a student from Rongqing Normal University. Ah, what good fortune she possesses to have encountered Mr. Chen, a man so adept at making money and so considerate." Chen Xu smiled as he handed the fabric to a woman, feeling fortunate himself for having such an exceptional girlfriend. Although their relationship was primarily due to the child they were expecting, it was essential to uphold the image of his future bride in front of others. The woman chuckled, her smile wide, jesting, "Oh dear, Why didn't I meet a man like Mr. Chen when I was young? She sighed. Ah, fate is an unpredictable thing. We simply weren't destined for it. Engaging in such light-hearted banter, the women were quite animated, chattering endlessly. In the center of this gathering, Chen Xu occasionally smiled and responded, deftly cutting fabric and collecting payments. Chapter 68. A 1,000 yuan household. Quite simple. Chen Xu busied himself throughout the day. It wasn't until after 8 in the evening that he finally bid farewell to the last wave of customers, taking a moment to tally the day's earnings. Despite some setbacks, he had sold 17 bolts of fabric today, amassing a total of 752 yuan in revenue. The net profit was approximately 860 yuan. Once he calculated the revenue, the fatigue of the entire day seemed to dissipate in an instant. He organized the money into a military green cloth bag and assessed the remaining stock in the main room, which amounted to about 99 bolts of fabric. Should he sell it all, he could earn a pure profit of over 24,000 yuan. With this venture, an initial investment of over 6,000 yuan could yield more than 30,000 yuan by the end of the year, making him one of the few individuals in Rongqing to achieve the status of a 1,000 yuan household. This illustrates that, in this era, attaining such a status is not particularly challenging. However, since the policies have just begun to open up, many people's mindsets have yet to adapt, still constrained by the remnants of the planned economy, making it difficult for them to fully embrace opportunities. Nonetheless, in the realm of clothing, Chen Xu would only take advantage of this lucrative period before the new year, aiming to earn quick money. Once the new year arrives, with the onset of the Spring Festival, everyone would tighten their belts, making it an unsuitable time for clothing purchases. After all, unlike in later years, most people would wear their winter clothes into spring and would not spend money on new garments. In the following days, apart from delivering meals to Qingyu, Chen Xu was preoccupied with attending to customers in the yard. Aware of his busy schedule, Qingyu had come to help a few times after class. However, after nearly being knocked over by a throng of eager women one afternoon, Chen Xu forbade her from assisting any further. He reasoned that if anything were to happen to his future wife or their unborn child, what good would all his earnings be? 10 days swiftly passed, and Rongqing Normal University officially entered its winter break. Upon leaving school, Qingyu brought along Qin Miao to visit Guanyuan village, having already informed Chen Xu the day before. If all goes as anticipated, Chen Xu's stock of fabric should be nearly sold out. This afternoon, he can take it back to meet his future grandparents. Before departing, however, there are matters to address. It is just before 10 in the morning. Chen Xu packs the last 5 lengths of fabric and completes the sale. Once the customer departs, he returns to the courtyard, entering the kitchen to commence his meal preparations. He intends to eat early today, as he will be heading back with Qingyu to meet her grandparents later. A sense of unease stirs within him. What if the elderly couple discovers the nature of his relationship with Qingyu and decides to expel him? In this era, an unmarried woman bearing children bears a significant stigma. Thus, even if the grandparents harbor resentment towards him, he must endure it. Lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly calls from outside. Chen Xu, are you about to cook? Qingyu stands at the kitchen door, observing the man lost in reverie before the stove. Hearing her, Chen Xu turns to see Qingyu and promptly stands, striding over. You've come so early. Have you had breakfast? As he approaches, he notices Qin Miao, who has dropped off her bags and is making her way towards them. Qin Miao, catching Chen Xu's gaze, playfully remarks, of course she has. Your wife and I were at school together. She won't go hungry. Both Chen Xu and Qingyu's expressions shift slightly at her teasing. Chen Xu scratches his head. You two go sit in the west room. I'll call you when the food is ready. No, I can cook as well. Let me help, Qingyu insists, rolling up her sleeves and stepping into the room. Having grown up mostly at her grandparents' home, she isn't an expert in the kitchen but can manage the basics. Qin Miao, a skilled cook at home, promptly follows suit, declaring, I'll wash the vegetables. The two sisters chatter as they enter the kitchen, and seeing their enthusiasm, Chen Xu does not refuse, following behind. The trio divides the tasks and begins their work. Qingyu deftly pours rice into an enamel basin and carries it to the door, using a gourd ladle to break the thin layer of ice atop the water tank and scoop out water to rinse the rice. In the depths of winter, her fair hands plunge into the icy water, sending a jolt through her. She sniffs and quickly begins to wash the rice. Qin Miao follows suit, bringing a basin of vegetables and exclaiming how well Chen Xu eats. Qingyu, efficient in her movements, soon returns to the kitchen with the rinsed rice. At the stove, Chen Xu has just kindled the fire. Upon seeing her enter with the basin, he rises to take it from her. As he receives it, he notices her fingers, now tinged with red from the cold, and only then realizes. He swiftly sets the basin aside, instinctively reaching for her hands, enveloping them in his warm grasp. The chill radiates from her hands into his palms. Not paying heed to much else, he holds Qingyu's hands, slightly bowing his head to warm them with his breath before gently asking, "Are your hands very cold?" He had not anticipated the icy water just moments ago. Upon seeing Qingyu's hand, he finally realized the situation. It would be unwise to let her wash the rice. The winter chill could easily lead to a cold, and pregnant women must avoid medication, which would be quite unbearable. Suddenly, Qingyu's hand was seized by Chen Xu, startling her. Yet, upon feeling the warmth of his large hand and the gentle warmth of his breath, it seemed as though warmth surged from her fingertips to her heart, making her reluctant to withdraw her hand. Hearing Chen Xu's inquiry, her cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at the man intently warming her hand, gently shaking her head. Just moments ago, her hands had been painfully cold, but now they felt significantly warmer. Chen Xu was solely focused on warming Qingyu's hands, repeatedly breathing into his palms and rubbing them against hers to hasten the warmth. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Miao, with her own hands flushed red, stood at the kitchen door, gazing at this harmonious scene in a daze. Subsequently, she silently stuffed her hands into her coat pockets, feeling a twinge of sorrow for her single status. Dear friends, today is the birthday of our table, and we have 2 updates. Tomorrow, I shall continue as the diligent donkey of the production team. Chapter 69. Chen Xu is much wealthier than Qingyu. Around 11 o'clock, the trio finished their lunch. Chen Xu was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he took Qingyu and Qin Miao out to the market to procure some festive goods. He had been exceedingly busy in recent days, and upon returning, he needed to formally visit Lu Aigua and his wife as their granddaughter's fiancé. His grandfather, Chen Qingshan, and uncle also required some new attire, along with various supplements and provisions. With his pockets now filled, it was imperative to enhance the living standards of his family. Qingyu intended to visit Chen Xu's family before the new year and planned to prepare some items as well. Qin Miao had no particular business of her own and simply accompanied them for the lively atmosphere. However, to purchase the New Year goods, both Chen Xu and Qingyu had only money but no supply tickets. Qingyu usually carried minimal tickets, solely bringing some grain tickets with her. Thus, the 3 had to first visit the black market to acquire some supply tickets from the ticket dealers. By noon, upon arriving at the black market, they were surprised to find numerous vendors selling agricultural products. Live chickens and ducks, eggs, peanuts, rice, and flour were all available. Each stall was crowded with eager shoppers, who were fervently exchanging cash for goods, creating a scene even more bustling than when Chen Xu sold cloth. Standing aside, Chen Xu listened to the prices and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The price of rice had skyrocketed from 0.18 yuan per pound to 0.32 yuan. Live chickens had surged from 2 yuan to 4.5 yuan each. Almost every item's price had doubled, with some particularly sought-after goods tripling in cost. Even so, the throngs of people seemed unfazed, eagerly purchasing as if money were of no concern. Initially astonished, Chen Xu quickly realized the reason. With the new year approaching, every household desired to stock up on fine goods to celebrate in style, particularly the locals of Rongqing, who had limited supply tickets accumulated over the year, most of which were inadequate for their needs. The supply of tickets was insufficient, leading him to resort to the black market to procure these coveted New Year's goods that did not require grain tickets. Though the prices were steep, he was unfazed. Chen Xu observed the bustling scene with a hint of desire. The poultry and eggs from Tungtou village were abundant. If he capitalized on this opportunity to sell before the new year, it could yield a substantial profit. However, upon noticing Qingyu, who was unable to contain her curiosity and was following Qin Miao into the crowd, he swiftly suppressed his burgeoning eagerness. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve his situation with Qingyu. The pursuit of wealth could wait. Earning 30,000 before the new year, while not enough for him, would certainly suffice for a bountiful celebration. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xu saw Qingyu about to be pulled into the throng by Qin Miao. He hurriedly stepped forward to shield her, but as he did, she stumbled back and collided directly into his embrace. The softness enveloped him, momentarily catching him off guard. Regaining his composure, He steadied Yi Qingyu and leaned slightly closer. Whispering in her ear, "Qin Miao lacks awareness. Why are you joining in the commotion?" Had he not intervened, would she have fallen? Just as Yi Qingyu had extricated herself from Qin Miao's grasp, she unexpectedly found herself jostled by a woman and tumbling into the sturdy chest behind her, instantly enveloped by a wave of masculine warmth. Before she could react, a gentle reprimand reached her ears. Yi Qingyu stiffened slightly, and after a moment of recovering from the flurry of emotions, she tilted her head to gaze at Chen Xu with a pair of innocent eyes, appearing contrite. "I merely wished to see what was for sale. There were too many people, and as I tried to retreat, I lost my balance when someone pushed me." Chen Xu initially intended to express further thoughts, but swallowed his words instead. After a moment of reflection, he raised his hands to rest on her shoulders, softly assuring her, "If you wish to go inside and look, do so. I will protect you." With his tall stature, as long as he was shielding Yi Qingyu, no one could jostle her. Yi Qingyu, who had intended to shop but feared being pushed around, felt an overwhelming sense of security with Chen Xu at her back. She nodded eagerly. "All right, let us go take a look." Given that the crowd had gathered at the black market, it indicated that the state-run vegetable market had already run out of goods. If they did not hurry to seize some, they would likely return empty-handed. In the meantime, Qin Miao was nearly sandwiched between two larger women. Concerned for Yi Qingyu's safety, she turned her head with effort. Just as she did, she spotted Chen Xu effortlessly guiding Yi Qingyu through the crowd. Qin Miao sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of envy as she hugged herself and continued to push forward. Before long, the trio had meandered through various stalls, acquiring a considerable haul. Chen Xu, in particular, had secured 3 pig legs, 5 pounds of pork belly, 6 pounds of white sugar, 1 pound of brown sugar, several pounds of glutinous rice, and 20 pounds of tangerines. This was crucial, especially since Yi Qingyu's appetite was still recovering. The citrus would be a welcome addition to her diet. Yi Qingyu's purchases consisted mainly of snacks such as peanuts, sunflower seeds, and fruit candies. These items are particularly favored by children, so they will be given to Chen Xu's daughter. Later, I plan to gather some fabric to make new clothes for my grandparents and Chen Xu's family. Although the polyester fabric sold by Chen Xu is indeed visually appealing, it cannot compare to the comfort of cotton when worn. The popularity of this polyester is not solely due to its vibrant colors. It is also more durable than cotton, capable of lasting 1 or 2 years without issue, making it quite a rarity that everyone loves to purchase. Therefore, I have no intention of following the trend. After all, Chen Xu is to be my future husband, and I have already reserved him. We both share a remarkable understanding in this regard. Chen Xu, not keeping the polyester for himself, also intends to procure cotton fabric to create garments for his family. While cotton may wear out easily and lacks the brightness of polyester, it excels in comfort. Leaving the stall with bags of food, Chen Xu promptly approached the ticket vendor to purchase some fabric and industrial tickets. The 3 of us then headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. Yi Qingyu wanted to gather fabric to make clothes for Xiao Yuer and Chen Qingshan, and Chen Xu did not object. Although he was unaware of her family's specific circumstances, it was evident that she valued etiquette. Her desire to give was heartfelt. He, too, did not hesitate and bought some fabric for the elderly, selecting several lively and vibrant pieces to bring back for Xiao Yuer. At present, the little one only had 2 winter outfits, so it was an opportune moment to make several sets at once. While waiting for the tailor to gather fabric, Chen Xu took a few extra glances at the television in the cooperative. Unfortunately, he did not possess a television ticket, which is usually unattainable for the average person. Not long ago, the village of Tungtou was bustling with efforts to electrify, and they should have power by the new year. If he could acquire a ticket, he would be able to gift his grandfather a television for the holiday, which would surely bring him joy. Meanwhile, Qin Miao, who had been following the 2, began to question her life choices upon witnessing Chen Xu's seemingly unhesitant spending. She even developed a strange illusion that Chen Xu might possess significantly more wealth than Qingyu. While Qingyu casually produced several large bills, Chen Xu pulled out bundles of cash. Qin Miao was utterly astonished. Was this truly the same village tyrant from a few months ago, who had gone half a month without food and then indulged excessively at a feast? After completing their purchases, the group made their way to the train station. Before buying tickets, Chen Xu took the time to visit Tang Guishan, gifting him a bag of peanuts and a jar of wine, and formally introduced his relationship with Yi Qingyu. Upon learning that the 2 were to be wed, Tang Guishan nearly dropped the wine jar in astonishment. How had this seemingly unromantic young man managed to win over such a celestial beauty? They were to marry so soon? Was it merely due to his fried potatoes? Considering Qingyu's presence, Tang Guishan, fearing the girl might feel shy, refrained from asking too many questions and quickly congratulated the couple with a smile. Chen Xu was also busy hurrying to catch the train, smiling as he bid farewell, carrying his bags alongside Qingyu and Qin Miao, following the crowd toward the station, officially on their way to visit his future grandparents. Chapter 70. Shall we sit together? The new year is merely 10 days away. The train was bustling with passengers laden with bags, and tickets were selling out rapidly. The three of them managed to secure only 2 seats, with no option to choose their positions. They followed the throng and boarded the train. Once Qin Miao settled into her seat, Chen Xu grasped the bags and guided Qingyu towards another seat. This was the early period of reform and opening up. Novel experiences emerged daily across the vast expanse of China, marking one of the most romantic eras in its history. Within the carriage, several young couples, influenced by the vibrant cities, exhibited a more relaxed demeanor compared to the older generation. In this very compartment, numerous couples could be seen, with girls nestled in their boyfriends' laps, gazing out at the passing scenery, laughing and chatting. Eventually, they squeezed into the aisle beside the window, where a kind-hearted woman quickly recognized them and cheerfully offered her window seat, saying, "You two should take this spot. It's more convenient for you." Chen Xu, preoccupied with Qingyu, politely thanked the woman but was momentarily puzzled. He mused to himself that the space was quite limited, barely enough for him alone, let alone sharing it with Qingyu. However, Qingyu had noticed how couples comfortably sat close together in the carriage and quickly grasped the woman's intention. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitated before turning to Chen Xu, asking, "Should we sit together?" If they didn't tea, Chen Xu would certainly insist she take the seat. Yet, the thought of him standing beside her for hours made her feel uneasy. They had already shared many moments, under special circumstances. A brief embrace wouldn't be out of the question. Just as she posed the question, Chen Xu's firm voice interrupted, "No, you can sit alone." His refusal was quite decisive. Seeing Qingyu still standing, Chen Xu assumed she was merely being polite, so he gently nudged her back, urging, "Hurry, sit down. You've traveled such a long way today. Take this opportunity to rest." With Chen Xu's resolute dismissal, Qingyu had no choice but to occupy the seat alone. Having mustered the courage to invite him to sit beside her, his unwillingness left her feeling somewhat embarrassed to press the matter further. The woman next to them wore a bemused expression, glancing between the enchanting young lady and her towering protector, pondering the complexities of life. Does this tall fellow not fancy this girl, guarding her like that? Or does he indeed like her? She even offered to let him sit close, yet he outright declined. How absurd! Not only the woman, but the 2 young men seated across from them were also utterly astonished. The sight of such a captivating girl left them tongue-tied. They couldn't even muster the courage to speak to her. When she had the audacity to suggest sitting together with her boyfriend, he had simply turned her down. In that moment, they could only lament why they weren't the lucky boyfriends. Such is the unfairness of fate. Qingyu was not particularly loquacious or outgoing. Aside from occasionally responding to the woman beside her, she primarily conversed with Chen Xu about her grandparents' preferences. Chen Xu stood aside, listening attentively, occasionally pulling 2 citrus fruits from his pocket to peel for her. After all, the air in the carriage was quite mixed, and Qingyu was particularly sensitive to smells at this time. He feared that if she didn't eat some citrus, she might succumb to nausea. During this time, Qingyu couldn't help but ask Chen Xu several times if he wanted to sit with her, but he consistently and decisively declined. The journey to and from Wenxing town passed swiftly. At 5 in the afternoon, the train arrived at the station. The 3 of them gathered in the carriage and disembarked with the flow of passengers. Upon exiting the station, Qingyu began to feel a wave of anxiety wash over her. She worried whether her grandparents would approve of her marriage to Chen Xu, as it all felt so sudden. Chen Xu shared her concern, fearing that her grandparents would be furious upon discovering his intentions towards their granddaughter and might even throw him out in anger. Inside the wonton shop, Lu Aigua and Su Qinglian were bustling about, attending to their customers. The market day in town had drawn many people out to purchase New Year goods. And at this hour, the shop was nearly filled to capacity, leaving the elderly couple no time to rest. Little Fish was also seated at a nearby table, skillfully wrapping wontons with nimble fingers, completely engrossed in her task, oblivious to the flour dusting her little face. After a brief separation from Qin Miao, Chen Xu and Qingyu turned down the street near Wenqing Middle School. They gazed from a distance at the bustling wonton shop and the busy figures of her grandparents. Feeling increasingly anxious, Qingyu exhaled deeply and turned to Chen Xu, saying, "Don't be nervous. My grandparents have very pleasant personalities." Just as Chen Xu was about to respond, a voice suddenly called out from nearby, "Ah, isn't that boss Chen? Lu Shu's Qingyu has returned too." A middle-aged man behind a chestnut stall recognized them and immediately greeted them warmly. Chen Xu smiled and exchanged pleasantries in return, while Qingyu politely nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing that the townsfolk recognized Chen Xu, she began to speak, "You." However, her words were cut short when Lu Aigua, who was at the entrance of the wonton shop, spotted Chen Xu and Qingyu. Surprised yet delighted to see them together, he shouted to his wife inside, "Xiao Su and Qingyu are back." Upon hearing this, Su Qinglian hurried out from the shop. When she saw the two, especially the large bundle of items Chen Xu was carrying, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Qingyu, how could you let Brother Chen carry so much? You should have helped him." Qingyu, taken aback, glanced at the man beside her, puzzled. "What? Does Chen Xu know my grandparents?" She turned her head, looking quizzically at Chen Xu. He flashed her a broad smile and replied, "Let us go back first, and I will explain." At that moment, Su Qinglian jogged to them, eager to take the items from Chen Xu's hands. "You silly boy, carrying so much alone. Why didn't you ask Qingyu for help? No need to be polite with her." Chen Xu handed over a few lighter items to the elderly woman, chuckling, "These aren't heavy at all." Qingyu stood in a daze, gazing at the two individuals who were engaged in lively conversation and laughter, feeling momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, from the entrance of the wonton shop, a sweet, childlike voice rang out, "Wow, Daddy." Instinctively, Qingyu looked up, and there at the doorway stood a charming little girl with two adorable buns atop her head, her sparkling eyes fixed intently upon her. The little girl, recognizing Qingyu at a glance, paused for a moment with her flour-dusted face, only to break into a radiant smile the next instant. "Wow, it's really a beautiful big sister," the child exclaimed, eagerly scampering over with her short legs. "Daddy really brought back a beautiful big sister." Chapter 71. No hugging. Chen Xu had not seen his daughter for several days, and upon hearing the little one's voice, he prepared to greet her. However, as soon as the child spotted Qingyu beside him, she dashed straight towards her. Chen Xu was taken aback. Su Qinglian and Lu Aigua, the couple, also appeared quite surprised. Although the little girl was very polite, she was not one to be overly familiar with strangers. Yet, upon seeing Qingyu, she was exceptionally enthusiastic, rushing over without hesitation. Feeling a pang of discomfort, Chen Xu nonetheless took the initiative to introduce Qingyu, saying, "This is my daughter, Xiao Yu. I've been too busy to care for her lately, so I asked Su's parents to help look after her." Upon hearing the introduction, Qingyu finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Chen Xu was already acquainted with her grandparents, and it seemed they were quite familiar with one another. Before she could inquire further, Xiao Yu had already reached her side, gazing up with her big, round eyes. "Wow, big sister, you're even more beautiful." The little one marveled, quickly pulling out a few pieces of fruit candy from her pocket and offering them to Qingyu. "Big sister, candy." Qingyu couldn't shake the feeling that this little girl looked familiar, and she was utterly adorable. She crouched down to accept the candy with a smile, asking, "Have you seen me before, Yua?" Sensing that the big sister seemed to have forgotten her, the child's expression turned slightly forlorn as she replied, "I've seen you. You gave me candy." Upon hearing this, Qingyu recalled their previous encounter during a banquet in Tungtou village, where she had noticed a little one sitting at the gate and had given her some candy. No wonder this little girl seemed familiar. She was indeed Chen Xu's daughter. However, at that time, the child had appeared quite thin and dirty, making it difficult for her to discern whether she was a boy or a girl. Now, the little girl's face was clean and rosy, clad in a thick floral cotton coat, looking utterly adorable and no longer so timid. It seemed that Chen Xu had taken good care of her since his recovery. The more Qingyu looked, the more she found her charming, and thoughts of the little girl's past appearance tugged at her heartstrings, especially now that she herself was expecting. She often thought of this little one. Initially, she had contemplated visiting Chen Xu's village to see the child, not realizing it would be this very adorable girl before her. Qingyu reached out gently to brush the flour off Xiao Yu's nose, her smile warm and enchanting, reflecting on how much the little girl had blossomed in just a few months. Upon receiving such praise from Qingyu, Xiao Yuer unexpectedly felt a twinge of shyness and responded in a soft, mellifluous voice. "Thank you, big sister. How polite. Come here, let me give you a hug." Qingyu exclaimed. Unable to resist the urge to embrace the adorable, plush little creature, she immediately extended her arms. Xiao Yuer, delighted, nodded obediently and approached Qingyu with outstretched hands. In the next moment, the little darling was cradled in her embrace. Qingyu felt her heart swell with joy, reluctant to release her hold as she prepared to rise and return to the store. Chen Xu, feeling overlooked by the two, hurriedly followed Su Qinglian to retrieve their belongings. As they exited the shop, he caught sight of Qingyu about to lift Xiao Yuer, and his heart raced. "Qingyu, you mustn't lift her," he called out urgently. Chen Xu's anxious voice immediately drew the attention of the patrons in the wonton shop and the elderly couple. He dashed forward, nearly leaping to Qingyu's side, just as she was about to lift the little one, swiftly snatching Xiao Yuer from her arms. He cradled the child securely with one arm, while gripping Qingyu's arm with the other to prevent her from losing her balance. Qingyu, who was only a few months pregnant and in a sensitive state, particularly with twins on the way, needed to exercise caution. The thought of any mishap sent a chill down Chen Xu's spine. Initially, Qingyu was a bit bewildered, but upon noticing Chen Xu's tense expression, she quickly deduced that he was concerned about her lifting anything heavy. But surely Xiao Yuer isn't that heavy? Is it really so wrong to hold a child? She questioned in confusion. Chen Xu steadied Xiao Yuer in his grasp before responding, "Absolutely not." Xiao Yuer looked up at her father's serious face, her expression a mix of perplexity and disappointment. "Why can't big sister hold me?" Turning to the little one, Chen Xu pondered for a moment before explaining. "Because big sister hasn't been eating much lately and lacks strength." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer understood and promptly raised her small arms. "Then, Daddy, please make her something delicious for dinner. I'll help." Chen Xu couldn't help but chuckle at the earnest expression on his little darling's face and replied with a smile. Of course. Qingyu, witnessing this tender exchange, felt her heart melt. Remembering the snack she had prepared for Xiao Yuer, she stepped closer and gently caressed the child's cheek. "Xiao Yuer, I have brought you many tasty treats. Shall we enjoy them back at the shop?" At the mention of delicious food, Xiao Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she instinctively leaned closer to Qingyu, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Her little face beamed with unprecedented brightness as she sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you." Qingyu, initially worried that Chen Xu's daughter might not take a liking to her or could be a bit mischievous, was taken aback to find that Xiao Yuer was, in fact, a little angel. Receiving a kiss was not enough for the child, as she quickly turned her head to present the other cheek for another kiss. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuer obliged. Mua observing the two, especially Xiao Yuer showering affection on Qingyu, Chen Xu felt an unspoken envy. Xiao Yuer had yet to show him such affection. However, it was clear that Xiao Yuer adored Qingyu, alleviating his worries about the little one throwing any temper tantrums. The family of three basked in a harmonious moment, unaware of the unfolding intricacies around them. At this moment, the patrons of the wonton shop were all intently observing the scene before them, particularly Su Qinglian and Lu Aigua. The elderly couple exchanged glances, sensing an inexplicable dissonance. Why did it seem that Xiao Su and Qingyu were more intimately acquainted than they had anticipated? Soon, the trio returned to the shop, where the crowd of customers rendered it unsuitable for serious conversation. Thus, Chen Xu and Qingyu decided to assist the elders by preparing wontons. Seizing the opportunity while wrapping the dumplings, Qingyu quietly inquired about Chen Xu's relationship with the elders. From Chen Xu, she learned that he was indeed well acquainted with the elderly couple, a fact he had failed to mention to her, prompting her to cast several reproachful glances in his direction. Realizing his oversight, Chen Xu promptly acknowledged his error, displaying a commendably eager attitude. "All right, let us put aside the irritation. If you're truly upset, shall I allow you to vent your frustrations a bit later? Holding on to anger isn't beneficial for you or the baby," he remarked. Although Chen Xu had never married or had children in his previous life, he had been surrounded by married friends and colleagues, and had occasionally absorbed some insights on the matter. Witnessing Chen Xu's earnest contrition, Qingyu could no longer maintain her annoyance. After wrapping a wonton, she replied, half-heartedly, "I'm too lazy to hit anything." Little Yuer, seated nearby, watched her father and the beautiful older sister with immense joy. Her father finally had a wife, and a stunning one at that. Su Qinglian and Lu Aiguo were equally astonished by the rapport between Chen Xu and Qingyu. While they found it intriguing, they did not dwell on it too much. After all, Chen Xu's amiable nature was indeed appealing. Moreover, after more than 10 days apart, the ruggedness that had once characterized him had noticeably diminished, and he was now attired in more suitable clothing, looking rather well. It seemed, however, that he had lost a bit of weight, likely due to the rigors he had endured. Considering that Xiao Su and their granddaughter had returned, the elderly couple began to wrap up their shop, eager to prepare a delightful meal for their guests. Chen Xu eagerly assisted, carrying items and lifting large pots. The elderly couple, noticing Chen Xu's diminished physique, felt reluctant to let him work so hard, and they virtually competed with him to close the stall. By around 6 in the evening, after tidying up, Su Qinglian picked up a basket and selected some ingredients that Chen Xu and Qingyu had brought back, beaming as she declared, "Xiao Su, Qingyu, tonight, Grandma will cook something delicious for you." Lu Aiguo, standing beside her, added with a smile, "Xiao Su, Qingyu, and you all adore fatty pork. We'll prepare some this evening." As he spoke, he lifted a large sack of tangerines from the table and inquired, "Xiao Su, did you really buy so many tangerines? Will you be able to finish them?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xu glanced at Qingyu and quickly adjusted his demeanor, turning to the elders. "Su Pe Lu Gong, I actually came here today not only to see you, but also to discuss something with you." Qingyu, unable to suppress her nervousness, stepped forward to stand beside Chen Xu, saying, "I have something to share with you as well." Seeing the seriousness on their faces, Lu Aiguo and Su Qinglian felt a strange sensation stirring within them. What were these two children up to? Su Qinglian placed the white radish into the basket and inquired with a smile, "What is it? Why do you both look so serious?" Chen Xu was nearly tense, casting a glance at Qingyu beside him, preparing to propose. However, before he could utter a word, she spoke first. "Grandpa, Grandma, I wish to marry Chen Xu," Qingyu exclaimed in one breath. Lu Aiguo and his wife were momentarily taken aback, staring wide-eyed in astonishment. "What?" Before they could fully process the revelation, Chen Xu stepped forward earnestly. "Aunt Su, Uncle Lu, I wish to marry Qingyu, and I hope you will bless our union." Lu Aiguo, huh? Su Qinglian marriage? Even the seasoned couple, having weathered many storms in life, found themselves stunned by this unexpected news, gazing at the two before them in disbelief. Xiao Su and Qingyu are getting married. This is far too sudden. Finally, the moment had arrived. Gratitude to all the generous supporters for their lovely gifts. The writing continues. Chapter 72. Oh no, he's surely fallen in love. Lu Aiguo, having faced numerous significant events in his life, took a moment to collect himself before turning his gaze to Chen Xu, appraising him. Although not adorned with the trendy side parting, this refined young man had a robust appearance. Perhaps due to his time spent in the city, the rough edges had softened significantly, revealing a commendable masculine vigor. Especially in his dealings with others, even 10 individuals of the same age would likely pale in comparison. Of course, he could discern that Chen Xu was an ambitious young man, eager to achieve great things. After all, during this era of reform and openness, most would only dare to sell simple homemade goods, yet this young man had ventured from selling chestnuts to potatoes and even progressed to acquiring fabric for sale in Guangqing. He had returned with a plethora of goods for the new year, undoubtedly earning a handsome profit. Yet, above all, character mattered most. Lu Aiguo and Su Qinglian were not infallible judges of character, but they could typically gauge a person's integrity with a high degree of accuracy. Chen Xu's character was undoubtedly commendable. Entrusting Qingyu to him would ensure she would not suffer hardship or misfortune. The more Lu Aiguo pondered, the more he found favor with Chen Xu. However, the only drawback was that he had been married before and had a daughter. Yet the little one, Xiao Yu, was remarkably sensible, and he would gladly welcome several such obedient and understanding grandchildren. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how this rascal had managed to win over his granddaughter with just a bowl of wontons. Lu Aiguo mused quietly to himself, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he gently patted Su Qinglian's arm. "My dear, since the two have mutual affection, shall we not stand in their way?" Upon hearing Lu Aiguo's words and glancing at the two young lovers, Su Qinglian felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was not that she disapproved of Chen Xu. Rather, the suddenness of their desire to wed was overwhelming. After all, Qingyu was only 20 years old and had yet to complete her studies, set to graduate in the latter half of next year. What was the rush to marry? Su Qinglian pondered for a moment before turning her gaze toward the two and said, I have no objections to your relationship, but let's hold off on marriage for now. Wait until Qingyu graduates, and then you can bring Xiaoxu to meet your father and mother. Marriage requires at least the consent of the parents. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy was unmistakable in her eyes. It was truly a pity that Qingyu had found such a wonderful boyfriend. Yet she wouldn't have the chance to see it. Qingyu recalled her home, her eyes dimming momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and addressed her grandparents. Grandfather, grandmother, I wish to marry Chen Xu before the winter break concludes. She felt an urgency to marry before her pregnancy became evident. If her father were to learn of her condition, the child would be at risk, and Chen Xu might even face accusations of misconduct. Moreover, it was best not to mention the pregnancy to her grandparents just yet. The sudden announcement of a marriage was already shocking enough. Introducing the concept of a pregnancy would likely be too overwhelming for them, and she preferred to secure the marriage first. Chen Xu had initially intended to be forthright, but noticed that Qingyu seemed reluctant to broach the subject of her pregnancy, prompting him to swallow his words. Indeed, considering that her pregnancy coincided with the duration of their acquaintance, it would be surprising for Lu Aigua to react calmly, whereas Su Qinglian might genuinely faint from the shock. With this in mind, he aligned his words with Qingyu's, saying, Grandma, Grandpa, I too wish to marry Qingyu before her winter break ends. I hope you will support us. Seeing the urgency in the two, Lu Aigua and his wife exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Aigua scrutinized the pair closely. Neither seemed impulsive by nature, so what could be the reason for their haste? Had they truly fallen deeply in love? In Su Qinglian and Lu Aigua's era, marriages were traditionally arranged by parents and matchmakers. With love often following marriage, they were unfamiliar with the concept of romantic freedom. Observing the couple's eagerness, they wondered if they had indeed become infatuated. Fearing her grandparents might not approve, Qingyu felt tears welling up, her emotions heightened by hormonal changes. She grasped Su Qinglian's hand and implored, Grandma, you like Chen Xu too, so please let us marry quickly, okay? Upon hearing her trembling voice, Chen Xu felt a pang in his heart and rushed forward, his demeanor earnest. Grandma, Grandpa, I will treat Qingyu well. He then glanced at Qingyu, whose eyes were brimming with tears, ready to spill over. Growing increasingly anxious, he turned back to her grandparents, pleading, Please, grant us this wish. If you remain silent any longer, she might truly cry. The sight of the two, one on the verge of tears from the urgency to marry, and the other distressed at the thought of her crying, moved Lu Aigua and his wife. They exchanged glances, unable to bear the thought of denying them any further. Especially Lu Aigua, who had always been more indulgent toward Qingyu, could not stand to see her in tears. All right, he conceded. If you wish to marry, then go ahead. Su Qinglian, reluctant to see her granddaughter in sorrow, could only nod in agreement. All right. However, the matters concerning your father are for you to resolve. Upon witnessing the elders finally relent, Qingyu quickly nodded. Good. Lu Aigua, seeing his wife acquiesce, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Considering his wife's feelings, he turned to Chen Xu and feigned anger. You rascal. You went to deliver wontons and ended up stealing away our granddaughter. Initially, Chen Xu thought the elders would scold him, but upon seeing them relent and Qingyu cease her tears, he could hardly contain his joy and chuckled. What can I say? Qingyu is simply too exceptional. As Qingyu's spirits lifted, she nearly burst into laughter at Chen Xu's words. This fellow was quite the storyteller. What excellence was he speaking of? Wasn't it for the child that he married her in the first place? Noticing Lu Aigua reprimanding Chen Xu, Su Qinglian immediately took issue with it. Casting a glance at her husband, she remarked, Why blame young Su for the mutual affection they share? Lu Aigua's lips twitched as he muttered under his breath, I was merely concerned about you appearing to mind this matter. Chen Xu becoming my granddaughter's husband brings me immense joy. Am I not happy? Su Qinglian retorted. Qingyu marrying a fine lad like Chen Xu is certainly better than her father. Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she quickly pivoted her gaze to Chen Xu and her granddaughter. Regardless, Grandma supports you both. Come, let's return home where I can prepare a meal for you. Afterward, she turned to the little great-granddaughter, Xiao Yuer, and cheerfully said, From now on, I shall be your great-grandmother. Come here for a hug. At this stage, since Qingyu was still young, their marriage would not hasten her to embrace her little great-grandson. Fortunately, they had Xiao Yuer, who was indeed their beloved great-grandchild. As Su Qinglian spoke, she instinctively reached out her arms. Xiao Yuer, having listened attentively to the adults, approached Su Tai-nai, allowing her to lift her up. With her tiny hands resting on Su Tai-nai's shoulders, she innocently inquired, "So, does that mean the big sister is Daddy's wife?" Though she did not fully comprehend, it appeared that Su Tai-nai had given her blessing for the big sister to become Daddy's wife. All the adults were momentarily taken aback by the child's candid question. Su Qinglian, recovering quickly, responded with a smile, "Yes, from now on, you must call her mommy instead of big sister." Yi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback and felt somewhat bashful upon hearing Su Qinglian's words. Xiao Yuer, at a loss for words, glanced at Yi Qingyu and shyly said, "I want to keep calling you big sister, is that all right?" Lu Igua chuckled, "Oh dear, this news is quite sudden for us all. Let Xiao Yuer adjust for now. With more interaction with Qingyu, she'll eventually call her mommy." Chen Xu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let's take our time with this. After all, even if they are to marry, I cannot bring myself to call Yi Qingyu my wife, let alone expect Xiao Yuer to do so." Chapter 73. Bringing her back to meet the parents with the elders consenting to their marriage. Both Chen Xu and Yi Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xu intended to visit Kyoto before the new year to meet his future father-in-law, but Yi Qingyu declined, stating that her father would come to see the elders before the new year, and they could meet formally then. Considering that Yi Qingyu's health was not suitable for long-distance travel, Chen Xu could only agree. Although he did not personally visit, his father-in-law might perceive it as a lack of etiquette. However, the safety of Yi Qingyu and the children must come first. Upon returning home, Chen Xu did not delay and proactively went to the kitchen to assist the elders in preparing dinner. While Yi Qingyu's appetite was not as poor as during her early pregnancy, it was still necessary to prepare some appetizing dishes. Lu Igua and his wife did not mind, thinking that Chen Xu enjoyed these meals, and they chatted and laughed while joining in the cooking. Lu Igua placed rice into the large pot to steam, thought for a moment, and approached Chen Xu, saying, "By the way, since you are getting married, my mother and I should meet your family." Su Qinglian, peeling cabbage, chimed in with a smile, "We cannot just show up unannounced. Let Qingyu first return with you to formally meet your family. Then we can arrange a time to have a meal together." After pondering for a moment, Su Qinglian continued, "It would be best if Qingyu's father could come over, so we can all sit down together to discuss matters, finalize the paperwork, and organize the banquet. This means that not only do I need to prepare for the new year, but I must also gather items necessary for the wedding," she added, growing increasingly animated as she spoke. Although it was a sudden thought, the fact that her granddaughter was marrying a reliable partner brought her joy. Chen Xu, while busy, attentively listened to the elder's instructions. Since he was to marry Yi Qingyu, he was determined to make it a grand affair. In this era, even for those in Rongqing, a wedding with the essential 3 ceremonies and a banquet would cost no more than 1,000. Even with a bride price of 2,000, purchasing quality items for about 1,000 and inviting the entire village to a state-run restaurant for the banquet would not exceed 1,000. In total, the expenses would be no more than 5,000 or 6,000, allowing for a splendid wedding banquet, and he had more than enough funds in his pocket. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, in the courtyard by the entrance of the main room, under the bright incandescent lights, the 8 immortals table was already laden with steaming dishes, braised pork with preserved vegetables, fish head and tofu soup, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, green pepper beef, sweet and sour ribs, and pork belly. Lu Igua and his wife brought in 2 more dishes, and as they gazed at the table filled with exquisite cuisine, the enticing aroma wafting towards them made them feel as though they had struck gold. They had initially thought that Chen Xu was adept at frying chestnuts, but it seemed his culinary skills surpassed even those of the chefs at the state-run restaurant. Many of the dishes were ones they had never encountered, even at the wedding banquet of Yi Qingyu's parents. At this moment, Xiao Yuer had lost interest in helping and stood on tiptoes, resting her chin on the 8 immortals table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Finally, Chen Xu emerged from the kitchen with the steaming basket, cheerfully announcing, "Dinner is served." Upon hearing her father's call, little fish felt a surge of joy and hurriedly dashed off to fetch bowls and chopsticks, exclaiming, "It's time for dinner." At that moment, Yi Qingyu was emerging with several stacks of dishes. Upon hearing the little one's cheerful shout, she smiled and said, "All right, I have brought the bowls and chopsticks. Let's head to the table and eat." "Okay, big sister. You seem a bit weary. Let me help you," little fish exclaimed, raising her tiny hands high. Yi Qingyu's heart warmed at the sight, and she handed 2 bowls to little fish, saying, "Well done, little fish." "Thank you. You're welcome." the little one replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she proudly carried her bowl forward. Su Qinglian placed the dishes down with a beaming smile and remarked, our little fish is simply too considerate. However, your mother is quite capable of handling a few bowls herself. She then turned to Chen Xu, advising, Chen Xu, do not spoil Qingyu too much. It would not be good if she becomes overly pampered, especially today, when she was carrying everything back herself. She even seemed hesitant to hold little fish, as if fearing to tire her out. While she wished for Chen Xu to treat her granddaughter well, she was equally cautious against indulgence. Lu Aigua, though silent, nodded in agreement. Chen Xu responded with a smile, all right, Grandma, and promptly took the bowls from Yi Qingyu's hands, saying, let me handle this, you should go and eat. The family enjoyed a harmonious and joyful meal together. Lu Aigua and his wife were thoroughly impressed by Chen Xu's culinary skills. In the past, they would have found it peculiar to see Yi Qingyu consume 2 bowls of rice, but now, even they could not resist, devouring 2 hefty bowls themselves. The dishes were simply too delectable. After savoring a delightful meal and chatting for a while, Lu Aigua and his wife urged their younger relatives to retire for the night. After all, Yi Qingyu and Chen Xu were not yet married, and Chen Xu had prepared a guest room for himself, ensuring they would sleep separately. Little Fish also had her own room, firmly established in her family status. However, the little one, having not seen her father for a while, was reluctant to return to her room and chose to stay in Chen Xu's room instead. She was quite restless during the night, rolling around the entire bed. The following day, early in the morning after breakfast, Chen Xu took Yi Qingyu and Little Fish, along with their large bundles of belongings, and boarded the tractor that Lu Aigua had summoned. After bidding farewell to the elders, they officially set off for Tungtou village, where Yi Qingyu would meet Chen Xu's family. Today, it was Yi Qingyu's turn to feel anxious. She worried whether Chen Xu's grandfather would like her, and spent the journey inquiring about Chen Qingshan's preferences. The tractor rattled along the winding road. Chen Xu, noticing the girl's concerns, reached out to tighten her cloak and reassured her with a smile, rest assured. My grandfather has a very pleasant disposition and will surely be pleased with you. Little Fish, wrapped in her own little cloak, watched the lovely big sister with some worry. She recalled that great-grandfather had mentioned that the pretty big sister was too slender to be a suitable wife for her father. If, at that time, great-grandfather does not fancy the beautiful older sister, will father end up without a wife again, and she will once more be without a mother. Little Fish sniffled, becoming anxious in response. Great-grandfather must not find the older sister too slender. In comparison to a horse-drawn carriage, returning home on a tractor is evidently much swifter. After a little over an hour, the tractor slowly approached the entrance of Tungtou village. It was the depths of winter, nearing the year's end, and virtually every household was inside, preparing festive foods for the approaching new year. The tractor, laden with a full load of New Year supplies and people heading into the town, quickly captured the attention of the villagers lining the street. Li Dijian was just about to borrow something from the neighbor when he stepped out of his courtyard and spotted Chen Xu sitting on the tractor, alongside Yi Qingyu, who was fair-skinned and beautiful, draped in a cloak, resembling a city girl. Chapter 74. Chen Xu brings a city girlfriend home. The whole village is abuzz. Hey, Chen Xu, you're back. Li Dijian's gaze shifted to the heap of New Year goods, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he hurried forward to greet them warmly. Chen Xu showed no intention of asking the tractor driver to stop, smiling as he waved his hand. Yes, brother-in-law. I'm in a hurry to get back to see grandfather, so I won't chat for long. After speaking, he introduced Yi Qingyu. That's my elder cousin's husband. You can just call him brother-in-law from now on. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu politely smiled and nodded at Li Dijian. Li Dijian was initially annoyed with this rascal Chen Xu for constantly avoiding him, but when he noticed the girl on the tractor offering him a faint smile, all his irritation vanished in an instant. Good heavens, this girl is even more beautiful than the stars on city posters. However, isn't she a friend of Zhang Chang's cousin? How did she end up returning with this rascal Chen Xu? Li Dijian never once considered their relationship in a romantic light. Who is his cousin's husband? A rough countryman who has been foolish for over 20 years, and a twice-married one at that. It was unfathomable that this city girl would be interested in him. After Chen Xu departed, Li Dijian's mind was filled with the towering pile of New Year supplies on the tractor. He stroked his chin, quickly turning to head indoors. This troublesome woman said, Chen Xu wasn't he making money selling potatoes? How does he seem even wealthier than before? That load of goods must be worth at least 100 yuan. Since he has money, He ought to quickly invite Chen Xiaodi over for a visit. As the tractor made its way down the street, several neighbors, hearing the commotion, stepped out of their homes in twos and threes. Upon seeing Chen Xu return with the beautiful city girl and the tractor full of New Year goods, excitement surged among them, and they hurriedly gathered to gossip. "Oh, Chen Xu, you're back. Why did you bring a friend? Wow, buying so many New Year supplies. It seems you've earned quite a bit." A few aunts gathered around, taking turns admiring the supplies and stealing glances at Qingyu, curiosity and gossip practically written all over their faces. Little Fish lingered outside for a while, feeling much more lively. Hearing the aunt's inquiries, she propped her small hands on the stool and, with childlike candor, cheerfully exclaimed, "The older sister is my daddy's wife." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, the elder women were taken aback, their faces a mixture of disbelief. They exchanged glances between Chen Xu and Qingyu, pondering the impossibility of it all. How could Chen Xu, of all people, have found such a beautiful city girl as his girlfriend? Surely, it must be mere childish nonsense. As the women silently dismissed the notion, Qingyu gracefully waved at them. Introducing herself, "Hello, I am Chen Xu's girlfriend, Qingyu." Chen Xu, wary of the endless gossip that might ensue from these women, interjected, "Ladies, I must return to see my grandfather. We shall converse further when time permits." With that, he signaled the tractor driver to hasten their departure. The news of Chen Xu bringing a city girlfriend back to the village quickly spread like wildfire through the streets. Wu Zuifeng, having heard from Xiao Hu that Chen Xu had returned, eagerly rushed to the entrance, only to catch sight of the tractor disappearing down the street. She decided not to chase after it, instead turning to seek out Aunt Wang, hoping to arrange a matchmaking endeavor for herself and Chen Xu. However, just a few steps into her journey, she noticed a group of women gathered, animatedly discussing something. Unable to resist the temptation of gossip, she approached them, inquiring, "What are you all talking about?" One woman, upon hearing Wu Zuifeng's question, seized her hand with an exaggerated expression and exclaimed, "Zuifeng, did you not see? Chen Xu has brought back a city girlfriend, a stunning beauty, fair-skinned, and very polite. Her family must be quite well off." Another chimed in, "Indeed. Just look at that shawl draped over her shoulders. It certainly does not appear to be something an ordinary person could afford." They clucked in astonishment. How has this young man, once so oblivious, suddenly found such fortune, bringing a city girl into our humble mountain village? Listening to the women's chatter, Wu Zuifeng turned slowly, her gaze fixed on the direction where the tractor had vanished, her mind swirling in confusion and heartache. What? Chen Xu already has a girlfriend? And from the city no less? Did that mean there was no chance left for her with him? No opportunity to become the mistress of the house? In that moment, regret flooded over Wu Zuifeng, her heart twisted with despair over her past decisions. Why had she left? Now, such an exceptional man was lost to her. The grievous news struck Wu Zuifeng like a thunderclap, leaving her unable to bear the weight of her sorrow. Her legs weakened, and darkness clouded her vision. "Oh no, Zuifeng. She's fainted. Quick, someone help." A voice cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, Chen Xu had arrived at the end of the street, assisting Qingyu as they disembarked from the tractor. After greeting the neighbors, they prepared to head home. Before reaching their abode, they had to navigate a steep flight of stone steps, which had aged over time, with moss growing on many of the stones. Additionally, water from the nearby families washing clothes often made the steps slippery and treacherous. Concerned for Qingyu's safety, Chen Xu, unable to hesitate, reached out as she descended the first step, saying, "Here, take my hand." Qingyu, momentarily taken aback by his gesture, looked at him in confusion. "The steps are slippery. Please, give me your hand," Chen Xu reassured her. Nearby, Xiao Yu, obediently holding her father's hand, tilted her head and remarked, "Big sister, hold on to daddy's hand. You won't fall." Realizing the wisdom in the child's words, Qingyu hesitated for a brief moment before promptly placing her hand into Chen Xu's. Feeling the warmth of his grasp, the delicate, fair hand met the warmth of a large palm, and both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Even Chen Xu felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, his pulse quickening slightly. He feigned composure, taking her tender hand into his own, saying, "Let us go. But be careful." Qingyu's cheeks flushed faintly as she softly replied, Chen Xu held his daughter with one hand and his future fiancée with the other. As the trio descended the ladder, the tractor driver, laden with various items, paused to observe this harmonious scene, inexplicably finding it quite delightful. Neighbors gathered at the street's end, watching the spectacle, felt as though they could forego their lunch in light of the heartwarming sight. As they reached the foot of the steps and arrived at the bridge, little Ewer, seizing a moment of Chen Xu's inattention, wriggled free from his grasp and scampered across the wooden planks with her short legs. The bridge itself was a rudimentary structure made of 2 wooden beams, with several planks nailed on top, lacking any railings, and below flowed a murky, turbulent river. The recent days of rain had swollen the river, making it swift and fierce. Both Qingyu and Chen Xu watched in alarm as Ewer dashed across the bridge, their hearts nearly stopping. Chen Xu, fearing that any sudden sound might startle her, felt a tightness in his scalp as he focused intently on her crossing. Although the bridge appeared perilous for the children and adults of Tungto village, it was a path they could traverse with their eyes closed. Little Ewer, however, showed no fear whatsoever. Upon reaching the bridge's end, she waved her small hand at the stunned Chen Xu and Qingyu, exclaiming, "Daddy, big sister, come here quickly." Chen Xu, amused and helpless at the carefree child, called out, "We'll be right there. Go check if great-grandpa is home." He then took Qingyu's hand and led her onto the bridge. Upon hearing her father's instruction, Ewer nodded vigorously and turned to run off with her little legs. Just a few steps into their crossing, Chen Xu sensed something was amiss with Qingyu's demeanor. He halted and glanced sideways, noticing her face had turned pale. Concerned, he inquired, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Qingyu could hardly bear to look at the edge of the bridge, her legs feeling weak as she whispered, "I am a bit afraid of heights." She had always had a fear of heights, and now, standing on a bridge just a few meters high and barely a meter wide, her legs seemed to betray her. The last time she had crossed, Qin Miao had nearly dragged her over. Today, with the river swollen, just a glance at the rushing water made her dizzy. Understanding her plight, Chen Xu immediately reached out to steady her by the waist, drawing her into his embrace to provide her with a sense of security. He murmured reassuringly, "I'll carry you across. There's nothing to fear." He remembered his own trepidation when he first traversed the bridge, especially with the tumultuous waters below. Startled by Chen Xu's sudden embrace, Qingyu stiffened at first, particularly aware of the hand resting on her waist. Yet, she soon realized that leaning against him felt surprisingly comforting. She, of course, would not be troubled by such minor difficulties. Biting her lip, she nestled into Chen Xu's embrace, her delicate arms encircling his waist, gripping the fabric of his attire gently, and softly responded, following Chen Xu step by step. After taking a few strides, her attention was swiftly captivated by the rhythmic beating of his heart within his chest, alleviating her fears. Behind them, the tractor driver, burdened with various items, observed the rushing river and the swaying bridge, then glanced at the petite girl nestled tightly against the tall figure, and sighed quietly, hesitantly stepping onto the bridge. He was a man, yet he had no one to lean on. Soon, the trio arrived at the bridge's end. Making their way down half the street towards Chen Xu's home, Qingyu had barely descended the bridge when her legs regained their strength, and she quickly withdrew from Chen Xu's embrace. At that moment, Chen Qingshan was joyfully running towards them, holding Xiaoyue. Upon spotting his beloved grandson, he had yet to greet him when his gaze shifted to the ethereal girl beside Chen Xu, astonished. Why was this girl here? Had she come to find Zhang Chong? Chen Qingshan only knew that she was a relative from Zhang Chong's side who had come to attend a banquet. Seeing her now, his first thought was that she had come in search of Zhang Chong. Xiaoyue, who had not yet had the chance to mention the older sister, was swept into Chen Qingshan's arms, and upon noticing his great-grandfather's unusual expression, began to feel apprehensive. Previously, the old man had expressed disdain for the older sister's slenderness. Would he be trying to send her away and prevent her from being a wife to his grandson? Upon seeing Chen Qingshan, Chen Xu promptly stepped forward with Qingyu in tow. "Grandfather," he called out. Chen Qingshan smiled somewhat awkwardly, then turned his gaze to Qingyu, inquiring, "Little girl, you also came to find Zhang Chong, right? Come, let's go inside and sit." The old man greeted her with warmth. Despite Zhang Chong's shortcomings, he could tell that this girl possessed a heart of gold. Qingyu, taken aback by his words, glanced at Chen Xu and quickly clarified, I did not come to find Zhang Chong. I specifically came to meet you, sir." Chen Qingshan was momentarily stunned, puzzled as to why she was not seeking Zhang Chong. Before he could gather his thoughts, Chen Xu swiftly stepped forward with a smile, introducing, "Grandfather, this is my girlfriend, Qingyu. She came along this time specifically to meet you." "Girlfriend?" Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Even this man who had weathered many storms found himself wide-eyed, staring at the girl before him, who resembled a celestial being. Could this kind-hearted angel truly be his grandson's girlfriend? It seemed unbelievable. Before Chen Xingshan could shake off his shock, Qingyu politely nodded and smiled. "Greeting, grandfather, hello." Chen Xingshan gasped, hearing his future granddaughter-in-law address him as grandfather. He instinctively inhaled sharply. Had it not been for his recent good health, he might have fainted from excitement on the spot. The ancestors of the Chen family must have truly blessed him. His grandson had indeed found this girl as his girlfriend. Chapter 75. New project what? You plan to marry before Qingyu's winter vacation ends? At the entrance of the main hall, the octagonal table was laden with an array of snacks, including peanuts, sunflower seeds, candies, and citrus fruits. Chen Xingshan had just pushed a clay bowl filled with sunflower seeds towards Qingyu when he overheard their conversation, leaving him quite astonished. Were the two not still in a courtship? Why was this young lady so eager to marry before even graduating? Moreover, marrying a city girl like Qingyu would undoubtedly require a considerable sum of money, especially considering the need for repairs on their old family house. It would take quite some time to earn such a substantial amount. Noticing Chen Xingshan's troubled expression, Chen Xu grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and remarked, "Grandfather, during my trip to Rongqing, I earned a significant amount of money. You need not worry about the expenses for marrying Qingyu." Chen Xingshan, intrigued, cautiously inquired, "How much did you make?" He estimated that 2,000 would be the upper limit. The last time he sold potatoes, the crop had been exceptionally good, enticing everyone to indulge. What profit could be made from selling cloth? Looking at Qingyu, it was evident she was not from an ordinary family. Marrying her would likely demand several thousand. However, Chen Xu's subsequent reply left Chen Xingshan momentarily speechless, unable to regain his composure. Chen Xu, munching on a few sunflower seeds, smiled and replied, "Not much, just 30,000. Chen Xingshan. Even Qingyu, who was sipping malted milk, nearly choked upon hearing Chen Xu state that figure. She was aware that Chen Xu was quite profitable, but she never anticipated he had earned so much. 10,000 was already a significant sum in her family, let alone 30,000. Chen Xu, on the other hand, did not consider this amount excessive. As he cracked the seeds between his teeth, he was reminded of a remarkable individual, Li Guangjiu, whose life was marked by great ups and downs. Before the reform and opening up in 1979, when having 10,000 yuan was a rarity, this man had become a millionaire by selling roasted sunflower seeds, despite the prohibition against private business. Chen Xu mentally calculated that this individual was likely still imprisoned due to jealousy and political reasons. When he emerged in 1983, he re-established his fortune through roasted seeds, with his branches in several cities generating sales exceeding 7 million in just half a month by 1986. However, he too fell victim to envy and political circumstances, leading to his incarceration until 1992. During his absence, numerous brands of sunflower seeds, which had previously been obscure, began to rise in prominence. His brand missed opportunities for funding and collaboration, resulting in a decline from its former glory, remaining rather mediocre thereafter. Nevertheless, it was evident that in this era, as long as the seeds were roasted to perfection, there was significant potential for success. Particularly notable were the sunflower seeds he had nearly fought to procure from the black market, which offered a pure roasted flavor. Unlike the overly sweet or salty varieties found in later years, Chen Xu had initially contemplated the post-New Year developments. After cracking a few more seeds, clarity dawned upon him, and his thoughts became illuminated. Returning to reality, he noticed that Qingyu had finished her malted milk, prompting him to stand and say, "I shall prepare another cup for you." In response to Chen Xu's meticulous care, Qingyu initially felt somewhat unaccustomed, yet over the past few days, she has grown more at ease. Upon witnessing him reach out, she proactively handed him the enamel cup. "Thank you," she remarked. "No need for such formality." Chen Xu feigned annoyance, murmuring under his breath as he strode away with the cup in hand. Chen Xingshan, observing the harmonious interaction between the young couple while sipping on his malt beverage, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Fortunately, a recent illness had not rendered his old bones entirely worn out, allowing him the chance to see his eldest grandson find such an exceptional wife. His only regret was the girl's youth. He pondered whether he would live to witness the day when his great-grandson would be born. Surely, it would take several years at least. Meanwhile, the little fish, having returned home, was keenly observing her great-grandfather's demeanor towards the elder sister. After a prolonged scrutiny, she discerned no signs of anger. Rather, his face was adorned with a myriad of wrinkles from laughter. A great perplexity arose in her small mind. When she had once suggested to her great-grandfather that the beautiful elder sister be a wife for her father, had he not remarked that the elder sister was too slender? The little fish found herself unable to comprehend this contradiction, too timid to inquire further, and thus resorted to silently munching on seeds and sipping her drink. At the other end of the street, Chen Guodong and Zhang Chang's family, weary from their journey, had just returned from the town. The previous day, they had gone to the town to celebrate the new year with Zhang Chang's maternal family. Chen Guodong, concerned for the elderly patriarch back home, had summoned a horse-drawn carriage early in the morning to hasten their return. Zhang Chang, having endured several hours of jostling, felt nearly disassembled as he trailed behind Chen Guodong, silently grumbling about their impoverished family, which could not afford a tractor and was thus relegated to this bumpy carriage ride. As they approached their home, Zhang Chang recalled hearing chatter in the street suggesting that Chen Xu had brought home a girlfriend. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what sort of woman could possibly accompany someone whom even the widow would dismiss. Most likely, she was a second-hand item, perhaps even a buy-one-get-one deal. Lost in these thoughts, the family arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, where an unfamiliar yet delightful aroma wafted into their nostrils. "What is that? It smells divine," Zhang Chang exclaimed, hastening towards the courtyard entrance, stepping inside with purpose. Upon entering the courtyard, his gaze was immediately captured by a table laden with a bountiful array of food at the entrance of the main room. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, fruits, candies, and sweet potato chips were all present, and several enamel cups contained items he had never seen before, emitting a steady stream of steam, the source of that intoxicating fragrance. "Ah!" Zhang Chang's eyes widened, and he was about to approach Chen Xu when he caught sight of a slender figure beside the eight immortals table, a fair-skinned, beautiful girl. He froze mid-motion, recognizing her instantly, and a sense of alarm surged within him. This was the very girl he had once sent to Chen Xu's bed. What was she doing here? Could it be that their indiscretions had been uncovered, and she had come to demand accountability? Zhang Chang's face turned pale, not out of fear of the demure girl herself, but rather of the formidable power her family wielded behind her. As Chen Xianman stepped into the courtyard, she was taken aback upon seeing Qingyu, nearly losing her balance and stumbling back a couple of steps, her palms sweating profusely. Chen Guodong, though somewhat surprised, strode forward and greeted her with a simple, "Welcome back." Only after this did he turn to Qingyu, offering a faint nod. Despite his age, he was not particularly adept at social interactions. Noticing Chen Guodong's arrival, Chen Xu hurriedly fetched a stool from indoors, beckoning, "Uncle, please come and sit." He then took the initiative to introduce Qingyu, stating, "This is my uncle." Qingyu promptly rose from her seat, warmly greeting, "Hello, uncle. I am Chen Xu's girlfriend." Qingyu. Chen Guodong found himself stiffening at the young woman's cordiality, eventually managing a somewhat awkward smile as he replied, "Ah, I am Chen Xu's uncle. Nice to meet you." Aware of his uncle's social anxiety, Chen Xu chuckled and encouraged, "Uncle, come and sit. I'll prepare something for you to drink." "All right," Chen Guodong replied, somewhat hesitantly, making his way towards the group. Qingyu also noticed Zhang Chang and Chen Xianman, recalling them as Chen Xu's cousin and cousin's husband. Just as she was about to greet them, Chen Xu's low voice interjected, "Qingyu, there's no need to acknowledge them." Chapter 76. Chen Guodong's business aspirations after all. Qingyu, being an innocent young woman, was destined for marriage due to the machinations of these two individuals. Even if she remained unaware of their malevolent actions, Chen Xu had no intention of allowing her to greet those who would use her as a pawn, these two who had attempted to ensnare her in their schemes. Perplexed, Qingyu glanced at Chen Xu, noticing his grave expression. She merely nodded subtly to Zhang Chang and Chen Xianman before returning to her seat. Having spent some time with Chen Xu, she had gleaned some understanding of his character. He hardly ever displayed displeasure towards others. His evident disdain for these two suggested they were indeed of questionable character. Since he did not wish for her to greet them, despite the breach of etiquette, she instinctively chose to align herself with her future husband. Chen Guodong and Chen Xingshan also bore expressions of discontent, recalling how Zhang Chang and Chen Xianman had accused Chen Xu of insulting Qingyu. This was a matter of significant consequence, especially concerning a girl's reputation. With Qingyu now present, and Chen Xu advising her against engaging with the two, it was entirely understandable. Turning to the two who stood frozen in the courtyard, Chen Guodong instructed, "You may go prepare lunch." Zhang Chong and Chen Xianman, realizing Yi Qingyu was not there to confront them, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Given Chen Xu's thunderous countenance, they quickly retreated to the east room. It was evident that Chen Xu was reminded of their previous allegations against him regarding the insult to a young woman. Once they departed, the atmosphere at the table began to ease. Chen Xu immediately went to prepare a ceramic basin of malt milk for Chen Guodong, urging him to drink it promptly. As Chen Guodong savored the fragrant and sweet malt milk, he looked at the array of snacks on the table, a rarity he could seldom enjoy throughout the year. After a prolonged internal struggle filled with hesitation, I turned to Chen Xu and inquired, "Chen Xu, what kind of business are you engaged in? It appears you've made quite a sum." Chen Xu casually popped 2 peanuts into his mouth, replying with a smile, "I merely procured some fabric in Guangqing to sell. But with the new year approaching, it's too late to pursue this venture." Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong's expression dulled, his cracked hands cradling a warm enamel mug. Nodding in agreement, "Indeed, with another round of back and forth, the new year will soon be upon us." As Chen Xu raised the milk powder to his lips, he observed the man, whose tone betrayed a sense of disappointment. The olive-green cotton coat he wore was adorned with crooked patches, and his hands were marred with fissures. His countenance lacked the festive cheer radiating from most of the neighbors. It was evident that this year's new year would not be particularly prosperous for Chen Guodong's family. Yet, he was a man of straightforward temperament. When he had rented a guest house from Chen Xu in Rongqing on the very first day back, Chen Guodong had somehow managed to thrust some money into his hands. He would never dream of accepting money from him. Every man in the Chen family possessed such a disposition, save for the original owner of this body, who was somewhat lacking in common sense. After finishing a cup of milk powder, Chen Xu glanced toward the earthen hut where the poultry were kept and asked Chen Guodong, "Uncle, if I recall correctly, you seem to have quite a few chickens and ducks." This year, many families in the village had harvested an abundance of potatoes, leaving the pigs unable to consume them all, prompting them to hatch numerous chickens and ducks for rearing. Those with a timid disposition often sold eggs within the village, while the bolder ones ventured to the town. In larger cities, these farmers, who had long been entrenched in the mountains and heavily influenced by the planned economy, were too fearful to engage in commerce. Chen Guodong was one such individual. At present, he had 27 chickens and 11 ducks at home, producing at least a dozen or 20 eggs daily. However, the streets were saturated with egg sellers, and even at 2 cents each, no one was willing to purchase them. He had once enlisted Zhang Chong to sell them in town. Initially, it fared well, earning a few dimes each day. But as time passed, the number of sellers increased, driving prices down, and Zhang Chong soon lost interest in selling. Now, over 100 chicken eggs and more than 50 duck eggs lay piled in his home. Hearing Chen Xu's inquiry, he assumed Chen Xu desired a couple of chickens for the new year. Without hesitation, he readily offered, "With 27 chickens, if you want some, I can give you 2. Chen Xu had spent several thousand yuan to treat Chen Qingshan. He had no means to repay him, so offering up a couple of chickens felt trivial. Chen Xu set down the enamel mug, smiling as he replied, "Uncle, I do not wish for chickens. I merely wanted to ask if you are interested in making some money before the new year." Given that his uncle was reluctant to accept help from him, and with the outrageous prices of poultry on the black market, if Chen Guodong dared to take the plunge, Chen Xu would be more than willing to accompany him on another venture. This would not only provide Chen Guodong with additional income, but also allow him to earn some money himself. After all, the families of both sides had largely consented to the marriage with Yi Qingyu, and since he could not rush matters with her parents, he could only wait until the new year to meet them. Thus, any opportunity to earn a bit more would be beneficial, allowing him to present a more generous bride price when the time came to wed, thereby enhancing his standing in her family. Upon hearing Chen Xu mention the prospect of making money, Chen Guodong immediately perked up, his eyes glimmering with interest. Certainly, he thought. Recently, when Chen Qingshan fell ill, despite his modest contributions, he had depleted his meager savings of several hundred yuan accumulated over the years. Now, he found himself utterly impoverished. Just yesterday, when he visited Zhang Chong's home, he brought along merely 2 chickens and a few eggs. However, as the new year approached and relatives exchanged greetings, the most common gifts were indeed chickens and eggs. If someone were to present a bag of cookies or sugar, returning the favor with a few chickens might not even suffice for their appreciation. Noticing Chen Guodong's enthusiasm, Chen Xu proceeded to outline his plan, to sell poultry and eggs in the black market of Rongqing. Such items were abundant in every household within the village. Yet in Rongqing, they were in high demand, particularly during the festive season. Just 2 days prior, the black market had been in a frenzy when he departed around midnight. The stalls were nearly bare, with crowds still pouring in. However, upon hearing this suggestion, Chen Guodong's expression darkened, and he hesitated. Setting aside the potential dangers of engaging in capitalist ventures, the current climate of reform and opening up brought with it instability. With the new year upon them, the prevalence of thieves and pickpockets surged. Some, driven by desperation, would even resort to violence for a mere handful of coins. Thus, when Chen Xu proposed venturing into the black market, Chen Guodong instinctively recoiled, waving his hands in protest. This simply would not do. Selling goods in the black market at this time was akin to willingly offering money to unscrupulous individuals. Losing money was one thing. Encountering someone reckless enough to take a life was another matter entirely. Having spent considerable time in Rongqing, Chen Xu was well aware of these risks. Yet, the profits being made were indeed bloodstained, gleaned from the knife's edge of danger. After all, how else could a live chicken fetch over 4 yuan? Everyone was taking risks to engage in this trade. Leaning closer over the 8 immortals table, he asked Chen Guodong in a low voice, "Uncle, how much can you sell those chickens for in town, and how many can you sell in a day?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guodong replied, "Chickens weighing around 2 jin sell for about 1.3 yuan each, and I could only manage to sell 2 at a market, as there are too many poultry vendors." Upon hearing this, Chen Xu rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table and responded, "Uncle, let me put it this way. In the black market of Rongqing, a single chicken can sell for as much as 4 yuan and 50 cents, while an egg goes for 10 cents. On any given day, they can sell a minimum of 400 to 500 chickens and eggs. The last time they went at noon, the vendors hardly had any stock left. By the time they left, everything had been snatched up. Selling hundreds of chickens in a day is certainly feasible." At this, both Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong were taken aback. Could it be that chickens in Rongqing were selling at such exorbitant prices? Chen Guodong swallowed hard, astonished, and a flicker of excitement ignited within him. At 4 yuan and 50 cents each, his 25 chickens could net him over 112 yuan. That was a sum he could scarcely hope to save in 6 months. Moreover, with ducks and eggs to sell, if everything went well, this year's new year could be celebrated without the burden of worry or the disdain of relatives. Chen Qingshan, upon hearing his grandson's words, felt a surge of indignation as he glanced at Chen Xu. "You little rascal, are you not taking advantage of the people's urgent needs?" he exclaimed. "Grandfather, I acquired these items at inflated prices from the black market today. If I sell them, they can afford food for the new year. If I don't, they will be clutching their money without enjoying the festivities." Chen Xu replied with righteous fervor. Upon hearing his grandson's reasoning, Chen Qingshan paused, realizing there might indeed be some merit to his words. At that moment, Qingyu, listening to Chen Xu's impassioned rhetoric, felt a wave of amusement but stifled her laughter. Taking a sip of her enamel mug filled with malted milk, she recognized that when it came to business acumen, this rascal was quite sharp. No, he was like a cunning fox, speaking with eloquence that flowed like lotus blossoms. Chen Xu, engrossed in thoughts of commerce, turned back to Chen Guodong and inquired, "Uncle, so, are you in or out?" He did not pressure him, understanding the inherent risks. Yet, the potential profit at this juncture was enticing. Chen Guodong, already teetering on the edge of decision, was quick to respond, "I'm in." He realized that if he continued to be overly cautious, he would never amass significant wealth. It was time to learn from the younger generation and take bold steps. Whether they could enjoy a prosperous year hinged on the venture Chen Xu was about to undertake. The uncle and nephew reached a mutual understanding, and Chen Guodong promptly headed to the east room to prepare the cages for the chickens and ducks, planning to accompany Chen Xu to Rongqing the following day. After finishing a bowl of malted milk, Chen Xu noted the time was still early and bid farewell to Chen Qingshan and Qingyu, preparing to step out. He intended to stroll through the village, aiming to collect 200 or 300 chickens before returning to cook. However, just as he finished instructing Qingyu to stay at home patiently, Chen Qingshan emerged from the house, handing him a supply voucher. "This is from last month's salary. Xiaozhong insisted on giving it to me. Didn't you say you could sell vouchers in the black market? I have no use for it. Take it and sell it to those in need." Upon hearing this, Chen Xu looked down at the voucher in the old man's hand, his eyes gleaming with interest. He reached out to accept the ticket, grinning, "Grandfather, you have quite the privileges. They even issued you a television voucher. Chen Xingshan settled onto the bench, retrieved his pipe, and, leisurely licking his fingers, began to roll tobacco. I already told you I have no use for this. They insisted on giving it to me. It's no good here. So you might as well sell it in the black market. Pausing momentarily, Chen Xingshan added sternly, but make sure you don't sell it for too much. Just a fair price will do. This item was distributed to me. I'm not looking to profit, just to get rid of it. Chen Xu tucked the voucher into his pocket, readily assuring him, Grandfather, rest assured, I promise not to sell it at an exorbitant price. What was the point of selling? Now that Tungto village had just been electrified, why not use the money to buy a television for himself? Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, knowing his grandfather's frugal nature. If he found out he intended to purchase a television costing several hundred, he might well leap up to reclaim the voucher. As soon as he greeted Chen Xu, he prepared to leave. However, noticing Chen Xingshan's rolling of cigarette tobacco and glancing at Yi Qingyu beside him, his brows slightly furrowed. Just as he was about to speak a warning, Chen Xingshan seemed to come to his senses, paused his movements, and then tucked the rolled tobacco away, rising to move aside on his own accord. Observing this, Chen Xu couldn't help but smile before turning and striding away. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu and Xiao Yuer had no particular business at hand, so the pair, one large and one small, began to crack sunflower seeds and chat. As soon as Chen Xu arrived at Tungto Street, without needing to visit anyone, he was immediately surrounded by a group of gossiping women, eagerly inquiring about his relationship with his girlfriend. Knowing these aunts were overly enthusiastic, Chen Xu had refrained from bringing Yi Qingyu along and, without engaging in much conversation, directly asked them if they were selling chickens at 1 yuan and 80 cents each, requesting however many they had. Instantly captivated by the prospect of making money, the women, who had initially been focused on gossip, abandoned their curiosity about Chen Xu and eagerly called out their willingness to sell, rushing home to catch their own chickens. They had been worried about having too many chickens this year and struggling to sell them. Hens weighing over 2 kilograms were priced at 1 yuan and 80 cents each, and each household had at least 15 to sell. In one fell swoop, they could earn 27 yuan. Only a fool would not be enthusiastic. In less than an hour, Chen Xu had traversed from the village's end to its head, even visiting Chen Chunlong's home in the town. He collected 17 chickens and 100 eggs from Chen Chunlong, offering him a payment of 1 yuan for assisting in gathering chickens, ducks, and eggs in the market. This delighted Chen Chunlong, who readily agreed. Shortly after Chen Xu left, Chen Chunlong finished his preparations and, beaming with joy, set off in a cart to gather chickens, ducks, and eggs for his nephew, meticulously tallying each one, planning to settle accounts with Chen Xu later. In the past, villagers would certainly have insisted that Chen Xu pay up front for the goods, fearing he might take the chickens without payment. However, since collaborating with him on the potato business, they had completely lowered their guard. Moreover, it was evident to all that Chen Xu was earning money and had brought his city girlfriend home, leaving no room for doubt about his integrity. After a day of bustling activity, just in Tungto village and the neighboring one, Chen Chunlong had helped gather 314 chickens, 86 ducks, and over 600 eggs, nearly reaching the quantity Chen Xu had requested. He decided to stop just in time, storing everything in his yard, awaiting Chen Xu's arrival the next morning to collect the goods. After dinner, the family chatted for a while, and then Chen Xu called out to Chen Guodong, urging him to go to sleep since they would need to rise at 4 o'clock the next morning. Chen Guodong cheerfully returned to his room, his face rarely displaying a smile. Before entering to sleep, he glanced at Zhang Chong, who lay on the bench, and said, Xiao Zhang, come with me to Rongqing tomorrow to learn business from Chen Xu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong quickly sat up from the bench, smiling as he replied, all right, then you should get to bed early. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Chong, Chen Guodong returned to his room. As soon as he left, the smile vanished from Zhang Chong's face, replaced by a look of disdain as he curled back up on the bench. The relentless pursuit of wealth has driven individuals to the black market, a perilous choice that teeters on the brink of self-destruction. The risks of apprehension are compounded by the rampant thievery that pervades society. Even the slightest financial gain could be swiftly seized. He is no fool. Come morning, he would feign discomfort with a mere excuse to evade responsibility. As Zhang Chong reclined, deep in thought, his mind drifted to the marriage between Yi Qingyu and Chen Xu. After a day of discreet observation, he confirmed that Yi Qingyu remained oblivious to his and Chen Qian's machinations regarding her and Chen Xu. Yet, if nothing had transpired between the two, it stands to reason that they would not be so eager to wed, would they? Perhaps that fateful night had indeed changed everything, compelling her to sacrifice her integrity for the sake of marrying Chen Xu. The thought ignited a thrill within Zhang Chang. If indeed this was the case, and she was unaware of his scheming, driven by the need to protect her honor, might he not leverage this to his advantage? With her affluent background, perhaps a little intimidation could lead her to offer him a substantial reward for his silence, securing his future without the burden of worry. His excitement mounted, but uncertainty loomed over whether Chen Xu and Qingyu had truly solidified their union during the banquet. A glimmer of inspiration struck him, and he rose from his seat, making his way to the inner room where Chen Xian lay, drowsy and cocooned in her blankets. Lately, she had been unusually fatigued, often succumbing to sleep. Suddenly, a heavy presence pressed upon her. Chen Xian jolted awake, startled. Sensing the man's breath, she instinctively touched her still-sore arm and whispered, "Zhang Chang, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can you please prepare your own foot bath today?" Hearing her trembling voice, Zhang Chang smiled, feigning concern as he blew gently toward her and said, "Oh dear. It's all right. If you're not feeling well, do rest. I can manage the foot bath myself." A chill ran down Chen Xian's spine, a foreboding feeling rising within her. "What are you planning to do?" she asked, her voice a cautious whisper. Zhang Chang's smile faded, replaced by a sinister smirk as he patted her face and said, "What could I possibly do? You're soon to have younger siblings. You should spend more time with them, inquire about their lives." And how things progressed between her and Chen Xu. Chen Xian felt guilt wash over her for her past actions toward Qingyu, and she sensed Zhang Chang's ulterior motives. Shaking her head, she replied, "No, that won't work. She clearly dislikes me. How could we connect?" Zhang Chang's expression darkened, his voice dripping with malice as he asked, "If she dislikes you, would she strike you?" Chen Xian's heart raced at the familiar tone of his threat, her body trembling with fear. "All right, I'll try. Just don't hit me," she stammered. Zhang Chang's smile returned, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "You're so obedient. How could I bear to harm you? I wouldn't want to hurt someone I care for." As night fell, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Chen Xu had already retired to rest in the attic of the Western house. Meanwhile, Qingyu shared a room on the lower floor with Xiao Yuer. At that moment, she was immersed in a dream of counting money. Suddenly, a familiar shriek pierced the silence, jolting her awake in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xu instinctively leaped from his bed, slipping on no shoes, and hastily descended the wooden ladder, rushing into the Western house and turning towards the inner room. The entire sequence, from awakening to reaching the inner chamber, likely took less than 30 seconds. Upon entering the inner room, Chen Xu flicked on the light and immediately spotted Qingyu huddled on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a blanket. Xiao Yuer sat beside her, her tousled hair resembling a frizzy halo, her eyes heavy with sleep as her tiny hands gently patted Qingyu's back. "Big sister, don't be afraid. Mice don't bite," the little one murmured soothingly. Having interacted with mice since childhood, she found it entirely normal for one to burrow into a quilt. Although she hadn't seen the mouse, she had certainly heard her big sister scream about it, indicating that it must have startled her. At that moment, Qingyu recalled the sensation of the furry creature sniffing her neck and burrowing into her clothing, sending a chill down her spine. Hearing Xiao Yuer's comforting words brought her back to reality. She noticed the light was on, and both the tall man and the small girl were looking at her. Upon seeing Chen Xu, a figure both unfamiliar and intimately known, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her, tears welling in her eyes. As if she were on the verge of crying, feeling utterly wronged. Xiao Yuer, recognizing that her big sister was genuinely frightened, continued to pat her back and urgently called out to their father, "Daddy, big sister is scared. Come comfort her." The little one, slightly irked from being roused, raised her voice in a mock fierce manner when she saw that Chen Xu did not immediately come to console Qingyu. Observing the sorrow etched on Qingyu's face was unbearable for Chen Xu, who hesitated for a moment before responding to Xiao Yuer's calls. He quickly approached the bed, lifting the mosquito net with a gentle motion. As Qingyu looked up at the towering figure, her delicate face was awash with distress, and she softly accused, There was a mouse crawling on me." The weight of her grievance became too much to bear, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She was genuinely terrified. That creature had burrowed inside her clothing, nearly robbing her of her senses. Seeing Qingyu in tears pierced Chen Xu's heart deeply. He quickly moved closer, half squatting to envelop her in his arms, tenderly stroking her hair with an unprecedented softness. It's all right, it's all right. It has already run away. You need not fear. He reassured her. Qingyu, comforted by Chen Xu's soothing presence, found her emotions spilling forth uncontrollably, burying her face deeper into his embrace as she cried even more fervently. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she accused, "It even ran into my clothes." Chen Xu, upon hearing the girl's lament, felt a surge of both anger and compassion. He restrained the impulse to annihilate every mouse in the room and gently caressed the back of the person in his arms. "It's all right, I'm here. Soon, I shall find it and deal with it, so you need not feel aggrieved." His soothing words were tender, resonating deeply with Qingyu. After a brief spell of weeping, she began to regain her composure. Little fish, already weary and struggling to keep her eyes open, found solace in witnessing her father comfort her older sister. Relieved, she promptly closed her eyelids and sank back, her short legs curling as she drifted into slumber. Embracing his wife and witnessing their daughter fall asleep in an instant, Chen Xu felt a sense of tranquility. Chapter 79. In business. One should never be at the mercy of others. As Qingyu's emotions settled, Chen Xu ensured her well-being before feeling completely at ease. Otherwise, the fright she experienced could have led to dire consequences for the child within her, a thought that Chen Xu dared not entertain. Swiftly, he climbed onto the bed, placing little fish upon her pillow, and while turning to descend, he reminded Qingyu, "I will tuck the mosquito net under the mattress and lay beside you on the floor. If you feel any discomfort, please tell me immediately." Feeling considerably better, Qingyu realized she had overreacted earlier. She curled up under the blanket, concealing her slightly flushed face, and stubbornly declared, "I won't be afraid. With the mosquito net up, perhaps the mice won't intrude." Yet, the notion of Chen Xu sleeping on the cold floor made her heart ache for him. Chen Xu meticulously secured the mosquito net around the bed, observing the girl nestled beneath the covers, her brows still tinged with pink. "How could I not know whether you are afraid?" he remarked, nonchalantly. After all, if a man like him were to have a mouse scurry into his clothes, he might also be haunted by shadows of fear. Moreover, given Qingyu's current state, it was hardly surprising that she found it difficult to sleep without the comfort of an adult nearby. Cocooned in her blanket, Qingyu felt a flutter in her heart at Chen Xu's words, rendering her momentarily speechless. If he were not there, she might indeed have felt fear. Soon, Chen Xu had arranged his makeshift bed and lay down beside her. "Go to sleep. I'm right here," he said, resting his hands behind his head. After a moment, a soft response floated back from her. Chen Xu initially intended to stay awake until she fell asleep, but with his own tendency to doze off, he succumbed to slumber within mere seconds of closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Qingyu tossed and turned, unable to find peace in her sleep. It was not so much the fear of the mice returning that troubled her, but rather concern for Chen Xu sleeping on the cold floor during the winter. It was only when the rhythmic sound of his breathing reached her ears that she realized her worries were unfounded. Confirming that he had indeed fallen asleep, she gently shifted to the edge of the bed, turned onto her side, and her bright, clear eyes, illuminated by the warm yellow light, traced the rugged contours of the man beside her, causing her cheeks to flush once more. The more she looked, the more handsome he appeared. Chen Xu was awakened by the sound of knocking from the west room. After all, the floor was genuinely frigid. Even with a quilt, his back remained icy, preventing him from sinking into a deep slumber. Hearing a sound, Chen Xu propped himself up, glancing at the person on the bed before hastily rising and exiting the inner room. Outside, the sky had yet to brighten. Chen Guodong, bearing an oil lamp, rapped gently on the door. After a brief pause, as he raised his hand to knock again, the wooden door was opened from within. Chen Guodong, brimming with energy, upon seeing Chen Xu, exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Su, it's nearly 4 o'clock. The tractor driver has arrived. It's time to set off." Excited, anxious, and exhilarated, Chen Guodong had intertwined emotions that kept him awake throughout the night, anticipating the journey to earn money in Rongqing. The moment the tractor driver knocked on the courtyard door, he hastily climbed out of bed to greet him. "All right, let me tidy up and we'll be off," Chen Xu called out, quickly retreating to the inner room. He had little to prepare. It was merely that Qingyu was sleeping too close to the edge, and without caution, she might fall. Why does she sleep so close to the edge on such a wide bed? Chen Xu murmured to himself, lifting the mosquito net. The person on the bed was in deep slumber, exuding an air of scholarly grace even in her dreams. He leaned down gently, extending his hand to lift her from the edge of the bed. The unique fragrance wafted to his nostrils, and her soft form, peacefully slumbering, stirred an impulse within him, a desire to tease her playfully. Unbidden, memories of their passionate and wild night together on this bed flashed through his mind. Stop. What am I thinking? Chen Xu quickly steadied his thoughts, refusing to dwell on those memories. He placed her back in the center of the bed, snugging the quilt around both of them, properly adjusting the mosquito net. Now, it was just past 4, the sky nearing dawn, and with the lights still on, the timid mice would likely not venture out. At around 4:10, the tractor halted on the road behind Chen Xunlong's house. Chen Xunlong had risen early, as soon as Chen Xu and the others arrived. He promptly joined them in loading the chickens and ducks from the cage onto the tractor, covering them with a thick layer of straw. With the new year approaching, the risks posed by bandits along the route were increasing, so they took every precaution possible. Once the poultry was secured, Chen Xu wasted no time, bidding farewell to Chen Xunlong as they set off towards Rongqing. The journey was relatively smooth, although they encountered a group of bandits along the way. The latter quickly recognized the tractor driver, who had previously been stopped but released while transporting potatoes, and they lost interest, retreating silently into the underbrush. After all, they were risking their lives in this line of work, and potatoes held little value. Having been stopped over a dozen times and discovering that this driver was merely transporting potatoes, they placed him on their blacklist. By the time the trio arrived in Rongqing, it was already past 11 in the morning. At this hour, there weren't many vendors selling New Year goods in the black market, with only 2 stalls displaying rice, flour, and a few chicks that appeared to be no more than a month or 2 old. It is evident that the household's poultry has been entirely sold off, prompting the display of these chicks for profit. Chen Xu, accompanied by Chun Guodong and the tractor driver, sought a spacious stall, unloading a portion of the chicken and duck cages to commence sales. The cages were filled with local chickens and ducks, each weighing over 2 pounds, quickly capturing the attention of numerous passersby. Particularly, a few individuals still in search of festive provisions approached eagerly. "Young man, how much do you sell these chickens for?" inquired a well-groomed Mediterranean gentleman in his 40s. Chen Xu promptly retrieved a chicken from the cage, startling the rest within, who clucked in protest. Presenting the chicken to the gentleman, he smiled and stated, "Brother, this chicken is both fresh and lively, weighing at least 2 pounds. And it's authentic local yellow chicken, just 5 yuan each." He then gestured towards the adjacent duck cage, noting that the ducks were also over 2.5 pounds, priced at 5 yuan, while the fresh eggs were available for a mere 10 cents each, capable of lasting 1 to 2 months without issue. Chen Guodong, overhearing this, was slightly taken aback. Hadn't Chen Xu previously mentioned a price of 4 yuan 50? Why had it suddenly increased by 50 cents? He hesitated to even mention the original price of 4.50, while Chen Xu had boldly set it at 5. The Mediterranean gentleman raised an eyebrow upon hearing Chen Xu's pricing. "Big guy, just yesterday I bought chickens for 4 yuan each. How is it that here it's directly 5? You must be taking advantage." With that, he angrily waved his hand and walked away towards a neighboring stall. Unfazed, Chen Xu addressed the remaining crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, with the new year approaching, everything is pricey. These chickens were procured at a high cost from distant mountains. 5 yuan each truly leaves me with little profit. If you find it expensive, you are welcome to refrain from purchasing." Before arriving, Chen Xu had indeed planned to sell each chicken for 4.50. But given the current circumstances, it was likely that no chickens or ducks would be available in the black market over the coming days. He was in business, not charity. Maximizing profit was paramount. Moreover, with fewer vendors, he became a more enticing target for opportunistic thieves, necessitating a higher return to justify the increased risk. Many initially thought the Mediterranean gentleman's departure would compel Chen Xu to lower his prices, but to their surprise, he maintained his stance with unwavering resolve. "Young man, it's not for me to say, but this is excessively priced. If you can't sell them, holding on to them will only lead to greater losses." "Exactly. We could always return tomorrow. Perhaps others will offer better prices." Indeed, the black market isn't as bustling as it was a few days ago. If you continue to raise your prices instead of lowering them, prepare for losses. Several voices chimed in, and upon realizing Chen Xu's steadfastness, they turned to leave. They were skeptical that the large man would remain inflexible without sales. Chun Guodong, observing the departure of several customers, became anxious and swiftly glanced at Chen Xu. If they found the prices too high, he would be willing to sell at 4 yuan each. However, Chen Xu simply smiled, bidding the departing customers farewell. In business, one cannot allow themselves to be dictated by customers. As a few silent onlookers, aunties who had been observing quietly, realized that Chen Xu had no intention of lowering his prices, they found themselves yet to procure their festive goods. Though the chickens were priced at 5 yuan each, some were nearing 3 pounds in weight. If they had purchased earlier, a chicken weighing nearly 3 pounds would not have been a loss. A woman fixed her gaze on the largest and most plump chicken in the cage, hastily approaching. "Oh my, please give me that one. I want this one." Chapter 80. The clever nephew. "All right, sister, your eye for selection is truly impeccable. This is indeed the fattest chicken I have here," Chen Xu remarked, capturing the moment with a playful quip that elicited a hearty laugh from the woman. Once Chen Xu secured the chicken, she requested an egg for an additional yuan. Chen Xu, ever accommodating, promptly handed her an egg. "Thank you for your support, sister. If you have any friends, do remember to introduce them," he urged. "Absolutely." The woman's smile was unceasing as she cheerfully paid and left with the chicken and egg in hand. The onlookers could no longer contain themselves. They rushed forward, eager to snatch up the fatter chickens. For the fatter, the greater the profit. No sooner had the woman departed than a wave of customers surged toward Chen Xu's stall, clamoring to get their hands on the poultry. "Boss, I want this one. Grab me a duck. I want this one. Oh dear, you're stepping on my shoes." "Boss, I'll take 1 chicken and 1 duck. Make sure they're the plumpest." Chen Xu was well accustomed to such scenes, greeting each customer with warmth and enthusiasm. Chen Guodong, feeling somewhat hesitant to raise his voice, paused for a moment at the sight of the throng before quickly joining in to help the customers catch chickens and ducks and collect eggs. The tractor driver had intended to assist as well, but Chen Xu, wary of leaving the cargo unattended, instructed him to stay by the tractor. As one wave of customers departed, Chen Xu and Chen Guodong moved several cages back to the stall. Many neatly dressed locals from Rongqing had already heard the news and flocked to Chen Xu's stall like bees to honey. Chen Guodong initially thought they had arrived too late, assuming others had already finished their purchases and that they might not sell much today. However, witnessing the crowd, he was taken aback. "Is there really this many people?" he exclaimed, excitement and astonishment etched on his face. Chen Xu smiled knowingly, observing that the diminishing crowd at the black market did not necessarily indicate that everyone had completed their New Year shopping, but rather that the vendors had run out of quality goods to sell. Now that he had brought in several hundred chickens and ducks, it was only a matter of time before word spread that there were still fine offerings to be had. Chen Guodong suddenly understood. "No wonder those few people pressured you to lower the price, yet you didn't budge. It turns out that my clever nephew had it all planned out." Feeling somewhat unworthy, Chen Guodong was filled with admiration for Chen Xu. In the realm of business, he realized he was no match for his astute nephew. The two shared a few brief words before being surrounded by eager customers. Even upon hearing the price of 5 yuan per chicken, they hesitated not for a moment. If others were buying at 5 yuan, how could they refrain? Surely they wouldn't want to eat plain rice with vegetables while others feasted on lavish meals during the new year. Chen Xu and Chen Guodong busied themselves without pause. And by noon, the three of them had only managed to eat the sweet potatoes brought by Chen Guodong, spinning around like 2 tops until after 3 in the afternoon. Finally, Chen Xu packaged the last slightly over 2-pound duck along with the remaining 6 eggs for a customer, and only then did he come to a halt. Despite the frigid winter, the toil had caused several individuals to break into a sweat as they tossed the cage onto the tractor. Chen Xu was about to signal his companions to depart when he noticed, not far off, a group of 7 or 8 towering figures with menacing expressions scrutinizing their direction. At that moment, Chen Guodong was entirely absorbed in the joy of having sold all the chickens and ducks he had brought, relishing the prospect of earning 184 yuan in a single day, blissfully unaware of the looming presence behind him. He patted his bulging pocket and inquired of Chen Xu, "Xiao Su, shall we return tomorrow? This money is too easy to earn. If we could manage another day, that would mean over 100 more. Chen Xu tugged at his collar, raising his voice with a smile. "Tomorrow is probably out of the question. My cousin mentioned we first need to deliver a shipment to the armed forces. They must take precedence." Chen Guodong was momentarily taken aback. Cousin? Armed forces? He had no knowledge of Chen Xu having a cousin affiliated with the military. In the past, he would have questioned Chen Xu's statement immediately. However, after spending a day with this astute young man, he had come to realize that Chen Xu rarely spoke frivolously, and his words were often intricately woven. Although he did not fully grasp why Chen Xu had suddenly mentioned this, he smiled and replied, "Ah, How could I have forgotten? Let us hurry back and catch some chickens for your cousin. Chen Xu, amused by his uncle's theatricality, nodded in agreement. Indeed. With that, they beckoned the bewildered tractor driver to board. Once inside, the driver started the engine and asked Chen Xu, "Are we really delivering goods to the armed forces tomorrow? If so, I must make sure to dress more presentably." Chen Xu's demeanor had shifted from nonchalance to seriousness as he replied, "Let us just leave for now." Sensing the gravity in Chen Xu's tone, the driver wasted no time in accelerating away. As they departed, both the tractor driver and Chen Guodong finally noticed the group that had trailed them, now standing still and glaring with predatory intensity. Realization dawned upon them, causing a cold sweat to break out. The driver pressed the accelerator, hastily speeding away. The group watched as the tractor vanished from sight, their expressions darkening ominously. Damn, are they really from the armed forces? Just when we found a fat opportunity, it turns out to be linked to the military. They lamented the unfortunate twist of fate, knowing that if they provoked the armed forces, the consequences would be dire, leading to imprisonment with no hope of leniency. What a pity. No wonder they dared to bring so many goods to sell. They must have a powerful backing. Indeed, I still find that young man rather cunning. Should we follow them to investigate further? One suggested. I think that young man noticed us earlier and was deliberately trying to intimidate us, another chimed in. The group was torn between their trepidation of the man's cousin and their suspicion of whether he was merely bluffing, unwilling to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Shortly after the tractor's departure, 2 bicycles sped off in pursuit of where the tractor had vanished. Upon leaving the black market, Chen Xu instructed the tractor driver to head to Rui Street, making a beeline for the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon arrival, he produced the television ticket and greeted the clerk. The latter, upon seeing the television ticket, promptly took it with both hands, enthusiastically introducing it to Chen Xu. In this era, in the city of Rome, those who could acquire a television ticket were of no ordinary background, necessitating a warm reception. After listening to the clerk's introduction for a while, Chen Xu selected a modest 14-inch black and white Panda television. Although color televisions were available, they were primarily found in more advanced cities like Hong Kong and Shanghai. He handed over the 380 yuan fee to the salesperson, who accepted it with both hands and swiftly packaged the television into a box, presenting it back to Chen Xu along with the corresponding accessories. With a smile, Chen Xu accepted the package and, after a brief greeting, exited the store. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted 2 familiar figures beneath a nearby utility pole. He paused for several seconds, balancing the television before boarding the vehicle. Not far away, a young man who had been observing for some time hurriedly nudged his companion. "Donggu, a television, must be worth several hundred. This is a hefty price, let us rush him." Just as the words left his lips, he was unexpectedly slapped on the back of the head. "What are you thinking? This person is beyond our reach." The bald man, chewing on a toothpick until it nearly crumbled, had initially assumed the other was merely bluffing, but it turned out he was indeed someone of status. The younger brother, stunned by the slap, turned back, bewildered. "What? We can't rush him? I'm tall, and we have numbers and weapons." The man disdainfully glanced at his companion. "Have you considered that even a wealthy person in Rome City might not possess such a television ticket? Why do you think he has it? You fool, go ahead and rush him, and you'll be left scrambling for peanuts, while they might kill for money." It did not imply they understood the gravity of the situation or that they could recklessly pursue someone of influence. As the tractor departed, the bald man spat out the toothpick and grabbed a bicycle, signaling his younger brother to leave. Chen Guodong and the tractor driver had been closely observing the situation in the rearview mirror, and only after the two had completely vanished did they breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Guodong patted his inner pocket and turned to Chen Xu. "Fortunately, you are astute. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble today." The tractor driver wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I won't be doing this again before the new year. It's too frightening." Chen Xu smiled, glancing at Chen Guodong. "Uncle, there has always been business in the black market, but the risks are too high before the new year. A single venture is about all one can manage. If you wish to continue, we can resume after the holiday. The risks will be lower then. Although the profits might be reduced, it will still yield more than selling in town." Today, Chen Guodong had tasted the sweetness of doing business and nodded in agreement. "I will continue after the new year." Despite the day's dangers, the 185 yuan in his pocket made him feel that every risk taken was worthwhile. He firmly believed that to earn substantial wealth, one must not be timid and must venture into the city. Chen Xu, cradling the television, began to calculate. Today, with 314 chickens and 86 ducks, after deducting costs, he could earn 280 yuan. Additionally, selling 600 eggs would net him 42 yuan. This round trip would bring in over 300 yuan. Even if this sum of money were to be spent in Rongqing, it would suffice to purchase a second-hand house in a somewhat remote village. With financial resources in hand, he ought to consider acquiring several properties that might appreciate in value over the years, ultimately yielding significant profits upon potential redevelopment. Speaking of real estate, Chen Xu contemplated that once he met his future father-in-law, he should promptly venture into the city to secure a home for their marriage. This way, he could bring his father-in-law over to enjoy a comfortable life together. As thoughts swirled in his mind, time slipped away. Though it was already late at night, many families were bustling about, preparing festive meals for the new year. Upon returning to Tengtou village with a television, the news of his purchase spread like wildfire the moment he set foot in his home. It is worth noting that in this era, a typical person earned barely 30 yuan a month. A television set would require at least a year of frugality to afford. Considering that most families struggled to meet their basic needs, spending money on such luxuries seemed unimaginable. With this television, Chen Xu had unwittingly become the talk of the entire street in Tengtou village. Wu Zuifeng happened to be in the center of the street, where it was impossible for her to remain oblivious to the news. Recently, Chen Xu had been busy selling chickens and purchasing a television, leaving her utterly perplexed and filled with regret. How had she misjudged such a fine man? Even if Chen Xu had initially been indifferent, if she had simply spent more time in the same courtyard and taken the initiative, wouldn't he have been within her grasp? What a fool she felt she was. As Chen Xu brought the television home, Chen Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. After watching Chen Xu busy himself for a while, he finally managed to utter, "You rascal. Didn't I tell you to sell the supply tickets? Instead, you come back with a television that must have cost a fortune." Chen Qingshan was so exasperated he could hardly contain himself. With Chen Xu soon to marry and needing to support a wife and children, how could he not be more prudent with his finances? Chen Xu had already finished setting up the antenna, unwrapped the television from its packaging, placed it atop the wooden cabinet in the west room, connected the power, and said, "Father, I've made my purchases. It's no use arguing now." At that moment, the television powered on, displaying a screen filled with a chaotic blend of black and white static. Although Chen Qingshan feigned displeasure, he had already settled himself on the bench, craning his neck to watch the swirling snowflakes on the screen, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "Is this really a television? I thought there would be little people inside." Little Yu had awoken from his nap and was now seated nearby, staring intently at the television, feeling somewhat disappointed. What is there to watch? Chen Xu himself was not particularly knowledgeable about this device and began perusing the instruction manual. In his time, such antiquated technology was no longer in vogue, and it was necessary to consult the manual to figure it out. Just then, a delightful fragrance wafted toward him, and a figure approached his side. Qingyu walked over, slightly leaned in, reached out, and turned the channel knob on the television, then looked at Chen Xu and said, "Let us watch from inside. You go outside and adjust the antenna you set up." Chen Xu's attention had long since shifted to her, and he nodded in agreement, then headed to the yard to adjust the antenna pole. After a few turns, a delighted exclamation from Xiao Yu echoed within, "Daddy, it's here, it's here." Chen Xu paused momentarily, quickly withdrew his hands, and rushed back inside. The television, a square box, was playing a drama titled Railway Heroes. Chen Qingshan, with his aged eyes wide open, felt a sense of wonder. How is this even possible? There are indeed little figures. Are they repairing the railway? Xiao Yu, brimming with excitement, waved her small hands, exclaiming, "Wow, we can watch television at home from now on." Qingyu was amused by the antics of the elderly man and the little girl, chuckling. Typically at this hour, other channels are under maintenance. Only this one is broadcasting. Tomorrow during the day, there will be even more captivating shows. Chen Qingshan beamed radiantly, thinking this one looked quite promising. He wanted to see how the railway in our Huaxia was constructed. It was indeed a grand spectacle. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, perched on a stool, her little legs swinging in the air. "I want to watch too." After saying this, she eagerly waved at Chen Xu and Qingyu. "Daddy, big sister, come and watch." She hesitated to call for her mother, feeling shy. Chen Xu had intended to finish setting up the television and head to bed, but seeing the enthusiasm of both the old and young, he refrained from saying anything. The two responded in unison and settled onto the bench to watch the television together. Chen Xu noticed that despite the poor filming conditions of that era, the actors displayed impressive acting skills. As a grown man, he found himself captivated. Having watched nearly half an episode, his eyes inexplicably moistening. When he regained his senses, he turned to see Qingyu and Xiao Yuer beside him. With the two of them struggling to keep their eyes open, their heads nodding slightly, clearly not very interested in the drama. In contrast, Chen Xingshan's eyes shimmered with tears, and at the poignant moments, he silently wiped away a tear, utterly engrossed. Just as the episode reached its conclusion, the screen filled with static. Chen Xingshan, still in a daze, looked towards Chen Xu. What just happened? Qingyu, who was dozing off, snapped back to attention upon hearing Chen Xingshan's question and quickly replied, "Grandfather, the television station is under maintenance. We can only watch again tomorrow night." The latter, noticing the sleepy expression on his granddaughter-in-law's face, belatedly realized, coughed discreetly, and quickly stood up. "Oh dear, I got too engrossed. You two should head to bed. We can watch it tomorrow." After saying this, although reluctant, he bid farewell to everyone and hurriedly left. Chen Xu glanced at the two drowsy girls and wasted no time in turning off the television, urging them to come inside. He had also been so captivated that he and T noticed their drowsiness. Otherwise, he would have sent them to bed earlier. After inviting them to their beds, Chen Xu swiftly began to lay out blankets on the floor to continue the makeshift bedding, ensuring Qingyu would sleep soundly. Just as Xiao Yuer was about to lie down, she noticed her father preparing to sleep on the floor, with a small hand pressed firmly against the bed. She questioned in confusion, "Daddy, why are you sleeping on the floor? Come up here and sleep with us." Chen Xu, taken aback by her words, paused momentarily. How should one communicate with the little one? Although it is said that he is to wed Qingyu, it is merely due to the child in her womb. Lacking any emotional foundation, surely sharing a bed would be uncomfortable for her. Upon seeing Chen Xu laying down on the floor, Qingyu had intended to say something. At this moment, upon hearing Xiao Yuer's remark, she realized the situation and instinctively shifted closer to Xiao Yuer, leaving a considerable portion of the bed available for Chen Xu. Yet, feeling somewhat bashful, she hesitated to directly invite him to join them, instead turning to him with a gaze that spoke volumes. Earlier that day, she had secretly tested the experience of Chen Xu sleeping on the floor, and the blanket on the wooden floor was hardly sufficient to keep one warm. Prolonged exposure would surely lead to discomfort. Sleeping on the floor was no longer an option. Seeing Qingyu voluntarily make space for him was unexpected for Chen Xu, and just as he was about to say something, Xiao Yuer's soft voice chimed in. "Daddy, hurry up and come up. Big sister's hands are cold. Yours are big. Come warm her up." The table score had climbed back to 90. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 82. Just a little longer, both the large and small figures on the bed gazed at him, as if their sleep depended on his decision to join them. Particularly Xiao Yuer, whose eyelids were growing heavy, yet she persisted. Today was notably cooler than yesterday. A single blanket might indeed be insufficient for warmth, which explained Qingyu's icy hands. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xu finally embraced the blanket and joined them on the bed. Once settled, he adjusted the covers, concerned that Qingyu might feel uneasy sleeping beside him, and suggested to Xiao Yuer, "You should sleep in the middle." Qingyu had already been shifting inward, attempting to create some distance between herself and Chen Xu. After all, they had not spent much time together, and suddenly sharing a bed felt somewhat awkward. Upon hearing Chen Xu's invitation to Xiao Yuer, she quickly sat up to make space. Yet, as she did, an inexplicable sense of melancholy arose within her. Why did it feel as though this bear was guarding against her? Was he worried she might behave as she had that night? As these thoughts crossed her mind, unspeakable images of their time together on the bed flooded her imagination, and she abruptly halted her train of thought. No, she must not dwell on such things. Qingyu interrupted those visions, realizing that something must be amiss with her. How could she entertain such thoughts? Meanwhile, the already drowsy Xiao Yuer, upon hearing her father's call, did not ponder further and crawled into the space between them, lying down with a great yawn. "Daddy, big sister, hurry up and sleep." At this, both adults responded promptly, sliding beneath the covers. Xiao Yuer's eyelids were already in a fierce battle against sleep, yet she had an unfinished mission. The little one strained to maintain her last vestige of consciousness, grasping Qingyu's hand in one tiny grip. "Wow, so cold," she exclaimed, while clutching her father's larger hand. "Warm and cozy." realizing the little one's movements beneath the covers. They assumed Xiao Yu wished to hold their hands while sleeping and even cooperatively allowed her to pull their hands together. Until, the moment their hands touched beneath the blanket, they paused in surprise, exchanging bewildered glances at the little bundle between them. Xiao Yu replaced Qingyu's hand into Chen Xu's, smacking his lips and instructing, "Daddy, remember to warm the big sister's hand." The little one then turned to Chen Xu to make sure he understood. But his eyelids soon grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep in an instant. He was utterly exhausted. Chen Xu and Qingyu found their hands resting on the little one's belly. After a moment, Qingyu's cheeks flushed as she prepared to withdraw her hand, only to have it firmly grasped by Chen Xu. His warm palm enveloped her hand, and mindful not to crush Xiao Yu, he drew Qingyu's hand closer to himself. "I'll warm it for you." He knew this was inappropriate, but her hands were so cold that he feared if she withdrew them, it would be ages before they warmed again. As Qingyu felt the heat radiating from his palm, her body stiffened slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. Unsure whether to feel embarrassed or to relish the warmth, she ultimately did not retract her hand. She softly replied, "I'll warm one for you first, then the other later." Chen Xu, holding her hand in his, felt a surge of emotions. Nevertheless, he summoned his self-control and said to her, "All right." The girl responded with a quiet affirmation. However, within 2 minutes, as her hand still hadn't fully warmed, Chen Xu could no longer resist the pull of sleep. His grip relaxed gradually. Qingyu's racing heart began to calm. Listening to his gentle breathing, she confirmed he was asleep and attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet, his grip seemed to oppose her intentions, as if resting upon his broad chest granted her infinite comfort and warmth. After all, he was asleep. She decided to linger a little longer in his embrace. The following day, Chen Xu awoke feeling stifled. As he opened his eyes, he found the little one sprawled across his face. He felt a constriction in his breathing and instinctively reached out to move Xiao Yu away. However, as he attempted to move his right arm, he discovered it was tightly encircled by a pair of soft arms, as if he had become a pillow. He could distinctly sense the almost flawless curves of the girl's figure. Soon, Chen Xu realized something was amiss. "Stop, stop, stop!" He quickly steadied himself, pulling his head from behind the little one's back to take a deep breath, and hurriedly tried to retract his hand. He could not allow himself to be held any longer. What kind of situation was this? As a normal man, he feared losing control if he allowed this to continue. At that moment, Qingyu, in a deep and comfortable slumber, felt her cozy pillow shift and immediately protested with a soft hum, tightening her embrace in a slightly possessive manner. Chen Xu thought to himself, "Is this a death wish?" He turned his head, noticing the girl's face nestled against his shoulder. If he leaned in just a bit more, his lips could easily brush against her forehead. The scent of her hair filled his nostrils, leaving him parched. He turned his face again, trying to gently extract his arm from her grasp. After all, he could do nothing else. He could not let her hold him any longer. As Chen Xu moved, Qingyu was finally stirred from her slumber, opening her eyes to realize she was clutching an arm, momentarily taken aback. The next instant, upon regaining her composure, she hastily released Chen Xu and rolled back into the almost vacant half of the bed. "I didn't mean to," she hurriedly clarified. At this moment, Chen Xu felt a rush of blood to his head. As soon as Qingyu let go, he quickly rose from the bed. "I know, I'll get up first," he stated, seizing the opportunity to escape the awkwardness before she noticed his discomfort, and he bent slightly as he exited the inner room. This evening, even if they were to indulge in playful antics, she could no longer share the bed. It was acceptable for Qingyu, being a girl. However, for him as a man, the situation would become untenable if it occurred repeatedly, especially given her remarkable figure. Otherwise, he would not have broken through the limits of 2 decades on his very first day of rebirth, achieving it multiple times. Once outside the inner room, Chen Xu quietly exhaled in relief. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted Chen Qingshan, who was seated at the entrance, smoking a pipe. "Grandfather, good morning," he greeted, stepping outside and making his way to the kitchen, where he approached the water tank, broke some ice, scooped up water, and poured it into a porcelain basin before crouching down to splash his face with the cool liquid. Chen Qingshan took a couple of puffs from his pipe, observing his grandson washing his face with cold water, and frowned, asking, "You little rascal, what are you doing washing your face with cold water in the middle of winter?" The cold water quickly dissipated Chen Xu's irritation. After wiping his face dry, he replied, "It wakes me up quickly." "Grandfather, I'll prepare breakfast, and then go help Uncle Chun with the pig slaughter. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Xu, he headed toward the kitchen. During the egg exchange yesterday, Chen Xu had informed him in advance that they would be slaughtering the pig today, and he needed to assist. Chen Xu intended to inquire further with his grandson, but he had already vanished from sight. Yesterday, he had been so engrossed in the television that he neglected to remind the young rascal to ensure Qingyu's comfort for the night. After all, they were not yet married, and it would be best not to share a bed, especially not in a moment of youthful exuberance. They should at least wait until their marital status was firmly established. Soon, Chen Xu reconsidered. Qingyu was a demure and well-mannered girl. It was evident that she would refrain from impulsive actions before marriage. His concerns were likely unfounded. Chapter 83. Zhang Chang's excitement after breakfast. Chen Xu exchanged farewells with Qingyu and departed with Chun Guodong to the Chen Xu household to assist with the pig slaughter. With Chen Xu gone, Qingyu had little to occupy her time, so she decided to peruse the books she had brought home. Meanwhile, Chen Xingshan and Xiaoyu had long since settled in the West Room to watch television. However, shortly after Chen Xu's departure, several children aged 5 to 8 began to arrive at his door. Although they were still quite apprehensive about visiting Chen Xu's home, the allure of the television proved irresistible to children of that age. Xiaoyu, ever gracious, warmly welcomed the little boys and girls, ushering them inside to watch television together. At this hour, there were no cartoons, but a somewhat engaging drama titled The Wanderer Zhang Sanfeng was airing. The little ones, unselective in their preferences, either squatted or sat, gathering in the room, gazing up intently at the scenes and narratives unfolding on the television. Their expressions, captivated by the heroic figures leaping across the screen, reflected pure astonishment. Chen Xingshan sat on a stool, his gaze fixed on the animated characters flitting about, utterly enchanted by the remarkable allure of the drama. Before 10 o'clock, the West Room of Chen Xu's home was filled with nearly half the village's children. The other half, burdened by the psychological shadow left by Chen Xu, dared not approach. Even in his absence, Qingyu, less intrigued by the television series, sat alone at the entrance of the hall, engrossed in her book. In the East Room, Zhang Chang had just risen from his slumber and eaten breakfast. He cast a fleeting glance at the lively scene in the West Room, his gaze lingering on Qingyu's face for several seconds before reluctantly withdrawing. He then glanced at his wife, who had only been married for a few months yet seemed to have aged decades, and a wave of disdain washed over him. He inquired, "Why is it so lively in the West Room today?" Chen Xianan, engaged in a thorough house cleaning, paused at Zhang Chang's question and replied, "Chen Xu brought home a television yesterday, and a swarm of children from the village came to watch." She mused that, were it not for Chen Xu's disdain for her, she would have been tempted to see how one watched television. Though Zhang Chang's household lacked a television, he had previously visited others in town to partake in their viewing experiences. Now, it seemed less novel, but he expressed his astonishment. Chen Xu actually managed to get a television ticket and spent several hundred on a TV? It appears he made quite a profit from selling chickens yesterday. In Zhang Chang's eyes, Chen Xingshan was merely an unremarkable veteran, unworthy of acquiring a television ticket. Continuing his observations, Zhang Chang scanned the room and asked Chen Xianan, "Where's Dad?" Like a whirlwind, Chen Xianan, cloth in hand, replied, "He's gone to the market with Chen Xu to prepare the New Year's pig for our uncle." "Why wasn't I invited? I could have lent a hand." Zhang Chang murmured in displeasure. Chen Xianan continued to wipe the table, silently reflecting, "Could they really invite you? You only show up for meals without contributing. How embarrassing. By the way, how many chickens and ducks were sold, Dad?" Zhang Chang casually inquired, scratching his ear. "All sold out," Chen Xianan responded. At this, Zhang Chang sprang up from his bench, exclaiming, "What? All sold out?" He pondered for a moment and continued, "I recall those chickens and ducks were selling for $4.50 each. If they all sold, isn't that over 100 in a single day?" Excitement surged through him, mingled with regret. Had he known the market would be so prosperous, he would have joined them yesterday. However, with the new year approaching in 5 to 6 days, and considering the rapid sales from the previous day, he wondered if the next couple of days would yield even better results. Yet, the thought of venturing into the black market filled him with trepidation, prompting him to ask Chen Xianan, "Dad, do you have any injuries today?" Chen Xianan was perplexed by Zhang Chang's inquiry, yet she dared not press further, responding truthfully, "No. I feel quite spirited." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Chang raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Rongqing was not as perilous as he had envisioned. "Chen Xu, just 2 days prior, had been set to acquire several hundred chickens, and today he had gone to procure a year's worth of pork. Evidently, he had already sold out. At the very least, he had earned 700 to 800, allowing for a safe return. If Zhang Chong were to earn 300 or 500, there would be no cause for concern. An idea formed in Zhang Chong's mind. He shifted his gaze, stood up, closed the door to the eastern room, and approached Chen Qiannan with a smile. Wife, since Dad has earned so much money, shouldn't he have given you some to buy clothes or something? Upon hearing his words, Chen Qiannan hesitated, instinctively guarding one side of her clothing pocket, replying, no. Zhang Chong's lips twitched as he reached out, firmly grasping her wrist, pulling her hand away, and extracting a wad of cash from her pocket. He flung her aside, exclaiming, you wretched girl. Attempting to hide your stash, how brazen of you. He raised his hand, intending to strike her, but reconsidered, remembering the tasks ahead that required her assistance. He stuffed the cash into his pocket, his face breaking into a smile. All right. It's the new year, I won't hit you. When Dad returns, you tell him I went to town for a couple of days to help my mother prepare some New Year's goods. Initially expecting another beating, Chen Qiannan felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Zhang Chong's words. She dared not inquire further about the cash, softly responding, all right, wishing he would perish on the journey and never return. Zhang Chong wore a satisfied smile, patting her cheek. Remember, try to get closer to the siblings, become more familiar. When I return from town, I want to hear the results. If I'm not satisfied, his voice darkened, his smile taking on a sinister edge. Chen Qiannan trembled involuntarily, quickly nodding in agreement. After a brief exchange, Zhang Chong opened the door to the eastern room, preparing to leave. He spotted Qingyu still at the doorway of the main hall and donned a courteous smile. Sister-in-law reading? Qingyu cast a detached glance his way, offering a polite acknowledgement before returning to her book. Her response was merely a courtesy, granted only because he was Qin Miao's cousin. Otherwise, given Chen Xu's aversion to this brother-in-law, she would have ignored him entirely. Zhang Chong received her cold demeanor with a slight grimace, striding out with determination. Humph. You may disregard me now, but mark my words. When I uncover your weaknesses, you shall beg for my favor. However, his immediate priority was to head back to town, to solicit some funds from his mother, and procure chickens to sell in the black market of Rongqing, secretly amassing a fortune. Zhang Chong envisioned the scene of collecting wads of cash in the black market, exiting with a sense of joy. Hee, this time, I shall strike it rich. As Zhang Chong departed, Qingyu resumed her reading of Dream of the Red Chamber, a book that had just been published this September. With little time to spare ordinarily, she found herself quite engrossed after reading for a while. Half an hour later, just as she was absorbed in the narrative, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. A bowl of salted peanuts was placed before her on the table by a pair of rough hands. Qingyu raised her head, following the direction of the hands, and upon seeing the face that appeared to have aged several years in just a few months, she quickly regained her composure and politely greeted, fourth cousin. Chen Qiannan beamed with enthusiasm. I cooked some salted peanuts for you to try. Ah, thank you. Chapter 84. A secret embrace. Qingyu did not feel particularly averse towards Chen Qiannan, and since the latter had warmly offered her the peanuts, she felt it would be impolite to decline. She invited her to sit down. Chen Qiannan took a seat on a nearby stool and glanced at the book Qingyu was reading, seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation. What book is that? As Qingyu peeled a peanut, she replied with a smile. It's a literary novel. It seems quite good. Chen Qiannan's eyes sparkled with envy. I noticed you were very engrossed. It must be quite captivating. This was not mere pretense. Although she had only graduated from elementary school, she had a fondness for reading. However, in their rural setting, particularly after marriage, the daily chores of raising pigs and feeding chickens left little room for leisurely reading. Upon hearing this, Qingyu hesitated for just a moment before closing the book and pushing it towards Chen Qiannan. If you want to read it, I can lend it to you. There must be a reason for Chen Xu's aversion towards Chen Qiannan and her husband. Yet looking at Chen Qiannan, she felt an inexplicable sense of pity. If she desired to read, she could lend her the book. The latter, taken aback by Qingyu's almost instantaneous offer, felt a mix of surprise and shyness. Wanting to refuse, but remembering Zhang Chong's words, she managed to smile and accepted the book, saying, "Thank you." At that moment, a chorus of disappointed exclamations suddenly emanated from the west room. Qingyu stood up and went inside, only to find that the television had finished playing. Considering that the elderly and children could not watch television for long periods, she smiled and informed everyone to come back in the afternoon. Though little fish and her siblings were still a bit unsatisfied, seeing the screen filled with static, they could only nod in agreement. They bid farewell to Qingyu and exited together. Qingyu glanced at her watch. It was already 10:30. Estimating that Chen Xu would be having lunch at his uncle's house, she proactively headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Chen Xu, feeling it inappropriate to have his future granddaughter-in-law busy, especially since she was still a guest, quickly called Chen Xiannan to join him in the kitchen to help with the cooking. Around 11 o'clock, Qingyu was at the kitchen door, assisting by peeling potatoes when little fish returned after playing outside for about half an hour. The little one hurriedly wiped her tear-stained cheeks before approaching her. "Big sister, I'm here to help." Noticing the redness on little fish's nose and the unusual tone of her voice, Qingyu set aside her task, rinsed her hands in the basin, and walked over to her, inquiring gently, "What's wrong, little fish?" At Qingyu's question, little fish's feelings of grievance surged once more. She raised her hand to wipe away another tear and whispered, "Big brother Nian pushed me down and said." Qingyu noticed the little one had fallen silent again and checked her for any injuries while continuing to ask, "What else did he say?" Little fish lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks as he lamented, "I have no mother. My father is a fool who neglects me and bullies me." Qingyu felt a surge of both anger and compassion as she examined the little one from head to toe and noticed a distinct abrasion on his palm. Igniting a flame of uncontainable fury within her, she quickly blew on his small hand, wiped away the tears on his face, and addressed him, "Fish, who is bullying you? Take me to them." Upon hearing the unprecedented seriousness in the elder sister's tone, little fish raised his head and, meeting her eyes filled with righteous anger ready to defend him, suddenly felt less aggrieved. He nodded eagerly. "It's brother Nian. His home is right next to the blacksmith's." Determined to bring the elder sister to confront the bully, he declared that he certainly was not without a mother. His mother was the most beautiful of all. At that moment, Chen Xu was out gathering spices from a neighbor's house, leaving only Chen Xiannan at home. Qingyu greeted Chen Xiannan before stepping out with little fish. Since she was to marry Chen Xu, she was now little fish's mother, and anyone who dared to bully her daughter would certainly face her at their doorstep. The bully lived just half a street away, separated by only 7 or 8 households. When Qingyu arrived at the yard, she found only a chubby old woman and her plump grandson at home, the very source of little fish's troubles. By now, the entire Tingto street was aware that Qingyu was Chen Xu's girlfriend, and the residents greeted her with warmth upon her arrival. Without delay, Qingyu confirmed the identity of the bully with little fish and directly addressed the matter at hand, recounting the incident where the chubby boy had pushed little fish. She did not intend to create a fuss, but merely sought an apology from the boy's side, ensuring he would not torment little fish again. However, the old woman's response left Qingyu utterly astonished. "Oh dear girl, children pushing and shoving is quite common. It would be inappropriate for adults to intervene. We are all neighbors here, so let us not make this awkward." After speaking to Qingyu, the old woman turned to her grandson, who was playing in the yard, and said, Nian, don't bully Sister Fish anymore, all right?" Upon hearing his grandmother, the chubby boy made a face at Qingyu and little fish before quickly running off. He had bullied little fish more than once, and she had never informed her foolish father, allowing him to continue without fear. Furthermore, he had witnessed her father hit her, which only emboldened him further. Seeing her grandson run off, the old woman said nothing more and smiled. "Ah, you can tell you've never been a mother yourself. You lack experience. Don't be so concerned about children's affairs. When Nian returns, I will educate him." She invited, "Would you care to come in for a cup of tea?" With a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Qingyu, holding little fish's hand, offered a polite smile and replied, "No, thank you. I hope you will keep your word. Otherwise, if your grandson bullies fish again, don't blame me and Fish's father for disregarding neighborly sentiments." With that, she turned and left without waiting for the old woman's response. The elderly woman had not anticipated that Qingyu would turn against her so abruptly. Stunned for a moment, she finally grasped the situation, watching as Qingyu led Xiaoyu away. She muttered under her breath, "Humph. A mere girl, thinking she can defend the child?" Without regard for decorum, she directly summoned Chen Xu over. In the past, I might have felt intimidated. But now, even if Chen Xu has returned to normal and is tall, what can a grown man do against a child? With a dismissive murmur, the old woman closed the gate of the courtyard. On her way back, Qingyu inquired about the incidents involving the chubby kid bullying Xiaoyu. It turned out that this chubby child had frequently tormented her before Chen Xu's recovery. Qingyu was certain she would inform Chen Xu about this matter. Considering how he dotes on Xiaoyu, he might well storm over to confront the chubby child's family. However, the old woman incessantly reiterated that such matters were for children and that adults should not interfere. If Chen Xu were to retaliate, it might backfire. Moreover, it was imperative that Xiaoyu did not develop a reliance on her parents to defend her. She would eventually attend kindergarten and face society. She needed to learn to stand strong on her own. After contemplating for a moment, Qingyu quickly formed a plan. Grasping Xiaoyu's hand, she said, "Let us hurry home. I have something to discuss with you." Qingyu was a gentle and demure girl, but that was when she was not faced with challenges. With her mother's backing, Xiaoyu was overjoyed, bouncing back with enthusiasm. Okay. Before noon, Chen Xu declined Chen Xunlong's invitation to lunch and hurried home. He was unsure whether he missed his daughter or simply yearned to see her. Perhaps he was concerned that Qingyu's cooking might not suit Xiaoyu's palate. He rushed into the courtyard, and, before he could greet anyone, he heard Qingyu's voice at the door of the main room. "Xiaoyu, we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied simply because we are small. It is indeed right to inform your parents, but we cannot always be by your side. If you cannot defend yourself, seek help from the older children around you. You must learn to find solutions on your own." She stuffed handfuls of seeds and candies into Xiaoyu's pockets and continued, "Share these candies and seeds with the older kids next door. Play with them more often. If anyone bullies you again, don't hesitate to ask the older kids to help you retaliate." Chen Xu had instinctively positioned himself against the wall of the West Room. Initially, he planned to rush out upon hearing about Xiaoyu being bullied, but upon witnessing Qingyu filling the little one's pockets with treats, he thought it was indeed a wise approach. After all, Xiaoyu would eventually attend kindergarten and face the world. It was more beneficial for her to learn to devise her own strategies rather than having him always rush to her defense. In this regard, he had not considered the long-term implications as thoroughly as Qingyu. He had never imagined that beneath Qingyu's seemingly gentle demeanor lay such resourcefulness. With her pockets bulging with treats, Xiaoyu comprehended Qingyu's intentions and eagerly nodded. "Okay." Afterward, she leaned in and pecked Qingyu on the cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mama." The little one, with a rosy complexion, softly called out in a timid voice. Today, her mother stood by her side, exuding a coolness akin to characters from a television drama. When Qingyu heard the little one's unexpectedly sweet call, she realized it was far more delightful than being referred to as Big Sister. She immediately enveloped the child in her embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek. Feeling no need for formality as she would with her mother, the little fish, affectionately kissed by her mother, blushed deeply, her cheeks turning crimson. Qingyu held the small bundle close, unable to resist the urge to lift her, feeling confident in her strength, especially since the little fish was quite light. "Come, let Mama hold you. I have plenty of strength these days," she said. Chen Xu, who had been listening intently from the corner, felt a sudden tension upon hearing Qingyu's words. The little fish remembered her father's admonition and felt a mix of excitement and hesitation. "Really? But Daddy said I shouldn't be held." Qingyu smiled gently, her charm radiant as she winked at the little one. "It's all right, Daddy isn't here, so I can hold you just a little." If he were present, she certainly wouldn't dare. The little fish, feeling nervous, was nonetheless eager to experience being lifted by her mother. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, saying, "Then just a little." As soon as the words left her lips, Qingyu was about to act, when suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the corner, his intense gaze landing on both mother and child. Their expressions darkened as they looked up to find Chen Xu's stern face. He glanced between the small bundle and his wife, his voice low and serious. "What's this? While I'm away, you take liberties." In that moment, Chen Xu, maintaining a grave demeanor, reprimanded both of them. This was no trivial matter. It was not something to be taken lightly, especially for Qingyu. Any mishap concerning the child she carried could lead to irreversible regret and significant harm, both physically and emotionally. Realizing that some things the little one should not hear, Chen Xu sent her off to play with the neighbor's older children before sitting Qingyu down at the entrance of the main room, speaking with utmost gravity. "While I was in Rongqing, a client mentioned that a child was lost after lifting a load of less than 20 kilograms. At the time, she thought it would be fine, but she regretted it deeply, and it affected her mental health." He recalled a previous life where someone had moved something weighing 30 kilograms, and the child had nearly been lost. However, he felt it necessary to embellish the tale to prevent Qingyu from harboring any false hopes, for she was carrying twins, which was far more challenging than a single pregnancy. His words had an immediate effect. Qingyu's expression changed as she pondered his statement, nervously asking, "But today I also lifted something weighing over 10 kilograms. Will that cause any problems?" As Chen Xu observed the flustered demeanor of the person beside him, he feigned seriousness, stroking his chin in contemplation. "If you do not feel any discomfort, it should be fine. However, it is prudent to exercise caution in the future, understand?" Qingyu promptly nodded. "Yes, I will." Previously, she had thought Chen Xu overly concerned, but now, realizing the gravity of the situation, she would certainly be more vigilant. The thought of something going awry due to her negligence was something she could not bear. It would haunt her for a lifetime. At that moment, Chen Qingshan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of stir-fried, cured meat. Upon seeing the two at the entrance of the hall, he greeted them with a smile. "Dinner will be ready soon. Prepare to eat." After making the announcement, he could not help but mutter to himself, "That rascal." Today the Chen Xunlong family is slaughtering a pig. There will be several delectable meat dishes for lunch. Why rush back when there are such treats to be had? Is he that eager to see his wife? Hearing the elders call, Qingyu quickly rose. "Yes, Grandpa, I will help." Turning to Chen Xu, she whispered, "I will only run errands." Chen Xu beamed with satisfaction. "I will go stir-fry a few dishes you enjoy. Eat more, as it is essential for your health." Qingyu obediently nodded. "Yes, but I also enjoy what Grandpa cooks." Listening to the exchange between the young couple, Chen Qingshan could hardly contain his laughter. It was evident they shared a deep affection, and Qingyu was a dutiful girl. Indeed, his grandson had struck gold. Chen Xu returned to the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes, while the little fish had gone next door to play with her siblings and soon rushed back, brimming with excitement. Today, Chen Xiannan was helping with the cooking. Since Zhang Chong was absent, Chen Xu decided to let her join them in the West Room for dinner. "Really? Zhang Chong is back to help prepare for the new year? That lad is surprisingly diligent." Chen Qingshan, hearing the news from Chen Xiannan, was skeptical. Chen Xiannan swallowed a large mouthful of fragrant white rice before replying. "That's what he said. I didn't inquire further." Although Chen Xu remained silent, he had a fair idea of what that fool was up to. If it had been someone else, he might have taken the opportunity to remind them that Rongqing was not entirely peaceful. However, Zhang Chong's affairs were of no concern to him. He placed a piece of cold pig's head meat into the bowl of the little fish, admonishing, "Why are you eating so quickly? Slow down. Are you not afraid of choking?" Qingyu prepared a bowl of soup and set it in front of the little fish, suggesting that eating with the soup would help avoid choking. The little one took a piece of meat, raised the soup, and eagerly declared, "I made a promise with my brothers and sisters to play drop the handkerchief after dinner. Brother Huji said he would teach me." With that, the little one gulped down the soup. Once finished, she eagerly jumped off her stool, exclaiming, "Great-grandpa, Daddy, Mommy, I'm off." "Wait, little fish," Qingyu called out, quickly rising to grab 2 handfuls of seeds and candies from the drawer of the TV cabinet. She placed them in the little fish's pocket, instructing, "Take something for your brothers and sisters, and tell them you are small, so they should take care of you." "Okay, Mommy," the little fish replied, leaning over to plant a kiss on Qingyu's cheek. Chen Xu watched the little one kiss Qingyu, feeling a wave of envy wash over him. This time, it was not merely envy that Chen Qingshan felt towards Qingyu being embraced by the little darling, especially when recalling how the girls had gathered around him this morning, their foreheads brushing against his. It sent a delightful shiver through his heart. Observing the harmonious atmosphere between the mother and daughter, Chen Qingshan felt a profound sense of contentment. At last, he need not worry about whether his little great-granddaughter would face hardships in the future. Chen Xianan could only feel envious and regretful for having once treated little Yuer harshly. Perhaps Zhang Chong was her retribution. After lunch, Chen Xu busied himself with a thorough cleaning of the house. Qingyu, unable to remain idle, joined him in his efforts. Chen Xu forbade her from undertaking the heavier tasks, so she could only assist by wiping down tables and windows, using only hot water. Chen Xu, brandishing a newly purchased broom, diligently cleared away the cobwebs from the beams in the west room. At that moment, as Chen Xu was cleaning the cobwebs, Qingyu approached with a cloth, preparing to wipe the windows. After sweeping the overhead beams, a considerable amount of dust fell, and noticing Yi Qingyu's approach. He instinctively stepped forward, shielding her with his body and large hand to prevent the debris from landing on her. As Yi Qingyu held the cloth, she was suddenly enveloped by the towering figure of Chen Xu, the strong scent of male pheromones surrounding her. Her body tensed slightly, and soon, her heart began to race uncontrollably. A cloud of dust settled on the back of Chen Xu's hand, and as he shook it off to the side, he became acutely aware of the proximity between them. They were so close that a gentle embrace would effortlessly draw her soft form into his arms. Almost driven by instinct rather than reason, as the impulse surged within him, his hand lowered, almost unconsciously reaching toward Yi Qingyu's slender waist. How he longed to hold her. This singular thought consumed his mind. Yi Qingyu noticed Chen Xu's hand gradually descending and was taken aback, remaining utterly still. Could it be that he wished to embrace her? Her gaze fell upon his arm, and with each inch he drew closer, her heartbeat quickened, the blood surged within her, her cheeks flushed, and her breath quickened involuntarily. At that moment, a sudden noise in the courtyard broke through Chen Xu's reverie. He turned to glance through the window and spotted the little one's figure, which snapped him back to reality, prompting him to retract his hand hastily. Yi Qingyu also regained her composure and quickly turned to feign nonchalance. Clearing his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment, Chen Xu said, "Qingyu, there's a lot of dust on the beams. When I'm sweeping, please don't come over, or it might fall on you." Yi Qingyu, gripping the cloth in her hand so tightly that she nearly tore it, nodded vigorously. "Okay, I will be careful. Soon." They both resumed their tasks as if nothing had transpired. As little Yuer arrived at the door of the West Room, Yi Qingyu immediately approached her, asking, "You're back so soon?" "Yes, we played for a while, and then we stopped," little Yuer replied, her tone revealing her unease. Upon noticing the cloth in Yi Qingyu's hand, she raised her little arms and exclaimed, "Mama, let me help." Yi Qingyu sensed that something was amiss with the little fish. Yet seeing no injuries or signs of tears on the child, she refrained from probing further and cheerfully replied, "All right, Mama will fetch a cloth for the fish." Chen Xu, lost in thought about his impulsive actions from earlier, found the situation absurd and continued his cleaning. Today, however, the little fish was laboring with an enthusiasm unmatched by previous days, diligently wiping the benches and doorsteps with utmost seriousness. Just as Chen Xu began to notice this peculiarity, he had no time to inquire further. Suddenly, a furious shout from an elderly woman and the wailing of a child pierced the air at the entrance of the courtyard. "Chen Xu, are you home?" Upon hearing the commotion, the little fish glanced at her father and promptly hid behind Yi Qingyu. "Oh no, Dinyan has truly gone to report." Chapter 86. Chen Xu. My wife is amazing. Seeing the little one retreat behind Yi Qingyu, Chen Xu could surmise a few things. "Chen Xu, are you home?" The elderly woman's voice rang out again, prompting Chen Xu to hastily respond, "I'll step outside for a moment." With the approach of the new year, every household was bustling. The loud cries of the plump old woman soon attracted numerous neighbors, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. As Chen Xu reached the courtyard entrance, he immediately recognized the newcomer, Chen Xiuhua, a neighbor from down the street, dragging along her grandson Dinyan, who was red-faced and sobbing. The incident of Dinyan bullying the little fish was evidently known to her, and upon seeing her grandson's bruised visage, she pieced together what had transpired. With a nonchalant demeanor, she inquired of Chen Xu, "Auntie, what seems to be the matter? My courtyard gate is wide open. Why shout outside instead of coming in?" I was beginning to wonder what was wrong. Chen Xiuhua, now seething with indignation, noted the gathering crowd of neighbors and, buoyed by the certainty that Chen Xu would not retaliate, boldly declared, "Your little fish has beaten our Dinyan to this state. Don't you think an explanation is in order?" The surrounding neighbors could only express their astonishment, observing the robust figure of Dinyan, who was already 7 or 8 years old, juxtaposed with the 3 or 4-year-old little fish who had just stepped out with Yi Qingyu. They found it hard to believe. "Aunt Xiuhua, could you be mistaken? How could the little fish possibly have done this to Dinyan?" Indeed, another chimed in, "Given Dinyan's size, even children his own age would struggle against him, let alone the little fish. Last time, even our Zhuzi was beaten by your Dinyan." While the woman spoke, she felt a twinge of discomfort, yet the sight of the bruised child brought her some solace. Were it not for the children's affair, which adults generally ought not to interfere in, she would have genuinely wished to give that little rascal a good thrashing. Chen Xiuhua, hearing the women's remarks, became even more enraged. She glared at the little fish beside Yi Qingyu and accused, "It is this little schemer." Din Yin merely took her handkerchief, and she incited 7 or 8 children on the street to beat him. The one who hits the hardest gets the most candy and snacks. She spoke as she brought Nian Nian before the crowd, exclaiming, "Look at this. Her face is all scraped, a tooth is loose, her mouth is swollen, and there's a bump on her head. How serious this is." The onlookers gasped, their hearts swelling with a sense of satisfaction, particularly the neighbors from half the street. After all, their child had frequently been bullied by this little rascal, and they often found themselves avoiding encounters. However, being neighbors, although they felt a sense of vindication, they put on a facade of cooperation. Well, it does seem a bit serious. A loose tooth at such an age when one is supposed to be losing them. She can always grow another. Oh dear about those scrapes. I'm in the midst of a thorough cleaning at home, and there are many cobwebs. Should I apply a little of that? Hearing the neighbor's comments, Chen Xiuhua felt a sense of relief wash over her, bolstering her confidence. She turned to Chen Xu and said, "Chen Xu, a 3-year-old child surely wouldn't understand the concept of hitting others, so." Her gaze fell upon Yi Qingyu, pointing at her. "It must be your wife who taught her. She and Xiao Yuer must apologize to my Nian Nian and compensate us." Recalling how her grandson had recounted the incident, she remembered the words Yi Qingyu had spoken at noon, instantly realizing that it must have been that conniving woman's influence. Who would have thought that someone so demure would encourage a child to incite violence among friends? She was determined not to let this slide. The neighbors, upon hearing her words, turned their astonished gazes towards Yi Qingyu, taken aback. They had not perceived this young lady to possess such a capability. Although Yi Qingyu was not from Tungtou village, the attention made her feel somewhat intimidated, yet she knew she had done nothing wrong. Just as she was about to speak, a deep voice interrupted her. Chen Xu crossed his arms, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Xiuhua, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at her. "Which ear of yours heard that my wife incited Xiao Yuer?" Chen Xiuhua, taken aback by Chen Xu's glare, instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, but remained defiant. It was definitely her instigating. How could a 3-year-old comprehend such matters? This morning, Nian Nian had a minor conflict with Xiao Yuer, and she made a fuss about it, even threatening them. This afternoon, Nian Nian was bullied by Xiao Yuer. Who else could it be? In response, Chen Xu chuckled, "Oh, then I must thank my wife. Otherwise, would my Xiao Yuer have been bullied again this afternoon?" Praising his wife, he continued, "Fortunately, my Xiao Yuer is quite remarkable." Knowing she shouldn't just allow others to bully her and called for her older siblings to help retaliate, she did splendidly. Chen Xiuhua, witnessing Chen Xu's unabashed defense of his wife and child, felt her face flush with anger. She pointed an accusing finger at him, stammering, "Why you?" Chen Xu stepped closer, inquiring, "Me? What about me? Did you not tell my wife that adults should not intervene in children's matters? How is it that when my Xiao Yuer was bullied this morning by your grandson, you advised us not to intervene, yet this afternoon, when she was bullied again, she is not allowed to retaliate? Do you think my daughter, Chen Xu, is easy to bully?" As Chen Xu's voice grew increasingly grave, Chen Xiuhua felt compelled to retreat further, desperately seeking assistance from the surrounding neighbors. "Did you all witness that? Chen Xu's daughter instigated violence, and while he refrained from speaking, he still sought to strike an elderly woman." At this moment, the crowd had gathered a clear understanding of the events that transpired. It appeared that year after year, the child Yuer had been subjected to relentless bullying. The adults, led by Chen Xiuhua, turned a blind eye, mirroring their past experiences. They initially believed that as neighbors, it was inappropriate for adults to intervene in children's affairs, allowing the children to avoid Yuer. Now, however, they had come to comprehend the reasons behind the bullying. Naturally, they would not choose to defend him. Witnessing Chen Xiuhua turn the tables, Zhuzi's mother immediately interjected, "Aunt Xiuhua, I too believe that Yuer was in the right. After all, your son Yuer has been persistently tormenting him. Indeed, my dog Dan has also been bullied by your Yuer. I think Yuer's actions were commendable. It was high time Yuer learned a lesson. If you continue to indulge him like this, he will face severe consequences in society." "Exactly, Aunt Xiuhua, you are being unreasonable. When Yuer was the aggressor, you said it was a matter for children, but now that it involves Yuer, you come here in a frenzy. This is quite hypocritical." The neighbors chimed in one after another, rallying around Chen Xu, nearly showering Chen Xiuhua with spittle. Chen Xiuhua retreated repeatedly, seeing Chen Xu's unfriendly expression directed at her. She realized that if a confrontation ensued, the neighbors would not come to her aid, They might even join in the fray. With that thought, she dared not linger any longer and hurriedly dragged her crying grandson away, her face full of shame. After Chen Xiuhua's departure, Qingyu and Xiaoyu were met with praises from the surrounding neighbors. After all, every household had been plagued by the troubles caused by Year. Much like the past experiences of Chen Xu, who found him intolerable but felt powerless. At last, today, that chubby boy and Chen Xiuhua had faced their comeuppance. Xiaoyu initially feared reprimand, but was pleasantly surprised to receive commendations instead, filling her with joy. The family of three returned to their courtyard, and Chen Xu, holding the little one whose tail was nearly wagging to the heavens, said, "We can only act this way when others seek to bully us. We must never use this approach to bully others, do you understand?" Though he believed his daughter was not one to bully others indiscriminately, he felt it necessary to reiterate the lesson. The little one nodded eagerly. "Okay, Daddy. I don't bully others. Being bullied is so unpleasant." Qingyu gently patted Xiaoyu's head, expressing her satisfaction. "You did wonderfully this time. Don't fear that chubby boy. If anyone bullies you in the future, be sure to tell Mommy and Daddy right away." The little one nodded in agreement, moving closer to Qingyu. "Thank you, Mama." Qingyu promptly planted a kiss on the child's cheek, delighting in the sweetness of her youthful innocence. Chen Xu stood by, his heart filled with warmth. Suddenly, Xiaoyu turned her head, her eyes sparkling with innocence. "Daddy, you just said Mama did great. Should we give Mama a kiss too?" Chen Xu was taken aback, turning to glance at Qingyu, who, after a brief moment of confusion, also looked at him, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Flustered, she hurriedly stepped into the house, muttering, I'll check the water, see if it's boiled." Observing Qingyu's swift departure, Chen Xu, fearing she might stumble, hurriedly followed, urging, "Slow down, don't fall." All right. Qingyu replied somewhat awkwardly. Little Yu, observing the sudden, peculiar behavior of her parents, was filled with great confusion. Why are Daddy and Mommy acting so strangely? After the brief commotion, tranquility returned to their small abode. The family spent the afternoon thoroughly cleaning every nook and cranny of their home. During dinner, Qingyu recounted to her parents the likelihood of their visit to Wenxing Town in the coming days. After a discussion, Chen Xu and Chen Qingshan decided that Chen Xu would take Qingyu back to Wenxing Town the following day. They planned to meet her father to discuss the wedding arrangements and set a time for both families to meet. That evening, just before bedtime, little Yu and Qingyu lay in bed, noticing Chen Xu preparing to sleep on the floor, his expression one of puzzlement. "Daddy, why are you sleeping on the floor again?" little Yu asked, scratching her head. Chen Xu glanced at the source of his troubles, equally bewildered, and replied, "The bed is too cramped. I'm fine on the floor." The truth was, he feared that being held too closely by Qingyu might provoke some discomfort. Recalling the awkwardness of that morning when she had inadvertently left a space on the bed while tightly embracing Chen Xu, Qingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, she descended from the bed, gathered Chen Xu's blanket, and firmly insisted, "I want to crowd you tonight. You're sleeping on the bed." Yesterday had been an accident, a moment of unintended closeness, but tonight she intended to be more mindful, resolute that he should not sleep on the floor. In the past, she might have been indifferent, but now, she found herself reluctant to let him sleep uncomfortably. Observing this, little Yu quickly joined in, preparing her blanket as well, saying, "Yes, I want tea crowd Daddy." Chen Xu, witnessing the audacity of these two, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Before long, the pair had arranged the blankets and snuggled into bed, eagerly watching him. Chen Xu sighed silently, realizing he was powerless against them, and climbed onto the bed. Surprisingly, Qingyu remained quite composed that night, and even little Yu behaved impeccably, merely lying between them. That night, Chen Xu enjoyed an unexpectedly restful sleep. The next day, just before noon, the trio arrived in Wenxing Town. With only 5 or 6 days until the new year, his parents had closed their wonton shop to prepare for the festive season. Chen Xu, Qingyu, and little Yu's return brought immense joy to his parents, who promptly filled the table with an abundance of food they had prepared over the past few days. "Xiao Su, Yu, Qingyu, come quickly and try these dishes. Especially this sausage. Your great-grandfather thinks it's delicious," Su Qinglian said with a radiant smile as she served them each a piece of sausage. At this moment, Qingyu found herself rather disenchanted with the delicacy before her. Just as she pondered how to savor it, Chen Xu's voice unexpectedly echoed, "By the way, Grandma, When do you think uncle and aunt will return? I need to prepare myself mentally. After speaking, Chen Xu popped a piece of sausage into his mouth, exclaiming, delicious. The attention of the elderly couple was instantly captivated by him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qinglian replied, they mentioned in their letter that they would arrive today or tomorrow. If they don't come today, they will certainly be here by tomorrow at the latest. Lu Igua grabbed several bowls and, while ladling soup, added, it should be tomorrow. Don't be anxious, Xiao Su. You are so remarkable. It's indeed a stroke of luck for Yi Yuanshan to have such a son-in-law like you. Seizing the moment while the elders were focused on Chen Xu, Yi Qingyu discreetly placed some cured meat into his bowl. You flatter me, Chen Xu responded with a smile, naturally sending the meat from his bowl, gifted by his wife, into his mouth, and adding some appetizers into her bowl. Yi Qingyu was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at the person beside her. He was looking at her, his eyes sparkling with warmth, as though he could see into her heart. Flustered, she quickly turned away, her heart racing. Yet she feigned calmness and resumed eating. Meanwhile, in the black market of Rongqing, within a few hours, over 100 chickens brought by Zhang Chong had been nearly swept away by eager customers. Pockets of clothing, trousers, and even underwear were stuffed with bulging cash, filling him with excitement. Indeed, selling goods in the black market was immensely profitable. It was no wonder Chen Xu could buy a television set in a single day. With his haul of 112 chickens, each costing him 2 yuan and selling at 4.5 yuan, he could net over 500 yuan. After repaying the 224 yuan debt for the chickens to his parents, he would earn a tidy profit of 280 yuan. The thrill was almost overwhelming. And Zhang Chong was so elated that he couldn't help but pump his fists in the air, selling 280 yuan in a day. With only 5 days until the new year and planning to raise prices tomorrow, he was sure to pocket a couple of thousand. What a windfall. However, oblivious to his excitement, a group led by a bald man had already set their sights on him. Moments later, as the bald man saw the last of the customers being attended to and all the chickens sold, he twirled a toothpick in his mouth and signaled to his accomplices to move in. Just as Zhang Chong was about to close up after selling the chickens, a tall figure approached him ominously. He looked up to see the bald man with a grim expression, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to rise and flee. However, he soon realized that 7 or 8 burly men had already surrounded him, closing in. Zhang Chong felt his legs weaken as he hurriedly protected his pockets, stammering, "What do you want?" The bald man scoffed with a sneer, "Can't you tell? We're here to rob you." With that, the menacing tone of his voice summoned others to quickly converge around them. Zhang Chong was unwilling to surrender his hard-earned money, especially since he still owed over 200 yuan for the chickens he had purchased. Seeing the crowd closing in, he steeled himself and immediately darted to the side. However, just as he took his first step, he was violently kicked by a bald man, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained cry. Before he could react, the man's furious voice echoed menacingly, "Damn it, you think you can escape? Finish him off, strip him of his clothes, and ensure he leaves with not a single penny." As the man's words fell, towering figures began to encircle him. "Help, help!" Zhang Chong screamed, but a flurry of heavy boots and fists descended upon him. Chapter 88. They have arrived. Chen Xu had been waiting in Wenqing town for an entire day. The next morning, bright and early, the family had just finished breakfast and was preparing the filling for Tang Yuan in the yard. During the spring festival, it was customary to eat Tang Yuan in the morning. Chen Xu, possessing great strength, was tasked with crushing the roasted peanuts in the winnowing basket with a rolling pin. Yi Qingyu was responsible for sprinkling sugar over the crushed peanuts, while Xiaoyu stood by, wielding a ladle under the guidance of the elders, pouring oil into the peanut mixture. "Oh my, you is doing wonderfully, just like that." "Yes, next we just need to mix the crushed peanuts thoroughly and pack them tightly. On the first day of the new year, we can wrap the Tang Yuan and enjoy." The elders surrounded Xiaoyu, their faces beaming with joy. The yard was filled with delightful aromas, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Suddenly, a woman's scream broke the tranquility of the yard. "Uncle Igua, Aunt Sue, something's wrong." Everyone turned toward the direction of the voice and saw a woman standing at the entrance, her face pale with panic. Lu Igua and his wife recognized her immediately, quickly wiping their hands and hurrying over. "Kaiyan, what happened?" Su Qinglian asked as she reached the entrance. Lu Igua followed closely, his expression one of concern. Gasping for breath, the woman leaned against the door and said, "Uncle, Aunt, didn't Zhang Chong's family get chickens from us? He encountered bandits in Rongqing yesterday. Not only was his money stolen, but one of his legs was broken. The elders were momentarily taken aback. Lu Igua was the first to regain his composure, sighing. I warned him when he came to collect the chickens with his family that Rongqing wasn't safe this time of year, but he insisted on going. This year will be tough for his family. Su Qinglian's brows furrowed slightly. What can we do? We're all from the same village. His parents insisted on buying chickens on credit. If we don't lend them, it would be inappropriate. The woman looked equally troubled. Don't mention how hard their year has been. Mine has been just as difficult. I lent him 10 chickens, and now he has been robbed and is in the hospital. He certainly has no money to repay me. I will surely be scolded by my husband. At this moment, Yi Qingyu, having overheard their conversation, turned to Chen Xu and quietly inquired, "Is that Zhang Chong your cousin-in-law?" The more she listened, the more convinced she became that he was indeed Chen Xu's cousin-in-law. Yet, Chen Xu appeared to have no connection to him whatsoever. Chen Xu continued with his tasks and replied, "Yes." Yi Qingyu's eyes widened in surprise, even dropping the sugar she was holding. "What do we do now?" Although Zhang Chong appears to be nothing more than a scoundrel, he is nonetheless the brother-in-law of Chen Xu. Given the current circumstances, with his leg broken, Chen Xu must surely take some responsibility, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, with Zhang Chong incapacitated, what will become of the fourth aunt? Noticing that Yi Qingyu seemed to grow increasingly concerned, Chen Xu quickly reached out to steady the bag of candy in her hands. Interrupting her thoughts with a solemn admonition, "You may feel sympathy for anyone you wish, but do not harbor even a shred of pity for that beast, Zhang Chong, even if he were to perish. Do you understand?" Yi Qingyu, momentarily jolted from her reverie by Chen Xu's interruption, regarded his serious demeanor with a hint of bewilderment and inquired, "Why?" Chen Xu was reluctant to divulge the nature of Zhang Chong's misdeeds, as such knowledge would only serve to complicate Yi Qingyu's feelings. Should she choose to report him, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, if she refrained, she could not simply stand by while Zhang Chong evaded justice. He would find a way to deal with this individual himself. Turning to Yi Qingyu with a grave expression, Chen Xu reiterated, "He is nothing but a beast. Trust me, do not concern yourself with him or offer him any assistance." Although Yi Qingyu did not fully comprehend his reasoning, she recognized Chen Xu's unwavering sense of justice. Since he was unwilling to help and she too harbored disdain for the man, she resolved to disregard him. "Very well, I shall not concern myself with him," she replied. And the two resumed their tasks. After conversing with Su Qinglian, Lu Igua and his wife returned to their courtyard. Upon their return, they promptly informed Chen Xu of the situation. They were well aware of the relationship between Chen Xu and Zhang Chong, having been approached by the latter just the other day when he had come to collect chickens, attempting to ingratiate himself by mentioning his connection to Chen Xu. However, they had not anticipated Chen Xu's indifference or his insistence that they remain uninvolved. The couple had never held Zhang Chong in high regard, and upon hearing Chen Xu's words, it was clear to them that a conflict existed. Naturally, they sided with their grandson-in-law, deciding to heed his advice and remain uninvolved. Before long, it was past 11 in the morning, and the Chen family was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Young Fish was unable to assist, so he entertained himself outside with pebbles. Suddenly, two conspicuous vehicles entered Wenxing town, parking at the entrance of Lu Igua's home, attracting a considerable crowd of onlookers. In this era, private cars were a rarity, and those who could afford to drive such vehicles were undoubtedly prominent figures in public institutions. "Oh, it is evident that Uncle Igua's son-in-law has returned. What a grand display!" exclaimed a neighbor, impressed by the spectacle. Indeed, had the elderly couple been more willing, their son-in-law would have likely whisked the entire family away to the capital by now. However, what would be the point of such a move? With Qingyu's mother no longer with us and her husband remarried, it might be more comfortable for the elderly couple to remain here. As the neighbors gathered to gossip about the rare cars parked outside Lu Igua's home, the vehicles had barely come to a stop when two burly men emerged from the back of the silver sedan, opening the rear door. A woman in her 40s, with meticulously curled hair, fair skin, and a graceful figure, stepped out clad in a luxurious mink coat and high-heeled boots, clutching a small handbag as she entered the courtyard. Following closely behind her was a youthful girl, no more than 17 or 18, who also stepped forward. At this moment, Little Fish was joyfully playing with pebbles when she suddenly noticed two extraordinarily beautiful women entering the courtyard. She was instantly taken aback. The women, upon seeing the unfamiliar little girl, raised their eyebrows in curiosity. One of them directed a cold inquiry at Little Fish, asking, "Who are you?" She recalled that Lu Igua only had one daughter from his previous marriage. Why was there a child in the courtyard during the festive season? Upon hearing the woman's frosty question, Little Fish inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. She hastily gathered her pebbles, stood up, and softly replied, "Auntie, big sister. I am Little Fish. I will go call great-grandma." With that, the little one hurriedly turned and fled. Although the auntie and the big sister were beautiful, they appeared much more intimidating than her mother. "Great-grandpa, great-grandma, there are guests," Little Fish called out as she reached the kitchen door. At that moment, Lu Igua and his wife were busy with their tasks. Hearing Little Fish announce the arrival of guests caused their hearts to skip a beat. They quickly wiped their hands and called out to Chen Xu and Qingyu. "Xiao Su, Qingyu, Yuan Shan, and the others are here. Let us go greet them at the door." Chapter 89. Stepmother Lu Meiyun. Upon hearing that his father-in-law had returned, Chen Xu was filled with enthusiasm. He quickly took Qingyu's hand and followed the elders out of the kitchen. However, when they arrived at the courtyard, they were greeted only by a woman clad in a luxurious mink coat, her makeup impeccably done, accompanied by a fair-skinned girl sporting a student hairstyle. Lu Igua craned his neck to get a better view and inquired, "Lu Meiyun, where is Yuan Shan?" Lu Meiyun surveyed the group in the courtyard, her gaze lingering for a few seconds on Chen Xu, who was standing closely beside Qingyu. She then smiled and greeted Lu Igua and Su Qinglian. "Uncle, Annie, Yuan Shan has been busy with his promotion to political commissar and couldn't make it. Although I am also swamped with numerous household matters, I made time to come and check on you two on his behalf." Having said that, she turned to the girl beside her and urged, "Jing'er, quickly greet your grandparents." Ever since arriving in Wenxing town, Yi Jing had worn a displeased expression. She only responded to Lu Meiyun's prompt by giving a perfunctory nod to her grandparents. Not waiting for their response, she turned to the woman and said, "Mom, when are we leaving? It's freezing here." She had no desire to linger even a moment longer in this remote place, especially at Qingyu's home. All she wanted was to depart swiftly, visit her grandfather's old comrades with her mother, and promptly return to Kyoto. "Oh dear, let's just deliver the gifts and be on our way." Lu Meiyun replied to her daughter while gesturing for the people who had followed her at the entrance to bring in some ginseng supplements into the courtyard. It was only then that she turned her attention to Chen Xu and casually inquired, "And who might this be?" Upon realizing that Yi Yuanshan would not be coming, Qingyu clenched her fists in silence. When a woman inquired, she managed to force a smile and graciously introduced, "This is my boyfriend, Chen Xu. I had hoped for him to meet my father today, but since he is absent, please convey to him that I am getting married." After speaking, Qingyu turned to Chen Xu and said, "This is my mother. Please greet her." As she uttered these words, she couldn't even bear to glance at Lu Meiyun, finding it difficult to refer to her as mother. At this moment, Chen Xu had also surmised their relationship, and while astonished, he directed a subtle nod towards Lu Meiyun, greeting her simply, "Hello, Annie. I am Qingyu's boyfriend, Chen Xu." However, both Lu Meiyun and Yi Jingxi were left momentarily stunned by their words. Yi Jingxi, in particular, raised her eyes, scrutinizing Chen Xu from head to toe, not bothering to conceal her disdain. She had never anticipated that Qingyu would be attracted to a man significantly older than herself. Although his demeanor did not resemble that of a rustic villager, his attire was utterly unremarkable, lacking any sign of wealth or influence. He appeared to be an unremarkable man without connections. Not only Yi Jingxi, but even Lu Meiyun was profoundly shocked. No wonder she felt that this man was too close to Qingyu upon entering. To discover they were actually planning to marry was unexpected. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Meiyun quickly regained her composure, her heart swelling with joy. Both Old Master Yi and Yi Yuanshan wished for Qingyu to wed Gao Jianwei, the grandson of Marshal Gao, particularly Old Master Yi, who doted on his granddaughter immensely. If Qingyu were to marry this Chen Xu, it would undoubtedly infuriate Old Master Yi, and the prospect of her union with Gao Jianwei would be dashed. Wouldn't this provide an opportunity for her daughter, Yi Jingxi? With this thought, Lu Meiyun instantly donned a warm, welcoming smile, no longer in a hurry to leave. She stepped forward, grasped Qingyu's hand, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Qingyu, how could you enter a relationship without informing your parents? If I hadn't come, when would you have concealed this from the family? Come, let us go inside and discuss this properly. What are your plans regarding marriage? Rest assured, I am an open-minded person. This Chen, what's his name again, seems to be a decent fellow. Come, let us sit down and talk." Witnessing Lu Meiyun's insincere demeanor made Yi Qingyu feel nauseated. She yanked her hand away and took Chen Xu's hand, turning to lead him into the house. Lu Meiyun, undeterred, adjusted her fur coat and elegantly followed. Yi Jingxi, seeing Lu Meiyun accompany them indoors, begrudgingly followed suit, despite her reluctance to linger in this remote place. Lu Aigua and his wife were eager to hasten the departure of this mother-daughter duo, yet they knew they must discuss the marriage between Chen Xu and Yi Qingyu. Even though they were seething with anger, they had to endure and followed them inside. I will write a letter to that scoundrel Yi Yuanshan tonight. If he cannot come, he should not send such insipid people to my house, Lu Aigua muttered angrily before entering. Su Qinglian calmed him, patting his arm. Let it go. Today we are here to discuss good matters, so don't let your temper flare. Upon entering the house, they settled down. The couple, Lu Aigua and his wife, maintained a polite demeanor, offering the two guests hot tea with stern expressions. Lu Meiyun expressed her gratitude with a smile, sipping the tea eagerly before inquiring about Yi Qingyu's marriage to Chen Xu and the latter's background. When she learned that Chen Xu was a divorced man with a daughter, her shock transformed into unrestrained joy. Such an inadequate son-in-law must surely infuriate old Master Yi. Xiao Su, your charisma is truly remarkable. Our Qingyu, with her lofty standards, is completely captivated and eager to marry you, Lu Meiyun declared with a beaming smile. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as the others felt the sting of her words, clearly intended to belittle Chen Xu. Lu Aigua's expression darkened, prompting him to prepare a retort. However, before he could speak, Chen Xu's calm voice resonated in the ears of those present. "Aunt, you flatter me. If we are to speak of charm, it is you who deserves the praise. Your daughter's husband departed just moments ago, and you have swiftly sought a new marriage. Traversing thousands of miles to convey messages to uncle, it is no wonder he managed to have you remarry so quickly. Such industriousness." After exchanging a few words, Chen Xu discerned that Lu Meiyun was merely a stepmother to Yi Qingyu, and her wishes for their happiness were insincere. There was no need for him to show her any deference. Was she truly worthy of being Yi Qingyu's stepmother? Reluctant to be there, she feigned cordiality while visiting the family of her husband's ex-wife, evidently seeking to impress her new spouse and his family. Her position within the household was unmistakably diminished, yet she had the audacity to mock others. Lu Meiyun was taken aback by Chen Xu's sharp retort, nearly spitting out her tea. Lu Aigua and his wife, upon hearing Chen Xu's words, felt their frowns ease considerably. Their son-in-law spoke splendidly. Yi Qingyu, too, cast a discreet glance at Chen Xu, her earlier annoyance dissipating significantly. However, Yi Jingxi, witnessing Chen Xu's bold exposure of Lu Meiyun, slammed her hand on the table. "Chen, do you not know how to speak appropriately?" Though Lu Meiyun was quite angered, she was typically patient. She shot Yi Jingxi a glare and admonished, "Jingxi, how can you speak to your brother-in-law in such a manner?" The more this man exhibited arrogance and a lack of decorum, the more infuriated old Master Yi would become. After saying this, she turned to Chen Xu, forcing a smile that lacked sincerity. "Xiao Chen, my apologies. My Jingxi can be rather impulsive. I shall certainly have a word with her when we return." Seeing that time was running short, Lu Meiyun stood up, removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, and approached Yi Qingyu, placing it into her hands. "Qingyu, as your stepmother, I am truly delighted about your impending marriage. I do not possess anything of great value, but this bracelet, given to me by your father as a token of our love when we married, I now bestow upon you as a wedding gift. Initially, your father intended for me to bring you to celebrate the new year, but seeing how inseparable you two are, I suspect you would be reluctant to leave. As for your marriage to Chen Xu, I shall return home and speak to him at once, urging you to marry soon. Await my news." With that, without waiting for Yi Qingyu's response, she nodded to the elderly couple and, accompanied by Yi Jingxi, strode out with purpose. Since Yi Qingyu is in such a hurry to marry, she must hasten to facilitate the union and make it a certainty. As the two exited, even the typically composed Yi Qingyu could not restrain her emotions upon gazing at the jade bracelet in her hand. She tossed it aside in a fit of anger, shattering it into countless pieces upon the ground. Chapter 90. Do not disturb father. Embracing mother. Lu Meiyun raised an eyebrow at the commotion behind her, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing her features. After all, this token of affection was identical to the one her father had gifted her mother. Could she not feel a pang of irritation at her father's new wife, the mistress turned stepmother, giving her another? Yi Jingxi hurriedly approached, Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Mother, look, she is so ungrateful. After receiving such a precious gift, she immediately discards it. Lu Meiyin chuckled. If she wishes to throw it away, let her. I can simply ask your father to purchase a new one for me. Once they entered the car, Lu Meiyin summoned the driver, directing him to return to Kyoto without delay. Just as the vehicle began to move, Yi Jingxi, puzzled, turned to her mother. Aren't we supposed to visit grandfather's old comrade in Headache Village? The purpose of their visit was not only to appease Lu Aigua and his wife in order to gain favor with Yi Yuanshan, but also to curry favor with the grandfather, who had never been fond of Lu Meiyun, by meeting with his cherished old classmate. However, Lu Meiyun had other plans. In a cheerful mood, she adjusted her fur coat and elegantly declared, "We are not going anymore. We must return to Beijing promptly." Yi Jingxi was even more puzzled. Since we are already here, why not go? Isn't grandfather quite close with this comrade? If we strengthen our ties, won't he treat us better? Lu Meiyun gazed at her naive daughter, unable to suppress a gentle tap on her forehead. Oh, how is it that you did not inherit your mother's shrewd intellect? You cannot discern the priorities. She needed to rush back to Beijing to send Yi Qingyu the household registration book before Yi Yuanshan and the grandfather caught wind of it. She must ensure that the marriage was hastily arranged and made official. Yi Jingxi remained perplexed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Mother, why can't you just explain things clearly? Lu Meiyun smiled mysteriously and inquired, do you wish to marry Gao Jianwei from the illustrious Gao family? Upon hearing this, Yi Jingxi blushed slightly at the thought of the Gao family's distinguished lineage and the handsome Gao Jianwei, nodding eagerly. Of course, I would love to. But he and Yi Qingyu. Realization struck her as she paused mid-sentence. According to her grandfather and father's wishes, they intended for Yi Qingyu to wed Gao Jianwei. However, if Yi Qingyu were to marry this man, then the good fortune would indeed fall into her lap. Yi Jingxi's face brightened with joy, and she exclaimed, Mother, I understand. Lu Meiyun finally revealed a satisfied smile, pleased with her daughter's cleverness. Now, as long as Yi Qingyu married, her daughter Yi Jingxi could wed the scion of the Gao family, thereby elevating her own status as a mother. Especially when Ye's grandfather discovered that his granddaughter had married a second-marriage rural man, he would surely be infuriated, making him more inclined to favor her in all matters. Of course, she would also need to find time to pay a visit to her grandfather's old comrade. Even though this venerable hero has retreated to a secluded village, it is evident that the esteemed Master Yi was unwavering in his desire for an alliance, which illustrates the weight this individual carries in his heart. If she could cultivate a favorable relationship with this old hero, perhaps he might speak a few kind words on her behalf, thereby ensuring that Master Yi would not regard her with such disdain upon their next encounter, allowing her to hold her head high in the capital. Since the departure of Lu Meiyun and her daughter, Yi Qingyu shattered that jade bracelet. Although she maintained a facade of normalcy, discerning eyes could easily see the turmoil within her. After lunch, Chen Xu took the initiative to accompany Yi Qingyu and Little Fish to the riverside in town for a leisurely stroll. Little Fish, being merely 2 or 3 years old, was blissfully unaware of the complexities of the adult world. Upon reaching the riverbank and observing a plethora of pebbles in various shapes scattered across the ground, he immediately scampered off with his short legs. Wow, Daddy, Mommy, look at these star stones. Let us collect some to polish tonight, exclaimed Little Fish, as he picked up a small white stone, gleefully waving it at the two of them. Yi Qingyu, though feigning enthusiasm, wore a forced smile as she nodded at the little one. All right, Mommy will help you polish them later. Hom. The little one responded eagerly, placing the stone into his pocket and continuing his search. Chen Xu walked beside Yi Qingyu, noticing her strained smile and feeling a pang of discomfort. Turning to her, he gently said, You cannot keep your unhappiness bottled up. It can be detrimental, especially for a pregnant woman. Unstable emotions can affect both the fetus and your health. Yi Qingyu had been putting on a brave front, but Chen Xu's candid observation shattered her facade. When she met his gaze, feelings of grievance surged uncontrollably, causing her eyes to redden almost instantly. Sometimes, a person can endure immense injustice, but the moment someone offers a word of comfort, their emotions can unravel in an instant. Yi Qingyu had been striving to suppress her feelings, but upon hearing Chen Xu's concern, tears began to flow before she could even respond. Quickly, she lowered her head and wiped her tears away, exclaiming, Why did you suddenly say that? Her voice trembled, a blend of reproach and wounded affection. Chen Xu, not wishing for Qingyu to suffer in silence, felt his heart constrict at the sight of her tears. Observing her fragile state, he longed to embrace her for comfort, yet feared startling her. Instead, he spoke softly to soothe her. "I was merely concerned you might hurt yourself by holding it all in. It's all right to cry. It is not shameful." Qingyu felt even more aggrieved by his words, wiping her tears in succession. Chen Xu's heart ached more with each passing moment. And without further hesitation, he stepped forward, mustering his courage to gently pull her into his embrace. Noticing her lack of resistance, he tenderly stroked her back, whispering, "It's okay. There's no need to be so sorrowful over such a person. The more we mourn, the more we play into their hands." Previously, he had assumed that this girl had no worries regarding her needs, undoubtedly cherished by her family. It was only now that he realized her life in the capital must have been far from joyous. Otherwise, why would she choose to study in Rome City instead of in the capital? Chen Xu's heart ached more and more as he contemplated the situation, and he enveloped the person in his arms with the utmost tenderness and patience, offering solace. "All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, you won't look beautiful." At this moment, Qingyu, having released her emotions, lost all inhibitions and nestled deeper into Chen Xu's embrace, wiping her tear-streaked face against his clothing while softly sobbing. She couldn't help but retort, "Even if I'm not beautiful anymore, I'm still your wife. You have no choice." Upon hearing her words, Chen Xu chuckled instead of feeling anger. Responding in agreement, "Yes, you are absolutely right. It seems you're able to speak your mind now. Perhaps the pain has lessened a bit." He finally let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuer had filled her pockets with an abundance of pebbles and was preparing to run towards the couple. Upon seeing her father holding her mother, she quickly halted, covering her mouth to suppress any sound. Adults only hug when they like each other. I mustn't disturb their embrace. Chapter 91. Holding her to sleep, Lu Aigua and Su Qinglian had but one daughter in their lifetime, and for many years. It was Qingyu who kept them company during the New Year celebrations. Compared to the bustling neighbors, their home often felt rather desolate. Recently, Chen Xu had discussed with the elderly couple and Qingyu that rather than spending a lonely New Year, they might as well all go together to Tungtou village and celebrate in a lively manner. Lu Aigua and Su Qinglian agreed that this was a splendid idea. After all, allowing Qingyu to spend the New Year with Chen Xu seemed far preferable to their solitude. Yet, if they didn't let her go, they worried the young couple might grow distant. Without Chen Xu and Xiao Yuer, their home lacked cheer. Since they were already planning to visit Chen Xu's family, it made perfect sense to seize the opportunity for both families to meet. Today marked the 27th day of the new year. Early in the morning, Chen Xu spent 2 yuan to hire a tractor. The enthusiastic Lu Aigua and his wife nearly cleared out all the New Year goods they had prepared. Loading them onto the tractor, the family joyously boarded the vehicle and set off towards the street. Lu Aigua and his wife were well liked in the neighborhood. As the tractor rolled down the street, many neighbors heard the commotion and came out to greet them. "Uncle Aigua, Aunt Qinglian, where are you off to on this festive occasion?" "Yes, and with so many things, are you moving?" "It doesn't seem like it. Could it be that you're heading to Mr. Chen's house to celebrate the New Year?" The townsfolk had already speculated about Chen Xu and Qingyu's relationship, especially after their recent embrace by the riverside, which was evident to all observers. Upon hearing the neighbors' inquiries, Lu Aigua beamed with delight, responding, "It's not exactly a visit for the New Year. This year, we are going directly to Xiao Su's home to celebrate." Su Qinglian, cradling Xiao Yuer, chimed in with a smile. "It's a perfect opportunity to meet the family and discuss the future of the 2 children." The townsfolk, upon confirming this news from the elderly couple, were taken aback yet quickly offered their congratulations. Although everyone acknowledged that Chen Xu's family could not possibly compare to Qingyu's in terms of material wealth. However, Chen Xu's ability to win the heart of a girl like Qingyu, especially with the satisfaction of Lu Aigua and his wife, clearly indicates his exceptional character. Each time he returns from Rongqing, laden with various packages for the Lu family, it is evident that he has earned a considerable fortune there. As the tractor rumbled away, emitting black smoke, an aunt, hands tucked into her sleeves, remarked enviously, "Oh, that young boss Chen, the more I observe him, the more extraordinary he seems. Who knows? Perhaps our Wenqing town might even produce a son-in-law who's a millionaire." In this town, the wealthiest families typically do not possess more than 5,000 in cash. A millionaire is indeed a remarkable achievement. As the aunt's words settled, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, young boss Chen appears to be quite astute. It seems likely that within a year, he will ascend to the ranks of the affluent. Unlike us, who are timid and dare not venture beyond this small place. Yet, one cannot entirely dismiss the risks. Look at Zhang Chong, who took a bold chance and ended up with a broken leg, requiring 500 for treatment. A sum his father-in-law could not afford, so he was taken home. Isn't it said that Zhang Chong is the brother-in-law of young boss Chen? Logically, he should offer some assistance. That remains unclear. There may be some discord. We all know what kind of person Zhang Chong is. As the tractor distanced itself, the bystanders on the street gradually veered off topic. Today, Qingyu woke up early, and having felt drowsy these past few days, she found herself nodding off during the hour-long ride. Chen Xu noticed her head drooping, her eyes nearly closing, and furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to suggest she lean on him for a brief rest. However, with the elders present, he hesitated, thinking she might not appreciate it, and thus refrained from mentioning it. After a few more kilometers, Qingyu could no longer resist the fatigue and inadvertently leaned against his arm. Chen Xu felt her head resting against him and stiffened, afraid to move. At that moment, the tractor was traversing a particularly bumpy stretch of road, swaying significantly. Concerned that Qingyu might lose her balance and fall, he carefully observed her as she drifted into a deep sleep. After pondering for a moment, he slightly shifted his position, gently supporting her head with one hand while cautiously extracting his arm from beneath her. With a delicate yet somewhat stiff motion, he embraced her in his arms. In that moment, Qingyu found herself nestled within the strength of his embrace, a sensation of comfort enveloping her. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open slightly, catching a glimpse of Chen Xu, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features, yet the overwhelming drowsiness ultimately prevailed, and she succumbed to slumber in his arms. As Chen Xu washed her eyelids close once more, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, fearing she might mind. However, seeing her snuggle closer and adjust her position for comfort, he finally relaxed, allowing his embrace to feel a touch more natural. He lowered his gaze, captivated by her long, delicate eyelashes, her porcelain-like skin, and her exquisitely charming face, rendering him unable to look away. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Although I arrived in this realm with my wealth diminished and the circumstances dire, I have fortuitously gained a remarkably beautiful wife. At this moment, both elders gazed at Chen Xu with the same reverence one would reserve for an exquisite treasure, their lips curling into smiles that seemed to reach the heavens. Luigua, initially troubled by the thought of his beloved granddaughter being left uncared for after his and his wife's passing, found solace in Chen Xu's presence. This young man truly knows how to cherish others. With Qingyu marrying him, her future days will surely be devoid of hardship. Meanwhile, in the Chen household, Zhang Chong lay in bed, casting a pleading glance at Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong, desperate as he faced the impending disability of his leg. Grandfather, father, I truly do not wish to be disabled. Please, save me. Zhang's parents, who had accompanied him back, wore expressions of distress. Zhang's mother, in a moment of desperation, fell to her knees before Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong, exclaiming, "Dear in-laws, we have but this one son, and he has joined your family. Now that he has encountered misfortune while conducting business, you must do everything in your power to help him." As she wept, she resorted to emotional blackmail, well aware that neither of the two men could cure her son. However, she believed that Chen Qingshan's grandson could. After all, hadn't Zhang Chong mentioned that Chen Xu was earning a fortune in Rongqing? As a cousin, how could he not procure 500 yuan? Chen Guodong had recently spent all his earnings on Zhang Chong's treatment, and his pockets were now emptier than his own face. Seeing Zhang's mother kneel, he quickly reached out to assist her, stammering, "Dear mother-in-law, please, do not do this. I have already paid over 100 yuan for Zhang Chong's medical expenses. I truly have no money left, or else I would not neglect his treatment." Despite Zhang Chong being the son-in-law who had married into their family, it was inconceivable that they would not assist him if they had the means. Yet, Zhang's mother refused to relent, weeping profusely, "You have none. But your nephew Chen Xu certainly does. If not for Zhang Chong's desire to follow him to Rongqing to sell chickens and earn money, he would not have gone along." She wiped her nose with one hand, casting it aside, and continued, "This situation, in a way, stems from him. He is also Zhang Chong's cousin. We cannot repay that 200 yuan for the chickens. If he could contribute some funds for Zhang Chong's leg treatment and help us settle that debt, we would not pursue this matter further." Chapter 92. A warm encounter between in-laws. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingshan's face turned an alarming shade of green. Do you hear yourself? He exclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze heavy upon Zhang's mother. Have you even inquired whether your son informed the family before going to Rongqing to conduct business? Now that his leg is injured, you dare to place the blame upon Chen Xu? No matter whether Zhang Chang's leg is broken or he faces death, it has no connection to my grandson Chen Xu. Do not cast such baseless accusations upon him. Chen Qingshan was infuriated, his temper flaring as he had no desire to linger longer with the Zhang family. With a few sharp words, he exited the room. Chen Qingshan's sudden outburst startled Zhang's parents, leaving them momentarily stunned. Typically, this elder was known for his amiable demeanor. Who would have anticipated such a transformation when provoked? Regaining her composure, Zhang's mother dared not pursue Chen Qingshan any further. Instead, she clutched Chen Guodong's leg, once more crying out in anguish, "Dear father-in-law, you cannot abandon us like this. I, Zhang Chang, a well-behaved son, have come to live with your family, and you must ensure that he does not become disabled." Zhang's father, typically reserved, echoed his wife's tears, saying, "In-laws, let us not discuss the cost of the chickens for now. We must at least assist in healing Zhang Chang's leg." Upon hearing this, the woman ceased her weeping and shot her husband a glare. "You dare not mention the cost of the chickens? Can you afford it, you fool?" After chastising him, she resumed weeping while clinging to Zhang Guodong's leg. Zhang Guodong merely felt a throbbing headache and lamented how he had succumbed to the matchmaker's foolish words, bringing this troublesome family upon himself and finding no peace even after a year. At 11:30, a tractor slowly rolled into Tungto village. Arriving at the end of Tungto Street and coming to a halt, the young girl, Xiao Yuer, groggily disembarked with her elders. Qingyu had awakened half an hour earlier, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having slept so long in Chen Xu's embrace in front of her grandparents. Chen Xu, however, was unfazed. As soon as the elders exited the vehicle, he leaped out and extended his hand toward her, saying, "Come, let us get down." Qingyu's face flushed slightly as she obediently took his hand, carefully following him down. The family greeted the surrounding neighbors warmly before carrying their belongings home in a lively manner. Just as they crossed the bridge, Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong heard the neighbors calling and hurriedly rushed out to greet them. Upon meeting, the old in-laws exchanged warmth and affection. "Quickly, come inside and sit. Why have you brought so many things?" Chen Qingshan concealed his fatigue and enthusiastically welcomed Lu Aigua and his wife into their home. The couple knew that Chen Xu's grandfather was a war hero and held him in deep respect. Particularly Lu Aigua, seeing the old hero's warmth, smiled and replied, "Ah, these are merely for the New Year feast. This year, we find ourselves alone at home, so we hope not to disturb you too much." Chen Qingshan hastily waved his hand, saying, "Not at all. You mustn't say that. From now on, we are family, whether for the New Year or any other time. You are always welcome here." Upon hearing this, Lu Aigua and his wife beamed with joy, thinking, "What a fine family our son-in-law has." However, Chen Xu and Qingyu felt a tinge of sadness upon seeing how much older Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong seemed after just a few days apart. It was evident that they were troubled by Zhang Chang's situation. Once inside, as Chen Qingshan engaged Qingyu's family, Chen Guodong seized the opportunity to pull Chen Xu aside at the door, ruffling his hair, hesitating to speak. This was his first time broaching the subject of borrowing money from his nephew, and he felt quite embarrassed, especially after having given Chen Xu a hard time for his grandfather's preference for boys over girls. However, before Chen Guodong could articulate his long-prepared request, Chen Xu preempted him, saying, "Uncle, are you referring to Zhang Chang's treatment?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong raised his eyebrows and nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. It seemed his nephew understood him well. Chen Xu furrowed his brow and replied, "Then let us not discuss it further. I will not contribute to his treatment, nor will I offer financial assistance." Chen Guodong wished to express something further, but upon noticing that Chen Xu had already turned his back, the words he was about to utter transformed into a mere sigh. The reason behind Chen Xu's reluctance to lend money was undoubtedly linked to the ongoing discord with that insolent Zhang Chang, who had been at odds with Chen Xu since his arrival. At this juncture, even if a leg were broken, or worse, if a life were at stake, Chen Xu had no obligation to assist, nor could he be coerced into doing so. In the adjacent room, Zhang's parents, having remained hidden, were filled with indignation upon hearing Chen Xu's remarks. However, they were acutely aware of Chen Xu's formidable nature, which left Zhang's mother to stamp her feet in frustration within the confines of their home, lamenting about the lack of compassion from the Chen family, despite their wealth. In failing to aid her ailing son, Zhang's father, a man of honor, found himself incapable of engaging in such shameless behavior and instead stood by, supporting his wife. Meanwhile, in the inner room, Chen Xianan was tending to Zhang Chang's injuries. Upon hearing his mother's lamentations, Zhang Chang quickly grasped the reality that Chen Xu had no intention of facilitating his treatment. His anger surged as he contemplated his predicament, with a leg in disrepair. He felt utterly powerless against Chen Xu. In a fit of rage, he struck Chen Xianan across the face, exclaiming, "Damn it, are you trying to burn me alive?" Chen Xianan, taken aback by the sudden slap, momentarily lost her composure. Regaining her senses, she tightened her grip on the towel, covering her stinging face, and stood rigidly by the bed, glaring at him. Internally, she seethed, questioning how this beast had managed to survive in Rongqing without being dealt his due punishment, and why he dared to challenge her. Zhang Chang, confined to his bed and unable to move, glared back at her, vowing with malice that if Chen Xu did not arrange for his treatment within 3 hours, he would ensure that the Chen family would not enjoy their lives either. The threat came through gritted teeth, as he contemplated the dire consequences of his leg becoming utterly useless. If Chen Xu, despite his wealth, refused to assist him, then the upcoming year would be fraught with misery not only for him, but for the entire Chen family as well. He resolved to expose the entanglement between Chen Xianan, Yi Qingyu, and Chen Xu, especially considering the strong likelihood that they had crossed a line that fateful night. Chen Xu's nefarious deeds would not go unpunished, and if he were to face ruin, he would ensure that they faced it alongside him. Chen Xianan, holding the basin, stood in a daze, feeling a tightening sensation in her scalp, overwhelmed by a mix of anger and helplessness, which brought forth a wave of dizziness. After a prolonged moment, she took a deep breath, suppressing her disorientation as she exited the inner room with the basin in hand. Chapter 93. The wedding had yet to be held, yet she was already treated as if she were the fourth cousin. In stark contrast to the tumultuous atmosphere of the East Room, the mood in the West Room was one of harmony. The 8 Immortals table was laden with an assortment of seeds and snacks, while the television played the legend of Zhang Sanfeng, featuring the illustrious Leslie Chung. Several elderly individuals engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their snacks, blissfully ignoring the intermittent wails and complaints emanating from the East Room. They continued to eat and drink, undisturbed by the turmoil nearby. Chen Xu and Yi Qingyu, the young couple, took the initiative to busy themselves in the kitchen preparing a meal. Little Fish followed to tend to the fire, adding kindling and assisting where needed. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed as Chen Xu, wielding a knife, meticulously sliced the steaming cured meat into translucent, delicate pieces. Though the aroma was enticing, it was somewhat unpleasant for Yi Qingyu at this moment. After cutting a few slices, Chen Xu realized she might be forcing herself to endure the smell and quickly said, "Qingyu, why don't you peel some potatoes? I will stir-fry some spicy and sour potato shreds for you later." Yi Qingyu, holding her breath while peeling garlic, nodded in agreement upon hearing Chen Xu's suggestion. Grabbing an enamel basin and a peeler, she hastily exited the kitchen, eager to escape the meat-laden atmosphere. Chen Xu watched her flee and called out, "Be careful, the floor near the water tank is slippery." "I know," came her reply from outside. Inside the room, several older couples listened to the young couple's exchange, their lips curling into involuntary smiles despite the television blaring in the background. Once Yi Qingyu left, Chen Xu felt a twinge of uncertainty in her absence, but could not afford to delay dinner preparations. He focused on finishing the meat on the table. Meanwhile, Chen Xianman was at the water tank in the East Room, washing vegetables while contemplating the task assigned by Zhang Chang. She was well aware that even if she were to kneel before Chen Xu, he would not lend her any money. However, if she were unable to secure the funds and Zhang Chang revealed the situation, the Chen family might find themselves in dire straits this year. Moreover, she was reluctant to tarnish Yi Qingyu's reputation, especially since the girl had lent her books. Just as Chen Xianman was at her wit's end, she suddenly noticed a figure by the West Room's entrance. Looking towards the person peeling potatoes beside the water tank, an idea sparked in her mind. If she couldn't obtain money from Chen Xu, she could ask Yi Qingyu for a loan, given Yi Qingyu's favorable family circumstances. While 500 yuan was indeed a substantial sum, with a little persuasion, perhaps she could soften her heart and discuss it with her family. Moreover, since Chen Xu cared for her so deeply, if she presented a reason and acted a bit coy, he would surely oblige. Hope rekindled within Chen Xianman. Yet she hesitated to approach the west room, and instead called out softly to Qingyu. Hearing Chen Xianman's voice, Qingyu turned to see her waving. And though she intended to walk over, she quickly remembered Chen Xu's admonition and waved her hand, returning to peeling potatoes. If her fourth cousin was seeking her out, it must pertain to Zhang Chang's matter. Chen Xu had advised her not to get involved, so she refrained from doing so. Seeing Qingyu ignore her, Chen Xianman felt embarrassed, yet summoned the courage to continue calling her name. When Qingyu turned to look at her, she found Chen Xianman's face filled with pleading, especially in her anxious demeanor, which even a heart of stone would find hard to resist. After some contemplation, she ultimately set aside the potatoes and peeler, washed her hands, and walked toward the east room. Even if she chose not to assist, it was only polite to clarify matters with Chen Xianman instead of ignoring her. At this moment, Chen Xianman was filled with excitement at the sight of Qingyu approaching her. As she approached, the moment she reached her side, Chen Xianman hurriedly pulled Qingyu away to the back of the pigpen in the eastern house. Upon arriving at the pigpen, seeing that Chen Xu had not yet arrived, Chen Xianman urgently turned to Qingyu and implored, "Qingyu, please help me. If Zhang Chang's leg is truly broken, our family will lose a laborer, and I won't know how to carry on for the rest of my life." Qingyu, now closer, noticed the slight swelling and redness on Chen Xianman's face, partially obscured by her sideswept bangs. Furrowing her delicate brows, she asked, "What happened to your face?" A flicker of panic crossed Chen Xianman's features as she quickly covered her face, exclaiming, "Oh, this is just an accident." Before Qingyu could respond, she anxiously resumed her plea for a loan. "I beg you, Qingyu, we can't delay Zhang Chang any longer." As she spoke, she suddenly knelt before Qingyu, tears brimming in her eyes. "Please, go ask Chen Xu or your grandparents for 500 yuan. They care for you deeply. They will surely help." Chen Xianman almost cried out in desperation. If she did not secure the money within the next 2 hours, the Chen family would be doomed. Qingyu was not a hard-hearted person. Observing Chen Xianman's earnest plea began to sway her resolve. She quickly reached out to help Chen Xianman up, saying, "You, get up. I will ask Chen Xu." She had no money on her, and her grandparents would not carry such a large sum in cash. If she were to borrow, it would have to be from Chen Xu. It wasn't that she wanted to treat Zhang Chang. Rather, she felt deep sympathy for Chen Xianman, his cousin, and sensed that refusing her could lead to emotional distress. Yet, Qingyu was puzzled. Zhang Chang and Chen Xianman did not seem to share a strong bond. Why was she so agitated over his leg? Upon hearing Qingyu relent, Chen Xianman finally breathed a sigh of relief, oblivious to the approach of another figure. She quickly wiped her tears away and gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, Qingyu, truly." As Qingyu prepared to help Chen Xianman to her feet, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Taken aback, she snapped back to reality and continued to assist Chen Xianman, saying, "Cousin, please stand up." "All right," Chen Xianman replied, rising alongside Qingyu. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure behind them, causing her heart to race. Mechanically, she turned her head and instantly saw Chen Xu, his expression dark and fixed on her and Qingyu. Just as Chen Xu was about to call Qingyu over, he noticed Chen Xianman turn toward him, revealing her swollen face, which sparked a moment of surprise in his eyes. His gaze lingered on her face briefly before shifting to Qingyu. He gently said, "Come here." Qingyu had not intended for Chen Xu to discover her intention to assist Chen Xianman, and now feeling inexplicably guilty, she obediently walked over. Standing before the somber-faced man, she glanced at the subdued Chen Xianman, who dared not speak, before raising her eyes to meet his. "I am unaware of the conflict between you and fourth cousin, but I cannot bear to see her in this state. Please lend me 500. I will repay you after the new year." She intends to marry Chen Xu, whose cousin is also her cousin. Particularly, Chen Xianman has always treated her well, and she harbors no animosity towards him. She is willing to assist whenever possible. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, both Chen Xu and Chen Xianman were taken aback, especially Chen Xu. They had yet to marry. Yet this girl truly regarded him as her fourth cousin. Chapter 94. The women of the Chen family are not to be undermined at this moment. Chen Xianman's eyes began to redden once more, filled with regret for her previous foolish actions. Qingyu is such a wonderful girl. Yet out of selfishness and jealousy, she nearly caused her harm. She even began to grapple with whether to accept Qingyu's assistance. If, in the future, she were to discover that she had schemed against her, only to have the very person she plotted against heal her leg, how unbearable that would be. The more Chen Qiannan pondered, the more apprehensive she became, prompting her to lift her head. However, before she could speak, Chen Xu addressed Qingyu, instructing her to enter the house, first while he spoke with his cousin. Chen Qiannan was momentarily stunned. Throughout their lives, Chen Xu had always called her by her name. Seeing Chen Xu's demeanor and tone soften, Qingyu felt a wave of joy and looked up at him, asking, "Are you going to help your cousin as well?" Chen Xu gazed at the person before him, feigning seriousness. "If you dawdle any longer, I might just change my mind. Off you go." Qingyu, not daring to delay further, called out and quickly maneuvered around Chen Xu, hurrying away. As she hurriedly walked, Chen Xu watched her with a mix of anxiety and concern, softly urging, "Slow down, slow down." Chen Qiannan felt inexplicably superfluous at that moment. Upon reaching the entrance of the western room, Chen Xu finally called Chen Qiannan aside. Observing her swollen face, he exhaled deeply and coldly remarked, "Is it worth it to demean yourself for that kind of beast?" After all, she was his fourth cousin. Blood is thicker than water. Looking at this haggard and disheveled woman, Chen Xu's tone softened somewhat. This was, in fact, the gentlest he had spoken to Chen Qiannan in months, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing her silence, Chen Xu pressed on, "Did that beast strike you?" After a moment of hesitation, Chen Qiannan, feeling the intensity of his gaze as if he could see through her, lowered her head and quietly admitted, "Yes, but it's quite normal for men to hit women." However, Chen Xu did not believe her rationale for a moment. He asked, "Are you truly someone who can tolerate domestic violence?" According to the original owner's memories, Chen Qiannan was quite stubborn. In her youth, she was not as strong as the original owner and often clashed with her, only to relent as she grew older. Only the men of the Chen family could temper her. What sort of man was Zhang Chong that he could subdue her? Chen Qiannan was taken aback by Chen Xu's question, glancing at him in surprise before quickly lowering her gaze again. Just as she was about to concoct a new excuse, Chen Xu's serious inquiry broke through again. "Were you threatened by him?" Chen Xu's eyes bore into hers, unwavering. Just a few days after her marriage to Zhang Chong, she had not been like this. She had shown great ferocity, and Zhang Chong had to heed her moods. Now, feeling threatened and unable to speak up, she even finds herself assisting him in seeking medical treatment for his leg. Is this not a manifestation of coercion? Were it not for intimidation, given Chen Qianwan's assertive nature, she would likely have broken his other leg as well. Only that brute, Zhang Chong, could stoop so low as to threaten a woman. Chen Qianwan was utterly unprepared for Chen Xu's sudden inquiry, her heart sinking as she lifted her gaze to meet his piercing eyes. Her pulse quickened, and she felt an intense urge to divulge all the details of Zhang Chong's threats against her. Observing her reaction, Chen Xu immediately deduced the situation and continued, "Your eagerness to assist him with his leg undoubtedly stems from his threats. Regardless, I cannot treat his injury. You would be better off being forthright with me. There may yet be a way out." Initially hesitant, Chen Qianwan pondered that, since her fate seemed sealed, it would be better to confide in Chen Xu and face the consequences head-on. "Well, I will speak, but if you intend to hit me, please wait until I have finished." Her expression was somewhat unnatural, as she knew she had engineered a scheme against Chen Xu, and given his character, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Chen Xu, realizing what she was about to reveal, chose not to confront her directly, but nodded in understanding. Once he acknowledged her, Chen Qianwan steeled herself for the repercussions, recounting how Zhang Chong had incited her to frame Chen O by humiliating Qingyu and subsequently used this incident to threaten her and subject her to domestic violence. That's all there is to it. After speaking, she could hardly bear to meet Chen Xu's gaze, bracing herself for a beating. Chen Xu now understood that this cousin of his not only wrongfully accused him of insulting Qingyu, but also had a hand in her own entrapment, stirring a fury within him. However, after enduring numerous beatings from Zhang Chong, she felt little fear of another today. Surprisingly, instead of a blow, she was met with a quiet inquiry. "So, only you and Zhang Chong are aware of this matter?" Chen Xu sighed silently before asking. Chen Qianwan was taken aback by his apparent lack of surprise and nodded vacantly. "Yes, just the two of us know." It dawned on her that Chen Xu must have already known about her and Zhang Chong's scheme to disgrace him by involving Qingyu. Crossing his arms, Chen Xu looked at his naive cousin and couldn't help but express his disbelief. "Sister, you are far too gullible." Huh. The sudden address left Chen Qianwan flustered. and she struggled to comprehend his intent. Chen Xu, maintaining his patience, continued, "On the second day after your wedding, the villagers came to inspect my room. And Yi Qingyu was not there. Zhang Chong claimed he and you had plotted against us. What proof does he have? If he was inebriated or perhaps suffered a blow to the head in Rongqing and is now speaking nonsense, what is there to fear? This matter cannot be acknowledged by either him or Yi Qingyu, as it concerns her reputation. That leaves only Zhang Chong and Qin Qianwan. If she refuses to admit it and Zhang Chong has no evidence, he could scream to the heavens, yet no one would heed him. And he could be accused of defamation and imprisoned." Chen Qiannan was momentarily stunned by Chen Xu's words, only to gradually come to her senses. Indeed, why should she fear him? Her own denial, coupled with Chen Xu's assertions and the villagers' testimonies, rendered Zhang Chong's raucous claims utterly unconvincing. Had her months of suffering been in vain? As the realization dawned upon her, emboldened by Chen Xu's support, memories of the hardships and injustices she had endured surged forth, igniting her fury at Zhang Chong's odious demeanor. Her gaze swept the surroundings, landing upon a sturdy wooden stick in the corner, and with a determined clench of her teeth, she strode over and seized it. Instantly, her former ferocity was rekindled. Casting a glance at Chen Xu, she brandished the stick and made her way towards the east room, her teeth grinding ominously. Today, she vowed to bring retribution upon that loathsome creature, or she would no longer be known as Chen Qiannan. Chen Xu observed her with the stick, departing with palpable intensity, arms crossed and a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was settled. The women of the Chen family were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Chen Guodong had long since ventured into town to borrow money. In the east room, only Zhang Chong's family remained. Zhang's mother, after crying out for a prolonged period with no response from the west room, finally succumbed to exhaustion and reclined on the two long benches in the east room. With no money for Zhang Chong's leg treatment and facing relentless debt collectors, she deemed it more advantageous to linger at Chen Guodong's home, hoping to beg for sustenance and persuade the Chen family to assist in her son's recovery. This turn of events had certainly taken the Zhang family by surprise. Initially, when Zhang Chong's wife could no longer bear the domestic abuse and perished by the river, the townsfolk remained silent, yet fully aware, shunning any thoughts of marriage. Thus, she had sought a matchmaker to traverse the rugged paths to Tengtou village, with the ulterior motive of waiting for Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong to grow too old to manage their affairs, thereby seizing the Chen family's assets and land to bring her husband back to town. Who could have anticipated that the Chen family's seemingly foolish member would prove to be astute in business? What perplexed her further was how Chen Xu, thriving in Rongqing, had encountered no such misfortune, while her own Zhang Chong had suffered a grievous injury. The more she pondered, the deeper her frustration grew, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Chen Xu's shoulders. If only he had remained oblivious, Zhang Chong would never have aspired to emulate his business acumen. And now they found themselves buried in debt, with his leg shattered. If Zhang Chong's leg is not healed, our family shall be forever dependent on the Chens. Zhang's mother seethed. Zhang's father, seated nearby, silently regarded his wife on the bench, offering no words of comfort. At that moment, a figure entered the room, prompting both to instinctively glance up, only to be met with the disappointing sight of Chen Qiannan. Zhang's mother shot a disapproving glare at her seemingly ineffectual daughter-in-law before turning away to continue her rest. Zhang's father also hung his head, too intimidated to respond. When not in the presence of the Chen family, Zhang Chong never offered Chen Qian any kindness. Chen Qian, in turn, bore it all in silence, never retaliating, embodying utter submission. At that moment, even upon seeing Chen Qian enter with a wooden stick, they paid her no mind. Chen Qian, preoccupied, swiftly made her way into the inner room, shutting the door behind her and securing it. Zhang Chong lay in bed, the relentless agony in his right leg rendering him sleepless. Upon hearing someone enter, a surge of excitement ignited within him, kindling hope. Perhaps Qin Qian had persuaded Chen Xu to allow him treatment and was here to take him to the hospital. However, when he discerned that the only person by his bedside was Qin Qian, his excitement swiftly dissipated. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Did you speak to Chen Xu?" Qin Qian, gripping the wooden stick, approached the bedside and replied indifferently, "I did." Zhang Chong's heart leapt at her words, and he quickly braced himself to rise. Did he agree? He asked, only then noticing the weapon she held. Confusion washed over him as an ominous feeling stirred within. He questioned her, What are you going to do?" A cold smile crept across Chen Qian's lips. What am I going to do? I am going to end you, you beast. As she spoke, she lifted the stick high and brought it crashing down onto Zhang Chong's right leg with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as Zhang Chong jolted in shock, excruciating pain surging through his leg, his eyes widening in terror as he screamed, "Ah, Chen Xian, are you out of your mind?" Before he could finish, another blow struck his waist with brutal intensity. Gazing at the woman whose eyes had turned almost bloodshot, he was seized by panic, struggling to move away. Yet, with one leg rendered useless and his body battered, escape was impossible. He could only watch helplessly as the frenzied Chen Xian rained blows down upon him. His waist, chest, and arms. The sound of the stick cracking against his flesh filled the air, and he cried out in agony, baring his teeth in pain. He lost count of how many times he was struck, enduring the torment while curled up in bed, his hands shielding his head, his mouth tasting of blood. Desperately, he pleaded, "Stop. Please stop. If you keep this up, I will expose all the sordid things you and I did together." Chen Xian retaliated with a vicious blow to his arm, sneering, "I have no idea what you are talking about. I haven't done anything with you. Chen Xu warned me, if you dare to accuse me, I will sue you for defamation and have you locked away for years." With that, she spat into her palm, rubbed the stick, lifted it high, and with relentless fury, unleashed all the pent-up anger and grievances upon this beast. She was determined to annihilate him. Zhang Chong was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what had transpired. All he knew was that Chen Xu must have learned about his affair with Chen Xian, and now these two cousins were united against him. This emboldened Chen Xian to act so brazenly, unafraid of his threats, even daring to threaten him with defamation. Zhang Chong dared not say another word. He could only swallow his broken teeth, screaming for mercy with all his might. Zhang's parents had long realized the situation and began to pound fiercely on the wooden door of the inner room. "Chen Xiannan, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and open the door." In the courtyard, Qingyu, witnessing Chen Xiannan entering the house with a stick, was about to inquire about the situation from Chen Xu when a series of anguished cries erupted. "What is happening?" she asked in confusion, glancing toward the eastern room. Chen Xu, arms crossed and wearing a calm expression, responded with a smile, "It's nothing. Your fourth cousin is just dealing with some family matters." "What?" Qingyu was still processing this when Qin Qingshan and others heard the commotion. Their interest in watching television dissipated, and they immediately rushed toward the eastern room. "What on earth is going on?" Qin Qingshan exclaimed as he burst into the room, his voice stern. Chen Xu, concerned that the situation might spiral out of control, instructed Qingyu to stay by the door and followed the others inside. At this moment, Zhang's parents were already banging and kicking at the door, and as soon as the group entered, the wooden door was sent crashing to the ground by a kick from Zhang's mother. The entire family surged into the inner room. Zhang's mother, panting heavily, rushed to the bedside and immediately spotted Chen Xiannan, who was disheveled and wielding a wooden stick, striking Zhang Chong. With a thunderous voice, she shouted, "Chen Xiannan, what are you doing?" As she shouted, she lunged toward Chen Xiannan. Zhang's father, seeing his son being struck, was consumed by fury and joined his wife in attacking. However, before they could reach Chen Xiannan, they were seized by the collar from behind, rendering them unable to advance even a step. Chen Xu held on to Zhang's parents, observing Chen Xiannan, who continued her assault on Zhang Chong, and said, "That's enough, stop now." Upon hearing Chen Xu's command, Chen Xiannan landed one final blow on Zhang Chong before stepping back, spitting contemptuously at him. "Humph." Chen Qingshan glanced at Zhang Chong, curled up and sobbing on the bed, and then at his disheveled granddaughter, momentarily stunned before admonishing Chen Xiannan, "What on earth are you doing?" Lu Aigua and his wife were equally taken aback by the scene. With Chen Xu restraining her, Zhang's mother was unable to reach Chen Xiannan. As soon as Chen Qingshan's words fell, she collapsed onto the floor, crying out in despair, "This is outrageous. My son has a broken leg, and your Chen family refuses to treat him, even bullying his wife. If we weren't here today, my Zhang Chong would have been beaten to death." Especially with Lu Aigua and his wife as witnesses, Zhang's mother cried even more intensely. Today, Chen Xiannan struck her son, and she vowed to bring charges against her and demand compensation from the Chen family for medical expenses to ensure her son's complete recovery. Zhang's father was also furious, stamping his feet and pointing at the onlookers. Your Chen family is too overbearing." Finally catching her breath after the prolonged assault, Chen Xiannan revealed her swollen face, lifting her bangs. This is the result of Zhang Chang's actions today, forcing me to seek money from Chen Xu for his leg treatment. She exhaled dramatically, rolling up her sleeves. These are the marks left by Zhang Chang's usual grip. He strikes me quietly to avoid drawing attention, targeting the places unseen by others. Aside from my hands, there is not a single part of me that isn't scathed. The room was dimly lit, and the sight of extensive bruising on those hands was shocking to behold. An uproar ensued among the onlookers, even freezing the expressions of Zhang's parents. Their hearts heavy with guilt. Su Qinglian hastily pulled Chen Qian'an aside, shielding her from prying eyes, and lifted the back of her shirt. Upon seeing the vast expanse of bruises, she gasped in horror and said with deep concern, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You've been beaten so badly." At that moment, Chen Qingshan fully grasped the situation, looking at his granddaughter's injuries, the veins on her forehead bulging, and her complexion terrifyingly pale. Filled with sorrow, he chastised her. "He is merely my son-in-law. Our Chun family is not without resources. Why shield him?" Chen Qian'an glanced at Chen Xu, her expression uneasy, and softly replied, "I endured his bullying for the sake of family harmony. But today, he has gone too far, even forcing me to seek money from Chen Xu for his leg treatment. And he struck me. I can't tolerate this any longer. I not only want to retaliate, but I also wish to divorce Zhang Chang." Upon hearing the word divorce, Zhang's mother immediately lost her composure, her earlier bravado evaporating. She urgently exclaimed, "In-laws, you cannot do this. Even if my son struck Chen Qian'an," she retaliated. "Didn't she? If a divorce is to happen, we must first pay for his leg treatment." Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Chen Qingshan's furious rebuke. "You strike my granddaughter, and then expect my grandson to pay for his medical expenses? In your dreams. It would be merciful of me not to beat this scoundrel again." Chen Qingshan's anger resonated through the room, causing even Lu Aigua and his wife, along with Chen Xu, to flinch. Zhang's parents dared not breathe a word. After a moment of trembling silence, Zhang's mother stammered, "Why you are bullying?" Chen Qingshan, with an unmistakable menace in his voice, commanded, "Immediately, take your son and leave. Do not make me lose my temper." Zhang's parents, feeling the weight of his glare, realized that Chen Qingshan was far more formidable than Chen Xu. They knew that if they lingered, they might face dire consequences. Without hesitation, they hurriedly assisted Zhang Chang to his feet, trembling as they made their exit. Zhang Chang, in excruciating pain, winced and groaned as they dragged him out of the Chen family courtyard. At that moment, Chen Guodong returned from the street, his brow furrowed. Having borrowed a mere 50 yuan from Chen Chunlong and a few distant relatives, he realized it was a paltry sum for treating Zhang Chang's leg. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, as he begrudgingly acknowledged his obligation to help the son-in-law he detested. As he approached the courtyard entrance, he unexpectedly encountered the family hastily escorting Zhang Chang out. Stunned, he stepped forward. "In-laws, what is happening?" Zhang's parents, fearing that Chen Guodong would discover the truth about Zhang Chang's assault on Chen Qian'an, hurriedly fled without a word, dragging Zhang Chang away in a panic. Chen Guodong, witnessing the family hastily retreat, wore an expression of bewilderment and chose not to pursue them. Instead, he hurried into the courtyard to inquire about the situation. Within a few minutes, he gathered the entire narrative from several individuals and promptly made his way to the kitchen in the West Room, seizing a kitchen knife. Had it not been for Chen Xu's intervention, he would have rushed out to confront someone with the weapon. Fortunately, the storm had subsided. Noting that time was of the essence, Chen Xu greeted everyone and proceeded to the kitchen to orchestrate lunch. Lu Aigua and his wife, along with Yi Qingshan's family, sat down together and revealed the details regarding Zhang Chang. It turned out that Zhang Chang's wife did not die accidentally. She had succumbed to domestic violence and leapt into the river. Chen Guodong was so enraged that his face turned crimson, and he was overtaken by an impulse to attack the matchmaker, who had falsely represented the situation, claiming that the family was merely facing hardship and that the wife's demise was an accident, omitting any mention of the man's abusive nature. Chen Qingshan cast a meaningful glance at his son, but refrained from speaking. He had always suspected that this family was unreliable. Chen Guodong, still harboring resentment towards him, was also concerned about not finding a better son-in-law, which had prompted him to bring the family back. Moreover, Chen Qian, who had never been an easy child, seemed to have succumbed to Zhang Chang's domineering ways, undoubtedly engaging in some unsavory activities. Surely he could perceive this? Yet, the events had transpired, and both father and daughter had learned their lesson. with the in-laws and future granddaughter-in-law present. It was best to avoid discussing these family scandals to prevent jeopardizing the marriage of the eldest grandson. Soon, Chen Xu set a table at the entrance of the main hall, while Qingyu and the well-prepared Chen Qian brought the dishes to the table, with Xiaoyu following to fetch bowls and chopsticks. It was a rare occasion for both families to gather around one table for lunch, and the atmosphere in the Qin courtyard was notably harmonious without Zhang Chang's presence. Taking advantage of the meal, Chen Xu discussed purchasing a wedding house in Rongqing with the elders, suggesting that they might consider residing there long-term. However, the older generation seemed less inclined toward urban living and its pace, expressing reluctance about relocating. Chen Xu did not press the issue, resolving instead to visit Qingyu's family in Kyoto after the new year, and once the wedding preparations were complete, he would seek to renovate the old house, constructing a new dwelling for the elderly patriarch, ensuring his comfort even in the village. In the following days, every household was wholly engrossed in preparing for the New Year festivities. Chen Qingshan, being decisive, had expelled Zhang Chang's family on the 27th day of the lunar month. And on the 28th, he personally accompanied Chen Qian to the town to finalize her divorce from Zhang Chang, completely liberating them from his family. Time flew by, and before long, it was New Year's Eve. Lu Aigua and his wife, accustomed to preparing the New Year's Eve dinner for their small family of 3, found joy in the bustling atmosphere this year, rising early to begin their culinary preparations. Chen Xu also lent a hand in the kitchen, while Qingyu, not wishing to interfere with the elaborate dishes, busied herself with fetching firewood throughout the day. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu delightedly played with the neighboring children, igniting firecrackers with unrestrained joy. Chapter 97. Unparalleled safety and warmth. It was just past 5 in the afternoon, at the entrance of the main hall. A brand new Eight Immortals table was laden with a feast of traditional delicacies: stir-fried, dried bamboo shoots with cured meat, sautéed sausages, fragrant tea duck, fish, and spicy bean paste, sweet braised pork, glutinous rice balls, and the opulent wealth-grabbing chicken feet. I hurried out to set off a couple of firecrackers, for soon we would indulge in our New Year's Eve dinner. Chen Guodong held a bamboo pole adorned with 2 strings of bright red firecrackers, greeting everyone before stepping outside. Oh dear, those firecrackers are loud. Fishy, cover your ears. Su Qinglian, standing behind the little one, called out with a cheerful smile, quickly placing her hands over the child's ears. Noticing Su Qinglian's gesture, Chen Xu shifted his gaze to Qingyu, who was also unaccustomed to the thunderous sound of firecrackers and was about to cover her ears. Suddenly, the firecrackers outside exploded with a crackling roar. Before she could shield herself, a pair of large hands enveloped her ears, shielding her from the cacophony. The warm palms radiated a comforting heat, bestowing upon her a sense of unparalleled safety and warmth. She discreetly lowered her hands, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and inexplicably tilted her head to look at him. The two were already quite close, and as Qingyu looked up, she naturally leaned into Chen Xu's embrace. Sensing her movement, he turned his gaze to her face and noticed the beautiful curve of her smile, her peach blossom eyes glistening with affection, stirring a flutter in his heart. Chen Xu, captivated by Qingyu's smile, couldn't help but mirror her expression with a tender grin, bright and enchanting, reaching deep into his heart. Qingyu found herself stealing glances at him, yearning to lean into his warmth yet hesitant to do so. Chen Xu felt an urge to draw nearer, yet he feared it might disturb her, thus maintaining a respectful distance. Eventually, the sound of firecrackers subsided. Chen Guodong emerged from the smoky yard, announcing that dinner was ready. The two, still shy and reluctant to close the distance, sat down at the table, both feeling a tinge of frustration at their restraint. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and inviting, with smiles gracing every face. Little Fishy gazed at the abundance of dishes, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Su Qinglian, utterly indulgent towards her great-granddaughter, hurriedly filled her bowl with whatever the child desired. Had it not been for Chen Xu's intervention, she would have nearly fed the little one herself. Come now, Fishy, the crispy meat is delicious, Su Qinglian said with a beaming smile, adding another piece of meat to the child's bowl. Little Fishy grinned, revealing her tiny white teeth. All right, great-grandma, you eat too. Chen Xu then placed a piece of pickled radish into Qingyu's bowl and turned to Su Qinglian. Grandma, while you're busy with Fishy, you should eat as well. Her bowl is nearly overflowing. We don't want to spoil her. At this, everyone at the table turned their amused gazes toward Qingyu's equally heaped bowl, caught between laughter and exasperation. Especially Su Qinglian could not help but exclaim, "You little rascal, while you admonish me not to indulge Xiao Yu too much, have you not also spoiled your own wife to no end?" Xiao Yu, busy gnawing on a chicken paw, heard her great-grandmother's words and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Responding in a sweet, childish voice, "Great-grandma, Daddy loves Mommy, so he treats her well. Don't be jealous, okay?" The entire table nearly erupted in laughter. Having watched too much television recently, this little one seemed to be acquiring a plethora of new and delightful phrases. Su Qinglian looked at the earnest little fellow and quickly nodded with a smile. All right, great-grandma is not jealous." This New Year's Eve dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. After the meal, the family swiftly tidied up and cheerfully gathered in the West Room to watch this year's gala. Compared to later years, the performances of this era lacked the youthful idols and extravagant stage effects. Yet, despite the program consisting mainly of opera, Shanghai opera, and folk songs, the festive spirit was palpable, joyous, and lively. The entire room was engrossed in the show. As night fell, the family took turns boiling water and bathing. Xiao Yu donned a vibrant new outfit, a red top, blue pants, and a pair of cotton shoes. Her hair styled into 2 playful buns adorned with red silk ribbons tied into bows, looking both lively and festive. The entire household took turns showering her with compliments, causing her little tail to practically soar to the heavens. After bathing, the family gathered around the hearth, keeping vigil for the new year, chatting and munching on sunflower seeds. They also discussed the marriage between Chen Xu and Qingyu. After a deliberation among several elders and Qingyu, Chen Xu decided to take her to Kyoto on the 3rd day of the new year to pay respects to his future father-in-law and discuss their wedding. Qingyu was quite anxious as well. She was already over 3 months pregnant. Fortunately, winter clothing was thick enough to conceal it for now. However, as her belly grew, it would soon become impossible to hide. She needed to marry Chen Xu before her pregnancy became apparent. On New Year's Day, Chen Xu was awakened early by the resounding crackle of firecrackers echoing throughout the village. When he finally rose, he discovered that the entire family had already awakened and donned their new attire. Chen Xu hurriedly went around greeting his elders and exchanging red envelopes. Making his way to the door where he spotted Qingyu and Xiao Yu waiting. "Daddy, Happy New Year!" Xiao Yu exclaimed, rushing towards him with her grape-like, sparkling eyes. Chen Xu was well aware of the little one's intentions. He gently ruffled her hair and wished her Happy New Year. With that, he pulled out the red envelope he had prepared the day before and handed it to Xiao Yu. "Wow, thank you, Daddy." The little one cheered with joy upon receiving the envelope and quickly turned to Qingyu, saying, "Mommy, here. Save it for me." She was determined to save her New Year's money, just like the neighboring siblings had done. Qingyu smiled gently, exceedingly charming, as she accepted the envelope from the little one's hands. "All right, Mommy will keep it safe for you." "Great. Now I'm off to wish Annie a Happy New Year." After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he immediately trotted off with his little legs to the East Room to collect red envelopes for his uncle and aunt, or rather, to extend New Year's greetings. Once Xiao Yu departed, Qingyu took out several other red envelopes from her pocket, walked over to Chen Xu, and handed them to him, saying, "These are from you." Then, she separately pulled out one, leaned in closer, and with a gentle smile said, "Happy New Year, this one is for you." Chen Xu, slightly taken aback, extended his hand to accept the red envelope from her, responding, "Ah, Happy New Year. As for US, you need not give it to me. It is meant for your safekeeping, and I wouldn't dare take it." After speaking, Chen Xu retrieved a hefty red envelope containing 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it into Qingyu's hands, also smiling and extending his New Year's wishes. Qingyu, holding the weighty envelope, appeared somewhat surprised and felt a touch of embarrassment. She had only prepared 50, while Chen Xu's was at least 500. Wasn't he that too much? She stammered, "This is too generous." Chen Xu merely chuckled and casually remarked, "It's not excessive. Once I earn more in the future, I'll prepare you one worth over 10,000 next year." Upon uttering these words, Chen Xu realized that his tone resembled that of a husband speaking to his wife, and he felt a bit awkward. Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she tucked the money into her pocket and nodded gently. Strangely enough, after spending these few days together, they had grown more familiar, yet their interactions felt less natural than before. After Qingyu responded, Chen Xu ruffled his hair and glanced towards the East Room. Then, "Shall we go to Uncle S' house to pay our respects?" "Ah, sure," she replied. With that, the two of them headed towards the East Room together. Not long after, At the entrance of the Chen family courtyard, a woman, unfamiliar to them, suddenly peeked in. Uncle Aigua, Aunt Qinglian, are you in? Lu Aigua and Chen Xingshan, busy in the kitchen, heard the call and promptly emerged. They quickly recognized the visitor. Kaiyan, Happy New Year. Though surprised, Su Qinglei greeted her warmly. Lu Aigua followed suit. Happy New Year. The woman responded cheerily, then pulled a letter from her pocket, smiling as she said, This is a letter from Kyoto for you and Qingyu. It arrived last night, but you weren't home, and since I was heading to the neighboring village to pay my respects today, I brought it along. Dear friends, I apologize for the late update today. The author expressed gratitude for the gifts received. One of you seems to have sent a generous health gift. Thank you. I'll look for the name at the dinner table. Chapter 98. Through coaxing and deceiving, Chen Xu was persuaded to marry first. Qingyu, your parents have sent you a letter. After sending off Li Kaiyun, Su Qinglei rushed back to the courtyard with the letter in hand. The content of the letter was undoubtedly about Chen Xu and Qingyu's marriage, especially concerning the attitudes of Yi Yuanshan and the old master Yi, which left Lu Aigua and his wife feeling quite apprehensive. After all, the old master Yi had not met Chen Xu and, knowing his family background, might be reluctant to approve. At this moment, Yi Qingyu had just finished paying her New Year's respects with Chen Xu in the East Room. Upon hearing Su Qinglian's call, Yi Qingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly stepped outside, briskly approaching the two elders. Chen Xu, cradling the small fish in his arms, followed suit, consciously refraining from intruding, and patiently awaited her. Yi Qingyu accepted the letter from Su Qinglian, tore open the envelope, and unfolded the pale yellow paper, revealing elegantly flowing script. Qingyu, upon receiving this letter, know that I have returned to the capital. The New Year festivities should be over now. Please extend my New Year greetings to your grandparents and Xiao Su. Regarding your marriage with Xiao Su, I have discussed it in detail with your father. He is, in fact, quite reluctant, and it took considerable persuasion on my part for him to reluctantly acquiesce. However, this marriage is indeed rather sudden. Your father will be preoccupied with his promotion to political commissar over the next few months and will be unable to attend. But as your parents, we cannot be absent from your wedding banquet. It is evident that you and Xiao Su share genuine affection, and it would be unwise to delay your union. You may obtain your marriage certificate first, and once your father's situation stabilizes, we can arrange a proper banquet later. Concurrently, I have entrusted a reliable individual to deliver the household registration book, which should arrive the day after you receive this letter. By then, the local office should be operational, so please expedite your marriage registration and send back the household registration book, as it is often needed at home. The journey to the capital is long, and with your school about to commence, your studies must not be delayed. Your father, grandfather, and I have discussed this, and you need not come to pay New Year's respects. Once matters in the capital are settled, we will promptly come to prepare for your marriage with Xiao Su, ensuring it is a grand affair, allowing you to marry in splendor. Lastly, I wish you and Xiao Su a joyful marriage. With love, Mom, Lu Meiyun. After reading the letter, Yi Qingyu displayed no emotion. She handed the letter to the elderly couple beside her, softly stating, Once the household registration book arrives, I will marry Chen Xu. Su Qinglian took the letter, bringing it closer to her eyes, and, along with Lu Aigua, scrutinized it thoroughly. Upon finishing, their expressions turned grave. Su Qinglian shook the letter in her hand and remarked, Is this truly your father's intention? She found it hard to believe. Even if Yi Yuanshan did not value her as a daughter, he would never permit such a hasty marriage for Qingyu. Lu Aigua furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Yi Qingyu turned to see Chen Xu and the small fish, waving to the little one while saying, Let us consider it his decision. As long as grandfather and grandmother approve of my marriage to Chen Xu, that suffices. As for her grandfather, she understood that presenting the matter to him would certainly not be welcomed, as he would prefer to arrange a match with the grandson of Marshal Gao, aiming for a more advantageous union. At this moment, Chen Xu, anxious about the contents of the letter, approached after the others had finished reading and inquired, What did Uncle say? Yi Qingyu stepped closer, gently pinching the small fish's cheek with her delicate hand, and replied, He agreed to our marriage. The household registration book should arrive tomorrow, and we will obtain the certificate the day after. So soon? Shouldn't we first visit the capital to consult Uncle? Set a wedding date, and then proceed with the certificate and banquet? Chen Xu's expression turned serious. Since he has chosen to marry, he holds a resolute and earnest attitude towards it. However, To rush directly to obtain a marriage certificate seems rather hasty, does it not? Qingyu did not anticipate that Chen Xu would take this matter so seriously. Logically speaking, should she not feel relieved that they need not travel to Kyoto to face her father-in-law? She gazed at the man, whose face bore a serious expression, and inexplicably felt warmth in her heart, a smile gracing her lips. My father is exceedingly busy. Let us first obtain the certificate, and we can arrange the banquet once he is free. Chen Xu, taken aback, could not help but question this. After all, how could a daughter be so preoccupied with her own wedding? Yet he refrained from asking further, recognizing that this was a matter concerning Qingyu and her family. Observing Chen Xu's earnest demeanor, she feared he might insist on traveling to Kyoto to handle the banquet before obtaining the certificate. Quickly, she grasped his arm, leading him aside, and whispered, I do not wish to endure a lengthy train journey. It would be quite uncomfortable. She lowered her gaze to her slightly protruding belly, which reminded her that she had gained weight, making it less than appealing to wear a wedding gown. The banquet could certainly be postponed. Though Qingyu did not have a favorable relationship with Lu Meiyun, she still did not desire to act according to her wishes. However, this time, she truly needed to coax and deceive Chen Xu into marrying her first. Regardless of her persuasion, Chen Xu still found the entire situation too rushed. While he acknowledged that his circumstances were not ideal, he believed that marrying Qingyu warranted at least a personal visit to her family as a sign of respect for his future bride. I must go to Kyoto at the very least to meet your father, he insisted. The day after tomorrow is the 3rd of the new year. If you do not wish to go, I shall go alone. Are you marrying me or my father? Chen Xu's words had scarcely left his lips when Qingyu tilted her head to look at him, inquiring with curiosity. Chen Xu, bemused, replied, Of course, it is you. Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Will you heed my counsel or your father's? A sudden urge for self-preservation surged within him, and he instinctively replied, I will certainly listen to you. At this, Qingyu beamed with satisfaction, asserting, Then it is settled. Once the Civil Affairs Office reopens, we shall directly obtain the certificate. Her smile radiated warmth, her eyes sparkling, captivating the hearts of those around her, including Chen Xu and the little fish in his arms, who were momentarily entranced. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Chen Xu, leaving him perplexed. He had encountered many beautiful women, yet Qingyu's mere smile stirred ripples in his heart. No wonder ancient monarchs could lead nations astray for the sake of a woman. If she were in ancient times, she could undoubtedly captivate several kingdoms. Though Lu Igua did not wish for his granddaughter to rush into marriage, her eagerness was undeniable. With Yi Yuanshan unable to attend, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The elderly couple believed that even if the banquet were postponed, Chen Xu would certainly treat their granddaughter well. On the 2nd day of the new year, Chen Xu was once again roused from his slumber by the cacophony of firecrackers echoing through the street. There exists a custom on this day, where married daughters return to their parental homes with their husbands to pay New Year-esque greetings. At that moment, Chen Xu had just finished washing his face when his second cousin Chen Lady and her husband Jiang Qinghua arrived at the Chen family courtyard. Accompanying the two individuals were 6 or 7 children of varying ages, all clad in patched garments that, although somewhat worn, remained relatively clean. Chen Lady held in her hands 2 bags of white sugar, a packet of biscuits, and a piece of cured meat. Upon spotting Chen Xu, her face immediately brightened with a smile as she beckoned to the nearby children. Jiang Jia, Jiang He, Jiang Wan, Jiang Shi, Jiang Xing, Jiang Wen, Jiang Wu. Hurry up and wish your uncle a happy new year. Chapter 99. Utterly dumbfounded the children, upon seeing Chen Xu, recalled the psychological shadows he had cast upon them since their earliest memories. Even when their mother called out, they hesitated, timidly gazing at him. Chen Xu, observing the cluster of children from his second sister's family, felt a sense of unease, despite having mentally prepared himself. His second cousin, merely 35 years of age, had been married for 15 years and had given birth to 7 children without a pause. In that era, family planning had yet to be implemented, and the common folk had little understanding of contraception. It was typical for households to have 2 or 3 children or more. Fortunately, Chen Lady's family had managed to keep both male and female offspring. In contrast, other families often raised only sons and sent daughters away. Some, unable to sustain an additional mouth, might even abandon a newborn in a cave. At that moment, seeing the children remain still, Chen Lady urged them forward. Oh dear, What are you afraid of? Your uncle won't eat you. Responding to their mother's encouragement, the slightly older children timidly stepped forward, too afraid to meet Chen Xu's gaze as they began to wish him a happy new year. The eldest among them took the lead, while the younger ones hid behind their siblings, shyly following suit. Chen Xu, upon hearing their greetings, wore a broad smile and began to retrieve money from his inner pocket. Having spent considerable time in this era, he had grown accustomed to storing his money securely in his jacket lining rather than in the pockets of his trousers. The children had not anticipated that Chen Xu would distribute red envelopes. They were simply relieved that he did not claim the ones their grandfather would give them. As soon as they completed their auspicious greetings, they hurried to depart. The quicker ones among them, the second and fourth children, dashed off to locate their grandfather in the East Room. They relied on their grandfather's meager New Year's gift, just a few coins, for their pocket money over the coming days. Seeing the second and fourth children sprint away, Chen Xu called out, "Why the rush? Are you leaving without your uncle's red envelope?" As he spoke, he extracted a thick stack of money from his pocket. The adults in the yard and the children alike gazed at the substantial amount in his hands, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The fleeing second and fourth children promptly returned to the group, utterly astonished that their uncle intended to give them red envelopes this year. With such a sum, each child could expect at least a dime. Even if their mother took a portion, they would still have a nickel remaining. The group of children was immediately filled with exuberance. However, when they witnessed Chen Xu pull out a single bill from the stack and present it to the eldest, their eyes widened in unison with astonishment. Chen Xu handed the money to Jiang Jia, saying, "Here, Happy New Year, Jiang Jia." The young girl initially harbored a certain fear of Chen Xu, but upon receiving a substantial amount of New Year's money from her uncle, her trepidation vanished in an instant, and she eagerly extended her hand to accept it. Thank you, uncle," she exclaimed, filled with gratitude. Subsequently, Chen Xu distributed an equal sum of money to the other little ones, He, Wan, Shi, Xing, and Wu, which brought immense joy to all the children in the courtyard. The younger ones were so elated that they spun around in circles. "Thank you, uncle. You are so wonderful," they cheered. "Wow, this year uncle didn't take our money. Instead, he gave us New Year's money, $1. $1. Uncle has finally grown up and become sensible, knowing to give New Year's money to the little ones." Chen Lady, although lacking in guile and emotional intelligence, felt a sense of disquiet upon hearing the children's remarks. She quickly admonished them and ushered them into the East Room, reminding them to keep their money safe and not to lose it. After all, once they left the Chen family's courtyard, she intended to collect and safeguard it. As the children entered the house, Chen Lady wasted no time in handing a bag of cookies and candies to Chen Xu, wishing him a happy new year. Jiang Qingyu, a reserved individual, had remained quiet throughout his visit, merely exchanging New Year greetings with Chen Xu. The family spent a lively moment in the East Room before re-emerging to extend their wishes to the lovely aunt. Qingyu, generous as ever, also distributed $1 of New Year's money to each child, further amplifying their delight. "Oh my, why is it so lively in the courtyard?" The children had just erupted in cheers when the third sister, Chen Indi, entered the yard carrying a bag of peanuts and sugar. Upon seeing the jubilant children, she felt a tinge of disdain, yet her face bore a cheerful smile as she greeted them. Chen Lady noticed her and looked behind her, not spotting anyone else. She inquired, "Is it just you? Where are your husband and the two little ones?" Chen Lady stepped into the courtyard, feigning a smile as she explained, "Today, many relatives are at home, and he couldn't get away. It rained a few days ago, making the roads difficult to traverse. So I didn't bring the two little ones along. I'll bring them over later." She was primarily reluctant to bring Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong, as the meager amount of New Year's money hardly justified the long journey, and the children were not accustomed to the local cuisine. Naturally, she did not push them to come, were it not for the fear of gossip from the neighbors. She would not have returned home for the second day of the new year. As Chen Indi entered the courtyard, her gaze fell upon Qingyu beneath the eaves, and her eyes brightened with surprise. This girl clearly belonged to the city. What could she possibly be doing at the Chen residence at this hour? Chen Xianan's wedding had taken place without her presence, rendering her unfamiliar with Qingyu. She quickly navigated through the children to approach Qingyu, smiling as she asked, "Sister, who are you?" Up close, the girl appeared almost celestial, her complexion flawless, and her demeanor impeccable. Even television stars could hardly rival her beauty. Observing her impressive lineage, and knowing her younger uncle was still unmarried, she pondered the possibility of matchmaking, which might also benefit her family. Chen Xu noticed Chen Indi staring intently at his girlfriend. A surge of discomfort arose within him. He approached Qingyu and introduced her. Qingyu, this is my third cousin, Chen Indi. Upon hearing this, Qingyu politely nodded. Happy New Year, third sister. I am Chen Xu's girlfriend, Qingyu. Girlfriend? Chen Indi exclaimed in astonishment. She glanced at Chen Xu, then at Qingyu, both appearing sincere, nearly dropping the sugar and peanuts she held in shock. Chen Xu had found a girl who resembled a celestial being from the city? After a moment, Chen Indi finally regained her composure, still in disbelief. Really, is it true? Chen Lady chuckled. Why wouldn't it be true? This sister-in-law even gave each of Jiahao Wanshi and Xingwen Wu a red envelope containing $1. Hearing this, the children erupted in excitement once more. Yes. Uncle also gave $1. Indeed, this year, Grandpa gave more, 2 dimes. Great-grandpa also increased it, 50 cents. The little ones cheered joyfully, with Xiao Yuer joining in, jumping along with her siblings, feeling elated. Mom and Dad each gave me 10. Great-grandpa and grandma each gave me 5. And then there's what great-grandpa and uncles and aunts gave me. I am super rich now. At this moment, Chen Indi was utterly stunned. Not only had Chen Xu found a city girl as a girlfriend, but one from an affluent family as well. Their family, while decent in the town, only gave 50 cents as a red envelope for their own children. This second family had 7 children, and the girl casually gave each one $1, totaling $7. That was more than her entire salary from the supply and marketing cooperative for several days. Moreover, Chen Xu, who had previously been selling spicy potatoes, was now evidently generous. Had he ventured into another business? As this thought crossed her mind, Chen Indi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stepped forward, offering Chen Xu the peanuts she held. Smiling as she said, "Oh dear, I accidentally dropped 2 bags on the way here, and this is the only bag of peanuts I have left. I hope you won't mind." Had she known that Chen Xu could earn money and had secured a city girlfriend, she would have certainly prepared something special to present to him for the new year. Chen Xu glanced at the items in her hand, showing no intention of accepting them. Smiling distantly, "Third sister, it's rare for you to come back. You should take these to uncle and grandfather for New Year's greetings. I have plenty in my house." Seeing that Chen Xu had no intention of accepting her offering, Chen Indi was not offended but rather awkwardly smiled, retracting her hand. "Oh, I feel quite embarrassed. Next time, I will bring you something delicious." This cousin of hers was clearly doing well. She needed to ingratiate herself with him, to come around more often. She regretted not bringing her 2 children along to get acquainted with Chen Xu and collect some red envelope money for them. How unfair it was to let the second family benefit. After the greetings, Chen Indi hurried into the East Room to wish Chen Qingshan and Chen Guodong a happy new year. Unlike previous years, when she would come and go quickly, today she lingered a bit longer after the New Year's greetings. Even upon learning that the West House was hosting a meal today, one eagerly rushed to the kitchen to assist Chen Xu's family, engaging warmly with Lu Aigua and his wife. Discovering that Qingyu's family resided in Kyoto ignited a thrill within, prompting even greater fervor in lending a hand. Before long, Chen Zhaodi and her family arrived after visiting the East House to pay their New Year's respects, promptly joining the bustling activity in the West House. Upon seeing her elder sister, Chen Indi swiftly assigned her a multitude of laborious tasks, washing cured meats and pig-esque trotters, without a hint of hesitation. Despite harboring a slight resentment towards the third sibling, she felt too embarrassed to voice her feelings and simply immersed herself in the work. Today's lunch at Chen Xu's home was a grand affair, replete with sumptuous dishes and steaming white rice, fostering a harmonious and jovial atmosphere. The table was filled with children, their faces smeared with grease, each devouring 2 large bowls of rice, leaving their bellies round and content. After the meal, Chen Lady busied herself with packing leftovers to take home, which piqued Chen Zhaodi's interest, yet she felt too shy to ask. Instead, she assisted her second sister in the task. Chen Indi cast a disdainful glance before cheerfully inquiring of Chen Xu, "What ventures are you pursuing in Rongqing? It must be quite lucrative, considering you've even purchased a television and are planning to renovate the house for your grandfather." As Chen Xu prepared to rise and help Chen Lady, he heard Chen Indi's question and replied in a nonchalant manner. "I sold some fabric and New Year goods before the holiday, earning a bit of money. As for post-New Year business, I haven't quite decided yet." It wasn't that he hadn't thought it through. Rather, he preferred not to engage in further conversation with Chen Indi, especially not with someone he considered ungrateful. After acknowledging Chen Xu observed the children at the table, some still clutching bones they were reluctant to discard, and then glanced towards Jiang Qinghua, who silently assisted Chen Lady in packing. An idea began to form in his mind. Once he and Qingyu finalized their marriage certificate and completed the house renovations, he intended to swiftly initiate his new project. Should Jiang Qinghua be willing, he could potentially enlist him as a helper. Despite his reserved demeanor, he was not of ill intent. Noticing Chen Xu's apparent disinterest in conversing with her, Chen Indi felt a twinge of annoyance, but masked it with a continued smile as she helped tidy up. Had it been in the past, she would have stormed off with a scowl. Time flew by, and soon it was the 5th day of the new year. Chen Xu's family returned to Wenqing town, and the Yi family's household registration was delivered to them. Early that morning, Chen Xu accompanied Qingyu to the town's civil affairs office to complete the necessary procedures. Though the era lacked comprehensive infrastructural support, the efficiency of the Wenqing town office was commendable. As it happened, only Chen Xu and Qingyu were there to handle their affairs, allowing the office staff to swiftly compile their information and lead them to a nearby room for their marriage certificate photos. Don't be nervous, relax a bit. Look at the camera. Yes, just like that. Sir, remember to keep your shoulders relaxed. In the studio, the staff, familiar with the routine, quickly guided the young couple through their poses. Chen Xu, a novice at marriage, moved awkwardly, while Qingyu was even more stiff, unsure of where to place her hands or what expressions to convey. The distance between the two shrank from a foot to a mere centimeter, their bodies pressed closely together. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, they finally relaxed. Chen Xu naturally wrapped his arm around Qingyu's delicate waist, causing a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach. A nearby girl seized the moment, capturing it with a snap. Click! A perfect wedding certificate photo was successfully taken. Half an hour later, at the civil affairs office, the girl presented the marriage certificate to the couple, cheerfully wishing them happiness in their new life together. Thank you, Chen Xu replied, taking the red booklet and, from his pocket, producing a red envelope, which he smilingly handed to her. Initially, he had no intention of giving one, but the exceptional service and the festive spirit of the 5th day of the Lunar New Year compelled him to do so. Although slightly taken aback, the girl graciously accepted the newlyweds' gift, her smile radiant. With the marriage certificate in hand, Qingyu seized the opportunity while Chen Xu was engaged in conversation to sneak a quick glance at the document. As she beheld their joint photograph on the certificate, memories of the moment flooded her with an inexplicable sweetness, causing her lips to curve upward slightly. Her gaze drifted to Chen Xu's strong, chiseled features, and she couldn't resist stealing another glance. Suddenly, a voice broke through her reverie. Is it beautiful? Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, a wave of embarrassment washing over her as she hastily closed the marriage certificate, her cheeks flushing. It's okay, she replied softly. Chen Xu, glancing at his own certificate, looked back at her, his brows slightly furrowing. What do you mean, okay? It's absolutely stunning. He tucked the marriage certificate into his pocket, feeling unexpectedly elated. Turning to Qingyu, he smiled and said, let us head back for lunch, and in the afternoon, we'll go house hunting in Rongqing. Before your school starts, we'll secure a place and furnish it, allowing you the choice of staying at school or in the dormitory. Of course, if her belly grew larger, he would be less inclined to let her stay in the dorms. Initially, Qingyu thought that marrying Chen Xu and buying a house was merely a formality, devoid of any significant emotional weight. However, upon hearing him mention it, she felt a flicker of anticipation in her heart and gently replied, okay. Chen Xu's gaze fell upon her delicate, fair hand, and as he reached out to touch it, he hesitated, retracting his hand at the last moment. Then, shall we head back? Qingyu, unsure where to place her hands, tucked them into her pockets and nodded gently. As the couple departed, not far from the civil affairs office, a tall man with sun-kissed skin turned and walked away. Chapter 100. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 101. Striking a chord with his heart upon returning home, Chen Xu and Qingyu were greeted by a feast prepared by Lu Aigua and his wife, and the family enjoyed a lively meal together. After lunch, around 1 o'clock, Chen Xu's parents asked for their help in looking after little Yuer for a few more days before they set off for the train to Rongqing with Qingyu. Once they found a house, decorated it, and furnished it, they would bring little Yuer to join them. After all, this little girl clung to him as well as to Qingyu, and he felt somewhat reluctant to leave her at home with the elderly for too long. not wishing for the little one to become a left-behind child. Once settled outside, he would promptly bring her over. At this hour, it was peak time for the crowds heading into the city for work and school. Chen Xu was unable to secure a seat and stood in the crowded carriage for over half an hour with Qingyu. Concerned she might tire, he spotted a man seated for a long journey, offered him 5 yuan, and requested he vacate his seat until they reached Rongqing. For such a short distance, the fare of 50 cents had multiplied tenfold to 5 yuan. Upon seeing the money, the man readily accepted without hesitation and quickly relinquished his seat. However, once the man moved aside, Chen Xu hesitated. The thought of another man's warm seat being occupied by his wife made him feel uneasy. At that moment, the carriage was packed, and as soon as the man stood up, many eyes turned towards them. Chen Xu had no time to ponder and immediately sank onto the seat, gently pulling Qingyu into his embrace before the crowd could reach her. Qingyu was somewhat dazed, resting in Chen Xu's arms for a while until she genuinely felt his solid chest against her back, at which point she finally reacted, her body stiffening slightly. Chen Xu, feeling somewhat awkward, kept his arms a bit rigid, not daring to hold her tightly, merely giving her a formal embrace, whispering in her ear, "I'm holding you." After uttering those words, he noticed her delicate earlobes had turned a deep crimson. Qingyu remained stiff and motionless for a time before softly responding, Fortunately, after about half an hour, they gradually relaxed. Leaning against Chen Xu, Qingyu found warmth and comfort, eventually succumbing to sleep. As she drifted into slumber, her previously tense body completely relaxed, becoming soft and delicate. Chen Xu, fearing she might fall, tightened his embrace, holding her securely. Had it not been for the crowded carriage, he might have found it difficult to suppress certain inappropriate thoughts while holding such a fragrant and soft figure. Suddenly, the train emerged from a tunnel, a blinding light flooding in. Qingyu furrowed her brow, instinctively tilting her head to avoid the brightness, which brought her face close to Chen Xu's cheek. Her dainty nose lightly brushing against him, her soft breaths rhythmically caressing his neck, sending a tingling sensation through his heart. Chen Xu felt regret. Had he known, he would have allowed her to sit alone. Qingyu grew increasingly comfortable in her sleep, ultimately shifting in Chen Xu's embrace to find a more pleasant position. Her face nestled against his neck. Chen Xu held her, feeling his legs and arms grow numb, further stirred by her delicate fragrance. Countless times he considered waking her so she could sit on her own, but seeing her sleep so sweetly, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to disturb her. Across from them sat a young man embracing his girlfriend, glancing at Chen Xu's sleeping beauty, then at his own girlfriend, who lay with her mouth agape, snoring without a care. He suddenly found his own situation less appealing. Meanwhile, in the crowded train compartment, a tall man stood rigidly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Xu and Qingyu since boarding the train at Wenqing town. Qingyu, in the embrace of slumber, enjoyed an exceptionally sweet sleep. When the train arrived at its destination and Chen Xu roused her, he discovered the imprint of his sweater's texture on her delicate face, with glistening traces at the corners of her mouth. Realizing something was amiss, Qingyu hastily wiped away the drool from her lips, her beautiful eyes darting towards Chen Xu's shirt, only to find it dampened by her saliva. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she quickly attempted to dry it with her sleeve. "I am so sorry, I usually don't drool when I sleep," she stammered, her embarrassment evident as the mark on her face remained, rendering her irresistibly cute. Chen Xu stifled a laugh, his eyes betraying an unmistakable tenderness. "It's all right. It hasn't soaked through, it's fine. We're almost at our stop, so get ready to disembark." "Are you sure it didn't seep in?" Qingyu asked, concern etching her features. "If it did, it would be uncomfortable for you." Chen Xu stretched his neck and replied earnestly, "If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." At his words, Qingyu's face flushed crimson, and with a playful glare, she playfully punched his chest, quickly rising from his embrace. With so many onlookers, she found it embarrassing to reach out. Chen Xu was left momentarily stunned by her antics. It felt as though he had been struck, yet that punch was so soft. It landed directly on his heart. How is it that even when she pouts, she appears so enchanting? Not only Chen Xu, but even the young man seated diagonally across was captivated. As the two departed the train, they seemed entranced, unwilling to turn back as they watched Qingyu leave. At that moment, the girl in Chen Xu's arms grew displeased. With a sharp glare, the man felt a chill run down his spine. When he turned, she delivered another playful punch to his chest, leaving him coughing several times. "Are you still looking?" she demanded. No, no, I'm not looking anymore, he replied, clutching his chest in surrender, inwardly lamenting the disparity between his girlfriend and others. By the time Chen Xu and Qingyu arrived in Rongqing, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Chen Xu had few acquaintances in Rongqing, and to inquire about purchasing a property, he needed to consult Tang Guishan, a local. The train station was bustling with activity. Although it was only the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Tang Guishan's tea house was open, and he had already set up a potato stall. Upon entering the establishment, Chen Xu and Qingyu were warmly welcomed by Tang Guishan, who hastily ushered them inside. Chen Xu personally prepared a serving of fried potatoes for his partner while he began to discuss the matter of buying a house with Tang Guishan. He mentioned it would be a marriage home, but in this day and age, Rongqing had yet to see any commercial housing. Properties were primarily available from local residents who had vacated. Chen Xu's requirements were modest. He wanted something spacious, not too old, and planned to have it renovated later. After carefully considering Chen Xu's request, Tang Guishan finally spoke. I do not know many real estate agents, but there is one near Mother Pig Bay, and another along Construction Road that appears to have storefronts. Additionally, there is a place on Beach Street that has a layout similar to the one you are currently renting. Chen Xu immediately nodded. Then I will go with Qingyu to take a look. Please write down the specific locations for me. Although Tang Guishan wished to personally accompany Chen Xu to each property, Chen Xu preferred not to trouble him and requested the addresses instead. By then, Qingyu had nearly finished her potatoes, and the two finally exited the shop, hailing a tricycle to depart. As soon as they settled into the tricycle, a man who had been following them also hailed one and closely followed behind. Chapter 102. The wife takes charge, guided by the locations provided by Tang Guishan. Chen Xu took Qingyu to inspect properties on Beach Street and Mother Pig Bay. However, they found the options either too remote or too old. And after wandering through several places, they remained unsatisfied. There was one property that piqued their interest. It had recently become vacant, but was notorious for its dark history. If Chen Xu were to live there alone, he might not mind, but considering Xiao Yuer and Qingyu, purchasing such a place was certainly out of the question. After a series of detours, they finally arrived at Construction Road. The tricycle driver, having followed them around, realized that Chen Xu was not as difficult to engage with as he appeared. As he pedaled the tricycle, he struck up a conversation. Learning that the young couple intended to purchase a marital home, he eagerly shared his knowledge. This area is bustling. There are significant investments being made here. Not only do we have the Rongqing Tool and Blade Factory, the Hongguang Electron Tube Factory, and the Southwest Electron Tube Factory, but also a large number of major factories specializing in electronics, machinery, and instrumentation. As they approached, the driver pointed out several towering industrial complexes. Qingyu, intrigued by the driver's words, chimed in. The Shea Cinema is also nearby, right? The driver beamed. Yes, indeed. In the evenings, that place is filled with young couples like you, very lively. I assume you two have seen quite a few films together? Unable to resist indulging in a bit of gossip, the driver pressed on. Qingyu slightly turned her head to glance at Chen Xu and replied honestly, not yet. Isn't that a popular spot for young couples? However, if you buy a house on Construction Road, you could go to the cinema every day for dates. Quite pleasant. The driver's face radiated envy. He wished he could relive his youth to experience the romantic outings of today's young couples. At that moment, as Chen Xu listened to the driver, an idea began to form in his mind. He intended to sell roasted melon seeds next, and such a snack would be perfect for a cinema setting. With so many factories in the vicinity, the foot traffic would undoubtedly be substantial. If he could secure a property on Construction Road, it would not only be conveniently close to Qingyu's school, but also benefit his future business endeavors. As Chen Xu contemplated this, his brow brightened, and he turned to gaze at Qingyu. Noticing Chen Xu suddenly looking at her, and having just concluded a discussion about watching a movie, Qingyu felt a twinge of nervousness, mistakenly believing he was inviting her to see a film. She feigned calmness, tilting her head to ask, "What is it?" Chen Xu smiled slightly, his interest piqued as he remarked, "Then we shall purchase a home along Jianxi Road, conveniently close to your school. With such a bustling flow of people, it is also quite suitable for my forthcoming endeavors, especially now, having married a woman of considerable background." He felt an urgent need to strive tirelessly, to earn more and fill his pockets. He could not allow Qingyu's relatives to think she had truly married someone of modest means. Within a year, he aspired to acquire a seiyuan in Kyoto to elevate her status. Once his financial situation improved, and he found the leisure, He would dedicate time to obtaining a university diploma. If time proved insufficient, he could always leverage connections through his father, as he had been a university student in his past life. Now, reborn, he viewed it merely as a means of obtaining a credential. Chen Xu was wholly absorbed in his future plans, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Qingyu's beautiful eyes. She nodded, somewhat disheartened, and turned her gaze into the distance. As you wish. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xu sensed an underlying discord but could not articulate it. The elder nearby, with an inquisitive ear, had already perked up, finding Chen Xu's comments rather dull. He pondered how this seemingly unromantic giant had managed to win over such an ethereal girl. Moreover, it appeared they were indeed married. How had that come to pass? The elder was left utterly bewildered. By 8 in the evening, the couple finally arrived at their destination, the street adjacent to Fifth Avenue on Jianxi Road. On either side of the street stood 2-story private buildings with storefronts. The exterior walls were predominantly adorned with a row of 1-foot-wide red-painted wooden boards, resembling large pegs set into wooden grooves at the thresholds. Such grand architectural designs could still be observed in rural areas of the future, where, during the seasonal cleaning, households would leave their doors wide open, revealing their interiors in full view. At this moment, a few establishments along the street were still operating, and Chen Xu glanced about, noting that they were all tea houses. Beside the building where he stood, in one of the shops, several elderly men and a plump man in his 30s were gathered, enjoying tea. At that moment, someone noticed the couple at the shop entrance and nudged the frowning plump man, exchanging a few words. Upon hearing this, the man lifted his gaze, spotted Chen Xu and Qingyu, and promptly set down his teacup, striding towards them. Hey, tall guy and young lady, are you looking to rent a house? The street comprised 3 of his properties, one for rent and another for sale. Seeing the youthful couple lingering at his store's entrance, he assumed they were newlyweds seeking a rental. Despite feeling a hint of disappointment, the plump man wore a welcoming smile, his prominent silver tooth sparkling brightly. Chen Xu heard the plump man's call, smiled, and gestured towards the relatively new 2-story storefront before him. Brother, are you the owner of this property? I am here to inquire about purchasing a house. If so, would you kindly allow us to take a look inside? The revelation that this young couple was indeed house hunting caught the man off guard for a moment. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he smiled and nodded. Yes, I am the owner. My name is Lu Dajin, and I own these 3 storefronts. Were you referred by someone familiar? Lu Dajin inquired cautiously. Yes, it was Uncle Tang Guishan who recommended me. Though I am unsure if you know him, Chen Xu replied with a gentle smile, confirming that he was indeed the property owner. Lu Dajin quickly nodded, acknowledging the connection. Since you are a friend of old Tang, I shall certainly offer you a discount. Let us proceed to view the property, he said, leading Chen Xu and Qingyu inside, while beginning to explain the features of the space. This storefront has a facade constructed of individual wooden panels. By removing these panels from their slots, the space becomes bright and airy, ideal for business, Lu Dajin stated, opening the door and gesturing to the adjacent wooden boards. Chen Xu chuckled, agreeing that it was indeed quite appealing. As they entered, the floor was uneven, resembling numerous small mounds, a common sight in Rongqing, colloquially referred to as wanmianbao. The elders claimed these were formed by the accumulation of mud brought in on one's shoes. Inside, aside from a wooden ladder, there was little else, with one wall charred from coal smoke. Before the liberation, this shop was rented to relatives for a snack business. The foot traffic here is considerable. If you decide to rent, you could also sell tea. The neighboring establishment earns 4 to 5 yuan a day just from tea sales, Lu Dajin exaggerated, as he was in dire need of money. In reality, the adjacent vendor made only 1 or 2 yuan a day. Chen Xu raised an eyebrow but chose not to challenge the statement. He took Qingyu's hand and followed Lu Dajin up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor boasted over 50 square meters, partitioned into 2 bedrooms and a small living room with newly installed chandeliers and electrical wiring. Just yesterday, a couple expressed interest in purchasing this property, but nothing is finalized yet. If you find it satisfactory, I urge you to make a swift decision. Otherwise, I will have to sell it on a first-come, first-served basis, Lu Dajin remarked cheerfully, glancing at Chen Xu and Qingyu. At that moment, Chen Xu was contemplating how to arrange the room if they were to buy it. He turned to Qingyu and asked, "What do you think? Do you like it?" Lu Dajin raised an eyebrow, realizing that the decisions in their household rested with the wife. Qingyu had viewed several properties with Chen Xu, and, compared to the dilapidated ones they had seen, She was quite satisfied with this place, especially considering Chen Xu's intention to start a business here. Nodding, she replied, "I think it's quite good." Upon hearing this, Lu Dajin stepped forward. This lady has discerning taste in choosing both homes and husbands. Even though Chen Xu recognized the flattery, he couldn't help but smile and asked, "What is the asking price for this house?" Lu Dajin, pondering the youth of the couple, finally stated, "The price is a flat 2,500 yuan. His ideal price was set at 2,500. Although this location attracts a considerable foot traffic, many individuals are still influenced by the remnants of a planned economy. Furthermore, the self-employed are often looked down upon, leading to a reluctance to engage in business ventures, making it quite challenging to rent out or sell a shop." Observing the youthfulness of the two individuals, he feared that a high price might chase potential buyers away. In dire need of funds, he decided to cut to the chase and propose the lowest price possible. Qingyu, unfamiliar with the nuances of real estate transactions, looked up to Chen Xu upon hearing the offer, waiting for him to speak. Chen Xu stroked his chin, surveying the property, and felt quite satisfied. This location was promising. He could envision establishing a storefront on the ground floor to sell goods in the future. However, noticing the man's urgency to sell, he hesitantly inquired, "Brother, this house isn't haunted, is it? If it is, I'd have to think long and hard, even at 1,500. Not at all. If it were, I would certainly inform you. After all, the neighbors would soon find out, and I wouldn't want to invite trouble upon myself," Lu Dajin replied ambiguously. Chen Xu was somewhat taken aback. A house of such quality could not be so inexpensive unless there was a deeper issue. It seemed the seller was in dire need of cash. Lu Dajin, noticing Chen Xu's silence, began to wonder if this young couple was financially constrained and might need to lower the price further. With this thought in mind, he tentatively suggested, "If you're short on cash at the moment, I could reduce the price by 50, making it 2,450. You can pay 2,000 now. It can't go any lower." Upon hearing this, Chen Xu broke into a wide smile and readily agreed. "All right, then let it be 2,450. Paid in full." Lu Dajin, surprised by Chen Xu's quick acceptance, suddenly felt as if he had undervalued the property. Yet, having already made the offer, he found it difficult to retract his words. "Very well, if we're in agreement, please pay a deposit today. And tomorrow we can head to the property trading office together. We should be able to finalize everything within a day," Lu Dajin stated. Chen Xu raised an eyebrow, took out a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, and playfully offered one to the man, grinning as he asked, "Do you have any connections inside?" Lu Dajin accepted the cigarette with a broad smile, revealing a prominent silver tooth, and proudly mentioned, "I have a relative who holds a position there. That's quite convenient." Chen Xu mused. With a house and a cigarette, their rapport grew swiftly. Lu Dajin tucked the cigarette behind his ear and cheerfully suggested, "Let us go downstairs and sit with my younger siblings." With that, he beckoned Chen Xu and Qingyu to follow him down. Noticing the time, Chen Xu decided not to linger. Once downstairs, he handed Lu Dajin a bundle of cash as a deposit, exchanged pleasantries, and hailed a human-powered tricycle, taking Qingyu back to Guanyuan village. The next morning, Chen Xu took a taxi to Jianxi Road, where he met the eagerly awaiting Lu Dajin, and together they proceeded to the local property registration office. Within less than a morning, they exchanged money for the property deed, successfully completing the transaction. After receiving the funds, Lu Dajin bid farewell to Chen Xu and took a taxi to the first hospital of Rongqing. Chen Xu took the property deed and walked to a nearby grocery store, where he purchased over 20 pounds of original flavored sunflower seeds. He then proceeded to the state-run vegetable market to buy some vegetables before setting off back to Guanyuan Street. Upon returning, he did not rush home. Instead, he made a stop at Tang Guishan's shop, requesting his assistance in contacting a few reliable masons. Although the house he purchased was not particularly old, it had seen better days. The plumbing needed replacement, and he planned to lay a cement floor on the first level, repaint the walls, and undertake renovations before furnishing the space to accommodate Qingyu. For the next couple of days, they would continue residing in Guanyuan village, as their rental agreement had yet to expire. Upon entering the yard of his home, Chen Xu discovered that a steaming array of dishes had already been laid out at the entrance of the main room. There were spicy and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and sauerkraut with flour beans. At that moment, Qingyu was carefully emerging from the kitchen, holding a steaming steamer. Upon seeing Chen Xu, her beautiful eyes sparkled slightly, and she called out, "You're back." Chen Xu hastily set down his belongings and stepped forward to assist her. Have you already prepared the meal? I thought I would be late and was considering taking you to the state-run restaurant for lunch. To his surprise, she had cooked. I had nothing to do at home. And I can cook, Qingyu replied nonchalantly, lifting the lid of the steamer to serve a bowl of steaming white rice in front of him. She also filled a small bowl for herself and eagerly encouraged him. You must try this. How does it taste? It looks quite good. Chen Xu replied with a smile as he picked up his bowl and took a bite of the shredded potatoes along with the rice. He had to admit, his wife was quite skilled in the kitchen. After savoring a mouthful, he nodded in approval, exclaiming, delicious. Qingyu's heart soared at his compliment, far exceeding the joy she felt when praised by her teachers at school, yet she feigned composure and said, if it's good, you should eat more. Chen Xu then added some vegetables to her bowl, urging, you should eat too. You must be starving. Not too bad, she replied. Their meal was simple yet warm. After finishing, they cleaned the dishes together, and Chen Xu returned to the kitchen to start experimenting with making 5-spice sunflower seeds. Although he had eaten them before, he had never attempted to make them. He had researched the process, as during his previous era, the sunflower seed market had already become saturated. Even if he had an interest, it was too late to join in. Now, having traversed through time, he found himself with this opportunity. Despite its humble appearance, it was noteworthy that Li Guangji had amassed a fortune of millions from sunflower seeds long before the reform and opening up era in 1979. This time, it was due to excess money at home that had begun to mold, prompting him to dry it out in the yard, which ultimately attracted unwanted attention and led to a report against him. Moreover, the current market only offered 3 flavors of sunflower seeds: original, salty, and sweet, with a mediocre taste that could not compare to the 5-spice variety of later generations. Seizing this gap in the market was an opportunity not to be missed. With a pot of water boiling, Chen Xu added 2 pounds of raw sunflower seeds and some salt to begin the cooking process. Subsequently, she continued to prepare ginger, star anise, Sichuan pepper, cumin, and cinnamon. Qingyu sat before the stove, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at the fire. As she watched, her attention was drawn to the man beside the stove, his focused face captivating her. His features were sharply defined, and his dark eyes no longer appeared as menacing as they had upon their first meeting. It was only through their prolonged interactions that she discovered Chen Xu was not at all fierce towards her and her family. At times, he was even quite gentle, capable of warming one's heart. At that moment, Chen Xu sensed the increasing intensity of her gaze and suddenly looked up, asking her earnestly if there was something on his face. Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks flushing. No, not at all, she stammered. I just thought there was because you were staring. The dining table was indeed impressive, maintaining a steady supply of delightful dishes without delay. In Chapter 104, his artisan spirit, Chen Xu had been busy in the kitchen for nearly an hour, filling the space with enticing aromas. A pot of fragrant 5-spice sunflower seeds had just been completed. As soon as they were ready, he cracked open a few and offered them to Qingyu. Although she was not particularly fond of sunflower seeds, once she tasted them, an indescribable flavor, mingled with the crispness of the seeds, burst forth on her palate, leaving her pleasantly surprised. After consuming a few, Qingyu felt an insatiable desire and eagerly reached for another handful, nodding at him in approval. Delicious. It was her first experience with seeds so flavorful. Compared to the bland, sweet, or salty varieties she had known before, these were both sweet and aromatic, making them utterly irresistible. Seeing his wife's enthusiastic response brought Chen Xu joy, prompting him to grab a handful for himself. However, upon tasting the seeds, he furrowed his brow. Although they were far superior to the seeds available now, they still seemed to fall short compared to those in the future. In other matters, Chen Xu might be accommodating, but when it came to culinary endeavors, especially those related to profit, he was a perfectionist. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Xu greeted Qingyu and returned to the pot to add more water, resuming his work. As she munched on her seeds, Qingyu pondered why Chen Xu, having already surpassed many commercial varieties, remained dissatisfied. Yet, witnessing his meticulous attention to ingredient pairing, she gained insight into his perspective. The term best is comparative. It signifies superiority over others. This is a relative value, and thus, one can find the best even in lesser communities. Chen Xu's aspiration, however, was not merely to be the best, but to achieve perfection. Perfection is distinct from being the best. It is an absolute quality. not measured against others, but possessing intrinsic value. Therefore, irrespective of external standards, nothing can surpass perfection. This pursuit of perfection is what embodies the artisan spirit. And as Qingyu contemplated this, her eyes sparkled even more brightly when she looked at Chen Xu. Chen Xu was occupied from dawn until dusk, tirelessly preparing several batches of sunflower seeds. Despite Qingyu appreciating their flavor, Chen Xu remained unsatisfied. Even during dinner, he was distracted, consumed by thoughts of his culinary pursuits. Midway through the meal, he suddenly recalled something, excusing himself to dive back into the kitchen. At 8:30 in the evening, while completing the final stage of frying the 5-spice sunflower seeds, he chose to add half a pound of salt into the pan. Minutes later, the moisture evaporated, and a crisp, resonant sound filled the air as the seeds clashed against one another. Sensing they were nearly ready, he scooped the seeds into a sieve to remove the excess salt, then presented them to Qingyu. "Here, give it a try." Having indulged in sunflower seeds throughout the day, Qingyu initially hesitated, intending to decline. Yet, unable to resist Chen Xu's fervent gaze, she reached out, grabbed a handful, and popped one into her mouth. The moment the crunchy seed burst, a perfect balance of sweetness, saltiness, and aromatic spices mingled with a hint of fresh grass flavor, making her mouth water and igniting her cravings. Qingyu could not pinpoint exactly what made these seeds so delectable, but they were undeniably far superior to the previous batches. Their fragrance and crunchiness were utterly irresistible. Even though she had already dined, she found herself reaching for a second and then a third seed, unable to stop. Noticing the intensity of Qingyu's reaction, Chen Xu also sampled a few. After savoring several seeds, he paused momentarily, finally allowing a satisfied smile to grace his face. This was the flavor he had been striving for, even surpassing the most exquisite seeds he had tasted in the future. The spices used now were far more authentic, devoid of the excess moisture that diluted their essence in later times. Qingyu, with graceful hands, grabbed another handful of seeds, skillfully munching away, nodding in agreement. Too enchanted by the flavor to speak, they were simply irresistible. The following day, the mason workers contacted by Tang Guoshan arrived on site. Chen Xu wasted no time and took Qingyu to their new home on Jianxi Road, where he meticulously discussed renovation details with the workers. The ground floor would be laid with cement flooring, the walls painted white, and a bathroom added. The second floor's balcony wall would be transformed into a floor-to-ceiling window, fitted with retractable curtains, open for brightness and drawn for sunshine. All floors would be adorned with solid wood planks, and the partitioning would also be replaced with smooth, new timber, along with a few sliding doors to create a warm atmosphere. Although the renovation workers found Chen Xu's design style somewhat perplexing, they followed his instructions as long as the payment was assured. However, adhering to Chen Xu's specifications was not inexpensive, amounting to at least 1,500. The glass for the large windows alone was a rare commodity, requiring significant connections to custom order from the glass factory, costing no less than 500. In the pursuit of furnishing their new home, Chen Xu was unperturbed by the expenses. The project's supervisor, a man of integrity and a relative of Tang Guoshan, was someone Chen Xu trusted implicitly. He promptly provided the estimated cost of 1,500 yuan and discreetly gifted 2 packs of cigarettes. As he could not oversee the intricate details daily, being somewhat of an outsider himself, he believed that such gestures would prompt the supervisor to be more attentive. Indeed, the cigarettes proved effective. The supervisor quickly opened a pack and shared it among the workers, which enlivened the atmosphere in the room, instantly boosting the morale of the laborers. After discussing the renovation details, Chen Xu escorted Qingyu to the entrance of their shop, intending to pay a visit to Lu Dajin next door. With the storefront secured and business prospects taking shape, he needed to obtain a business license. Although the government was beginning to support individual entrepreneurs, the paperwork had not yet been finalized, leaving the local authorities somewhat ambiguous on the matter. If he were to navigate the application process alone, it would likely involve a cumbersome series of procedures with uncertain outcomes. During his previous visit to facilitate the property transfer with Lu Dajin, he had gleaned some insights. Lu Dajin had connections not only at the property bureau, but also with several relatives holding minor positions within the Rongqing government. However, fortune was not on his side today. Lu Dajin was not at home, and after several attempts to knock on the door when unanswered, Chen Xu decided to visit the tea shop next door. There, while enjoying a cup of tea, he inquired with the shop owner about Lu Dajin's whereabouts. The owner was quite talkative, especially since Chen Xu had alleviated Lu Dajin's pressing concerns, and his demeanor toward the young couple was particularly warm. As they sat down for tea, the conversation naturally turned to Lu Dajin. The tea shop owner revealed that Lu Dajin, deeply devoted to his terminally ill wife, had been pouring substantial sums into her medical care. Just yesterday, upon receiving the payment for the house, he had rushed to the first hospital with more money. Chen Xu, sipping his tea, felt a pang of sympathy. Fate can be cruel. Such a loving pair was marred by one partner's dire illness. Qingyu gazed down at her tea bowl, feeling a lump in her throat, mourning the misfortune of her own mother. The tea shop owner refilled Chen Xu's cup and continued. Indeed, he even replaced his original gold teeth with silver ones for her sake. A man weighing over 300 pounds has lost more than 100 within a year. It's rare to find such loyalty in Rongqing. If he were a less compassionate person, he might have moved on by now, especially with a new bride on the horizon. Once he began sharing stories, the tea shop owner couldn't stop. Chen Xu engaged in a few more exchanges, gathering information about Lu Dajin's schedule, and prepared to take Qingyu away. Just as he had risen, a rickshaw came to a halt outside the tea shop. Lu Dajin nimbly leaped from the vehicle, promptly settling the fare. His round face beamed with warmth as he stepped towards the tea establishment. Lao Zhang, a bowl of tea, please. Upon calling out, Lu Dajin noticed Chen Xu and Qingyu inside the shop and immediately entered to greet them. The three of them settled down together. And as Chen Dajin sipped his tea, he expressed his envy upon learning that Chen Xu and Qingyu were renovating their marital home. That's wonderful. Transforming your house into a cozy haven, living happily together, that is true bliss. Chen Xu poured tea for Lu Dajin and inquired, "How is your wife today?" Lu Dajin paused, glancing at the boisterous tea shop owner attending to customers, and quickly realized, responding with a smile, "She's doing well. She even mentioned wanting some chicken soup. I hurried back to brew some tea and will fetch a chicken to stew for her." After finishing his tea, Lu Dajin remarked, "All right. I must go prepare that chicken for my wife." As he rose to leave, Chen Xu followed him outside, saying, "Dajin go, wait a moment. I have a favor to ask." Lu Dajin was eager to return home to prepare the soup, reluctant to delay. But he understood the importance of Chen Xu's visit regarding the house purchase, which would help him settle the outstanding medical fees. He patiently asked, "What is it?" He was not inclined to take on burdensome tasks, as he had his own family to care for. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 bundles of cash were thrust into his hands. "It's not a big deal, but only you can assist with this. I'll cover the expenses for the favors," Chen Xu stated directly. Holding the hefty bundles, Lu Dajin became more attentive and inquired, "What do you need?" 200 yuan was no small sum, and he might even gain a kickback of 100 to 150, which would help with his wife's treatment. With a subtle smile, Chen Xu explained, "I've rented a storefront and wish to sell some sunflower seeds, but I need to obtain a business license." Lu Dajin instantly understood, his brows relaxing as he pocketed the money. "A trivial matter. Just prepare the application materials, and I will take care of the rest." For Chen Xu, or the majority of people in Rongqing, acquiring a business license was indeed a daunting task. However, for Lu Dajin, it was merely a matter of a few words. It would take some time, but earning 200 yuan for his wife's treatment was worth the effort. Lu Dajin readily agreed, and Chen Xu wasted no time, calling out to borrow paper and a pen from the tea shop owner. He complied with Lu Dajin's request and drafted the application. "Dajin go, I will be counting on you from here on out. We will be neighbors. So don't hesitate to ask. I can have everything ready for you by tomorrow." "It seems I have truly encountered a benefactor," Chen Xu added, not forgetting to flatter. Lu Dajin quickly waved his hand, insisting, "You mustn't say that. If anything, you are my fortune bringer." Just the day before, he had purchased Chen Xu's house, resolving his pressing issues, and now money was being offered to him. Wasn't he that the very definition of a benefactor? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Xu, along with Qingyu, bid farewell to Lu Dajin and departed. Qingyu stood quietly to the side, observing Chen Xu's every move with wide-eyed astonishment. The finesse with which he navigated social intricacies left her feeling somewhat inadequate, particularly when she witnessed his conversation with Lu Dajin. She discerned in him the poise and sophistication that one would expect from a man of her father's age and stature. Suddenly, she realized that she seemed to have married an exceptionally formidable man, whose demeanor surpassed that of the son of the esteemed General Gao by a considerable margin. With the matters concerning their new home nearing resolution, Chen Xu's ventures began to gain momentum. Taking advantage of the few days spent renovating their residence and securing business licenses, He resolved to make a trip to the neighboring city of Shifeng to procure a batch of fresh sunflower seeds. The day prior, while weighing seeds at the supply and marketing cooperative, he discreetly inquired about the finest sources for these seeds, stuffing 2 packs of cigarettes into his pocket as a gesture of goodwill. The natural conditions of Shifeng, its soil quality, climate, and sunlight, were conducive to producing not only superior sunflower seeds, but also abundant yields. He had even gathered the names of specific villages known for their production. With the shop now established and the production process well understood, and with little else demanding his attention, he decided to procure a batch of seeds. However, the journey to Shifeng would require at least 2 days, and Chen Xu was reluctant to subject Qingyu to such a long journey. Nor did he feel comfortable leaving her alone in their rental in Rongqing. It was, therefore, prudent to send her back to Wenqing town for her safety. After enjoying a meal together at home, Chen Xu accompanied Qingyu to the train station, ensuring her safe passage back to the town before returning to address the construction of a new house for Chen Qingshan. Qingyu understood that her husband was preoccupied with financial matters and, being heavily pregnant, was keen to avoid adding to his stress. She willingly complied with Chen Xu's plans. After successfully sending Qingyu back to Wenqing town, he returned alone to Tungtou village. The masons that Chen Qingshan had contacted were already on site. Chen Xu directly handed the elder 2,000 yuan, urging him to proceed according to his vision and to ensure that there were ample rooms for the great-grandchildren. Initially, Chen Qingshan felt the amount was excessive, but upon hearing Chen Xu mention the great-grandsons, he promptly accepted the money. The houses for the little great-grandsons could not be constructed carelessly. High-quality materials were essential for durability. After accepting the payment, the elder did not hesitate to urge Chen Xu about starting a family. I hear that Qingyu will graduate in half a semester. You're not getting any younger. Once she graduates, you should consider having a few children. The sooner you start, the better. You'll be young enough to earn more and provide for them, making things easier. This old frame of mind would love to see great-grandchildren sooner rather than later. Chen Xu smiled knowingly. Grandfather, you needn't worry about that. In just 6 months, I might surprise you with 2 great-grandsons. Chen Qingshan, shaking off the ash from his cigarette, shot a skeptical glance at his grandson. 6 months for 2 great-grandsons? Why not claim you can fly while you're at it? If not for the money still lingering in his pocket from Chen Xu, he might have doubted his grandson's sanity. Just don't lose your wits now. My old bones can't handle such excitement. Chapter 106. Chen Xu surprisingly offends a notable figure. After discussing the construction of the house, Chen Xu exchanged a few words with the elderly gentleman, contemplating the numerous tasks that lay ahead and the necessity of securing a trustworthy assistant. He departed the courtyard and made his way to his second sister Chen lady's residence, where he expressed his desire to enlist Jiang Qinghua as a helper, offering a daily wage of 2 yuan. Upon hearing Chen Xu's proposal, Chen lady, along with her in-laws, readily acquiesced without waiting for Jiang Qinghua to respond. With a household comprising 4 individuals over the age of 10, they could certainly manage the agricultural work without Jiang Qinghua's labor. The family was currently subsisting on a monotonous diet of potatoes, their faces nearly turning green from the lack of variety. The prospect of Jiang Qinghua earning money to enhance their living conditions was eagerly welcomed, especially considering a monthly salary of 60 yuan, which nearly matched Chen Indi's earnings at the supply and marketing cooperative in the neighboring town. Chen Xu had not anticipated such a swift agreement from the family upon merely broaching the subject. Jiang Qinghua, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and expressed uncertainty about his ability to perform the tasks, but was open to learning. Chen Xu beamed and affirmed, "Excellent." Then it's settled. With the partnership established, Chen Xu wasted no time. The following morning, he and Jiang Qinghua set out for Wenqing town, boarding a train to Xinqing. They arrived in the town before 7 o'clock, pondering that Qingyu and Xiao Yuer were likely still asleep. Despite feeling a twinge of impatience, he refrained from disturbing them. As the train pulled into the station, they joined the throng of passengers disembarking. It was already the 9th day of the lunar month, and the train was bustling with activity, predominantly filled with migrant workers carrying various bundles en route to the city. Jiang Qinghua, who had spent nearly his entire life in child-rearing and had never ventured to Rongqing, gazed out at the fleeting telegraph poles, feeling a mix of trepidation and anticipation. He was about to enter the vast metropolis. Later that afternoon, at 5:30, the two arrived at Yijiang village, located on the eastern edge of Luoshui town in Shifeng city. Jiang Qinghua stood in astonishment at the village, which bore a striking resemblance to Tiantu village. Chen Xu, however, did not allow Qingyu to linger in his astonishment. After startling a local woman, he quickly summoned a bolder gentleman with a large banner, explaining their purpose. Despite having received the banner, the elder remained cautious and led Chen Xu and Qingyu directly to the entrance of the village office. After calling out a few times, an older man emerged from the mud-walled building, clad in a patched cotton coat, with a nose reddened from drink and deep-set eyes. He observed Chen Xu and Qingyu while continuously puffing on his pipe. Chen Xu greeted him and articulated their intentions, prompting the elder to set aside his pipe and invite them inside, saying, "Come in, we have seeds to collect." Once inside, the old man poured 2 cups of water for them from a porcelain jar. The village was impoverished, lacking tea leaves, so he offered them plain boiled water to quench their thirst. Chen Xu smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhou, you're too kind." After spending a few minutes discussing the price and quantity of the seeds, Chen Xu informed him of his intention to procure 5,000 jin. The old man, now more intrigued, inquired, 9 cents a jin for 5,000 jin? Chen Xu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, but before we finalize the deal, I need to inspect your goods." "Agreed. In our village, rest assured, it is still early. I shall promptly send someone to notify the villagers to bring their sunflower seeds." If it were before the new year, old man Zhou would not have been so eager. However, now that the new year has passed, the villagers still have plenty of unsold seeds at home, which they cannot possibly consume all at once. Leaving them to spoil would be a waste. The tall fellow is purchasing them at 9 cents a pound, which is akin to picking up money, allowing us to avoid letting the seeds go bad. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. It is imperative to act swiftly. Chen Xu, not wishing to linger, agreed to this arrangement while simultaneously requesting old man Zhou to help contact a truck for transporting the goods to Rongqing for 20 yuan per trip. Old man Zhou, unwilling to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away, quickly called a relative to inform his big nephew to fetch the cargo. By 6 o'clock in the evening, at the entrance of old man Zhou's yard, villagers of all ages arrived, each carrying burlap sacks. After greeting old man Zhou and Chen Xu, they hurried off to the weighing station. Qingyu was in charge of the weighing. Upon seeing the villagers approaching with sunflower seeds, he eagerly reached out to receive the sacks, ready to weigh them, only to be halted by Chen Xu. "Brother-in-law, before we weigh each sack of seeds, we must first inspect the goods." After saying this, he signaled to the nearby ant to place the sack on the ground. He examined the quality of the seeds and even took a handful from the middle. In a previous life, he had suffered a loss while collecting tea leaves in a village, as some individuals had mixed stones into their batches to increase the weight, leading to a significant setback. Learning from that experience, he was now determined to exercise utmost caution. However, while he did not find stones, he did notice something unusual about the seeds. "Ant, your seeds are excessively damp, which affects the weight. We can only offer 8 cents per pound. Although they could be dried, the current moisture content indirectly increased the weight, making it impossible to accept them at 9 cents. The ant, initially hoping to deceive, realized that this young man was quite astute. Recognizing Chen Xu's firm stance, she could only smile awkwardly and concede, "Well, that's acceptable." After this brief interlude, the subsequent proceedings went smoothly. Chen Xu was resolute, purchasing the damp seeds at 8 cents per pound and the dry ones at 9 cents. Naturally, this was not the farmer's fault, as the seeds had been stored in the granary, which inevitably led to moisture. Bags of raw seeds were hoisted onto the truck by Qingyu. At this moment, a slothful man, huffing and puffing while carrying a sack, watched Chen Xu meticulously inspect each bag, and his demeanor soured. Having heard that the collectors were 2 young men, he had contemplated trying to deceive them by mixing sand into his seeds, but he had not anticipated the cleverness of this one. With a heavy sigh, the lazy man begrudgingly trudged back with his sand-mixed seeds. Not only him, but several other village women, eager to leave before their turn, hastily departed with sacks of sand-mixed seeds. If they were caught, it would be utterly humiliating. The collection of seeds continued until past midnight, and the blue truck was filled to the brim with over 5,000 pounds, yielding more than 400 yuan. Once the seeds were collected and the villagers departed, considering the dangers of driving at night, Chen Xu bid farewell to old man Zhou, and the two returned home with the truck driver. The 2 individuals did not disturb each other excessively. Instead, they managed to catch a few hours of sleep in the vehicle. As dawn broke, the truck driver stepped out with warmth, generously offering them several large meat buns, and thus, the trio officially set off. The national highway during the day was remarkably safe, and their journey was smooth and uneventful. By around 6 in the evening, they arrived in Rongqing, traversing the dimly lit streets and alleys before halting at the entrance of the small courtyard rented by Chen Xu in Guanyuan village. Without delay, in less than an hour, they unloaded over 5,000 pounds of sunflower seeds, stacking them into the small warehouse on one side of the courtyard until it was filled to the brim. By the time they finished unloading, it was already 7 in the evening. Chen Xu estimated that the state-run restaurant would still be open, and after a brief rest, he took the two individuals out, intending to treat them to a meal. However, just as they stepped outside, a Happiness 250 motorcycle pulled up at Chen Xu's doorstep. Upon seeing the person on the motorcycle, Chen Xu was rather surprised. "Brother Jin, what brings you here?" Lu Dajin, upon spotting Chen Xu, felt a weight lift off his heart that had been hanging for days. He quickly dismounted, approached Chen Xu, and without any hesitation, pulled out 2 bundles of cash from his pocket and handed them back to him. He cast a meaningful glance at Chen Xu and, with an expression of difficulty, said, "Boss Chen, I'm afraid I can't get that business license for you." Lu Dajin's words came out with great difficulty. After all, he had initially promised with great enthusiasm. Of course, if it had been someone else, they would have secured the license that very day. But who could have known that Chen Xu had offended someone influential? Chapter 107. A vengeful outburst. Chen Xu was completely taken aback that Lu Dajin's connections were unable to procure even a business license. He sensed that something was amiss. Pulling Lu Dajin aside, he cautiously inquired, "Is it impossible to obtain? What aspect of my application does not meet the standards?" Lu Dajin looked at Chen Xu with a sense of lament, stating that it was no longer a matter of standards. He should reflect carefully on whether he had offended anyone recently. Although Lu Dajin had numerous connections, they were merely relatives with minor authority, the highest being his cousin, a deputy section chief at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Typically, a mere staff member would suffice for such matters. Yet, the section chief had issued a directive that, while not explicitly stated, was evidently aimed at obstructing Chen Xu's progress, clearly indicating a desire for him to fail. The cousin assigned to assist him was nearly cursing Lu Dajin, lamenting that after offending the section chief, there would be no good days ahead. He regretted taking Chen Xu's money to assist him. Meanwhile, Chen Xu was utterly perplexed. He conducted his business in Rongqing with utmost propriety and had not offended anyone. Now that he had purchased the shop and commenced renovations, having stocked the sunflower seeds, it was imperative to secure the business license. It was inconceivable to let the shop remain idle without daily operations. Since Lu Dajin could not provide clarity, he resolved to visit the Industrial and Commercial Bureau himself the following day to ascertain the nature of the deficiencies or to uncover whether he had indeed offended someone. Even if he had, there was no reason for anyone to complicate matters in this regard. Lu Dajin was still busy accompanying his wife to the hospital. After exchanging a few brief words with Chen Xu, he mounted his Happiness 250 and swiftly departed. Once Lu Dajin left, Chen Xu did not linger, taking the two of them to the nearest state-run restaurant to resolve their dinner needs and fill their stomachs. The following day, bright and early, Chen Xu arrived at the business administration office to inquire about the specific reasons for the rejection of his business license. The clerk initially had no intention of treating Chen Xu kindly. However, upon meeting his piercing gaze and discerning demeanor, her tone softened slightly. "Comrade, we operate strictly by the procedures here. Your establishment fails to meet numerous requirements. Since your application has been denied, you must return and make the necessary improvements. There is no point in causing a ruckus here." Chen Xu was nearly amused by the clerk's demeanor. He tapped on the documents laid out on the desk. "I have meticulously detailed my list of primary production tools, the types of products, and the layout of the processes. All I need from you is to specify where I need improvement, and I will rectify it immediately. How is this considered causing trouble? Isn't your profession meant to assist us, the citizens, in navigating the necessary procedures, encouraging us to actively respond to the nation's call and become exemplary individual entrepreneurs contributing to the country? Is my request unreasonable?" His voice resonated powerfully, his gaze unwavering, and his attitude was neither obsequious nor aggressive. Merely stating that he was unqualified without specifying where he fell short was evidently an attempt to obstruct him. It would be futile for him to return home and make arbitrary changes. The commotion soon caught the attention of several clerks at surrounding windows and the crowd waiting for service. The people in the hall were particularly stirred by Chen Xu's words, feeling a sense of relief and excitement. Despite the reforms and the encouragement for individual entrepreneurship, the current perception among the clerks, who held their stable jobs, and employees from various factories was that individual entrepreneurs were a group of idlers, lazy and solely focused on making quick gains. Many parents even admonished their children, saying that without ambition, they would end up selling goods on the street, losing face. Those who came to the business administration office could only read the expressions on the clerks' faces. When they said one thing, no one dared to say another. At this moment, someone speaking out like Chen Xu brought joy to the crowd. However, it was regrettable that such a commotion might jeopardize his chances of obtaining the business license. The clerk had not anticipated that this tall individual would suddenly confront them in such a manner. The truth was that Chen Xu's arguments were reasonable and well-founded. There were no flaws in his documentation. Nevertheless, the directive explicitly stated that his business license would not be approved. Yet, she could not express this outright, especially with so many witnesses present. If her refusal became too apparent, it could lead to repercussions for both her and her supervisor. Reluctantly, the clerk adopted a more amiable demeanor and smiled at Chen Xu, saying, "Comrade, please remain calm. I have understood your application and requests. I will submit them for review and expedite the process. Kindly be patient and wait. One cannot outright refuse. Thus, it is prudent to delay and gauge the leader's intentions." Chen Xu nodded lightly, saying, "Very well, I shall await your response. Should there be no answer within a week, he is unafraid to escalate the matter to the tax bureau. If individual operators are not permitted to obtain licenses for tax payments, it is only natural that the tax bureau would send someone to inquire. As for the connections of his grandfather, Chen Xu, he is reluctant to burden the old man with his affairs unless absolutely necessary. Although he is unaware of who is deliberately obstructing him, he will not allow himself to be bullied." After greeting the clerk, Chen Xu strode out. The clerk, now devoid of any inclination to assist others, hastily gathered the documents and departed to seek the leader's guidance. Remarkably, Chen Xu's commotion yielded unexpectedly favorable results. Within a day, news of an individual operator encountering difficulties with their business license spread throughout the community of individual operators in Rongqing. In the office of the section chief, a man, impeccably groomed with slicked-back hair and clad in official attire, maintained his usual demeanor, yet his hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup. This matter cannot continue to circulate unchecked. Should it reach the ears of the director, the ensuing complications would be far more troublesome. He could not fathom why someone from the capital would bear animosity towards a mere citizen. Even more astonishing was the fact that this citizen proved to be quite formidable. Unlike other individual operators who, despite their dissatisfaction, would remain silent, this one boldly approached the office to seek resolution. After much contemplation, the man ultimately decided to act swiftly before the press could amplify the situation. He dispatched someone personally to follow up with Chen Xu regarding the business license issue. Of course, he also sought to create an opportunity for himself, identifying a minor issue for Chen Xu to amend. Chen Xu's original intent was merely to secure the business license, and he had not planned to escalate matters too severely. When the personnel from the Industry and Commerce Bureau arrived, he willingly took the offered opportunity to comply, and the business license finally entered the standard processing phase. It is estimated that it will be ready in about 7 or 8 days. Initially hoping to navigate the system more smoothly, he found himself embroiled in a more hands-on ordeal than anticipated. He also pondered why he had inadvertently provoked those within the bureau. Perhaps, during his business dealings, he had unwittingly disrupted someone else's interests, resulting in a desire to make things difficult for him. Henceforth, he would need to exercise greater caution in all matters. During the days of waiting for the house renovation, Chen Xu remained industrious, constructing 2 additional cooking stations in the kitchen of Guanyuan village, complete with 2 large pots, and immersing himself with Jiang Qingyu in the kitchen, roasting sunflower seeds daily from dawn till dusk. Although Jiang Qingyu was somewhat reticent, he approached his learning with great seriousness, diligently focusing on the ingredients, heat, and techniques involved in roasting. While his comprehension might not be swift, he was willing to invest time and effort. Chen Xu, however, could not spend all his time roasting seeds, as he had many other matters to attend to. Given Jiang Qingyu's eagerness to learn, Chen Xu shared all the intricacies of the roasting process, withholding nothing aside from the precise ratios of the 5 essential spices. In the realm of business, Particularly in the food industry, it is prudent to keep recipes close to one's chest unless one possesses absolute trust in another. Chapter 108. The call for composure. A week swiftly passed. During these days, the two of them managed to roast over 4,000 jin of sunflower seeds. Today, the renovations on the house on Jianxi Road were nearly complete. The only remaining task was the installation of custom-made floor-to-ceiling windows. While the cement floor required a few days to cure, it was anticipated that everything would be finalized within 3 days. Chen Xu returned to the new house for a brief inspection. The room radiated warmth and brightness, with the exterior walls painted a pristine white and a ring of green paint encircling the base at a height of 1 meter. The roof tiles had all been replaced with concrete tiles, giving the entire building a fresh appearance. Standing on the street, Chen Xu admired his new abode, while the plasterer beside him pointed to the vacant windows and suggested that it would be prudent to shop for furniture now, so that they could move everything in on the day the windows were installed, thus avoiding the hassle of navigating the stairs later. With arms crossed and a satisfied nod, Chen Xu responded, "That sounds good. I shall return this afternoon and bring my wife and daughter tomorrow to order some furniture." His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the modest house. Though not large, it held a significant meaning for him, far surpassing the joy he felt when purchasing a lavish property in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai in his previous life. At that time, he was devoid of family, having neither parents nor a wife or children. Despite his wealth, he found himself utterly alone, unable to share his fortune with anyone, and the pangs of solitude were acutely painful. After exchanging a few words with the plasterer at the entrance of the building, Chen Xu returned to Guanyuan village. He needed to relay some matters to Jiang Qinghua, and after lunch, he was eager to hurry back to Wenqing town. These past few days, his thoughts had been consumed by Xiao Yuer, and frequently, the image of Yi Qingyu would drift through his mind. He worried about whether she was eating well at home and if her stomach was troubling her. Chen Xu felt a twinge of regret, even in his previous life. During his passionate romance with his girlfriend, he had not been so preoccupied. Back then, his mind was filled with countless schemes to make money, leaving little room to think of his girlfriend. Now, even though he and Yi Qingyu had entered into a marriage due to an unexpected pregnancy, without the prelude of romance, he found himself thinking of her repeatedly. Around 1 in the afternoon, in Wenqing town, Yi Qingyu sat beneath the eaves, resting her chin on one hand and gazing at the dream of the red chamber on the table, her thoughts wandering to a certain man entangled in the web of wealth. Each time she encountered the poignant and moving passages in the book, particularly the tragic romance between Bao and Dai, she could not help but reminisce about certain moments spent with Chen Xu, feeling a strange yearning for him. She longed for his scent, his warm hands, and the affectionate gaze he cast upon her. As these thoughts consumed her, Yi Qingyu felt increasingly restless and quickly slapped her cheeks to regain her composure. Surely, it was the influence of Dream of the Red Chamber that led her to such musings. She hastily set the book aside and turned her attention to Xiao Yuer, who was playing with pebbles in the yard, drifting into a reverie. To be precise, she was once again thinking of him. It had been over a week. Was Chen Xu still preoccupied? Pondering this, she rested her chin on her hand, sitting on the bench, her slightly protruding abdomen becoming ever more evident. Su Qinglian had just boiled a few potatoes, intending to serve them to the two with a sprinkle of chili powder. Yet, before she could step outside, her gaze fell upon her granddaughter's noticeably protruding belly. The dreadful thoughts that had been swirling in her mind resurfaced. Initially, she had assumed it was merely a result of Chen Xu's indulgence, causing Qingyu to gain a bit of weight. However, as time passed, the situation seemed increasingly peculiar. Particularly regarding her granddaughter's sudden shift in taste, she now craved sour and spicy flavors, in stark contrast to her previous fondness for sweets and malt drinks. Having experienced life herself, Su Qinglian sensed that something was amiss with her granddaughter. Resolving to confront the matter rather than dwell in silence, she carried the potatoes to the 8 immortals' table, placed them down, and took a seat. Upon seeing the potatoes, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but think of Chen Xu's spicy potatoes, her longing for him intensifying. When would this money-minded man return? Did he not miss Xiao Yu and the 2 children in her womb? Stealing a glance at her granddaughter's belly, Su Qinglian hesitated to ask directly, opting instead for a more casual remark. "Qingyu, you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight since the new year." Yi Qingyu, lost in her thoughts, was caught off guard by Su Qinglian's sudden comment, taking a moment to process it. Instinctively, she pulled in her stomach and looked at her grandmother nervously. "Am I?" Su Qinglian knew her granddaughter well, particularly her tendency to lie. Even when she tried to act normal, her ears would betray her with a flush. Noticing the redness creeping into Yi Qingyu's earlobes, Su Qinglian's heart sank. Without further pretense, she turned to look at her granddaughter's belly and, despite her shock, mustered the courage to ask, "Are you pregnant?" Confronted by this direct inquiry, Yi Qingyu's body stiffened. Although she knew this day would eventually come, she felt a wave of embarrassment and guilt wash over her, her cheeks and ears burning bright red. Observing her granddaughter's reaction, Su Qinglian felt a wave of confirmation wash over her. Judging by the 2 or 3 month size of her belly, she was overwhelmed by a rush of emotions. When did this happen? It took Su Qinglian a moment to regain her composure. She steadied herself against the table, suppressing her tumultuous feelings. And in as calm a tone as she could manage, she asked, "If it truly has been 2 or 3 months, then your relationship with Xiao Su." The thought was too much for her to bear. She never imagined her granddaughter and Chen Xu to be impulsive individuals. In that moment, Yi Qingyu longed for Chen Xu to return swiftly, to help her explain their situation to her grandmother. Yet, she understood that ultimately, it was her responsibility to face this matter. After a lengthy pause, she finally turned to Su Qinglian and said, "Grandma, please try not to be too agitated." Just as Yi Qingyu finished speaking, the cheerful voice of Lu Igua chimed in. "What good news is this? Afraid your grandmother will be too excited? I want to hear too." Lu Igua approached with a small bowl of chili powder, smiling as he joined the two. Little Yu, vaguely catching snippets of the conversation, was eager to join in. "Mom, what is happening? I want to listen too." Upon seeing the little fish approach, Su Qinglian's heart softened at the sight of her charming and sensible great-grandchild, and her emotions calmed somewhat as she embraced the child. Although she was delighted to welcome another great-grandchild, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. The couple had yet to wed, which was a concept she, raised with traditional values, found difficult to accept. She felt compelled to inquire about the circumstances surrounding these 2 children. How could it be that they had not married yet had succumbed to such impulses? Yi Qingyu possessed a remarkable psychological resilience. Aside from being momentarily startled by Su Qinglian's sudden question, she had since regained her composure. With her hands neatly placed on the desk, she regarded the others with seriousness and announced, "I am pregnant, over 3 months along, with twins." Chapter 109. A heartfelt concern at 4:30 in the afternoon. The train arrived at its destination. Chen Xu disembarked, following the scattered throngs of passengers, weary yet eager. His heart settled as he wasted no time, striding purposefully toward home. Having not seen his family for more than a week, the closer he drew, the more intense his longing to be reunited with his wife and daughter became. As he reached the street, several neighbors recognized him immediately and greeted him warmly. Chen Xu responded with a smile, and within mere minutes, he arrived at Lu Ihua's doorstep. The gate stood ajar, allowing him to step directly into the yard. There, he spotted little fish playing with a girl of similar age. Upon noticing the tall figure entering unexpectedly, she paused for a moment before her face lit up with joy. "Daddy's back," she exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speech almost incoherent as she dashed toward him. Chen Xu knelt down, and in the next instant, the soft little bundle was in his arms. He gently brushed his fingers against her nose, asking, "Did you miss Daddy?" He always posed this question upon his return, eager to hear her response. Little fish beamed brightly and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "I did." She then added, "Mama misses you too." Chen Xu's gaze instinctively wandered toward the house. After greeting the children in the yard, he cradled little fish as he entered, inquiring, "Where is your mother?" Just as he spoke, Yi Qingyu appeared at the door. Upon seeing Chen Xu, her watery eyes sparkled with joy. She opened her mouth to greet him. Yet the awkwardness of their week-long separation left her momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Xu felt similarly, though he had thought of her throughout his journey. Upon seeing her, he could only muster the words, "I'm back." Yi Qingyu stepped outside, saying, "Ah, perfect timing. Dinner will be ready soon." Despite having filled her thoughts with him during his absence, the moment he returned, their conversation felt strangely stilted. Little fish, sensing the peculiar atmosphere between her parents, looked puzzled and said, "Daddy, you came back just to find Mama. Now that you found her, why don't you hug and kiss her?" Each time her father returned, he would embrace her, so why did it seem different with her mother? Chen Xu certainly longed to embrace her, especially with his wife so close at hand. His heart fluttering with the urge to pull her into his arms and ask if she had missed him. However, This is a matter typically reserved for a normal married couple. He wed Yi Qingyu out of a sense of obligation due to the child. He may be willing, but Yi Qingyu might not share the same sentiment. Upon hearing Xiao Yuer's words, Yi Qingyu felt a bit flustered, recalling the events of earlier that day. She quickly seized the opportunity to tell him, my grandparents are aware of my pregnancy. Xiao Yuer, distracted by Yi Qingyu's revelation, covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed joyfully, I'm going to be an older sister. Huh. Chen Xu instinctively lowered his gaze to Yi Qingyu's slightly rounded belly, slowly processing the information. Concerned, he asked her in a hushed tone, Did they say anything to you? Particularly, were they harsh? He felt a pang of worry. At that moment, Lu Aigua and Su Qinglian were in the kitchen, each wielding a broom and a rolling pin, respectively. Ultimately, Su Qinglian couldn't bring herself to confront anyone. Tossing the wooden stick onto the cutting board and quietly telling Lu Aigua, You go teach that scoundrel a lesson. I will continue cooking. Lu Aigua, resting his hands on the broom, showed no intention of intervening. Oh dear, didn't that girl say it was her fault for drinking? How could he resist when she is so beautiful? Lu Aigua sighed heavily at this point, especially since Chen Xu had also been drinking. With his granddaughter being so lovely and taking the initiative, how could he possibly hold back? After all, he wasn't without youthful exuberance himself. This situation was indeed not entirely Chen Xu's fault. Yet, the thought that this scoundrel had gotten his granddaughter pregnant before marriage infuriated him. But he couldn't bring himself to strike out. Just indulge him. Aside from that, these two children should have informed us about the pregnancy. It's simply wrong not to. Since Qingyu cannot be punished, then it's only right to take it out on that scoundrel Chen Xu, Su Qinglian exclaimed angrily. If she hadn't noticed, how long would these two have concealed this from them? Lu Aigua still showed no inclination to act. He simply picked up the broom to sweep the floor, muttering that it was Qingyu who didn't allow Chen Xu to be punished. If you want to hit someone, do it, I shan't. After all, he quite liked this grandson-in-law, and since they were already married, what was the point in making a fuss? Just go? Su Qinglian shot an exasperated glance at her husband, taking the rolling pin and striding towards the kitchen door. She couldn't be as lenient as Lu Aigua with these two children. Now that Qingyu couldn't be reprimanded, it was only fair to give Chen Xu a good thrashing. She simply could not let go of her indignation without a confrontation. In the yard, Chen Xu had also learned from Yi Qingyu about the revelation she had made, realizing that she had shouldered all the responsibility, which both touched and frustrated him, leaving him feeling guilty. Ultimately, the root cause of this situation lay with him. It was unfair to place the burden entirely on her. Since the elders were upset, he, with his thick skin, could take a beating to relieve their frustrations. It wasn't that he had a penchant for suffering. If he were to switch perspectives and consider Lu Aigua and Su Qinglian's viewpoint, it was understandable that they would be furious upon discovering their unmarried granddaughter was with child. He placed Xiao Yuer on the ground and said to Yi Qingyu, Do not take all the blame onto yourself. I bear a greater responsibility in this matter. I will face the wrath of the elders and allow them to vent their anger. Yi Qingyu was acutely aware that Su Qinglian and Lu Aigua were currently in a fit of rage, fearing that the two might truly resort to violence, and that Chen Xu could end up getting hurt. She hastily reached out to grasp his hand. Upon touching his wrist, she hesitated momentarily, but then tightened her grip resolutely, stating, No, you cannot go. She was fully aware that if Chen Xu were to confront the elders, they would surely explode in anger, and she could not bear the thought of him enduring such punishment. Feeling her delicate hand pulling him, Chen Xu's heart stirred. He had no desire to break free. Observing her evident anxiety, he offered a faint smile, as if coming to a realization, and asked, Are you worried I might get beaten? Was she truly concerned for him? Yi Qingyu exerted a gentle force, bringing him closer, gazing up at the face she had contemplated for countless days. The scent emanating from him enveloped her senses. And despite her heart racing uncontrollably, she firmly declared, Yes, I fear it. I do not wish for you to be hurt. She could not bear it. At that moment, Chen Xu was taken aback. Did this count as a confession? Perhaps Yi Qingyu harbored some affection for him, even though he had lived a full life before. Standing before the girl who was both familiar and unfamiliar, his newlywed wife, Chen Xu found himself unsettled. Meanwhile, Su Qinglian, who had already reached the doorway, could no longer lift the rolling pin in her hands upon hearing their exchange. Her legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, preventing her from rushing out. How could she possibly confront them? If she were to charge out and scold them, It would be akin to disrupting a pair of lovebirds. Ultimately, the couple, Lu Aigua and Su Qinglian, refrained from delivering a beating. However, Chen Xu could not escape a few reprimands from the elders. After all, the matter of a pregnancy was significant, and they had concealed it for so long. Naturally, the elders did not solely blame Chen Xu. Qingyu also received a few words of admonition. Yet, Chen Xu was fiercely protective, shouldering all the responsibility himself. Observing their son-in-law's steadfast defense of their daughter, the elders' anger dissipated entirely. It was evident that their union was not merely a result of necessity, but rather blossomed from genuine affection, which was a positive development. After dinner, Chen Xu informed the elders about his plan to take Qingyu and Xiao Yuer to Rongqing the following day. Lu Aigua and his wife were overjoyed at the prospect of their son-in-law establishing a home so soon. Su Qinglian immediately busied herself with needlework, cheerfully exclaiming, "Excellent. In the coming days, you should procure some furniture, and I shall hasten to prepare quilts and clothing for my two precious great-grandchildren." Lu Aigua's smile remained unwavering as he chimed in, "Yes, let us make a few small hats and shoes in readiness." He then glanced at Xiao Yuer and added, "Our little Yuer should also receive a few new outfits. They certainly would not allow the arrival of a great-grandson to overshadow their beloved granddaughter." Chen Xu chuckled, "Is that really necessary? Little Yuer still has 2 outfits that she has yet to wear." Su Qinglian shot him a knowing glance. Children grow quickly, especially at Yuer's age. In just a few months, she will have outgrown her clothes. It is imperative to prepare new garments. Of course, Xiao Yuer was thrilled at the prospect of new clothing, her sweet smile radiating as she chimed, "Thank you, great-grandmother. Oh my, how polite. My little Yuer truly is a well-mannered child." Lu Aigua wore a radiant smile indeed. After a brief chat in the yard, the family, feeling quite full from their meal, decided to let Chen Xu and Qingyu take little Yuer out for a stroll to aid digestion. Around 6 o'clock, the trio arrived by the riverside of the quaint town. The gentle flow of water exuded tranquility and beauty. Little Yuer always approached the riverside with a sense of wonder. As soon as they arrived, he released Chen Xu's hand and dashed forward. "Daddy, Mommy, look at all these colorful stones. We can draw with them." Chen Xu smiled broadly and cautioned, "Take it slow. We can look for stones at our leisure. Just be careful not to fall." "Okay." Little Yuer ran ahead, and as Chen Xu prepared to follow, his left hand inadvertently brushed against the hand of the person beside him. A wave of desire to hold her hand surged within him. After contemplating for so many days, the inability to embrace or touch her when they finally met was quite disheartening. However, he pondered, if he were to suddenly take Qingyu's hand, would she be startled by his boldness? In business, Chen Xu was decisive, but when it came to matters of Qingyu, he found himself indecisive, unlike his usual self. His hand remained frozen for what felt like an eternity, yet he could not muster the courage to reach out. Uncertain of Qingyu's feelings, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, that delicate hand, rather assertively, slipped into his before he could fully retract his own, gently grasping it. Chen Xu paused momentarily, unable to move. He turned to look at the fair hand that had reached for him, and then at its owner. Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Her hand in Chen Xu's felt somewhat awkward, and she hesitated to make any sudden movements, justifying her action with, I'm afraid of falling." When Chen Xu's hand brushed against hers earlier, she longed to hold his hand, yet he had hesitated for so long, almost retracting his hand. For days she had found it impossible to stop thinking about him, and now that he was beside her, unable to embrace or hold hands, she felt an overwhelming urge. Seeing Chen Xu about to withdraw his hand, she acted on impulse, driven more by instinct than reason, and took his hand. However, once she had acted, she regretted it. At that moment, Qingyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and even contemplated withdrawing her hand. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, the person beside her took the lead, firmly holding her hand. Chen Xu clasped her delicate hand in his, turned to her, and said, "Then I shall lead you." Qingyu, reluctant to pull away, slightly pursed her lips and nodded, At last, she was holding his hand. The two followed closely behind little Yuer, reluctant to walk swiftly, fearing he might suddenly call out wanting to return home. Fortunately, the little one was engrossed in play, lingering by the riverside for over half an hour. He even collected a variety of colorful stones and, with his novice artistic skills, adorning a large stone with a drawing of their family of 5, pointing out each member, proudly identifying the prominent figure, resembling a great bear, as this is Daddy. Then he pointed at the long-haired girl beside the big bear dog, exclaiming, "This is Mama." Next to the girl, there was a small round creature with 4 legs. "This is Fish." Beside the little round creature were 2 even smaller round beings with 4 legs. These are the younger siblings. Chen Xu was nearly amused by the abstractness of the little one's drawings, feeling a twinge of curiosity as he inquired about the younger siblings, asking why they were not referred to as 2 sisters or 2 brothers. Qingyu also gazed curiously at the little bundle. Fish, with utmost seriousness, declared, "They are the younger siblings. Fish wants Mama to have both a brother and a sister." Chen Xu chuckled. "All right, together. Of course, that was not a decision he could make. Nonetheless, whether they were twin daughters or sons, he would cherish them equally. The following day, bright and early, Chen Xu took Qingyu and little Fish out. Qingyu was preparing for school in a week and had packed quite a bit of luggage for this outing. Despite her pregnancy, it had little impact on her studies. Many of her classmates were married, and while there were not many pregnant students attending classes, it was not unheard of. Upon arriving at Rongqing's Guanyuan village and having lunch, Chen Xu wasted no time in greeting Jiang Qinghua before heading to the largest state-owned furniture market in Rongqing with Qingyu and little Fish. After wandering the furniture market for a short while and recognizing the materials of various cabinets, 8 immortals tables, and scholars' chairs, Chen Xu, even as a reborn individual, was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that the precious Hainan Wangwali, once deemed an inch of Hainan Wangwali is worth an inch of gold, would be so abundantly available in this era. In his previous life, after amassing considerable wealth and age, he had begun to study and collect furniture crafted from these rare woods, indulging in the appreciation of antiques. Hainan Wangwali was something he knew all too well. He suddenly recalled that after the founding of the New China, many herbal medicine merchants began to acquire Hainan Wangwali in large quantities for medicinal purposes. In the 1960s and 70s, Hainan Wangwali was priced at mere cents per pound. By the 1980s, it rose to a few cents to a dime per pound. In the early 1990s, as many antique dealers began purchasing old Hainan Wangwali furniture, beams, tables, stools, and chairs, the value of Hainan Wangwali began to appreciate significantly. By the late 1990s, many redwood furniture makers turned to Hainan Wangwali as their primary material for high-end furniture, leading to a skyrocketing price from mere cents to thousands per pound. Chen Xu first encountered Hainan Wangwali in small quantities in 2007, when it had already risen to between 500 and 1,000 yuan per pound. After 2008, as China's economy flourished and the quality of life improved, redwood furniture became an indispensable part of daily life, prompting many business magnates to begin collecting Hainan Wangwali furniture. In his previous life, he had purchased 3 pieces of Hainan Wangwali furniture displayed at the first Consumer Expo for over 20 million yuan on the very first day of the event. In the present moment, Chen Xu finds himself captivated by the abundance of furniture crafted from Hainan Wangwali wood within the store, rendering him almost immobile. Leaving aside his profound affection for this timber and his penchant for collecting, the rarity of such Wangwali furniture in future generations suggests that acquiring a substantial quantity now could yield considerable profits when reselling a few pieces later. With this thought in mind, he promptly beckons a sales attendant and gestures toward an exquisite Hainan Wangwali 8 immortals table, inquiring, "My friend, how much is this table?" Upon hearing his question, the attendant beams with enthusiasm and eagerly responds, "Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. This 8 immortals table is crafted from the finest Hainan Wangwali wood, priced at merely 10 yuan. Such a bargain." Chen Xu exclaims internally, maintaining an air of calm while casually asking, "This table must weigh at least 20 jin, correct?" The attendant, taken aback, is perplexed as this is her first encounter with a customer inquiring about the weight of furniture. Qingyu, observing the exchange, also gazes at Chen Xu in confusion, sensing that he is somewhat different from his usual self. Not waiting for the attendant's response, Chen Xu steps forward, lifting the 8 immortals table to gauge its weight. To his delight, it indeed weighs at least 20 jin. At 10 yuan, that equates to merely 50 fun per jin. He crouches down to examine the quality of the Wangwali wood. While it may not be the absolute finest, it is still of commendable quality, and in future times, it would command no less than 1,000 yuan per jin. Of course, by then, it would be considered a rare antique, starting at no less than 100,000 yuan. as he contemplates the possibility of purchasing additional items that are robustly crafted and intricately carved. His gaze inadvertently falls upon a wardrobe nearby, designed with an elegant, ancient aesthetic and adorned with fluid, graceful carvings. He gasps in awe. In the midst of the bewildered expressions from Xiao Yuer, Qingyu, and the attendant, Chen Xu strides confidently to the wardrobe and inquires, "My friend, what is the price of this piece?" The attendant, unable to decipher what the customer is truly scrutinizing, quickly approaches and replies, "Sir, this one is relatively expensive, as it is handcrafted by a master artisan, priced at 120 yuan. Chen Xu inspects the wardrobe's delicate and intricate patterns, nodding in agreement, acknowledging the craftsmanship as indeed impressive. In future times, it would undoubtedly be valued at no less than 12 million yuan. However, he has no intention of selling this wardrobe if purchased. Turning to Qingyu and Xiao Yuer, he smiles warmly and suggests, "Qingyu, how about we buy 2 of these wardrobes for your clothes?" Qingyu, leading Xiao Yuer closer to assess the wardrobe, feels tempted but considers the price to be somewhat steep, replying, "One will suffice. Buying more would be excessive." With a grin, Chen Xu responds, "All right then. Let us purchase 2. Qingyu and Xiao Yuer chime in, "That sounds good." The attendant, brimming with excitement, realizes she has encountered a significant client today and exclaims, "I will quickly find someone to package it for you. Not in a rush. I still wish to purchase a bed, a round table, and an altar, all with exquisite designs." Although he has a fondness for a complete set of Wangwali sofas, he must consider his wife, who is expecting, and therefore opts for softer seating. All other items were chosen from the exquisite Wangwali wood. In this era, nearly all furniture is crafted from wood, leaving little alternative. Thus he opted for the finest and most appreciating materials. The sales associate was practically ecstatic, nodding and bowing, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." She couldn't help but envy him, wondering why she had not found a husband so affluent. Although Qingyu hailed from a privileged family, she was not one to squander money frivolously. Observing Chen Xu's choice of Wangwali for every piece of furniture, she felt a twinge of concern. As soon as the sales associate departed, she approached Chen Xu and whispered, "It would be wise to acquire some furniture made from more common wood. Purchasing everything this way is quite extravagant." Chen Xu merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying her concern. "It is neither wasteful nor a loss. You will understand in due time," he replied, pointing toward a nearby bed. "What do you think of that bed? The intricate design must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. It appears quite lovely." Chen Xu spent the entire afternoon exploring the furniture market, placing numerous orders. And in a single breath, he spent over 1,100 yuan, astonishing the staff and rendering Qingyu momentarily speechless. Yet, Chen Xu felt no pangs of regret, promptly paying half the deposit and leaving an address for the delivery 2 days hence. In the following days, the family busied themselves with preparations for their new home, and the store's operational photos had finally arrived. In a burst of inspiration, Chen Xu requested the furniture market to craft a sign for his 1,000-mile fragrant melon seed shop, exclusively using Wangwali. Naturally, the furniture market was eager to accommodate such a significant client. As soon as Chen Xu departed, the manager began making arrangements. Before long, moving day arrived. Prior to the installation of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Xu had the furniture moved upstairs. Following this, they proceeded to install the windows, arrange the furniture, and settle household items. A radio, a brand new enamel cup, a red double happiness enamel basin, a kettle, and bedding adorned with blooming red peonies. This flurry of activity consumed an entire day. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire house was finally arranged. The first floor was neatly furnished with 6 ordinary wooden 8 immortals tables and stools. Although there were many Wangwali tables available, Chen Xu could not bear to misuse such fine wood. Meanwhile, his cozy little home on the second floor, now enhanced with the addition of the Hainan Wangwali furniture, radiated warmth and charm, inviting relaxation and comfort. Initially indifferent to such items, Qingyu found herself captivated by the harmonious ambience they created. A room filled with soft light and rich hues. The simplicity and warmth of the decor reflected Chen Xu's refined taste and artistic sensibility, and she developed an unexpected fondness for it. Little Yuer, bubbling with excitement after a bath, dashed to her room, climbed onto her little bed, rolled around joyfully, and exclaimed, "Wow, what a soft and fragrant bed. I love it." Chen Xu placed the little one's basin on the stand, hung a towel, and playfully asked, "So, today, Will you sleep with Daddy or by yourself? Little Fish pondered thoughtfully, turned over, and waved his little feet, deciding to sleep by himself. Now that Mama has a younger sibling in her belly, Fish cannot crowd with Daddy and Mama. Chen Xu approached the bedside, gently caressing the little one's head. You are truly remarkable, Fish. Once Mama gives birth, I will stay with you. All right. The little one responded, preparing to snuggle into bed. However, feeling a twinge of concern, he turned to Chen Xu and said, Daddy, you must take good care of Mama. Chen Xu chuckled softly. Of course, now sleep. After settling Little Fish, Chen Xu stepped out of the room, finding Qingyu just finishing her bath, making her way to the living room. Her long hair was styled into a bun at the back of her head, and her fair face was still glistening with moisture, her features enchanting. Upon seeing Chen Xu, her cheeks flushed slightly, exuding a captivating charm. Chapter 112. A fondness for resilient companions. Chen Xu gazed at the enchanting figure before him, unable to avert his eyes, even feeling an impulsive urge to pull her into his embrace and tease her playfully. Yet, their relationship had not reached that level. So he restrained his restlessness and said somewhat awkwardly, If you're done with your bath, hurry and get some sleep. At that moment, Qingyu was indeed without clothing beneath her thick attire, feeling a bit awkward in Chen Xu's presence, fearing he might see through her. Upon hearing his suggestion, she quickly nodded, okay, and hastily retreated to the bedroom, almost fleeing from his side. Chen Xu realized only after she had left that his lingering gaze had startled her. It was undeniable that Qingyu was simply too beautiful, and her flushed cheeks from earlier had stirred a yearning deep within him. Reflecting on it now, he felt parched. Grabbing the clothes he had prepared and hurried downstairs for a shower to cool off. That evening, he consciously opted to sleep on the living room sofa. After all, there were no mice in the house, so there was no need to share a bed with Qingyu. Of course, Chen Xu also did not relish the idea of lying beside someone so soft and delightful, yet feeling unable to act on that impulse. Unbeknownst to him, the person inside had been waiting for him most of the day, and only when the lights in the living room were extinguished did she, in a huff, turn away with her blanket and go to sleep. What is the point of sleeping in the living room? Does he think I would eat him? Qingyu grumbled. While Chen Xu busied himself with setting up their little home these past few days, Jiang Qingyu had not been idle either. Having already finished roasting the remaining 1,000 gene of sunflower seeds, the business license was successfully acquired. In just 2 days, Qingyu would be starting school. Coincidentally, Chen Xu planned to officially open the Qinli Fragrant Sunflower Seed Shop in 2 days. However, although this street was near Jianxi Road and the Shea Cinema, there were not many shops operating, resulting in low foot traffic most of the time. Therefore, before the grand opening, he needed to actively attract some customers. Chen Xu had his own methods for drawing in a crowd, rather than going through the hassle of distributing flyers. He believed it was more effective to personally showcase the products and let them speak for themselves. Early this morning, Chen Xu went to the post office to purchase over 1,000 craft paper envelopes, which were not inexpensive, costing 15 cents each. Upon returning with the envelope, Chen Xu directly squatted on the living room coffee table, holding a ballpoint pen, and began inscribing the store's address on the envelope. Qingyu, having dressed Xiao Yuer, emerged from the room with the little one in tow. Upon seeing Chen Xu engrossed in his task, she approached him from behind and was taken aback by the robust strokes of the characters on the envelope. She recalled that Chen Xu had not even graduated from middle school, and at that time, his mind had not been particularly sharp. Reading had posed a challenge for him. To her astonishment, he not only recognized characters, but also possessed commendable penmanship. Before Qingyu could voice her curiosity, Xiao Yuer had already reached the round table, exclaiming, Daddy, do we need to write all of this? I want to help. Chen Xu, upon hearing this, reached out to pat the little one's head, gently explaining, This is too complicated. You're not ready yet. Learn your numbers first, and then you can assist Daddy. The little one, glancing at the neatly written characters on the envelope, felt a tinge of inadequacy but quickly bounced back, declaring, Daddy, I'll practice on my notebook and come back to help once I can write beautifully. Chen Xu smiled and agreed, all right then. The little one called out and hurried off to fetch her notebook and pencil. Noticing the figure beside him, Chen Xu inquired, would you like to help? Before he could finish his sentence, the person had already settled beside him. With a knowing smile, he handed her a ballpoint pen, saying, just jot down our store's address. Qingyu nodded, taking the paper and pen, ready to begin writing. However, before she started, she couldn't help but ask, do you still remember what you learned when you weren't quite yourself? Upon hearing this question, Chen Xu discerned her underlying concern and playfully responded. What if I told you I graduated from university? Would you believe me? Qingyu tilted her head to regard Chen Xu. At that moment, his rugged yet composed visage was illuminated by a warm smile, and the brilliance sparkling in his pupils was astonishing. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear to mask the fluttering of her heart, stammering, I don't know. It was evident to her that this big bear was becoming increasingly captivating. Chen Xu assumed Qingyu was skeptical, yet he did not press her to believe him and resumed writing the address. Since his wife was a university graduate, it seemed only fitting for him, as her husband, to attain a similar level of education. It appeared that once his financial endeavors stabilized, he would indeed need to revisit his previous studies to acquire a university diploma, thereby enhancing his wife's reputation. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Commerce Bureau of Rongqing, Zhongzhen sat in his chair, sipping tea. He glanced at the man beside him, who was of similar age and donned in official attire, and remarked, Old Chen, I've barely been here for 10 minutes. Yet you've sighed countless times. It's no wonder that in less than 2 years as director, half of your hair has turned white. Why fret so much? Chen Jianping, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow even tighter and replied, You wouldn't understand. Recently, a private entrepreneur wanting to open a sunflower seed shop encountered some issues while applying for a business license and came to the Commerce Bureau to stir up trouble. Somehow, it got to the tax bureau, and the director there took a fierce bite out of me. The mayor's expression soured at that moment. Do you think I can remain untroubled? Zhongzhen, upon hearing Chen Jianping's words, felt a surge of interest and generously offered his praise. This individual, a self-employed businessman, possessed commendable spirit, unafraid to express his indignation, even in the presence of the industrial and commercial bureau officials. Chen Jianping remarked that had it not been for their long-standing camaraderie, he would have long since dismissed anyone daring to provoke him. Observing Chen Jianping's darkened countenance, Zhongzhen set down his teacup and cheerfully suggested, What a trivial matter. Since you, Old Chen, advocate for the development of self-employment in Rongqing, why not lead by example and personally set a precedent for your subordinates and the local entrepreneurs? Chen Jianping raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man beside him. Quickly comprehending the implication, his expression softened, and he smiled. Indeed, it seems the sunflower seed shop is set to open in just a few days. As the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, I should make a point to visit and offer my support, which would also demonstrate our commitment to encouraging the citizens of Rongqing to respond positively to the national call. At this juncture, he gave Zhongzhen a thumbs up, acknowledging his astuteness. You're too modest, Director Chen. Zhongzhen responded with a grin, feeling a burgeoning curiosity about this entrepreneur. Given the opportunity, he intended to sample the offerings of this spirited businessman, as he had a fondness for individuals with such vigor. Esteemed leaders, I must head to the hospital for an injection now. I shall return to correct any inconsistencies or typos later. Chapter 113. Harnessing the favorable wind for promotion 2 days prior to the grand opening of Qian Lixiang's sunflower seeds, at 5:30 in the evening, Chen Xu mounted his tricycle, accompanied by Jiang Qingyu, transporting 300 pounds of sunflower seeds to the plaza in front of the Shea Cinema. By this time, the ticket window and the square were thronged with people, with several popular movie posters adorning the area above the ticket counter, showcasing films such as The Peacock Princess, The Sea Calls, and Shaolin Temple. Among them, the most acclaimed was undoubtedly Shaolin Temple, starring Jet Li, which left a profound impression on Chen Xu, even in later years. This film is regarded as a box office marvel in cinematic history. After its release in mainland China in 1982, it achieved a staggering box office record of 1.6 billion yuan. With an average ticket price of 0.4 yuan, the film was viewed by an astounding 500 million people, marking it as a legendary success in the annals of Chinese cinema during an era of generally modest living standards. At that moment, nearly 90% of the crowd gathered in the square had come specifically to see this film. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xu aimed to attract attention to his sunflower seeds. He parked the tricycle at the heart of the plaza, and both men dismounted. Chen Xu opened several sacks of seeds and began to vocally promote his product. Come and take a look, fresh out of the oven, our new 5-spice sunflower seeds. Delicious and affordable, a truly economical choice. Watching Chen Xu enthusiastically hawk his wares, Jiang Qingyu attempted to follow suit, but found himself at a loss for words. His naturally reserved demeanor made it impossible for him to shout out in front of such a large crowd. Chen Xu did not insist, for he himself was not adept at business from the outset. In his previous life, during his initial attempts at selling, he too felt shy to call out. With practice, one naturally becomes proficient over time. Chen Xu's calls soon attracted considerable attention in the square, particularly from a group of young women who, at their tender age, were imbued with an absolute curiosity for all things new. Upon hearing Chen Xu mention his spiced melon seeds, their interest was piqued. One girl, who was currently queuing with her boyfriend to buy tickets, waved at Chen Xu and inquired, "Brother, how much are your seeds?" With a gentle smile, Chen Xu pushed his tricycle closer to the girl, lifting two enameled jars, one large and one small, and explained, "The small cup is 10 cents, and the large cup is 20 cents. This pricing was carefully considered. The small cup contained slightly over 1 tael, while the large cup held over 2 taels. The cost of a pound, including spices, salt, and packaging, amounted to approximately 20 cents, allowing for a profit of 80 cents per pound, which was indeed considerable. However, upon hearing the prices, the girl furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "Brother, your seeds seem a bit pricey. A movie ticket is only 40 cents, and a cup of seeds costs 10 cents. Chen Xu replied with calm assurance, "Quality comes at a price. My seeds do not require grain coupons, and they are the only spiced flavor available in the market. Thus, this price is quite reasonable." The girl, upon hearing this, appeared visibly intrigued, especially with the enticing aroma emanating from the tricycle. Observing his girlfriend's fascination with the seeds, the young man beside her, without hesitation, reached into his pocket and declared, "Boss, I'll take a large cup." Being in the throes of young love, he felt no reluctance to spend money as he watched his girlfriend's eyes light up with delight. Upon hearing the man's request, Chen Xu promptly responded, "Certainly, I shall prepare that for you." He then filled a large enameled jar with seeds, placed them into an envelope, and added a handful more, cheerfully announcing, "Our shop on Jianxi Road will officially open at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow, with a lottery event. The address is on the envelope. If you enjoy the seeds, do come back to support us." The young man noticed Chen Xu had generously added extra seeds, and a smile crept onto his face as he responded, "Great. If they taste good, we will definitely return." However, he mused that had he come alone today, he certainly would not have made such an extravagant purchase. As the young woman accepted the seeds from her boyfriend, her face radiated with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you." With so many people watching, her boyfriend's willingness to buy her the costly seeds greatly satisfied her youthful vanity. She eagerly cracked open a seed, savoring its flavor, and exclaimed, "This is truly delicious. I've never tasted such delightful seeds before." The young man, intrigued, took a handful of seeds, sampled a few, and, as if he had discovered a new treasure, could not help but munch on more. Nodding in agreement, he remarked, "They are both fragrant and savory, with several indescribably delightful flavors. Truly remarkable." The surrounding crowd, already simmering with anticipation, could hardly contain themselves upon hearing the exchange between the two individuals, particularly those young men adept at gauging their girlfriends' moods. Upon noticing the envy radiating from their partners as they gazed at the couple, swiftly made their way toward Chen Xu. "Boss, I'll take 2 dimes. Boss, I want 4 dimes. It does smell quite enticing. Start me off with 6 dimes. In a short span of time, Chen Xu found himself encircled by eager young men, each vying to purchase sunflower seeds to present to their girlfriends. Hastily, he called over Qingyu, deftly filling bags with seeds for the influx of customers. He also took care to grab an extra handful for promotional purposes before handing them over. Intent on advertising the forthcoming opening of the shop, he had unwavering confidence in his sunflower seeds. Anyone who had tasted them once would undoubtedly desire a second helping, and the address on the envelope would soon prove invaluable. Qingyu was witnessing such an exaggeratedly vibrant scene for the first time, especially as waves of people flocked to place money in his hands. Initially, he was somewhat reserved, but after serving a few customers and collecting some cash, he gradually loosened up, mimicking Chen Xu's approach by offering customers an extra handful of seeds, energetically promoting the store's grand opening. Many patrons initially considered the seeds overpriced and were not inclined to support the opening. However, upon savoring the delightful taste, they promptly turned around to purchase additional cups right at Chen Xu's stall. With the enthusiastic feedback from customers, the atmosphere around Chen Xu grew increasingly lively. drawing crowds that had previously queued for movie tickets over to his stall, forming a long line. Those newly arriving at the square, upon witnessing such a lengthy queue, could not resist the urge to join in the excitement, convinced that the seeds must indeed be delicious. Chen Xu and Qingyu became utterly engrossed in their bustling activities. Akin to octopuses, seamlessly collecting money, packing seeds, and advertising the shop's opening in one fluid motion. In just over 4 hours, Chen Xu managed to sell more than 300 pounds of sunflower seeds, resulting in a net profit exceeding 200 yuan. At that moment, he understood why Li Guangzhou had become a millionaire by selling sunflower seeds before 1979. The business was undeniably lucrative. After concluding the sale of seeds, Chen Xu escorted Qingyu back to Guanyuan village and then took a human-powered tricycle back to Jinshi Road. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Ascending to the second floor, he found several rooms already dark, save for the light in the living room. There, Qingyu was seated at the round table, pen in hand, swiftly inscribing addresses on envelopes. The table before her was already piled high with neatly stacked envelopes. As her belly had grown larger, Chen Xu was reluctant to let her venture out, preferring that she contribute by addressing envelopes at home. As soon as he reached the second floor, Chen Xu complied with his wife's request, changing into clean slippers before slowly making his way toward the living room. Qingyu was entirely absorbed in her work, her hands moving rapidly, yet her graceful cursive writing remained unaffected, oblivious to the presence that had quietly approached her from behind. Chen Xu's gaze fell upon the tall envelope resting on the table, prompting an immediate furrowing of his brow. He intended to greet Qingyu, urging her to take a break, but before he could utter a word, the person in front of him suddenly stiffened, her movements halted, a gasp escaping her lips as she winced in pain. Her hand began to cramp again. Chen Xu was startled by Qingyu's sudden condition and swiftly moved to her side, asking softly what was the matter. Typically, if he had appeared so unexpectedly, she would have jumped in surprise. However, at that moment, all her attention was consumed by the tension and pain in her hand. After a brief moment of realization, she replied in a hushed tone, "My hand is cramping." She lamented that she had managed to write for hours without issue in the past, yet today, after only 2 or 3 hours, she had experienced 3 cramps already. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xu felt a pang of concern. He leaned down gently, lifting her hand from the table and extending her arm. The motion nearly caused Qingyu to faint from the pain. Yet, remarkably, after that stretch, the sharp ache in her hand diminished significantly. Observing the relief in her expression, Chen Xu settled onto a nearby stool, grasped her hand, and began to massage it with tender care. Under normal circumstances, the act of kneading her delicate, fair fingers might have stirred uncontrollable feelings within him. However, at that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on her well-being. He meticulously massaged from her palm to the joints of her fingers, each movement executed with caution as he anxiously inquired about her comfort. Qingyu had braced herself for another 10 minutes of cramping, but surprisingly, Chen Xu's massage alleviated her discomfort swiftly. Meeting his gaze, filled with worry and tenderness, she felt a wave of warmth envelop her heart. Nodding gently, she replied, "Much better." Upon hearing her response, Chen Xu's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he continued his gentle ministrations, saying softly, "Then I shall massage for a little longer." Casting a glance at the tall envelope, he couldn't help but chide her lightly, suggesting that it would suffice to write occasionally in her spare time, questioning why she was exerting herself so fiercely to the point of cramping her hand. Although the pain in Qingyu's hand had completely subsided, she found it difficult to withdraw her hand from his comforting touch. Responding to his gentle reproach, she explained softly, "It's merely a coincidence. In the past, when our teacher assigned us tasks, I could copy for an entire day without issue." Chen Xu, focusing intently on massaging her hand, replied seriously, "You do realize that was in the past. Now, you are carrying 2 little ones. It is not the same." He raised his gaze to meet hers, feigning sternness as he admonished her, "You mustn't do this anymore. Do you understand?" Typically, if someone else had made such a domineering demand of her, she would have been displeased. However, coming from Chen Xu, Qingyu found it quite agreeable. She refrained from arguing, obediently nodding her head as she relished the soothing massage. A few minutes later, sensing it was time to conclude, Chen Xu inquired, "How do you feel now?" Qingyu, still reluctant to retract her hand, replied, "I'm still a little uncomfortable." "Very well, then I shall continue." Yes. The following day, Chen Xu, accompanied by Jiang Qinghua, ventured to the Shay cinema with several £100 of sunflower seeds, which he successfully sold within a few hours. His brand, Chinli Fragrant Sunflower Seeds, began to gain renown along Jinshi Road. Time swiftly passed, and the day for Yi Qingyu's school commencement arrived, coinciding with the grand opening of Chen Xu's sunflower seed shop. Although this day marked a significant milestone for Chen Xu, nothing held greater importance for him than his wife's matters, regardless of the scale of future enterprises he might undertake. Early in the morning, Chen Xu instructed Jiang Qinghua to deliver more 5 spice sunflower seeds to the shop before taking Yi Qingyu's luggage to her school personally. Although Yi Qingyu wished to reside at home, the approval for commuting required some time, necessitating her stay in the school dormitory for the interim. At 8:30, Chen Xu accompanied Yi Qingyu to the entrance of Rongqing Normal University, where a throng of students, laden with luggage, streamed into the campus. With Yi Qingyu now 4 months pregnant with twins, her condition was more pronounced than that of a typical singleton. Upon their arrival, the couple drew considerable attention from fellow students, particularly due to Yi Qingyu's subtly rounded abdomen, sparking a flurry of chatter among the onlookers. What's going on with Yi Qingyu? Did she indulge during the new year? Her belly seems fuller, but she appears even more charming. Fuller? That's clearly pregnancy, isn't it? Have you ever seen someone gain weight in their belly alone without a change in their face? Wait, she's pregnant? I thought that man beside her was her fiancé. I just accepted that she was taken, and now she is expecting? This is so sudden. I can't help but feel envious of the man next to her. What kind of background does he have to inspire her to have children at such a young age? He must at least come from a distinguished family. As the two entered the school, the crowd, still in shock, couldn't resist the urge to gossip. At that moment, a male voice suddenly emerged from the throng. You're mistaken. That man is not from a prominent family, and he has been divorced. He is just a small business owner. Qin Junxing, observing the couple from a distance, publicly divulged Chen Xu's personal information. The classmates beside him, particularly those envious of Yi Qingyu, were immediately exhilarated by the revelation. What? He is divorced and just a small business owner? How could Yi Qingyu possibly be interested in a divorced small business owner? Honestly, she could have married someone from a textile factory instead. Given her circumstances, she could have easily married someone from the capital. What is she thinking? If I were in her shoes, I would be too embarrassed to attend school after marrying a small business owner. A student from a normal university marrying a small business owner? It's truly a disgrace to our institution. Chapter 115. The grand opening of the sunflower seed shop creates a stir as the couple made their way. Numerous onlookers stole glances at Yi Qingyu and Chen Xu, whispering amongst themselves from afar. Chen Xu sensed the gazes upon him, his brow slightly furrowing. He turned to observe the person beside him, wondering if she felt uneasy. How could he not realize that his swift marriage to Yi Qingyu would subject her to considerable public scrutiny? Yi Qingyu, noticing a few girls whispering and even wearing expressions of schadenfreude, felt a tinge of discomfort. Upon hearing Chen Xu's inquiry, she leaned closer, her soft arms affectionately wrapping around his, and softly reassured him. What is there to feel uncomfortable about? This is merely the normal process that everyone experiences. And I certainly have no regrets about marrying you. Yi Qingyu felt as if her words were directed at those around them. Yet, upon uttering the latter part, her face flushed, igniting a shyness that made her reluctant to meet Chen Xu's gaze. Chen Xu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. Though he said nothing aloud, a silent determination arose within him. He vowed to ensure that his wife would soon become the enviable Mrs. Chen, bestowing upon her all the finest things he possessed, leaving no room for regret. As they arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory, they encountered several of Yi Qingyu's friends who had come to greet her. Fortunately, her friends were kind-hearted and eager to help, especially Qin Miao, who, upon learning of Yi Qingyu's pregnancy, was taken aback and promptly took everything from her arms. Qin Miao had attempted to visit Yi Qingyu during the new year, but found her absent, and upon hearing she had returned on the 5th day, she sought her out, only to discover that Yi Qingyu had gone to Rongqing. Their paths had not crossed for nearly a month, and to their surprise, they met again with their bellies slightly rounded. With her friends gathered, Qin Miao felt it inappropriate to inquire about the specifics of Yi Qingyu's pregnancy, with Chen Xu present. Taking Yi Qingyu from Chen Xu's arms, she called to her friends to assist in escorting Yi Qingyu to her dormitory. The scene resembled the grand ceremony of attending to a royal consort, with two friends helping her ascend the steps to the dormitory. Qingyu found herself both amused and bemused. Halfway up the steps, an inexplicable wave of reluctance surged within her, prompting her to glance back at Chen Xu. Before she could officially move in, her opportunities to see Chen Xu were limited. At that moment, Chen Xu remained rooted in place, observing her glance back. His heart quivered, and he raised his hand to wave at her, cheerfully reminding her to eat on time. Once his affairs stabilized and he could spare the time, he would continue to bring her meals each day, cherishing the chance to see her regularly. Qingyu felt a pang of emotion, lightly waving back at Chen Xu, wishing to tell him not to overexert himself. Surrounded by her friends, she could only nod gently, affirming her understanding. After their exchange, she departed with her friends. Watching her leave, Chen Xu felt an inexplicable emptiness wash over him, disheartened as he joined the throng of others who were delivering belongings to daughters or significant others. Upon returning to his seed shop at 9:30, Chen Xu was met with a surprising sight. A considerable crowd had already gathered outside. He couldn't help but feel bemused. Despite notifying everyone that business would officially commence at 10, it seemed many had arrived early. As he approached the entrance of the shop, a keen-eyed individual in the crowd immediately recognized him. "Hey, it's the sunflower seed vendor. At last, you're here, boss. Please fill 2 cups for me. I've been waiting to buy your seeds to impress my partner." As Chen Xu reached the doorway, he was swiftly surrounded by a throng of eager customers. "Everyone, please remain calm. I will unlock the door shortly. Take this opportunity to line up while the crowd is still manageable. This will expedite the sales process and save you time." Chen Xu called out to the gathering. Upon hearing his words, the crowd quickly made way, forming an orderly queue at the entrance. Upon returning to the shop, Qingyu, who had been anxiously awaiting inside, hurriedly approached him. "Chen Xu, there are so many people at the door, and I was afraid I couldn't handle it, so I didn't dare to open." Despite having sold seeds with Chen Xu for 2 days, he still lacked the confidence to manage the bustling crowd alone. Meanwhile, the eager little girl, like a sprightly fish, rushed forward to urge her father to open the door. She hadn't assisted her father in selling goods for a while, and on this opening day, her excitement was palpable. With a smile, Chen Xu reassured both the father and daughter, encouraging Qingyu to open the shop. Within minutes, the two of them systematically unlocked the door, placing large bowls of 5-spice sunflower seeds onto the counter. The little girl soon followed, delivering 4 enamel jars and a small box designated for the lottery. Along with cowhide envelopes for the seeds, everything was in place, and they were ready to commence sales. "Dear customers, we are officially opening Qingyu Aroma sunflower seeds today. To express our gratitude for your support during these first 3 days, we are hosting a special promotion. Any customer who purchases 6 mao worth of seeds will receive a chance to win a free order in our lottery. The odds of winning are 1 in 10, so we encourage everyone to participate enthusiastically." Chen Xu cheerfully greeted the customers before the official sales began. The individuals present were all captivated by his 5-spice seeds, and upon hearing about the promotion, many who initially planned to purchase just a few mao reconsidered their choices. "All right, boss, I'll go first. I'll take 3 cups at 2 mao each." Upon hearing the customer's request, Chen Xu immediately responded with a grin. "Certainly. I'll prepare that for you right away." The little girl, standing on her tiptoes, eagerly pushed the lottery box in front of the customers, cheerfully saying, "Big brother, lottery." The sight of this adorable little girl melted hearts, prompting the customer to nod in agreement and participate in the lottery. Standing beside Chen Xu, Qingyu, seeing the father-daughter duo engrossed in their tasks, felt embarrassed to remain idle. Gritting his teeth, he called out to the customers in line, "The gentleman at the back can come to my station." "Ah, great. I'd like 6 mao worth too." Qingyu beamed and responded, "Absolutely. I'll get that ready for you." As time passed, a long queue gradually formed outside Chen Xu's sunflower seed shop. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as news of customers winning free orders spread, eliciting waves of astonished exclamations. Nearby, the owners of the tea shop and several other quiet establishments on the street were utterly astonished by the thriving scene at Chen Xu's shop. Previously, Chen Xu expressed his intention to sell sunflower seeds here, but everyone was skeptical, urging him to refrain from venturing into such a precarious business, especially considering the scarcity of shops and foot traffic in this street, which would likely hinder his success. To everyone's astonishment, once Chen Xu's seed shop opened, customers flocked to his door. Even the nearby tea shop owner found his business benefiting from the influx. Many elderly patrons, after purchasing seeds and lacking urgency, opted to enjoy a couple of bowls of tea at his establishment, engaging in delightful conversations while munching on the seeds, much to the tea shop owner's delight. By noon, a queue extending 2 to 3 dozen meters had formed outside Chen Xu's shop. At that moment, several men in official attire arrived on the street, and among them, a middle-aged man with graying hair was taken aback by the bustling scene before him. He glanced at the sign above the shop that read "Chinly Fragrant Sunflower Seeds" and turned to the man beside him, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and black-rimmed glasses, to inquire, "Li, is this the shop owned by that individual selling sunflower seeds? How is it that business is thriving so remarkably?" Li, equally astonished by the sight, felt a twinge of guilt recalling his earlier intentions to challenge Chen Xu, and promptly replied with a nervous smile, "Yes, Director Chen. I shall go greet the shop owner right away." Upon hearing this, Director Chen quickly raised his hand. "No. I too wish to savor the delicacies of this esteemed proprietor's seeds. Let us not cut in line, but rather join the queue." Li, slightly embarrassed, nodded fervently, "Indeed. I would also like to try them. I will stand behind you, Director Chen." With 2 high-ranking officials queuing for sunflower seeds, the lower-ranking officials dared not break from the line and joined their superiors. Behind them stood a journalist from Rongqing Daily, who had come specifically to document the exemplary entrepreneur's story for the front page of tomorrow's edition. The sight of these distinguished officials in their official attire quickly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, creating a stir. Chapter 116, Exemplary Individual Entrepreneur. Chen Jianping, accompanied by several high-ranking officials, arrived at the entrance of Chinly Fragrant Sunflower Seeds, startling those in the queue. Although the specifics of their positions were unknown, their commanding presence and attire indicated they were certainly not ordinary individuals. Particularly, the patrons ahead of Chen Jianping, upon noticing the impressive entourage behind them, swiftly prepared to vacate the area, making way for the local leaders. Observing their movements, Chen Jianping waved, "Dear friends, please do not be alarmed. Let us maintain our queue as it stands. I am merely here as an ordinary citizen wishing to purchase Chen's fragrant sunflower seeds." Hearing this, the patrons hesitated, ultimately returning to their places in line. At this moment, Chen Xu noticed the commotion from a distance, recognizing the group. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly resumed his duties, attending to his customers without interruption. Meanwhile, most of the patrons in line, being mindful of the esteemed officials behind them, hastened their purchases, each eager to buy faster than the last. After purchasing some sunflower seeds, they did not leave, but instead chose to sit down in the nearby tea house. On the surface, they sipped tea and nibbled seeds, but in reality, they intended to partake in the lively atmosphere and enjoy the famed sunflower seeds from the Qianlixiang shop. In contemporary times, entertainment options are scarce, and the primary pastime for many is indulging in sunflower seeds, particularly since individual entrepreneurs are not held in high regard in Qingyu. It was quite remarkable that on the very first day of the Qianlixiang shop's opening, several seemingly distinguished figures arrived, accompanied by journalists. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of onlookers, who eagerly awaited their chance to enjoy the seeds. The proprietor of the tea house, observing the nearly full establishment, was overwhelmed with excitement and eagerness. There was little time to indulge in snacks. He hurriedly boiled water, brewed tea, and attended to the customers to generate revenue. The tea house was bustling, and soon, patrons began to gather at Chen Xu's shop as well. The tea house owner did not hesitate to approach Chen Xu, offering him several pots of tea to assist in attending to the customers, allowing Chen Xu to focus on collecting payments. After all, the bustling business of the day was largely due to Chen Xu, the fortunate benefactor. Chen Xu, too pressed for time to engage in pleasantries, had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He knew he would address it once he managed the overwhelming influx of customers. Indeed, a significant number of individuals came to buy seeds that day. Chen Jianping and his companions waited nearly 20 minutes in line before finally reaching the seed stall. The patrons already seated in the shop craned their necks and perked up their ears at the sight. Although Chen Xu did not recognize Chen Jianping or the man with the slicked back hair behind him, he immediately recognized the 2 young officials trailing them. These young officials were responsible for personally assisting him with his business license. Judging by the demeanor of the leading man, it was clear he held a notable position. Chen Xu greeted them with a warm welcome, expressing gratitude for their patience. His demeanor was confident and courteous, unaffected even in the presence of high-ranking officials. The crowd of sunflower seed enthusiasts quietly admired him, giving him a thumbs up. Had they been in his shoes, they would likely have struggled to articulate a coherent response, let alone greet them with such poise. Chen Jianping, too, exhibited a hint of admiration in his gaze, smiling as he remarked, "Not at all. Moreover, it's fantastic to see your sunflower seed shop thriving. Here, let me get 6 mao worth of seeds to join in your opening celebration." As he spoke, he pulled a 1 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Chen Xu. His support for Chen Xu's venture was sincere, fueled by curiosity about the seeds that had drawn such a crowd. Chen Xu, upon hearing Chen Jianping's call, smiled and promptly packaged the seeds, allowing Chen Jianping to draw a prize. Fortune smiled upon Chen Jianping as he won a complimentary order, causing a stir among the surrounding crowd. Chen Xu, having deduced the identities of the officials from their titles, handed the seeds to Chen Jianping while cheerfully expressing, "On the occasion of our shop's opening, we are deeply grateful that Director Chen took time out of his busy schedule to support individual entrepreneurs like us." Chen Jianping extended his hand to receive the sunflower seeds, his smile radiant. "You cannot say that. Our Bureau of Industry and Commerce is dedicated to serving the public. We also encourage the citizens to learn from Comrade Xiao Chun, actively responding to the national call and striving to become exemplary individual entrepreneurs." He straightforwardly invited, his demeanor cheerful. Having prepared thoroughly for his visit, he, as the director of the Bureau, felt it imperative to publicly express his support for the development of individual businesses. Exemplary figures like Chen Xu were essential for setting a precedent. Such a favorable opportunity was surely not something Chen Xu could decline. He readily agreed with a smile, "Certainly. It would be my honor." Without hesitation, he greeted the guests and strode confidently to the counter, shaking hands with Chen Jianping, with several officials standing by as a backdrop. They captured a splendid black-and-white photograph in front of the Qingyu sunflower seed shop, evoking envy among the onlookers. It soon dawned on the crowd that this distinguished figure was none other than the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, who had personally come to support the Qingyu shop and encouraged Chen, the proprietor, to serve as a model individual entrepreneur. If their assumptions were correct, the following day's headlines would feature the owner of the Qingyu sunflower seed shop prominently, especially with the director's endorsement. The status of individual entrepreneurs in Rongqing could dramatically transform overnight. As a paragon of individual entrepreneurship, the Qingyu shop was destined to achieve great fame in Rongqing. Chen Xu was not overly concerned with anything else. He recognized that with the free publicity from the Rongqing Daily and the Bureau's director, the popularity and traffic to his shop would undoubtedly soar, resulting in a significant influx of wealth. No, there was no need to wait until tomorrow. Hardly had Chen Jianping and the senior officials departed when waves of people began to arrive. The knowledge that even the director of the Bureau had to queue for the seeds significantly heightened the enthusiasm among customers. By 5:30 in the afternoon, the line at the Qingyu shop extended an impressive 50 to 60 meters, and it continued to grow at an alarming rate. Chen Xu and his daughter, along with Jiang Qingyu, found themselves exceedingly busy, spending the entire day collecting payments, packaging seeds, and conducting lotteries without pause. Chen Xu resolved that once the day's rush subsided, he would quickly hire additional staff, at least 3 or 4. However, he was cautious to limit the number of hires, despite the current support for individual businesses. Employing too many could lead to accusations of capitalism. The experience of Li Guangjiu, who had been released after 2 years only to face reincarceration, served as a cautionary tale. Chapter 117. A complete breakthrough. The long queue at the sunflower seed shop persisted until 9:30 in the evening, only dissipating once the over 1,000 pounds of seeds brought by Jiang Qingyu were sold out. Many customers who could not purchase seeds expressed their disappointment, declaring they would not return the next day. Chen Xu merely smiled in agreement. After a long day of labor, the few of them were nearly exhausted, with little time left to fetch more sunflower seeds, particularly now, with only over 3,000 pounds in stock. If they sold out all at once, it would create a significant issue if the supply could not be replenished. He resolved to recruit workers promptly tomorrow and, at dawn the day after, head to Shifang to procure around 10,000 pounds of seeds. Several villages there cultivated sunflowers. Thus, he would coordinate with the local officials to negotiate a higher purchase price and arrange for timely deliveries to Qingyu, alleviating the need for him to collect them personally. After closing the stall, Chen Xu tossed the bag of money upstairs, estimating his earnings. Selling 1,500 pounds of seeds at 1 yuan per pound, deducting those given away, he would still net over 1,300 yuan, with a profit exceeding 1,000 yuan. This revenue was undeniably impressive. Jiang Qingyu, witnessing Chen Xu's hefty bag of money being tossed upstairs, felt nothing but envy and genuine happiness for Chen Xu. You are truly remarkable, Chen Xu. I never imagined one could earn several hundred yuan in a single day from roasting sunflower seeds. He reflected on his own situation, where even after a year of farming, he barely managed to sustain his family, let alone earn any profit. In contrast, Chen Xu's venture into roasting and selling seeds could yield thousands. Though envious, Jiang Qingyu possessed self-awareness. The profits from Chen Xu's sunflower seeds were not guaranteed for everyone, especially not for someone like him who could easily be taken advantage of in the buying process. Jiang Qingyu's thoughts were straightforward. He was not suited for business. As long as Chen Xu accepted him, he intended to work diligently, earning 60 yuan a month without the burden of food and lodging expenses, a rarity even among factory workers in Qingyu. Chen Xu had been keenly observing Jiang Qingyu's dedicated efforts during this time. Without his brother-in-law's assistance, the workload would have been far more daunting. I must thank you, brother-in-law, for your help, especially as you have made significant strides in both roasting and selling seeds, Chen Xu remarked with a smile. Of course, given Jiang Qingyu's diligence and rapid learning, it was only fair to raise his wages. If he proved reliable, he would become a valuable second-in-command as Chen Xu expanded his endeavors. After exchanging a few words in the shop, time was pressing, and Chen Xu urged Jiang Qingyu to return home and rest. Once Jiang Qingyu departed, Xiao Yuer remained, resting her head on the table after a demanding day. Before taking her home to sleep, Chen Xu pondered for a moment and visited the tea shop owner next door, who had just closed. He requested a sheet of red paper and a brush to write a recruitment notice. The shop owner, ever hospitable, kindled the stove to roast a potato, which he then cut open, using it to smear a circle on the door where Chen Xu intended to affix the notice, assisting him in putting it up. Chen Xu marveled at the convenience of modern adhesives and tapes in later times. Now, one could easily find materials to secure anything in place effectively. You earn such a high salary. You will surely be able to recruit the necessary staff by tomorrow, the shop owner remarked, eyeing the contents of the recruitment notice with evident interest, smiling as he spoke to Chen Xu. Were it not for the fact that his tea shop had benefited from the business generated by Chen Xu's sunflower seed stall, he might have hastened to close his doors and work for Chen Xu, especially considering that the monthly wage of 55 yuan could equal the income of his tea house over the past 2 months. Chen Xu responded with a few light-hearted remarks before preparing to return for a rest. At that moment, a Happiness 250 motorcycle suddenly pulled up and stopped in front of the shop adjacent to Chen Xu's residence. The two men turned their gaze in that direction and immediately recognized Lu Dajin on the motorcycle. His unkempt beard and swollen eyes stood out starkly in the warm yellow light along the street. He seemed to be enveloped in an aura of profound melancholy. Upon seeing the two men at Chen Xu's shop entrance, he uttered no greeting, but instead walked despondently to the door, opened it, and entered the house. Wang Baoman observed this and furrowed his brows deeply, stating, "By the looks of Dajin, his wife is likely in dire straits." Chen Xu's heart sank at these words. He had seen Lu Dajin a couple of days prior, looking terribly haggard, having heard that his wife had only a few days left to live. Judging by Dajin's current state, it seemed that she had indeed passed away. Although Chen Xu was not closely acquainted with Lu Dajin, he understood that such matters were best faced alone. Any words of comfort would be futile. He glanced toward Lu Dajin's house and said, "There will likely be arrangements made in the coming days, and I shall close my business for 2 days to keep the entrance clear for him. After all, the deceased deserves respect, and wealth can always be earned anew." Wang Baoman waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We need not concern ourselves with this matter. When it comes to arrangements, he has ample options in Rongqing, especially since there are not many relatives nearby on Jianxi Road. He will manage." Chen Xu raised an eyebrow. Ample options? Wang Baoman, known for his inability to keep secrets, leaned in closer and whispered, "Dajin resides here due to some familial discord related to his wife's illness. Moreover, the proximity to Rongqing's premier hospital is advantageous. Otherwise, his family in Rongqing has at least 40 or 50 properties, providing numerous venues for arrangements." Wang Baoman had heard several times how Lu Dajin's friends often spoke of Lu Banqing, initially oblivious to its significance. Over time, he realized that the landlord's properties were indeed scattered throughout half of Rongqing, making it possible to find a suitable place anywhere. Chen Xu was somewhat taken aback by Wang Baoman's revelation. While Rongqing may not compare to the megacities of Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, it had evolved into a new first-tier city over the past 2 decades. The fact that Liu Dajin possessed such extensive real estate meant that he could live comfortably without further struggle. As long as he collected a few properties compensation each year, he would not have to worry about sustenance. However, Chen Xu merely felt a fleeting sense of astonishment, overshadowed by a profound sadness. Liu Dajin could secure a life free from financial concerns, yet he was burdened with the unbearable loss of his beloved at such a young age. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Upon returning to the shop, Chen Xu found Xiao Yuer already asleep on the table. He could not bear to wake her, so he gently lifted the little one and carried her upstairs. Upon reaching the upper level, he noticed the absence of Qingyu, which left him with a twinge of disappointment. During the day, one remained busy, but now that I have paused, thoughts of her have begun to intrude. Chen Xu could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. He never anticipated that his steadfast resolve, which had remained unshakable for decades, would be thoroughly shattered by the presence of Qingyu. Chapter 118. Who Disdains Chen Xu? The following day, early in the morning, the front page headline of the Rongqing Morning News boldly proclaimed the story of the wealth adventurer Chen Xu and his renowned Qianlixiang sunflower seeds. The headline struck like a torpedo, resonating throughout the streets and alleys of Rongqing. The front page section featured a photograph occupying 1/3 of the space, capturing the moment of Chen Xu shaking hands with the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Chen Jianping, both beaming naturally and graciously at the camera. The article's content, moreover, left the readers astounded. It explicitly communicated the Rongqing government's encouragement of private economic development. Chen Xu and his Qianlixiang sunflower seeds had become emblematic of exemplary individual entrepreneurs. Especially striking was director Chen Jianping's remark at the article's conclusion. No wonder we had to queue for over half an hour to purchase these seeds. Their flavor is truly exceptional. In this era, most individuals absorb information from these thin sheets of newspaper. Particularly, the content on the front page captures the public's keen interest. With the release of today's headline, not only did the populace gain insight into the government's commitment to supporting individual entrepreneurs, but they also learned that even the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had to stand in line to buy Chen Xu's seeds, personally endorsing their delectable taste. This celebrity effect incited an insatiable curiosity among all who read the paper and learned of this astonishing news. They were eager to meet the exemplary individual entrepreneur who had shared a handshake with Director Chen. With the appearance of this headline, Chen Xu had instantly transformed into a notable figure in Rongqing. At 7:30 in the morning, at Rongqing University, the news of Qingyu's husband, Chen Xu, making the front page of the Rongqing Daily erupted across the campus within mere minutes. In the cafeteria, clusters of students gathered, all fixated on a peer's newspaper adorned with striking photographs and astonishing content, their faces alight with shock as they murmured quietly amongst themselves. My goodness. So now Rongqing is supportive of individual entrepreneurship, and being an entrepreneur is a prestigious identity? Indeed. Look at the leaders of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau personally supporting it, even standing in line for over half an hour to buy Chen Xu's seeds. What factory worker can boast such prominence? Moreover, business seemed to be thriving. Our neighbor next door had queued for over an hour yesterday, but was unable to purchase any as they had sold out. I heard from the neighbor that, given the buzz yesterday, at least 1,000 pounds were sold, raking in over 1,000 yuan. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed through the group, as many turned their gazes toward a corner of the cafeteria, particularly the female students. Some looked on with envy, others with jealousy, and a few with disdain. Just days ago, they had reveled in the misfortune of Qingyu, the campus belle, marrying an individual entrepreneur. In merely 2 days, that individual entrepreneur, whom everyone looked down upon, astonishingly graced the front page of the Rongqing Morning News as a paragon of excellence among small business owners. He even shook hands with the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, abruptly becoming a celebrity, and his business flourished beyond measure. This turn of events was enough to make them feel more wretched than if they had ingested something repugnant. Initially, it seemed the campus belle had finally plunged into a quagmire, but to everyone's surprise, she had married an extraordinarily accomplished man, ensuring her later years would be devoid of worries about sustenance. At the center of the crowd, Qingyu gazed at the man in the newspaper, his radiant smile shining brightly, and felt a surge of joy and satisfaction as she absorbed the envious glances from those around her. How could these individuals, with their narrow perspectives, have ever underestimated her husband, Chen Xu? Now that he had made the headlines, their expressions must surely be pained. However, Qingyu herself was astonished that Chen Xu's humble sunflower seed shop had attracted the personal attention of the bureau's leadership, landing him on the front page. Truly, her husband was remarkable. Regrettably, she had only submitted her application to transfer schools yesterday, and Chen Xu must be exceedingly busy, otherwise she would have loved to see him. Feeling somewhat downcast, she noticed her female classmates, who, upon seeing the photograph of the several dignitaries in the newspaper, continued to radiate confidence and allure, even as they stood beside the men in suits. Even Qin Miao, known for her typically masculine temperament, couldn't help but exclaim in sincere admiration, "Indeed, Chen Xu possesses a commanding presence that surpasses that of our school's cadre." Nearby, the short-haired girl, Zhou Ru, nodded in agreement, remarking that if she were to face such esteemed officials, she would likely tremble, while Qingyu's partner appeared more at ease than the leaders themselves. Undoubtedly someone well acquainted with grand occasions. As the discussion among the girls grew fervent, they expressed a desire to sample the sunflower seeds from Chen Xu's shop, eagerly seeking to forge a connection with Qingyu, the shop owner's wife, to procure some for themselves. After all, with their academic commitments, they had little time to queue for purchases. Meanwhile, at a neighboring table, Qin Junxing stared at the lavish breakfast spread before him, utterly devoid of appetite. He had never imagined that Chen Xu's sunflower seed shop would attract such notable patronage, including a visit from the bureau's director. He had anticipated witnessing Qingyu forsake the son of a meat factory's deputy director for the seemingly destitute Chen Xu, only to be blindsided by the latter's transformation into a shining exemplar of success. Listening to his classmates extol Chen Xu's virtues, he felt a sting of jealousy and anger, far more painful than any academic setback. How could a mere villager earn Qingyu's hand and receive such accolades from the bureau's director? Qin Junsheng, who fancied himself the pride of Rongqing, found it impossible to accept the disparity, clenching his fists in frustration. He turned to glance at Qingyu, her face aglow with joy as she conversed animatedly with her classmates, and his knuckles turned white with tension. If he could not win Qingyu for himself, he would ensure that Chen Xu did not enjoy her companionship either. A surge of jealousy and resentment welled within him, and a nefarious idea began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, on Jianxi Road, the protagonist Chen Xu, who has become the focal point of discussion throughout the city of Rome, finds himself utterly overwhelmed with the bustling activity in his sunflower seed shop, which is besieged by a steady stream of customers eager to make purchases. Behind the counter, Chen Xu deftly packages seeds and collects money, occasionally interrupted by enthusiastic elderly patrons who insist on shaking his hand. Among the queue of customers, a number of young women have emerged, most of whom are rather reserved, daring only to purchase seeds and leave with flushed cheeks. However, a few bolder ones attempt to engage him in conversation, hoping to leave a lasting impression. Yet, Chen Xu remains focused solely on the transactions at hand, efficiently sending them on their way and beckoning the next customer, refraining from any flirtatious banter. Nevertheless, there are a few audacious young women who wish to converse further with Chen Xu. His daughter, Xiao Yuer, keenly senses when an older girl's intentions are less than pure and loudly calls out "Daddy" from the side. Each time she does, the older girl's smiles vanish instantly, and they depart, dejected. Xiao Yuer has inadvertently discovered the effectiveness of this tactic. As long as she calls him "Daddy," those older girls refrain from engaging him in conversation. She is unsure why she dislikes other girls getting close to her father, but she firmly believes that only her mother should be allowed such familiarity. On this day, as the shop bustles with activity, a man arrives for a job interview. Chen Xu, lacking the time for a thorough interview, quickly assigns him to assist customers as part of the process. The results are unexpectedly disheartening. The man, a slacker, barely manages half an hour before being overwhelmed by the seemingly endless line of customers and promptly leaves. Initially enticed by the prospect of a decent wage and the assumption that selling sunflower seeds would not be arduous, he finds the volume of customers daunting. Shortly after his departure, a woman in her 30s arrives. Chen Xu briefly inquires about her background before allowing her to assist customers as well. She proves to be diligent and amiable, and Chen Xu is pleased enough to hire her on the spot. By the end of the day, he has successfully recruited 3 promising employees, 2 women and 1 man. As the clock approaches 5 in the afternoon, Chen Xu arranges staggered meal breaks for his new staff and finally finds a moment to take Xiaoyu out for a bite to eat. However, just as they step out of the shop, a girl of about 17, clad in a patched floral dress, arrives at the door. With her long, dark hair fashioned into 2 large braids, she possesses a delicate beauty that is striking. Upon spotting Chen Xu, she recognizes him immediately and greets him with a respectful bow. Softly inquiring, "Hello, boss. I'm here to apply for a job. Is your shop still hiring?" Chen Xu pauses, taking a moment to assess her, his gaze lingering briefly on her fair hands. Before responding, "We are still in need of one more." The young woman hurriedly stepped forward, addressing the boss. "I am Li Mei, and I am quite capable. I can sell items, tidy up, and mop the floors. May I have a chance to prove myself?" Chen Xu smiled faintly, cradling the little fish in his arms, and gestured towards the counter, saying, "Sure, why don't you start by assisting customers? If you handle it well, I will hire you immediately." The young woman nodded gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. I will do my best." With that, she swiftly entered the sunflower seed shop, greeting Jiang Qingyu and another employee before diving into the work. Chen Xu stood still for a moment, observing, but did not rush to engage. Instead, he took the little fish and headed to a nearby state-owned noodle shop. As they walked away, the little fish leaned on Chen Xu's shoulder and said, "Daddy, I don't like that big sister." Chen Xu gently patted the child's head, responding, "Neither do I, but the store is busy now, and we need her help. Once things settle down, we will pay her and send her on her way." Hearing her father's words, the little one inexplicably felt reassured and softly replied, "All right then." Chen Xu was not particularly keen on having this girl assist him. He simply found her presence somewhat suspicious and was uncertain of her true intentions, whether she was acting under someone's direction or had come of her own volition. Regardless of her motives, he felt that if he outright rejected her today, he might face unforeseen challenges tomorrow, leaving him vulnerable. He was curious to discover what this girl truly sought. As Chen Xu and his daughter departed, Li Mei briefly fixated on their leaving direction before continuing to follow Jiang Qingyu, engaging with customers with a natural and charming sales demeanor. Her delicate beauty quickly attracted the attention of several male patrons eager to purchase sunflower seeds from her. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the entrance of a courtyard, Lu Meiyun examined the telegram from Rongqing, visibly unsteady. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau had not only failed to thwart Chen Xu, but had inadvertently bolstered his success, with the bureau chief personally attending the grand opening, causing Qian Lixiang's sunflower seed shop to achieve instant fame in Rongqing. How could this be? Wasn't he merely an ordinary country bumpkin? Lu Meiyun found it hard to believe, murmuring to herself. After she had someone deliver the household registration book to the couple, she remained concerned that they might suddenly arrive in Kyoto, so she arranged for someone to keep an eye on Chen Xu and Qingyu, reporting their movements to her. However, she never anticipated that Chen Xu would be wealthier than she had imagined, having outright purchased a house in Rongqing. Knowing Chen Xu intended to open a sunflower seed shop, Lu Meiyun sought to impede his progress by leveraging her connections. Thinking she could easily make it difficult for this small-town citizen, forcing him to retreat to his rural origins, trapped in that confined space. Yet, Lu Meiyun was utterly unprepared for how formidable Chen Xu truly was. He was not the easily intimidated commoner she had presumed. He had directly confronted the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, demanding accountability, and not only secured his business license, but also had the bureau chief personally support him. At this moment, Lu Meiyun realized, albeit belatedly, that Qingyu's husband was likely far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Upon realizing this, Lu Meiyun swiftly tucked the telegram into her handbag and, instead of returning home, decisively turned on her heel and departed. It was imperative that she promptly investigate Chen Xu's background and scrutinize his true nature. Initially, she believed that Qingyu had been deceived into marrying a worthless man in his second marriage. Little did she expect that this man was not only acquiring property, but also opening a store, thriving in Rongqing at the start of the year. Although he presently managed merely a seed shop, Lu Meiyun's intuition warned her that he was likely far more complex than he appeared. The thought that she inadvertently facilitated Qingyu's connection with an exemplary man was utterly unacceptable to her. Nevertheless, as long as she acted swiftly, there was still time to rectify the situation. Regardless of how exceptional Chen Xu may be, he was merely an ordinary citizen in Rongqing, and she possessed ample means to confront and suppress him. Unbeknownst to Chen Xu, he remained oblivious to the malicious intentions originating from the capital. Around 6 in the evening, after finishing dinner with his daughter, He returned to find Li Mei, the new recruit from the seed shop, already adept in her role. Chen Xu had no grounds to refuse such an eager and competent employee, thus he readily allowed her to stay. "Thank you, boss. I will certainly work hard," Li Mei said, her eyes shimmering with tears as she bowed to Chen Xu. Upon lifting her gaze to meet his, her delicate face bore a hint of redness in her beguiling eyes, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, Chen Xu remained unfazed, smiling gently as he replied, "There is no need for gratitude. I require workers, you perform your duties, and I provide you with a salary. It is as simple as that." Li Mei, slightly embarrassed by Chen Xu's dismissal of her gratitude, managed a faint smile and replied, "Understood, boss." Chen Xu exchanged a few brief words with her, deliberately limiting their interaction, urging her to return quickly after her meal to resume work. She eagerly complied, departing with another newly hired colleague to grab a bite. Once Li Mei left, Chen Xu pulled Jiang Qingyu aside, instructing him to keep a close watch on her and to inform him of any unusual behavior. Jiang Qingyu held a favorable impression of the diligent girl and was somewhat surprised by Chen Xu's request. "Why, isn't she quite good?" he inquired. Chen Xu, reclining slightly on his stool, posed a question to Jiang Qingyu, "Brother-in-law, what do you think of her appearance?" Jiang Qingyu, taken aback, responded, "Huh? I didn't pay attention. Let me think." After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "She seems rather fair-skinned." His focus had been entirely on counting money and handling transactions while she assisted, leaving him unaware of her looks. Most men might easily be swayed by a pretty girl. However, Jiang Qingyu was an exception, for his sole concern was learning more from Chen Xu and earning a higher wage to support his family. Chen Xu was quite taken aback by Jiang Qingyu's response, never anticipating that his brother-in-law would be indifferent to attractive women. Indeed, Chen Xu himself shared this sentiment. His heart was wholly captivated by Qingyu, who was infinitely more beautiful than any other girl. Chen Xu, concerned that Jiang Qingyu might not be vigilant enough, patiently continued to inquire, "What do you think of my second sister's complexion?" Jiang Qingyu, recalling the visage of his wife, couldn't help but smile slightly as he replied, "She is not fair, but she is attractive." Upon hearing this response, Chen Xu's impression of his brother-in-law improved significantly. He continued with a smile, "Doesn't my second sister typically dress similarly to this girl? Women in such living conditions cannot have fair skin, especially considering Li Mei's hands, which certainly do not resemble those accustomed to hard labor." As Chen Xu spoke, his mind drifted to the delicate face of his own wife, along with her tender and smooth alabaster hands. Upon reflection, he concluded that Li Mei's hands were hardly comparable to his wife's. Jiang Qingyu, realizing the implication of Chen Xu's words, began to understand. It indeed seemed to be the case. He had noticed the girl's patched sleeves and pale hands and felt something was amiss, yet could not articulate it. Enlightened by this realization, Jiang Qingyu leaned closer to Chen Xu and asked, "So, does this girl harbor any ill intentions?" Seeing that his brother-in-law had finally caught on, Chen Xu nodded and urged him to keep a close watch on Li Mei to ascertain her true motives. Whether she was being manipulated or acting independently, he needed to catch her in the act, ensuring she would not have another opportunity to return. This would serve as a warning to others with ulterior motives, demonstrating that Chen Xu was not easily trifled with. Jiang Qingyu, now aware, readily agreed and developed a deep admiration for his brother-in-law. He resolved to follow Chen Xu's lead, recognizing that associating with intelligent individuals would broaden his horizons and provide valuable insights, ultimately allowing him to benefit from their wisdom. The next day, Chen Xu spent the day at the seed shop, paying close attention to Li Mei's behavior. She greeted customers with warmth, yet shied away from physical labor, always finding legitimate excuses to delegate such tasks to other employees. Aside from that, nothing seemed amiss. She simply enjoyed trying to get closer to him. After a day of observation, Chen Xu concluded that her interest was not in the shop's business, but rather in him. This made matters simpler. Once he finished his current tasks and arranged for Qingyu's schooling, he would bring his wife by to dissuade Li Mei, offering her a small sum to ensure her departure. After spending the day at the shop, Chen Xu noticed that Jiang Qingyu was managing the staff effectively, allowing him to relax. The following day, he traveled to Shifang City, where he put in some effort to find a reliable local manager. He negotiated a 1-cent increase on the price per pound of seeds, ensuring a monthly supply of 30,000 pounds delivered in 3 installments, with shipping costs reimbursed by him. Chen Xu was not concerned about the supply of raw seeds from Shifang City, as the neighboring new town specialized in the cultivation of raw seeds at even lower prices, sometimes as little as 5 to 6 cents per pound. He paid no heed to the prices offered for acquisitions from Shifang. His focus was solely on maintaining his own purchasing price and ensuring quality. As for the profit margin in between, others could earn as much as they wished. After all, it is wealth that can move mountains. The affairs of the Qianlixiang melon seed shop kept him occupied for several days. Chen Xu was bustling about each day, while business at the shop was at its peak, with Li Mei also busy attending to customers. Whenever there was a brief moment of respite, Chen Xu had already taken his team back to Guanyuan village to train them in roasting seeds. Today, Chen Xu finally found some free time. Early in the morning, he ventured to the state-run vegetable market to purchase ingredients, preparing several dishes that his beloved Yuan adored. Little Fish, knowing her father was going to deliver food to her mother, was exceptionally enthusiastic, even preparing a bottle of chicken soup for her mother. Once the meals were packed, Chen Xu let Little Fish have a few bites before lifting her into his arms, grabbing the food container, and preparing to leave. Having not seen Yuan for several days, the little one was eager to see her, so it was fitting to take her along. As Chen Xu approached the counter, ready to greet Jiang Qinghua, Li Mei stepped forward ahead of him, presenting a neatly wrapped package of green bean cake. Her cheeks flushed, she said, "Boss, this is the green bean cake I made. You've been so busy lately, you must be exhausted. Please eat some to cool off." Little Fish observed her elder sister offering something to her father, her face a picture of resistance. Had it not been for the adult's admonition against interrupting, she would have outright rejected it. Chen Xu regarded the offering for a moment and, smiling, accepted it, saying, "Thank you. My wife is pregnant, and I'm going to deliver food to her. She will surely enjoy this green bean cake as well." After saying this, he took the item, exchanged a greeting with Jiang Qinghua, and left with Little Fish. Li Mei felt increasingly despondent. Her uncle from the meat processing factory had remarked that Chen Xu was merely a rustic villager. She thought she understood men thoroughly. Even with a wife, she had never failed to capture the attention of men, especially with her charming and innocuous appearance. Yet, with Chen Xu, it felt as if she had encountered an impregnable fortress. Despite her subtle advances and even nearly tumbling into his arms, he had simply sidestepped, leaving her to fall unceremoniously, almost injuring herself. Today, she had even offered him food, only for him to take it directly to his wife. The more she pondered, the more disheartened she became. She glanced at her own alluring attributes, gritted her teeth, and resolved to strategize. Surely, it was due to their limited interactions that Chen Xu had not yet recognized her exceptional qualities. As a vibrant young woman of 18 or 19, how could she possibly be outmatched by a pregnant woman? She observed the thriving business at Chen Xu's shop, which brought in no less than 1,000 yuan daily. If she could secure Chen Xu's affections, ensuring he fathered her child, and subsequently divorced, she would become the proprietress of the Qianlixiang melon seed shop. This had been her ambition ever since she gained awareness of her desires. Marriage is akin to a woman's second rebirth. Having been born into a less fortunate family in the countryside, she employs certain tactics to find her way to a meat processing plant, all in pursuit of a partner with better economic prospects. With the ambition of securing a union with Chen Xu, a paragon of individual entrepreneurship in Rongqing, she believes that even if she must resort to some means to marry him, her later years will surely be devoid of financial worries. As Li Mei contemplates this, a sense of relief washes over her. Of course, she owes a debt of gratitude to her uncle, who has connections at the meat plant. Not only did he assist her in quitting her job, but he also guided her toward a promising path, finding a wealthy husband at the seed shop. This prospective husband, however, presents a greater challenge than the men from the meat factory. Nevertheless, she remains undeterred. Time is on her side. Dear readers, the seed shop has transformed from a mere 10-mile fragrance to a 1,000-mile allure. Recently, I have been occupied with helping in the fields to plant rice seedlings. So please bear with me regarding the dining table. Updates will be provided regularly. Chapter 121, Little Fish, How Annoying. After 11 o'clock, Chen Xu arrives at the entrance of Rongqing Normal University with Little Fish. The security guard, upon spotting him, promptly exits the security booth, greeting him with remarkable warmth. He is grateful that he treated this tall gentleman well in the past, as their current camaraderie feels akin to that of friends, leaving him aglow with pride. After all, Chen Xu has graced the front page of Rongqing's news and is the illustrious owner of the 1,000-mile seed shop, an exemplary figure in the realm of entrepreneurship. On this visit, Chen Xu not only brings lunch for his wife, but has also thoughtfully brought several bags of seeds. With a smile, he exchanges pleasantries with the security guard and hands him a bag of seeds, saying, "Uncle, the seed shop has just opened. I brought some for you to try." The guard is taken aback by the gesture, having heard from the students that these seeds are quite difficult to procure, often requiring hours of waiting in line. He feels fortunate to be in such proximity to Chen Xu's kindness. "You're too kind, Uncle," Chen Xu replies with a smile. Previously, while delivering lunch to Qingyu, the guard had been quite helpful and seemed genuinely concerned about his relationship with Qingyu, displaying a warm-hearted nature that Chen Xu appreciates. Little Fish, nestled on Chen Xu's shoulder, shares a favorable impression of the amiable guard, smiling brightly as she gazes at him. The guard, enchanted by the little bundle in Chen Xu's arms, especially those obsidian-like sparkling eyes, feels an overwhelming urge to embrace her. "Little Fish, may I hold you for a moment?" he softly inquires. After a moment's contemplation, Little Fish extends her tiny hand toward the security guard, responding with a cheerful okay. The guard, beaming with unprecedented joy, gently takes her from Chen Xu's arms. "By the way, I have some fruit candies in my pocket for you," he adds, unhesitatingly pulling out the treats he had bought for his two grandsons and placing them into her small hands. Little Fish graciously accepts the candies, expressing her gratitude with a sweet smile. The guard's heart swells with affection for this little granddaughter of his, and he hurries to the security booth's window to fetch a small toy for her. By this time, classes have concluded, and students begin to stream out of the school gates. Many students, upon encountering Chen Xu at the school gate, along with the adorable and beautiful little girl in the security guard's arms, were taken aback and filled with excitement. Unable to voice their thoughts openly, they quickly moved away, whispering to their classmates in hushed tones, indulging in gossip. Chen Xu has become a hot topic at Rongqing Normal University, especially since he is romantically linked with the campus belle. Furthermore, having recently made headlines as an exemplary entrepreneur, it is no wonder that his peers feel a rush of exhilaration upon seeing him in person. A few classmates who share a closer bond with Qingyu were promptly recognized by the security guard, who urged them to return and gather others. Soon, Qingyu arrived at the school gate, unable to contain her anticipation as she stepped out. Her eyes immediately fell upon Chen Xu, the face she had longed to see for days. Beneath her calm exterior lay an uncontrollable excitement. She felt an overwhelming desire to rush into his embrace, but restrained herself, adopting an air of composure as she approached him. Upon noticing his beloved advancing towards him, Chen Xu hurried to meet her, suppressing his instinct to embrace her. He took a moment to appraise her, noting her beauty remained intact, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that she appeared a bit thinner. As he stood before her, his brow furrowed slightly, he inquired if the school meals were unappetizing, as she seemed to have lost weight. "Have I?" Qingyu asked, glancing down at her barely concealed baby bump. "I don't think so. I weighed myself yesterday, and I've actually gained over a pound. My appetite has been decent lately." Unlike the early days of her pregnancy when she struggled to eat anything, she felt confident she had not lost weight. Nevertheless, Chen Xu remained unconvinced, still sensing that she looked somewhat famished. He continued to ask, "How long until your commuting application is approved?" Once it was finalized, he could pick her up from class every day and share late-night snacks, alleviating his longing for her presence. Qingyu, too, was eager for this. Just the day before, she had visited the academic affairs office to expedite the process. Responding to Chen Xu's inquiry, she said, "It should be finalized by next Monday or Tuesday." As she spoke, her gaze lingered on his face, feeling as though she could never gaze at him long enough. She wished he could stay at the school gate a little longer, allowing her to drink in his presence. However, Chen Xu worried that she might go hungry if they lingered too long. He planned to offer her his lunchbox and some seeds when he suddenly remembered little Yu was still nearby. Turning around, he noticed the little girl's hurt expression as she gazed at them. She had waved at her mother earlier, who had been too engrossed in her father to notice her, leaving her feeling neglected. Determined not to acknowledge her mother anymore, she pouted. Chen Xu turned back, and only then did Qingyu notice their little girl. After a brief moment of awkwardness, guilt washed over her, prompting her to approach Yu. Is that you?" she called out. The little girl, whose lips had curled into a pout, brightened at her mother's greeting and immediately softened, responding sweetly, "Mama." Hearing the long-awaited call of Mama, Qingyu yearned to embrace her little fish, but her belly had grown larger, making it impossible to hold the small bundle. Instead, she reached out to gently caress the child's face, apologizing for not noticing her earlier. The little fish, with a playful pout, rubbed her cheek against Qingyu's palm, blooming into a radiant smile as she cheerfully exclaimed, "It's all right. It's all Daddy's fault for being too tall and blocking you." Beside them, Chen Xu was taken aback, feeling as though he had been caught in the crossfire. The security guard was also amused by the antics of the little one. However, despite the warmth of this family scene, there was an undeniable awkwardness between Chen Xu and Qingyu. Their eyes seemed glued to one another at first glance, yet their bodies maintained a distance typical of mere friends. This was rather disheartening to witness. Not just the security guard, but even the onlookers hiding behind the school gate, such as Qin Miao and her friends, felt a pang of discomfort. From their vantage point, it was painfully clear that Chen Xu's gaze towards Qingyu was filled with concern and affection. How could they have a child together and yet not share a simple embrace upon meeting? Were they putting up a facade for their audience? At that moment, the little fish took the initiative to lean in and give Qingyu a hug, planting a kiss on her cheek. After letting go, she turned to Chen Xu and earnestly asked, "Daddy, don't you want to hug Mama?" Chapter 122. Hold him tight. Both of them were momentarily taken aback by her words. Chen Xu turned to look at the girl before him, the face he thought of countless times each day, now so close yet so far. How could he not wish to embrace her? Yet, he wondered if Qingyu would be comfortable with it, especially in front of so many people. While he, as a man, felt unbothered, she, as a woman, might feel shy. With that thought, Chen Xu could only cough lightly to mask his embarrassment, officially replying to the little fish, "Of course I want to, but in public, hugging Mama might be a bit awkward." Upon hearing this, the security guard paused, then quickly turned around with the little fish in his arms. Shy, he could simply avert his gaze. Qin Miao and her friends, catching on to the situation, hurriedly withdrew their heads. Even though the little fish was being turned away, she still raised her hands to cover her eyes, insisting, "Don't look, fishy." Qingyu and Chen Xu exchanged glances, the latter feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at the crowd's reaction. A flicker of desire crossed his mind as he observed Qingyu's lowered head, seemingly acquiescent. Taking a step closer, he extended his hand, leaning slightly forward in a somewhat awkward manner, and said, "Then let us share a hug." His words came out somewhat stiff, as if accommodating the little fish. Yet there was an undeniable hint of personal longing. Just a gentle embrace would be delightful. As her soft form settled into his arms, he was mindful of Qingyu's feelings, refraining from holding her too tightly, though he yearned to do so. Just as he prepared to release her, he was taken aback when her delicate arms suddenly wrapped around his waist, holding him close. Chen Xu felt the girl's arms tightening around him, along with the increasingly distinct curves of her form, causing his mind to momentarily blank as he stood there, slightly dazed. At that moment, Qingyu's heart was racing wildly due to her audacious gesture. In her nervousness, she embraced Chen Xu, as if finding immense satisfaction that filled the emptiness she had felt over the past few days while thinking of him. Her arms wrapped around him more tightly, almost wishing to meld him into her being. Resting her cheek against his shoulder, she parted her lips, wanting to tell him how much she missed him. Yet, whether out of concern for the onlookers or fear of startling Chen Xu, the words remained unspoken. Instead, she seized the opportunity to hold him fiercely, wishing for him to understand her feelings. It seemed she had developed feelings for him. Chen Xu noticed the girl's movements, as if he began to grasp something, momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to release her, he boldly encircled her back with his arms, exerting a gentle pressure to pull her closer, reciprocating her embrace. He longed to tell her how much he missed her, but hesitated, fearing that Qingyu might be merely playing along for the sake of appearances. Thus, he tightened his hold without pressing against her stomach, indulging in the fragrance of her hair and relishing the softness of her form in his arms, experiencing an unprecedented sense of contentment. After longing for so many days, he finally held her properly. Meanwhile, a few heads peeked out from behind the school gate. Witnessing the scene and feeling that they could forego lunch that day, they began to excitedly fantasize about what it felt like to be held by Chen Xu in such a manner. Little Fish and the security guard exchanged knowing glances, and upon seeing the two wrapped in each other's arms, they felt a sense of relief. The pair embraced for quite a while before Chen Xu, concerned about Qingyu's meal, gently released her. "All right, you should go back to eat. I'll come by in the afternoon." Qingyu, now thoroughly satisfied, heard his words of concern and hugged him tightly once more before letting go, responding with a cheerful "Ahem." Chen Xu sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite articulate it. Nevertheless, he didn't linger. The moment Qingyu released him, He handed her the lunchbox and sunflower seeds. "These seeds are for your classmates to try, but you should refrain from eating too many," he advised earnestly. Previously, when he had prepared sunflower seeds for Qingyu to taste, he realized the next day that she had developed mouth ulcers from overeating. His fragrant sunflower seeds were currently in high demand in Rongqing, and he intended to bring some for her to share with her friends. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. If her friends enjoyed the seeds he provided, they would likely take better care of Qingyu. In navigating the complexities of relationships beyond mere romantic affections, Chen Xu had always been astute. Since embracing Chen Xu, Qingyu had been in high spirits. Upon hearing his instructions, she nodded in agreement. After gathering her things and bidding farewell to Little Fish, she cast a reluctant glance back at Chen Xu before turning to leave. As Chen Xu watched her retreating figure, he recalled the look she had given him when she turned away, realizing that her attitude towards him seemed markedly different from when they had first met. At that time, he had to avoid seeing him, yet now it seems he is somewhat attached. Just a moment ago, he let go but felt the urge to embrace again, returning. It appears he is rather reluctant to part. Surely, it cannot be mere illusion? Contemplating this dilemma, Chen Xu was somewhat distracted even as he greeted the security guard while carrying little Yuer away. "Daddy, could you please pay more attention? You might trip," came the little one's reminder, jolting Chen Xu back to reality. He offered an awkward smile, affirming, yes, Daddy will watch the road carefully." With that, he stepped down the stairs and hailed a pedicab to head to Guanyuan Street. Recently, he had been quite busy, and Tang Guishan had urged him multiple times to collect the profits from the spicy potato venture. Today, he finally had the time to gather the dividends and assess the business's performance. In the school cafeteria, Qingyu was savoring a delightful spread of dishes, finding satisfaction in the previously empty feeling she had experienced in recent days. As she enjoyed her meal, her appetite was undeniable. Qin Miao and a few others expressed no interest in their meager plates, instead congregating to crack sunflower seeds and gossip about Qingyu and Chen Xu, showering praises upon Chen Xu's sunflower seeds. No wonder these seeds made the front page of the Rongqing Daily. They are truly delectable. Only we get to enjoy them thanks to Qingyu. Others have to queue for hours to buy them. Qin Miao nodded in agreement, busy with her seeds. Only Chen Xu could create such delicious seeds. He truly dotes on his wife. One must admit, Qingyu has a keen eye for people. Previously, she thought Chen Xu and Qingyu were mismatched, yet now, the more she observed, the more fitting they seemed, especially during their embrace at the school gate today, which was far more thrilling than anything depicted in films. The group of girlfriends could not stop praising them, and Qingyu couldn't help but smile, saying, "If you like them, eat more, I'll bring you some next time." "As expected of my dear sister," Qin Miao remarked, gently nudging Qingyu's arm. Now that she is pregnant, she must be cautious with her movements. Qingyu turned to her, teasing, "I haven't finished my sentence. You can have them. But they're SA price." Qin Miao's lips twitched as she joined in the teasing. TSK, the owner of Qian Lixiang's sunflower seed shop, is quite stingy. Stingy? More like prioritizing her husband over her friends, another chimed in. Indeed, just married and already neglecting our sisterhood for her husband. It's fading away. The table of friends continued enjoying their sunflower seeds, exchanging playful banter. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, Qin Junsheng had already finished his meal and was observing the scene with a clenched fist beneath the table, the tension palpable in his forehead and temples. However, recalling the plan that was already underway, he gradually relaxed his grip. Although that rural woman could not compare in beauty to Qingyu, she was still notably charming. Chen Xu is a man. With Qingyu pregnant and at school, could he truly resist the advances of that woman? Once she succeeds, that woman will undoubtedly cling to Chen Xu, ensuring his esteemed reputation in Rong City is irrevocably tarnished. With Qingyu's proud disposition, she would never tolerate infidelity. A divorce would be imminent, along with the termination of the child she carries. As Qin Junsheng contemplated this, he turned to glance at the enchanting girl engaging in conversation with the young ladies. Memories of their past, when she guided him through academic endeavors, stirred a wave of emotions within him. Qingyu is destined to be his, Qin Junsheng's, woman. Even post-divorce, he would never disdain her. His affection would remain unwavering. As for Chen Xu, he was determined to obliterate his reputation, rendering him incapable of establishing himself in Rong City. Chapter 123. Joining forces. When Chen Xu arrived at Tang Guishan's potato shop, the peak hours had just passed. Ever since Chen Xu appeared in the Rome City Daily alongside several prominent leaders from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, his brand, Qinlixiang sunflower seeds, had skyrocketed in popularity, elevating his standing in Tang Guishan's eyes. Upon their meeting, the address had shifted to Brother Chen, a change Chen Xu could not resist. He sent Xiao Yuer to play with Xiao Bin next door, while Tang Guishan pulled out the account books, and they settled down to review the daily records and profit sharing. Though Chen Xu trusted Tang Guishan's integrity, he meticulously examined the accounts from the past 2 months. Business had declined compared to when he was at the helm, yet it remained stable. The downturn was not a reflection of Tang Guishan's culinary skills, but rather a natural ebb following the initial surge of popularity associated with the spicy potatoes, compounded by an array of competitors. This was true not only for the spicy potatoes, but also for Chen Xu's sunflower seeds. As the fervor waned, daily revenues would inevitably decrease, stabilizing within a predictable range, with seasonal peaks during holidays. Over the past 2 months, Chen Xu had hardly concerned himself with the spicy potatoes, yet he had comfortably earned over 3,200, while Tang Guishan had made over 7,000. This surpassed what he could have made in a lifetime running a tea house. Seeing Chen Xu set down the account book, Tang Guishan eagerly placed several stacks of cash wrapped in craft paper before him. "Brother Chen, this is your share of the profits," he added quickly, fearing Chen Xu might consider it insufficient. "What if we amend the contract to a 46 share moving forward?" Everyone has a natural inclination to seek greater gain. Yet Tang Guishan was acutely aware that his current monthly earnings of over 3,000 were largely attributable to Chen Xu's support. By sharing the recipe for the spicy potatoes, Chen Xu had demonstrated complete trust in him. Should Chen Xu feel that a 37 share was inadequate, a 46 split would certainly be agreeable. However, Chen Xu merely smiled, tapping the cash on the table, noting that it was quite substantial. "Moreover, we have already signed the contract. It is improper to alter it so casually." He reiterated his long-standing belief. Without investment of time or resources, receiving a 30 share each month was more than sufficient. Greed could easily jeopardize a partnership, ultimately jeopardizing their friendship as well. Thus, I shall express my thoughts here. Whenever you wish to make changes, I am entirely at your disposal. Tang Guishan observed Chen Xu's reluctance to amend the contract and chose not to press the matter further, feeling a sense of relief. He genuinely feared that Chen Xu might be dissatisfied with the meager dividends, leading to the loss of a financial benefactor. Presently, Chen Xu's Qinlixiang sunflower seed shop has become a household name, renowned throughout the streets and alleys, establishing him as a notable figure in Rongqing. Especially remarkable is the fact that a rural individual like him has managed to thrive so swiftly in the city. He is certainly not an ordinary person. Maintaining a favorable cooperative relationship with someone like Chen Xu would undoubtedly present him with greater opportunities. Perhaps in future projects, Chen Xu would prioritize this reliable partner. Speaking of collaboration, Tang Guishan suddenly recalled a matter and reached out to refill Chen Xu's cup with fragrant tea, while saying, "Brother Chen, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." Chen Xu took a sip of tea and casually inquired, "What is it?" Leaning in closer, Tang Guishan stated, "I have a relative who aspires to join the business of spicy potato. As you mentioned, he is willing to offer a 46 share and wishes to learn the techniques from me before opening his own outlet on another street." Although Tang Guishan already possesses the recipes and techniques, he has signed a confidentiality agreement with Chen Xu. Thus, it is imperative that he consults Chen Xu regarding his relative's intent to learn and join. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xu replied, "That is acceptable. After all, Rongqing is vast, and we cannot monopolize it. If he wishes to join, it would simply be as if he were opening a branch." As he continued, Chen Xu added, "However, while I can share the techniques, the chili powder recipe must remain confidential, even from family." Tang Guishan, upon hearing Chen Xu's stipulation, nodded with a smile. "All right, I shall train him in the techniques, while keeping the chili powder recipe a secret." Subsequently, the two discussed the revenue-sharing arrangement for the franchise, with Chen Xu adhering to the established norm of a 37 share for Tang Guishan, considering he would have minimal involvement. However, with new interest in franchising, it became evident that the spicy potato brand needed a distinctive identity. Coincidentally, tomorrow being Friday, and with the business bureau still operational, they could register a trademark for Qinlixiang spicy potato and secure a business license. This formal approach would also provide legal protection for the contracts with future franchisees. Tang Guishan, aware of Chen Xu's intention to register the brand, was nearly beside himself with joy. Qianlixiang sunflower seeds and Qianlixiang spicy potato. This could create a renowned chain reaction. Given the current popularity of Qianlixiang sunflower seeds, the addition of a similarly named, co-founded spicy potato outlet would surely attract considerable business. Prosperity was on the horizon. Having concluded their discussion, Chen Xu had no intention of lingering further, intending to collect his funds and summon Xiaoyuer to depart. Just as he was about to step out of the tea shop, Tang Guishan suddenly recalled something and called out to him. After searching through a designated table for personal items, he retrieved a telegram and approached Chen Xu. Brother Chen, this telegram has been sent from Guangxing for you. I was so engrossed in discussing the shop that I nearly forgot about it. Chen Xu extended his hand to receive the telegram, and upon seeing the sender's name, realization dawned upon him. It was a message from Lu Hong of the Guangxing Haiji Textile Company. He did not have a landline, so he left an address for Tang Guishan's shop. Chen Xu took the telegram, greeted Tang Guishan, and began to open it. Tang Guishan, understanding the situation, discreetly stepped away to attend to the customers in the shop. Upon unfolding the telegram, he found a mere 19 characters inscribed within. A lucrative project is underway. Unable to leave. If interested, please come to discuss. In this day and age, the standard telegram could convey no more than 20 characters, rendering communication exceedingly limited. Nonetheless, those 19 words ignited a strong curiosity within Chen Xu. He did not perceive Lu Hong's message as a trick, given their previous collaborations, especially considering those two ventures had likely yielded a taste of profit for the other party. Opportunities for profit in Guangxing far surpassed those in Rongqing. It was reasonable to assume that the other party had discovered a highly profitable project and, for some reason, sought a partner, he himself being the most suitable candidate, thus reaching out directly. While Chen Xu held little interest in other matters, the prospect of earning money captivated him. If this indeed turned out to be a profitable venture, he would seize the chance to earn a windfall, acquire several properties, and collect antiques and Wangwali at a bargain. In this era, the prices of Wangwali and various antiques and artworks could not be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity to collect now could yield substantial returns in the future, where even a single piece of antique artwork could multiply in value exponentially, far more appealing than storing money in a bank. Of course, he needed to conclude his affairs in Rongqing over the next couple of days. Chen Xu tucked the telegram into his pocket, greeted Tang Guishan once more, and headed to the noodle shop to pick up Xiaoyuer, then hailed a taxi to leave. He planned to deposit money at the bank and reply to Lu Hong's telegram. The next day, he intended to visit the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The day after, Qingyu would have a day off, and he would see if she wished to return for a day. If she did, he would postpone his trip to Guangxing until the day after. Chapter 124. A return to ease longing after a busy day, when Chen Xu returned to Jinshi Road. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Arriving at the shop by rickshaw, he stepped out and spotted Li Mei engaged in conversation with a man in his 40s at the entrance. Upon noticing Chen Xu's return, Li Mei ceased her dialogue with the man, smiling as she greeted him. "Boss, you're back." Chen Xu's gaze lingered on the man momentarily, and upon hearing Li Mei's greeting, he smiled and approached them. As the man noticed Chen Xu approaching, he became visibly uneasy under the scrutiny of those perceptive eyes, forcing a stiff smile before hurriedly bidding farewell to Li Mei and turning to leave. As Chen Xu entered the restaurant, carrying Xiaoyuer, he casually inquired of Li Mei, "Is that your relative?" Li Mei openly replied, "Yes, he is my cousin. He came over to buy some sunflower seeds." In truth, he had come to inquire about her progress with Chen Xu, but that was a detail she chose to withhold. Chen Xu, cradling Xiaoyuer, entered the shop and smiled at Li Mei, saying, "Where does your uncle reside? Is it far? If it's too far, I could deliver something to him the next time I pass by." Li Mei's heart swelled with delight upon hearing Chen Xu's words. Chen Xu unexpectedly referred to her uncle as uncle as well. Could it be that she has finally come to terms with her feelings? Particularly noteworthy is Chen Xu's initiative in delivering sunflower seeds to her uncle. She couldn't be more delighted. The older women from the meat processing plant often remarked that her aspirations were too lofty, wishing for a phoenix when she was but a common bird. If Chen Xu personally delivered the seeds to her uncle, those women would surely realize that she had established a favorable rapport with Chen Xu, and it would only be a matter of time before she became the proprietress of the sunflower seed shop. Upon this realization, Li Mei hastily approached, extending her hand to receive the items from Chen Xu, enthusiastically replying, "My uncle works at the meat processing plant on Liberation Road. If you ever have business in that vicinity, I would be grateful if you could deliver it to him. As she spoke, her fair hand inadvertently brushed against his while taking the items, her captivating eyes sparkling as she smiled at him. Thank you, boss. Chen Xu felt a shiver run down his spine from the brief touch, suppressing an inexplicable aversion that arose within him, and casually remarked, Your uncle seems to be doing well, working at the meat processing plant. Why hasn't he secured you a position there as well? That's quite a stable job. Li Mei's gaze was unabashedly assessing him, exuding both charm and vulnerability. The job at the meat processing plant isn't nearly as lucrative as selling sunflower seeds. Many of the men there are rather forward, always inviting me out to meals or movies, which has led to my being ostracized by the other women. So, my uncle urged me to come here and seek a different opportunity. Li Mei spoke with a blend of truth and embellishment, clearly signaling to Chen Xu that she was in demand. Rather than feeling flattered, Chen Xu found himself increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Though he began to piece together the situation, it appeared that she had resigned from her job at the meat processing plant upon learning of the vacancies at his sunflower seed shop. However, leaving a state-owned enterprise is not a simple affair. It seemed her uncle held some influence there, allowing her to depart at will. Yet, there was something peculiar about her uncle, especially his odd reaction upon seeing Chen Xu. Having navigated the business world across 2 lifetimes, Chen Xu possessed a keen ability to discern the essence of various social phenomena and uncover profitable avenues. He was naturally endowed with remarkable insight, always contemplating potential outcomes and taking precautions in advance. At this moment, his little daughter, noticing her father engrossed in conversation with Sister Mei, reached out to wrap her tiny arms around his neck, playfully saying, Daddy, I want to learn how to write. Will you teach me? Chen Xu inquired briefly before expressing his desire to avoid lingering with Li Mei any longer. Upon hearing his daughter's request, he smiled and replied, All right. Daddy will take you to write. Yes, let us go upstairs. The little one urged, eager to distance her father from Li Mei. Chen Xu readily complied. Okay, let us go. Meanwhile, Li Mei watched the man being led away by the child, feeling a twinge of frustration as she stomped her foot in private. This little nuisance. Every time she made some progress with Chen Xu, he would be interrupted. It was infuriating. Li Mei, hurry and attend to the guests. As soon as Chen Xu ascended the stairs, Jiang Qing's voice called out, and it became apparent to him that this woman was indeed plotting against his brother-in-law. However, he could see through it, and Chen Xu must have noticed it as well. The fact that he did not immediately send Li Mei away suggests a certain consideration on his part, despite his disdain for women who attempt to disrupt others' families. Jiang Qingyu did not treat her any differently. However, with his current busyness, it was unacceptable for her to linger around idly. She needed to contribute. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyu's urging, Li Mei rolled her eyes dramatically. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Once I have Chen Xu wrapped around my finger, I will be the first to send this Jiang fellow packing and bring in my uncle instead. Li Mei thought to herself, yet when she turned her head, her face radiated a sweet and warm smile as she sweetly responded, Coming, Brother Qingyu. The sound of her voice sent a shiver down Jiang Qingyu's spine. Could she not speak properly? The following day, the seed shop remained bustling with activity. Chen Xu busied himself in the store in the morning, and by noon, he prepared a meal to send to Qingyu. In the afternoon, he headed directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for the business license for Qianlixiang spicy potatoes. Compared to his last visit, the bureau was now teeming with people. This was a ripple effect triggered by the newspaper article he had brought in. Those who had previously hesitated about starting their own businesses were now rushing to obtain their licenses, eager to seize the opportunity to embark on small ventures. However, many were ill-prepared, failing the preliminary review. The clerks, no longer able to afford the same level of indifference as before, had to point out the necessary improvements to each individual. Even with additional staff, efficiency remained frustratingly low. Consequently, Chen Xu found himself queuing at the bureau for several hours. By the time he completed his business and exited the hall, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Without delay, he hailed a taxi to fetch Qingyu from Rongqing Normal University. With classes not in session the following day, she would be able to stay at home for 2 nights. Around 5 in the evening, when Chen Xu arrived at the university gate, classes had already been dismissed. After a brief wait, Qingyu and several of her female friends appeared at the entrance. Spotting his wife, Chen Xu strode forward, greeting the girls with warmth and distributing several bags of seeds, much to the delight of Qin Miao and her friends. Holding the seeds, Qin Miao gently nudged Qingyu towards Chen Xu, playfully saying, All right, Hurry back with your Chen Xu to ease your longing. Otherwise, you'll be daydreaming about him and it will affect your grades. Qingyu, caught off guard by her friend's teasing, felt a bit embarrassed and was about to retort when the tall figure of Chen Xu approached, reaching out to support her and completely capturing her attention. He gently held her arm and, with a smile, joked with Qin Miao and the others. Is that how you feel about me, Qingyu? Not at all. This afternoon, knowing I would pick you up, I was so distracted in class that old Peng caught me off guard and called on me to answer a question. Just as he finished, another girl chimed in. Yes, yes. And then Qingyu immediately responded, leaving old Peng's face as green as could be. Huh? Indeed. He had intended to admonish Qingyu for not paying attention, but she had answered the question directly. A group of young ladies burst into laughter, each one blooming with joy. Yet, Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, unwilling to endure her friends divulging her secrets. She grasped Chen Xu's hand, declaring, they love to chatter. Let's head home. Chen Xu, engrossed in the lively conversation, mused on his wife's remarkable ability to participate even while distracted in class. However, as she had spoken, he complied. Turning to bid farewell to the girls, I'll take Qingyu home first. Do visit us when you have time. The girls eagerly accepted Chen Xu's invitation. At that moment, he noticed a malevolent gaze directed at him from a short distance. Recognizing the individual, Chen Xu recalled their previous unpleasant encounter, where this boy had interfered with him and Qingyu at the school gate. He seemed to share a surname with Qin Miao. Suddenly, Chen Xu remembered that Qin Miao had mentioned this person as the son of some official from the meat processing plant. He wrapped an arm around Qingyu, guiding her to a rickshaw, casting a glance in the direction of Qin Junsheng. Recalling the man who had tried to evade him yesterday, Chen Xu felt a surge of understanding. If this was indeed the handiwork of that young man, his methods were rather inept. Chapter 125. What if he takes a liking to her? At 6 in the evening, Li Mei returned from dinner, supported by her elder sister. Jiang Qingguo watched as the limping girl was helped into the establishment, especially noting her eyes, reddened from tears. He hurried over, urging her to sit down, and inquired, what happened? The elder sister sighed and explained, after our meal, we chatted for a bit. And she wasn't watching where she was going. She stepped into a hole and twisted her ankle. With tear-filled eyes and a furrowed brow, Li Mei pitifully lamented. It's all my fault for not paying attention. I went to see a doctor, and they said it would take at least half a month to heal. But I need to work to earn money. My brother is going to college this semester, and I must help with his tuition. As she spoke, her voice quivered with the weight of her emotions. Even Jiang Qingguo could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. However, having Li Mei work with her injured leg would surely hinder her efficiency and impede her recovery. Moreover, the decision to grant her leave was not his to make. He would have to wait for Chen Xu's return. Yet, Chen Xu had been out for nearly an entire afternoon. Surely, he would be back soon. As Jiang Qingguo contemplated this, he raised his gaze toward the entrance. Just then, a rickshaw came to a stop outside the seed shop, and upon seeing the occupant, his expression brightened. Chen Xu had returned. Hearing Jiang Qingguo's words, Li Mei's heart leapt with joy, and she turned her head eagerly toward the door. Having twisted her ankle, she intended to play the victim, shedding a few tears, knowing that even Jiang Qingguo had softened. Chen Xu would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy. Perhaps he would allow her to work despite her injury and offer her extra care. With her scheme of sympathy successfully executed, she planned to employ her charm to win over this man. However, Li Mei's meticulously crafted plan shattered into a mere illusion upon the sight of a strikingly beautiful girl alighting from the car alongside Chen Xu. With her lustrous black hair elegantly tied in a high ponytail and her exquisite, animated features, the girl's skin appeared as flawless as porcelain. Even in her pregnant state, which slightly accentuated her figure, she radiated an undeniable scholarly elegance from within. Merely standing at the entrance of the seed shop, she captivated the attention of those around her, causing many to linger their gazes upon her. Li Mei had always held a considerable confidence in her own beauty. Yet, at this moment, upon witnessing Qingyu, she felt utterly inadequate, both in appearance and demeanor. She had never anticipated that Chen Xu's wife would be so breathtakingly lovely. Even with her prominent belly, Li Mei knew she could never compete. The onlookers were rife with envy and jealousy, particularly men of similar age to Chen Xu, who were almost green with envy. Chen Xu, however, was gracious and at ease, wrapping his arm around Qingyu's waist as they entered the shop, seemingly eager for Li Mei to take notice. Qingyu felt a bit bewildered, sensing that Chen Xu was more affectionate than usual. He had never embraced her without her consent before. Upon their entrance, Jiang Qingyu promptly approached, greeting both Chen Xu and Qingyu, and relaying the incident of Li Mei's sprained ankle to Chen Xu. Qingyu, upon hearing this, noticed the girl on the stool with red-rimmed eyes and gently inquired, "Did you sprain your ankle? Have you seen a doctor?" Feeling the weight of concern in Qingyu's gaze, Li Mei was overcome with guilt and, feeling somewhat sheepish, quickly replied, "I've seen a doctor. It should heal in a few days." Regret flooded Li Mei. Had she known Chen Xu's wife would be so striking, she would never have resigned in an attempt to catch Chen Xu's attention. Today, she had even deliberately sprained her ankle, hoping to invoke sympathy. Yet, standing before Qingyu, she instinctively realized that no amount of cunning could secure her place in Chen Xu's affections. It was also her uncle's fault for not forewarning her about Chen Xu's stunning wife. She had assumed that after losing his wife, Chen Xu would end up with someone ordinary, especially given his humble beginnings. Instead, he married a top-tier beauty, and being a devoted man. Li Mei found herself at a complete loss. In that moment, her resolve crumbled entirely. Chen Xu, however, was pleased with this outcome. Noticing the shift in Li Mei's expression, he felt a sense of assurance. He slightly turned his head, glancing at her injured foot, and remarked, "Since you've sprained your ankle, why don't you take a few days off to recuperate? Come back once you're well." Li Mei, wishing to resign but knowing she had no better prospects, reluctantly replied, "All right, thank you, boss." Qingyu, sensing an unusual atmosphere in the shop, was about to investigate further when the cheerful voice of a small child echoed from the wooden stairs. "Mama, you're back." Turning to the source of the voice, Qingyu saw her little one perched on the stairs. She immediately approached, saying, "Mommy's back. Did you behave while I was gone?" "Yes, I did." The mother and daughter exchanged a few pleasantries before ascending the stairs. Li Mei observed the close rapport between Xiao Yu and Qingyu, and once again, the chasm between her and Chen Xu became painfully clear, leaving her feeling utterly disheartened. Jiang Qingyu had already gone off to attend to work with the employees, and Chen Xu did not rush to leave. Instead, he plopped down on the stool opposite her, poured her a bowl of tea, and candidly stated, "Li Mei, you are not young anymore, and you are quite beautiful. You could find a good family. There's really no need to waste your time on me." Li Mei was taken aback by Chen Xu's unvarnished honesty. However, she had never intended to maintain any semblance of decorum when contemplating her intrusion into his family. After a brief moment of awkwardness, she acknowledged the futility of her hopes with Chen Xu and, no longer pretending, murmured, "I had no idea your wife was so lovely. Otherwise, I would not have subjected myself to this." Of course, it was also because Chen Xu was a man of remarkable restraint. In this world, few men could resist temptation, even when married to a woman of unparalleled beauty. Should an opportunity present itself, it would be a challenge for most to remain faithful. Yet, Chen Xu was impervious to her charms. If she had pursued someone else, she might have succeeded. Chen Xu chuckled and replied, "Aside from my wife's beauty, I cannot betray my marriage." As if struck by a sudden thought, he leaned in slightly closer to Li Mei and said, "By the way, the son of the deputy factory director from the meat processing plant where you previously worked seems to be a classmate of my wife. He is of a similar age and quite handsome. I think you two would make a good match. Why not give it a try?" Li Mei felt deflated upon hearing Chen Xu's words. She slightly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is there really such a person? Why hasn't he my uncle mentioned him? He has worked at that meat processing plant for several years." After speaking, she regarded Chen Xu with suspicion, asking, "Boss, why are you telling me this?" Logically, if she intended to disrupt Chen Xu's family and he had seen through her, he should have simply dismissed her, yet here he was, offering advice regarding her romantic prospects. Chen Xu sighed and looked upon her with a degree of sympathy. "It's evident that you are in this predicament due to financial necessity. Since I cannot assist you directly, I might as well offer some suggestions. Who knows? You might find him appealing." He did not know the specifics of Li Mei's family circumstances, but the notion of a woman attempting to undermine his family and invade his personal life was repugnant. Arranging for a woman to disturb him was likely the doing of that Qin fellow. If this woman aspired to ascend through a man's affections, let her entangle herself with that youth and reap the consequences of her actions. Chen Xu's words immediately dispelled Li Mei's apprehensions. It seemed that although he remained unmoved by her advances, he genuinely believed that her family was in dire financial straits. thus offering her suggestions. However, she was not in a position to immediately enter the meat processing plant, nor could she approach the school. Even if she had confidence in her appearance and abilities to win the heart of the deputy factory director's son, opportunities were scarce. Her uncle had not mentioned this individual, and it was likely he was preoccupied with plans for his own daughter, offering her no assistance. Chen Xu observed Li Mei's expression with keen interest, and with a tinge of regret, remarked, "I am not particularly acquainted with that individual. I've merely encountered him a few times while delivering meals to Qingyu. Otherwise, I could have introduced you." Pausing for a moment, he continued thoughtfully, speaking of meal deliveries. "I may need to visit Guangqing the day after tomorrow, and I will likely be occupied on Monday and Tuesday as well. My brother-in-law will be busy at the shop, so I won't be able to deliver meals to Qingyu. It seems she will have to rely on the cafeteria instead." At that moment, Li Mei, who was pondering how to approach her target, immediately seized upon Chen Xu's words and volunteered, "Boss, I will deliver it for you." Chen Xu feigned reluctance, saying, "What? Didn't you sprain your ankle? That might not be advisable." "Oh, it's not like I have to walk there, and this kind of sprain is not too debilitating. Delivering a meal is absolutely manageable. It's been several months since the boss lady has been able to focus on her nutrition," Li Mei replied, noncommittally. The main point was that her injury had healed. Her ploy had even moved the oblivious Jiang Qinghua, so she was confident she could capture the attention of a spirited young man. Li Mei was quite clear about her intentions. She aspired to soar to greater heights, proving to her parents and relatives that she was no less capable than her brothers. Observing her enthusiasm, Chen Xu reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "All right then, I appreciate your willingness. I will have my brother-in-law pick up the meal from the state-run restaurant, and you can deliver it to her." Li Mei nodded vigorously in agreement. Great. Once Li Mei's matter was settled, Chen Xu dismissed her and proceeded to the kitchen on the first floor, which was cordoned off for private use, to prepare dinner. Little Yuer had not seen Yi Qingyu for several days, and upon their reunion, she became quite clingy. She insisted on sitting next to her during meals, and after eating, she tugged at Yi Qingyu to play with her, listening to the radio and studying together. Even bath time required her mother's presence. At night, she insisted on having both Yi Qingyu and Chen Xu accompany her to bed. Chen Xu was concerned about the two of them sleeping together, as little Yuer was quite restless in her sleep, and he feared she might inadvertently press against Yi Qingyu's abdomen. Thus, he decided to wait nearby until little Yuer fell asleep before carrying her back to his room. However, he underestimated how quickly she would succumb to slumber. By around 9 o'clock, little Yuer had turned over several times in bed before finally nestling into Yi Qingyu's embrace and drifting off to sleep. Yi Qingyu gently covered little Yuer with a blanket and turned to inform Chen Xu that she was asleep, only to discover that he had also fallen asleep early. Seeing Chen Xu in slumber, Yi Qingyu quietly returned to her own spot under the covers, reaching out to adjust his blanket. Her beautiful eyes lingered on his face, and she felt a stirring in her heart as she gazed at the man so close to her. Especially with Chen Xu asleep, she felt emboldened and, almost instinctively, she reached out to touch his face. It was only recently that Yi Qingyu realized that to be enamored with someone not only meant thinking of them, but also an irresistible urge to draw closer, hoping to be just a little nearer, even closer. It seemed that only by receiving his messages, seeing him with her own eyes, and being by his side could she find peace and security, culminating in a profound sense of happiness. She gently caressed his face, her heart racing in her chest. Yet a profound joy surged within her as she felt the contours and warmth of his features. However, this moment of clandestine bliss did not linger for long. For the one she was secretly touching had sensed the movement on his face, opened his eyes, and instinctively reached out to grasp her soft, delicate hand. Both of them on the bed were momentarily taken aback. Yi Qingyu was caught in the act, her fair complexion instantly flushed with embarrassment. She hastily withdrew her hand, unable to meet Chen Xu's gaze, and quickly concocted an excuse. "You have a bit of dirt on your face." Chen Xu was equally bewildered, but upon hearing Yi Qingyu's explanation, he began to comprehend. "Oh, I checked after my shower last night. I must have gotten something on it afterward," he remarked, rubbing his face, and inquired, "Is it still there?" Yi Qingyu, feeling guilty and flustered, her ears burning, softly replied, "No, it's gone." Chen Xu found her embarrassment amusing. Why did wiping dirt off his face feel akin to a guilty secret? Or was it that this girl had been caught in the act of secretly touching him and was now anxious? This thought flickered through Chen Xu's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. It seemed improbable. Yi Qingyu, in every regard, did not strike him as the type to engage in such clandestine behavior. Given her reaction, Chen Xu refrained from probing further. He sat up in bed and stated, "The little girl is asleep. I'll carry her back to her room. You should get some rest too." Having just spent a moment with Chen Xu, Yi Qingyu couldn't bear the thought of him leaving and instinctively grasped his wrist. Chen Xu noticed the movement and looked down, surprised. "What's wrong?" he asked. Yi Qingyu, wishing to request that he stay a little longer, felt too bashful to voice it directly and thus found another excuse. "I'm a bit scared." "Scared of what?" Chen Xu inquired, immediately on high alert. "Is there a mouse again?" Yi Qingyu's gaze flickered, her hand remaining firmly on his wrist, simply expressing her fear. "Just stay with me a little longer." Chen Xu, somewhat oblivious to the nuances of emotions, began to sense her mixed signals of wanting to touch him and wishing for his company, albeit uncertainly. He chose not to press further, lying back down and tucking her hand under the covers. "All right, I'll keep you company while you sleep." Only after Chen Xu had settled back under the covers did Yi Qingyu feel a sense of solace. However, she also found herself embarrassed by her boldness today, turning slightly away from him, saying, "Then, good night." Chen Xu reached out to snugly cover her with the blanket. "Yes, sleep well." He planned to carry the little girl back to her room once she had fallen asleep. Yet, Yi Qingyu's behavior over the past few days left Chen Xu pondering. He wondered if she, like him, harbored some feelings for one another, which perhaps explained her clingy demeanor. Although Chen Xu had experienced a relationship before, it had been superficial. His previous girlfriend had been attracted to his looks, confessing her feelings merely a week after they met. Their relationship had swiftly escalated, culminating in a night together, only to end when she left him for someone even more handsome and wealthy. In that relationship, the female was remarkably candid, leaving no room for ambiguity. Now, confronted with the completely different personality of Yi Qingyu, he found himself genuinely perplexed. Perhaps, he thought, he should seize the opportunity to inquire directly? Just as this notion crossed Chen Xu's mind, the person facing away from him suddenly called out softly, "Chen Xu." Upon hearing the girl's voice, Chen Xu responded promptly, Yi Qingyu, still with her back turned to him, quietly asked, "Are we marrying solely because of the child, or can we aspire to a conventional marital relationship?" A jolt ran through Chen Xu, and his earlier suspicions crystallized into a clearer, more intense understanding. After a moment, he replied, "I am more curious about your thoughts." If she was willing to interact with him as a normal couple would, he would certainly welcome it. He held a genuine affection for her. Yi Qingyu remained silent for a while before, akin to a timid kitten, she confessed, I don't know, but when you're not around, I find myself missing you." With a breath, she released the thoughts she had long suppressed, her anxiety intensifying. She feared that Chen Xu might not desire a romantic relationship with her, concerned that her feelings might burden him. Yet, the discomfort of uncertainty weighed heavily on her heart. If Chen Xu were unwilling, she could continue to maintain the facade of a marital relationship. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, the man behind her smiled and his brow unfurled. Understanding Yi Qingyu's feelings, he no longer restrained himself. He reached out and embraced her from behind, unabashedly inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and softly murmured, "When you're not around, I miss you too." Yi Qingyu felt a stirring behind her, her body momentarily stiffening, especially upon hearing Chen Xu express his longing for her. An indescribable joy surged within her. She slightly pursed her lips, allowing him to hold her, daring to relish the sense of safety emanating from his chest. Yet, still uncertain, she turned her head slightly and continued, "So, are we in a conventional marital relationship?" Chen Xu lifted himself slightly to meet her gaze and said, "As long as you are willing, then we are." He had previously assured Yi Qingyu of his commitment, which she had firmly rejected. Recently, he had found himself uncertain of her feelings, but now, if she was agreeable, it would surely bring mutual happiness. Yi Qingyu recalled her resolute refusal when they first met, but at that time, she knew nothing of Chen Xu. She turned to him and said, "When we first met, I didn't understand you. Now that I do, it's evident how much I like this side of you." Chen Xu, understanding her sentiment, couldn't help but smile, lying back on the bed and pulling her closer. Maintaining a slight distance to avoid pressing against her abdomen, teasingly remarked, "It seems my charm is quite substantial." Yi Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her movements grew bolder as her delicate hands encircled his waist. She softly replied, "It's quite impressive." Indeed, the more time she spent with him, the more her fondness grew. Yet, She felt reluctant to display excessive enthusiasm for today. Taking the initiative to express her feelings to Chen Xu was already the boldest act she had ever undertaken in her life. Chen Xu was essentially impervious to the advances of other women, exhibiting a near-total immunity. However, when it came to Qingyu, he found himself utterly defenseless. The sensation of her soft arms wrapped around his waist, her gentle form, and the fragrant scent lingering at the tip of his nose brought him immense satisfaction, yet also stirred a fervor within him. Nevertheless, as their relationship had only just begun to progress, and given Qingyu's physical discomfort, Chen Xu had to exercise restraint. Troubled, he reached out to caress her smooth cheek and softly murmured, "It's late, we should sleep." Nestled in Chen Xu's embrace, Qingyu felt an unparalleled comfort and boldly tightened her hold on him, contentedly responding, Chen Xu became acutely aware of the more defined curves of the girl beside him. That night, Qingyu slept more soundly than ever before. Chen Xu could only remark on the bittersweet nature of their circumstances. From the moment they had expressed their feelings for each other, Chen Xu realized that his beloved wife had a touch of clinginess. Not only did she hold on to him tightly throughout the night, but upon awakening in the morning, she playfully refused to let him out of bed, insisting on cuddling to prolong their slumber. Was this truly the same girl who had once firmly rejected him, unwilling to accept any responsibility? At that moment, their little fish, who had rolled to the corner of the bed, sleepily sat up, rubbing her chubby little eyes and finally noticing her parents at the other end. "How did I end up over here?" she murmured, then began to crawl towards them. Hearing the little one stir, Qingyu felt shy about continuing to embrace Chen Xu and quickly withdrew her arms, rising to greet the crawling child. "Fishy, you're awake. Mama hug." The little one climbed beside Qingyu, kneeling and raising her arms to request a cuddle. At last liberated, Chen Xu hastily got out of bed, slipped on his shoes, and changed his clothes, saying, "You two tidy up while I prepare breakfast. After we eat, we'll head to Guanyuan Street and take you to the South Suburban Park." He had the day free, and with Qingyu also resting, Chen Xu resolved to spend a delightful day with the mother-daughter duo. Upon hearing they would be going out to play, the little fish was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Little Ben said there's a seesaw there. I want to play on the seesaw." Chen Xu, seeing her excitement, leaned down to ruffle her hair, saying, "All right, let us help Mama get up quickly." Afterward, he affectionately touched the face of his wife, whom he both adored and found exasperating, cautioning, "You too. Be careful not to let Fishy bump your belly." One could not deny that the feel of his wife's face was truly delightful. Qingyu didn't resist Chen Xu's gentle touch. In fact, a sweetness welled up within her, and she obediently nodded, "Amen." She relished the current dynamics of their relationship. As Chen Xu left, the little fish sat to the side, her disheveled hair framing a face that was both dazed and adorable. "Why does it feel like Mama and Papa are a bit different today?" she pondered, observing the increasingly harmonious atmosphere of their small household. Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, Lu Meiyun had spent a restless night, plagued by anxiety, unable to find solace in sleep. Since the investigation into Chen Xu's family background came to light, Lu Meiyun has been in a state of distress. She never anticipated that Chen Xu was the descendant of an old comrade of the esteemed patriarch. In the elegantly decorated hall of a courtyard in the Shiqing district of Kyoto, a family gathered for breakfast around exquisite tables and chairs made of golden silk Nanmu wood. Everyone at the table had a hearty appetite, except for Lu Meiyun, who, consumed by her worries, chewed her meticulously prepared breakfast as if it were tasteless wax. She had originally thought that Qingyu had married an ordinary countryman and hastily arranged for the household registration book to be sent over for them to obtain their marriage certificate. Little did she expect that Chen Xu was not only intelligent and financially astute, but also the grandson of a dear comrade of the Yi patriarch. It is important to note that this old comrade held a position in the Yi patriarch's heart that was unrivaled, even compared to the esteemed marshal of the Gao family. The prospect of their grandchildren marrying, especially with Chen Xu being such a capable and clever man, would undoubtedly bring immense joy to the Yi patriarch. Consequently, Qingyu's standing in the family would not only be preserved, but might even rise. Such a development was unacceptable to Lu Meiyun. She would not allow it to come to fruition. At that moment, after finishing his breakfast, the Yi patriarch set down his bowl and surveyed the table. Noticing the absence of his most cherished granddaughter, which brought him a wave of displeasure, he looked at his eldest son, Yi Yuanshan, and daughter-in-law, Lu Meiyun. with a hint of disapproval. Yi Qingyu's reluctance to return home during the new year was likely due to Yi Yuanshan's failure to visit her grandparents, which had undoubtedly left her with grievances. Just a few days before the new year, Yi Heping learned that Lu Meiyun had made a trip to Rongqing. This daughter-in-law was never one to shy away from confrontation, and it was likely that she had further upset his granddaughter, leading her to be even less inclined to come to Kyoto. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, lamenting that his granddaughter was truly a child without parental love, all alone in Rongqing. Turning to his second son, Yi Yuanxiu, who had just finished his meal, he said, "Yuanxiu, please buy me a train ticket to Rongqing tomorrow. I wish to visit Qingyu." Yi Yuanxiu, having just set down his bowl, was somewhat taken aback by his father's request. "But Dad, is that wise? Your health has only just begun to improve. It would be unwise to exert yourself." He spoke with a troubled expression, casting a dissatisfied glance at his elder brother, Yi Yuanshan, and was about to voice his concerns when his wife discreetly nudged his arm. Unlike the reserved Yi Yuanshan, Yi Yuanxiu often spoke without a filter and had previously faced reprimands from the patriarch for his indiscretions. Though displeased by his wife's interruption, he chose to remain silent and await his brother's response. The couple had neglected Qingyu, which was why she had distanced herself, prompting the patriarch's urgent desire to seek her out. It was they who should have been the ones to advocate for her. Chapter 128. Isn't there still the big bear to keep her warm? Yi Yuanshan was sipping his soup when he heard the patriarch's words. He furrowed his brow and set down his bowl, speaking gently. "Father, my brother is right. It would indeed be quite taxing for you to go in person. Let us not jeopardize your health due to Qingyu's momentary stubbornness." Yi Yuanshan also found himself quite troubled by his daughter, Yi Qingyu. Since his remarriage to Lu Meiyun, his daughter has become increasingly rebellious, and he has had little time to discipline her, devoting most of his energy to his career. Otherwise, he would not have ascended so rapidly in such a short span of years. He is now merely a step away from his current aspirations. Lu Meiyun, fearing that the old man might truly venture to Rongqing, hastily interjected, "Dad, Yuanshan is right. Your health has just improved. The journey is long and arduous. And if anything were to happen to you, Qingyu would undoubtedly be concerned." Upon hearing Lu Meiyun's words, Yi Heping refrained from responding, yet he harbored some trepidation. If he were to travel and his old body were to suddenly falter, it could adversely affect Qingyu's studies. During his recent illness, he had strictly ordered his family not to inform his granddaughter, fearing it would cause her distress. Now, he found himself regretting this decision. The girl, unaware of his ailment, might have grown estranged from the family and chosen not to return home for the new year. Lu Meiyun had long been accustomed to Yi Heping's cold demeanor, and his indifference did not faze her. She merely smiled gracefully. After a moment, the old man spoke again. "Once my health is more robust, I shall take Jianwei along to Rongqing. The boy has been visiting Qingyu frequently these past few months, and since they are destined to marry, it would be beneficial for them to spend more time together." Yi Jingxi, who had remained silent, felt a twinge of schadenfreude upon hearing the old man's words. She began to wonder how amusing it would be if grandfather took Gao Jianwei to Rongqing and they discovered that Qingyu had married a rustic villager whose wife had passed away. Yi Yuanshan was wholeheartedly in favor of the union between the Gao and Yi families, for strengthening ties with the Gao family would greatly enhance his political career. A rare smile graced Yi Yuanshan's face as he concurred. Indeed, the two should interact more. Once the first half of this year passes and Qingyu graduates, we can formally arrange their marriage. Lu Meiyun, though reluctantly, echoed this sentiment, noting that there were only a few months left, and the young couple should indeed have the opportunity to get to know one another. The primary concern was that Yi Jingxi was still too young. Should news of Qingyu's marriage surface, the Gao family might seek another bride. By delaying for a few months, while both families remained unaware of the marriage, her daughter Yi Jingxi would be 19 by then, and Qingyu's union with Chen Xu would be firmly established, leaving Gao Jianwei as her son-in-law. Naturally, she would ensure that Chen Xu's prospects did not flourish. It mattered not that he was the grandson of a comrade-in-arms of the old man. With a mere flick of her finger, she could confine him to a life of mediocrity within Rongqing's confines. At 10:30 in the morning, Chen Xu and his family arrived at the South Suburban Park. Although the people of Rongqing were not affluent, their leisure activities were plentiful. In addition to their favorite pastimes of tea drinking and mahjong, they enjoyed boating, photography, and caring for children, always finding joy in the simple pleasures of life. This particular Saturday, the South Suburban Park was especially lively, particularly due to the popularity of the dragon-themed seesaw among children. Chen Xu led Qingyu and Xiao Yuer to their destination, and upon seeing the uniquely designed, upscale building, he was utterly astonished. It was a large, 7 or 8 meter high spiral slide, characterized by a design that strongly reflected the essence of Huaxia culture. A colossal dragon, intricately carved from marble, coiled around a similarly sculpted rainbow-colored cloud, forming a twisting slide. Groups of children were exuberantly cheering, queuing to ascend the stone steps and sliding down from the dragon's head, their exclamations and laughter filling the air. Xiao Yuer, witnessing the older children on the slide, was filled with excitement. She grasped Chen Xu's finger with her tiny hand, pointing at the enormous slide, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to play." It was a rare sight to see the little darling so animated, and Chen Xu, unable to resist, scooped her into his arms and readily agreed. "All right, Daddy will take you to play." He then turned to Qingyu, gesturing toward a nearby stone bench. "I'll accompany you for a bit. You can wait for us over there." After all, given her pregnancy, this activity was too perilous for her. Qingyu, who already had a fear of heights, heeded Chen Xu's advice, reminding the pair to stay safe, and settled onto the bench to watch the father-daughter duo enjoy the slide. Soon, Chen Xu and Xiao Yuer mingled with a throng of children, climbing to the top of the slide, and together they glided down. The little one nestled in Chen Xu's embrace, her eyes, as dark and lustrous as obsidian, sparkled with wonder and thrill. Her mouth agape, she squealed in delight, "Daddy, we're sliding down. How fast?" Chen Xu wrapped his arms securely around her waist, and as he heard her joyous shouts, a profound sense of happiness welled up within him, prompting him to respond in a youthful tone, "Yes, it's so fast." He felt increasingly grateful for the opportunity to relive his life, to encounter Xiao Yuer and Qingyu, making his existence all the more vibrant and meaningful. The father and daughter grew more enamored with the slide, enjoying several rounds of exhilarating fun. From her vantage point on the stone bench, Qingyu hardly took her eyes off the pair, particularly Chen Xu. She observed how captivating he was while engaging with the child. After several rounds of sliding, Xiao Yuer made friends with a boy of about 5 or 6 years old. The little boy was quite taken with her, playing together for a few rounds before he eagerly offered to take her along for more fun. Chen Xu, finding little interest in the slide, welcomed the boy's offer to look after Xiao Yuer, especially since he was attentive to her needs. As Xiao Yuer climbed the ladder with her new friend, she called out to Chen Xu, "Daddy, I can play by myself now. You go take care of mommy." Amused by her precociousness, Chen Xu chuckled and replied, "All right. Just be safe with your brother." After imparting a few more words of caution, he turned and walked away with a smile. At that moment, Qingyu was waiting for the father and daughter to ascend the slide, unaware of the tall figure approaching her. It wasn't until he stood before her that she finally realized, "Ah, how did you come back?" As Qingyu prepared to rise, Chen Xu deftly turned and settled beside her. He pointed at the two little ones who had just climbed the slide and chuckled. "The little fish has her brother accompanying her. She asked me to keep you company." Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Qingyu took a moment to register before she was amused, unable to suppress a smile. "I'm not a child. I don't need someone to look after me," she retorted playfully. Chen Xu turned his head, captivated by the girl's delicate and gentle smile. Feeling a stir in his heart, he abandoned his previous restraint and reached for her hand, which had been resting beside her, only to discover it was icy cold. Frowning slightly, he took her hand and tucked it into the pocket of his coat, feigning annoyance as he remarked, "You say you're not a child? Even the little fish knows to warm her hands in a pocket. Just look at how frozen yours are." With her hand enveloped in his warm grasp, Qingyu felt a comforting warmth. Hearing Chen Xu's gentle admonishment, she leaned her shoulder against him, saying, "I was just about to put it in my pocket when you came over." With that, she playfully rubbed against his shoulder. Deep down, she thought, after all, there's the big bear to keep her warm. As Qingyu nestled against him, it felt as though she had burrowed into Chen Xu's heart, sending a delightful shiver through him. Turning his head, he caught sight of her enchanting face, a vision of grace and beauty. Alas, there were too many people around. Otherwise, he might have been unable to resist the urge to embrace her and steal a few kisses. Dear friends, may I pose a question? Do you prefer today as leisurely moments or the joy of earning money? Tomorrow we must return to the grind. Chapter 129. Chenindi, what mischief has Chen Xu been up to? The joyful moments always seem to pass swiftly. Before long, it was Sunday. This afternoon, Qingyu was to head to school, while Chen Xu needed to visit Guangxing to check on the profitable project with Lu Hong. After lunch, Chen Xu quickly gathered a few belongings, preparing to leave. Before departing, the little fish lingered in her father's arms for a while, reluctant to delay him. Finally, with a peck on Chen Xu's cheek, she said, "Daddy, be safe on the road, and remember not to talk to strangers." She mimicked the serious tone he often used when advising her. Chen Xu observed the spirited little one and suppressed a chuckle, nodding in agreement. "All right. Daddy will heed the little fish's advice." After finishing her admonition, she turned to Qingyu and asked, "Mama, don't you want to give Daddy a kiss too? You'll miss him since you'll be apart for so long, right?" Qingyu, equally unwilling to part with Chen Xu, had been watching the father-daughter duo when the little fish's sudden question caught her off guard. She glanced at Chen Xu, whose gaze was fixed on her, and then at the little fish, feeling her cheeks flush at the thought of the bold act of kissing him. Moreover, with the little fish present, it felt all the more daunting. Noticing Qingyu's evident hesitation, Chen Xu felt a twinge of disappointment. He approached her and said, "All right, we can kiss when we return. While I'm away these few days, please be safe at school." After all, their relationship had only just been solidified, and given that she had never been in a romantic relationship, it was understandable that she might feel shy. There would always be time ahead, and one day, she would surely feel at ease. Qingyu felt a wave of tension wash over her, but upon hearing Chen Xu's words, she immediately relaxed. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of disappointment and regret stirred within her heart. How could she not desire to grow closer to Chen Xu? It was merely that she found it difficult to let go in that moment, especially in front of Xiao Yuer. When he returned, she would certainly kiss him. Resolutely encouraging herself, she nodded and said, "Well, please be careful on your journey." After exchanging a few more words of caution with the mother and daughter, Chen Xu glanced at the time, greeted them, and departed downstairs, officially setting off for Guangxing. Meanwhile, in Shijian town, Chen Yingdi was busily engaged at the supply and marketing cooperative. She scooped a spoonful of salt from the salt jar and placed it onto a piece of craft paper on the scale, carefully balancing it before adjusting the amount ever so slightly. With a cold tone, she placed the packet of salt on the counter and said, "This is yours, one tael. Pack it yourself." In this era, the position of a sales clerk at the cooperative was akin to that of a civil servant in later generations. Particularly in this town, the farmers who came to purchase goods often had to endure a degree of disdain, even after spending their money. The elder sister whom Chen Yingdi was attending to hailed from the same town, but was from a family that was desperately poor. Chen Yingdi found no inclination to offer her a warm demeanor. The elder sister harbored a deep resentment towards Chen Yingdi's condescending attitude, but, considering her future visits to make purchases, could only force a smile as she packed the goods herself. Recalling a recent visit to Tengtou village where she had heard news concerning Rongqing, her movements momentarily halted as she glanced at Chen Yingdi and inquired, "Do you know about your cousin Chen Xu's situation in Rongqing?" Chen Yingdi, who was about to walk away, turned her head at the elder sister's question, intrigued. "What happened? Did he get into some trouble with the law in Rongqing?" The memory of the cold shoulder she received at Chen Xu's house earlier in the year ignited her irritation. Now, upon hearing that he might have encountered some issue in Rongqing, her heart raced with excitement, especially since even this elder sister from Shijian town was aware of it. It must be something significant. She knew her cousin's temperament all too well. He was likely involved in some conflict or trouble in Rongqing. If he truly found himself in a predicament, she would have to pay him a visit and deliver some sharp-tongued jibes. Seeing Chen Yingdi's reaction, the elder sister raised an eyebrow, a genuine smile spreading across her face. "It seems you are not particularly close to your cousin if you haven't heard about this matter." Chen Yingdi noticed a subtle shift in the elder sister's expression, a wave of unease washing over her as she pressed for details. "What is it?" The elder sister's smile brightened further as she said, "It appears you truly are unaware. Your cousin Chen Xu has opened a sunflower seed shop in Rongqing, and the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau even went there to show support." Chen Xu's photo with several officials made the front page of the Rongqing Morning News. "What?" Chen Yingdi was taken aback by the elder sister's revelations, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Chen Xu opened a sunflower seed shop, and the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau attended in support, even posing for a photo that graced the headlines? How could that be? Any one of these events seemed implausible for someone like Chen Xu, especially now, with the upper echelons remaining ambiguous in their stance. Can Chen Xu openly establish a sunflower seed shop? Chen Xu promptly seized her elder sister's arm and, within a few minutes, learned all the details regarding Chen Xu's recent exploits in Rongqing. It was through this inquiry that she discovered not only were the events surrounding Chen Xu entirely genuine, but he also took the dim-witted man from the second branch, Jiang Qingyu, along to Rongqing to seek fortune. Chen Xu's sunflower seed shop was thriving remarkably well. Yet, as Chen Xu's third elder sister, she remained utterly oblivious to all of this. Earlier in the year, she had inquired whether Chen Xu had any promising projects to involve her in, to which he had unequivocally replied in the negative. Just after she departed, her well-meaning cousin took the man from the second branch to Rongqing to prosper. What was it? Was she no longer considered a sister, reduced to merely assisting the second branch's family? The more Chen Xu pondered, the angrier she became, observing the fury that had turned Chen Xu's face a shade of green. Her elder sister felt a sense of satisfaction, casually adding some salt before cheerfully taking her leave. Meanwhile, Chen Xu, imagining Chen Xu counting money in Rongqing, felt a mix of indignation and longing. Since the regulations in Rongqing had relaxed for individual businesses and Chen Xu was flourishing, why couldn't she? While the work at the supply and marketing cooperative had its prestige, what was the point of guarding a meager sum each month? The more she contemplated, the more enticed she became. But this job had been rather hard won by her husband, Qingyu. This matter needed to be discussed with him. As soon as she returned home after her afternoon shift, Chen Xu recounted Chen Xu's affairs in Rongqing and her desire to resign and embark on her own business to her husband, Qingyu. Coincidentally, Qingyu had also received praise from his superiors at the office today regarding Chen Xu. Although he was merely Chen Xu's cousin-in-law, the commotion surrounding Chen Xu had drawn attention, even prompting a clear stance from the higher authorities on the development of individual enterprises. Despite his distant ties with the Chen family, he had benefited from the situation. However, over the years, he had interacted too little with the Chen family, and, from what Chen Xu mentioned, it seemed Chen Xu did not hold her in high regard. Of course, Chen Xu was merely a lucky young man with a bit of fortune. The connection held little significance for Qingyu. Nevertheless, with the encouragement from above for individual enterprise development, this was an emerging industry ripe for profit. Qingyu could surmise that as individual businesses flourished and purchasing channels expanded, the supply and marketing cooperative would gradually decline. Rather than having Chen Xu cling to her job at the cooperative, it would be wiser to let her test the waters outside. If a simpleton from the Chen family, who had lived in Tungtou village for over 20 years, could succeed in business, then his astute wife would undoubtedly excel. After discussing the matter, the couple reached a consensus and decided that Chen Xu would resign from her job to pursue her own enterprise. Chapter 130. Qingju's perplexity after a long journey. Chen Xu arrived in Rongqing by midday the following day. Lu Hong had also come early to the train station to greet him. After more than a month apart, seeing his benefactor again filled Lu Hong with excitement and enthusiasm, and he promptly took the fortune bringer to a nearby state-run restaurant for lunch. Chen Xu also noticed that Lu Hong had visibly filled out over the past year, his face glowing with vitality. It seemed that last year's festivities had treated him well. Upon arriving at the restaurant and placing their orders, as soon as the waiter departed, Chen Xu inquired about the lucrative project. Even in the private room, Lu Hong spoke in hushed tones, leaning closer to Chen Xu and confiding in a voice only audible to the two of them. "Brother Xu, here's the deal. I have a reliable acquaintance whose relative possesses a batch of Panasonic tape recorders they wish to sell at a low price, but they only deal with familiar faces. The goods are pristine. As long as we keep them out of Guangqing, we needn't worry about inspections." Noticing Lu Hong's cautious demeanor, Chen Xu, though the latter did not elaborate, could surmise some details. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are these goods washed?" The current policies had just begun to open up, yet the customs and tax systems were still in a state of considerable imbalance. Many imported goods, such as cigarettes and small appliances, faced exorbitant tariffs. Thus, in the early 1980s, coastal regions often witnessed the emergence of high-end luxury items like branded electronics, cigarettes, and leather goods being smuggled. If these products were to enter the market through legitimate channels, they would command exorbitant prices, far beyond the reach of the average consumer. Smuggling, however, eliminated many intermediary costs, allowing speculators to acquire these goods at a fraction of their original price, even with significantly lower price tags than those offered through official channels. Their profits could be several times, or even a dozen times, that of legitimate merchants. Consequently, many were emboldened to take risks by engaging in large-scale smuggling operations. Naturally, authorities were cracking down on such speculative behaviors both domestically and internationally. Since Lu Hong assured him of the goods' clean origins, Chen Xu inferred that these were gray market products, having been seized and subsequently released through certain channels. While there was inherent risk, it was comparatively safer than dealing with outright smuggled goods. Lu Hong, clearly enthusiastic about discussing business with Chen Xu, immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing his question. Exactly. There are a total of 600 units, and the price is quite reasonable. The cost price is 70, while the current market price is 120 per unit, and that requires industrial invoices. If we sell each unit, we stand to gain at least 50 yuan in profit. As he spoke, Lu Hong's heartbeat quickened with excitement. Despite his fears, he realized that if this venture succeeded, selling just a few units would far surpass his earnings from the past couple of years. Moreover, he had learned to be clever this time. From the 600 tape recorders, he would also earn a commission of 1 yuan per unit. With 600 units, that amounted to 600 yuan. How could he not be thrilled? Not only Lu Hong, but even Chen Xu felt a surge of interest. If the goods had low profit margins and were smuggled, he might have hesitated. However, these Panasonic tape recorders not only promised substantial profits, but were also immensely popular in this era, particularly among the youth, who were the first to embrace new innovations. These imported tape recorders could record and play music, boasting dual speakers. Carrying such a tape recorder on one's shoulder would make one the center of attention. Many young individuals, even if it means enduring months without food or drink, are determined to save enough to purchase a device that rivals the fervent admiration for Apple's products in China. However, the prospect of acquiring all 600 units in one go is beyond his financial means, as his savings amount to a mere 31,000 yuan. To procure these 600 units, an outlay of 42,000 yuan is required. Naturally, such a lucrative enterprise would attract the interest of others, and he pondered this as he stroked his chin before inquiring with Lu Hong about their collective capacity for investment. Upon broaching the subject, Lu Hong sighed heavily and replied that despite borrowing from various sources and even advancing 2 months of his salary, he could only muster a total of 2,100 yuan. Additionally, a mutual acquaintance could contribute 4,000 yuan. Sugo, he said, I see you are doing quite well in Qingyu. You must have several trustworthy friends. Perhaps you could rally them for over 30,000 yuan, allowing us to secure this batch of goods entirely. The seller is only willing to sell as a whole, not retail. Lu Hong was eager to seize this opportunity. Having tasted the sweetness of commerce alongside Chen Xu, and now harbored ambitions of his own. Unbeknownst to Lu Hong, he had underestimated the extent of Chen Xu's financial resources. While he suspected Chen Xu was quite affluent, perhaps nearing the status of a 10,000 yuan household, he was astonished to learn that Chen Xu had already achieved the equivalent of 3 such households. Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Chen Xu calculated in his mind that the 3 of them could amass 37,100 yuan, still falling short by 4,900. His sunflower seed shop was gradually stabilizing, yielding daily earnings of around 800 yuan. However, given the urgency of the seller, time was of the essence. Chen Xu, not wishing to be overly ambitious, decided to consult with Tang Guishan. Just yesterday, he had delivered the business license, and Tang had assured him that he would remember to involve him in any promising ventures. In recent months, Tang Guishan had also profited significantly from potato sales, and the 4,900 yuan was certainly within reach. Particularly, as this batch of goods would be distributed in Qingdu, having Tang Guishan, a local, involved could be immensely beneficial. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xu made a decision and addressed Lu Hong. Please inform them that we can secure this batch. But I must return to Qingdu to prepare the funds. Ask them to send over some samples for you to inspect. If everything is satisfactory, we can arrange for delivery to Qingdu, where we will conduct a cash-on-delivery transaction while inspecting the goods. Since the goods could not be dispatched from Guangqing, they would need to be transported back to Qingdu. Chen Xu was aware that he could not undertake this transport himself, given the high value of the merchandise. If the seller could manage to clean and prepare the goods, they would certainly ensure safe delivery to Qingdu. Chen Xu would then personally verify the quality before finalizing payment. Initially, Lu Hong had called Chen Xu merely to test his luck, considering the sheer volume of goods might be too much for them to handle. To his delight, he was taken aback by Chen Xu's capability to manage the acquisition. Truly, he was a financial benefactor. Just then, the meal was served, and upon hearing Chen Xu's instructions, Lu Hong eagerly nodded. All right, I will negotiate after dinner. Wealth God, Oh no, Su Gu. Please, indulge in the meal. The food here is quite excellent. Chen Xu was unapologetic. In this era, the cuisine from Guangxing was undoubtedly more exquisite and palatable. Since he was already here, it was only fitting to indulge in a sumptuous meal before departing. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Rongqing Normal University, Li Mei punctually delivered a meal to Qingyu. Although Qingyu refrained from inquiring about Chen Xu's intention behind having Li Mei bring her the meal, she could not resist asking, "Has your foot improved?" Upon hearing Qingyu's concern, Li Mei revealed a rare, genuine smile, shaking her head. "It's much better, thank you, madam." Qingyu cast a complex glance at Li Mei, suppressing the urge to request that she refrain from delivering meals in the afternoon, urging her to return quickly. Chen Xu had instructed that even if Li Mei were to limp, she should not be pitted. His actions were surely calculated, and she must not jeopardize his plans. After a brief admonition, Qingyu prepared to leave. Li Mei, still with questions on her mind, hurried forward. "Madam, wait." Qingyu paused, holding the lunchbox, and inquired, "What is it?" Li Mei, with an innocent smile, concocted a plausible reason to ask Qingyu about the son of the deputy director of the meat processing plant. She was aware of his existence but did not know him and needed to gather more information. Coincidentally, Qin Junxing had also arrived shortly after Qingyu, intending to see if Chen Xu had once again sent her a meal. To his surprise, he spotted Li Mei at the school gate. Qingyu, noticing Qin Junxing's arrival, informed Li Mei, "The young man over there, holding a book and dressed in a sweater and shirt, is the son of the deputy director of the meat processing plant. Would you like me to speak to him on your behalf?" Upon hearing this, Li Mei glanced towards the school gate, quickly recognizing the individual, and waved her hand. No, it's just a casual inquiry. You should hurry back. You wouldn't want to delay lunch, or the boss might blame me." Qingyu found Li Mei's behavior rather peculiar, but chose not to pry further. After bidding her farewell, she left with the lunchbox. At that moment, Qin Junxing was utterly perplexed. Wasn't Li Mei supposed to be pursuing Chen Xu? Why was she delivering meals to Qingyu instead? Before he could ponder further, a delicate exclamation of surprise rang out as the girl at the school entrance fell heavily to the ground. Qin Junxing, already hesitating about whether to approach her, immediately stepped out of the school gate towards her, seeing that Li Mei's fall seemed quite serious. Chapter 131. With a full wallet comes great ambition. The spring in Rongqing was perpetually damp. Li Mei, having sat down resolutely on the wet ground, did so without a moment's hesitation. As she settled onto the soaked surface, pain shot through her, and the fabric beneath her quickly absorbed the moisture, chilling her to the bone. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her from feigning distress. As she braced herself against the damp and filthy ground, her fair hands now stained with dark muddy water, appearing pitiably disheveled, Qin Junxing approached her side. Observing the frail girl on the ground, instinctively reaching out to assist her. "Are you all right?" Li Mei looked up and was delighted to see that the person approaching was indeed her target. However, her delicate brows slightly furrowed in pain as she mustered the strength to rise alongside Qin Junxing, softly expressing her gratitude. "It's nothing, thank you." With her naturally fair and exquisite features, the sight of her furrowed brow and vulnerable demeanor evoked a sense of pity in onlookers. Qin Junxing had initially intended to inquire casually, but, upon witnessing Li Mei's pitiable state, found himself compelled by a surge of compassion. He gently asked, "Where did you hurt yourself?" Li Mei's voice was soft and fragile. "I twisted my ankle a few days ago, and it hasn't healed properly. I wasn't paying attention just now and twisted it again, so it's a bit painful." Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain, and as she spoke, they began to fall freely. Struggling to maintain her balance, she leaned against Qin Junxing for support. Her injury was genuine. She had indeed fallen hard, and such a display was necessary to elicit his sympathy. Qin Junxing, proud and aloof, had little regard for the superficial beauties in Rongqing School. His heart set solely on the elegant Qingyu from Kyoto. He had rarely interacted closely with any female. Despite knowing from his father's subordinates that this woman aspired to rise above her station, he inherently looked down upon such ambitions. Yet, throughout history, even the most valiant heroes have been ensnared by the charms of beauty. Li Mei's visage was captivating enough to overshadow 99.99% of the girls at Rongqing Normal University. Especially in her current state, her pain appeared authentic, and Qin Junxing found it impossible to disregard her plight. He watched as she nearly collapsed into his arms, and after a moment of internal conflict, resolved to accompany her to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine clinic. "I will take you to see a doctor," he said, supporting her as they made their way toward the clinic. Li Mei, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, was eager to seek help and gently responded, leaning on Qin Junsheng as they walked forward. After a few steps, he observed her struggle to walk normally and questioned, "Why would you bring food to someone when your ankle is injured?" Li Mei, her teeth chattering from the pain, replied, "My boss has been tied up these past few days and asked me to deliver lunch to his wife. I was feeling better until I twisted my ankle just now." Upon hearing this, Qin Junsheng glanced at her, noticing the fine beads of sweat forming on her pale forehead. While feeling sympathy for her, he couldn't help but disdain Chen Xu for making a woman with an injured leg run errands. How could Qingyu possibly be attracted to someone like him? Meanwhile, Chen Xu had parted ways with Lu Hong and boarded a train back to Rongqing. After a grueling day of travel, he finally arrived at his destination. Upon disembarking from the train, he made his way directly to the tea house, seeking out Tang Guishan to discuss the details of the recording device. After listening to Chen Xu elaborate on the intricacies of this business venture, Tang Guishan felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The risks and methods involved had profoundly challenged his worldview. Yet, the astonishing profits made his heart race with excitement. Since partnering with Chen Xu, Tang Guishan's finances had flourished, and his horizons and ambitions had broadened significantly. Even aware of the substantial risks inherent in this venture, he found himself unable to utter a refusal in the face of the profits that appeared almost commensurate with those risks. "Is it just shy of 4,900? Tang Guishan's heart raced, his anxiety palpable as he inquired of Chen Xu. This sum, indeed, was within his reach. However, the exorbitant profits and the dubious channels involved left him with lingering reservations. Chen Xu lifted his teacup, sipping the brew before nodding in affirmation. "Yes, if you can muster this 4,000, you can acquire 70 units. Once this batch is released, a direct profit of 3,005 awaits." Tang Guishan recognized the immense popularity of the tape recorder. In Rongqing, selling it was hardly a concern. He had two relatives engaged in the black market trade of such electronics, who had since amassed several small villas and even purchased a Happiness 250 motorcycle. In the past, he would have never dared to collaborate with Chen Xu. Yet now, driven by the allure of substantial profit, he found his momentary hesitation to be fleeting. And with a resolute heart, he declared, "All right, I will take 70 units. He trusted Chen Xu's acumen in generating wealth. If Chen Xu was determined to proceed, he surely possessed the requisite confidence. With Tang Guishan's agreement, Chen Xu felt a sense of assurance. He further inquired whether Tang Guishan knew anyone involved in this trade. Rather than retailing himself, he preferred to offload the goods in one fell swoop to mitigate risk. Upon inquiry, Tang Guishan revealed that he indeed had relatives engaged in the arbitrage business, and their operation was quite substantial. Chen Xu shared his thoughts with Tang Guishan, who found the proposal viable. They could procure the units at 70, then sell them to his relatives for 120. They would be more than willing. After all, in the black market of Rongqing, the tape recorder was already fetching prices of 150 with eager buyers. The two quickly reached an accord, and Chen Xu instructed Tang Guishan to contact his relatives. He did not linger at the shop, promptly sending a telegram to Lu Hong, assuring him to bring the merchandise without delay. On his way home, Chen Xu contemplated his future financial endeavors. This quick money was a significant opportunity. With a family to care for, he could not afford any missteps. This transaction alone could yield a minimum profit of 22,000. Adding to the initial capital of 31,000, he would surpass 50,000. Once the funds were secured, his first step would be to acquire one or two properties and amass a collection of cultural relics and antiques, awaiting the day their value would soar. Particularly between 1980 and 1990, antiques and artifacts were virtually worthless, lacking a market. Aside from foreign buyers, few locals showed interest. Items purchased for 10 yuan could later escalate into millions. With this opportunity of rebirth bestowed upon him, neglecting to stockpile some relics would render his second chance futile. Upon returning home, it was already past noon. Little Fish had finished lunch with Jiang Qinghua, while Li Mei had gone early to Rongqing Normal University to deliver a meal to Qingyu. Considering that Li Mei and Qin Junsheng were unlikely to progress quickly, Chen Xu, though yearning for his wife, refrained from rushing to the school. He resolved to exercise patience for a few days. Should Li Mei seize the opportunity to secure Qin Junsheng, the school would be rid of one more rival vying for Qingyu's attention. Chen Xu harbored a genuine wish for Li Mei's success from the depths of his heart. The goods from Guangxing would take 2 days to arrive, and during this time, Chen Xu remained industriously occupied. Apart from meeting with Tang Guoshan and his relatives involved in the business, he primarily focused on experimenting with various flavors of sunflower seeds in the courtyard of Guanyuan village. Although his 5-spice sunflower seeds enjoyed immense popularity, the limited variety occasionally left some customers yearning for alternative flavors. Drawing from his experience with the 5-spice variety, Chen Xu accelerated the development of new flavors significantly. In just 2 short days, he successfully created caramel, hawthorn, and walnut-flavored sunflower seeds, all of which were novel to the market and boasted exceptional taste and texture. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyu dedicated most of his time to learning from Chen Xu. As soon as the 3 new flavors were perfected, they promptly arranged for workers to begin roasting them. Jiang Qingyu exhibited an enthusiasm for the Qianlixiang sunflower seed shop that rivaled even that of Chen Xu, the owner. Chapter 132. The Terrifying God of Wealth. The following day, at 3 a.m., Chen Xu rose early and made his way to Guanyuan Street, where he met Tang Guoshan. Together, they boarded a truck rented from Tang Guoshan's relatives and headed to the agreed-upon location outside the second ring road of Rongqing to await their associates. By around 5 a.m., the sky had brightened considerably. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes at their destination, they finally met with the group responsible for delivering the goods. Alongside Lu Hong, there were 2 other men, a towering individual acting as both the intermediary and driver, and another man with a face full of acne, whom Chen Xu found somewhat familiar. However, the intermediary appeared to be in a hurry, leaving Chen Xu little time to inquire further. After a brief greeting, he swiftly began inspecting the goods. Given the substantial value of the delivery, even among acquaintances, it was crucial to adhere to proper procedures. Any oversight could result in purchasing a batch of water-damaged products, leaving no avenue for recourse. Fortunately, after randomly selecting 50 out of 600 tape recorders for quality inspection, Chen Xu found no issues whatsoever. Once confirmed, the group quickly transferred the goods onto the truck driven by Tang Guoshan and gathered the necessary funds to complete the transaction. The intermediary had no intention of lingering in the area. As soon as the goods were unloaded and the payment settled, he exchanged brief farewells and departed hastily. Lu Hong and the man accompanying him were still in Rongqing, eager to expedite their own shipment with Chen Xu, and thus did not leave immediately. On the journey back, the men took a moment to introduce themselves. The man accompanying Lu Hong was named Li Qingguan, and his accent revealed him to be a local from Guangxing. He seemed disinclined to divulge much about himself to Chen Xu and Tang Guoshan, resulting in limited conversation. Upon hearing Li Qingguan's name, Chen Xu recalled that this man would eventually become a prominent figure in the fashion industry, ranking over 200th among the top 500 companies in China. His recollection was not due to an exceptional memory, but rather because Li Qingguan's distinctive facial features left a lasting impression. In his past life, Chen Xu had encountered news articles featuring this individual, thus recalling his face quite vividly. Chen Xu reflected on Li Qingguan's journey, noting that he had only begun to rise to prominence in 1986. Before 1986, it seems that he progressed from an apprentice to a factory manager in a textile industry. Observing Lu Hong's respectful demeanor towards Li Qingguan, Chen Xu had already formed a conclusion in his mind. If he was not mistaken, Li Qingguan must be the factory manager or a person of considerable influence in Zihai Textiles. After all, it was nearly inconceivable for an ordinary worker in this era to produce several thousand yuan at once for business purposes. Li Qingguan evidently wished to keep his identity concealed, and Chen Xu cooperatively refrained from probing further. Throughout the journey, however, Lu Hong fervently filled the car with lively banter, lavishly flattering both Chen Xu, the so-called god of wealth, and his superior, Li Qingguan. After all, without these 2 individuals, he would not have earned such money over the past few months. This was Tang Guoshan's first experience engaging in such a thrilling endeavor. Before the goods reached his friend, he had no inclination for conversation, fervently praying that they would not be caught. Lu Hong and Li Qingguan, unfamiliar with him, mistakenly assumed that this middle-aged man was rather aloof and unwilling to speak. After a 40-minute drive, the group arrived at their destination as scheduled. Tang Guoshan jumped out of the car and knocked on the gate. Soon, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline welcomed them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they wasted no time in inspecting the goods and completing the transaction seamlessly. When the Mediterranean gentleman paid, Chen Xu noticed his brisk demeanor and suddenly realized that, in this era, the wealthiest individuals were not the small business owners, but rather those who took considerable risks in the appliance trade. With over 70,000 yuan exchanged promptly, there was no hesitation whatsoever. Moreover, those engaged in such businesses would not deposit their money in banks openly, for fear of being caught and facing dire consequences. They counted their money discreetly. Given the clandestine nature of this trade, once the transaction was settled, the group did not linger. They left together for Tang Guishan's tea shop, where they closed the door to divide the profits. Before 7 o'clock, the four of them completed their distribution of earnings. Chen Xu received 53,160 yuan, with a net profit of 22,160 yuan. Tang Guishan earned 8,400 yuan, netting 3,500 yuan. Li Chengwen acquired 6,480 yuan, with a net profit of 2,840 yuan. Lu Hong obtained 3,600 yuan, netting 1,500 yuan. To earn such a substantial amount in less than 4 days was enough to make anyone tremble with excitement in this era. Only after the profit distribution did Lu Hong realize that his god of wealth, Chen Xu, had single-handedly invested over 30,000 yuan and made more than 20,000 in return. He had initially thought that his profit of 1,500 plus an additional 600 from the distribution, totaling 2,100 yuan, was impressive. Now, calculating it, he found that he had earned only a fraction compared to his god of wealth. Wow, Su Gu, you are so understated. I thought old Tang contributed more. Lu Hong exclaimed, clutching his briefcase filled with money. At that moment, Tang Guishan was also grinning from ear to ear, patting the money in his sack, and said, "Little Lu, don't say that. The reason I earned so much today is all thanks to the god of wealth. No, I mean, thanks to Brother Chen. If it weren't for the spicy potatoes bringing in profit, where would I find the capital for this quick money?" Although Li Chengwen did not voice his thoughts, his gaze towards Chen Xu revealed subtle changes. Previously, Lu Hong had mentioned Chen Xu to him, and after interacting with him, Li Chengwen had perceived him merely as a clever and somewhat audacious youth. He believed that today's venture would primarily benefit the aloof Tang Guishan. However, to his astonishment, this young man, comparable in age to Lu Hong, had managed to produce over 30,000 yuan all on his own. He felt a twinge of regret for not having discussed plans with Chen Xu in greater detail today. Nonetheless, there was still time to rectify that. Li Chengwen set the money aside and, unusually proactive, addressed Chen Xu, saying, "Boss Chen, this collaboration has been most delightful. Should you find time to visit Guangqing, I would be honored to host you and hope for further opportunities to work together." Although Chen Xu harbored no immediate intention of pursuing further business with him, the overture from a future titan of the fashion industry was not something he could dismiss. He responded with a warm and gracious smile, "Absolutely. I am confident that our future collaborations will be as harmonious as today's." Glimpsing the store's clock, he continued, "It's nearly time for breakfast." While Rongqing may not have a tradition of morning tea, there is a state-run establishment nearby renowned for its excellent dumplings. Shall we seize this opportunity to enjoy a meal together? After several days of bustling activity, Li Chengwen and Lu Hong readily agreed with smiles. Tang Guishan, having delegated the store's operations to his wife and workers, was certainly not going to miss this gathering among financial enthusiasts. Before 9 o'clock, the quartet of financiers exited the tea house and headed to the nearby state-run restaurant. Having swiftly garnered a substantial sum, Chen Xu intended to treat the two men before returning home to prepare lunch for his wife at school. He couldn't help but wonder how things were faring with Li Mei and Qin Junxing. Although the girl could not compare in looks and demeanor to his wife, she possessed numerous cunning strategies. Securing the affections of a boy like Qin Junxing should not pose much of a challenge. Achu, Achu. In the school classroom, Qin Junxing sneezed twice in quick succession, briefly distracted as thoughts of Chen Xu crossed his mind. Li Mei had mentioned that Chen Xu had been back in Rongqing for several days, yet had not visited Qingyu, leaving Li Mei, despite her injury, to deliver meals to her. He found it perplexing that Qingyu would harbor feelings for someone who seemed indifferent to her. Li Mei, too, was in a difficult position, with her ankle injured. Yet she allowed Chen Xu to exploit her kindness in delivering food to his wife. Was her intention merely to ingratiate herself with Chen Xu in hopes of garnering his affection? Initially, Qin Junxing was irritated by Qingyu's choice of Chen Xu. But after several days of interaction with Li Mei, his annoyance grew double-fold whenever he thought of Chen Xu. "Oh dear, I'm running just a tad late. Let us split the table for the big shots." Chapter 133. Longing to see him, longing to hold him after several financiers finished their breakfast at the state-run restaurant. Tang Guishan drove the truck, escorting Li Chengwen and Lu Hong to the train station. Both men carried a significant amount of cash and, wary of further delays, promptly bid farewell before hurrying to purchase their tickets and depart. After bidding farewell to two individuals, Tang Guishan drove Chen Xu to Jianxi Road before departing. Upon returning home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The newly launched varieties of sunflower seeds had garnered immense popularity in recent days. At that moment, a long queue had formed outside the seed shop, where Jiang Qingyu and several employees were diligently attending to customers. Little Yuer was also lending a hand by passing envelopes. As Chen Xu entered the store, the little one spotted her father, and without even handing the envelope to her aunt, she hurriedly ran towards him. "Daddy, you're back." "Yes, I am. Come here for a hug," Chen Xu replied. With a sack in one hand, he instinctively bent slightly and enveloped the little bundle in his arms, standing up to carry her upstairs. Noticing the bulging sack, little Yuer, with her small hands grasping Chen Xu's neck, curiously inquired, "Daddy, did you go out so early today to earn so much money?" Others observing Chen Xu wandering with the sack, particularly the half-full one, could never have imagined it contained money. However, in Chen Xu's household, it had become a customary sight. Recognizing the hefty sack of money, little Yuer immediately understood. As he carried his daughter upstairs, he cheerfully replied, "Yes, later you can help me sort out the money, while I prepare lunch for mommy. How about we take it to her together?" The little one, upon hearing this, eagerly flailed her small arms and exclaimed, "All right, I love helping Daddy count the money." After tossing the sack of money for his daughter to play with, Chen Xu wasted no time and hurried downstairs to begin cooking. Recently, Jiang Qingyu had been returning home daily with groceries to cook meals for little Yuer, so although the quantity of food at home was limited, the variety was quite abundant. For lunch today, he planned to prepare braised pork belly, stir-fried potato slices, home-style tofu, sweet and sour ribs, and a three-flavor soup. Having decided on the menu, Chen Xu quickly immersed himself in the task of preparing lunch for his wife. Around 11 o'clock, he was still busy in the kitchen when a familiar yet slightly weary voice called out, "Boss Chen." Behind this row of shops lay a river, with each house having a balcony over a meter wide, allowing for occasional neighborly visits. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Xu paused and turned around, only to be met with the disheveled and haggard visage of Lu Dajin. Were it not for his distinct double eyelids and thick eyebrows, Chen Xu might not have recognized him. Lu Dajin had noticeably lost weight since their last meeting, his once prominent nose now appearing more angular, a testament to his recent hardships. It was likely the toll of dealing with his wife's passing that left him looking so drawn. Chen Xu regarded the visitor with a complex expression before asking, "What brings you here?" Lu Dajin glanced at the stove in Chen Xu's kitchen, stepped inside, and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking one out as he stated, "I ran out of matches at home and came here to borrow a light." He hadn't intended to disturb Chen Xu, but the neighbor's door had been closed that morning, and his craving for a smoke was overwhelming. After lighting his cigarette over the stove, Lu Dajin had no intention of smoking in Chen Xu's kitchen and quickly exited to the balcony. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Chen Xu continued to busy himself with his tasks, casting a glance at the despondent man on the balcony. He spoke in a low voice, "Perhaps my words may be of little use to you, but remember, death is irreversible. I believe your sister-in-law would not wish for you to remain unhappy because of her. Try to find some peace within yourself." Lu Dajin leaned against the wooden railing with his elbows, one hand clasping a cigarette, remaining silent as he gazed down at the gently flowing river below the balcony. He quietly wiped his face with his hand. Eventually, unable to contain himself, the tall man bowed his head and rested it against the railing, his shoulders trembling slightly. Chen Xu regarded him with a degree of sympathy, but chose not to utter any further words. Before 11:30, the meals were ready. He packaged the food, called upon Xiao Yuer and Jiang Qingyu to dine, and prepared a separate portion for Lu Dajin, placing it on the idle wooden cabinet on the balcony. After greeting him, he returned indoors. The father and daughter were eager to deliver a meal to Yi Qingyu, and they consumed their food with remarkable speed. In the span of a mere 10 minutes, they set down their bowls and chopsticks, exchanged a word with Jiang Qingyu, and prepared to head out. The distance to Rongqing Normal University was not far, and a human-powered tricycle would take just over 20 minutes to reach there. As Chen Xu stepped out with Xiao Yuer, he hailed a tricycle but had not yet boarded when Li Mei hurriedly approached, limping from the street. Boss, wait. Upon seeing her, Chen Xu did not rush off. He first placed Xiao Yuer in the vehicle. Li Mei approached, addressing her companion. You don't need to deliver today. I will take it myself. Li Mei smiled, all right. But I also want to visit the school to return something to Junxing. She was aware that Chen Xu had returned and that it was only a matter of time before he would bring lunch to Yi Qingyu. However, after spending the past few days with Qin Junxing, she had found numerous reasons to engage with him without the pretext of delivering meals. Upon hearing Li Mei refer to Junxing, Chen Xu felt a stir in his heart and promptly boarded the tricycle, cradling Xiao Yuer as he said to her, That sounds good. Hop on quickly. Otherwise, if we arrive late, you might miss him. It seemed that Li Mei had truly made progress with this Qin fellow, which was a positive development. Struggling to climb onto the tricycle, Li Mei confidently remarked, Even if I arrive late, I will still be able to see him. Recently, she had been delivering meals daily and had always encountered him. Qin Junxing even inquired about her foot injury, and sometimes his gaze towards her felt notably different. In dealing with men, Li Mei had only encountered challenges with Chen Xu. However, she realized she must seize the opportunity. Now that Chen Xu was delivering meals to Yi Qingyu himself, she could only proactively seek out Qin Junxing 1 or 2 more times at school. Otherwise, her intentions might become too apparent, causing Qin Junxing to be on guard. Though he lacked extensive experience, he was not easily deceived like other men. After a brief delay before departing, when the trio arrived near Rongqing Normal University, it was already past noon. The students had finished their classes, and Yi Qingyu was waiting at the school gate for Li Mei to bring the meal. In truth, she had hoped that the person delivering her lunch today would be Chen Xu. Early that morning, Qin Junxing had mentioned to her that Chen Xu had returned to Rongqing for 3 days, but had only sent Li Mei to deliver her meals, insinuating that Chen Xu did not care for her. Yi Qingyu understood that Chen Xu was busy, yet she longed for him, wishing to see him and embrace him. In recent days, Qin Junxing has been increasingly diligent in accompanying Yi Qingyu to the school gate, often loitering near the newly opened noodle shop, ostensibly to inquire about the budding relationship between Chen Xu and Li Mei. Unbeknownst to him, his attention has become disproportionately fixated on Li Mei, particularly regarding her recovery. The memory of her delicate appearance during their visit to the clinic lingers in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 134, Should I Kiss Again? I adore you. Yi Qingyu had been waiting at the school gate for several minutes, pondering why Li Mei was running so late, when a human-powered rickshaw turned onto the road from a fork ahead. Upon recognizing the occupant, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. It was Chen Xu. Chen Xu. Upon seeing his beloved wife standing at the school entrance, her slender figure slightly obscured by her burgeoning belly, felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the vehicle and envelop her in his embrace. In the busyness of the past few days, he had managed to suppress his longing, but in moments of stillness, thoughts of her flooded his mind. This was a sensation he had never experienced in his previous life. He had thought himself fond of his ex-girlfriend, but it was only upon meeting Yi Qingyu that he realized the depth of his feelings for her. However, as the rickshaw approached, Chen Xu became aware of Qin Junxing sitting at the noodle shop nearby, who was evidently observing Chen Xu and Li Mei. He stifled the impulse to rush over and embrace his wife, instead turning to Li Mei with an unprecedented smile. Li Mei, is that Qin classmate waiting for you at the noodle shop? His demeanor was charming and sophisticated, and from a distance, it appeared that they shared a close rapport. Upon witnessing this, an inexplicable wave of displeasure surged within Qin Junxing, causing his hands resting on the table to clench into fists. Yi Qingyu, who was about to greet Chen Xu, found herself inexplicably stirred by the sight of him conversing with Li Mei, a pang of jealousy rising within her, prompting a desire to confront him. This was the first time Li Mei had experienced such a warm smile from Chen Xu, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Qin Junxing in the distance, she quickly grasped the situation and responded with a beaming smile. Both were entwined in their own thoughts, yet their interaction flowed harmoniously. However, the little fish, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, grew displeased and shifted between them, creating distance as it waved eagerly at its mother. Mama, as the rickshaw came to a halt, Yi Qingyu stepped forward, disregarding Chen Xu momentarily, and called out to the little fish, "You're here." The little one eagerly tugged at its father, exclaiming, "Dad made a lot of delicious food for Mama today." Hearing this, Yi Qingyu finally turned to Chen Xu, her gaze briefly meeting his, yet her lingering annoyance prompted her to bypass him and politely greet Li Mei instead. This evident shift in her demeanor did not escape Chen Xu's notice. Even with his usual obliviousness, he could discern that his wife was feeling jealous. Holding the little fish, he stepped down from the rickshaw, his smile wide as he looked at the rare sight of her sulking, teasingly asking, "What's the matter? You seem rather upset." Qingyu stepped forward and gently kissed the little fish in his arms, her tone somewhat stiff as she declared, "No, I am truly happy." Just as her words fell, the voice of Li Mei echoed nearby, "Boss, Madam Boss, I'm going over to speak with classmate Qin." Upon hearing this, Chen Xu glanced at the distant Qin Junxing, revealing a reluctant expression as he nodded begrudgingly. All right. He had to feign discontent. After all, displaying eagerness would instantaneously unveil his intention to ensnare Qin Junxing. Noticing Li Mei approaching, Qin Junxing caught sight of Chen Xu's unwilling demeanor, his teeth grinding in irritation as he felt a deep disdain for him. Why was Li Mei pursuing a married man like Chen Xu? It seemed as though both Qingyu and Li Mei had their sights set on him. Perhaps aspiring to share the pleasures of companionship? The more Qin Junxing pondered, the more perplexed he became regarding Qingyu's attraction to a man like Chen Xu. However, was Chen Xu's current reaction not an indication that Li Mei had succeeded? The thought stirred excitement within him. Yet observing Chen Xu's unwavering attention on Li Mei left him inexplicably agitated, although Qingyu could not grasp Chen Xu's motives. Witnessing his keen focus on Li Mei intensified her feelings of jealousy. With a hint of acidity in her voice, she inquired, "Haven't you seen enough of her at the shop every day?" Upon hearing her tone laced with jealousy, Chen Xu immediately averted his gaze, only to discover his wife glaring at him in barely concealed anger, as if she might turn on her heel and leave at any moment. His instinct for self-preservation kicked in, prompting him to step forward and seriously whisper, "What do you mean, seeing? Li Mei cannot compare to your beauty." Qingyu, poised to push his hand away, found her anger dissipating upon hearing his words. She glanced at him before lowering her head and falling silent. Observing her jealousy, Chen Xu set the little fish down and continued to explain, "I truly do not fancy her. It's all an act. If you don't believe me, ask the little fish. At the shop, I hardly engage with her. It was only at the school gate just now." The little fish, eager to support her father, chimed in, "Yes, Mama. Daddy always lets the big sister fall if she is going to tumble." Although his behavior seemed somewhat unkind, she felt a surge of support. She simply disliked anyone other than her mother interacting with her father. Hearing their exchange, Qingyu felt her irritation wane significantly, especially when envisioning Chen Xu stepping aside to allow Li Mei to fall. While it might not reflect well on him, the thought oddly brought her comfort. Noticing the tension in his wife's face easing, Chen Xu quickly offered her the lunchbox he held. "All right, you're not angry anymore. Have you completed your application for the day student status? As for Li Mei, I'll take you home, and we can discuss it slowly." Qingyu accepted the lunchbox from Chen Xu, touched by his sincere demeanor, and felt disinclined to maintain her displeasure. She softly replied, "I'm not angry. My application has already been approved. I can return to stay tomorrow." Chen Xu's heart soared with joy, and he couldn't help but reach out to caress her face. "Good, I'll come to pick you up right after school tomorrow." In recent days, Qingyu has been missing Chen Xu immensely. Whenever she feels a surge of anger and exchanges a few words with him, especially when she senses the warmth of his hand, she finds herself unable to resist the urge to draw closer to him. Little Fish has already been lured away by the security guard with candy, and Qingyu, wary of Chen Xu urging her to return for dinner, takes advantage of his hand caressing her cheek, gently rubbing against his palm with a hint of playfulness. Her beautiful eyes gaze at him earnestly as she softly whispers, "May I have a hug?" Chen Xu responds, stating that their relationship is that of a normal married couple. It is entirely reasonable for her to wish to embrace her husband. Upon noticing her subtle movements and hearing her request, especially with those pleading eyes that seemed to look straight into his heart, he instantly felt his resolve melt away. A smile danced in his eyes as he reached out and pulled the girl into his embrace, the softness of her presence enveloping him, her fragrance lingering at his nose. With a voice tender beyond measure, he said, "If you wish to hug, just do so without asking in the future." Finally nestled in Chen Xu's arms, Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, her delicate hands boldly encircling his waist as she held him tightly, softly responding with a gentle Burying her face in the nook of his neck, she recalled that upon his return, he had requested her kiss. With no one around to witness her actions, she leaned in closer, daring yet somewhat bashful, and planted a soft kiss on his neck. It was a fleeting touch, yet it left her ears flushed with warmth. Meanwhile, Chen Xu, cradling his wife, sensed the subtle yet swift movements of the girl in his embrace. The spot on his neck that had felt the softness of her lips sent a shiver coursing through him, reaching deep into his heart. After a moment, he regained his composure, a smile spreading in the corners of his eyes, filled with lingering desire. He gently asked her, "Shall we share another kiss? I quite enjoy it." Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Qingyu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, pressing her face further into his neck, her ears reddening to the point of almost resembling a ripe fruit. With a soft, cat-like hum, she playfully retorted, feeling shy about kissing him again. Chapter 135. The exorbitantly priced camphor would carve flower box, while the atmosphere between Chen Xu and Qingyu radiated harmony. Qin Junsheng, conversing with Li Mei in front of the noodle shop, wore a tense expression. Initially, he had intended to persuade Li Mei to ignite a fire in Chen Xu's backyard. But how could he overlook the apparent improvement in the relationship between Qingyu and Chen Xu? Li Mei, noticing Qin Junsheng's unwavering gaze fixed on Qingyu, was not particularly surprised. She was not foolish. Over the past few days, she had already discerned Qin Junsheng's interest in Qingyu. However, Qingyu was Chen Xu's wife. What use was Qin Junsheng's affection? She reached out, gently grasping Qin Junsheng's hand, and before he could react, she slipped 5 yuan into his palm, softly saying, "Brother Junsheng, this is the medical fee you paid for me the other day. There are still 6 yuan left. And when I receive my salary the day after tomorrow, I will ensure to return it all to you." Though Li Mei's life was not particularly affluent, her hands were exquisitely maintained, always treated with clam oil, resulting in a fair and tender appearance. Qin Junsheng, feeling the delicate softness of her touch, was suddenly awakened from his reverie, noticing the strikingly beautiful girl before him, and a wave of excitement surged within him. At this moment, Li Mei belatedly realized that her actions were somewhat inappropriate. She hurriedly withdrew her delicate white hand, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks, which only enhanced her beauty, rendering her utterly captivating. Qin Junsheng stood stunned for a moment, only to recover and awkwardly murmur, "No, it's fine." With that, his mind cleared, and he felt a twinge of irritation at his peculiar feelings towards Li Mei. He continued, "You need not repay the remaining amount. Please do not seek me out again." He was not in need of such trifles. Particularly, as he spent more time with Li Mei, he sensed an increasing discomfort. His affections lay with Qingyu. Li Mei, hailing from a rural background and likely having received scant formal education, was too far removed from his own social standing. He could not afford to be foolish. Upon hearing these words, Li Mei was momentarily taken aback, her confusion evident as she asked, "Why shouldn't I?" She continued, "If I have used your money, I must repay it." It seemed she suddenly grasped something, her charming visage reflecting a wounded expression as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a brief pause, she spoke with a hint of grievance. "Oh, I see. Is it because I am an illiterate, impoverished country girl that my presence here causes you discomfort?" As she uttered these words, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Witnessing her hurt demeanor, Qin Junsheng felt a surge of compassion and guilt. He rushed to speak. I do not, you do?" Li Mei almost uncontrollably interrupted, wiping at her tear-streaked cheeks, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes, her lips trembling. "Yes. A person like me is unworthy of speaking to someone like you, a college student. But I owe you money, and I will repay you. If you do not wish to see me, I will have my boss assist me with it." Without waiting for Qin Junsheng to respond, she turned and dashed away, tears flowing freely. After running a few paces, her unsteady legs stumbled, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Qin Junsheng, concerned for her well-being, hastily approached to support her. Li Mei, relieved by his assistance, felt a flicker of joy in her heart, yet her expression remained stubborn and cold. She forcefully pushed his hand away from her arm, her voice tinged with both tears and defiance. "Do not touch me, lest you dirty your hands." With that, she wiped her tears and limped away with haste. Qin Junsheng instinctively wanted to pursue her, but noticing the curious stares of his classmates at the school entrance, he restrained his impulse and returned to the entrance of the noodle shop. As a university student from the prestigious Rongqing Normal University, how could he entangle himself with a rural girl? Li Mei did not look back as she approached the waiting rickshaw and promptly boarded. Chen Xu and Qingyu observed the entire exchange. Chen Xu knew of Li Mei's cunning, but he was utterly taken aback by the extent of her strategy. Had Qin Junsheng truly chased after her just moments ago? Qingyu glanced between Li Mei and Qin Junsheng, then turned to Chen Xu, her face a mask of astonishment. What is going on between them? Chen Xu, finding her bewilderment endearing, could not resist gently teasing her by brushing his fingers along her nose. Haven't you been watching them every day? Why ask me? Qingyu always felt that Chen Xu knew something. With so many people around, it was not appropriate to ask directly, so she quietly remarked to him, "It must be related to you." Chen Xu chuckled. "All right, let us head back for dinner. I'll take Li Mei with me." Now that Qingyu had also embraced affection, her jealousy had subsided. She engaged in light banter with him before turning to leave for school with her lunchbox. Chen Xu did not linger either. He picked up the little fish from the security room, whose pockets were already bulging, and with a brief greeting to the security guard, the father and daughter boarded a rickshaw and departed. As the rickshaw drove away, Qin Junxing sat at the entrance of the noodle shop, appearing calm while consuming his meal. Yet his mind was consumed by the image of Li Mei's hurt expression, an overwhelming sense of guilt gnawing at him, akin to countless ants crawling within. He was also concerned about her ankle, which she had twisted again. Upon returning to Jianxi Road, Chen Xu found that the little fish had already fallen asleep in his arms. He refrained from inquiring further about Li Mei and Qin Junxing's matters, instructing the driver to take Li Mei directly home. After all, it was merely a matter of time before Li Mei caught that boy. Upon returning home, he carried the little fish upstairs, allowing the child to continue her afternoon nap. Descending to the ground floor, he recalled Lu dying and made his way to the back door balcony. The bowl that had been on the wooden cabinet had already been taken away. Pondering the need to retrieve the bowl, he proceeded to knock on the back door of Chen Dang's house. The door was soon opened from within. Lu Dang appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing Chen Xu, he immediately stepped aside and welcomed him inside, saying, "Come in and find a spot to sit." Upon entering the house, Chen Xu was met with a surprisingly bright interior that was permeated with a strong, musty, and smoky odor. Cluttered with dirty clothes and disarrayed items strewn across the floor, completely unrecognizable from its former state. He felt a twinge of regret for entering. Lu Dang, however, showed no reservations with Chen Xu. After entering, he moved to the only clean and tidy area of the house, continuing to arrange a pile of items while lamenting, "I really ought to change my ways. At the very least, this place cannot remain so messy." She has a cleanliness obsession and used to love tidying up the house. Since she left, I've let it become this chaotic, and she must be unhappy. "It's good that you can recognize that," Chen Xu said with a sense of relief. Noticing Lu Dang's improved state, he did not intend to linger in the disarray of the house for long. He planned to ask Lu Dang to return the bowl for him to wash. However, before he could voice his request, he became intrigued by an ornate box that Lu Dang had picked up. Approaching Lu Dang, he examined it closely. The box was intricately carved with a dragon and phoenix design, painted in a deep red hue, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. Chen Xu, who had a keen interest in wood carvings, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Where did you buy this box? It's quite beautiful." Lu Dang, upon hearing this, touched the design on the box, and a faint smile appeared on his weary face as he replied, "This? I purchased it for Chuanfan in Shanghai." He continued, "However, if you intend to purchase it, you may find it quite elusive. This carved camphorwood box is in high demand. At that time, I had a relative in Shanghai who helped me acquire it after considerable effort for 260 yuan. Now, it is even harder to come by, as the supply cannot meet the demand in the Magic City." Chen Xu, who had merely inquired out of curiosity, was taken aback upon hearing Lu Dajin state the price. Even as someone who had lived twice, he was astonished. Drawing from his extensive experience in acquiring wooden carvings and collectibles, he estimated that the box measured 28 inches in length. In this era, where camphor wood is abundantly produced in Jiangqing, the price is typically calculated by the inch, with the highest being 1 yuan per inch. Hence, for 28 inches, it should not exceed 28 yuan. To think that this box, after some carving and processing, could fetch an exorbitant price of 260 yuan in the Magic City? The profit was indeed astonishing. Chapter 136. New business opportunities. Seeing Chen Xu's expression gradually shift to one of excitement, Lu Dajin assumed that Chen Xu was genuinely considering a purchase and advised him, "Boss Chen, I truly do not recommend you pursue this. The demand in Magic City far exceeds the supply, and even if you make the trip, you may not be able to secure one." Although Lu Dajin felt disheartened, he felt it necessary to kindly remind Chen Xu, especially considering the meals Chen Xu had brought him and the guidance he had offered. However, rather than feeling disheartened by Lu Dajin's words, Chen Xu became even more exhilarated. He had no intention of buying this item. Given the high profit margins and promising market prospects, why not create and sell them himself? He recalled that the first billionaire in modern China had amassed his fortune during this period through a wooden carving factory. Since these wooden boxes were so sought after in the Magic City, he had no qualms about entering the fray to claim his share. Business people do not concern themselves with specialization. Even large corporations opt for diversification. Just as Chen Xu had thrived in the restaurant industry in his previous life, he had ventured into several emerging sectors, for no one can afford to ignore opportunities for profit. Compared to later generations, this era brims with possibilities. Chen Xu was not one to hesitate. Having sensed a business opportunity, he was determined to act swiftly, particularly as he contemplated real estate appreciation and antique collections. In terms of real estate, purchasing 100 properties in Rongqing would not equate to acquiring a single garden villa in the Magic City. While Chen Xu was not well versed in the current real estate prices in Magic City, he recalled that around 2017, the price of a garden villa built in 1912 on Yuyuan Road had soared from 16 million to 1.68 billion yuan over a decade. Why not seize this opportunity to buy 1 or 2 properties in Magic City while also assessing the prospects of the wooden carving industry? If the outlook was indeed as Lu Dajin suggested, he would finalize plans for the wooden carving factory and commence operations without delay. With this thought in mind, Chen Xu turned to Lu Dajin, who was gazing at the wooden box with a worried expression. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Dajin, how about you accompany me to Magic City on Monday for a little respite?" Of course, aside from relaxation, he also needed a companion familiar with Shanghai. Upon hearing Lu Dajin's words, he returned to his senses, mistakenly believing that Chen Xu was still insistent on purchasing the camphor wood box. Puzzled, he inquired, "Do you truly have such a fondness for that box? Are you really going to buy it?" Chen Xu smiled gently and replied, "I am not buying it. I simply wish to stroll around in the magical city and broaden my horizons." After all, the matter of wood carving had yet to be set in stone, and until it was officially confirmed, Chen Xu would refrain from casually discussing it with others. After a lengthy contemplation, Lu Dajin eventually nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I will tidy up my home in the next few days, and then I shall accompany you to Shanghai." Staying in this city of Qingyu made him continually think of her, and he felt an overwhelming sense of restlessness. Thus, a change of scenery would do him good. After promising her that he would live life well on her behalf, Lu Dajin acquiesced. Chen Xu did not linger any longer. He took the bowls from Lu Dajin and returned home. While washing the dishes in the kitchen, Chen Xu also listened to the commotion emanating from the sunflower seed shop. Many patrons, taking advantage of their status as loyal customers, boldly requested Jiang Qingyu to provide them with complimentary sunflower seeds. Jiang Qingyu managed the shop quite well in all respects, yet his only flaw was his overly accommodating nature. When customers engaged him in friendly banter, he would often relent and give them a handful of seeds. Naturally, subsequent customers, having witnessed the previous exchange, would then expect the same generosity from Jiang Qingyu, resulting in a vicious cycle. In business, Chen Xu adhered to a principle: one must not allow customers to take advantage. He was willing to offer discounts during promotional events, but giving away products on a whim was simply unacceptable. He set aside his tasks and approached the counter of the sunflower seed shop, where a cheerful woman was watching Jiang Qingyu as he packaged seeds. With a smile, she said, "I've come here 3 times this month. I'm a regular customer. So you must give me a little extra, Xiao Jiang." As she spoke, she pointed to the caramel-flavored seeds in the measuring scoop and added, "Just a little more of the caramel flavor, please." Upon hearing the woman's request, Jiang Qingyu hesitated, wanting to refuse, yet fearing to offend a valued customer. He was torn about whether to grant her request again, knowing that if he did, the next customers would likely expect the same treatment, perpetuating the cycle. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Chen Xu unexpectedly stood beside him, assisting in the packaging while addressing the woman, "Madam, I sincerely appreciate your support during this time, but I must apologize. Our shop has always prided itself on fair pricing. This is one reason why many loyal customers like yourself trust us. Therefore, I kindly ask for your understanding regarding our current policy on complimentary seeds. We do not have any ongoing promotions at the moment. However, if you enjoy the caramel flavor, how about I weigh out 2 or 3 dimes for you?" Chen Xu's eloquent explanation was not only reasonable, but also clearly conveyed the shop's stance against giving away extra seeds without making the woman feel disrespected. Although her request was declined, the woman remained cheerful and replied, Then please give me 3 dimes worth of the caramel flavor. Chen Xu smiled widely, saying absolutely. I will prepare that for you right away. After the woman departed, the subsequent customers, who had initially intended to order seeds, chose instead to select a greater quantity of other flavors. Understanding the situation, Jiang Qingyu and his companions stood by, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Qingyu found himself profoundly enlightened by his brother-in-law's lesson. In the realm of business, not only must one possess the ability to execute tasks, but one must also master the art of eloquence. Yet, when it comes to the finesse of tactfully declining requests, he realized that such skills would not be acquired overnight. Chen Xu did not press Jiang Qingyu to grasp these techniques swiftly. Instead, he busied himself while offering some words of comfort. However, Jiang Qingyu was somewhat impressionable. And with the store still in need of personnel, Li Mei was on the verge of aligning herself with Qin Junxing. Although he recognized her commendable sales capabilities, he anticipated that she might ultimately dismiss the job. Thus, it became imperative to recruit another suitable individual, preferably a more astute and resolute woman. With the notion of hiring new staff emerging, Chen Xu wasted no time. He promptly drafted a recruitment notice and affixed it to the shop's entrance. Once these tasks were completed, Xiao Yuer awoke from her afternoon slumber. Chen Xu tidied up the little one and, noting the hour, commenced preparations for dinner for his wife. Tomorrow afternoon, he would be able to bring Qingyu home. Over the weekend, he planned to take her to visit a few elderly relatives and to check on the progress of the house repairs in Tungtou village. Furthermore, after such a lengthy absence, Jiang Qingyu ought to return to see his children. Though he rarely expressed it, he often brought fruits and toys to his residence on Guanyuan Street, revealing a longing for his family. Chapter 137. He had indeed developed affections for Li Mei. Time flew by, and soon it was Friday afternoon. The shop was bustling with activity, and Chen Xu toiled diligently until 5 o'clock before he could break free to retrieve Qingyu. Anticipating the need to carry numerous items, he decided against bringing Xiao Yuer along. The little one, understanding the situation, immediately assisted her uncles and aunts in attending to the customers upon Chen Xu's departure. Meanwhile, in school, Qin Junxing faced an unusually arduous period. Ever since Li Mei's departure the day before yesterday, he had found it impossible to concentrate on his studies, and even his attention to Qingyu's affairs had significantly waned. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Li Mei's injured yet resolute demeanor, and he yearned to know how she was faring. However, burdened by the disparity between them, he could not reconcile his feelings of infatuation with someone he had once deemed unworthy of his regard, leaving him in torment. In less than 3 days, Qin Junxing's youthful visage had begun to show signs of distress, with stubble emerging on his once smooth face, and he had lost the charisma he once possessed. Thoughts of Li Mei gnawed at him incessantly, compelling him to seek her out. Today, he could no longer restrain the overwhelming impulse that threatened to drive him to madness. As soon as class ended, he was the first to burst out of the classroom, exit the school, and hail a cab. The last time he accompanied Li Mei to the clinic, he had taken her home, a journey of just over 40 minutes from Rongqing Normal University. Just as Qin Junxing departed, not long after, Chen Xu reunited with Qingyu at school. Accompanied by her close friends, they made their way to the girls' dormitory, gathering a few simple belongings before bidding farewell to Qin Miao and the others, and departing with Qingyu in tow. As they boarded a rickshaw heading toward Jinshi Road, Qingyu, feeling a bit shy with the driver in front, refrained from getting too close to Chen Xu, instead lowering her gaze to her knees, secretly delighted. From this day forth, she would have the pleasure of seeing Chen Xu and Xiao Yu every day. Observing the bashful girl beside him, Chen Xu took the initiative to lean closer, extending his long arm to effortlessly pull her into his embrace. With a smile, he inquired, "Did something amusing happen at school today? You seem particularly cheerful." Suddenly enveloped in Chen Xu's arms, Qingyu initially felt a sense of propriety and considered pushing him away. However, nestled against him, the comfort was too inviting to resist. She leaned her head gently against his shoulder, playfully responding, "You wouldn't understand." Chen Xu gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms, especially captivated by her slightly parted cherry-red lips, which stirred within him an irresistible urge to taste their sweetness. After all, the person in his arms was his wife. It seemed entirely reasonable for a husband to wish to kiss his wife. At that moment, Qingyu became aware of the intense gaze upon her, causing her heart to race. Just as she sensed that Chen Xu might be about to take action, his face loomed closer, and the next instant, She felt the softness of his lips against hers. Her eyes widened in surprise as a ripple of excitement coursed through her. Chen Xu had indeed kissed her, a fleeting yet impactful kiss. Satisfied, he wore a contented smile, though the public nature of the street prevented them from indulging for long. Yet, the sweetness lingered in his heart. It took Qingyu a moment to regain her composure. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she cast a playful glare at him, brimming with a unique charm. How could they so openly share such affection in public? The last time, she had stolen a kiss when no one was watching. Noticing that his wife seemed slightly annoyed, Chen Xu felt a twinge of nervousness and hurriedly explained, "I just thought it might be sweet and wanted to try it. Please don't be upset." Qingyu took a moment to comprehend Chen Xu's words. Feeling even more bashful as she softly replied, "What are you thinking? How could it possibly be sweet? She hadn't applied any sweetness or eaten anything sugary. So how could it be sweet?" In response, Chen Xu tightened his embrace around her, earnestly asserting, "It is sweet." He even wished to kiss her a few more times. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's face turned crimson as she hastily protested, "Don't say that." Complying with his wife's command, Chen Xu obediently fell silent, noting her bashfulness. He resolved to continue their playful banter once they returned home. Meanwhile, the uncle pedaling the rickshaw strained to catch snippets of conversation from the couple behind him, but could not fathom what they were discussing. Sweet? What could that mean? Candy? It baffled him to think that such a grown man still had a penchant for sweets. By 6 o'clock, Chen Xu had brought Qingyu home, placing their belongings on the second floor before hurrying to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Little Fish and her mother shared a tender moment before they ventured into the kitchen together, eagerly assisting Chen Xu. The family of three basked in their harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a large courtyard by the Tiaodang River, Li Mei sat beside her desk in her room, her delicate brows furrowed. A few simple, light dishes adorned the table, accompanied by a bowl of white liquor, yet she showed no inclination to eat. She had been waiting in the room for several days, and it seemed that Qin Junsheng truly did not intend to come seek her out. Resting her chin on her hand, Li Mei glanced outside at the darkening sky. It was getting late, and she surmised that Qin Junsheng would not be visiting her today either. She picked up her chopsticks, preparing to dine. However, just as she lifted them, a commotion arose from the courtyard outside. Li Mei paused, straining to listen, and her heart leapt with joy. Qin Junsheng had finally arrived, inquiring about her room from the other tenants. When he last accompanied her, he had not known where she resided. Hearing the noise, Li Mei's gaze fell upon the bowl of liquor. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped it and drank it down in one go. The spirit coursed through her, quickly warming her and bringing a charming flush to her fair and delicate features. At that moment, a knock resounded at her door. Li Mei did not rush to open it. She waited several minutes, calming her emotions before, with a measured grace, she approached the door, lifted the latch, and opened it. In an instant, the triumphant expression on her face transformed into one of pitiful vulnerability. Upon seeing the man outside, her eyes, once dazed, momentarily widened in surprise. Before she coldly uttered, "What do you want?" As she spoke, she prepared to shut the door. She was taken aback, noticing how much Qin Junsheng appeared to have aged in just a few days. Upon seeing Li Mei, Qin Junsheng sensed something was amiss. When she spoke, the potent scent of alcohol wafted toward him, and he realized she had been drinking. As she attempted to close the door, he hurriedly reached out to stop her, glancing at her injured foot with concern. "Is your foot not healed? Why are you drinking?" he asked anxiously, with her eyes glistening. Li Mei shot him a glance and retorted, "Whether my foot is healed or not, and whether I drink, is none of your concern. Aren't you afraid of being seen and ridiculed by others when you come to this courtyard looking for me?" As she spoke, a thought struck her. It was fortuitous that he had come, for she needed to return the 6 yuan she owed him. With that, Li Mei turned to retrieve the money, but her body swayed unsteadily, as if she might tumble to the ground at any moment. Seeing her precarious state, Qin Junsheng felt a surge of panic rise in his throat. He rushed forward, grasping her arm to steady her, exclaiming, I didn't come to collect the money." He realized, perhaps foolishly, that he had indeed developed feelings for Li Mei. He had come solely to see her. Li Mei, too intoxicated to maintain her balance, leaned against him, her soft form pressing into his embrace. Her eyes, sparkling with mischief, gazed up at him as she feigned ignorance, asking, "Then why have you come?" Qin Junsheng found himself utterly defenseless against the gaze of the girl in his arms. Her eyes, akin to pools of spring water, rendered him completely irresistible. He surrendered, casting aside all reservations, and boldly wrapped his arms around her waist. Gazing into her eyes with sincerity, he confessed, "I came to see you." He tenderly caressed her flushed cheeks, utterly captivated, and with a tinge of guilt, he added, "I apologize for what I said that day." He yearned for Li Mei's forgiveness, hoping she would no longer harbor anger towards him. The past few days had been exceedingly difficult for him. Li Mei initially desired this very reaction, yet as she observed Qing's earnest gaze, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. A wave of guilt washed over her, causing her to shy away from his eyes, and she felt a sudden disquiet, pushing him away with urgency. "Let me go?" Qing sensed that Li Mei was still upset, yet he could not bear to release her, tightening his embrace. "I'm truly sorry. Please, just let me hold you for a moment. I miss you dearly." The more sincere he became, the more Li Mei felt her own guilt intensifying. No longer wishing to feign indifference, she pushed against him with greater force. "You let go. Didn't you say someone like me is unworthy of you?" At that moment, she was taken aback, her nose tinged with an unexpected sting. What was happening? Was she becoming so engrossed in this charade? Qing, now completely entranced, had shed the aloof demeanor he once held at school. He had transformed into a lovesick youth, holding Li Mei even tighter. "I don't care who you are or what your background is. I simply cannot help it. I like you." Chapter 138, calling her wife on Saturday morning. Chen Xu set off with Qingyu, while Jiang Qingyu helped carry their little fish. The family boarded the train back to their hometown. Qingyu's belly was nearly 5 months along, quite evident now. Since they boarded the train, Chen Xu had been wholly focused on his wife. It was during this journey that Chen Xu fully realized the implications of Qingyu's condition. With her belly so pronounced, the trip to Wenxing town would be quite taxing. It would be far too perilous to endure a bumpy tractor ride for several hours to Tungtou village, especially given that she was carrying twins. The medical conditions of their time did not allow for any missteps. Thus, this week, he decided that she would stay in Wenxing town with Lu Aigua and his wife, postponing their return to Tungtou village for the sake of safety. Chen Xu promptly shared this decision with Qingyu, although she had hoped to visit the elderly Chen Qingshan. Upon considering the safety of the twins, she rationally acquiesced. After all, any mishap would surely concern the old man deeply. At 9:30 a.m., the train arrived punctually. Qingyu obediently allowed Chen Xu to embrace her as they exited the station. With a hint of worry, she asked him, "Will Grandpa be upset if I don't go back to Tungtou village?" After all, she was now Chen Xu's wife, and according to custom, she should accompany him to visit their elders, especially since it was his grandfather. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, she smiled lightly and tilted her head to reply, "If you were to jolt back to the village with your big belly, the old man would surely be displeased. He might even scold me. That is, if we are fortunate enough to avoid any mishaps. If anything were to happen to Qingyu or the child within her, it would be far beyond mere reprimands." Upon Chen Xu's remark, Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She gently wrapped her delicate hand around his waist, lightly gripping his clothing, and reminded him, "You must convey my regards to Grandpa." "Absolutely," Chen Xu replied with a smile. As they walked ahead, behind them, the little fish, who had been resting on Jiang Qing's shoulder, awoke. Observing her parents' affectionate interactions, her small lips involuntarily curved upwards. Although she did not comprehend the intricacies of adult relationships, she simply adored seeing her parents together. Jiang Qingyu, watching their exchange, felt a pang of envy mixed with longing for his wife back home. He had never realized how much he could miss her. It was only after more than a decade of separation from Chun Lady that he recognized his yearning for her. Now, he felt an irresistible urge to return, especially since he had prepared gifts and candies for the children. And Chen Xu had sent him 100 yuan as his salary the previous night. He could hardly contain his excitement to share this news with his wife. Moreover, his future monthly salary would also be 100 yuan, nearly half more than what had been previously discussed. This income would undoubtedly overshadow that of any worker in the meat processing or machinery factories. It was evident that his decision to follow Chen Xu in his endeavors was the wisest choice he could have made. As long as he continued to work diligently alongside Chen Xu, the burden of providing for their 7 children would no longer be a concern. Upon their return to the town, Lu Aigua and his wife were bustling about in the wonton shop. The elderly couple was overjoyed to see their granddaughter and son-in-law return. Su Qinglian urged Lu Aigua to attend to the remaining customers in the shop and immediately embraced the little fish, leading her granddaughter, son-in-law, and Jiang Qingyu back home. Xiao Jiang, please sit and rest for a moment. I shall prepare lunch for you shortly. Before setting the little fish down, Su Qinglian gently planted a couple of kisses on her fragrant, chubby cheeks. It had been far too long since their last meeting, and now that she saw her, she wished to tuck the little one away in her pocket. Just as she turned to leave, she recalled something and went inside to fetch 2 bags of candies. Placing them on the table, you all can enjoy these treats. Don't let yourselves go hungry. The little fish gazed at the table piled with snacks, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, thank you, great-grandma, she exclaimed, before reaching for a piece of candy, unwrapping it, and offering it to Yi Qingyu. Mama, you eat first. Yi Qingyu's heart warmed at the gesture as she accepted the candy, her smile radiant. Thank you. Chen Xu couldn't help but smile as well. Noticing Su Qinglian preparing to busy herself, he quickly stood up. Grandma, I've learned many new recipes recently. Let me assist you. That sounds wonderful. Otherwise, the dishes I make might not be to Qingyu's liking, she replied with a chuckle. My granddaughter's palate has been spoiled by her husband. As the two departed, Jiang Qinghua felt somewhat awkward about being alone with Yi Qingyu, fearing an uncomfortable atmosphere. Just as he was about to excuse himself, Yi Qingyu graciously initiated a conversation, engaging him in light-hearted chatter. After all, this was her home, and Jiang Qinghua was a guest. Conversing with one another was a fundamental courtesy. Meanwhile, the return of Chen Xu and his family transformed the previously quiet courtyard into a lively scene. Lu Aigua, preoccupied with thoughts of his granddaughter's family, had no inclination to busy himself in the shop. Around 11 in the morning, he closed the store and returned home, cradling little Yuer in his arms, reluctant to let go. Despite the fact that the little one had gained several pounds in Rongqing, the old man still felt she appeared rather thin. During lunch, the table was filled with an abundance of dishes, particularly for the younger ones, especially little Yuer. The elderly couple was extremely hospitable, incessantly serving meat and vegetables into their bowls. Chen Xu enjoyed a hearty meal, while Jiang Qinghua, feeling somewhat embarrassed to refuse, found himself uncomfortably full. Considering they had to return today, Chen Xu chatted with the elders for a while before taking little Yuer and preparing to head back to Tingtou village with Jiang Qinghua. Time was of the essence, as they needed to return to Rongqing by tomorrow and could not afford to delay. Though Lu Aigua and his wife were reluctant to see them go, they understood that it had been quite some time since Qin Qingshan had seen his eldest grandson and great-granddaughter, and they readily consented. Before 2 o'clock, Lu Aigua eagerly set off to the town to arrange a tractor for Chen Xu. Su Qinglian was busy preparing items for Chen Xu to take back to Tingtou village, with little Yuer assisting. Seizing the moment when his family was preoccupied, Chen Xu pulled Yi Qingyu into her room for a warm embrace. Their feelings for each other were currently aflame, and even a day apart felt intolerable. However, he had not been home for quite some time and wanted to check on the old man's health. After holding her for a while, Chen Xu reluctantly released her, saying, "Be good and wait for me. I will return tomorrow." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on her soft, rosy lips, stirring something within him. He had kissed her once in the rickshaw but had refrained from doing so again. Now, as they were about to part, he yearned for another kiss, uncertain if she would welcome it, recalling that she seemed slightly upset the last time he had kissed her unexpectedly. Yi Qingyu, having gently nodded, sensed the intensity of his gaze. When she met his eyes, she instantly discerned his intentions, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Chen Xu, captivated by his wife's exquisite beauty, could not help but ask, "My dear, may I kiss you?" The term "my dear" sent a delightful shiver through her. She certainly did not shy away from being close to Chen Xu, yet felt shy about responding directly to his question. Summoning her courage, she placed her hands on his shoulders and tilted her head back to gaze at him, her enchanting eyes revealing an evident invitation. Seeing her willingness, Chen Xu's heart swelled with understanding. No longer able to restrain himself, he wrapped an arm around her back, leaned in slightly, and pressed his lips gently against hers, a kiss that was both soft and sweet. As chapter 139 concludes, the thoughts linger. What if his granddaughter-in-law does not return? Shortly after 2 o'clock, Chen Xu bid farewell to Lu Aigua and his wife, his face beaming as he boarded the tractor back to Tingtou village. Savoring the satisfaction of the recent kiss, akin to a cunning fox indulging in a secret feast, little fish nestled in her father's embrace, gazing at his lips, which were perpetually adorned with a honeyed smile. Her innocent mind brimmed with profound curiosity. "Daddy, what is going on with you?" she innocently inquired, tilting her little head. "Did mommy sneak you some delicious treats in her room? Why are you so happy after coming out?" The child's unfiltered words elicited an immediate raised eyebrow from Qingyu, who then cast a somewhat awkward glance towards Chen Xu. Initially, Chen Xu had done nothing amiss. Yet the innocent remark from little fish, coupled with Qingyu's expression, rendered him inexplicably uneasy. He hastily explained to his daughter, "It's just that I'm in a good mood to go home." Little fish, however, remained skeptical, crossing her arms defiantly. "Humph, you've never been this happy before returning home. It must be because mommy gave you something to eat secretly. Daddy, lying is not right." After a brief silence, Qingyu felt the need to remind Chen Xu. After all, both young men were inexperienced, and their emotions were currently fervent. Yet, with Qingyu expecting twins, they would need to exercise greater caution. Qingyu, recalling his own past experiences and the lessons learned, spoke with a degree of seriousness. "Chen Xu, considering that Qingyu is carrying twins, for the safety of both the adults and the children, certain matters must be controlled. Having learned from his own missteps, otherwise, their family would not be a party of 7, but rather 8. He offered this counsel. Chen Xu comprehended Qingyu's intent almost instantaneously, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He and Qingyu had indeed done nothing wrong. However, it was not the time to elaborate. Upon hearing the reminder, he could only nod in acknowledgement. "Yes, I will be cautious." This concern, even without Qinggyu's words, was already on his mind, though he had not experienced it himself. Many of his friends and colleagues were married. He was not in a rush. He would wait until Qingyu safely delivered the children, knowing their bond would deepen over time, allowing things to unfold naturally. Meanwhile, little fish, listening to her father and her second uncle's conversation, found herself even more bewildered. The world of adults is indeed intricate. When the group returned to Tungtou village, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Chen Xingshan, hearing of Chen Xu's return, eagerly rushed out to greet his granddaughter-in-law. His disappointment was palpable when he did not see Qingyu. Qingyu, laden with parcels, hurried home, followed closely by Chen Xu and the elder. As they approached the doorstep, they beheld the 3-story house, now half-constructed, located where the west room, hall, and courtyard once stood. Only the east room, along with one side's pigpen and toilet, remained. At this moment, Chen Guodong was bustling about with the workers. Upon seeing Chen Xu return, he stood by the second-floor window and, for once, took the initiative to greet him. After all, with Chen Xingshan's age, overseeing the construction required utmost diligence, and Chen Guodong, having become somewhat of a mason, had been assisting and supervising the work. Chen Shugong exchanged only a few words with Chen Guodong when Chen Qiannan returned from the fields, her back laden with pig manure. Upon spotting Chen Xu, her expression brightened momentarily, yet she maintained a calm demeanor as she greeted him. "You're back?" After acknowledging them, she set down her burden and approached the group, her gaze sweeping around until it landed on the absence of Qingyu. "Where's Qingyu?" In the brief span of a little over a month, free from Zhang Chang's torment, Chen Qiannan underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer as robust as before, her state had improved significantly, rendering her even more beautiful than prior to her marriage with Zhang Chang. Chen Xu and Xiao Yuer were momentarily taken aback by her appearance before realizing the change. Chen Xu's attitude towards Chen Qiannan was also rather indifferent as he replied, "Qingyu can't come, she's in Wenqing town." Xiao Yuer nodded in agreement, unable to resist complimenting. "Auntie, you look more beautiful." At Xiao Yuer's praise, Chen Qiannan instinctively smiled and reached out to take the little one from Chen Xu's arms, exclaiming, "Our Yuer is even more lovely and adorable." Regret washed over her. She lamented her previous disdain for Chen Xu, which had led her to mistreat Xiao Yuer. Especially this little darling, who held no grudges, deepened her guilt. She vowed to cherish the child as her own daughter for the rest of her life. The absurdity of a failed marriage had finally awakened Chen Qiannan from her stupor. However, Chen Xingshan was far from cheerful at that moment. Leading the group into the house, he wore a serious expression and remarked, "What do you mean by not convenient? It's likely that you rascal, have upset Qingyu." If it had been another girl who married Chen Xu and did not return, Chen Xingshan would have surely deemed her impolite. Yet, he was certain that Qingyu was not the type to be discourteous. Thus, it must be his grandson who had wronged her. Chen Xu, upon hearing this, could only chuckle helplessly. With a resigned glance at Chen Xingshan, he replied, "Grandfather, I truly did not mistreat Qingyu." Chen Xingshan, sitting down on a bench, looked at his grandson with concern. "If you didn't mistreat her, Then why hasn't she returned with you? Chen Xu did not rush to respond. Instead, he seated himself nearby, poured a bowl of tea for the elder, and then spoke. Grandfather, I came back to discuss this matter with you, but you mustn't become too agitated upon hearing it. After all, he had only recently registered his marriage with Qingyu, and now to suddenly announce her pregnancy with twins, it was a lot of information to lay upon the elder all at once. Seeing the seriousness etched on Chen Xu's face and his caution against excitement, Chen Qingshan felt an unsettling weight in his heart. Is it over between you and Qingyu? He pondered. That girl is so accomplished and sensible. Has she discovered too many flaws in you and decided to leave? In an instant, his heart raced, gripped by anxiety. Not only Chen Qingshan, but even Chen Xian'an, standing nearby, felt an inexplicable tension rise within her. While Chen Xu was indeed remarkable, the family held Yi Qingyu in the highest regard. Today, as Yi Qingyu did not return with Chen Xu, and he seemed inclined to discuss their relationship, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. One cannot help but think ill of them. Chen Qingshan is indeed a man of considerable experience. Although anxiety had begun to creep into his heart, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. He lifted the teacup to his lips, took a sip, and calmly stated, "There's no need to worry, speak freely." His eldest grandson, while undoubtedly exceptional, would not be at fault if Qingyu was unwilling to associate with him. Rather, it would be a reflection of Chen Xu's inadequacies. Chen Qingshan endeavored to console himself internally. Yet he could not suppress the profound sorrow stemming from the loss of a promising granddaughter-in-law. However, in the next moment, when Chen Xu's voice reached his ears, both he and Chen Xianman found themselves momentarily stunned. After pouring tea for Chen Qingshan, Chen Xu solemnly declared, "Grandfather, Qingyu is pregnant, 5 months along with twins." Chen Qingshan. Chen Xianman. Chapter 140. Ultimately, the beating will come what? Qingyu is 5 months pregnant with twins? Chen Qingshan was utterly astonished, even questioning whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. After all, the couple had only been married for a month. How could the child be 5 months along? Chen Xu cleared his throat awkwardly and addressed his grandfather. "Grandfather, it's true. Qingyu and I." At that moment, Chen Qingshan quickly grasped the situation, raising an eyebrow and lightly tapping Chen Xu on the head with his smoking pipe. "You rascal, have you taken advantage of the girl before marriage?" While filled with joy, Chen Qingshan was primarily concerned about his grandson's impropriety. How could he have taken advantage of her before they were wed? Such actions could tarnish a girl's reputation. Chen Xu, having received the tap, found himself at a loss for words. This was not something he had instigated. Yet his grandfather seemed intent on placing the blame solely upon him. However, he could not confess that it was his wife who had initiated the relationship, as the old man would surely not believe him. Meanwhile, Chen Xianman, now fully comprehending the gravity of the situation, widened her eyes in shock. If Qingyu was truly 5 months pregnant, then that one time between Chen Xu and Yi Qingyu had indeed led to this circumstance. She could hardly bear to contemplate the implications, her heart suddenly clouded with complexity. If this were the case, then Yi Qingyu and Chen Xu were compelled to marry due to the pregnancy. It was her fault that they found themselves in this predicament. Though she feared Chen Qingshan's wrath, she could not allow Chen Xu to bear this burden alone. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage and turned to Chen Qingshan. "Grandfather, the reason Qingyu hasn't returned is that I feared the journey would be too bumpy for her, given her condition. However, she did ask me to send her regards to you." Before Chen Xianman could finish her sentence, Chen Xu interjected, cutting her off. This matter was already in the past. He and Yi Qingyu had inadvertently developed feelings for each other. It was pointless to dredge up these events now, and he wished for Chen Xianman to keep this information to herself, so as to protect Yi Qingyu's reputation. Seeing that Chen Xu seemed unwilling for her to speak further, Chen Xianman promptly fell silent. Chen Qingshan, having realized that his granddaughter-in-law was not leaving his grandson due to a divorce, but rather because of her pregnancy, felt a fleeting irritation give way to an indescribable happiness and excitement. After all, with the news of her pregnancy, there was no point in punishing Chen Xu further. At this moment, he recalled that his granddaughter-in-law was already 5 months pregnant and would find it inconvenient. His aged face immediately assumed a solemn expression as he raised his pipe and lightly tapped it on his eldest grandson's head. "You rascal, given that Qingyu's condition has advanced, why did you leave her behind? Shouldn't you be by her side to care for her?" Chen Xu understood that the old man was genuinely concerned for his granddaughter-in-law. but he hadn't anticipated such depth of feeling. Even though he hadn't brought her back, he still faced the brunt of a reprimand. With a resigned sigh, he addressed the elder. "Grandfather, rest assured, Qingyu is being well looked after by her grandparents in Wenqing town. They are quite attentive to her." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingshan firmly stated, "Then I must visit Wenqing town to see my granddaughter-in-law. After months of recovery, my health has improved significantly, and I need to check on her." However, Chen Xu quickly interjected, "Grandfather, tomorrow I plan to take Qingyu back to Rongqing. She has classes to attend. You won't be able to stay long. So perhaps it is best to wait until her long vacation. By then, your health will be even stronger, and I will come to fetch you." The journey from Tintu village to Wenqing town was indeed quite bumpy, and Chen Xu did not wish for his elderly grandfather to endure such travel. Chen Qian'an chimed in, "Yes, grandfather, it would be better to wait until you are fully recovered. Otherwise, Qingyu might worry." After some reflection, Chen Qingshan realized he did not want to burden the younger generation with his thoughts, and simply nodded in agreement. He then took the opportunity to earnestly instruct Chen Xu to care for Yi Qingyu. That evening, the somewhat quiet East Room became lively once more. Chen Xu's return brought genuine joy to the Chen family. Though Chen Guodong was not very talkative, he silently prepared a mother hen and stewed a pig's leg to welcome Chen Xu and Xiao Yuer. Chen Xianan, hearing that Xiao Yuer craved potato noodles, specially sliced some potatoes, filtered out the flour, and prepared a small bowl of chewy potato noodles for the little one, much to her delight. After dinner, the group sat together in the room and engaged in conversation. Seizing the moment, Chen Qian'an inquired about job opportunities in the city. The news regarding her divorce from Zhang Chang had caused quite a stir, and rural folk often had little to occupy their time. Thus, discussions like these served to pass the hours. While she was not afraid of public opinion, she felt a sense of shame for the family due to her divorce. She aspired to venture into the city, to carve out a career for herself, and to earn respect for the Chen family. Chen Xu, who had been troubled by the lack of suitable employees, sensed an opportunity in her desire to develop in Rongqing. Considering his fourth cousin's tenacity, he thought she would not be easily taken advantage of and could complement Jiang Qinggua's efforts well. After a moment of thought, he proactively suggested to Chen Xianan, "I happen to need someone at my seed shop. If you are interested, you can come help out. I will pay you 60 a month. If you perform well, I could increase your salary, just as I do for Jiang Qinghua. If not, I won't hesitate to hire someone else." Chen Xianan was undoubtedly moved by the olive branch extended by Chen Xu. While she felt a twinge of gratitude, she was too shy to display it openly. So she responded with a somewhat stiff yet sincere, "I can do it." She was determined to work diligently. Earning 60 a month would allow her to match the wages of workers in larger cities, even if it meant enduring a bit of hardship and fatigue. It was of little consequence, for her aim was to earn money and silence the incessant chatter of the villagers. Despite her divorce, she would not need to rely on her family for support. She could provide for them. What Chen Xianan was unaware of was that her decision today would, in the near future, rewrite the course of her life. At that moment, Chen Guodong entered with a basket wrapped in brown paper, filled with eggs, placing it on the table before addressing Chen Xu. "These free-range eggs are highly nutritious. Make sure to nourish Qingyu with them. I accidentally slaughtered 2 extra chickens today. Take them back with you tomorrow. A soup made from these native chickens is perfect for pregnant women." He paused, feeling something was still lacking, and continued, "Oh, there's also a hind leg of cured pork at home that we can't finish. You should take that too." Seeing Chen Guodong's intent to keep talking, Chen Xu quickly interjected, "All right, uncle, that's enough. We won't be able to carry any more. This is plenty." Chen Guodong furrowed his brow slightly, but reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, you can take some each time you return. Fresh chicken and duck are always more enjoyable." Meanwhile, Chen Qingshan had settled at the doorway, enjoying a smoke while listening to the harmonious sounds from the other room, his eyes crinkling with a smile, as he savored an unprecedented sense of contentment. Chapter 141. Waiting for you the following day, early in the morning, Chen Xu, along with Chen Qian'an and Jiang Qinghua, returned to Wenqing town. After sharing a lunch in the town, they bid farewell to the elders and set off for Rongqing, accompanied by Yi Qingyu and Xiao Yuer. Su Qinglian had initially intended to accompany them to Rongqing to care for Yi Qingyu, but both Chen Xu and Yi Qingyu were concerned about Lu Aigua being home alone. Since Yi Qingyu still needed to attend school, they graciously declined the elders' kind offer. After all, Jiang Qinghua and Chen Xianan were at the seed shop, and they could help keep an eye on things when Chen Xu was occasionally absent. Around 5 in the afternoon, the group arrived in Rongqing, returning to the Qianlixiang seed shop, where the situation remained relatively stable. Thankfully, in the days prior to their return, Jiang Qinghua had stored a considerable amount of seeds with the workers, and a few small workers had been roasting them, thus managing to maintain a reasonable supply. Just as they arrived at mealtime, they also brought back a bounty of fresh ingredients from both homes. Chen Xu settled Qingyu in, encouraging her to rest, before heading to the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. The shop was experiencing its peak hours, and Jiang Qinghua took Chen Qiannan along to teach her how to attend to the customers. In the kitchen, as Chen Xu ignited the fire and began cooking a pig leg, a tall figure emerged from the back door. Lu Dajin, upon seeing Chen Xu, offered a faint smile amidst his somewhat haggard appearance, greeting him, "Boss Chun, you're back." Since the last time he had dined at Chen Xu's home, his appetite had improved somewhat. However, during Chen Xu's absence, he was left to dine at state-run restaurants, which he found unappetizing due to his poor mood. His wife often remarked that he looked better with a bit of weight on him, and that he shouldn't lose anymore. Thus, today, he had come to mooch a meal. Chen Xu was boiling water to prepare a braised pig's trotter when he heard Lu Dajin calling out to him. Turning his head, he smiled in response. "Ah, you're back." Lu Dajin entered the kitchen, eyeing the aromatic, dark pig's trotter in the basin. Scratching his head, he inquired, "Do you need any help?" It was the first time Chen Xu had seen Lu Dajin take the initiative to offer assistance since his wife had passed away, so he didn't decline. "If you want to help, that would be great. Why don't you join us for dinner tonight?" he replied with a smile. Lu Dajin immediately grinned, revealing a prominent silver tooth. "Then I shall gladly comply." With that, he took over Chen Xu's task, grabbing a kitchen knife and mimicking Chen Xu's technique to scrape the charred skin off the pig's trotter. The two busied themselves in the kitchen for over an hour. By nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, a lavish spread was laid out on the table. Braised pig's trotters with yellow beans, steamed eggs with scallion oil, mapo tofu, spicy chicken, hot pot, garlic pork, crispy fried meat, and a tangy and spicy cabbage. Qingyu and Xiao Yuer had also taken a nap earlier and descended to help serve rice and fetch bowls. Just past 7, everyone gathered around the table. Chen Xu briefly introduced Chen Qian and Lu Dajin, and they officially commenced the meal. The exquisite culinary techniques from the future combined with the nearly all-natural ingredients resulted in dishes that were extraordinarily delightful. Lu Dajin, having grown up in affluence and accustomed to an array of delicacies, devoured Chen Xu's dishes with the appetite of someone who hadn't eaten in days, relishing every bite and sipping the soup heartily. "Chen Xu, your skills are wasted not opening a restaurant," he exclaimed after finishing a large bowl of rice, genuinely impressed. Chen Xu merely smiled, considering it as a possibility for the future. However, at present, he was more intrigued by the wood carving industry, given its lucrative potential. Lu Dajin filled his bowl with rice again, appearing significantly more cheerful. "If you ever decide to open one, do let me know. I want to invest," he said, convinced that Chen Xu would undoubtedly succeed in the restaurant business. Chen Xian, overhearing Lu Dajin's boastful remarks, felt a tinge of disdain. Their family could barely afford meals. Yet he was talking about investing in Chen Xu's restaurant. With narrowed eyes, she thought to herself that Lu Dajin, with his unkempt appearance, seemed far from trustworthy and might take advantage of her cousin. Chen Xu had merely introduced Lu Dajin as a neighbor, and his disheveled demeanor left Chen Qian with the impression of a lazy man who came to mooch off others. Lu Dajin, on the other hand, was wholly absorbed in the delectable dishes spread before him. After dinner, Chen Xu shared his plans to travel to the magical city the following day and asked Chen Qian to keep an eye on Xiao Yuer and Qingyu. This was also one of the reasons he had invited her to help. Being family, she would surely care more. Chen Qian readily agreed, knowing that as a cousin and aunt, she would look after the two children. That evening, perhaps due to Chen Xu's impending departure, both the older and younger members of the household clung to him affectionately. At a little past 10, Chen Xu had just finished coaxing Xiao Yuer to sleep. Upon returning to his room, he lay down on the bed, and her soft form nestled into his embrace. A smile involuntarily graced Chen Xu's lips as he wrapped his arms around her, gently kissing her forehead while softly inquiring, "Are you still awake, or did I wake you?" Qingyu, with her delicate hand encircling his waist, buried her face into his chest and whispered, "I was waiting for you." A tremor of affection coursed through Chen Xu's heart as he held her even closer, reluctant to part from her. He replied tenderly, "Then let us sleep together." Qingyu, content, snuggled against him, her thoughts drifting to Chen Xu's impending journey. With a hint of concern, she advised, "When you go to the Magic City, please be sure to stay safe." Had it not been for her growing belly and the need to study, she would have undoubtedly accompanied him. Hearing his wife's words of caution, Chen Xu caressed her cheek gently and replied softly, "All right." The memory of yesterday's kiss surged within him, igniting a yearning that was difficult to suppress. Especially with the impending trip, he felt an insatiable desire to kiss her once more. His fingers delicately traced the contours of her fair face as he called out, "Wife?" Qingyu, upon hearing him say wife, felt an irresistible pull, her lips forming a slight pout as she responded softly, Chen Xu tenderly lifted her chin with his fingertips, gazing into her eyes as he asked, "May I kiss you?" At his straightforward question, her cheeks flushed slightly. However, emboldened by past experiences, she answered quietly, "Why not?" "Then here I come," Chen Xu declared. And as his words fell, a gentle kiss descended upon her. Moments later, the intimate sounds of their lips meeting filled the air, a scene of sweet enchantment. The following day, early in the morning, Chen Xu, accompanied by Lu Dajin, boarded the train to the Magic City. Even after a night had passed, he remained lost in the sweetness of the tender kiss he shared with his wife, feeling utterly blissful. Yet, considering Lu Dajin's current demeanor, Chen Xu refrained from displaying his emotions too overtly. Not long after they boarded, he initiated conversation to divert attention, simultaneously gathering information about the circumstances in the Magic City during this era. Though Lu Dajin was somewhat disinterested, he responded warmly to Chen Xu's inquiries, answering each question with candor. Their dialogue flowed, a casual exchange amidst the ambience of the train. Meanwhile, a man who had boarded alongside them at the Qingyu train station listened intently to their conversation, meticulously jotting down key information from Chen Xu's words in a notebook he carried. The entire process of surveillance and eavesdropping was executed with a professionalism that suggested extensive training. It was unlikely that an untrained observer would notice his peculiar behavior. Chapter 142, Lu Dajin. Is Chen Xu out of his mind? Compared to the journey to Guangqing, the trip from Qingyu to the Magic City took nearly twice as long, with 2 transfers along the way. By the time Chen Xu and Lu Dajin arrived at the Magic City train station, it was already past 9 in the morning on the 4th day. As they navigated through the crowd to exit the station, the iconic sight of a grand English-style mansion greeted them. This is the North Station of the Old Shanghai, a 4-story office building designed specifically for the British after the completion of the Shanghai-Nanjing Railway in 1908. The ground floor exterior is constructed from Qingdao stone, with red brick walls adorned with light-colored stone inlays, complemented by marble columns and arched doors and windows, exuding a strong British ambience. Chen Xu, in later years, also beheld this edifice, albeit in 2004 when it was restored to 80 of its original scale as an exhibit at the Shanghai Railway Museum. Compared to the later reconstructed exhibition, standing beneath this building now allows for a more vivid and direct appreciation of its exquisite architecture and majestic presence, evoking a profound excitement within him. He feels fortunate, indeed, to have been reborn and to witness the charm and splendor of the old Shanghai of this era. The two of them followed the throngs of people out of the square to the bus station, where a line of long vehicles awaited in an orderly fashion. Lu Dajin, well acquainted with Shanghai, was aware that Chen Xu wished to visit the garden villas along Yuyuan Road. However, the journey from their current location would take at least 2 hours. After several days of travel by train, both were nearly famished. The distance to Yuyuan Road is quite far. Let us first grab a bite, Lu Dajin suggested as he led Chen Xu towards the main street. Chen Xu, captivated by the various stalls lining the road, nodded in agreement. "Sure. I'm unfamiliar with this area, so I'll leave the arrangements to you." In truth, Chen Xu was not well acquainted with Shanghai. Even though the present-day Shanghai is significantly more prosperous than many other cities, it pales in comparison to its future state. Moreover, many place names would eventually change. His previous stay in Shanghai totaled less than 2 years, during which he was preoccupied with company affairs, gaining some understanding of the city's development but lacking in knowledge about its transportation system. Nevertheless, he was in no hurry. It was the perfect opportunity to slow down and immerse himself in the culture and allure of old Shanghai. In contrast to Qingyu, here, whether amongst the street vendors or pedestrians, few donned the cotton fabric garments still popular in smaller cities. Most were clad in vibrant and stylish denim jackets, corduroy, and even a few who sported flared pants and oversized sunglasses, which seemed out of place. A variety of goods were on offer, from bright floral fabrics to tempered glass cups. Before long, Lu Dajin guided Chen Xu to a bustling snack shop where they ordered a selection of small dishes. Listening to patrons engage in lively conversations from all corners of the world as they dined. The meal cost them less than 2 yuan. Chen Xu took the initiative to settle the bill and followed Lu Dajin, who resembled a living map, onto a bus en route to their destination. The vehicle traversed the wide road, passing towering advertisements along the way, including one for Phoenix bicycles, simple and straightforward, distinctly characteristic of this era. Throughout the journey, Chen Xu remained quiet, gazing at the passing sights outside, his excitement bubbling silently within him. After nearly 2 hours of winding travel, the two finally arrived at their destination, Yuyuan Road in the enchanting city of Shanghai. This road stretches from Jing'an Temple in the east to Zhongshan Park in the west, constituting one of the 64 roads in the city that shall never be widened. Once part of the French concession, this area is now distinguished as a high-quality residential district, boasting a plethora of exquisite garden villas. Most of these villas were constructed in 1912, each occupying approximately 1,000 square meters. The 3-bay standalone structures, with their classic gray brick walls, exude an air of antiquity and elegance under the sun. Such homes, once inhabited by foreigners, are undeniably grand. Even Lu Dajin from Qingyu, upon beholding these stately garden villas, could not help but express his admiration. Chen Xu, equally enthralled, nodded in agreement, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. Beyond their undeniable beauty, the price of these homes would exceed 100 million yuan. These are not mere garden villas. They are akin to small mountains of gold. However, in this era, the concept of real estate agents has yet to emerge. If Chen Xu wishes to purchase a property here, he must seek them out individually. As they strolled along the road, they encountered a middle-aged man dressed in work attire, diligently sweeping fallen leaves from the pavement. Chen Xu approached the man, greeting him warmly. The older gentleman, a local, detected Chen Xu's foreign accent and, noticing their modest clothing, felt a twinge of caution. He inquired, "What brings you here, tall fellow?" Lu Dajin, perplexed by Chen Xu's sudden interaction with a stranger, was about to explain that they were merely tourists. However, Chen Xu cheerfully presented an unopened pack of butterfly spring cigarettes to the man, saying, "Sir, I'm from Qingyu and I'm interested in purchasing one of these beautiful garden villas. I was wondering if you could provide some information." Upon seeing the cigarettes, the man's expression brightened slightly as he accepted them, casting a curious glance at Chen Xu, who seemed almost incredulous. He asked, "You wish to buy a house here?" "I know Qingyu. It's a small city, not even comparable to Guangqing. The least expensive of these villas costs over 20,000 yuan. Is this outsider unaware of their value?" Not only the old man, but even Lu Dajin beside Chen Xu began to question his sanity. He had never heard of Chen Xu's intentions to develop in Shanghai. After all, his seed business still operated in Qingyu, where he had also purchased property. Why would he suddenly stop a stranger to express his desire to buy a house here? In Shanghai, especially for garden villas, it is impossible to acquire one for less than 20,000 yuan. Moreover, Chen Xu does not even reside here long-term. What purpose would a purchase serve? Before Lu Dajin could voice his thoughts, Chen Xu continued to the old man with a smile. "Sir, I truly wish to buy one of these garden villas. Do you know if any of them are for sale? If so, could you kindly assist me in making an introduction?" Although the old man was merely a street cleaner, he likely possessed valuable knowledge about the area. Following Lu Dajin on their leisurely exploration had already consumed an inordinate amount of time. If that uncle were to lead the way directly, it would certainly save a considerable amount of effort. The uncle, noticing Chen Xu's confident demeanor, cast him a peculiar glance, pondered for a moment, and finally spoke, "I can take you to see the house, but you must provide me with a small fee for my trouble." Upon seeing these two young individuals, he couldn't help but feel they were somewhat unreliable. What if they were merely toying with him, leaving him to toil in vain? Lu Dajin suspected Chen Xu was indeed playing games. They had agreed to come and casually look around, yet suddenly the notion of purchasing a house arose. He promptly pulled Chen Xu aside and remarked, "Chen Xu, what are you doing? Is there an excess of money burning a hole in your pocket? A fellow like me, with barely a modest income, isn't worried about finances, so why does someone with only a small seed shop in this bustling metropolis feel the need to buy property?" In this day and age, people lacked any consciousness regarding real estate speculation. Lu Dajin owned multiple properties, purely out of concern that his son might lack ambition, Thus, he sought to acquire more properties to secure a modest rental income for the future. Chen Xu, however, merely smiled and said noncommittally, "I never engage in ventures that lead to losses, rest assured." Without waiting for Lu Dajin to respond, he approached the old uncle with a smile and said, "Uncle, it's settled then. If you guide us to see the houses today, I'll give you a 5 yuan fee for your efforts, and should we purchase a property, I will grant you an additional 5 yuan commission." He then retrieved 2 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the uncle, providing him with half the payment up front. Upon seeing the money, the uncle's demeanor instantly softened, and he readily accepted the cash, responding cheerfully, "All right." After all, he earned barely 30 yuan a month sweeping. So 5 yuan for a day's guidance was certainly appealing. With the local resident Li Zhigua leading the way, Chen Xu's efficiency in house hunting indeed saw a remarkable increase. In less than half an hour, Li Zhigua led the two to the foot of a charming garden villa. A striking red paper affixed to the exquisite gate bore the words "House for Sale." This villa is indeed on the market, especially considering the favorable location and ample sunlight. "You might want to inquire further," Li Zhigua said with a smile. Chen Xu stroked his chin, carefully observing the villa, which indeed appeared remarkably elegant, embodying a timeless grandeur. "Let's ask about it then," he declared, strolling to the front of the villa and effortlessly pressing the doorbell, his movements smooth and practiced. Li Zhigua and Lu Dajin, witnessing Chen Xu's ease in ringing the doorbell, were rather taken aback. After all, doorbells were somewhat unique to these villas in the metropolis. Many locals were oblivious to their function. Were it not for Li Zhigua's experience seeing affluent individuals use them while sweeping, he might not have understood the purpose of such devices either. Lu Dajin felt increasingly perplexed. Throughout their journey, Chen Xu had been inquiring about local customs, and logically, he should have been unaware of such advanced features in Shanghai. How could he know to press the doorbell instead of knocking, and do so with such familiarity? Lu Dajin found himself questioning his own understanding of life. The doorbell rang several times, and soon a delicate female voice floated from the courtyard, "Coming." The grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing a woman whose alabaster skin glowed radiantly, with elegantly arched eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. She sported the latest hairstyle of cascading waves. Her striking red woolen coat, paired with vibrant crimson lips, epitomized a blend of sensuality and nobility. However, upon noticing the drab uniforms of the janitors and the rustic appearances of Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, her brows furrowed slightly, and an expression of impatience crossed her exquisitely delicate features as she inquired, "What brings you here?" Li Zhigua, though a local from Shanghai, belonged to the lower echelons of society. Faced with the affluent homeowner, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. With a stiff smile, he spoke in the local dialect, "Miss, is your villa for sale? My distant relatives are interested in purchasing." Although he was merely a guide, Chen Xu had compensated him well. Given the exclusivity of the city, any assistance he could offer was worth it. After all, a successful deal would net him a $5 commission. Yet, it was evident that these two young men seemed ill-suited to afford a residence in such an upscale area. The woman, undeterred, scrutinized Chen Xu and Lu Dajin with a dismissive gaze. One appeared unremarkable in attire, while the other bore the signs of weariness. They hardly seemed capable of thriving, let alone purchasing property in such a prestigious city. She had no inclination to engage further, believing that to utter another word would tarnish her stature. "This villa is not for sale. You may wish to explore elsewhere," she stated haughtily, and without awaiting a response, she reached out to close the door. Li Zhigua, Chen Xu, Lu Dajin, having faced rejection right at the outset, Li Zhigua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After a brief silence, he waved his hand dismissively and addressed the two men. "Oh well, if this place isn't for sale, there's another house diagonally across that's even better situated. Let us take a look." He had intended to suggest a more affordable option for the two young men, but the villa's owner had shown no interest in engaging. Chen Xu remained unfazed. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered such personalities numerous times and had grown accustomed to them. Upon hearing Li Zhigua's invitation, he offered a faint smile and nodded. Lu Dajin initially contemplated urging Chen Xu to leave, yet seeing his companion's sustained enthusiasm, he chose to follow suit. Before long, the trio relocated to the entrance of the villa across the street. Li Zhigua eagerly approached and rang the doorbell, his face lighting up with excitement at encountering this novel contraption. After a prolonged silence, as they began to suspect that no one was home, the door of the quaint villa finally creaked open, revealing an elderly lady with graying hair, dressed tastefully, albeit slightly stooped. The elder surveyed the group with a keen gaze and inquired, "What brings you here?" Chen Xu, sensing her curiosity, stepped forward with a smile. "Madam, we are interested in purchasing a house, and we noticed that your building is for sale. We came to inquire." The lady scrutinized the tall young man before her from head to toe and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, "Are you the one looking to buy?" Chen Xu replied with a smile, "Yes. Are you the owner of the property? If so, would it be possible for you to show us inside?" Upon hearing this, the latter immediately waved his hand and stated, "I am not the owner of this house. I merely have a slight connection with its proprietor, who pays me a few coins each month to keep an eye on it." The old woman, with a keen glint in her eye, discreetly cast a glance at Li Zhigua, recognizing him as a familiar face, and continued, "If you wish to enter and take a look, I can guide you inside. Should you express genuine interest, I can facilitate contact with the owner of this property." Chen Xu, perceiving the elder's willingness, readily acquiesced, saying, "That would be most appreciated." Although it was evident that the old woman harbored some reservations, it was fortunate that she was amenable to allowing them inside. The elderly lady nodded and turned, addressing the group, "Then follow me." Without hesitation, Chen Xu and the others trailed behind her into the small villa. Lu Dajin, despite his vocal admonitions to Chen Xu, found himself more enthusiastic than Chen Xu at the prospect of exploring the interior of the villa, rushing ahead with palpable eagerness. After all, the villa appeared quite splendid, and he was curious about what lay within. Li Zhigua hastened to join him, seizing the opportunity to witness the interior, envisioning the tales he could regale his children with, having once toured such a charming residence. In contrast to the two, Chen Xu maintained a calm composure, even taking the initiative to assist in closing the door behind them. Just as the door of the villa clicked shut, a woman from the second-floor window of the diagonal villa, who had previously denied entry to Chen Xu and his companions, had been observing the entire scene unfold. Witnessing the old woman indeed ushering in a group of apparent paupers, a look of disdain crossed her refined features. Cradling her small teddy bear, she murmured, "Darling, do you see? That old fool truly thinks those poor wretches can afford to buy anything. What a waste of time." Chapter 144. Can these rustic folk truly purchase a villa? Old Lady Zhou led the group into the courtyard, revealing the entire facade of the villa. The main building, 3 stories tall, faced south, adorned with a row of semicircular arched windows and doors on the ground floor, while the second and third floors featured long rectangular windows that complemented each other beautifully. The deep crimson structure appeared particularly striking against the backdrop of a lush green lawn. As Old Lady Zhou guided the group forward, she began to provide an introduction. This building consists of a main structure and an auxiliary one. Over here is a garage for parking, and there is a garden that has been meticulously maintained. Lu Dajin and Li Zhigua, captivated by the elder's narration, found their eyes insufficient to take in the sights. Wherever she pointed, they craned their necks in awe, their faces reflecting astonishment and curiosity. Today, they finally accompanied Chen Xu on an enlightening excursion. In contrast to the two, Chen Xu exhibited notable composure, having managed several far more opulent villas in a later era. He was unperturbed. However, he recognized that as the city continued to develop and real estate expansion persisted, the rarity of such old villas would become increasingly pronounced. Their long-term value would undoubtedly experience explosive growth in the coming years, thus rendering this old villa significantly more valuable as an investment compared to the modern mansions he had acquired in the future. A few individuals circled outside the elegant villa before entering the main building alongside the elderly matron, Mrs. Zhou. Upon stepping into the charmingly antiquated mansion, they ascended the spiraling wooden staircase, passing through the study, bedrooms, and dining room. Every detail, from the stained glass doors to the vintage floral-patterned cups, dazzled their senses, each element exuding the unique ceremonial essence and rustic charm characteristic of such old villas. Lu Dajin and Li Zhigua were utterly captivated, akin to the character Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Li Zhigua walked with utmost caution, feeling that assisting this towering figure was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Not only was he compensated, but he also beheld the most opulent sights he had encountered in his lifetime. The more Lu Dajin observed, the more his heart stirred. The prospect of purchasing this villa to bring his elderly parents to reside there felt like a dream come true. However, the cost of such a property was exorbitant, making it impractical for mere personal residence. Even Chen Xu, standing beside them, was subtly taken aback by the villa's decor and furnishings. The details within this old mansion whispered tales of a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western influences. For instance, the antler chandelier in the Grand Hall exemplified classic European decor. In Chinese culture, deer are symbols of good fortune. Where deer roam, prosperity and harmony abound. Even the door handles were uniquely designed, showcasing an elegant pattern that shimmered with the luster of polished metal, narrating the enduring essence shaped by the passage of time. It is no wonder that the 50 villas on Yuyuan Road have become iconic in the metropolis years later, seamlessly merging traditional Chinese culture with modern Western industrial aesthetics in a refined, delicate, and understated elegance. After Mrs. Zhou guided them on a tour, they returned to a welcoming parlor where she graciously poured tea for her guests before inquiring about Chen Xu's intentions. Initially, she doubted this tall gentleman could afford the villa, yet after witnessing his distinctive composure and steadiness, she recognized qualities seldom found in the average young person. Chen Xu sipped his tea before smiling at Mrs. Zhou, saying, "Aunt Zhou, to be candid, I am quite pleased with this villa. I just wonder if the price falls within my means." Lu Dajin, sitting quietly beside him, refrained from speaking, yet internally questioned the feasibility of such an expensive purchase, pondering whether Chen Xu's flourishing sunflower seed business could truly support it. Li Zhigua had always believed that Chen Xu could not afford the villa, and after the tour, his conviction only solidified. Not to mention Chen Xu, even those with a 10,000 yuan income in the metropolis might struggle to make such a purchase. However, Mrs. Zhou held a different perspective. Elegantly and adeptly, she filled Chen Xu's teacup, stating, "You young people, I won't deceive you with empty words. The minimum price for my relative's villa is 23,000. This price was indeed quite favorable, considering her children and grandchildren had settled in Malaysia, and she awaited the sale of this property to join them for a harmonious family reunion across generations." Beside them, Lu Dajin and Li Zhigua felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing the quoted price, their scalps prickling with unease. In this era, 20,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for them, especially for an ordinary individual like Li Zhigua. Even the additional 3,000 yuan was an amount he could scarcely muster in his lifetime. They both pondered that Chen Xu would surely be intimidated by such a price. Little did they know, upon hearing the figure, Chen Xu was nearly overjoyed. He had anticipated that the elderly lady might propose a price of 25 or even 30,000 yuan, intending to negotiate down. To his astonishment, she offered a figure far lower than he had expected. In the context of Shanghai during this time, particularly for a foreign-style house in this location, the price was indeed reasonable. Without lingering in hesitation, he readily replied, "Fortunately, this price is within my means and quite fair. If Aunt Zhou finds it agreeable, I shall visit the bank today to open an account and wire the funds from Rongqing. I will return to finalize the transaction." Given that banks did not allow inter-city deposits and withdrawals, Chen Xu could hardly carry over 20,000 yuan in cash while traveling by train. A mishap could lead to the loss of an entire foreign-style house. Thus, he could only view the property and subsequently wire the money for the formal transaction. Seeing Chen Xu's prompt agreement, old lady Zhou felt a surge of joy, though her demeanor remained aloof. "That is acceptable," she said, "but the back-and-forth process with the wire transfer will take time. If you genuinely wish to purchase this house, you may first pay a deposit and sign an agreement. I will inform my relatives to refrain from showing the house for the next few days." She had been trying to sell this foreign-style house for over a year, and finally having a prospective buyer, she needed to act swiftly. Chen Xu, fearing that this treasure might slip into someone else's hands, promptly nodded in agreement. "I currently have over 2,000 yuan in cash. When you show me the property deed, I will draft an agreement solely with the owner of the deed and provide a deposit." Old lady Zhou was slightly taken aback by his words. Despite his youth and stature, he was quite astute. She nodded, "Very well, but I will need to call a few relatives tomorrow. Are you in a hurry?" Although the individuals before her did not appear malicious, she could not sign an agreement alone with them. It was especially vital to have her nephew, the police chief, present to oversee the matter and deter any ill intentions against her, as she had connections. Chen Xu, of course, had no objections and readily agreed. After all, he intended to stay in the bustling metropolis for several days and was not pressed for time. The two reached a mutual understanding, and Chen Xu did not linger at the elderly lady's residence. With a brief farewell, he departed with the bewildered Li Zhigua and Lu Dajing. Old lady Zhou, feeling a bit more amiable, even accompanied them to the gate of the courtyard. As they left, a woman peering from a window diagonally opposite cradling a small teddy bear, wore an expression of surprise. It was her first time witnessing old lady Zhou display such a congenial demeanor. Could it be that these country bumpkins were genuinely capable of purchasing the foreign-style house? A sense of tightness gripped her heart at this thought. However, she quickly dismissed the notion from her mind. She had encountered numerous wealthy individuals throughout her life, yet she had never encountered three as destitute as these. Particularly the street sweeper, who could possibly have affluent relatives. If he truly did, would he still be sweeping the streets? This thought brought her considerable solace. The house had undoubtedly not been sold. As for the attitude exhibited by old lady Zhou today, who could fathom what had prompted such behavior? Chapter 145. Qin Junsheng was astounded. Chen Xu and his companions departed from old lady Zhou's residence and meandered nearby with Li Zhigua. Lu Dajin was utterly perplexed by Chen Xu's actions today. After only a brief stroll, he could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Chen Xu, are you planning to develop in Shanghai?" With a calm smile, Chen Xu replied, "Not at the moment, but in the future, it will depend on circumstances." Lu Dajin remained bewildered and continued to question, "Then why purchase these Western-style houses priced over 20,000 each?" The matter of Chen Xu buying houses was nearly settled, and he did not conceal it from Lu Dajin, responding with a smile, "I primarily do not intend to reside in this property. It is essentially an investment." Chen Xu was unperturbed by the prospect of Li Zhigua overhearing him. After all, there were numerous Western-style houses for sale in Shanghai, far beyond what he could absorb alone. Even if he claimed it was an investment, others might not believe that these properties would appreciate in value. The people of this era had not experienced the nearly grotesque surge in housing prices that would come in the future. Lu Dajin, indeed, failed to grasp Chen Xu's reasoning and frowned. How can purchasing a house be an investment? Aren't houses supposed to depreciate the longer one resides in them? You must not view it from a short-term perspective, Chen Xu asserted confidently. Shanghai is currently undergoing rapid development. A Western-style house valued at 20,000 today may very well reach tens of millions, or even over 100 million in a decade or so. His self-assured demeanor struck Lu Dajin and Li Zhigua as oddly out of place. Li Zhigua thought the tall man must be somewhat disconnected from reality to believe that properties could appreciate in value. Nonetheless, since he was a benefactor paying him 10 yuan a day, Li Zhigua, despite his skepticism, maintained a facade of cooperation and smiled. "So, as you say, Mr. Chen, the area where I live in Pudong will also become extremely valuable in the future?" Upon hearing that uncle lived in Pudong, Chen Xu earnestly replied, "Uncle, do not rush to sell your property over there. In another decade, its value will multiply several times. It will truly become a case of every inch being worth its weight in gold. Indeed, in the future, housing prices in Pudong would soar to an astonishing degree." After a brief silence, Lu Dajin realized he couldn't find common ground with Chen Xu on this topic and decided to shift the conversation. "By the way, Chen Xu, now that you've secured the old Western-style house, are you planning to visit the sculpture art factory in the Magic City?" For others from outside, gaining entry to the sculpture art factory would be quite the challenge. However, Lu Dajin had a relative working there who held a minor leadership position. He had communicated with them prior to their arrival and assured Chen Xu that entering the exhibition hall would not be difficult. Chen Xu glanced at the sky. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Realizing that even if he took the time to eat, it would not be sufficient, he spoke up, expressing his lack of urgency. "How about we find a guest house to rest and adjust ourselves, then head over tomorrow afternoon?" Lu Dajin, who had been traveling by train for several days, was indeed quite fatigued. Upon hearing Chen Xu's suggestion, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. After discussing the plan, Chen Xu gathered Li Zhigua and Lu Dajin, and they ventured out of Guiyuan Road to find a nearby restaurant, where they enjoyed a hearty dinner, treating the two companions who had accompanied and guided him that day. After the meal, Li Zhigua cheerfully took the money and left. Chen Xu and Lu Dajin then sought out a guest house in the vicinity. The policies in this metropolis had relaxed considerably, while in Rongqing, one needed a letter of introduction to stay at a guest house. Here it sufficed to have the means. Meanwhile, at Rongqing Normal University, as school had just let out, Qin Junsheng walked out with a group of classmates and spotted Li Mei waving to him at the school gate. Since he had recently confessed his feelings to her, their relationship had rapidly progressed. Just the night before, they had shared a few drinks in the communal room where Li Mei lived, and in a moment of passion, they had crossed a boundary that deepened their bond. However, Qin Junsheng was still conscious of Li Mei's background and did not wish for their relationship to be known among their peers. Upon seeing her at the school gate, He instinctively averted his gaze, greeting his classmates as he prepared to return to school and visit her later that evening. Yet, before he could turn away, Li Mei had already sensed his change in demeanor. The joy that had illuminated her face abruptly faded, replaced by an inexplicable emotion. Clenching her fists, she called out to him, "Junxingge." Her sweet voice echoed at the school gate, drawing the attention of their classmates entirely towards them. Particularly those who were familiar with Qin Junxing stared at him in astonishment. Could it be? Is Qin Junxing actually with this girl, addressing her so affectionately? Wasn't he fond of Qingyu? Upon hearing Li Mei's call, Qin Junxing froze, unable to walk away under the scrutiny of his peers. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and approached her, maintaining a respectful distance. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, he said, "Li Mei, please don't seek me out at school. When I miss you, I will come find you." Li Mei's eyes dimmed entirely. She showed no inclination to avoid suspicion and instead reached out to grasp his hand, though the intimacy had faded, replaced by an awkwardness. With hurt evident in her gaze, she asked, "So, you truly do resent my background?" Confronted by her question, Qin Junxing's heart sank. He dared not meet her eyes and attempted to withdraw his hand, saying, "That's not what I mean. It's just that I'm still in school. And it wouldn't look good for us to be seen like this at the school gate." Li Mei's eyes were slightly reddened, and she bit her lip before emotionally confronting him with a raised voice, questioning, "If you fear it will affect your studies, why did you spend the night at my place yesterday?" Upon uttering these words, she squatted down, burying her head between her knees as tears began to flow. Regret washed over her. She lamented having genuinely believed Qin Junxing's deceitful words and having developed real feelings. Yet, Li Mei was no pushover. Her voice resonated clearly, capturing the attention of her surrounding classmates, who widened their eyes in astonishment at the scene unfolding at the school gate. Not only was Qin Junxing involved with this girl, but it appeared they had gone far beyond mere acquaintance. My heavens, would they not have to marry to resolve this? If the girl accused him of misconduct, his future would be irreparably tarnished. Qin Junxing, taken aback by Li Mei's sudden outburst that exposed their affair, felt the weight of his classmates' gazes and their murmurs, leading to a mix of irritation and embarrassment. He also feared that Li Mei might impulsively accuse him of wrongdoing, and seeing her cry in distress stirred a twinge of guilt within him. He quickly crouched down, reaching out to support her while softly suggesting, "Let's go back. Let's not make a scene, shall we?" As Li Mei felt his presence, she lifted her head to meet his gaze, her demeanor starkly contrasting her usual softness and gentleness. She looked at him with a pitiful expression, yet her tone carried an unmistakable threat. In a hushed voice meant only for him, she declared, "Qin Junxing, do you truly believe I have feelings for you? I offer you two choices. Either marry me immediately and bring me into the Qin family, or I will escalate this situation, accuse you of misconduct, and ensure your life becomes unbearable." Qin Junxing was struck by Li Mei's transformation. Her attitude was so drastically different, it filled him with dread. Her words left him astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless as the gravity of her threat sank in. After a long pause, realization dawned on him, accompanied by an expression of disbelief. So, Li Mei had not genuinely fallen for him. Rather, she had merely shifted her ambitions from Chen Xu to himself. What role, then, did Chen Xu play in all of this? In that moment, Qin Junxing comprehended the full implications, recalling recent events that sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 146. A few words, and Chen Xu had befriended this influential figure? The following day, early in the morning, Chen Xu met with Lu Dajin at the agreed time on Yuyuan Road. They encountered old lady Zhou and her relatives before entering the foreign-style mansion together. Although old lady Zhou's relative greeted them with a semblance of warmth, the aura they exuded suggested that they held a significant position in the bustling metropolis. Upon entering the reception area, as they settled into their seats, old lady Zhou gracefully poured tea for the guests. Before delving into the formal discussions regarding the mansion transaction, she turned to the man beside her and inquired, "Having brought you along today, I hope it does not interfere with your duties at the police department?" The man, whose rigid countenance softened into a gentle smile, replied amiably, "Not at all. I have a deputy director overseeing everything in my stead." The exchange between the two resembled a customary greeting, simultaneously revealing the man's identity. Grandma Zhou's intent was unmistakable. Her nephew was a public servant, and she cautioned Chen Xu and Lu Dajin against harboring any ulterior motives. This was a natural stance to adopt, considering that Chen Xu and Lu Dajin were mere outsiders, and she was unaware of their backgrounds, necessitating a degree of vigilance. Particularly, if the two harbored any insincere intentions, the revelation of her nephew's identity would likely deter them. Indeed, the mere mention of his official title had an immediate impact. Lu Dajin had just lifted his teacup to sip when he overheard their conversation, almost choking on his drink. Although he had several relatives with minor influence in Rongqing, it paled in comparison to the vastness of a metropolis like Magic City. The realization that he was seated opposite the director of a police department from Magic City, especially with the intimidating aura the man exuded, left him feeling quite uneasy. Conversely, upon learning of the man's identity, Chen Xu remained relatively composed, even feeling a surge of excitement. It was no wonder that he sensed something extraordinary about this man upon their initial meeting and found him vaguely familiar. He was indeed the director of a police department in Magic City. This individual, in the future, appeared to hold a significant position, as Chen Xu recalled having seen him in the news, although the specifics eluded his memory. After all, he was primarily attuned to news regarding financial matters, and he had a poorer recollection of figures outside the realm of business. However, knowing that the man was a person of stature afforded him greater confidence in negotiating the purchase of the house with the elderly lady. At this moment, both Grandma Zhou and Wu Wenjun noticed the flicker of excitement on Chen Xu's face, which took them by surprise. After all, Lu Dajin's reaction was within their expectations, but this towering figure seemed not only unperturbed, but also somewhat exhilarated. Before they could speak, Chen Xu took the initiative and addressed Grandma Zhou. "Aunt Zhou, having enjoyed the tea, shall we proceed to the matter at hand?" Upon hearing Chen Xu broach the subject of the transaction, Grandma Zhou briefly paused in astonishment, her heart swelling with joy. This large man was indeed earnest about purchasing her property. Suppressing her elation, she maintained an elegant demeanor, stating, "Certainly, however, the sale of the house and the deposit agreement will be signed between us." As she spoke, a hint of a smile graced her features, and she continued, "Yesterday, I was unfamiliar with you both. Having experienced my share of hardships in my youth, I tend to be cautious. Hence, I refrained from disclosing my identity during your visit. I hope you will not take offense." Lu Dajin was momentarily taken aback by her words. The complexities of this large city were indeed profound. Yesterday, he had genuinely believed Grandma Zhou to be merely a distant relative of the property owner. It wasn't he that Lu Dajin was overly naive. Rather, Grandma Zhou's acting skills were remarkably refined. In contrast, Chen Xu was not particularly surprised, for it was evident that a woman of ordinary means would not possess such sophisticated tea-brewing techniques. He smiled calmly and remarked, "Aunt Zhou, your feelings are entirely understandable." Seeing Chen Xu's composed demeanor, Grandma Zhou gazed at the young man with newfound admiration, finally grasping why this towering figure, despite his youth, possessed the capability to engage in the purchase of her exquisite house. Though still youthful, her life experiences likely surpassed those of many elderly individuals. It was evident that she had seen through him from the start, yet she continued to play along, never exposing the truth. Intelligent and remarkably composed, she bore a smile of approval as she remarked, "It appears that Rongqing is indeed a land of talent, capable of nurturing exceptional young individuals like yourself, Xiaochun." Chen Xu smiled naturally, humbly responding, "Aunt Zhou, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from esteemed mentors like you and Director Wu." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two across from him softened considerably. Wu Wenjun, usually reticent, regarded Chen Xu with newfound appreciation and said, "You are quite an interesting young man. If you don't mind, we should keep in touch and become friends." Wu Wenjun, having attained the rank of division chief in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, possessed keen insight into people. Initially, he had assumed that this young man from the modest Rongqing was merely benefiting from family support to acquire such an impressive property. Now, he was thoroughly convinced of Chen Xu's exceptional capabilities, sensing that he might soon achieve great things in this vast land of China. He was eager to engage with such a promising protege. Chen Xu, hearing Wu Wenjun's words, was more than pleased. As this individual would become a significant figure in the future, he proactively poured tea for Wu Wenjun, smiling as he said, "It is truly my honor." Wu Wenjun accepted the teacup with both hands, his face beaming with delight, responding in kind. Meanwhile, Lu Dajin pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? How is it that in just a few exchanges, Chen Xu has become friends with this influential figure?" With both parties lowering their guards, subsequent matters proceeded swiftly. After confirming that the villa was under the name of the elderly Madame Zhou, Chen Xu signed an agreement and paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Wu Wenjun, occupied with numerous affairs, did not linger long, bidding farewell before leaving the villa. Madame Zhou, shedding her previous aloofness, became more cordial and invited the two to stay for lunch. Chen Xu readily accepted, joining the elderly lady in the kitchen to assist. Lu Dajin, feeling awkward to remain idle, also lent a hand, and the clouds of uncertainty that had loomed over him for days began to dissipate gradually. As Madame Zhou busied herself, she shared her upcoming reunion with her children and grandchildren. Witnessing the unprecedented joy on her face when discussing this topic brought genuine happiness to Chen Xu. However, he felt a tinge of confusion about why her children had not come to care for her at such an advanced age. Surely they must be occupied with work or business. Nevertheless, despite his curiosity, he refrained from prying further, recognizing that such matters were private. After lunch, the two did not tarry, exchanging farewells with Madame Zhou as they prepared to depart for the Magic City Sculpture Art Factory to engage in learning and exploration. After spending a significant part of the day together, old Lady Zhou became much more familiar with the two individuals, her smile growing more frequent, even personally seeing them off. Meanwhile, the woman across the street, who had been observing them nearly all morning, gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before the foreign mansion. Could it be? Had these rustic folk truly purchased that grand residence? No, that seemed implausible. In that moment, her emotions surged tumultuously. Feeling as though tens of thousands of yuan had slipped through her fingers, her attention even drifting away from the small teddy bear she held. Chapter 147. By what right does Chen Xu? Around 3 in the afternoon, after much ado, Chen Xu and Lu Dajin finally arrived at their destination, the exhibition hall of the Shanghai Art Sculpture Factory. This esteemed establishment opens its doors annually to allow peers to visit and learn, frequently hosting exhibitions to promote its products. Almost every item showcased is in high demand, making them exceedingly popular. The wooden sculpture box that Lu Dajin once crafted was among the most sought-after exhibits from this factory. Though Lu Dajin's relatives were not present in Shanghai that day, they had given prior notice, allowing the two men to enter the exhibition hall seamlessly. As soon as Lu Dajin identified himself, a young woman in her 20s warmly welcomed them, guiding them through the exhibition. The layout of the hall was not overly complex, with an orderly display of captivating exhibits. As the young woman led them around, she enthusiastically introduced the various pieces. Most of our exhibits here are modern gold-leafed items depicting stories and characters. Our carving techniques include hundreds of methods such as round carving, relief carving, openwork carving, and hollow carving, all executed with precision and fluidity, showcasing the profound skills of our artisans. For instance, this grand red and gold lacquered wine bearer, adorned with auspicious creatures and floral motifs, employs techniques like open carving and round carving. The base is coated in red lacquer with golden embellishments, and the craftsmanship is intricate and lifelike, with patterns symbolizing harmony and completeness, wherein animal motifs appear in pairs, reflecting the family's heartfelt wishes for newlyweds. Chen Xu listened intently to the young woman's descriptions, his expression animated as he marveled at the intricate and vibrant wine bearer before him. Although he had lived a second life, it did not diminish his passion and admiration for wood craftsmanship. At that moment, Chen Xu found himself even more exhilarated by the artworks in the exhibition hall than he had been at the mansion the day before. He could not help but silently commend the extraordinary skills passed down from his ancestors, which were truly awe-inspiring. While Lu Dajin did not possess extensive knowledge in this area, he too found great pleasure in observing the delicate and subtly intricate carvings. Although he could not fully grasp the specifics of the young woman's explanations, he held a deep admiration for the masters capable of transforming a pair of wooden barrels into such splendid floral creations. The two men followed the young woman, engrossed in learning about the exquisite craftsmanship and meanings behind the artworks. Chen Xu listened particularly attentively, pausing for considerable time in front of each exhibit. Had it not been for the fact that these exhibition pieces were not for sale, but only available for pre-order, with a waiting list stretching to a year, Chen Xu would have earnestly desired to transport all these items back to Qingyu. This pursuit, aside from his primary goal of earning a profit, stood as his second greatest passion. Naturally, in addition to merely observing, Chen Xu meticulously analyzed the intricate craftsmanship of each exhibit. Most of the displayed items possessed highly complex artistry, which was ill-suited for a novice like him, who was only beginning to venture into this field. After all, the master craftsmen capable of creating such works had largely settled into established woodcarving factories. He could only recruit a few moderately skilled artisans to carve simpler yet commercially viable products. Within this exhibition hall, there were two items characterized by both simplicity in craftsmanship and high demand. The first was a wooden box identical to one owned by Lu Dajin's family, which had surged in price to 280 yuan in this metropolis. The production cost of a wooden box was no more than 70 yuan, yielding a net profit of 210 yuan. Besides this wooden box, the other relatively simpler craft was the shrine, currently in high regard in the neighboring island nation. The inhabitants of that island, devout Buddhists, had a considerable demand for religious artifacts, making shrines as essential to each household as cars and homes. However, due to limited land and scarce timber resources, they began seeking overseas suppliers, thus inflating the prices of these shrines significantly. Each shrine commanded an impressive profit margin of 80, surpassing that of the intricately carved wooden boxes. Nevertheless, despite the high profits, overseas business could be quite cumbersome, especially since he was only preparing to delve into this industry, making it challenging to secure international orders initially. After nearly 3 hours in the exhibition hall, Chen Xu, still yearning for more, expressed his gratitude to the staff and departed with a disheartened Lu Dajin. It was during this time that he firmly resolved to establish a woodcarving factory, convinced of the promising future of the woodcarving industry. As Lu Dajin exited the factory with Chen Xu, he silently vowed never to accompany Chen Xu to any woodcarving exhibitions again. It was far more daunting than the times he had accompanied his wife to shopping malls. Once Chen Xu had concluded these matters, although he longed to return to see Qingyu, he chose to accompany Lu Dajin for a day of leisure in the metropolis instead. The following morning, the two ventured to the Bund. At that time, the Bund was far less magnificent than it would become in later years. Yet, who could have foreseen that in just a few decades, skyscrapers would rise dramatically, propelling the metropolis to become the economic heart of China and an international city? The transformation compared to later years was nothing short of revolutionary. Strolling through the streets, one could still spot various English corners and advertisements for English classes. Traveling abroad was the dream of most young people in that era, rendering these language courses exceptionally popular. Along the streets, numerous photography studios and stalls beckoned. Chen Xu thought it would be essential to bring Qingyu here for a photo session in the future. After exploring the Bund, the pair found a quaint little restaurant in the alleys to savor local delicacies, thoroughly unwinding for the day. In recent days, Lu Dajin's condition has shown marked improvement, though he occasionally experiences sudden bouts of melancholy. Lu Dajin is well aware that Chen Xu has numerous responsibilities to attend to. After spending a day together, the following day they journeyed to Laobei Station to board the train to Rongqing. This travel consumed several days and nights. By the time they reached Rongqing Normal University, it was already past 9 o'clock on the 4th morning. Lu Dajin, feeling utterly exhausted from the journey, exchanged a brief greeting with Chen Xu before retreating to catch up on sleep. In contrast, Chen Xu was unusually exhilarated, showing no signs of fatigue. After spending a moment in the embrace of his daughter, Xiao Yuer, he took her to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Once the meal was ready, he planned to head to school to fetch Qingyu for lunch. Xiao Yuer, having not seen her father for several days, was particularly clingy. Despite understanding that her father had tasks to complete, she persistently lingered in Chen Xu's arms until he had worked for about 10 minutes, at which point she finally descended to assist him. The father and daughter worked together for more than an hour. At 11:30, Chen Xu, noting the time, instructed Xiao Yuer to stay at home and summoned a rickshaw to Rongqing Normal University. However, today the rickshaw driver was suffering from rheumatism and rode exceedingly slowly. With a sense of urgency to fetch someone, Chen Xu had no choice but to let the elderly driver sit in the rickshaw while he took over the reins himself. Rushing as best as he could, he arrived at the school entrance only to find that class had already been dismissed for some time. After tossing some money to the rickshaw driver, Chen Xu leapt from the vehicle and strode toward the school. Yet, just as he approached the entrance, he did not see Qingyu but instead encountered Qin Junsheng, who had also just exited the school. Compared to over 10 days ago, Qin Junsheng now appeared significantly haggard, a portrait of despondency. Chen Xu raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing the situation. It seemed likely that this young man had encountered the consequences of his own actions. At that moment, Qin Junsheng noticed Chen Xu at the school gate. Faced with the visage that incited both jealousy and profound hatred, The pent-up rage within him surged uncontrollably, clouding his judgment. Clenching his fists, he marched toward Chen Xu, his teeth gritted in frustration. How could a mere country bumpkin snatch away Qingyu? How dare he scheme against him? How could he toy with his emotions? Chapter 148. Qin Junxing's isolation. As Chen Xu observed Qin Junxing approaching, seething with fury, he felt no surprise. After all, it was Qin Junxing who had initially sent Li Mei to entice him. Now he was merely reaping what he had sown, and Chen Xu could not be blamed for the repercussions. However, blinded by his fury, Qin Junxing thought otherwise. He had believed that Li Mei genuinely cared for him, only to discover that she was merely a pawn in Chen Xu's elaborate game, manipulated at will. Now, facing the prospect of being forced into marriage with Li Mei, he was engulfed in despair. It wasn't that he disliked Li Mei. Rather, her desire to marry him stemmed not from affection, but from his family background. This was something Qin Junxing found utterly intolerable, and all the bottled-up anger he had accumulated over the past few days was now directed entirely at Chen Xu. It was all his fault, this country bumpkin who had stolen Qingyu away from him. Not only did he take away Qingyu, but he also sent Li Mei to provoke him, tarnishing his reputation in Rongqing Normal University and forcing him into a marriage with Li Mei. All of this is because of Chen Xu. The more Qin Junxing contemplated, the angrier he became, entirely consumed by rage, losing all semblance of reason. As he approached within a meter or two of Chen Xu, he clenched his fists and recklessly charged at him. Chen Xu, how dare you? Why have you stolen Qingyu? Why have you plotted against me? In that moment, he resembled a wild beast driven mad, yearning only to confront Chen Xu and unleash the fury that had built up within him over the past few days. Chen Xu, possessing a psychological maturity far surpassing that of the impulsive young man before him, disdainfully refrained from resorting to violence despite his irritation. However, with Qin Junxing charging at him, he certainly could not stand idly by and allow himself to be struck. As Qin Junxing barreled toward him, nearly out of control and roaring in rage, he aimed a punch directly at Chen Xu's vital points. At that instant, Qingyu had just reached the school gate. Spotting Chen Xu, she was about to greet him when she witnessed the unfolding altercation between Qin Junxing and Chen Xu, her heart leaping into her throat as she gasped in shock. The surrounding students were utterly stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. What was happening? Why had a fight broken out? Wasn't it supposed to be Chen Xu who initiated the confrontation? Just as Chen Xu heard Qingyu's voice, he had no time to respond. Seeing Qin Junxing's fist approaching, he raised his hand to intercept the attack, swiftly executing a countermove that effortlessly brought Qin Junxing to the ground. Having practiced for several years in his previous life, dealing with the wildly reckless Qin Junxing was a trivial matter. Qin, you are a student. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. However, do not presume that I will allow you to bully me, Chen Xu declared, applying pressure that elicited a grimace of pain from Qin Junxing. Enduring the excruciating pain, Qin Junxing showed no signs of submission, his eyes reddened as he howled in defiance, veins bulging in his neck. I refuse to accept this. My family background and education are no less than yours. Why did Qingyu choose you? Why have you plotted against me, you despicable coward? At that moment, the man, nearly delirious with rage, had shed any semblance of the noble and elegant figure once admired in Rongqing. Even in agony, he roared with indignation. He had developed feelings for two women, one taken from him by Chen Xu, and the other sent to ensnare him, ruining his life. Chen Xu, hearing Qin Junxing's furious outburst, let out a derisive laugh. The next moment, his smile vanished, and he coldly looked down at Qin Junxing. Why? Because you claimed to love Qingyu yet were easily ensnared by Li Mei, and within days, you were with her. Do you truly believe you deserve to love her? It is you who employed underhanded tactics to send Li Mei to entice me. I merely returned the favor. Where's the despicable act in that? Aside from relying on your family's wealth to gain admission to Rongqing University, without their support, you are nothing. What gives you the right to compare yourself to me? Chen Xu genuinely held no regard for being equated with this impetuous youth. The dialogue between the two individuals resonated profoundly with their surrounding peers, whose expressions were nothing short of captivating. To my astonishment, classmate Qin Junxing had audaciously orchestrated for Li Mei to entice Chen Xu. Thus, not only did Chen Xu evade the trap, but he also executed a counter-strategy, leading Qin Junxing to become ensnared in his own machinations. Even Qingyu and Qing Miao, who had just approached the scene, were astounded by this exchange. Particularly for Qingyu, it was utterly unexpected that Qin Junsheng would resort to such despicable tactics, deliberately sending Li Mei to seduce her beloved Chen Xu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qingyu swiftly strode over, pulling Chen Xu away from Qin Junsheng's grasp to ensure his safety before shielding him behind her. She cast a frosty glare at the prostrate Qin Junsheng, her voice icy as she chastised, "You despicable scoundrel! How utterly shameless!" Rumors had circulated about his relationship with Li Mei and his unwillingness to take responsibility, with Li Mei once seen weeping at the school gate. Little did she expect that this man would stoop so low as to manipulate Li Mei into pursuing Chen Xu, attempting to sabotage her family. Had it not been for her exemplary upbringing, she might have been tempted to unleash a flurry of punches upon him. Qin Junsheng, already devastated by Chen Xu's earlier incisive remarks, now found himself utterly humiliated under Qingyu's condemnation. Indeed, it was he who succumbed to temptation and plotted against Chen Xu, only to reap the bitter consequences of his own actions. Stripped of his familial prestige, Qin Junsheng was nothing, and Li Mei would never have approached him otherwise. Surrendering to despair, he lay despondently on the ground. Chen Xu, with a complex gaze, cast a look at Qin Junsheng, his previously somber expression softening as he feared Qingyu's ire. Gently, he urged her, "All right, don't be upset. Let's head home for dinner." In the presence of Qingyu, Chen Xu's demeanor transformed dramatically, astonishing their fellow students. Years later, they would come to realize that he was indeed a devoted husband. Initially, Qingyu was incensed, but upon hearing Chen Xu's soothing words and seeing his gentle gaze, her anger dissipated significantly. She chose to disregard Qin Junsheng entirely, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. In the past, she might have felt a twinge of sympathy for Qin Junsheng, but he had crossed a line by targeting Chen Xu. Having reunited with his beloved, Chen Xu wasted no time in bidding farewell to Qingyu's friends before summoning a pedicab to depart. After all, delaying further would only leave his wife and their little companions hungry. As for Qin Junsheng, he had not inflicted serious harm. His actions were merely defensive, and he had no fear of repercussions. As Chen Xu and Qingyu exited, her friends, especially those who had once admired Qin Junsheng, swiftly turned their allegiances, casting disappointed glances at their former idol before walking away. The surrounding students buzzed with conversation, while a few concerned individuals stepped forward to assist Qin Junsheng. Meanwhile, the security guard, who had been silently witnessing the unfolding drama, hastened to leave the school premises only after confirming Chen Xu's departure. What on earth just happened? He wondered aloud. In contrast, the center of this turmoil, Qin Junsheng, had lost all semblance of his earlier furious bravado, now appearing disheveled and defeated. Supported by the security personnel and fellow students, he remained silent, making his way to the school's medical room. After a brief delay, when Chen Xu and Qingyu returned home, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Xu promptly reheated the meal and served it on the table, eager to attend to his wife and ensure she enjoyed their lunch. After the meal, little Yuer insisted that her parents take a rest, fetching a small stool and clearing the dishes before heading to the kitchen, willingly taking on the task of washing the dishes. In truth, her motivation stemmed from her fascination with the dish soap her father had recently purchased, as she sought to indulge in playful bubbles under the pretense of washing. Chen Xu, recognizing her playful intent, chose not to spoil her fun. Seizing the opportunity of their solitude, he led his wife upstairs to alleviate the longing they had felt during their separation of over 10 days. They spent approximately 10 minutes together upstairs, where Qingyu, her cheeks flushed, nestled softly against Chen Xu's embrace. The thought that her husband had not been swayed by Li Mei's charms tightened her grip around his waist, filling her with satisfaction and comfort. Chen Xu, having just indulged in a moment of intimacy, felt a pang of longing as he craved deeper connection, his large hand gently caressing her waist. Regretfully, he remarked, "What a pity, we still have 5 months to wait." Qingyu, momentarily perplexed, looked up at him, questioning his words. Observing her innocent expression, Chen Xu felt a playful urge surge within him, whispering teasingly in her ear. The warmth of his breath enveloped her earlobe, and his candid words caused her face to flush crimson. She shot him a playful glare, enhancing her allure, and soon realized that Chen Xu was far more complex than he appeared. Chapter 149, Lu Dajin. I wish to join after taking Qingyu to school that afternoon. Chen Xu made his way back home, stopping by the post office to wire over 20,000 yuan to an account in the bustling metropolis. He spent the day accompanying Lu Dajin in the city, and he also opened an account for himself. By sending the money today, he planned to embark for the metropolis early the following morning, ensuring that by the time he arrived, the funds would have already reached their destination. He intended to settle the payment for the foreign-style house at Old Madame Zhou's, thus finalizing the property purchase. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, upon returning home, Chen Xu found that little Yuer had awakened from her nap. Upon seeing her father, she immediately clung to him, refusing to leave his embrace. Having missed him dearly over the past several days, the little one was increasingly clingy. With the weather being pleasant and the store now fully entrusted to Jiang Qingyu and Qin Xianan, Chen Xu decided to take Yuer for a stroll nearby. While spending quality time with his daughter, he also intended to scout for a suitable venue to rent for establishing a woodcarving workshop. However, the thought of starting a woodcarving business made Chen Xu somewhat apprehensive about being labeled a typical capitalist, considering that establishing a factory would require hiring numerous workers. Although the authorities had relaxed their stance on supporting individual entrepreneurs, they had explicitly stated that such businesses could not employ more than 7 workers, or else they would be classified as capitalist enterprises. Nonetheless, exceptions existed. Around this time next year, a certain Li Guangji emerged, recruiting numerous workers to establish a sunflower seed roasting factory and attracting significant attention, ultimately leading to his reporting to the authorities. Surprisingly, the highest officials chose not to act immediately against him, opting instead to observe the situation further. It is evident that there are indications of a potential easing of policies from above. Chen Xu pondered carefully. If he were to establish a factory, it would be imperative to ensure absolute security. Thus, it would be wise to enlist a partner who possesses a modicum of influence or connections in Qingyu. Someone who could serve as a reliable support and provide timely insights into developments from above, allowing for prompt responses to any issues that may arise. Among the acquaintances he currently knows, the most suitable candidate came to mind, and as he contemplated this, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the back door of the kitchen. Coincidentally, a commotion emanated from that direction, and shortly thereafter, the figure that had just surfaced in his thoughts entered his line of sight. Lu Dajin, having taken a nap, appeared considerably more spirited. Upon seeing Chen Xu, he flashed a broad smile and greeted him. "Have you eaten, little Yuer?" Spotting Uncle Dajin, who had come to mooch a meal, beamed sweetly and replied, "Uncle Dajin, we finished our meal a long time ago." Hearing this, Lu Dajin's expression immediately darkened. Before he could respond, little Yuer cheerfully teased, "But Daddy saved a portion just for you." Lu Dajin quipped, "This child, can't you say everything at once?" His face broke into a smile again as he scanned the kitchen and, noticing the iron lunchbox on the counter, picked it up and entered the room. He took a seat at the 8 immortals table beside the father and daughter, unable to resist playfully pinching little Yuer's nose, saying, "You little rascal, all you do is tease your Uncle Dajin, don't you?" Little Yuer, caught in her mischief and fearing her father's reprimand, quickly hugged Chen Xu and nestled into his embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy hug." After all, she had indeed been deliberately teasing Uncle Dajin. "I can't do that again next time," she resolved. Even though the little darling had previously acted spoiled, Chen Xu maintained a facade of seriousness and remarked, "Well then, you mustn't do that again." Little Yuer hastily nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay, next time I won't play around." Lu Dajin, who already had a fondness for little Yuer, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing Chen Xu's admonishment. He lifted the lid of the lunchbox and turned to Chen Xu, saying, "Oh, don't scare little Yuer. She enjoys playing with Uncle Dajin." Upon hearing her uncle's defense, little Yuer secretly smiled at him, though she dared not voice her agreement, instead choosing to remain nestled in her father's arms, wary of receiving a playful smack on her bottom. Despite her tender age, this little one demonstrated mischievousness and a grasp of right and wrong. Chen Xu could only smile as he observed Lu Dajin devouring his meal with gusto. "Aren't you going to warm it up?" he inquired. Lu Dajin, with a mouthful of food, beamed with happiness and satisfaction, responding, "I'm a grown man. I don't fuss over such things. Besides, Chen Xu's cooking, even when cold, surpasses that of state-run restaurants." Reflecting on this, he casually asked, "Chen Xu, when are you opening a restaurant? You must let me be your partner." Chen Xu was just about to discuss the partnership with Lu Dajin when he seized the opportunity and casually stated, "Currently, I have no such intentions. However, I am considering starting a wood carving factory." Lu Dajin wiped a crumb from his mouth, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What? Wood carving? Is that a viable business?" Lu Dajin harbored little interest in wood carving, nor had he ever taken the initiative to delve into the market or trends surrounding it. Thus, he was quite taken aback when he heard Chen Xu's intentions of opening a woodcarving factory. He perceived this venture as less reliable than a restaurant, believing that with Chen Xu's skills, he would undoubtedly thrive in the culinary business. Chen Xu, eager to entice Lu Dajin into the woodcarving enterprise, noticed Lu's apparent lack of enthusiasm and decided to employ a more persuasive approach. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice to a hushed tone, asking, "Do you know how much profit the merchant of that woodcarving box makes?" Lu Dajin, caught off guard, could only venture a rough estimate, 60 perhaps. The box appeared luxurious and exquisitely crafted, reportedly made from aromatic camphor wood. Having purchased it for 260, he surmised the cost to be around 200. In this era, a profit of 60 from a single box was remarkably substantial, akin to a laborer's monthly wage. However, he acknowledged the complexity of the craft. As it required high-quality wood and intricate carving, any shortcomings would surely displease customers. Upon hearing Lu Dajin's estimate, Chen Xu swiftly waved his hand, indicating it was underestimated. Lu Dajin, intrigued and slightly more engaged, probed cautiously, "What about a cost of 190? Would that yield a profit of 70? If the profit were indeed 70, it would rival his cousin's monthly salary as a clerk in a business office, rendering such margins almost outrageous." Yet, Chen Xu shook his head again, smiling softly. "Still too low? Take another guess." A jolt of surprise coursed through Lu Dajin, prompting him to swallow hard as he gathered his courage to propose what he considered a bold figure, 110? To earn 110 from a single box seemed exceedingly improbable, yet it was the highest profit he could envision. However, Chen Xu again shook his head, insisting it was still too low. "Really? Still too low?" Lu Dajin exclaimed, slapping his thigh, now thoroughly intrigued. He leaned closer to Chen Xu, curiosity piqued. "Then, what is the actual figure?" Chen Xu reached for his teacup, dipped his finger in the tea, and inscribed a series of numbers on the table, stating earnestly, "The cost of a box is no more than 80, sold for 260, yielding a minimum profit of 180. Upon hearing Chen Xu's declaration and glancing at the numbers laid out before him, Lu Dajin gasped in astonishment. A profit of 180 per box was nothing short of extraordinary. The allure of such monumental profits ignited a fervor within Lu Dajin's heart. He yearned to be a part of this venture. He had witnessed firsthand the soaring popularity of these woodcarving boxes. If he could indeed produce several boxes a month, it would surely surpass the earnings from running a restaurant for a year or more. Yet, as he pondered this lucrative opportunity, a flicker of anxiety crept in. Would Chen Xu, who lacked neither capital nor intellect, truly welcome him into this enterprise? Unbeknownst to Lu Dajin, Chen Xu observed his barely concealed excitement with a knowing smile. "It has come to my attention that someone greatly misses the chatter about tables. Thus, I shall indulge in a discourse." Chapter 150. Chun Qian. Lu Dajin is merely a slothful glutton. After considerable contemplation, Lu Dajin found himself irresistibly drawn to the idea and tentatively inquired of Chen Xu. "Chen Xu, may I join your woodcarving factory?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, he felt a flutter of anxiety, but to his surprise, Chen Xu responded with alacrity, "Certainly." Lu Dajin was taken aback. Did he truly sense that Chen Xu was anticipating his proposition? The instant acceptance left him feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, Chen Xu was neither lacking in wealth nor in business acumen. He had assumed Chen Xu would deliberate for quite some time. However, it was evident that Chen Xu did not seem the type to take advantage of him. Lu Dajin pondered for a moment and thought. Perhaps Chen Xu's readiness to partner with him indicated that he regarded him as a friend. This realization stirred an inexplicable emotion within him, prompting him to express, "Chen Xu, to be honest, I did not expect you to agree so readily. After all, I have no expertise in wood carving and lack any advantages. I thought you would need to deliberate for a while." Chen Xu, however, merely smiled lightly and replied candidly, "You mustn't say that. My willingness to collaborate with you stems not only from my trust in your character, but also from the numerous advantages you possess that I lack." Lu Dajin raised an eyebrow, leaning in closer to Chen Xu. His confusion mingled with excitement as he asked, "What advantages?" To be frank, he felt utterly outmatched by Chen Xu in terms of intellect and social graces, and he struggled to identify any advantages he might hold. With a smile, Chen Xu elaborated, "Your advantages are substantial. In Rongqing, your connections are invaluable, especially when it comes to running a factory, which requires the recruitment of numerous workers. Given that the policies from above have yet to be fully relaxed, we will likely need to rely on your relationships to facilitate operations at the wood carving factory. Upon hearing this, Lu Dajin paused in surprise, suddenly comprehending the situation, and an inexplicable discomfort washed over him. It seemed that Chen Xu's interest in collaborating stemmed solely from his connections. Nevertheless, Lu Dajin quickly reassessed the situation. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Chen Xu's focus on his connections as a basis for partnership seemed far more rational than an arbitrary invitation to join. Additionally, Chen Xu's insight was astute. In Rongqing, establishing a factory with a larger workforce was indeed within Lu Dajin's capabilities. While he may not have relatives in particularly high positions, many of his family members held respectable roles. His various aunts and uncles wielded a modicum of influence, which, although seemingly inconspicuous, permeated nearly every department in Rongqing. As long as he maintained good relationships and did not make excessively unreasonable demands, there was considerable leeway in recruiting additional staff for the factory. Reflecting on this, Lu Dajin turned his gaze to Chen Xu, feeling a genuine admiration swell within him. A person emerging from an obscure mountain village had managed to thrive in Rongqing within just a month or two, and had even purchased a lavish villa in the metropolis. He realized that from the moment Chen Xu had prompted him to speculate on the profits of the wood carving box to his own initiative in seeking partnership. The entire process had been orchestrated by Chen Xu with remarkable finesse. However, Lu Dajin felt no trace of anger. After all, with resources and opportunities at hand, it would be foolish not to join Chen Xu in such a lucrative venture, especially since, despite growing up in Rongqing, he was significantly less adept in interpersonal dealings compared to Chen Xu. Associating with someone like Chen Xu could only yield benefits for him, not drawbacks. The more Lu Dajin contemplated this, the more advantageous it seemed, and he smiled as he spoke to the other man. All right then, it's settled. From now on, any relations the factory needs to handle will be entrusted to me, and I assure you I will manage them well. Chen Xu responded with a satisfied smile, agreeing. Others may struggle, but you, Dajin, will undoubtedly excel. Lu Dajin was elated to hear this. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Chen Xu shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, Dajin, do you have any idle factory space among the numerous properties you own in Rongqing?" Initially, Chen Xu intended to explore the vicinity for a factory, but with Lu Banqing beside him, he decided to first ascertain whether Lu Dajin had any resources available. Having polished off the last remnants of his meal, Lu Dajin wiped his mouth and replied, "Yes. There's one factory currently signing a contract with the local furniture factory. It's struggling to stay afloat and is in the process of winding down operations and laying off workers. It should be available in about a week. Located near Mother Pig Bay. Would you like to take a look?" Mother Pig Bay is not far from Jiefeng Road. Seeing that it was still early and Lu Dajin had finished eating, Chen Xu picked up the little fish and said, "Sure, since we have time. Let us go check it out. I need to head to the Magic City tomorrow, so I might not have time soon." "Great. Let us go." The two men struck a chord and promptly left the premises. Lu Dajin, carefree as ever, left his lunchbox on the 8 Immortals table without a thought. Shortly after they departed, Chun Qianlan, noticing the time, prepared to stew the hen her father had sent over to nourish Yi Qingyu. However, as she turned, her eyes fell upon the empty lunchbox and chopsticks on the 8 Immortals table. Frowning slightly, she grabbed a cloth and walked over to collect the lunchbox, quickly wiping the table while muttering under her breath, "This person truly takes advantage, coming here for free meals and leaving without even cleaning up after himself. Does he think this is his home?" Were it not for the apparent camaraderie between Chen Xu and this slothful man, Chen Qianlan would have long since voiced her discontent. She held a poor impression of Lu Dajin, particularly noting his unkempt appearance, with scruffy facial hair and the same clothes worn for several days, readily categorizing him as a slothful freeloader. The furniture factory was not far from Jianxi Road, and the two took a human-powered tricycle, reaching their destination, Hexing Furniture, in under 20 minutes. The factory was modest in size, covering less than 3 acres. Within the premises, aside from the stacked and sun-drying wood areas and open spaces, stood a 2-story factory building painted in white and green. From the outside, it appeared rather desolate. With no security or management present at the entrance, Chen Xu and Lu Dajin walked straight into the factory grounds. As Chen Xu made his way to the factory, He learned from Lu Dajin that the furniture factory employed over 20 workers and was collectively owned by the community of Shuangling Town. However, due to poor management, the factory was on the brink of closure. Because the factory was established by the local government, it was unable to pay salaries when profits dwindled, and the government, lacking the means to support it, had no choice but to shut it down and lay off the workers. The two arrived at the workshop, where neatly stacked timber and partially completed furniture, such as tables, chairs, and doors, were arranged. A few workers were tidying up, their spirits visibly low, as they were about to lose their secure jobs and face uncertainties regarding their livelihoods. Even the sight of Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, two unfamiliar faces, failed to spark their curiosity. However, a Mediterranean man in the workshop noticed the duo and approached them with quick strides. "Gentlemen, is there something you need in our workshop?" he inquired upon seeing Chen Xu, who was cradling a small child, and the somewhat worn yet familiar Lu Dajin. Lu Dajin, being the landlord of the factory, responded promptly. "Hello, sir. I am the landlord here. This week, the furniture factory is set to close, and I brought my friend to take a look." Chen Xu, initially observing the doors and windows, finding the carving techniques somewhat familiar, turned his attention to the man after Lu Dajin's introduction and politely nodded in acknowledgement. The lively little girl by his side, having been nurtured in her father's company, eagerly waved and greeted, "Hello, uncle." Logically, such an adorable child greeting him sweetly should have delighted Zhang Shigua, the workshop director. Yet, the impending closure cast a shadow over his mood. Recognizing Lu Dajin, he managed a strained smile and replied, "Feel free to look around. There's nothing to do here now. We are just wrapping up. As the landlord is showing a friend around, I have no reason to stop you." Chen Xu did not rush to explore, but paused to observe Zhang Shigua's rough hands, marked with scars, before calling out to him, "Sir, are you a carpenter as well?" At this inquiry, the latter couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Most of the workers in this furniture factory are carpenters. I've been in this trade for over 30 years. In this day and age, furniture is predominantly wooden, and here, you will find either apprentices or seasoned craftsmen." He began his apprenticeship at the age of 16 and, now at 46, had spent 3 decades honing his craft. After 5 years of hard work, he finally became the workshop director, only for the factory to face closure now. Zhang Shigua felt utterly helpless and bewildered. Losing this stable job left him pondering how to find another respectable position with a decent salary. Chen Xu, upon hearing Zhang Shigua's response, felt a glimmer of excitement in his eyes and asked, "Then, sir, you must possess profound skills in carving, I presume?" He initially intended to establish a wood-carving factory. Although the wooden boxes may not appear overly challenging, the intricacies of carving demand a considerable degree of skill, necessitating seasoned craftsmen to execute them. While he had been troubled by the search for experienced carpenters, upon discovering this furniture factory, it seemed perfectly tailored to his aspirations for a wood-carving enterprise. Should the workers possess adequate proficiency, he could seamlessly integrate them into his operations, alleviating the burden of recruitment. If Chen Xu were to discuss other matters with Zhang Shigua, the latter might show little interest. However, the art of carpentry piqued his curiosity. A genuine smile surfaced on Zhang Shigua's face as he declared, "I have been in this trade for 30 years. My skills are certainly not lacking. The downfall of this furniture factory is not a reflection of our craftsmanship, but rather the incompetence of a few managers." Given the factory's inevitable demise, Zhang Shigua spoke candidly, as the truth was evident. As Chen Xu traversed the premises, he observed the intricate carvings on various doors and windows. While the craftsmanship could not rival the exquisite pieces from the Shanghai craft factory, it was commendable, particularly certain carvings that subtly echoed techniques he had previously encountered. Such artistry, had it not been for poor management, would undoubtedly find buyers. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "It is apparent that the carpenters here possess commendable skills. May I ask, whom did you apprentice under?" Although this elder and the workers displayed admirable talent, securing the master craftsman who trained him could potentially yield the flawless replication of his intricately carved boxes. Standing quietly to the side, Lu Dajin began to grasp Chen Xu's intentions, attentively listening as he conversed with the elder. Upon hearing Chen Xu's inquiry about his mentor, Zhang Shigua's face lit up with pride as he responded, "My master, though hailing from the East City, has garnered significant renown in Rome City. Perhaps you have heard of him, Master Mu, a craftsman of a distinguished lineage, Zhang Tianluan." Lu Dajin, possessing little knowledge of woodworking, felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing this name. He was unfamiliar with such a figure, having never held much interest in woodcarving. However, for Chen Xu, who held a profound passion for woodworking across 2 lifetimes, the mention of this name conjured vivid memories of 2 exquisite wooden carvings he once possessed, luminous melody and untainted by the mud. Although these pieces were not the most valuable in his collection, their ethereal grace and the seamless fusion of traditional low relief, high relief, and through carving techniques left an indelible impression on him. He had once sought to learn more about this master craftsman, hoping to acquire additional works from his oeuvre. Regrettably, this esteemed artisan had passed away at the age of 62, leaving behind a scant legacy of creations. Chen Xu recalled the name of the venerable woodworker distinctly, Zhang Tianluan. It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with the carving patterns on many of the furniture pieces in the factory. Indeed, these skills originated from this master craftsman. Upon reflecting on the fact that this venerable artist is still alive, Chen Xu could hardly contain his excitement. He turned to the other man and said, "I have heard of him and have had the privilege of viewing his work, particularly the 1979 piece titled Lotus Rising from the Mud, which boasts a rich composition and exquisite technique that left a profound impression on me." Zhang Shigua noticed the sparkle in Chen Xu's eyes as he spoke of his master, especially his recollection of the master's work, and naturally warmed to him. He smiled and remarked, "Who would have thought, young man, that you too are a carpenter?" Chen Xu quickly waved his hands. No. I do not possess the exquisite craftsmanship of a seasoned artisan like you. I merely have a keen interest in this field, and I plan to establish a woodcarving factory. If you don't mind, uncle, you could stay on with the factory's carpenters, and the salary will only increase. Following the thread of conversation, Chen Xu laid out his intentions to Zhang Shigua. The latter was momentarily taken aback, clearly flabbergasted. What? This young man wants to open a woodcarving factory and is inviting him to work with the factory's workers, with a salary that is higher than before? Such good fortune suddenly arriving was quite overwhelming for Zhang Shigua. After a brief moment of astonishment, he couldn't help but confirm with Chen Xu, "Really? Is that true?" Lu Dajin stepped forward appropriately. "Indeed, this project has my involvement as well. You need not worry about wages or any other concerns." Chen Xu nodded with a smile. "Yes. There is no need to fret about a lack of tasks. Once the factory is operational, I can assign you work." At this point, before Zhang Shigua could leap for joy, Chen Xu shifted the conversation, saying, "If we could persuade your master to oversee things, I can assure you that our factory will never lack for work. If Master Zhang Tianluan could personally come to provide guidance, not only would we tackle simple woodcarving boxes, but we could also manage the most complex crafts found in Shanghai's artisan factories." However, upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Zhang Shigua's heart, which had just begun to soar, sank once more. He glanced at Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, his expression troubled as he replied, "To have master come here is likely unfeasible. After a prolonged absence from requesting gifts, a timid plea for a small token arises. I wish to savor a great chicken leg just once." Chapter 152. Denying the lazy man's feast through inquiry. Chen Xu and Lu Dajin learned that Master Zhang Tianluan's spouse had suffered a stroke and was now unable to care for herself, to tend to her needs. Zhang Tianluan had significantly reduced his workload since the latter half of last year, occasionally taking on small jobs at home, such as crafting door panels, to sustain their livelihood. Convincing him to work at the factory would likely be a challenge, particularly given the long hours involved. Lu Dajin, who had recently lost his wife, could deeply empathize with the elder's predicament. Under the current circumstances, it was clear that the elderly gentleman must prioritize his spouse's health. Chen Xu recalled that Master Zhang's wife had succumbed to a sudden illness after suffering a stroke, unable to gather the funds for medical treatment, leading to her untimely passing. The elder had since been mired in melancholy, and after a few months, he too followed her into the beyond. The year of Zhang Tianluan's departure was the early days of 1983, while the present moment lingered in the dawn of 1982, leaving them with a year ahead. As they journeyed home, Chen Xu pondered for a considerable time before addressing Lu Dajin beside him. Expressing his belief in the necessity of inviting this seasoned master to assist at the factory, he suggested offering a higher salary, which would not only enhance the elders' living and financial circumstances, but also fulfill their need for an experienced craftsman on site. After all, it would spare the master from the anguish of watching his beloved suffer due to a lack of funds for treatment, ultimately leading to a tragic parting. Lu Dajin shared this sentiment, understanding the old man's yearning for his partner's recovery. Yet, in this era, everything came at a cost. His own wife, for instance, might have lived 3 years less without the means for proper care. Little did he anticipate that, post-surgery, her condition would relapse within 2 years, leaving no chance for salvation this time. This thought weighed heavily on Lu Dajin's heart. However, since Chen Xu was so keen on having the old master work at the factory, Lu Dajin resolved to offer a salary sufficient to afford a caregiver earning 20 yuan a month to assist in looking after his ailing spouse, while also allowing the master to save a little. With this in mind, he turned to Chen Xu and inquired about the appropriate salary. Chen Xu, cradling a small fish, contemplated briefly before suggesting a monthly payment of 150 yuan. This figure was among the highest in Rongqing, yet he deemed it worthy for the master's skills. Initially, Lu Dajin expected Chen Xu to propose a salary of around 80 or 90 yuan, so he was taken aback by the 150 yuan offer. Nevertheless, he quickly agreed with a smile, saying, "All right, you can rest assured to head to Modu tomorrow. I will take care of this matter concerning the elder." Chen Xu, possessing a solid understanding of wood carving, supported this decision, whether out of an assessment of the master's worth or a genuine desire to assist. He had intended to personally visit the old artist, but Zhang Shiguo informed him that the master seldom received guests in the evenings. And with his own schedule being tight in the following days, he had to entrust the task to Lu Dajin. Despite being a wealthy heir, Lu Dajin was approachable and amiable, and Chen Xu felt confident that the old man would not take issue with him. As they were set to collaborate, it was time to allow Lu Dajin to take the reins on this matter. "Very well, I shall head to Modu tomorrow and await your good news upon my return." Chen Xu replied with a smile. Their ideas harmonized, and they returned home, deep in discussion. Upon reaching Jinshi Road, they both visited Lu Dajin's residence, where Chen Xu drafted a partnership agreement, and they signed the partnership contract. Together, they established a wood carving factory, with Chen Xu investing 16,000 yuan for an 80 stake, while Lu Dajin contributed 4,000 yuan for the remaining 20. The funds were allocated for renting the factory space, renovations, purchasing timber, and covering wages for workers and other operational costs. Once the agreement was finalized, Little Fish wished to watch television at Lu Dajin's home, while Chen Xu returned to his seed shop to prepare dinner. However, upon entering the shop's kitchen, he discovered a pot simmering on the stove, emanating a delightful aroma. He stepped in and opened the lid, revealing a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. Chen Xu understood immediately, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He walked over to the sunflower seed shop, glancing at Chen Xiannan, who had just finished serving someone. With a teasing tone, he asked, "Fourth sister, have you made chicken stew?" Upon hearing his voice, Chen Xiannan quickly discarded the enamel cup in her hand and hurried to Chen Xu's side. Casting a glance towards the kitchen's back door, she warned him softly, "Shu, keep it down. This is for Qingyu and you heir to nourish their bodies. We can't let that big glutton get a hold of it." Regardless of Chen Xu's camaraderie with Lu Dajin, she had no intention of letting that lazy man partake in her carefully prepared dish for her cousin's wife and niece. Chen Xu chuckled and inquired, "What's the matter? Sister, do you have a problem with Dajin?" Chen Xiannan, not one to gossip, nonetheless did not conceal her disdain for Lu Dajin. "I just find him unappealing, but that is my own opinion. Your friendship with him is your concern." Once she finished speaking, noticing the influx of customers, she had no time for further conversation. "All right, I need to help out. The chicken soup will take about half an hour to fully cook, so don't mess with it." With that, she hurried to attend to the customers. At the entrance, a woman was requesting Jiang Qingyu to give her an extra cup of sunflower seeds. Chen Xiannan, having caught the gist of it, approached with a smile. "Sister, we're all workers here. We can't decide on giving you extra seeds. You're a regular customer, and I'll definitely let you know about any discounts as soon as they happen." As she spoke, she adeptly filled a bag with seeds, cheerfully handing it to the woman. Though the latter had not gained anything extra, she could hardly argue with Chen Xiannan's words, and could only agree with a smile. "All right, just make sure to inform me about any promotions." "Absolutely," Chen Xiannan replied, turning to greet another customer. "Hey, uncle, you're back. How many pounds today? Still the 5-spice flavor?" Having finished with one customer, she swiftly attended to the next, her efficiency markedly improved since her arrival. Chen Xu, arms crossed, observed his fourth sister with intrigue. Her adaptability exceeded his expectations, especially since moving to Rongcheng, where she had begun to embrace a more polished appearance. In just over a month, she appeared significantly more radiant than in Qingyu village, displaying a spirited and ambitious demeanor. If this trend continued, she was bound to become a formidable woman in the future. Wasn't this a far better path than following that brood Zhongchong? However, Chen Xu was puzzled as to why his fourth sister seemed to have a problem with the amiable Lu Dejin. This sentiment was not unique to Chen Xu. Even Lu Dejin himself felt bewildered. At dinner that evening, as was customary, Lu Dejin arrived to join them. Seated at the table, he gazed at the sumptuous array of dishes, particularly the fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms, inhaling its aroma eagerly. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he stood up, preparing to serve himself a taste. However, before he could reach out, a pair of somewhat rough hands seized the ladle from the pot, filled a large bowl to the brim with chicken and broth, and placed it before Qingyu under Lu Dajin's slightly dazed gaze. "Qingyu, you are in need of nourishment now. This is quite restorative, so do indulge," Chen Xian'an remarked, subsequently taking another large bowl, filling it generously, and setting it before Xiao Yuer. "Yuer, you should eat more as well. You're in the midst of growing." With the arrival of these two substantial bowls, the pot of chicken and mushrooms was diminished by 2/3, leaving little more than scraps of chicken legs and wings. Lu Dajin did not feel compelled to consume the meat himself, recognizing that his sister-in-law and Xiao Yuer required the nourishment more than he did. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Chen Xu's cousin harbored some resentment towards him. Observing this, Chen Xu was both amused and exasperated, hurriedly beckoning Lu Dajin. "Dajin, do eat, especially the crispy meat. Is it not your favorite?" Upon hearing Chen Xu's call, Lu Dajin regained his composure, smiling in response. "Ah, certainly. You too do hurry." The dining table remained relatively harmonious. After all, Chen Xian'an was aware that this was Chen Xu's home. Aside from her small chicken stew, which she preferred not to share with Lu Dajin, she felt little obligation to intervene. After the meal, she proactively went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and tidy up. No matter how capable Chen Xu was, he remained a man, and his cleaning habits were less meticulous. Having been accustomed to household chores from a young age, Chen Xian'an could not tolerate his lack of thoroughness. As Qingyu's belly grew rounder, Chen Xian'an forbade her from meddling in the kitchen. Xiao Yuer, however, was permitted to assist, though this little one was still at an age where playfulness reigned supreme. While he genuinely wished to help with the dishes, more often than not, he found himself frolicking with Bubbles. Chen Xian'an did not reprimand him. Instead, she took advantage of the moment when Chen Xu led Qingyu upstairs to whisper, "Don't get your clothes wet, or there will be consequences." Xiao Yuer quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grains, raising his damp little hands, thumb and forefinger forming a small circle, directing it at Chen Xian'an, and puffing out a breath. The little fellow's blow sent two bubbles floating towards Chen Xian'an, causing her to erupt in delightful laughter. Initially intending to scold him, Chen Xian'an found herself unable to resist joining in the merriment at the sound of his giggles. "You little rascal." Seeing that his aunt was not genuinely angry, Xiao Yuer swirled his hands in the basin, splashing water playfully, only to inadvertently allow the moisture to seep into his sleeves. Noticing the wetness on his sleeves, Chen Xian'an felt compelled to be stern, exclaiming, "Look at you. Your clothes are soaked. If you misbehave, there will be repercussions." With that, she playfully swatted his little bottom. At that moment, Lu Dajin approached the kitchen door and witnessed Chen Xian'an scolding Xiao Yuer and playfully chastising the obedient little one. How could he stand by? He had always cherished this little darling, almost treating him like a daughter. Seeing Chen Xian'an being both fierce and punitive, his expression darkened, and he strode into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Oh, why are you scolding the child?" Lu Dajin entered the kitchen and promptly embraced the little fish, defending the small creature. Chen Xianwan had yet to react when the little one, who had just been perched on a wooden stool, was swept away. Noticing it was Lu Dajin, she did not offer a warm reception, extending her arms to reclaim the little fish. "She is my niece. What business do you have in educating her? Surely, one cannot indulge her too much, and besides, she had not struck with force. What concern was it of Lu Dajin's?" Lu Dajin was unwilling to let the little fish fall back into the jaws of danger. Seeing that Chen Xu was not on the first floor, he carried the little fish towards the back door, declaring, "You've finished your scolding. I shall take her to my room to watch television." Chen Xianwan, frustrated that she could not retrieve the little one, felt her anger rise as she hurried after him, exclaiming, "Lu Dajin, the child's clothes are still wet. Lu Dajin had already brought the little fish into the living room, where animated cartoons were playing on the television. He placed the small creature on the sofa, patted her sleeve, and upon finding it only slightly damp, offered her a piece of tissue. It's all taken care of. Let the little fish enjoy the cartoons for now. He felt certain that upon returning, the child would face her aunt's wrath. This woman clearly had a fiery temper. At that moment, the little fish was captivated by the animation, sitting on the sofa and raising her small hand towards Chen Xianwan, sweetly saying, "Auntie, Uncle Dajin has made it all better. Let us watch cartoons at Uncle Dajin's house." Chen Xianwan had no desire to linger in Lu Dajin's chaotic home. And being a widow, she felt the weight of societal norms. Staying in another man's home was not appropriate. Seeing the little fish reluctant to leave, she had no choice but to call out from the doorway, "Anyone be watching, but you mustn't watch for too long. I'll come back to take you home." Chen Xianwan had never viewed Lu Dajin as a trustworthy individual and certainly did not feel comfortable leaving the little fish alone with him for an extended period. After all, just previously, there had been an incident in the neighboring village involving a disrespectful elderly man who had preyed upon a girl with intellectual disabilities. It was wise to remain cautious. Were Lu Dajin aware of how he was perceived by Chen Xianwan, he might have been taken aback. Naturally, in his eyes, she did not appear virtuous either. As soon as Chen Xianwan stepped away, Lu Dajin leaned in and quietly asked the little fish, "When your parents are away, does your aunt often hit you?" The little fish, taken aback by the question, looked puzzled, not understanding why Uncle Dajin would inquire such a thing. Though perplexed, she pondered seriously and replied, "No, she doesn't really?" Lu Dajin raised an eyebrow, surprised. However, before he could speak further, the little fish continued, "Auntie will hit me even when Daddy is there. Sometimes, if I do something wrong, Auntie will still spank me, even with Daddy present." Lu Dajin was quite astonished. "What? She hits you even when your father is around? Could it be that even Chen Xu could not rein in his sister?" This woman was more ferocious than he had anticipated. The little fish longed to watch the cartoons, yet felt uneasy without clarifying things with Uncle Dajin, adding, "Auntie only hits me when I've done something wrong." She leaned closer to Lu Dajin, her voice imbued with an air of mystery, whispering, "Auntie catches fish. But the fish do not feel pain, you know. This is a little secret of the small fish. She believes Auntie is unaware that they do not experience hurt." At that moment, Lu Dajin was lost in thoughts about Chen Qiannan's fierce demeanor at home, and upon hearing the little fish's words, he suddenly realized the truth. So, this woman merely pretends to intimidate the small fish. No wonder Chen Xu did not intervene. As Lu Dajin grasped this understanding, he recalled how he had snatched the small fish from the kitchen earlier, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was he who had misunderstood her intentions. As for the minor squabbles between Chen Qiannan and Lu Dajin, Chen Xu had little inclination to intervene. After all, he was to depart for the bustling metropolis the following day, and he wished to spend quality time with Yi Qingyu, whom he would not see for several days. While Yi Qingyu worked on her project, he would be by her side, peeling fruits, preparing warm water when she was thirsty, and stealing kisses when she grew weary. The sight of her blushing cheeks filled him with contentment. They cherished these rare moments of solitude. After Yi Qingyu completed her work, Chen Xu would recline on the sofa with her nestled in his embrace, enjoying the tranquility as he gently played with her hair, feeling utterly satisfied. As the clock struck 9, when Chen Xiannan ascended the stairs with the small fish in her arms, the little one had already drifted into slumber. Yi Qingyu too had succumbed to sleep in Chen Xu's embrace. Not wishing to disturb them, Chen Qiannan decided to carry the small fish directly to her room. Chen Xu, unfazed, cradled the sleeping figure in his arms and entered the room, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead, thereby concluding a day that was both delightful and fulfilling. The following morning, Chen Xu set off for the metropolis. Less than an hour after his departure, the Qianlixiang sunflower seed shop opened its doors early, ready to welcome customers. However, within half an hour of opening, a familiar silhouette approached Chen Qiannan and Jiang Qinghua. Just as Chen Qiannan was about to greet the newcomer, surprise flickered across her face upon recognizing her. "Third sister, what brings you here?" Chapter 154. Is the lazy man speaking human language? Upon hearing Chen Qiannan's greeting, Chen Yingdi's face brightened, and her gaze swept the small shop, but not finding Chen Xu, she inquired, "Is Chen Xu not in the shop today?" Jiang Qinghua, with a hearty smile, replied, "No, he's gone to the metropolis." Upon learning that Chen Xu had ventured to the metropolis, Chen Yingdi's interest piqued, and she promptly stepped into the shop, treating it as her own, finding a seat at an Ada Mortal's table, pouring herself a bowl of tea to quench her thirst. She turned to the two and asked, "What is he doing in the metropolis?" Chen Xianan and Jiang Qingyu were well aware of their third sister's tendencies. Hearing her inquire about Chen Xu, they exchanged knowing glances and chose to remain silent. "We have no idea. Perhaps you can ask him when he returns in a few days," Chen Xianan replied curtly, returning to her duties with the customers. "Please, make yourself comfortable. We will attend to you once we finish," Jiang Qingyu added, preparing to head back to Guanyuan village for another load of sunflower seeds. Although he did not particularly favor his sister-in-law, she remained his relative by marriage. Thus, despite his lack of enthusiasm, he felt compelled to extend the customary courtesies. Chen Indi, noticing their evident reluctance to discuss Chen Xu, smiled and remarked that she bore no ill will and urged them not to let her presence hinder their work. Her words were gracious, yet her eyes betrayed an unmistakable disdain as she pondered whether these two had truly deluded themselves into believing they were loyal servants to Chen Xu. Nevertheless, Chen Indi had no intention of departing anytime soon. With Chen Xu absent, there was no one to usher her away. Ever since resigning from her position at the supply and marketing cooperative, she had contemplated various business ventures, though none had seemed suitable for one reason or another. Prior to her visit today, she had heard that Chen Xu's sunflower seeds were exceedingly popular in Rongqing, leading her to consider establishing her own shop. After all, with Rongqing being so vast, it was unlikely that Chen Xu's single enterprise could monopolize the market. However, to her surprise, as she strolled along the street today, she observed numerous nut and seed shops undergoing renovations. If she were to open her own, the competition would undoubtedly be fierce. This thought ignited a flicker of resentment towards her cousin, were it not for Chen Xu's prominence as a small business owner, which had sparked a wave of entrepreneurship in Rongqing. She would not be facing such intense competition now. The very presence of these newly established shops only amplified her struggles. If Chen Xu had possessed even a modicum of consideration, he would have invited her to join him in Rongqing, sparing her the plight of navigating the market alone. As her frustration festered, a figure emerged from the kitchen, diverting her attention. Today, Lu Dajin was set to visit the esteemed Mr. Zheng Tianluan and had made a special effort to present himself well. His hair was neatly styled, his beard freshly shaven, and he wore tailored trousers paired with a crisp shirt and leather jacket, accessorized with a fashionable Meihua brand watch. The transformation made him appear almost unrecognizable from the previous day. Upon seeing him, particularly the gleaming watch on his wrist, Chen Indi's interest piqued. She could instantly tell that he was a man of considerable means. However, she found herself puzzled as to why he would venture into Chen Xu's seed shop. To Chen Xian, Lu Dajin's polished appearance merely highlighted his previous laziness. After finishing with a customer, she caught sight of Lu Dajin entering the shop and, with a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold, informed him that Chen Xu had already left, questioning his purpose for being there. She still harbored a grudge against him for his remarks about her taking Xiaoyu to watch television the day before. Lu Dajin, initially intending to share a breakfast, sensed the chill in her reception and realized his hopes were dashed. He awkwardly replied that he merely wished to see Xiaoyu. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for misunderstanding Chen Xian's intentions regarding Xiaoyu, her unwelcoming demeanor left him somewhat uncomfortable. "Xiaoyu has gone out to play with her sister across the street," Chen Xian curtly responded, returning to her tasks. It was Chen Indi who, within a few exchanges, discerned that this man was a friend of Chen Xu. She promptly rose from her seat, beaming as she exclaimed, "Oh, my dear brother, please have a seat." Lu Dajin initially presumed that this woman was merely a patron of the establishment, but was momentarily taken aback by Chen Indi's unexpected greeting. Chen Indi quickly introduced herself. "Ah, I am Chen Xu's third cousin, here to visit him. You must be his friend, correct?" As she spoke, she discreetly scrutinized Lu Dajin from head to toe, fully convinced that he was indeed a man of wealth. Only that fool Chen Xianan failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. What sort of demeanor was that towards such a person? Upon hearing Chen Indi's introduction, Lu Dajin finally grasped the situation, particularly noticing her warmth and amiable nature, which starkly contrasted with Chen Xianan's. He immediately responded with a smile. "I truly didn't realize. Dear third cousin, you appear even younger than your sister." At that moment, Chen Xianan, who was busy serving guests sunflower seeds, felt a slight tremor in her hand as she pondered, is this lazy man actually speaking coherently? Meanwhile, Chen Indi was grinning from ear to ear, remarking, "Oh dear, I'm getting old. I'll be 30 this May. Lu Dajin grinned back. Then I must call you sister, as I will only turn 30 in July. Lu Dajin was quite the conversationalist, and with the exceptionally warm and easygoing Chen Xu, they quickly warmed to each other within just a couple of minutes. However, Lu Dajin was still preoccupied with visiting Zheng Tianluan, so after a brief exchange, he prepared to return and change his shoes before heading to the elder Zheng's residence. Realizing that this man was the local resident from Rongqing who had sold the house to Chen Xu, and particularly that he lived next door, Chen Xu became even more enthusiastic and followed him into the kitchen. Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to cook some noodles for you? Lu Dajin found Chen Xu's third cousin to be quite delightful and replied with a smile, No, it's all right. I'll just grab a bite when I go out. He understood that Chen Xu maintained good relations with his relatives, and facing Chen Xu's third cousin, he felt no need for wariness, especially since she was far more amiable than his fourth cousin. Today, Chen Xu had initially intended to inquire about Chen Xu's recent circumstances. Since Chen Xianan and Jiang Qingyu were not particularly engaging, she took the opportunity to chat with Lu Dajin and casually remarked, Oh dear, you all seem so busy. I wonder what that rascal Chen Xu has been up to lately. I can hardly find him. Just my luck that I come to Rongqing. And he is off to Modu. Lu Dajin, noticing the regret on Chen Xu's face, offered reassurance with a smile. Sister, Chen Xu is genuinely busy. Not only is he off to Modu for real estate transactions, but he is also quite occupied. Before Lu Dajin could finish his sentence, a piercing gaze filled with hostility shot from the direction of the kitchen door, compelling him to instinctively close his mouth, while a strange sensation stirred within him. It seemed that Chen Xianan did not want him discussing Chen Xu with the third cousin. Lu Dajin's mind raced, realizing he might have inadvertently spoken out of turn and offended Chen Xianan. Not wishing to linger any longer, he swiftly addressed Chen Xu. Sister, I must take my leave. Let us chat another time. With that, he hurriedly made his exit, leaving Chen Xu in a state of shock and confusion. She even began to question whether her hearing had betrayed her. Chen Xu has actually purchased a property in the bustling metropolis? Chapter 155, The Enthusiastic Young Man Like a Bandit. Chen Xian, am I closer to you, or is Chen Xu? You don't even want to share any news? Do you really consider yourself to be Chen Xu's elder sister? After Lu Dajin departed, Chen Xu was ignited by a strong curiosity. Jiang Qingyu had gone to manage the cargo on Yuan Street, leaving her to pursue Chen Xian for answers. Chen Xian, annoyed by the inquiries and provoked by Chen Xu's harsh words, retorted in frustration, So what if I am close to Chen Xu? At least my cousin had the decency to spend thousands on our grandfather's medical treatment when he was ill, and he offered assistance during our family's hardships. Where were you, the third sibling, during those times? What does it matter to you if Chen Xu bought a house in the metropolis? Do you think knowing about it would make it yours? You truly are a peculiar person. Please do not disturb me while I entertain my guests. Chen Xian had completely lost her patience and no longer cared about familial ties. She understood all too well what kind of person the third sibling was. From a young age, she had often found herself at a disadvantage with her, and now, even as an adult, she felt that the third sister's successful marriage left her unable to hold her head high. However, her mindset had shifted. Even as a divorced woman, Chen Xian was self-sufficient. And as for the third sister, she could do as she pleased. Especially since they had not openly clashed before, Chen Xian had chosen to ignore her. Chen Xu, taken aback by the younger sister's newfound sharpness so soon after her arrival in Rongqing, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she could only angrily exclaim, I see you as a foolish traitor. You refuse to support your own cousin, thinking that helping Chen Xu will earn his gratitude? He would merely regard you as an obedient dog. Upon hearing this, not only Chen Xian, but even the guests who usually shared a good rapport with her could not accept Chen Xu's words. Dear comrade, is this how one speaks of their own sister? It seems you are the one lacking in conscience. Indeed, we observe how Chen boss treats Qian. Why are you here to sow discord? Oh dear, how unfortunate for the Chen family to have such a relative, berating their own cousins. Chen Xian was thoroughly enraged by Chen Xu's remarks, hurling aside her enamel mug and pushing her towards the door. Since you've spoken so harshly, I shall not hold back. You are not welcome here, leave. Despite having lost considerable weight over the past 6 months, Chen Xian still possessed a formidable strength, especially when confronted with the much slimmer Chen Xu, who had hardly ever engaged in heavy labor. With ease, she pushed her out of the store. Chen Xu, too proud to remain in such a hostile environment, felt uncomfortable with Chen Xian's demeanor. Though she was displeased, with so many people watching her being criticized, she had no choice but to leave, hurling a few curses as she stormed out. However, after walking a short distance, her anger bubbled up again, and she muttered under her breath, "Is it merely because she has latched onto Chen Xu's powerful influence? Such a dog, relying on others for strength." Chen Xianan was determined not to let anything impede her business, so she promptly ushered the intruder away and returned to serving her customers, swiftly dismissing the unpleasant encounter from her mind. Meanwhile, Lu Dajin had arrived in Shuanglin town, penetrating the home of the venerable Zhang Tianluan and his spouse with alarming speed. In the courtyard, an elderly gentleman, with a ruddy complexion and keen eyes emanating a subtle charisma, sat resting on a wooden stool. He glanced at the young man who had just helped him carry a hefty load of wood into the yard and smiled gently, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." Zhang Tianluan was not one to trouble others, and he had intended to move the timber himself after it was delivered from the neighboring town. Unexpectedly, a spirited young man had insisted on assisting him, seizing the wood from his hands. Had it not been for the genuine help, he might have thought he had encountered a bandit. Lu Dajin, shaking off the slight numbness in his hands, grinned broadly. "It was nothing, sir." After a moment, he surveyed the yard. It was an aging residence, with a simple shed on the west side. Inside the shed were several wooden stools, a table of semi-finished goods, and a large door. The ground was littered with pristine wood shavings, and the air was imbued with the distinctive aroma of timber. Lu Dajin did not rush to disclose his purpose. Instead, he turned to Zhang Tianluan and inquired with a smile, "Sir, how much do you typically earn from odd jobs at home each month?" Zhang Tianluan could discern that this young man hailed from Rongqing, and given his question, he likely had some knowledge of his reputation and circumstances. He glanced toward the house and replied quietly, "It's adequate, just enough to scrape by, around 30 yuan a month." It wasn't that there was no work. Rather, he had to dedicate much of his time to caring for his wife's daily needs and accompanying her for rehabilitation, which limited him to accepting only simple tasks. Sometimes, he even found himself delaying deliveries, resulting in a dwindling workload. Upon hearing this, Lu Dajin's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed on. "How can 30 yuan suffice for living? I have heard about your wife's condition. Does she not need to visit the traditional medicine clinic for treatment? The expenses for acupuncture and such must be considerable, and even the savings may not sustain your living." Zhang Tianluan, taken aback by Lu Dajin's thorough understanding of his situation, felt a strange sensation rising within him. It seemed this young man was not merely a passerby offering assistance. He looked at Lu Dajin with curiosity and asked, "Young man, is there another purpose for your visit?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the directness of the elder's question, Lu Dajin scratched his head and replied with a sincere smile, "Indeed, I do have a matter to discuss." The elderly gentleman, now wary, inquired, "What is it?" With genuine warmth, Lu Dajin explained, "My friends and I are in the process of establishing a wood carving factory, but we are in need of an experienced master to oversee operations. We would like to invite you to join us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianluan looked toward the house once more and resolutely responded, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must remain at home to care for my beloved wife." Lu Dajin was not surprised by the old man's outright refusal. After all, if he were in the same position, he would likely make the same choice. However, he recalled Chen Xu's earnest instructions from the previous day about what to communicate to the old man. He briefly organized his thoughts and continued, "Uncle, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. I fully understand your situation and agree that your loved one should come first. Yet, have you considered that your current income only suffices for basic living expenses? If this continues, to speak candidly, what if one day your wife or you suddenly fall ill or face a more serious ailment requiring hospitalization? Would you be able to afford the medical expenses?" Hearing these words from Lu Dajin, Zhang Tianluan immediately grew displeased, his face revealing signs of anger. "What do you mean? Are you cursing my wife?" Lu Dajin noticed the old man's expression change dramatically and quickly reassured him, "Uncle, that is certainly not my intention. I genuinely wish for both you and Auntie to remain healthy. This is a very practical concern. If an emergency arises and you cannot afford treatment, wouldn't the situation be even worse?" Seeing Lu Dajin's sincere demeanor, Zhang Tianluan, though still flushed with anger, found it difficult to explode. Particularly, he had been contemplating this very issue himself. What would happen to his partner while he worked? Lu Dajin recognized the old man's apprehensions and continued, "I have many acquaintances in Rongqing. If you are willing, I can assist you in finding a reliable, professional caregiver to look after Annie. Find a caregiver? Are they trustworthy? Zhang Tianluan observed Lu Dajin's confident expression and began to waver. Lu Dajin nodded affirmatively. I would never recommend someone unreliable. Zhang Tianluan felt more tempted. Yet he knew that a caregiver would require at least 30 to 40 a month. How much was this young man planning to offer him? In the past, as a foreman at a factory, he earned 75 a month. Contemplating this, Zhang Tianluan cautiously inquired, what salary can you offer me per month? Lu Dajin, noticing the old man's growing interest, replied with a smile, 150 a month, including 2 meals. Upon hearing such an astonishingly high salary, Zhang Tianluan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Strange, where is Su? Why hasn't he appeared in these chapters? I must find him at the dining table. If he doesn't show up, what if the elders think the word count is insufficient? How frustrating. Chapter 156. The exhibition after several days of travel. Chen Xu finally reached his destination, coinciding perfectly with the date he had previously arranged with old lady Zhou to transact the property. By 11:30 in the morning, Chen Xu arrived at the villa and met with old lady Zhou. Compared to their initial encounter, she was notably more welcoming this time, having completely lowered her guard. After signing the rental agreement, Chen Xu promptly handed over the payment. They enjoyed lunch at old lady Zhou's home before heading to the local housing authority in the afternoon. The efficiency of the service there was remarkable. Within less than an hour of their arrival, they completed the property transfer formalities. Chen Xu successfully secured ownership of the villa. Elderly Mrs. Zhou beamed with joy. Her smile wide as she frequently mentioned to Chen Xu on their way home that her family would soon come to take her to Malaysia, where she would enjoy a life surrounded by her descendants. In the following days, she assured Chen Xu that she would not be a burden. Her eldest nephew would arrive in the afternoon to take her to stay for a few days. After all, the ownership of the house now belonged to Chen Xu. And regardless of whether he moved in or not, Mrs. Zhou would not linger for another day. This was her principle. Chen Xu had no objections, as he did not intend to remain in the bustling metropolis for long. Once he concluded his affairs, he would return to Qingyu. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two arrived at the garden villa, where Mrs. Zhou had nearly finished packing her modest belongings. Upon returning to the villa, she promptly called her nephew, and in less than half an hour, the doorbell rang. However, it was not Wu Wenjun who arrived, but his wife, Li Li, a petite and demure woman, epitomizing the archetype of a Shanghai lady. Li Li was also a dutiful spouse. Upon entering the villa and greeting Mrs. Zhou and Chen Xu, she began assisting Mrs. Zhou with her luggage. In less than 10 minutes, the bags were loaded into the car. Li Li invited Mrs. Zhou to sit in the back seat with her, and after exchanging farewells with Chen Xu, they departed in the sedan. With the villa matters resolved, Chen Xu did not rush back to Qingyu. He locked the villa's main door and intended to visit a nearby electronics store to purchase a camera. He also planned to visit the carving art factory in the metropolis to capture some photographs to bring back, which would greatly facilitate communication with the craftsman later. In this era, it was indeed the golden age of domestic cameras. Upon entering the electronics store, Chen Xu was greeted by a dazzling array of camera options. There were well-known domestic brands such as Shuangniu, as well as Seagull and Phoenix. Other brands included Hongmei, Muten, Huashan, Zhujiang, Dongfang, and Tianyi, among others. The sales staff were quite amiable. Even though they recognized that Chen Xu was an outsider and might not afford such extravagant items, they provided thorough and attentive service. After all, it was their job. Chen Xu, not particularly well-versed in cameras, especially those from the 1980s, felt a need for further study. After spending nearly half an hour in the store examining various models, he noted the features and prices. The Seagull DF was priced at over 500 yuan, while the 4A was around 200 yuan. The more affordable Hongmei No. 2 was still priced at 40 to 50 yuan, and imported cameras were even more expensive, typically ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 yuan. Sir, these models are among our best sellers. Do any of them catch your eye? The salesperson inquired politely, subtly suggesting that if nothing appealed to him, he need not purchase. After all, the prices were indeed steep. Chen Xu pondered for a moment, then reached for a Seagull DF and said, well then, I'll take this one. Having heard of this brand in later years, he felt it offered better functionality and a more personal touch compared to the others. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, the shop assistant was momentarily taken aback. Taking a moment to process his request, with a gentle reminder, she informed him, Sir, this camera is quite expensive. It costs 500. In this era, 500 yuan is no small sum, especially as her monthly salary at the store barely reaches 60 yuan. To save up that amount, she would need to forego food and drink for 9 months. She perceived that this customer, evident from his accent, was an outsider, though his attire was decent. It was not particularly luxurious. She wondered if he had perhaps misremembered the price. Chen Xu picked up the camera, inspected it thoughtfully, and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed somewhat pricey. However, I have a particular fondness for this model. Please wrap it up for me. Oh, certainly. The shop assistant, realizing that Chen Xu was genuinely interested in purchasing the camera, felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, he appeared significantly more charming in her eyes. She quickly nodded and exclaimed, Yes, I will wrap it for you right away. Promptly, she hurried to gather the accessories and a bag, deftly preparing the package. Once the camera was securely wrapped, Chen Xu paid without hesitation, exchanged pleasantries with the assistant, and exited with an air of nonchalance. The assistant, filled with enthusiasm, escorted him to the door, secretly admiring him as he departed. Initially, she had assumed he could not afford such a luxury, but it turned out he was quite well off. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. By the time Chen Xu left the electronics store, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Fortunately, the exhibition hall of the Shanghai Art Carving Factory remained open to the public during the day. As soon as he acquired the camera, he made his way to the carving factory. The person attending to him was a woman in her 40s who recognized him as a friend of the factory's leadership. Come to visit. When Chen Xu expressed his desire to take some photographs, she was more than accommodating. After all, the items on display were not easily crafted. They were the proud creations of some of the finest woodworkers in China, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. Though Chen Xu had recently visited the exhibition hall, he found himself irresistibly drawn to linger, meticulously appreciating the extraordinary artworks. He captured 200 to 300 photographs of the 2 or 3 dozen exhibits, leaving the accompanying hostess astounded. In this era, unlike in later times, each shutter click represented a frame of film, and every shot was a financial expenditure. It was not until he exhausted his film supply that he reluctantly ceased his photographic endeavor. Noticing the time was getting late, he did not wish to delay any further and expressed his gratitude to the hostess, preparing to take his leave. However, before departing, he noticed a thick stack of papers at the reception desk, prominently labeled with the words exhibition sale. Chen Xu halted, promptly produced a bundle of cash, and naturally presented it to the nearby hostess, inquiring, Excuse me, is there to be an exhibition sale in Shanghai? An exhibition sale, by definition, is a promotional event where businesses showcase their products and technologies, expand their channels, promote sales, and disseminate their brand. It involves both merchants and consumers, encompassing both agricultural and industrial products. If he could craft a cypress wood carved flower box within half a month and present it at the exhibition sale, ensuring its quality was robust, he would have no shortage of business. The latter had initially intended merely to placate Chen Xu, not planning to engage in further conversation. However, upon witnessing the substantial sum of money presented by the boss, their heart was immediately swayed. They reached out, accepting the thick bundle of cash with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Indeed. In just 10 days, our carving factory will collaborate with several major companies to host an exhibition and sales event. We will extend invitations to those companies that visit our exhibition hall under their company names. After speaking, without hesitation, they pulled out an invitation and handed it to Chen Xu, saying, If you have time, we warmly welcome you to attend. Originally, invitations were only issued to clients attending in an official capacity. Personal attendees like Chen Xu were not typically included. Yet, given the generous offering, it was evident that the intention was to participate in the exhibition. Providing him with an invitation would allow him to simply fill in the company name later, facilitating his attendance without issue. Upon receiving the invitation from the lady, Chen Xu smiled knowingly, accepting it with a reply, No problem, I will definitely be there. Chapter 157. Chen Xu. Could it be that my wife? In recent days, aside from spending a day in the bustling metropolis, Chen Xu found himself either en route to the city or aboard the train traveling back to Qingyu. Given the inconvenience of train travel compared to high-speed trains and the limited domestic flights, most of his days were spent aboard the train during his 10-day excursion. Fortunately, the Qianlixiang sunflower seed shop could almost entirely be entrusted to Jiang Qinghua and Chen Qianan. Numerous other types of shops had opened nearby, and little fish was no longer solitary, having found steadfast companions for play. Although Qingyu was quite pregnant, her studies remained largely unaffected. Her days were filled with attending classes, spending time with little fish, and awaiting Chen Xu's return. Over the weekend, Qin Junxing seized the opportunity to marry Li Mei, hastily acquiring their marriage certificate. Today, being Monday, the Qin family hosted a lavish banquet, complete with all the customary elements, including a grand sedan chair to bring Li Mei into their home. Li Mei's family, aside from her, was nearly overjoyed, finally recognizing their daughter as success. How fortunate she was to marry into a family of means, the son of the deputy director of a meat processing plant, no less, and a university graduate. In stark contrast, the Qin family wore expressions devoid of genuine joy. Not only was their new daughter-in-law from a rural background, but this marriage had also been coerced under the threat of Li Mei's family, compelling their son into a corner. Particularly, Qin's mother had spent the day in tears, lamenting her son's entanglement with Li Mei's family. Qin Junxing, however, had resigned himself to fate. Although Li Mei harbored ambitions of soaring to greater heights through marriage, she had indeed been an innocent young woman when they first met. With no prospects remaining for Qingyu, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Li Mei's desire to join the Qin family. Nevertheless, the dynamics of their relationship had irrevocably shifted since the day she had issued her ultimatum. As the eve of their wedding approached, the night of the wedding ceremony, Qin Junxing was reluctant to return to the bridal chamber, choosing instead to indulge in revelry with childhood friends, drinking himself into a stupor in the courtyard. Li Mei sat alone in the wedding chamber for an extended period, waiting in vain for Qin Junxing, and eventually decided to extinguish the light and retire to bed. Despite having achieved her goal of marrying a wealthy man from Rongqing and securing a university graduate as her husband, garnering admiration from her family and kin, Li Mei felt no joy whatsoever. She tossed and turned on the vibrant red wedding bed for hours, unable to find slumber. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the room, an overwhelming torrent of emotions surged within her, and hot tears streamed down, soaking the pillow. The following day, just after 5 in the morning, Chen Xu returned to Rongqing. He hurriedly hailed a rickshaw waiting at the train station and rushed to Jianxi Road. Prior to his journey to the bustling metropolis, Qingyu had informed him that she needed to visit the hospital for a prenatal checkup that morning. He was just in time to accompany her. By 6 o'clock, Chen Xu arrived at Jianxi Road, where a few breakfast shops had already opened for business. He crossed the street to a newly opened bun shop, purchasing several meat buns and fried dough sticks, along with some peanut soup, before returning home. Little Fish and Qingyu were still in slumber, leaving the house enveloped in tranquility. Ascending to the second floor, he placed the breakfast on the table and quietly entered the room he shared with Qingyu. At this point, Qingyu's belly had grown to nearly 6 months. Chen Xu had long instructed Little Fish not to sleep with her, for the little one was a restless sleeper, posing a risk of pressing on her belly. Qingyu remained asleep, and unlike her usual routine of waking up early, her growing abdomen made every sleeping position uncomfortable, rendering her unable to rise from bed. Though her slumber was not particularly deep, as Chen Xu approached the bedside and gently sat down, Qingyu sensed the movement and slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the face she had longed for, she was momentarily taken aback, but within the next heartbeat, she was fully alert yet somewhat uncertain, murmuring, "Chen Xu, you're back?" Her voice, laced with a hint of languor, stirred something deep within Chen Xu's heart. Noticing his wife's clumsy attempt to sit up, Chen Xu quickly reached out to assist her, smiling affectionately. "Yes, I'm back. Have you missed me during these days?" As he spoke, he naturally pulled her into his embrace, which remained as warm and fragrant as ever. Feeling the familiar warmth envelop her, Qingyu confirmed it was indeed Chen Xu's return. She wrapped her delicate arms around his waist, unable to suppress her mild discontent. "Why did you take so long to come back?" she chided softly, feeling as if she could hardly bear the weight. Qingyu could hardly believe that the man who had once startled her into fainting had now become someone she adored so deeply, wishing for his presence every day. Sensing her slight mood, Chen Xu tenderly caressed her face, opting not to engage in a debate, but rather indulging her, soothing her gently. "It did take a while. I spent 9 days on the train. In the future, I'll try to travel less and spend more time with you." Qingyu understood the exhausting nature of the green train journeys, and, upon reflecting on Chen Xu's long stay there, dismissed her small grievances. She looked up at him and remarked, "You really should travel less. The train is stifling and quite tiring." With that, she made room for Chen Xu, urging him to rest for a moment. Chen Xu's heart warmed as he held the figure in his arms tightly, unwilling to let her slip away. Noticing her mood lifting slightly, he asked, "I'm not tired. You haven't answered my earlier question yet. Have you missed me?" Qingyu shot him a playful glare. "What do you think?" She felt as if she might perish from longing for him. Chen Xu, captivated by the enchanting glimmer in her autumn-like eyes, could not resist planting a gentle kiss on the tip of her nose. "I don't know," he replied, gazing at her exquisite face, his eyes brimming with affection. "But I truly miss you." Qingyu's heart swelled with adoration for Chen Xu, making her utterly defenseless against his charm. Despite feeling a hint of shyness, she boldly wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in closer. "I miss you too." Ultimately, she underestimated her allure. Initially, she merely intended to share a kiss to ease their mutual yearning. Little did she know, the more they kissed, the more Chen Xu became enraptured, holding her close and whispering sweet nothings that left her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. His longing gaze stirred a mix of tenderness and helplessness within her. At around 7 o'clock, the couple was enjoying breakfast in the living room, preparing to head out for a prenatal checkup. After a while, Qingyu turned to the man beside her, who was engrossed in his breakfast of fried dough and soup. "Chen Xu, when we go for the checkup later, should we?" Her voice trailed off as her face began to blush. "Should we ask the doctor if it's all right too?" To her surprise, Chen Xu, who was sipping peanut soup, immediately understood her implication. He lifted his head to look at her with curiosity. Could it be that she had been contemplating the same thing? Chapter 158. Chen Xu. I'm wronged. By 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Xu had taken Qingyu to the obstetrics and gynecology department of the first hospital in Rongqing. However, he soon discovered that the department was not as bustling as he had envisioned. Unlike in the future, where economic growth heightened the importance placed on childbirth and education, people in this era did not prioritize reproductive safety. Although Rongqing had a significant population, few came for prenatal checkups. Most arrived alone, with only the occasional family member accompanying them. In the sparse crowd of expectant mothers, Chen Xu's tall stature stood out remarkably. "Oh my, isn't that Mr. Chen?" exclaimed a middle-aged woman who recognized him. "How thoughtful of you to accompany your wife for her checkup despite your busy schedule." She was a regular customer from the Qianlixiang melon seed shop and instantly recognized the couple. Responding with a smile, Chen Xu replied, "It's all right. I have help at the store, so I can take some time to be with Qingyu." The woman turned to glance at the visibly pregnant Qingyu and remarked disapprovingly, "Look at Mr. Chen, and then look at your husband. He only finds excuses. You should have listened when we advised you not to marry that man. He neglects you even during childbirth." The woman couldn't help but envy Qingyu, and upon hearing her mother's criticism, her face turned crimson with embarrassment. Regret washed over her. She lamented not having someone as caring as Chen Xu by her side for the checkup. How could she have ended up with such an inconsiderate partner? Seeing the situation, Chen Xu quickly interjected, "Aunt, one cannot say that. I merely had some free time to accompany Qingyu. Perhaps your son-in-law has his own matters to attend to, causing the delay." He certainly did not wish for his presence to inadvertently upset the expectant mother. At this moment, the aunt realized she might have spoken too harshly and promptly softened her tone. "Indeed, enough of that. Now that we have a child on the way, let us not dwell on such things. Come, let me take you for your checkup." With that, she gestured to Chen Xu and led her daughter away. Once the aunt departed, Qingyu gently squeezed Chen Xu's hand, smiling brightly at him. It appeared she had fortuitously stumbled upon a truly remarkable man. Chen Xu, feeling the warmth of her gaze, turned to look at her, his smile enchanting, igniting an irresistible urge to draw her close and steal a kiss. However, with so many people around, he suppressed that impulse. Tenderly squeezing her delicate hand, he reassured her, "I will be by your side the entire time. Do not be anxious. I hear the checkup involves a considerable amount of blood work." The thought of such a delicate girl undergoing so many tests made him wish he could take her place. Qingyu felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, biting her lips slightly and nodding obediently. Before meeting Chen Xu, she had encountered numerous young men eager to dote on her, yet she felt no affinity for them, even believing she did not require their care. However, being beside Chen Xu, she found herself relishing this nurturing attention, yearning to lean against him, to be cherished and looked after by him. Due to the limited number of expectant mothers, it was soon Qingyu's turn. The procedures for the checkup were rather intricate. After a series of tedious tests, and with the results finally in, it was nearing noon. Fortunately, the little ones in her womb were quite healthy. The head physician prescribed some calcium supplements for Qingyu and offered a few words of advice before directing them to the pharmacy. Qingyu had been preoccupied with the look of unfulfilled desire on Chen Xu's face from that morning, eagerly awaiting him to speak. Yet, as they prepared to leave, he remained silent, which made her feel somewhat anxious. At this moment, Chen Xu had indeed forgotten about that matter. Responding to the doctor, he reached for his wife's delicate hand, intending to lead her away. However, as he grasped her wrist, he realized she seemed reluctant to part. Caught off guard, Chen Xu noticed the faint blush on her cheeks and the hint of reproach in her eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, he recalled Qingyu's words from that morning. She desired intimacy. Smacking his forehead, he quickly turned to the doctor, asking in a hushed tone, "Doctor, I have another question." The doctor, preparing to call the next patient, turned to him and replied, "What is it?" "Please, go ahead." Lowering his voice, Chen Xu inquired, "I would like to know if it is permissible for my wife and me to be intimate this month." Upon hearing this, the doctor's expression immediately darkened, and his lips twitched in disbelief as he scolded, "You big fellow. Your wife is carrying twins, which is already quite precarious, and you are still thinking about that. Even if you cannot restrain yourself, you must exercise self-control." The female doctor chastised them sharply, leaving Chen Xu and Qingyu momentarily stunned, and they realized the gravity of the situation from her demeanor. Before Chen Xu could speak, the doctor turned her serious gaze towards Qingyu, earnestly advising, "My dear, you are carrying twins now. Do not indulge your husband just because he lacks self-restraint. Your safety and that of your babies must come first. Never coddle him." As she spoke, she shot a disapproving glance at Chen Xu, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Wasn't it his wife's desire for him to inquire? Of course, he too harbored such thoughts. After all, at his age, filled with youthful vigor, and with a charming wife by his side, it was only natural. However, the doctor had declared it off limits, and he would not cross that line. Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she listened to the doctor's admonishment. She quickly nodded in agreement, like a chick pecking at rice, and hastily pulled Chen Xu out of the examination room as if fleeing. Only after collecting the medication at the pharmacy did she regain her composure, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having prompted Chen Xu's reprimand. She also felt sympathy for him having to endure that scolding. Just as they exited the hospital, she turned to him and said, "I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't mean for you to get reprimanded. We can't engage in that anymore." Seeing the downcast expression on his wife's face, Chen Xu mistakenly assumed it was due to their inability to be intimate. Surprised yet tender-hearted, he reached out to tousle her hair, offering a reassuring smile. "It's all right," he said, and with resolute conviction, he added, "And rest assured, once you give birth, I will certainly ensure your needs are met." Chen Xu genuinely believed that Qingyu's earlier request stemmed from her own desires. Qingyu was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Did he think she wanted it? Yet, she couldn't deny that there was a hint of longing when she was close to Chen Xu. Initially, she had not considered it, but his words made her feel guilty, causing her cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of crimson, thus solidifying her own desires. Noticing her cheeks redden once more, Chen Xu found her adorably endearing. He wrapped his arm around her and led her forward, choosing not to dwell on the subject further, fearing she might get too flustered. Upon returning home, they discovered it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. However, just as they stepped through the door, Chen Xu was surprised to see a familiar face. Li Mei had come to visit. Chapter 159. The tension intensifies. Li Mei's visit today was to formally resign from her position. After her leg injury, Chen Xu had suggested she take time off to recuperate, without dismissing her, now that she had married Qingyu. And in light of her previous intentions to ingratiate herself with Chen Xu being exposed, she felt it was inappropriate to remain, hence her decision to resign today. On the way to Qingyu's prenatal checkup, Chen Xu had learned from her about Li Mei's marriage to Qingyu. However, he was surprised to see that despite achieving her desired marriage, Li Mei did not appear particularly joyous. It seemed that life as a wealthy spouse was not as idyllic as one might assume. Although Li Mei had not worked at the shop for long, Chen Xu still ensured she received her wages. As he handed the salary to Li Mei, he cast a complex glance in her direction and spoke in a hushed tone. Audible only to the two of them, "Li Mei, your professional abilities are quite impressive. Instead of relying on men, why not try to depend on yourself? Perhaps the fruits of your own labor will prove to be more substantial and fulfilling than those gained effortlessly." Setting aside Li Mei's aspirations of seeking advantageous connections, Chen Xu genuinely acknowledged her competence, particularly in sales. If she were to focus her energies on enhancing her professional skills rather than on enticing men, she could achieve remarkable success. However, he merely mentioned this offhandedly, partly out of a sense of guilt for having entangled himself with her in an ill-fated relationship while attempting to distance himself from the complications involving Qingyu. Whether Li Mei would heed his words was ultimately her concern. Upon hearing Chen Xu's remarks, Li Mei hesitated momentarily in accepting the money, then managed to muster a sincere smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, boss." After resigning and collecting her wages, she did not linger but exchanged brief pleasantries with Yi Qingyu before departing from the sunflower seed shop. Chen Qian and Yi Qingyu had already prepared the meal in the kitchen, while Xiao Yuer eagerly went next door to fetch Uncle Dejin. "Uncle, it's time for dinner." Lu Dejin bent down, complying with the little one's tug, and upon seeing Chen Qian, a look of discomfort crossed his face as he said to Xiao Yuer, "I really shouldn't. Coming over for dinner so often is quite embarrassing." But Xiao Yuer was undeterred, persistently pulling him toward the room while chirping, "It's all right. Besides, Auntie made braised fish today, and isn't that your favorite?" Just before Chen Qian's expression darkened, the little one added with a bright tone, "Auntie's braised fish is the best." The sweet, high-pitched flattery had a remarkable effect, and Chen Qian could not suppress a smile as she replied to Xiao Yuer, "You are such a good child, remembering Annie's cooking, unlike some people who take advantage and still act coy, especially considering how frequently he came over to enjoy her meals." What could Chen Di possibly say? That she looked older than her third sister? How could she not resent that? Lu Dejin was well aware of Chen Qian's disdain toward him. After all, he had intentionally provoked her that day, as she had been constantly giving him the cold shoulder. Feigning ignorance of Chen Qian's remarks, he smiled at Xiao Yuer. "You must remain cheerful every day. Being frequently upset will age you quickly." Chen Qian retorted, "You might as well just call her by name." If not for Chen Xu and Yi Qingyu's presence, she would have gladly confronted Lu Dejin. This man was utterly infuriating. Chen Xu, observing the palpable tension between the two, felt utterly bewildered. Sensing the discord in the atmosphere, he quickly urged both to sit down for dinner, casting a questioning glance at Yi Qingyu. What had transpired between them in his absence? Why did it seem that their animosity had intensified? Yi Qingyu responded with a similarly perplexed expression, as she had been primarily at school, only returning home for meals. Recently, Lu Dajin has seldom visited, leaving Chen Xu perplexed about the state of their relationship. Observing his wife's ignorance of the situation, he could only sigh in silence and promptly invited Jiang Qinghua to join them for a meal. After dining, he resolved to invite both Lu and his wife for a discussion at a later date, hoping to clarify any misunderstandings. After dinner, Chen Xu escorted Yi Qingyu to school, and upon his return, accompanied Lu Dajin to the factory. In just over 10 days, Lu Dajin had successfully taken charge of the factory's affairs. The sign had been changed from Hexing Furniture to Hexing Carving Arts Factory. Master Zheng Tianluan had also been successfully recruited by Lu Dajin to oversee operations at the factory. With manpower and equipment now in place, they were simply awaiting tasks to commence. As Chen Xu followed Lu Dajin to the factory, he was genuinely pleased to see that Lu had managed everything so adeptly, gaining a newfound respect for him. Partnering with Lu Dajin was, undoubtedly, one of his wisest decisions. Upon arriving at the factory and encountering the lively Master Zheng Tianluan, Chen Xu was unusually excited and greeted the elder warmly. Zheng was taken aback, not expecting such enthusiasm from the new owner of the carving factory. After a brief exchange, Chen Xu wasted no time and presented Zheng with photographs of the wooden flower boxes that needed to be crafted. Given that these were to be artistic pieces produced by the renowned carving factory in the Magic City, Zheng was instantly captivated upon viewing the wooden box. After scrutinizing the photographs for a considerable time, Zheng turned to Chen Xu and said, "Boss Chen, I can certainly carve this box. However, I wish to incorporate some other elements into the design." As a seasoned carpenter, Zheng was not inclined to replicate another's labor. He understood that Chen Xu sought craftsmanship that could rival the wooden box for an upcoming exhibition in the Magic City. As long as he could create exquisite and unique wooden boxes, they need not be exact replicas. Seeing the confidence radiating from the old artist, Chen Xu smiled and nodded in agreement. Very well. If it were anyone else, he might have insisted on a precise imitation, but with an artist like Zheng Tianluan, such a request would be an affront to his talents. Meanwhile, Lu Dajin felt a sense of unease brewing within him. With only half a month remaining until the exhibition, and accounting for travel time, they had merely 10 days left, an incredibly tight schedule. What if Zheng's artistic freedom resulted in something less than expected? Furthermore, the design from the Magic City was bound to be popular, and there were no explicit prohibitions against imitation. Why did Chen Xu acquiesce to the elder's request? The more Lu Dajin pondered, the more he felt it was unwise. Seizing the moment while Zheng was busy sketching new designs, he pulled Chen Xu aside and urged, "Are you really going to let the old master take his time crafting a new style for the wooden box?" Chen Xu, placing a reassuring hand on Lu's shoulder, replied with a smile, "Let the old master give it a try. Who knows, his carved boxes might surpass those from the Magic City. Is that truly feasible?" Lu Dajin questioned, feeling troubled. Although Master Zheng held a significant reputation in Rongqing, it remained a relatively small city. The masterpieces crafted by the masters of the sculpture factory in the Magic City are not easily surpassed. However, Lu Dajin truly lacks the authority to comment on this sculpture, as he is unfamiliar with wood carving. Observing Chen Xu's confident demeanor, he reluctantly conceded, Fine, I don't understand wood carving. This matter must be led by you." Chen Xu beamed and assured him, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." "I hope so," Lu Dajin replied with a wry smile. With the involvement of Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, the sculpture factory has been infused with a vibrant energy, radiating harmony. News of Chen Xu purchasing a house in the Magic City and partnering with someone to manage a furniture factory in Rongqing spread to Lu Meiyun in Kyoto with astonishing speed. What? Chen Xu has bought a Western-style mansion in the Magic City and has co-partnered in a furniture factory? In the hall of a Western-style mansion in Kyoto, Lu Meiyun gazed at the telegram in her hand, her exquisite features reflecting shock and incredulity. Chapter 160. The cypress deer and spring wood carving box. Time flew by swiftly. 8 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Dajin felt a profound sense of unease. Zheng Tianluan, who had spent nearly all 8 days in the factory, finally completed his first work at Hixing Sculpture Factory after undergoing various processes including painting, material selection, rough shaping, refining, fine carving, polishing, waxing, varnishing, and gilding. The piece was the cypress deer and spring wood carving box. Chen Xu and Lu Dajin kept a close watch on the old master's progress, knowing that the task would be completed by this morning. They arrived at the factory early, without a moment's delay. When the wood carving box was finally finished, revealed before the workers and Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, everyone in the factory was taken aback, especially Chen Xu, who was thrilled to witness the old master's creation, particularly the cypress deer and spring wood carving box, which surpassed even the lotus design in its breathtaking beauty. Despite experiencing life twice, he could not contain his excitement. The wood carving box, exquisitely designed, was crafted using techniques such as openwork carving, relief carving, line carving, and lacquer gilding. The most striking feature was the depiction of the cypress deer and spring on the box. Its composition was rich, dynamic, and imbued with endless charm, vividly lifelike. Chen Xu gazed at the wood carving box for a while before he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the craftsmanship of Master Zheng is unparalleled. Even in the finished product, one can discern the steady, precise, and forceful technique, with an impeccable balance of strength. Every detail, whether it be the deer or the leaves, was rendered with astonishing realism, rich in layers." Chen Xu reached out to touch the surface of the wood carving box, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he continued. The wax and varnish finish is executed flawlessly. It possesses a silky smooth texture that is simply exquisite. Furthermore, the deer, a mythical creature, embodies hopes for happiness in present and future life, symbolizing virtue, longevity, flourishing offspring, and beautiful love, resonating perfectly with the theme of this wood carving box. Chen Xu was immensely satisfied with the piece crafted by Zheng Tianluan. It was this wood carving box that made him realize that, in terms of both carving artistry and symbolic depth, it was even more astonishing than the wood carving boxes from the Magic City. As Zheng Tianluan was showered with compliments from Chen Xu, his face displayed a vibrant array of emotions, and he rarely managed to reveal a smile. Responding to Chen Xu with humble gratitude, he expressed his surprise at the youthful Chen, who possessed such profound knowledge of wood carving. As a seasoned carpenter, Zheng Tianluan felt immense joy in encountering someone like Chen Xu, who not only appreciated wood carving, but also recognized the value of his work. Chen Xu, smiling in return, remarked on his good fortune in meeting such an exceptional master craftsman as Zheng Lao, noting that he would greatly rely on his expertise in the factory henceforth. Zheng Tianluan, once reluctant to work in such a factory, now found himself quite fond of his current employment, especially under the stewardship of Chen Xu and Lu Dajin. Though Lu Dajin lacked understanding of wood carving, he was completely captivated by the old man's wood carving box, feeling reassured that with teacher Zhang's exquisite piece, they would surely secure orders at this year's exhibition. He felt fortunate that Chen Xu had not instructed Zheng Lao to replicate the wood carving box from the metropolis, as the beauty of this box distinctly surpassed that of its counterpart. With a sample ready for the exhibition, the two wasted no time. The very next morning, they set off for the metropolis, accompanied by Lu Dajin and the box. It was a Sunday. After breakfast, Qingyu and the little one, Xiaoyu, reluctantly saw Chen Xu off. The reluctant glances exchanged between the two girls tugged at Chen Xu's heartstrings, making it difficult for him to depart. Yet, he had to leave, for earning more was essential to provide them with a comfortable life, free from the worries of hunger. Before formally departing, Chen Xu cradled Xiaoyu in his arms and planted a gentle kiss on her cherubic face, disregarding the crowd outside the seed shop. He then lightly kissed Qingyu's cheek, tenderly caressing her face, and softly promised, "I will return as soon as I can. You both must behave at home during these days." Qingyu, feeling somewhat bashful, blushed at the unexpected affection in front of so many people and nodded gently, saying, "Please take care on your journey." Xiaoyu, with a face full of concern, earnestly reminded him, "Daddy, remember not to talk to strange uncles and aunts outside, or you might get sold. I will help take care of Mommy." Chen Xu was nearly amused by the child's words and affectionately ruffled her little head, replying, "Then I leave Mommy in your capable hands. If you go out to play, don't stray far from her side. Keep an eye on her, and make sure she doesn't stay out too long and eats on time. She mustn't go hungry." Although he was instructing the little one to look after Qingyu, it was more about using the responsibility of caring for her mother to keep Xiaoyu in check, given her playful nature. After hearing her father's instructions, Xiaoyu energetically raised her tiny fist, exclaiming, "Okay, Daddy, you can count on me." Once he had given his instructions, Chen Xu called for Lu Dajin, and together they departed. Qingyu held Xiaoyu as they stood at the entrance of the shop, lingering until the rickshaw they had taken vanished at the end of the street. Only then did the pair return home together. This harmonious scene of their family was entirely witnessed by Li Mei, who stood at the entrance of the bun shop across the street. Particularly, as she observed the reluctant gazes exchanged between Qingyu and Chen Xu upon parting, a genuine sense of envy welled up within her heart. Yet, envy was all she could afford. After purchasing some buns, Li Mei set off on foot towards the vegetable market on Jianxi Road to procure the ingredients for lunch. Although she had successfully married into the affluent Qin Juanqing's household, she could not evade the duties of cooking and laundry. The family's daily needs had nearly all fallen upon her shoulders. Today, she also needed to spend a bit more to buy a pork leg to stew for her in-laws, and she intended to inquire about arranging a job for her brother and sister-in-law at the meat processing plant. It was Sunday, and Qin Junsheng was at home as well. When Li Mei returned from shopping, the two exchanged hardly a word. One retreated to the study to read, while the other busied herself in the kitchen preparing the family's meal. At 12:30, when Qin's father and mother returned home from the meat plant, Li Mei had already prepared a sumptuous feast. As the family of four sat down to eat, the atmosphere was as cold and tense as ever. With her mind preoccupied with family matters, Li Mei noticed that Qin's father seemed to be in a slightly better mood halfway through the meal. She tentatively broached the subject. "Dad, is there any vacancy at the meat plant? My brother and sister-in-law are quite diligent. Could you possibly help arrange something for them?" For Qin's father, the deputy director of the food factory, arranging two positions was merely a matter of a few gestures, and Li Mei felt optimistic about his likelihood of acquiescence. As Qin's father reached for the braised pork knuckle, he heard Li Mei's question and was about to respond. However, upon sensing the piercing glare from his side, he hesitated and discreetly withdrew his hand. Since returning home, Qin's mother had worn a stern expression. Upon hearing Li Mei's inquiry, she did not bother to conceal the disdain on her face, glaring at her and saying, "Li Mei, marrying into the Qin family is already a great fortune for you. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your family's elevation is a given. We, the Qin family, are not a charitable organization. We have no obligation to assist your impoverished relatives." Chapter 161. Li Mei, I am indeed foolish. Qin's mother was not one to hold back, and faced with Li Mei, the rural daughter-in-law who had entered her family through cunning, her disdain intensified. Not to mention, the whole brood of impoverished relatives was a further burden. Though Li Mei had a thick skin, she was still merely an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Being so openly humiliated by Qin's mother, especially in front of Qin Junsheng, was utterly mortifying. She lost all appetite, casting a defiant glance at Qin's mother, suppressing her tears, and saying in a heated tone, "If you look down on our poor relatives, that reflects your failure to educate your son properly, allowing me to find an opportunity. This is entirely your own doing." With that, Li Mei dropped her chopsticks, shot a resentful glance at the seemingly indifferent Qin Junsheng, swallowed all her grievances from the past few days, and rose to leave the room. Qin Mu was utterly incensed, her fury palpable as Li Mei stepped out the door. With a forceful slap of her hand on the table, she erupted in a tirade, denouncing the wretched girl who dared to seduce her son into marrying into the Qin family, believing it to be a matter of pride. What a nest of scoundrels. Despite Li Mei's sharp tongue, she could never match the vitriol of Qin Mu, a woman of advanced years unrestrained in her insults. Stung by the humiliation, Li Mei could only clench her fists and stride away in anger. Yet Qin Mu continued her relentless barrage, still cursing even 7 or 8 minutes after Li Mei's departure. Qin Junsheng, initially reluctant to intervene, could no longer bear the increasingly harsh words from his mother. He finally spoke up. "Enough, mother. How can you berate your own daughter-in-law like this? Even if Li Mei has erred, she remains my wife, and your words are intolerable." It pained him to hear such disdain directed at her. Qin Mu, indignant that her son would defend that vixen, felt her temper flare, her body bristling with ire. "Are you really speaking on behalf of that harlot? Did you not hear the vile things she said to you? How could I have birthed such a worthless son?" Qin Junsheng, feeling exposed by his mother's accusations, simmered with a mixture of shame and anger. He refrained from lashing out at her, instead asserting coldly, "Believe what you will, but you shall not insult her again. If you do not expect me to return home." With that, he set down his utensils and rose to leave. Outside, recalling the pained expression on Li Mei's face, he felt an urge to check on her. However, remembering how she had once feigned vulnerability before him and had now humiliated him so openly, he quelled that impulse and strode out of the courtyard, opting instead to return to school, for staying at home was a torment. As Qin Junsheng departed, Qin Mu seethed at the thought of her son siding with that vixen. In a fit of rage, she disposed of the leftover food into the slop bucket outside, declaring it unworthy even for the pigs. Meanwhile, Li Mei, who had retreated to the back courtyard, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the main hall. She sat in her room for over half an hour, and as silence lingered outside, a wave of despondency washed over her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she collapsed onto the table, weeping softly. "Qin Junsheng, you scoundrel." Once, he would have comforted her, but now it seemed as if her very existence was of no concern to him. Li Mei had once believed that marrying into a wealthy household would bring her happiness, even if she lacked affection for her husband. Yet from the moment she entered the Qin family, she had found not a single day of joy, and she could not help but fixate on Qin Junsheng. After all, how could a university student from a prestigious institution ever genuinely care for someone like her? She felt a surge of foolishness. Now, regret seeped into her heart. She lamented her marriage into the Qin family and her insistence that Qin Junsheng wed her. After weeping for an extended period, she gradually regained her composure, reflecting on the words of Chen Xu, which reignited a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could rely on herself. In stark contrast to the tumultuous lives of Qin Junsheng and Li Mei, Chen Xu had been busy yet fulfilled in recent days. He and his companion arrived in the bustling metropolis a day early, settling into Chen Xu's elegant residence for the night. Early the next morning, Chen Xu tidied himself up and, accompanied by the equally well-dressed Lu Dajin, set out for the exhibition venue. Ever since Lu Dajin partnered with Chen Xu to establish their factory, his overall disposition had visibly improved. He relished the invigorating hustle and bustle. As long as he remained occupied, he could avoid succumbing to the mire of longing for his wife. After all, beyond his love for her, he bore the weighty responsibility of supporting his parents, and he could not afford to languish any longer. By 8 o'clock, when Chen Xu and Lu Dajin arrived at the exhibition site, it was already bustling with activity. Most exhibitors had displayed their products in the designated areas for visiting merchants and guests to admire, while the sounds of introductions reverberated through the air. Following Lu Dajin, Chen Xu carried a cardboard box containing intricately carved wooden sculptures, making his way to their exhibition number to begin unpacking and setting up. This row was dedicated to wooden craft exhibitions, featuring not only the prominent display from the famed Modu Carving Art Factory, but also 7 or 8 other well-known wooden carving enterprises from across Huaxia. Among these, Chen Xu's Hixing carvings was the least recognized. Just then, a man clad in a suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle passed by their display. Upon noticing the sign for Hixing carvings, he paused to scrutinize the two. Lu Dajin had been observing the various companies in the area, particularly this suit-clad man, who seemed to be affiliated with Lonyuan Wood Carving Company, a competitor that had gained significant popularity at previous exhibitions. Seeing the man gaze in their direction, Lu Dajin's face broke into a smile, eager to greet him. However, before he could utter a word, the man cast a disdainful glance at them. What is going on with this year's exhibition? Have they allowed any lowly workshops to participate? He muttered, striding away with an air of superiority. Lu Dajin's smile instantly faltered, his mouth twitching in irritation at such condescension. He muttered a low curse and resumed his work with Chen Xu, losing any enthusiasm for socializing. Just as the man walked away, Lu Dajin noticed a group of elegantly dressed men and women approaching. Leading the group was a rather portly gentleman, a prominent figure from a furniture factory in Kyoto attending the exhibition. Recognizing this influential client, the man's face lit up with a smile as he hurried forward to greet him. Securing an order from this esteemed client could ensure a prosperous year for their factory. Hello, Mr. Li. It's been 2 years. You seem to have hardly changed. Looking even younger. The man approached the affluent gentleman, showering him with flattery. At this moment, Chen Xu and Lu Dajin had finally arranged their wooden sculptures on the exhibition table. As soon as the wooden carved box was displayed, its exquisite appearance and lifelike craftsmanship instantly captivated the attention of those nearby, including a rotund gentleman who was about to greet Wang He. Chapter 162. Price Controversy. The guests and merchants attending this exhibition fair possessed discerning tastes, particularly in the wood carving section. Whether they are visitors or vendors, their expertise and research in wood carving are profound. Anyone with a discerning eye would immediately recognize that this singular wooden box in the Hexing wood carving exhibit is of extraordinary craftsmanship. The nearby exhibition leaders, unable to contain their curiosity, approached Chen Xu and Lu Dajin's booth for a closer inspection. Upon examination, their eyes lit up with astonishment and admiration. Is Hexing Wood Carving a newly established company in the bustling metropolis? One inquired. The craftsmanship displayed here must surely be the work of one of the finest artisans in the wood carving realm. Indeed, upon observing the intricate openwork carving and lacquer gilding techniques, it was evident that only top-tier craftsmen could produce such exquisite results. Chen Xu, hearing their remarks, smiled calmly and replied, "Our workshop is indeed newly opened, but it is not in the metropolis. It is located in Qingyu. Though our sculptor may not yet be widely recognized, we have invested considerable effort in bringing him on board. His skills are beyond reproach." Lu Dajin, standing beside him, beamed like a jovial giant, exhilarated by the growing crowd that was drawn to their display. This influx of people was not merely a gathering. It was a burgeoning business opportunity. The surrounding individuals were taken aback by Chen Xu's response. They had presumed that a company capable of producing such a refined wooden box would surely be situated in a major city like the metropolis. Yet it emerged from a modest Qingdu workshop. At this moment, the rotund gentleman, akin to a star among planets, was also drawn to the wooden carved box. Observing the throng of people converging towards it, he briefly exchanged pleasantries with Wang He and eagerly joined the crowd heading towards the exhibition area. Following him was the representative from the metropolis who had called upon Li Qinian. Wang He had initially intended to guide Li Qinian directly to their company's exhibition area. But as he noticed the latter's interest in another booth, he found it inappropriate to intervene and hastily followed suit. In his eagerness to flatter the dignitary, he had overlooked the happenings at the other booth. As he meandered through the throng, he soon realized that Li Qinian and the others were heading towards the small workshop's wood carving display, his expression one of disbelief. What remarkable gimmicks could this small workshop possibly produce? Wang He mused internally, hastening his steps to follow, deeply skeptical about the quality of the products from what he perceived to be a mere novelty act. However, this skepticism evaporated when he arrived at the display area and beheld the exquisitely crafted by Lu Tongchun wooden box on the table, leaving him utterly speechless. The exquisite craftsmanship is evident, particularly in the intricate carvings adorning the central body, where the composition is rich and the mythical deer harmoniously melds with nature, exuding an indescribable beauty of the natural world. Could such a masterpiece truly be produced by a mere workshop? Not only Wang He, but even the esteemed Li Qinian gazed at this wooden box with genuine admiration. He studied the wood carving for a considerable time before turning to Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, remarking on the box's exquisite design, its rich composition, and the masterful craftsmanship that brings joy to the eye. Pray tell, from which esteemed master does this originate? Upon hearing the affable gentleman's inquiry, Chen Xu discreetly assessed the man's polished demeanor, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "We are honored to have your appreciation. The artisan behind this wooden box is named Zheng Tianluan. He is not yet widely known, but I believe that with your endorsement today, his name will resonate throughout the carving community." It was evident that this individual was of significance. Judging by his accent, he hailed from Kyoto. Accompanied by such a retinue to the woodcarving district, his intentions were clearly aligned with the art of woodcraft. Everyone enjoys a compliment, and upon hearing Chen Xu's words, the gentleman's fondness for the young man grew exponentially. He smiled and said, "One cannot say so. It is my fortune to witness the splendid craftsmanship of the master. May I ask your name? Are you the owner of this esteemed company?" Had it been anyone else, he would not have presumed the young man to be the proprietor. However, this youth, with his confident demeanor and adept conversational skills, was clearly not an ordinary employee. In response, Chen Xu extended his hand with a warm smile. "I am but a humble shareholder of Hexing Woodcarving." He then took the initiative to introduce Lu Dajin. Li Qinian promptly extended his hand, shaking hands with Chen Xu and Lu Dajin in turn, exclaiming, "It is a pleasure to meet you both, Mr. Chen and Mr. Lu. I am Li Qinian, the purchasing manager of Baixing Furniture Company in the capital." Were it any other woodcarving company, especially a smaller one, Li Qinian would have little time for idle chatter. Yet, he found himself captivated by this set of wooden flower boxes and was keen to explore potential collaboration. Particularly in the capital, such wooden boxes were currently in high demand. Having just arrived yesterday, he had toured the Shanghai showroom, noting various designs but feeling that something was lacking. Upon encountering this wooden box, he realized that what was missing was the symbolism of the mythical deer and pine trees, combined with superior craftsmanship. Compared to the motifs found on other wooden boxes, this piece resonated deeply with the sentiments of the capital's patrons. Li Qinian was quite direct. After a brief exchange with Chen Xu, he promptly expressed his intention to place an order and inquired about pricing. After all, this wooden box was undoubtedly popular, and he feared that if he delayed, someone else might snatch it away. Meanwhile, Lu Dajin, still processing the significance of Li Qinian's company name, nearly leapt with excitement upon hearing of the potential collaboration with Hexing Furniture. However, Chen Xu appeared remarkably composed, which restrained him from expressing any displeasure. Faced with the formidable presence of this dignitary from the capital, he felt a tinge of trepidation, wearing an awkward yet polite smile as he turned to look at Chen Xu. While Lu Dajin could manage minor characters and trivial situations, he found himself somewhat apprehensive when conversing about business with such a prominent figure. In stark contrast, Chen Xu maintained his calm throughout the encounter. Upon hearing Li Qinian express interest in collaboration, he was secretly elated, yet his demeanor remained gracious and unpretentious. He remarked, "It is indeed an honor for our company to receive Mr. Li's appreciation. We have set the price for this intricately crafted wooden box at 298 per set." Prior to attending the exhibition, Chen Xu had already conferred with Lu Dajin regarding the pricing. Given the complex craftsmanship involved in these wooden boxes, an increase in price was inevitable. Although Lu Dajin was somewhat prepared for this, he still felt a pang of anxiety when Chen Xu announced the figure. After all, a wooden box from a carving factory in the Magic City was priced at 268. The expertise of their artisans was undisputed, and the brand's reputation afforded them a certain prestige that justified their pricing. With their newly established Hexing wood carving, starting off at 298 left them feeling somewhat uncertain. Not only Lu Dajin, but even Wang He, who had already turned pale, raised his eyebrows upon hearing Chen Xu's price. He seized the opportunity to voice his concerns, exclaiming, "What? 298 per set? That price seems rather steep. While your box is indeed impressive, is it fitting for a small factory to charge such an amount?" Wang He's remarks prompted a chorus of nods from others who shared his envy. It did seem a bit excessive, after all. The esteemed Magic City art carving was only priced at 288, being a long-established factory with proven capabilities. Indeed, how can a newly opened factory justify such a high price? Li Qingyu, upon hearing the crowd's murmurs, did not immediately respond but instead smiled at Chen Xu. As the procurement officer for his company, he was naturally inclined to prioritize the company's interests. If this young man were to heed the crowd's advice and lower his price, it would be advantageous. Chen Xu, however, was not taken aback by their comments. He had no intention of reducing the price, replying with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, our purpose for participating in this exhibition is not to engage in price comparisons with our peers. As you can see, the craftsmanship of my wooden boxes is intricate and demanding. Both the artisans and workers invest considerable effort to create such exquisite products. This price reflects not competition with others, but rather an acknowledgement of the dedication and labor of the craftsmen. Thus, I believe this price is quite reasonable." Chapter 163. Chen Xu opens a factory. The salary he offered Zheng Tianluan was among the highest in Rongqing. Furthermore, the masterpieces produced by this venerable artist were of unparalleled skill, and accordingly, their prices were commensurate. Particularly, the works crafted under this seasoned artist's guidance would likely appreciate significantly in value in the future. Thus, it would be unreasonable to sell them at a low price. Chen Xu's words momentarily enveloped the room in silence, as if his reasoning held considerable weight. At this moment, the representative of the Magic City art sculpture, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Mr. Chen's statement was indeed accurate. The pricing of our wooden boxes does not stem from a comparison with competitors, but rather reflects a recognition and appreciation of the craftsmanship of our skilled artisans. Particularly with Mr. Chen's intricate carving techniques, which require considerable effort, it is only reasonable that the price is somewhat elevated. The growth and strength of this factory can be attributed not only to its operational strategies and broader vision, but also to the deep respect it holds for the artisans within. During the exhibition, they felt compelled to voice their support for Chen Xu's remarks. Given that the profit margins on wooden boxes are relatively modest, and with the factory's numerous other orders, it is hardly an inconvenience to allocate a share to this smaller workshop. This factory possesses the capability to compete for its slice of the pie. Thus, it would be wise to expand its horizons. Li Qingyu, witnessing the factory head's proactive endorsement, smiled and nodded, stating that indeed, the craftsmanship of this artisan justifies the price. He continued, addressing Chen Xu directly, "Then let it be 298 for a set. After the exhibition, shall we discuss the cooperation details in depth?" Chen Xu responded with a warm smile, indicating he would be at their service. Lu Dajin, standing nearby, eagerly chimed in, affirming, "Yes, we are always at your service, Mr. Li." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Qingyu prepared to continue his exploration of other exhibition areas. Meanwhile, Wang He, having failed to undermine Chen Xu, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he witnessed this small workshop genuinely securing an opportunity to collaborate with Li Qingyu. However, despite his discomfort, he still needed to curry favor with Li Qingyu for potential orders. As Li Qingyu was about to depart, Wang He quickly approached him with a smile. "Mr. Li, our exhibition area is just over there. Would you care to take a look?" Li Qingyu, upon hearing the invitation, did not decline and cheerfully followed Wang He to the Longyuan wood carving display. In comparison to other wood carving companies at the exhibition, the Longyuan area boasted one of the largest spaces and a commendable array of products. With over 20 pieces on display, it was second only to the Magic City art sculpture factory. However, despite Wang He's enthusiastic tour, Li Qingyu did not find a single piece that caught his interest. It was not that he was unwilling to support Wang He. Rather, having initially encountered the exquisite boxes from Hexing wood carving, the stark contrast with the works of Longyuan made their quality seem inferior, akin to that of a newly established small workshop. After viewing the last exhibit, despite Wang He's relentless promotion, Li Qingyu shook his head and, with a friendly nod, chose to return to the display area of the Magic City art sculpture, leaving Wang He in a state of confusion and dismay. It was only after Li Qingyu had distanced himself that Wang He was left to contemplate the more than 20 well-arranged exhibits of his own company, juxtaposed with the sparse foot traffic, and compare it to the previously derided small workshop, which, despite having only one piece, attracted a bustling crowd. He felt a burning embarrassment on his face. Ultimately, at this exhibition, Hexing wood carving not only secured a collaboration opportunity with the esteemed Beijiao bushing furniture, but also, through the exquisite by Lu Tongchun wooden box, elevated the reputation of hexing wood carving and the legacy of Master Zheng Tianluan within the wood carving community. Especially for the esteemed Mr. Zheng Tianluan, numerous enthusiasts of wood carving, akin to Chen Xu, who fervently admire his craft, find themselves irresistibly drawn to Qingyu after beholding one of his creations. Truly, it is said that one may sit comfortably at home while devoted admirers descend from the heavens. Chen Xu, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency, resolved to increase the elderly gentleman's salary upon his return, lest he be outshone by others. Once the exhibition concluded, Chen Xu had initially intended to treat Li Qingyan to a meal. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the latter could only send an assistant to discuss the details of their inaugural collaboration with Lu Dajin. Given the modest scale of Chen Xu's wood carving factory, Baixing prudently opted not to place a large order at once. Instead, they first commissioned 30 sets of the Bailu Tongshan wood carving boxes to assess if the subsequent quality would meet their standards. While this order represented a mere drop in the bucket for Baixing, it marked a splendid beginning for the nascent hexing wood carving enterprise. Upon securing this order, Chen Xu presented a pack of pre-prepared butterfly brand cigarettes to his assistant, along with a bottle of Feitian Matai valued at 450 yuan, requesting that the assistant convey these gifts to Li Qingyan. In the realm of commerce, to ensure prosperity and smooth operations, it is vital to cultivate these interpersonal relationships. After fulfilling these obligations and finalizing the order, Chen Xu and Lu Dajin wasted no time. The following morning, they hurriedly boarded a train bound for Qingyu. The 30 sets of wood carving boxes were to be delivered within 2 months, imposing a pressing timeline. The camphor wood required for the boxes needed to be sourced from Jiangxing, necessitating Chen Xu's procurement of materials from that locale. Meanwhile, at a spacious factory covering over 1,000 square meters on Jianxi Road in Qingdu, renovations were in full swing. A prominent sign reading Hexing Wood Carving Factory was being installed at the entrance. Chen Yindi stood at the factory's threshold, directing the workers as they worked diligently. Reflecting on the events of the past days felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Since that heated altercation with Chun Qianyan at the Qianlixiang sunflower seed shop, she had harbored lingering resentment towards Chen Xu and her treacherous sister. Motivated to establish her own enterprise and decisively confront these two individuals, she recognized that Chen Xu, seemingly inept, had inadvertently attracted the ire of influential figures in the capital. Just a week prior, someone had approached her with news of Chen Xu's plans to develop a wood carving factory in Qingdu, expressing a desire to collaborate. The individual, hailing from the capital, appeared to possess substantial connections, including acquaintances with the CEO of Baixing Furniture, boasting an extensive network. Her role would involve providing half of the funding and overseeing the factory, freeing her from concerns over orders and craftsmen. Imagining the flourishing future of her furniture factory, juxtaposed with the bleak prospects of hexing wood carving, filled her heart with a sense of vindication. Yet, she remained perplexed, contemplating the nature of Chen Xu's transgressions against powerful figures, who seemed intent on leveraging the wood carving factory to undermine his prospects in Qingdu. Nonetheless, Chen Yindi felt predominantly fortunate. Fortunate was it that Chen Xu initially declined to involve her in his business endeavors. Otherwise, the formidable adversary currently confronting him would also have targeted her, his cousin. Instead, she found herself allied with a compatriot, not only affording her an opportunity to exact her vengeance, but also to amass substantial wealth alongside. Chapter 164. Unfavorable weather. Upon returning to Rongqing, Chen Xu promptly informed the workshop supervisor and elder Zheng about the order for the wooden carving boxes. The employees, upon learning of the new business from the prestigious Baixing Furniture in the capital, were instantly filled with excitement. Elder Zheng and several workshop heads wasted no time in preparing the necessary materials for crafting the wooden boxes. After a brief meal with Lu Dajin, Chen Xu rented a large truck and set off toward Jiangxing, over 1,000 kilometers away, to procure camphor wood. Given the urgency of this order and the intricate nature of producing the wooden boxes, both Elder Zheng and the workers required ample time to synchronize their efforts. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Xu to expedite the procurement of raw materials to facilitate swift production at the factory. The journey to Jiangxing, spanning over 1,000 kilometers, would necessitate at least a week's time for a round trip, prompting Chen Xu to forego returning home to avoid unnecessary delays. His apprehension about encountering Xiao Yu and Yi Qingyu, coupled with the emotional toll of yet another separation, convinced him that it was wiser to conclude his business before returning. The journey proceeded smoothly, aided by the experienced truck driver they had hired, who was well acquainted with this route and adept at circumventing potential hazards. After more than 2 days of travel, Chen Xu, accompanied by Lu Dajin and the truck driver, arrived at their destination, a quaint town in Jiangxing renowned for its camphor wood. After some effort, Chen Xu located the sales manager of the camphor wood and swiftly negotiated the purchase of a substantial quantity of timber. Each piece was priced at 1 yuan per inch, with an average length of around 60 to 70 inches. A single wooden box required approximately 30 inches of wood, necessitating about 14 pieces. Given the arduous journey, Chen Xu decided to purchase a larger quantity, ultimately ordering 100 pieces of camphor wood for a total of over 500 yuan. The magnitude of this order astonished the sales manager, who promptly arranged for the shipment of the goods within a single day. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Chen Xu, Lu Dajin, and the truck driver set out on their return journey. However, the weather proved unkind. A torrential downpour the previous night had rendered the roads muddy, and persistent drizzle slowed their progress. By 1:00 p.m., they were still several kilometers from the nearest county town. At 1:30 p.m., as the truck driver navigated a bend, he abruptly noticed a landslide blocking the road ahead. With a sudden application of the brakes, he brought the vehicle to a halt. Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, having been drowsily dozing off after their exhausting day of wood collection, were jolted awake by the sudden stop. Lu Dajin, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, stammered, "What's happening?" Before Chen Xu could respond, he caught sight of the collapsed hillside and gravely exclaimed, "A landslide. Indeed, it is likely that the torrential rain from last night has caused this." The truck driver exclaimed as he leaped from the vehicle. Gazing at the extensive landslide that nearly blocked the road ahead, his brow furrowed in concern. Chen Xu and Lu Dajin followed suit, disembarking from the truck. Lu Dajin, now fully alert, surveyed the scene before him and exclaimed in frustration, "How unfortunate. When will this road ever be cleared?" Chen Xu turned to the truck driver and inquired, "Master Gua, you must have encountered such situations before, right?" After all, the truck driver was seasoned, accustomed to navigating the roads. Master Gua ran a hand through his hair and replied, "This landslide is quite severe. It will take at least 2 to 3 days to clear the road." He then suggested to the two men, "Perhaps we should return to town for now and wait until the road is cleared before heading back to Rongqing." Upon hearing this, Chen Xu felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Another 2 to 3 days delay? Not only would their return be postponed, but the production timeline for the wooden boxes would also be adversely affected. Lu Dajin, anxious, began to pace in circles. Will this delay the delivery date for the wooden boxes? Master Gua shrugged helplessly. There was little that could be done. Chen Xu pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, scanning the surroundings before his gaze fell upon the river below to the right. The river, approximately 5 or 6 meters wide, meandered alongside the national road, its waters shallow, no deeper than a meter at its deepest point. Chen Xu approached the roadside, contemplating the river that lay 5 to 6 meters below. After a moment of thought, he glanced at the winding path on the opposite side of the landslide, where a cart was also returning, blocked from proceeding. His expression brightened slightly, and he hurried to Lu Dajin, instructing him, "Dajin, quickly catch up with that cart and head to the county to summon another truck. I will transport the wood to the front." Lu Dajin, misconstruing Chen Xu's intentions as an attempt to carry the wood across the landslide, looked troubled. "Isn't that too cumbersome? This landslide is quite serious, and each log weighs dozens to hundreds of pounds. It won't be easy to move." Chen Xu noticed the cart about to turn the bend and called out, urging Lu Dajin, "Hurry and get the truck. Leave the wood to me." Lu Dajin, seeing the resoluteness in Chen Xu's demeanor and understanding the urgency of transporting the wood back, nodded without further hesitation. "All right, I'll go now. Be careful." With that, Lu Dajin hurried toward the landslide. Once he left, Chen Xu turned to the equally bewildered driver and said, "Old Gua, I will head to the riverbank downstream. You can toss the wood down from this side, and I will retrieve it below while we wait for Dajin's truck to arrive." The driver looked at him with surprise. It was early March in the lunar calendar, and the weather was still quite cold, particularly in Jiangxing. In this frigid weather, with rain falling, you intend to wade into that river over a meter deep to retrieve wood? You might catch a chill, the driver expressed with concern. Chen Xu had already approached the side of the truck, smiling as he addressed the driver. "There's no other option. Time is of the essence, and I am quite resilient, so I won't easily succumb to the cold." The driver, recognizing Chen Xu's determination and the fact that he was his employer, could only nod in agreement, replying, "All right then." Chen Xu then began unloading the cargo alongside the truck driver, while Lu Dajin boarded a cart bound for the county town a few kilometers away. With over 100 logs to manage, the two men completed the unloading in under half an hour. Chen Xu spent about 10 minutes navigating the muddy slope to reach the lower section of the road, following a narrow path down to the riverbank. Upon seeing Chen Xu gesture towards him from the river, Laogua quickly picked up a log and tossed it into the water. Observing the log float downstream, Chen Xu promptly waded into the frigid river. The icy water soaked through his clothing, clinging to his skin and involuntarily causing him to shiver. Chapter 165, A Hardworking Wife. Chen Xu remained in the river, traversing back and forth for over an hour in water that barely hovered above freezing. The overcast sky continued to drizzle, and Laogua's clothes were also drenched, yet the labor of moving the logs kept him relatively warm. As he threw another log into the river, he watched the man swiftly re-enter the icy waters, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He finally understood why this young man could spend over 6,000 yuan in one go to purchase such a large quantity of timber. Not only was he adept in communication and dealings, but his hard-working spirit was likely unmatched, even by Laogua, the truck driver. By around 4 in the afternoon, Chen Xu had successfully transported all the logs to the riverbank. Lu Dajin called for a large Dongfeng truck to return and soon spotted the logs and Chen Xu from a distance. The truck came to a halt, and he hurriedly jumped out, rushing to the riverbank. Seeing Chen Xu completely soaked, he furrowed his brow and asked, "You've gone back and forth in this river over 100 times, aren't you cold?" As he spoke, he quickly removed his jacket and handed it to Chen Xu, urging him to change out of his wet clothes. Throughout their time working together, despite their merely professional relationship, Lu Dajin often took on a brotherly role towards Chen Xu, showing him genuine care. Chen Xu, feeling quite chilled, accepted the jacket without hesitation, quickly changing out of his wet clothes and smiling as he said, "Thank you. There's no need for formality between us," Lu Dajin murmured, casting a worried glance at Chen Xu, uncertain if he might catch a cold. Chen Xu zipped up the jacket and reassured him, "Don't worry. I have a strong constitution. In particular, since that one time he had suffered from a fever. He seemed to have rarely fallen ill since." After exchanging a few brief words, they called over the truck driver who had accompanied them, securing the logs with hemp ropes to haul them to the roadside. Driver Laogua also came to assist, and in under an hour, they loaded the more than 100 logs into the Dongfeng truck. Chen Xu settled the fare for Laogua's round trip and generously added an extra 10 yuan, urging him to return to town promptly and to come back to Rongqing once the roads were clear in a couple of days. He followed Lu Dajin and the driver of the Dongfeng truck, continuing to travel back and forth to Qingyu. The journey over the next 2 days proceeded relatively smoothly. Chen Xu had initially harbored some concern about catching a cold, but after 2 days without any adverse reactions, he felt completely reassured. However, he could never have anticipated that in the early hours of the 3rd day, he would feel utterly unwell, suddenly succumbing to a high fever. Lu Dajin, seated beside him, was jolted awake by the heat emanating from Chen Xu's body. "My heavens, Chen Xu, you have a fever," Lu Dajin exclaimed, feeling Chen Xu's forehead in alarm. Chen Xu felt dizzy and disoriented, barely able to respond to Lu Dajin's voice, overwhelmed by a pervasive malaise that left his body aching painfully. Lu Dajin, frightened, hurriedly urged the driver, "Uncle, could you please drive faster? My friend has a fever." With only an hour's journey remaining to Qingyu, he needed to get Chen Xu to the hospital quickly. If the fever persisted, it could lead to dire consequences. He had heard that Chen Xu had previously suffered a serious issue due to a fever. He feared that this episode might exacerbate his condition. What would happen to Yi Qingyu and the child she carried, as well as to Xiao Yuer? Understanding the gravity of the situation, the driver immediately pressed the accelerator, racing towards Qingdu with urgency. Chen Xu, now lost in a haze from the fever, could only hear the buzzing voices of Lu Dajin and the driver, his consciousness slipping away. When he finally regained full awareness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. Upon awakening, he quickly sat up, touched his face, and surveyed his surroundings. The bed, the 4-drip, and the environment were reminiscent of the hospital room where Qin Qingshan had once stayed. Confirming that he had not been transported back to the past due to his fever, Chen Xu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, perhaps due to just having recovered from the fever. His hospital gown was drenched in perspiration, and he felt an unprecedented fatigue and weakness. Chen Xu pressed his parched lips together, gradually regaining his thoughts, and recalled Qingyu and Xiaoyuer. He had no idea how much time had passed. Did Qingyu know that he was ill? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door to the ward opened from the outside. Qingyu, wearing a cotton mask and cradling her pregnant belly, entered with a basin. Upon seeing Chen Xu in bed, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she hurried towards him. "You're awake." Chen Xu instinctively attempted to rise and assist her as she approached, her movements somewhat clumsy. Seeing his action, Qingyu quickly called out, "Don't move. You're still on in 4. At her command, Chen Xu halted, obediently settling back onto the bed. As she reached his bedside, he noticed her slightly reddened eyes, and a wave of guilt surged within him. "I've worried you," he said softly. Qingyu placed the basin on the bedside table, wrung out a warm towel, and gently approached to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Her touch was delicate, yet her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You know I would worry, yet you didn't take care of yourself. What if something serious happens?" Though she scolded Chen Xu, her tone was inexplicably tender. She was nearly frightened to death by him, a grown man with a fever soaring over 40 degrees, teetering on the brink of delirium. Of course, she understood the reason behind Chen Xu's illness. After a brief reprimand, before he could respond, she continued, "But this cannot be entirely blamed on you. After all, he had been laboring fervently to fulfill orders, striving to provide for their little family and support both her and Xiaoyuer. It seemed rather excessive to chastise him after such a severe illness." Although Qingyu bore no resentment, Chen Xu still felt a pang of guilt, hesitant to draw too close to her for fear of transmitting his cold. He reached for the towel in her hand, admitting fault. "I will certainly be more cautious in the future. I will take care of myself to avoid passing anything on to you." Yet, Qingyu would not hear of it, withdrawing the towel from his grasp. "I am wearing a mask, and how can you wipe yourself with one hand while receiving in 4? Especially considering he had been burning with fever for nearly a day. Where would he find the strength to tend to himself?" She wrung out another towel in the basin, continuing, "I will help you clean up and change into a fresh hospital gown." Despite her mask, Chen Xu remained uneasy about her proximity. Hearing her words, he feigned difficulty, saying, "That might not be appropriate. My pants are wet as well. You wouldn't help me with that, would you?" This girl was so bashful. Surely, this would make her retreat. Yet, upon hearing him, Qingyu's face flushed with an alarming speed. However, emboldened by her mask, Chen Xu declared with unyielding confidence, "Why not? I have seen all sorts of things." He then steeled himself, as if to prove his resolve, reaching for the buttons of his shirt, insisting, "First, let us take care of the upper body." Chen Xu had anticipated that she would shy away, yet to his surprise, she not only persisted but boldly approached the challenge. As Qingyu leaned closer, he feared the cold would infect her, and he dared not breathe too deeply, acquiescing to her aid. "Then, my hard-working wife," he said, "it is not a burden at all." Throughout the process, Qingyu's face remained flushed as she tended to Chen Xu's body. The soft towel in her delicate hands glided over his healthy skin, her mind unable to suppress the memories of that night they shared, causing her heart to race. Had it been when they first met, she would never have dared to be so intimate with him. Yet now, far from feeling repulsed, especially while gazing at his strong chest and slightly feverish skin, she felt an irresistible urge to admire him more. It seemed that as long as the object of her affection was Chen Xu, she cherished every inch of him, save for certain sensitive areas. After all, she was merely a girl who had recently come into her own, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. When it came time to assist him with his trousers, her hands trembled uncontrollably, the flush on her cheeks extending to her ears. Even with a heart as vast as his, Chen Xu could not help but notice his wife's bashful demeanor. No longer willing to put her in a difficult position, he gently halted her actions, saying, "All right, let me handle this part. You go fetch me a clean set of clothes." Qingyu felt a sense of relief wash over her as she observed Chen Xu still connected to the 4. However, a flicker of concern crept in. She wondered if her embarrassment had been too conspicuous. Contemplating this, she promptly voiced her refusal, insisting, "I can manage." Chen Xu, amused by the girl's obvious efforts to demonstrate her lack of shyness, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Suppressing a smile, he feigned seriousness and replied, "You wipe it for me. I feel embarrassed. I can handle it myself." Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, Qingyu finally grasped the situation. Indeed, had the roles been reversed, She would have felt just as bashful if Chen Xu were to assist her in such a manner. With this realization, she felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders and handed the towel over to Chen Xu, saying, "I will go fetch you some clothes." Qingyu quickly departed, leaving Chen Xu to awkwardly tend to himself with one hand. He certainly was not shy. Rather, it was his beloved wife who, despite her bashfulness, forced him to confront the task at hand. Once Chen Xu had finished, Qingyu returned with a clean hospital gown, and upon changing, he felt significantly more refreshed. The attending physician also made a brief visit, noting Chen Xu's satisfactory recovery, and offered a few words of advice to the young couple before arranging for his subsequent and medications. After a flurry of activity, the clock had struck past 8 in the evening. Just as Chen Xu was about to suggest to Qingyu that she return home to rest, Chen Xian, accompanied by their little daughter, arrived at the hospital room. Upon seeing her father lying in the hospital bed, little Fish's heart ached. As soon as she entered, her already red-rimmed eyes brimmed with tears, and she hurried to the bedside. "Daddy!" The little one, witnessing her father's pale complexion, could not contain herself and burst into tears. Little Fish was genuinely frightened. She had never seen her father looking so frail and pitiful, and her heart ached at the thought of him suffering. Chen Xu, upon seeing his daughter cry, felt a pang of sorrow and immediately attempted to rise to embrace his little bundle of joy, soothingly calling out, "Little Fish, Daddy is fine. Don't cry." Just as he began to move, however, his daughter was swiftly scooped up by Chen Xian, maintaining a safe distance from him. Chen Xian held Little Fish close, gently patting her back to comfort her while addressing Chen Xu. "You haven't recovered from your cold yet, so be careful not to get too close to her. After all, children are susceptible to illness, and their weakened immune systems make them particularly vulnerable to contagions." Little Fish had not seen her father for several days, and now that he was so near yet unable to embrace her, she felt both distressed and sympathetic towards him. Although she understood enough not to cause a scene, she could not help but bury her face in Chen Xian's embrace, her tender voice breaking through the sorrow. "My daddy is sick." Being merely 3 years old, even the most sensible child struggles to control her emotions. Qingyu, who had been preparing to make porridge for Chen Xu, noticed Little Fish's sorrowful cries and rushed over to console her. "Don't cry, dear. Daddy is much better now. Once he recovers from his cold, he will hold you, all right?" Chen Xu felt a mix of warmth and guilt in his heart and quickly joined in to soothe her. All right, Little Fish, no more tears. Daddy is sick, and you must help take care of Mommy too. We wouldn't want to make her cry as well." Little Fish has always possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Upon hearing Chen Xu's words, he quickly ceased his sobs, lifting his head from Chen Xian's embrace. His nose was tinged with red, his lips pursed. As he reached out to hug Qingyu beside him, his voice trembling with innocence. "All right, Fish will take care of you. Mama, don't cry." The little one spoke in gasps, his words fragmented. Once Little Fish's emotions were finally soothed, Qingyu prepared some porridge to feed Chen Xu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to have his pregnant wife serve him, Chen Xu attempted to lend a hand, but Qingyu firmly insisted, "Don't move, I'll handle it." With no choice but to comply, Chen Xu observed his wife gently blowing on the porridge before him, while their daughter gazed at him with eager eyes from the bedside. Occasionally, Chen Xian would chime in with her gentle admonishments, reminding Qingyu not to spoil him. As Chen Xu savored the warm porridge, a sweetness spread through his heart, a sensation he had never experienced in his previous decades of life. After consuming 2 bowls, he visibly regained his strength and began to ponder the matters at the factory. Just as he was about to inquire with Chen Xian, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them, drawing their attention. Chen Xian was preparing ginger soup for Qingyu to prevent a cold when she recognized the visitor and greeted him. "Lu Dajin, what brings you here?" Although she had previously held a disdain for this lazy man, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him for bringing Chen Xu to the hospital when he had a high fever. Her tone was noticeably more cordial this time. Lu Dajin, taken aback by her unexpected warmth, took a moment to respond. "Oh, I've nearly wrapped up the matters at the factory and thought I'd come see Chen Xu." Approaching the bedside, he noticed Chen Xu, now awake and looking much better, and his weariness instantly vanished. "Ah, thank goodness you're all right. You nearly scared me to death this morning." He had stayed at the hospital until the afternoon, only leaving once the doctor assured him that Chen Xu's fever was subsiding. Despite their business partnership, Lu Dajin genuinely regarded Chen Xu as a younger brother. Though Chen Xu often demonstrated greater maturity in his actions, Lu Dajin was always older. I truly appreciate your help this time, Chen Xu expressed with a smile. Lu Dajin waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. Everything you do is for the factory's sake. If it weren't for the urgent orders, you wouldn't have needed to soak in icy water and catch a cold. Well, you should also take care of yourself. Didn't you get caught in the rain? Chen Xu chided lightly. You know it was just a little rain. My health is robust. Lu Dajin had barely finished his sentence when a bowl of ginger water was suddenly presented before him. Startled, he followed the rough hands that offered it, and, upon recognizing the person, was left utterly astonished. Chen Xian, with an unusually calm demeanor, handed the ginger soup to Lu Dajin, stating, "This is ginger soup. Drinking a bowl can ward off the chill and prevent colds." Lu Dajin was taken aback by her unexpected kindness. "What is this? Has the sun risen from the west today? Chen Xian is actually offering me ginger soup?" Chapter 167. Arriving in the imperial city, Lu Dajin was momentarily caught off guard. His reaction delayed as he reached out to accept the ginger soup. His tone with Chen Xian became subconsciously more courteous. Thank you." He genuinely did not expect Chen Xu's cousin to be so benevolent. After Lu Dajin accepted the ginger soup, Chen Xian swiftly withdrew her hand, saying nonchalantly, "What are you being polite for? I'm merely concerned that you might catch a cold, which could easily be transmitted to Xiaoyu and Qingyu." Lu Dajin thought to himself that Chen Xu's cousin was quite amiable, albeit rather talkative. He swallowed the ginger soup in one go. Xiaoyu eagerly followed suit, insisting that he wanted to stay overnight in the hospital with his father. Qingyu felt the same. After Chen Xu's recent illness, she couldn't bear to leave him. Moreover, having not seen him for over 10 days, both she and Xiaoyu were quite attached to him at that moment. Reluctantly, Chen Xu donned a cotton mask and agreed to let the two of them sleep on the other vacant bed in the ward. Chen Xian assisted in tidying up, taking Chen Xu's changed clothes with her, and after exchanging pleasantries with the family of three, she left the ward, followed closely by Lu Dajin, leaving the family to spend the night in the hospital. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was very well behaved during the night, not tossing and turning. He even snuck over to Chen Xu's bedside in the middle of the night to tuck him in. After spending a day and a night in the hospital, Chen Xu was discharged the following afternoon, returning home to recuperate and visiting the factory as well. Zhang Tianluan and several workshop heads had already scheduled the production of 30 sets of wooden carving boxes. The wood had been cut, holes drilled, and the mortise and tenon work was progressing to the next stage. These straightforward tasks could largely be delegated to the workers, with Zhang Tianluan overseeing the entire process and stepping in at critical moments, working alongside his most skilled apprentice, Zhang Shigua, and several master carpenters to handle the more intricate procedures. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Chen Indi's thriving woodcarving factory had also been completed. Its size was comparable to Hexing woodcarving, boasting more than 20 craftsmen. What thrilled Chen Indi even more was that she had managed to contact an esteemed old carpenter from the East City, who had a higher level of expertise than Zhang Tianluan from Hexing woodcarving, a senior brother from the same school, Zhao Chongshan. Of course, hiring this master craftsman came at a considerable cost. Chen Indi had invested over 10,000 yuan of her family's savings into this factory, a substantial gamble for her. Her husband, Hu Yuehua, provided strong support, especially with the backing of this benefactor. Otherwise, Chen Indi would not have been able to muster such funds for the factory. Today marked the 4th day since the master arrived, and he was tirelessly working on a wooden carving box. His intention was clear. Once this master completed the box, they would secure a lucrative order. Thus, early in the morning, Chen Indi arrived at the factory to oversee the old carpenter's progress. Time flew by, and within the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After nearly a month of diligent work by the workshop employees and the esteemed Mr. Zhang Tianluan, the 30 sets of intricately carved wooden boxes were completed a full 2 weeks ahead of schedule. On the day following their completion, Chen Xu and Lu Dajin rented a large Dongfeng truck to transport the 30 sets to the Rongqing railway station. 2 months prior, railway cargo services had commenced in Rongqing, allowing for the shipment of goods and luggage, thereby alleviating many of the logistical challenges faced by individual vendors. Although the shipping fees were not insignificant, they were considerably more secure than personally renting a vehicle to deliver the items to the capital. The journey from Rongqing to the capital spanned a total of 1,800 kilometers, and the shipping alone cost Chen Xu over 300 yuan. Once the wooden boxes were loaded onto the train, the two men wasted no time purchasing tickets for the journey to the capital and set off together. Chen Xu initially intended to seize this opportunity to visit his father-in-law, having sent a telegram through Qingyu a few days earlier. However, since sending the telegram, there had been no response. Although he was uncertain of the reasons behind the silence, he would not presume to visit uninvited. With Qingyu now 7.5 months pregnant, it would be more prudent to wait until after the child was born and she had recuperated before formally visiting her father with both wife and child in tow. The journey from Rongqing to Kyoto was significantly shorter, both in distance and time, compared to a trip to the bustling metropolis of Modu. After spending 2 days and nights on the train, they finally arrived at their destination on the afternoon of the third day. Following the crowd, they exited the train station. And as Chen Xu inhaled deeply, he felt the warmth of the gradually rising temperatures. The myriad of scents within the train had grown increasingly overwhelming, and he could hardly fathom the sweltering heat that would soon envelop them in the green carriages. Lu Dajin, who had previously accompanied his wife to the capital, felt a surge of pride upon witnessing the grandeur of the nation's capital once more. Instinctively straightening his back as he turned to Chen Xu and inquired if he was excited to see the capital for the first time. Even Lu Dajin, on his second visit, was filled with exhilaration, with his eyes scanning the surroundings. Chen Xu smiled and replied that he was indeed excited, especially to witness the capital as it was in the 1980s. However, despite being in the capital, the streets were predominantly filled with bicycles and buses at this time. In fact, those arriving on bicycles to pick up passengers from the train station appeared far more impressive than those arriving in BMWs in later years. Of course, there were some automobiles present, albeit few, mostly Eastern European models like the GAZ and Volga, with a handful of striking polonaises. As the 30 sets of wooden boxes would not arrive until the following day, the two men decided to spend the night in the capital. Lu Dajin graciously invited Chen Xu to join him on a bus, and they purchased their tickets. Seated on the bus, Chen Xu gazed nostalgically out the window at the rapidly passing scenery. The wide roads were adorned with a complex web of overhead electric lines, providing power to the trams. In the present-day capital, the vibrant glow of neon lights is conspicuously absent, replaced instead by the sparse illumination of incandescent bulbs. In stark contrast to the resplendent brilliance of future times, the scene appears rather dim. Under the cloak of night, the sign of a food factory flickers to life, adorned with text and illustrations, featuring a hint of neon effects beyond the incandescent glow. Lu Dajin, spotting the sign from a distance, eagerly nudges Chen Xu's arm, his face alight with curiosity. My heavens, look at that sign. It's so eye-catching. Chen Xu, however, merely smiles in response, keeping his thoughts to himself. Although he wishes to engage, the spectacle has become rather mundane to him, having journeyed from a more advanced era. Observing Chen Xu's calm demeanor on his first visit to the capital, Lu Dajin feels a tinge of embarrassment, pondering that it is no wonder he is a person of great ambition, remaining composed amidst the excitement of the capital's allure. Lu Dajin leads Chen Xu to a guest house where he once stayed, presenting an introduction letter to facilitate their check-in. After completing the registration, the two venture out to procure a light meal before returning to the guest house for a much-needed rest, catching up on the sleep they had missed over the past few days. Meanwhile, in a workers' residential compound somewhere in the capital, Lichinian, the sales manager of Bosching Furniture, finds himself sleepless. Earlier that afternoon, he had been assigned a task by his superiors that he deemed unreasonable and quite challenging. The following morning, bright and early, Chen Xu and Lu Dajin step out of the guest house, seeking a popular little eatery nearby for breakfast. Although modest in size, the establishment enjoys remarkable patronage. Inside, 8 glossy tables are filled with eager diners, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Xu and Lu Dajin share a table with a family of 3, and a lively little girl, dressed beautifully, greets them with surprising ease. Showing no fear of Chen Xu, the couple, accompanying the child, exudes politeness and refinement, their accents unmistakably local. Chen Xu notes that children raised in economically prosperous cities tend to be more outgoing compared to those from rural areas. After all, the myriad of novel experiences and interactions in the city enriches their worldview and subtly shapes their character. Once his own endeavors stabilize, Chen Xu envisions purchasing several traditional courtyard residences in Beijing, welcoming his family, including his beloved Yuer and the elder Chen Qingshan, to reside in the grand capital for an extended period. The table buzzes with light conversation as steaming dishes are presented. Chen Xu orders 2 crispy youtiao and the eatery's signature dish, defuno. The northern version of defuno differs significantly from its southern counterpart, primarily in the toppings. In the south, it is typically sweetened with sugar, whereas the north favors a savory approach, often accompanied by freshly prepared, flavorful toppings. The rich, savory sauce poured over the defuno, sprinkled with a touch of chive blossoms, creates a delectable and tender dish. In his previous life, when Chen Xu first tasted this dish in the capital, its peculiar flavor had taken some getting used to. Yet, after indulging in it a few more times, he quickly developed a fondness for this culinary delight, craving it intensely if he went without for just a few days. Perhaps this is akin to the fish mint of Yuzhou. Some individuals may initially find it challenging to adapt, yet after indulging a few times, they become utterly captivated. Meanwhile, Lu Dajin, observing Chen Xu's enjoyment, eagerly took a bite of the savory tofu pudding, only to grimace at its peculiar texture. The flavor of this salty tofu pudding was simply overwhelming. It was only because he noticed nearly everyone in the establishment had a bowl before them that he decided to order one himself. However, the taste was quite difficult for him to accept. On the other hand, Chen Xu remained unfazed, relishing the combination of fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. He cheerfully remarked to Lu Dajin that one would grow accustomed to the flavor after a few more tries, asserting that such authenticity was rare elsewhere. Lu Dajin's lips twitched slightly in confusion. How was it possible? Chen Xu, evidently visiting the capital for the first time, appeared to acclimate even better than he did. After a couple more attempts, Lu Dajin found the tofu pudding intolerable and opted for a bowl of 8 treasure porridge instead, thus concluding his breakfast. Having satisfied their hunger, the two did not linger and expended some effort to rent a large truck, heading to the train station to load 30 sets of intricately carved wooden boxes that had just arrived, destined for Baixing Furniture Company. This establishment was situated quite a distance from the station in the Daxing district. Along the way, Lu Dajin suddenly recalled something and turned to Chen Xu, saying, "By the way, Chen Xu, when we return, I need to attend my second uncle's father-in-law's funeral. I'll need to lend a hand, which may take 2 or 3 days. So I might not be able to focus as much on the factory matters." Upon hearing this, Chen Xu, without a moment's hesitation, assured him, "You need not worry about the factory. I will keep an eye on things while you attend to the important matters. The deceased deserves our utmost respect." He then recalled something and inquired of Lu Dajin, "Is your second uncle the one from the Shanghai Arts Factory?" "Indeed, my second aunt's only daughter has passed away, leaving my second uncle to handle the arrangements. He has taken more than half a month off," Lu Dajin confirmed. Chen Xu nodded and added, "Once he has settled everything, I shall invite him to a meal. After all, it was largely thanks to him that we had the opportunity to exhibit at the Shanghai Carving Factory. I must express my gratitude." At 10:30, the truck finally reached its destination, arriving at the entrance of the Baixing Furniture Factory. This expansive complex spanned over 20 acres, comprising both a large factory and office buildings. Surrounding it were several residential buildings for employees, presenting a grand and impressive sight. At this hour, the workers were all at their posts, rendering the factory quiet, aside from the trucks coming and going and a few laborers running errands. After Chen Xu completed the registration at the security desk, it wasn't long before a familiar young face appeared at the factory entrance, leading the group and the truck into the premises. This individual was Li Qingyan's assistant, who was responsible for finalizing the contract with Chen Xu. Upon entering the factory, the truck driver parked at the back door of a warehouse, and Li Qingyan himself approached warmly to greet Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, immediately commencing the inspection of the goods. Upon seeing the 30 exquisite wooden boxes, Li Qingyan's eyes sparkled with unmistakable joy and satisfaction. Chen Xu noted Li Qingyan's positive reaction, yet he seemed to refrain from mentioning anything about future collaboration, which left Chen Xu feeling somewhat uneasy. Seizing the moment while the workers unloaded the cargo, Chen Xu proactively broached the topic of future cooperation. "Mr. Li, it appears that you are quite satisfied with the finished products produced by our company, and rest assured, the quality of the products we manufacture in the future will only improve." Lu Dajin nodded in agreement, affirming that we will certainly maintain strict quality control while also enhancing our production capacity. However, upon hearing their words, the expression of the latter became subtly troubled. He gazed at the exquisite wooden boxes held by the workers, sighed quietly, and then addressed the two, saying, "Gentlemen, while your batch of boxes is indeed impressive, due to various reasons, our company has already established a more suitable and reliable long-term partnership with another supplier. So I must regretfully inform you that we cannot proceed with your offer." Li Qingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke this, as he had initially stated that as long as the quality of these 30 sets met expectations, a long-term collaboration would be possible. However, he had not anticipated that higher authorities would suddenly intervene in the procurement decisions, directly appointing a collaboration with a competing wooden carving company, particularly since the other party had also produced a similar model of the Bai Lu Tong Chun wooden box, albeit with slightly inferior craftsmanship, yet to the untrained eye, the differences were nearly indistinguishable. He could hardly voice any objections. After all, he was merely an employee, and when directives came from above, he had no choice but to comply, provided they were not outrageous. Li Qingyan's words doused Lu Dajin with a cold wave of reality. What? Bai Sheng has already found a more fitting partner? Even Chen Xu, somewhat prepared for the news, was momentarily stunned, feeling that something was amiss. He turned to Li Qingyan with a puzzled expression. Mr. Li, is there anything we failed to attend to beyond the products themselves? With both personal relations and product quality being impeccable, how could Bai Sheng simply decide not to collaborate? If someone else had inquired, Li Qingyan would have remained reticent. But since Chen Xu had gifted him a fine bottle of matai, he felt obliged to share. After a moment's contemplation, he leaned closer to Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, whispering, "Let me be candid with you. It is not your fault. It is merely my humble position that limits my influence. Ultimately, I am just an employee, and certain matters are beyond my control. This time, it truly seems that you have been rather unfortunate, having offended someone you should not have." The higher-ups had not elaborated to Li Qingyan, only stating that the supplier would be switched to Shishixing, with no orders going to Hexing. It was evident that there must be some familial connection between the Shishixing wooden carving company and the owner of Bai Sheng. Or perhaps Chen Xu had a prior grievance with the owner or manager of that establishment. Otherwise, why would a newly established company, with inferior technology compared to Hexing, insist on severing ties with them in favor of Shishixing? Upon hearing Li Qingyan's revelations, both Chen Xu and Lu Dajin were left in a state of bewilderment. Especially Chen Xu. Having conducted business diligently in Rongqing, he pondered how he could have possibly offended someone. This reflection inevitably led him back to the time when he applied for a business license for the seed shop. Chapter 169. A touch more ruthless after delivering the goods and settling the payment of over 8,400 with Bai Sheng. Chen Xu did not linger further and left with Lu Dajin. After enjoying lunch nearby, the truck driver took the two of them to the train station, embarking on their journey back to Rongqing. In contrast to the excitement and enthusiasm they felt on their way there, both of them were somewhat lackluster this time. After all, losing such a significant partner like Bai Sheng would dampen anyone's spirits. Lu Dajin was puzzled, wondering whom Chen Xu had offended to be targeted repeatedly. Initially, he thought it was merely local people in Rongqing who were against Chen Xu. But realizing that the opposition had even reached Bai Sheng in the capital indicated that the forces behind it were likely much more formidable than his own. He did not regret partnering with Chen Xu. Rather, he was troubled by the accumulation of several thousand pieces of camphor wood in the factory. With the orders for wooden boxes gone, had they not bought the camphor wood in vain? Chen Xu's mood was also significantly affected by this incident. He mentally excluded possible adversaries, instinctively believing that it could not be the locals in Rongqing. However, according to Li Qingyan, the factory that had snatched his orders seemed to be based in Rongqing. Regardless, after these two setbacks, Chen Xu resolved that until the matter was clarified, all factory affairs would be conducted discreetly, ensuring that, apart from their own workers, no one else would be privy to any information. As for the upcoming orders, Chen Xu rested his hands behind his head, reclining on the train sleeper, lost in contemplation. Since collaboration with Bai Sheng was no longer an option, he needed to seek another partner. The resources available to him and Lu Dajin, apart from Bai Sheng, included the artistic carving factory in Modu. As he pondered this, he recalled another product, besides the wooden boxes, that was relatively simple to process and in high demand: shrines for export to the island nation. The craftsmanship was straightforward, rarely requiring Mr. Zhang's direct involvement, and the profits were exceedingly high. Now that the wooden box business had been usurped, if he could secure some shrine orders from the Modu carving factory, he could still sell off his stock of camphor wood. Selling to the islanders would allow for a higher price, and earning more from them would not weigh heavily on his conscience. When it came to collaborating with the Modu artistic carving factory, Chen Xu immediately thought of Lu Dajin's uncle, who was handling matters back in Rongqing. Although his position at the Modu artistic factory was not very high, he was part of the management and likely held considerable influence. Being a relative of Lu Dajin, Chen Xu could offer him some incentives to explore potential opportunities. With this thought in mind, he rose to discuss the matter with Lu Dajin. At that moment, Lu Dajin was already troubled about the unsold wood, so upon hearing Chen Xu's suggestion, although uncertain of its feasibility, he agreed to give it a try. After 2 more days of travel, they returned to Rongqing, arriving just past 2 in the afternoon. At that time, Xiao Yuer was taking a nap, and the shop was not busy. As soon as Chen Xu arrived home, Chen Qiannan warmed up some dishes for him. To her surprise, Lu Dajin did not return with Chen Xu to join for a meal. At the dining table, as Chen Xu savored the hot dishes, Jiang Qinghua and Chen Qiannan inquired about the details of his business trip. Though lacking expertise in wood carving, the two harbored concerns for Chen Xu's potential losses. Chen Xu, a person who only shared good news, informed them of the successful completion of this business venture while omitting any mention of the orders being snatched away. After all, the sunflower seed shop was sufficient for their worries. Discussing further would only serve to burden them unnecessarily. Knowing that Chen Xu's business was thriving, they naturally felt a surge of joy for him. Jiang Qinghua promptly exited the shop, proclaiming his intent to procure some roasted duck for a celebration. Just as he departed, Chen Qiannan suddenly recalled a matter concerning Chen Xu's absence over the past few days and deemed it necessary to communicate this to him. She poured a bowl of soup for Chen Xu and casually remarked, "By the way, during your absence, Chen Yingdi inquired about where you source your wood. I am unsure of her intentions, so do keep an eye on her." Although Chen Yingdi was her sister, she felt that her sister's cunning nature might lead to Chen Xu being taken advantage of, prompting her to offer this warning. Having recently encountered a setback at the wood carving factory, Chen Xu's instincts were piqued upon hearing Chen Qiannan's words. "She inquired about the wood?" he asked, eyeing her intently. Chen Qiannan nodded, confirming that she had asked about the prices and sources of the wood, something neither she nor her second brother-in-law could clarify, suggesting that only he and the lazy fellow would know. Chen Xu, upon hearing this, began to piece together the implications, though he initially dismissed the notion as improbable. Even if Chen Yingdi's husband worked for the government, his connections were inferior to those of Lu Dajin. How could he possibly extend his reach to the capital, given that she had come to inquire about his wood purchasing channels? It either meant Chen Yingdi had taken a job at the factory that had usurped his orders, or had secured a formidable ally to establish a factory of her own, thereby encroaching on his business. This thought weighed heavily on Chen Xu's heart. If it were indeed his cousin intentionally working against him, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Just as Chen Qiannan finished speaking, Lu Dajin returned. She did not linger but promptly stood to attend to the customers. Noticing that there was still a considerable amount of warm food, Lu Dajin greeted Chen Xu and took it upon himself to serve himself before returning to the table to eat, also mentioning plans to dine with his second uncle. Lu Dajin's uncle was preoccupied with the affairs following an elder's passing and would only be available to meet in 2 days. Chen Xu was in no rush, understanding that respect for the deceased took precedence, and he could afford to wait regarding his business matters. After exchanging a few words, Chen Xu recalled the situation with Chen Yingdi and instructed Lu Dajin, "In the future, if anyone inquires about our wood sources, just respond as follows." Lu Dajin raised an eyebrow at Chen Xu's words. "Did you not mention that the wood from that one supplier was riddled with wormholes and unusable?" He quickly grasped the implication and continued, "Ah, I see your point. The person inquiring may very well be linked to the factory that has taken our orders. Shall we deal with them accordingly?" A knowing smile spread across Chen Xu's face. Since the factory that had encroached on their business was located in Rongqing and seemingly unaware of their supply chain, why would they willingly divulge information that would enable her to profit further? He reiterated to Lu Dajin, emphasizing the importance of vigilance, stating that regardless of who it may be it oneself or a relative, whether it be veiled inquiries or direct ones, one must respond accordingly. He cautioned against the complacency that may arise from familiarity, for sometimes one may regard others as kin, while they do not reciprocate that sentiment. Lu Dajin, harboring a deep disdain for the individual who had usurped their factory's orders, nodded in acknowledgement of Chen Xu's admonition. He declared with conviction that even if it were his own father who betrayed him, he would seek retribution in kind. Chen Xu remarked, "He is a wolf in sheep's clothing, possessing a degree of ruthlessness." After imparting a few more instructions to Lu Dajin, Chen Xu noted the hour and excused himself to procure some groceries and pick up his wife from school. After several days of exertion, Lu Dajin, having satisfied his hunger, felt the urge to return to rest. However, just as he stood up, a piercing glare shot towards him. Lu Dajin paused, directing his gaze towards the source of the malevolent stare. Upon noticing that Chen Xian was now fixated on the dishes on the table, he quickly grasped the situation, raised an eyebrow, and with a sense of indignation, declared, "I was just about to wash the dishes. What are you staring at?" With that, he gathered the dishes from the table and headed to the kitchen. Only after Lu Dajin departed with the dishes did Chen Xian's expression soften. Her intention had merely been for Lu Dajin to clear the table himself. Since this lazy fellow was willing to wash the dishes, she made no attempt to intervene. Unfortunately, the water pressure from the tap was dismally low today. Lu Dajin remained in the kitchen for an extended period, still struggling to finish the dishes as he awaited the basin to fill for rinsing. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared, having timed her arrival perfectly with Chen Xu's absence from the shop, as Chen Xian was finishing with a customer and preparing to inquire about Lu Dajin's progress. She turned to see the person at the entrance of the store. "Cheningdi, what brings you here again?" Cheningdi, upon hearing Chen Xian's greeting, scarcely acknowledged it and promptly stepped inside the store. Upon spotting Lu Dajin washing dishes in the kitchen, her face lit up with an exaggerated display of enthusiasm as she hurried over. Turning to Chen Xian, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could you let the customers wash their own dishes? Allow me." Chapter 170. The suspicious Cheningdi. While Lu Dajin awaited the rinsing of the next batch of dishes, the exuberant Cheningdi had already approached him, reaching for the basin. Adhering to the principle of propriety between the sexes, Lu Dajin instinctively stepped aside. Recognizing Chen Xu's warm-hearted sister, he offered an awkward smile and said, "Sister, you're here. It's no trouble, really. I can manage washing a few dishes myself." One must admit, Chen Xu's third sister was the polar opposite of his fourth. One was welcoming and hospitable, while the other resembled a ferocious tigress. Cheningdi showed no inclination to yield, already taking a dish and rinsing it under the faucet. "Oh, but you are a guest. Qian is truly inconsiderate. I shall wash them," she insisted. With no option left, Lu Dajin could only dry his hands and chuckle. "I truly apologize for the inconvenience." "Oh dear. There's no need for modesty. Since you and Chen Xu are such good friends, I consider you half a cousin," Cheningdi remarked. As if recalling something, she continued her conversation with Lu Dajin. "By the way, where is Chen Xu? I haven't seen him around lately." "Of course you haven't. He only comes here to warm up to you," Lu Dajin replied casually. "He went to buy groceries and pick up Qingyu from school. He should be back soon." Cheningdi set aside the clean dishes and picked up another from the basin to wash, continuing naturally, "Oh dear, running a sunflower seed shop should keep him busy enough. Now I hear from Qian Nen that he's opened a carving factory. He's hardly home, and his wife is pregnant, yet he can't even take care of her. That rascal." Cheningdi spoke with such ease, embodying the role of a caring older sister. Had Chen Xian not been preoccupied with customers, she would surely have confronted her on the spot. Lu Dajin, not guarded against the well-meaning Cheningdi, quickly defended Chen Xu. "It's just that the wood carving factory has just started, so he's a bit busier now. Once things stabilize, he'll have more time to look after his wife." It must be said that Cheningdi genuinely cares for Chen Xu, which is quite commendable. She seized the opportunity to follow up, saying, "That may be so, but isn't it a bit complicated? For instance, why go all the way to Jiangcheng for wood when there's plenty around Rongqing?" Lu Dajin, noticing Cheningdi's confusion, smiled and explained, "Sister, it's not the same. Not every type of wood is suitable. The chest we produced before required camphor wood from Jiangcheng. We don't have that kind here." Cheningdi was delighted to steer Lu Dajin into this topic. Her expression exaggerated as she exclaimed, "Is it really that particular? What is so special about Jiangcheng that its wood is fragrant?" Lu Dajin felt a peculiar sensation arise within him at her words. Nevertheless, he brushed it aside and continued, "It's just from a town in Jiangcheng." "What town?" Cheningdi almost blurted out. Lu Dajin felt that odd sensation intensify, suddenly sensing something off about Chen Xu's third cousin, especially as it reminded him of when Chen Xu had tried to entice him into the wood carving factory by guessing the price of the wooden boxes. However, unlike Chen Xu, he found Cheningdi's behavior particularly irksome. Chen Xu had genuine intentions to showcase the benefits of the factory and invite him to partner. This cousin merely seemed to be fishing for information. Chen Xu had also advised him earlier that even if it was a close sibling, they shouldn't divulge details about their supplies, let alone this cousin. Yet, Lu Dajin hesitated, wondering if he was overthinking it. He tentatively probed, "Sister, why are you asking about that? It's quite remote and not much fun." Cheningdi forced a smile, Oh, just out of curiosity. Besides, I plan to visit Jiangqing soon. I thought I'd ask you, if there's a chance. I'd love to broaden my horizons and see what makes that wood so special. Just share a little with your sister. It won't cost you anything. Lu Dajin, upon hearing these words, smiled awkwardly and remarked with a hint of significance, the meat will certainly not diminish. However, the vendors over there can be quite unscrupulous. My concern is merely that you might fall victim to their tricks. Chen Xu waved her hand dismissively, saying, you need not worry about that. In this world, no one can deceive me. Lu Dajin's smile gradually faded as he continued. Are you truly eager to know? If you share the name of the town, I can tell you whether it is near your destination. If it is, I shall guide you. If not, then let it be. Had Chen Xu been more observant, she would have noticed that Lu Dajin's smile was no longer as enthusiastic. Unfortunately, her focus was solely on gathering information while her hands busied themselves with washing dishes, leaving her oblivious to these subtleties. In the direction of Tiaoma Town, if you wish to visit, I can recommend a family that specializes in cultivating this type of wood. The Lu family. Their camphor wood is priced at merely 0.7 yuan per inch, and the quality is exceptional, with the family being exceedingly hospitable. Lu Dajin stated with a smile. Although uncertain, he preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let an opportunity slip by, especially since Chen Xu had specifically advised him to adhere to his instructions. Chen Xu finally extracted the information she sought, her heart swelling with joy. Yet she feigned regret as she said, oh dear, Tiaoma Town? I have never heard of it. It is likely too far from where I need to go, so I shall have to forego the visit. No longer inclined to assist Lu Dajin with the dishes, she suddenly recalled something important and shook her hands, exclaiming, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Dajin, I must take my leave. Without waiting for Lu Dajin's response, she hurriedly exited. Lu Dajin watched Chen Xu's hasty departure, his brows furrowing instinctively, filled with disbelief. Could Chen Xu's third cousin be involved with the woodcarving factory that snatched away his order? Surely not. Once outside the seed shop, Chen Xu repeatedly recited the name of the town and the family Lu Dajin had mentioned. She quickly calculated in her mind that at 0.7 yuan per inch, the 200 wooden box order from Baixing would require 6,000 inches of wood, costing 4,200 yuan. Establishing this factory had already consumed the majority of her family's savings, and now she would need to come up with over 2,000 yuan to purchase the wood. The thought was indeed painful. However, Chen Xu soon redirected her thoughts, realizing that these 200 boxes could yield a profit of 59,000 yuan. Even her share would amount to nearly 30,000 yuan. Completing this order would not only recoup her expenses, but also net her over 10,000 yuan in profit, an exhilarating prospect. Especially satisfying would be the chance to strike a blow to Chen Xu, that infuriating little brat. How dare he be so selfish as to open a seed shop and woodcarving factory in Rongqing without involving his third cousin in the business? With a heart brimming with excitement, Chen Xu generously hailed a rickshaw, hastening towards the flourishing woodcarving factory. She would be the first to return and arrange for a vehicle to procure the wood in Jiangqing. Chapter 171. Chen Xu. Thank you. I am capable. I prefer to take action. Around 4 o'clock, after purchasing groceries, Chen Xu noted that there was still ample time and decided to head home with the bags in hand. Upon returning to the sunflower seed shop, Xiao Yuer had already awakened. Seeing her father back, she leaped into his embrace like a little koala, unwilling to let go. Chen Xu, too, was reluctant to release her, deciding instead to carry the little bundle of joy to pick up his wife. However, as they reached the entrance of the store, they encountered a familiar face. Li Mei, holding a basket of vegetables, smiled upon seeing Chen Xu and greeted him warmly. Hello. Boss Chen. Chen Xu responded with a casual smile. What brings you here? Li Mei quickly pointed to the sunflower seed shop beside him and said with a grin. My mother-in-law mentioned she wanted some sunflower seeds, so I came to buy some. Also, I wanted to inquire if you are hiring. Recently, she had been searching for various jobs, but none could compare to the lucrative positions at the meat processing plant or the Qianlixiang sunflower seed shop. Her mother-in-law, who looked down upon her, would certainly not use her connections to help her get a job at the meat processing plant. Thus, she was still hopeful about the opportunity at Chen Xu's place, albeit with a twinge of anxiety about being rejected, considering her past indiscretions. Noticing Li Mei had something to say and seeing that time was still on their side, Chen Xu inquired, What is it? Li Mei, with a shy smile, replied, I would like to know if you are still hiring. I wish to return to work. Her expression was a mix of nervousness and sincerity, despite her current predicament. She did not adopt a pitiable demeanor in front of Chen Xu. Firstly, she knew Chen Xu was not swayed by such tactics, and secondly, she had come to realize that relying on men was far less effective than depending on herself. Living with the Qin family, enduring their disdainful gazes, felt more humiliating than living in a crowded courtyard. Her hands, once delicate and well-maintained, had become rough and dry from doing laundry and cooking for the family. Li Mei was determined to change her circumstances. She wanted to earn her own money and gain the respect of the Qin family. If she were to act pitiful like the first time she sought employment, Chen Xu would surely not oblige. Now, seeing her earnest gaze and lack of ulterior motives, he admired her capabilities and, after a brief pause, said, I can consider it, but currently, the sunflower seed shop does not require additional staff. Before she could feel elated, Li Mei's expression turned to one of confusion upon hearing Chen Xu's words. Then where are you hiring? Chen Xu smiled gently and replied, I recently partnered with someone to take over a wood carving factory, and we are in need of a salesperson. Would you be interested? Li Mei was highly capable, and having her sell sunflower seeds would be a waste of her talents. If she genuinely wished to work with him, he thought it wise to nurture her skills and have her handle business for the wood carving factory, especially since in a little over 2 months, Qingyu would be giving birth, and he anticipated being quite busy. If Lu Dajin found himself overwhelmed, having Li Mei trained to assist would be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Li Mei was utterly astonished. A sales position at the factory, devoid of hard labor and aligned with her interests, such a job would be nearly impossible to find. Afraid that Chen Xu might change his mind, she eagerly nodded, bowing deeply as she exclaimed, I can do it. Thank you, boss. Do not rejoice too early. There is a probationary period here as well, to see if you can fulfill the role, Chen Xu stated solemnly. Li Mei appeared to undergo a transformation. Her spirit revitalized as she confidently declared, while I cannot speak for other jobs, I am absolutely assured in sales. Even if it meant proving herself to the Qin family, who looked down upon her, she was determined to secure this position. Very well, then it is settled, Chen Xu replied, providing Li Mei with a few more instructions. Noticing the time, he bade her farewell and departed to pick up his wife from school. Naturally, he needed to inform his spouse about bringing Li Mei into the factory. With her newfound employment, Li Mei was instantly invigorated. At the seed shop, while weighing sunflower seeds, she recalled that Qin Junxing seemed to favor caramel flavor, so she decided to weigh out a little extra for him. As evening fell, Chen Xu's family had already finished their meal. Chen Xian ushered Qingyu and Chen Xu upstairs to rest, while she took little Yuer to the kitchen. One was washing dishes with bubbles, while the other tidied up the kitchen. As Chen Xian wiped the countertop, she listened to the silence from next door, where the television was off. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked little Yuer, where is Uncle Dajin? It seems he left after washing the dishes this afternoon, and hasn't he come over for dinner, which is unusual. I can't help but wonder if something happened to him. Little Yuer, hearing her aunt's inquiry, pretended to wash dishes and innocently asked, Auntie, do you miss Uncle Dajin? Chen Xiannan's expression darkened at the child's words, and she lightly tapped her on the bottom, admonishing her that such comments should not be made. How could she possibly miss that lazy man? Little Yuer felt a bit perplexed, thinking her aunt was rather strange. Why wouldn't she admit to missing Uncle Dajin? She wasn't afraid of having a longer nose. Her father had mentioned that Uncle Dajin was busy these days, so Yuer couldn't visit his house to watch television. Hearing little Yuer's innocent chatter, Chen Xiannan murmured, that lazy man, what could he possibly be busy with? After that, she disposed of the leftover food she had packed earlier into the waste bucket at the entrance. On the second floor, Qingyu reclined on the sofa, allowing Chen Xu to massage her legs. With her belly growing larger, and after a day of sitting in classes, her legs had begun to swell. Sometimes, even a bit of movement caused discomfort. As Chen Xu diligently massaged her legs for over 20 minutes, even attending to her delicate feet, Qingyu felt both comforted and slightly embarrassed by the warmth of his hands on her soles. When she sensed it was enough, she withdrew her little foot and tucked it beneath the sofa cushion, saying to Chen Xu, all right, it feels much better now. Noticing his wife's renewed shyness, Chen Xu didn't press further and instead moved to sit beside her. All right, I shall continue the massage tomorrow. Qingyu lifted her gaze to meet his gentle smile, her lips involuntarily curving into a beautiful arc as she softly nodded and replied, thank you. Chen Xu initially intended to tell his wife not to be so polite. But upon beholding her delicate visage, his heart stirred. His gaze lingered on her rosy lips as he teasingly remarked, "Thanking me is acceptable, but I prefer actions." After spending several months together, Qingyu could easily discern Chen Xu's current thoughts. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, she felt a mixture of shyness and boldness, daringly extending her delicate hand to wrap around his neck. "Come a little closer," she urged. Responding to her touch, Chen Xu leaned forward, drawing nearer to her. Qingyu pulled him in, her beautiful eyes fluttering as a blush crept across her cheeks. Before he could fully notice her bashfulness, she gently and proactively closed the distance between them. At last, Chen Xu's desires were fulfilled. The soft sweetness of her lips ignited his passions, compelling him to press her down onto the sofa and deepen the kiss. In contrast to the intoxicating atmosphere within their cozy abode, the Qin household was far from tranquil. In a room filled with tension, Qin Junxing was consumed by a wave of uncontrollable emotions upon learning that Li Mei was going to work for Chen Xu. Clenching the snowflake cream he had intended to gift her, he let out a cold laugh, directing venomous words at the woman he both loved and loathed. "Going to work for Chen Xu? Are you dissatisfied with the comforts of the Qin family, and now seeking to seduce him to become his mistress?" The moment his words left his lips, a sharp sound echoed through the air as Li Mei's petite hand struck his face, leaving a vivid mark. Trembling with rage, she clenched her slightly numb hand, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Yes, that's exactly right. If you can't bear it, then let's get a divorce. I refuse to continue being with a scoundrel like you." Chapter 172. Divorce. Qin Junxing, already infuriated by Li Mei's decision to work for Chen Xu, was taken aback by her slap. Her words about divorce ignited a fury within him, and he instinctively raised his hand, poised to retaliate. Yet, upon gazing at her face, so full of emotions he both cherished and despised, he found himself unable to strike her. Frustrated, he clenched his fist, turning away to avoid her gaze. Gripping the snowflake cream tightly, he coldly declared, "If you want a divorce, then so be it." Li Mei had only spoken out of anger. But upon hearing Qin Junxing's affirmative response, an indescribable emotion surged within her, and the tears she had fought back began to cascade down her cheeks. Watching the resolute figure of the man she once loved, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears staining her face. Regret flooded her heart. She lamented her earlier ambition to rely on marriage for a better life, her choice to become entangled with Qin Junxing, and most of all, her feelings for him that led her to marry him. At that moment, after unleashing his pent-up frustrations, Qin Junxing experienced a brief silence before his mind began to cool. The thought of actually divorcing Li Mei stirred a sense of reluctance within him, a feeling of deep discomfort. Even though he had been deeply provoked by her words, the idea of divorce left him feeling unsatisfied and unwilling. He struggled internally for a moment, contemplating whether to turn to Li Mei and say something, when suddenly the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Qin's mother burst in, her face alight with excitement, and exclaimed loudly, "You want a divorce, right? I wholeheartedly support it." The commotion from their argument had already drawn Qin's father and mother to the door, and upon hearing the mention of divorce, Qin's mother could hardly contain her joy. Qin's father remained outside the door, his expression dark and resolute, not indicating his stance. Qin Junxing was taken aback by Zhou Xiulan's sudden intrusion and instinctively turned to look at her upon hearing her voice. Zhou Xiulan had heard the resounding slap from outside and mistakenly thought her son had struck Li Mei. Upon seeing the bright red imprint of a thumb on her son's face, she immediately became enraged, her face transforming in an instant. "You shameless wretch! How dare you hit my son?" Zhou Xiulan shouted angrily, lunging forward to shove the unsuspecting Li Mei to the ground, then pouncing on her to unleash her fury. Having never laid a finger on her son in all his years, seeing this woman she already despised assault him turned her into a raging tempest. Li Mei, taken completely off guard as she landed on the floor, barely had time to react before the weight of Zhou Xiulan bore down upon her, raining blows upon her. "You shameless harlot, it was bad enough that you threatened my son into marrying you, but to resort to violence, how dare you?" Zhou Xiulan berated her as she struck. At just 19, Li Mei was no match for this fierce woman, and defenseless against the onslaught, she retaliated verbally. "Your son is worthless. Your entire family is worthless." Her desperate cries echoed, fueled by a complete breakdown. She truly wished to escape this household, and demanded an immediate divorce from Qin Junxing. Qin Junxing and his father were taken aback by the sudden physical altercation, and it took them a moment to react. They rushed in to separate the two. Zhou Xiulan emerged unscathed, while Li Mei's hair lay in disarray, with several alarming scratches visible on her neck. Qin's father seized Zhou Xiulan, casting an irritated glance her way. "What on earth are you doing? Why are you meddling in the affairs of the young?" His words trailed off as he felt Zhou Xiulan's piercing gaze, compelling him to swallow his retort. Witnessing Li Mei in such a state filled Qin Junxing with both anger and concern. Just as he prepared to chastise his mother, Li Mei forcefully pushed him away. Stimulated by Qin Junxing's presence, and now further provoked by Zhou Xiulan's insults and assault, Li Mei's mental state had completely unraveled. She shoved Qin Junxing aside, screaming in despair, "Qin, hurry and file for divorce. I have no desire to remain in this Qin family." Zhou Xiulan, seeing her son pushed away, refused to relent, shouting a few more insults and preparing to strike again. Thankfully, Qin's father held her back, weary of the chaos erupting in their home, and exclaimed, "If you want a divorce, then just do it. What is the point of this incessant bickering every day?" Though he had initially wished to remain uninvolved, he recognized that since their marriage began, they had argued incessantly, and with Li Mei now willing to divorce, it seemed the best course of action. Qin Junxing observed with a mixture of pride and resignation as Li Mei, in a frenzy, insisted on their divorce. With a clenched jaw and closed eyes, he acquiesced, "Very well. I shall grant your wish." Thus, a farcical episode culminated in an unceremonious silence. 2 days later, Lu Dajin and his uncle finally concluded their tasks. It was just past 5 in the evening at the state-run restaurant. The round table was laden with an exquisite array of dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of Maodai. Seated between Chen Xu and Lu Dajin was a middle-aged man, bearing a slight resemblance to Lu Dajin, with a crew cut. Additionally, Li Mei, who had begun her tenure at the woodcarving factory 2 days prior, had joined them. As she would soon be responsible for the factory's sales, it was important for her to acclimate, prompting Chen Xu to invite her for this occasion. Before the meal commenced, Li Mei rose to pour Maodai for the 3 men. Lu Sanshun accepted the drink with both hands, gazing at the sumptuous banquet before him, visibly astonished. "My goodness, this is quite extravagant for just a meal." Although he held a position of moderate authority at the woodcarving factory and had dined with senior leaders at state-run establishments, the grandeur of this occasion, especially the expensive Maodai, was a novel experience for him. In response, Chen Xu offered a calm smile, saying, "Uncle, you mustn't say that. Without you, neither Dajin nor I would have had the opportunity to enter the Shanghai Art Exhibition or secure orders from Baixing at the sales fair. Particularly, I am grateful for your effort to join me for this meal. My preparations are but a small token, for I fear you may find them lacking." After hearing Chen Xu's eloquent words, Lu Sanshun felt a wave of relief and quickly waved his hand. "How could I possibly be dissatisfied? This Maodai alone, priced at several hundred per bottle, is a first for me." Having navigated his way to a respectable position at the Shanghai woodcarving factory, Lu Sanshun possessed a keen intellect. His visit was initially to assess whether his nephew's partner was reliable. However, upon hearing Chen Xu's articulate discourse, he felt at ease and developed admiration for the young man. With such adeptness in interpersonal relations and eloquence, the future of the woodcarving factory appeared promising. Perhaps he would need to rely on this young individual in times to come. Not only Lu Sanshun, but also Li Mei and Lu Dajin silently raised their thumbs in approval of Chen Xu. Li Mei had previously believed her own diplomacy was commendable, yet witnessing Chen Xu's hospitality left her feeling inadequate. There was much for her to learn. After exchanging pleasantries, the group officially commenced their feast. Chen Xu, unhurried about discussing business, engaged in light conversation while continuing to make toasts with Lu Sanshun. As the drinks flowed, Lu Sanshun became more loquacious, and the group conversed about various trivial matters. Naturally, Chen Xu steered the discussion toward financial prospects. Lu Sanshun admired Chen Xu, stating with a smile, "You young people are truly remarkable, bold enough to strike out on your own. Unlike me, lacking grand abilities, I can only serve as a minor leader in the factory, earning a fixed salary." As Lu Sanshun spoke, a hint of melancholy tinged his emotions, particularly after the exhibition. Upon learning that Chen Xu and Lu Dajin had allied with Baixing for a collaboration in the wood carving industry, effectively securing a significant advantage. Undoubtedly, their factory was destined for remarkable success. Although he felt a sense of gratification at his nephew's financial gains, he could not suppress a twinge of envy. Chen Xu waved his hand dismissively, eagerly adopting a tone of humility. Uncle, one must not speak in such terms. The carving factory in the Magic City is a place we aspire to join, yet you have ascended to the management level, which is truly admirable. As he spoke, he refilled Lu Sanchuan's glass and continued, moreover, working in the factory does not preclude you from earning substantial income. What do you mean? Lu Sanchun raised an eyebrow. Puzzled. With a grin, Chen Xu inquired, as it happens, we have a project at our factory that requires the resources you possess. If you are willing to assist, not only could you secure your position in the factory, but you could also earn a considerable sum. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanchuan's interest was piqued. What project? Who wouldn't be intrigued by an opportunity that ensures a stable income while also providing the potential for significant earnings? Chen Xu elaborated. Our factory not only produces wooden boxes, but also crafts shrines for export to Japan. Your factory is struggling to meet demand, is it not? We at Hexing can produce identical products to assist with supply. However, Lu Sanchuan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. The wood carving market in the Magic City indeed faced a supply shortage, and should Hexing meet the requisite standards, subcontracting would pose no issue. Yet, Chen Xu's words seemed to imply he should facilitate connections, raising the question of how that would benefit him financially. Lu Sanchun, a member of the workshop's management, was adept at organizing work, but the nuances of business eluded him. He looked at Chen Xu, his expression troubled, and asked, "Are you suggesting that I help establish connections? How would that translate into profit for me?" Despite the fact that it was his eldest nephew's factory, he was reluctant to accept anything without compensatory value. Chen Xu leaned in closer, addressing him directly. "Uncle, I will be straightforward. We can supply the shrines at a unit price of 310 each to the Magic City carving factory, with guaranteed quality identical to the originals. Should you facilitate this connection, I would offer you a commission of 3 yuan per shrine." Chen Xu had done his research on the pricing of these shrines, which commanded exorbitant rates of 350 each in Japan. The production cost was only marginally higher than that of the wooden boxes, allowing him to profit handsomely, while the partner factory could easily earn a markup of 40 yuan per unit. Given the substantial volume of orders from Japan, often numbering in the tens of thousands, even a fraction of that could yield Lu Sanchun significant earnings. For Lu Sanchun, earning a commission of 3 yuan per shrine would equate to 30,000 yuan for an order of 10,000 units. Just from this commission alone, landing a single order could elevate him to the status of a wealthy individual, far surpassing the prospects of street vending. Upon hearing Chen Xu's proposal for this collaborative venture, Lu Sanchuan's eyes lit up with excitement. He possesses a deeper understanding of the affairs within the factory than Chen Xu, particularly regarding the shrine. The volume of orders from Japan is overwhelming. The factory has considered outsourcing, yet the Japanese clients maintain exceedingly high standards, returning any items that are even slightly subpar, resulting in a lack of satisfactory external partners. If Chen Xu can produce the required items, it would indeed be a win-win situation. Most importantly, the commission Chen Xu offers him is exceedingly generous. Should he secure 10,000 orders, he would directly earn a commission of 30,000 yuan. Even a single oversight in Shanghai could yield more than 10,000 orders. The potential profits from this venture are beyond Lu Sanchuan's wildest dreams. "You, my friend, are quite resourceful," Lu Sanchun exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his face alight with excitement. Observing his uncle's enthusiasm, Lu Dajin promptly filled his glass with wine, stating, "Indeed, uncle. Once we collaborate, you will no longer envy individual entrepreneurs. You are the true victor in life." Chen Xu nodded in agreement, especially considering he could secure a stable job in Shanghai while easily earning tens of thousands, if not more. It was a guaranteed profit. Li Mei quickly rose, her expression exaggerated as she said, "Let me be the first to congratulate you, Uncle Sanchun." The four of them raised their glasses in a toast, with Lu Sanchun feeling somewhat euphoric, lost in flattery and dreams of a boundless future. However, just as they were about to drink, a thought crossed his mind, and his brows furrowed tightly. This collaboration is promising, but can your factory truly produce qualified shrines? The standards are nearly excessive. Lu Sanchun feared that he was being overly optimistic, worried that if the Japanese clients were dissatisfied with the shrines Chen Xu produced, all their excitement would be in vain. "This is not an issue at all, uncle. You still have a few days before returning, right? I will speak with the craftsmen at my factory immediately and instruct them to expedite the production of the shrines. You can take a sample to Shanghai, and if it meets your satisfaction, we can proceed with the collaboration. Chen Xu confidently replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanchuan's face brightened once more as he clinked glasses with the others, declaring, "Then it is settled. A pleasant collaboration, uncle." Chen Xu cheerfully responded, "Haha, indeed. Our Dajin is truly fortunate to have encountered such an astute partner. He too was lucky. If this endeavor succeeded, Chen Xu would become Lu Sanchuan's benefactor." Throughout the dinner, the conversation was predominantly led by Chen Xu, with Lu Dajin and Li Mei hardly interjecting. However, Chen Xu did not invite them merely for assistance, particularly Li Mei. He intended to provide them with experience and nurture their skills, so that when Qingyu gave birth, he could confidently entrust the factory affairs to them. Surprisingly, Li Mei performed remarkably well today, displaying an ability to read the room and contribute appropriately. Her adaptability in such situations was commendable. Lu Sanshun thoroughly enjoyed himself today. After the meal, he swayed slightly, supported by Lu Dajin, as he bid farewell to Chen Xu and Li Mei. Chen Xu also acknowledged Li Mei, arranging for a rickshaw to take her home. The issues surrounding the woodcarving factory had finally been addressed halfway. However, once the shrine is completed, even if Lu Sanchuan were to take it to the magical city, it would have to be done in secrecy to prevent any leaks that could be exploited by those lurking in the shadows. On his way home, Chen Xu recalled the matters concerning Qingyu that Lu Dajin had mentioned over the past couple of days. He estimated that today marked the third day. If Qingyu had indeed traveled to Jiangcheng, she would have arrived by this morning. Not only had she arrived, but she had also completed the transaction within half a day, paying 500 yuan for a truckload of camphor wood. After exchanging pleasantries with the seller, she returned to Rongqing overnight. She could hardly wait to expedite the sale of her goods, eager to recoup her investment and make a substantial profit, all the while planning to mock Chen Xu. Particularly, the thought of him having thousands of yuan worth of camphor wood piled up in his factory without any orders brought her immense satisfaction. It seemed inevitable that Chen Xu's Hixing wood carving would soon face its downfall. Just as Qingyu departed, a man with a bulging wallet in a lumber mill grinned broadly and remarked to a companion, "I thought the folks from Rongqing were as shrewd as that giant, able to discern the wormholes in our wood." To my surprise, this woman was so simple-minded that she merely checked a couple of our prepared pieces and handed over the money. The other person chuckled knowingly, acknowledging that she had no intention of inspecting the goods further, having heard commendations about their lumber mill before her arrival. The man paused, momentarily astonished, and then realized the implications. Did this woman harbor a grudge against that giant? Did he, knowing their wood was infested, still recommend it to her? The other nodded affirmatively, recalling that in recent years, the only customer from Rongqing had been that astute giant and his silver-toothed companion. They had previously wondered why this woman from Rongqing specifically requested their camphor wood, only to conclude that she must have a vendetta against the giant. The two exchanged apprehensive glances, relieved that they had not offended the giant when he mentioned the wood being infested. Otherwise, they might have faced severe repercussions. Chapter 174. Li Mei's New Beginning in the Following Days. The seemingly tranquil Hixing wood carving factory was bustling with activity as old Zheng and the workers immersed themselves in the production of the shrine. Li Mei was also busy, spending her days at the wood carving factory, eagerly learning about the craft under the guidance of the venerable Zheng Tianluan. Although Chen Xu's current salary was still lower than what she earned at the seed shop, she found greater fulfillment in her new role, maintaining an unwavering enthusiasm and a dedicated approach to learning. Many of the young men at the factory were quite taken with this industrious and charming girl of similar age. Remarkably, just 3 days into her tenure at the wood carving factory, a young man had approached her with an invitation to watch a film at the Shea Cinema. However, in response to the attention and affection from the opposite sex, Li Mei no longer entertained romantic notions as she had in the past. Her focus was solely on her career. She no longer wished to rely on a man to elevate her status. She was determined to follow Chen Xu's advice and succeed through her own efforts. In contrast to Li Mei, Qin Junxing found himself in a precarious state after extricating himself from a coerced marriage. Despite immersing himself in the rigors of academic pursuits, his thoughts remained persistently fixated on Li Mei, unable to suppress fantasies of her intimate moments with Chen Xu at the Xiangmu woodcarving factory, rendering him incapable of concentrating on his studies. Today is Saturday. At the Xiangmu woodcarving factory, After several days of relentless toil and urgency, a magnificent Buddhist altar has been produced. Compared to the crafting of wooden boxes, the speed of this altar's creation was astonishing. Master Zheng, ever the perfectionist, even made improvements on certain lacking details of the altar. In the afternoon, the moment the altar was completed, Chen Xu and Lu Dajin, accompanied by Lu Sanshan, arrived at the woodcarving factory. To outsiders, Lu Sanchuan's visit seemed more akin to a relative checking in on his nephew's business. Under Li Mei's warm welcome and guidance, the group proceeded to the finished goods area of the workshop. Uncle Shun, this is the Buddhist altar that Master Zheng guided our workshop workers to produce. Please take a look, Li Mei said with a smile as she led the group to a workbench in the finished goods area. Lu Sanshan, however, was more anxious than both Chen Xu and Lu Dajin. The quality of the altar's production was critical to his potential collaboration with the artistic carving factory in the metropolis, which could yield commissions in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. In this era of grand unity, such a commission exceeded his wildest dreams, igniting a fervent desire within him to complete this task, far surpassing that of Chen Xu and Lu Dajin. Now, as he listened to Li Mei's introduction, his eager gaze was fixed upon the altar. The altar stood approximately 15 feet tall, resembling a wall-mounted cabinet. The upper section featured double doors, with a hollowed interior and exquisite carvings adorning the top, which made Lu Sanchuan's eyes sparkle with delight. The craftsmanship of the carvings was already far superior to that of their artistic carving factory in the metropolis. However, before Lu Sanchun could fully revel in his excitement, he noticed that modifications had been made to the latticework of the altar's double doors, deviating from the original design with intricate cutouts of floral patterns. Lu Sanchun, already troubled by the situation, felt his heart sink at this alteration. He turned to Chen Xu and the others, furrowing his brow as he questioned, "Why has this been changed? If it hadn't been altered, I could have taken it back, and they would have undoubtedly been satisfied with the altar." Yet, now that modifications had been made without consent, Lu Sanchun felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, particularly given that their clients often nitpicked over small details. He feared that such significant changes could provoke dissatisfaction. Chen Xu and Lu Dajin were well aware of the alterations made to the altar. Initially, they had opposed Master Zheng's changes. However, the old man's obsession with the aesthetics of woodcarving far exceeded their expectations, as he had repeatedly insisted to Chen Xu that certain aspects of the altar must be altered. Lu Dajin resolutely disagreed, yet he possessed only a 20 stake. After discerning the elder's sentiments, Chen Xu, taking all factors into account, ultimately acquiesced. He comprehended the elder's artisan spirit, reminiscent of his initial endeavor in crafting 5-spiced melon seeds, where he aimed for perfection. Particularly in the realm of wood-carving artistry, the elder's proposed modifications were indeed reasonable. Post-alteration, the Buddhist shrine appeared far more striking than before. Naturally, in addition to aligning with the elder's artistic vision, Chen Xu was also motivated by an element of chance. Should Xiao Rizi truly appreciate this particular design, the Magic City Art Carving Factory would engage in a long-term partnership with them. After all, the elder's carving technique was his own innovation, and even the artisans at the Magic City Art Carving Factory would struggle to replicate it. This would alleviate concerns about losing orders to competitors, akin to the predicament with the wooden carving box. At this moment, Li Mei, who had been shadowing Zheng Lao all day, noticed Lu Sanchuan's evident discontent with the adjustments. Before Chen Xu could speak, she proactively introduced Uncle Shun. The reasoning behind this is that our Zheng Lao believes the original shrine did not adequately showcase the inherent hues and textures of the camphor wood, rendering it rather dull. The newly designed lattice features a unique floral and leaf relief, which fully highlights the characteristics of the camphor wood while also cultivating a distinct aesthetic appeal. I can assure you with absolute certainty that our client will be thoroughly satisfied with this shrine. After all, at the same price point, the design is far more exquisite and serene. Who could possibly refuse such an enticing offer? The trio was momentarily taken aback by Li Mei's eloquence. Although Lu Dajin had partnered with Chen Xu for a considerable period, his understanding of wood carving had not deepened significantly. Listening to Li Mei's persuasive discourse, particularly her seemingly genuine assertions, left him greatly astonished. He couldn't help but ponder what exceptional insight Chen Xu possessed, not only discerning projects, but also people. When Li Mei first joined the factory, her knowledge of wood carving was scarcely more than his. Yet now, she articulated her points with remarkable fluency. Even Lu Dajin, who had initially been skeptical, found himself swayed by Li Mei's persuasive pitch. Whether it was the design modifications or her poignant closing statement about no one being able to refuse such a splendid opportunity, it resonated deeply. Indeed, who could resist? Especially Xiao Rizi. Chen Xu, too, was pleasantly surprised. Li Mei's remarks closely mirrored what he had intended to convey to Lu Sanshan, though he had not anticipated her to articulate such eloquence after only a few days of learning. Lu Sanshuan's furrowed brows began to relax. He understood wood carving, yet articulating his thoughts so fluently eluded him. While he had sensed the improvement, he had struggled to pinpoint precisely how. Now, after hearing Li Mei's explanation, he genuinely believed that this shrine offered advantages over the original. After a brief moment of contemplation, he thumped his thigh and pointed at Li Mei, exclaiming, "Young lady, why don't you accompany me to the Magic City? You could present this just as you have today." This girl not only possessed striking beauty and a melodious voice, but also had a way with words. Bringing her along would provide him with greater confidence. Li Mei distinctly sensed the surprise and admiration in the eyes of the three as they regarded her, a surge of unprecedented accomplishment and pride blossoming within her heart. When Lu Sanshan expressed his intention to take her to the magical city to personally promote the wooden carving box, she felt a thrill of excitement, her face lighting up with joy as she turned to Chen Xu, seeking his approval. "Boss, may I go?" Chen Xu, upon hearing her inquiry, could not conceal his admiration for her, responding with a broad smile. "Of course you can. You are our star salesperson and must attend." Lu Daying concurred, nodding in agreement, and even corrected himself, saying, "You are our golden salesperson. Beautiful, eloquent, and with exceptional professional skills." The praises from the two filled Li Mei with joy that far exceeded the happiness she felt on the day she first reached her goal of marrying into a household of wealth. She bowed deeply to them, exclaiming, "Boss, Uncle Shun, rest assured, I will surely accomplish the task. Esteemed ones, I have a matter to attend to today. The next chapter may arrive before midnight. I hope for your understanding."